Chapter 1, the third time as the male lead's master. Yutan, in your opinion, who is qualified to become your disciple? Shui Yutan, dressed in white, swept his ethereal face over the two people seated below. His gaze lingered on the ears of the boy with animal ears for a full 3 minutes. Just when everyone thought he would choose the one with animal ears, he instead pointed at the frail boy beside him and said, I choose him. Seemingly at the same moment, the system in Shui Yutan's mind began to protest. Warning, warning, character selection error, please correct immediately. Shui Yutan ignored the warning sounds in his mind and walked down from his seat, straight toward the chosen boy. I have chosen you. Do you have any objections? The boy, originally prostrated, trembled twice and nervously fidgeted with his sleeves. I. The winner was clearly me. Why do you choose him? Before the boy could finish his sentence, his words were drowned out by the loud voice of the youth with animal ears. Although kneeling, the youth with animal ears sat upright. As he spoke these words, his sharp eyes gleamed, their expression mysterious and unfathomable. As Shui Yutan gazed at this pair of eyes belonging to the youth with animal ears, his face remained expressionless but internally, he felt like tens of thousands of grass mules were galloping through his head. Why did he randomly select an NPC as his disciple and ignore him? Did the male lead really not realize what was going on? Because choosing you means death. Shui Yutan touched the jade bracelet on his thumb, recalling the person from his previous lifetime who flayed him alive. Yes, the previous life. Calculating now, it was already his third rebirth into this novel's antagonist role of the male lead's master. In the first life, he followed the script faithfully, refraining from letting characters act out of character, OOC, while devising ways to win the favor of the male lead Peiji. Yet, even so, in the Qilin Lock dungeon copy, he still ended up being flayed by the ice spears formed from Peiji's spiritual power, becoming a sieve with his blood and flesh falling together. Shui Yutan could still vividly remember the feeling of finally breathing his last after all his blood had drained out. So, during the second reincarnation, as soon as he saw Peiji, he acted immediately, killing him cleanly, accurately, swiftly, and mercilessly with a single sword strike. Thinking that by eliminating the male lead, he could live out this life peacefully, yet unknowingly, the game loop restarted, bringing him back to the start complete with a prepared ceremony for taking on a disciple. It was just endless trouble. Actually, Shui Yutan had regained consciousness several minutes ago, taking advantage of the interval between the two combatants to organize his thoughts and draw a conclusion. The male lead suppressed him. Neither trying to gain favor nor directly killing the male lead seemed to work. This male lead appeared as though he were powered up with a buff that couldn't be overcome. To make matters worse, the system provided no progress bar for defeating him. Could he not escape if he can't fight back? Since Peiji was not his disciple yet, if he handed Peiji over to someone else and didn't serve as his master, then he would become a marginal figure in the protagonist group. As long as he kept away from the male lead and acted as an unimportant NPC in the story, he would definitely survive until his natural death. With this decision made, Shui Yutan automatically ignored Peiji's question and once again addressed the selected NPC, I've chosen you. Any objection? The boy, fearing Shui Yutan would change his mind, quickly shook his head, no. Alright, starting now, you are my disciple, Shui Yutan's disciple. Leaning forward, Shui Yutan handed the boy a lotus jade token symbolizing status, follow me. Just as he was about to turn and leave with the boy, someone grabbed onto his robes. Peiji remained kneeling, his face tilted upward, insistent, you haven't answered me yet. Blood from his injuries sustained during the earlier battle dripped from Peiji's palm and stained Shui Yutan's clothing red. Clearly, his condition was severe. Even so, he clung tenaciously to Shui Yutan's robes, as if whether or not he became his disciple was of utmost importance to him. Drip 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 drip. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded in Shui Yutan's mind. A mechanical alert chimed, abnormal behavior detected in storyline, please adjust your choice immediately, otherwise punishment will ensue. Apparently, rejecting the discipleship wasn't an option. Shui Yutan turned his head towards Peiji. After a 3-second internal struggle, he reached out and slowly pried each finger off his robe that Peiji had been clutching. He intended to alter the storyline today, curious how the system planned to deal with him. Surely, it wouldn't summon a bolt of lightning and kill him right here, would it? Humongously loud boom. The instant this thought crossed his mind, a previously clear sky erupted with thunder. In the next second, a 100,000-volt lightning bolt descended, striking him square on the top of his head. Really happening. Shit. Shui Yutan couldn't help but mutter, dodging the lightning with a sidestep while simultaneously delivering a kick to send Peiji flying, get away from me. If the male lead were struck and killed, he'd just have to start all over again. In this critical moment, Shui Yutan's kick was unmeasured, and with one strike, it sent the person flying out. Peiji's body collided heavily against a stone wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. By the time he struggled to get back up, Shui Yutan had already darted to the other side. As he looked at the person who was now running around trying to dodge the lightning, his eyes showed an even stronger intent to kill that had been concealed earlier. In the previous life, as soon as he became Shui Yutan's disciple, due to disturbing his sleep, Peiji was killed with a single sword strike by an awakened Shui Yutan. The heavens had treated him kindly, letting him return to Kanjia Mountain with the memories of his past life. In this lifetime, he would ensure this person met no burial. After evading lightning continuously, Shui Yutan ended up being charred both inside and out. When Chief Feng Mingjue came to offer assistance through magic, Shui Yutan's pristine white robes had already turned blackened and charred, losing consciousness in the process. Upon waking again, he saw Feng Mingjue sitting beside his bed, a look of hesitation on his face. Ignoring his expression, Shui Yutan carefully examined his own body. Fortunately, only patches of skin on the back of his hands were scorched black, nothing was missing, no limb was lost, and crucial organs for men still functioned normally. After confirming he only suffered minor injuries, Shui Yutan accepted the tea passed by Feng Mingjue. Finally unable to bear his constipated-like grimace any longer, he soothed his throat, just spit it out if you have something to say. This kind of hesitating doesn't fit your usual style. So I'll come right out with it. Feng Mingjue first glanced around the room, ensuring no one was nearby before inching closer toward Shui Yutan and lowering his voice. In my opinion, the method of using yang energy to replenish yin ultimately goes against natural law. This thunder calamity may be a sign. Yutan, you. Spit it out. Feng Mingjue's words were interrupted when tea water splashed all over his face. Cough, cough, cough. Shui Yutan choked on some water, hacking several times before recovering. I don't understand what the chief is saying. This wasn't a lie. Though this wasn't his first life as a mentor, he did have some experience. But given how short his last 2 lives were, he didn't gather much knowledge. Was gathering yang from yin some sort of sideline job for villains? Why had he never heard of it before? Chapter 2, The Host Sister is Male. Feng Mingjue looked at him with an expression that clearly said, don't pretend, and handed his sleeve to Shui Yutan to wipe his mouth. While he wiped his mouth, Feng Mingjue continued in a low voice, Li Luoshu has poor bone structure. You abandoned Pei Ji and chose him as your apprentice just because he comes from the Red Building and has some skill in attending to others, right? Oh, so the new apprentice's name is Li Luoshu. No impression of this name at all. Definitely an NPC who didn't even qualify as a marginal character in the original work. Great, this role fits perfectly. But what did Feng Mingjue mean by his latter words? Red Building and attending to others, put together, it felt a little off-color. Yet, in his previous life's memories, Kanjia Mountain was a proper sect. Was he misunderstanding things or had they become corrupt? Shui Yutan thought about the meaning behind the words and didn't reply immediately. Feng Mingjue assumed he'd guessed correctly. He pulled back his sleeve, sighing with an exasperated tone, patting Shui Yutan on the shoulder. I see I can't dissuade you, but you should still be more restrained. If Yu Li sees this, he'll definitely punish you again. You know how rigid and honest he is. Huh? What exactly are you dissuading me from here? The old man's words were completely incomprehensible to him. Master. Shui Yutan opened his mouth, intending to ask a few more questions for useful information. Maybe this old man knew something about hidden plotlines, but before he could, Feng Mingjue flicked his sleeve and vanished on the spot. All that remained was Shui Yutan sitting in bed, gaping, trying to catch thin air with his hand. TCH, runs fast. Freezing in this pose for 1.5 minutes, until there was no trace of Feng Mingjue's presence left in the air, Shui Yutan finally confirmed that the old man had only teased him and then disappeared. He shifted slightly, planning to get up and wash his face. Kanjia Mountain had heavy humidity, so Shui Yutan placed a step under his bed to elevate the bed frame. This time, when Shui Yutan stepped down from the bed and onto the step, a sudden and overbearing male voice echoed in the silent room, don't move, you'll get struck outside. Caught completely off guard, Shui Yutan slipped, losing his footing on the step and spread his legs wide. Ouch. The ligaments were injured. Who's speaking? Shui Yutan asked, pulling his legs back while intending to touch his crotch to relieve the pain. But since there was a stranger present, he considered the action too unrefined and held back. It's me. It's me, host sister. That arrogant male voice turned into a cute female one, the pitch filled with excitement. Sister, you're so beautiful, it's my first time talking to such a pretty sister, hee, I'm a little shy. If he hadn't misremembered, the title, host, was used exclusively during system notifications. Starting from his last lifetime, the system he'd been bound to was always a mechanical AI, a monotone voice that only appeared when pushing the plot forward or altering characters out of character behavior. It didn't have the ability to converse or chat casually. Why was it now different? One moment male, the next female, had the AI developed split personality disorder? Could it be technological progress leading to a system upgrade, making it friendlier and smarter? Are you, the system? Shui Yutan's cautious inquiry immediately got a response, yes, host sister, system 2484 at your service. Damn, sounds like live or die. Not a very auspicious serial number. But that wasn't the point, the real question was. Stop calling me sister. I'm purely male, purely male, purely male. Important things should be repeated thrice. The system hesitated briefly, then the adorable female voice began reading aloud, Shui Yutan, female, one of the 3 sect leaders of Kanjia Mountain, Pei Ji's evil master. Skilled in Pai Gao, quick-tempered, fond of corporal punishment, delights in torturing Pei Ji, being his #1 enemy in his rise to power. Date of birth unknown, death. Stop. Stop. Shui Yutan quickly interrupted, don't curse me with dying, thanks. Alright, the system obligingly changed topics, data indicates the host is female. But I'm male. Yes, correct. Perhaps the system data hasn't been updated yet, but gender doesn't influence the direction of the plot, dear. Shui Yutan. This system must have absorbed skills from Taobao sellers. However, if it weren't for the reminder from the system regarding Shui Yutan's character, he would have almost forgotten why he originally picked up this novel. Originally, he was a corporate programmer in the 21st century, a white-collar worker in tech, who suddenly died of overwork after one late-night overtime session. When he woke up, he found himself transformed into a female supporting antagonist in a BL novel he had read before dying. Yes, the female supporting character, just in a gender-swapped version. When he crossed over, Shui Yutan was still called Shui Yutan, but in the setting, it was originally a man. Don't ask why a man of steel and straightness would watch BL novels. The reason was that he had accidentally clicked on an ad at one point. He didn't care how the two male leads formed their bond. The only thing that kept him watching was Shui Yutan. She was the bright white moonlight of Kanjia Mountain in the original work, beautiful and fierce, showing no mercy when torturing the two male protagonists. Most importantly, she had a great figure, perfect bosom, shapely hips, and a slim waist. Was it really too much to call her wife? But after crossing over, he didn't meet his wife, instead becoming the wife himself, and with no chest, flat as anything, carrot. Folks, who understands this? Thinking about it, Shui Yutan became entirely M. No need for useless talk. The system's voice switched to a male tone, now controlled by a suave dude. In the next second, a pop-up window appeared before Shui Yutan. Activation of the upgraded system succeeded. Please read the following carefully. Character binding, Snow Lotus, 3rd Chief of Kanjia Mountain. Condition for passing the task, survive until the Qilin Palace plot. Mission rules, players must progress the storyline without making the characters act out of character while completing tasks assigned by this system. Main missions cannot be refused, completion grants points as rewards, failure will deduct points. If points are reduced to 0, the player will be destroyed. Current mission progress, 1%. Please try harder, player. In the previous lifetime, when he was master, there wasn't this panel. Clearly, the upgrade was different, so advanced. It felt like playing a game. As a programmer, Shui Yutan thought the code was pretty well done. But... wait, could you explain what points clear, player is destroyed means? Is it like the last 2 times where the story restarts? Literal meaning, you'll be removed from this world and returned to the real world. But I've already died in the real world. Brother system stopped talking. Even without the system's response, Shui Yutan could guess the gist. It meant that if the task failed, he'd be obliterated. He didn't want to be obliterated, because living in a cultivator's world, flying swords under command, food arriving with a snap of fingers, no need to earn a living, such leisurely days were truly enviable. He hoped to live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, as long as he lived forever. With this in mind, Shui Yutan asked actively, so, when does your board show me the task? Now. Ding dong ding. As soon as Brother System finished speaking, a knock on the door sounded. Chapter 3, this task rewards 50 points. Shui Yutan turned her gaze toward the sound and saw Li Luoshu, who had already changed into a blue disciple robe, cautiously peering inside from the doorway and calling out softly, Master. Wiping off the dirt on his face from earlier at the training ground, this Li Luoshu appeared clean and fresh, clearly a tidy child. But not Shui Yutan's type, she always disliked overly weak ones. Someone who would fall with a push didn't even fit the aura of an antagonist leader standing beside her as a junior brother. Shui Yutan gave a brief response, maintaining her aloof beauty persona. What is it? Li Luoshu pulled at the edge of his clothes, keeping his eyes lowered. I've come for Master to bestow your seal. In Kanjia Mountain tradition, new disciples must receive their master's seal on the Lotus Jade Tablet to formalize their bond. After the bond is complete, the ceremony of accepting disciples officially ends, allowing the disciple thereafter to freely move through the mountain gate. Shui Yutan extended her hand, bring the Jade Tablet. Li Luoshu took out the carefully wrapped Lotus Jade Tablet from his chest, held it high with both hands, and passed it to Shui Yutan. As Shui Yutan grasped the Jade Tablet and was about to cast the sealing spell, the cold voice of Tong Gu in her head suddenly interrupted. Congratulations, host has triggered the main task, proceed to the Withered Wood Forest and become Pei Ji's master. This task rewards 50 points and 300 prestige. You damn horse. So it can't be avoided, right? How many lightning strikes did he suffer without explanation? There has to be an explanation for previous punishment, or he will file a complaint. Appeals regarding behavior before system upgrade are not within our jurisdiction. The response he received was Tong Ji's official tone. Hey, 2484, don't bully people like this. Shui Yutan was almost on the verge of tears. Her complexion darkened significantly, and her fingers gripping the jade tablet subconsciously tightened. Li Luoshu anxiously observed the jade tablet in her hand, wanting to remind her but dared not speak, unsure where he had displeased Shui Yutan. At that moment, a panicked Kanjia mountain disciple rushed into the room. "Something's wrong, master, you should take a look. Big brother, something has happened to big brother." What happened? Shui Yutan's mind was preoccupied at that moment, distracted and uninterested in external affairs. Based on past life experiences, following the task and accepting Pei Ji as a disciple might mean no need to wait until the final Golden Hall scenario. Once the plot involving the Qilin Lock began, she was certain death awaited her. Not following the task, however, meant failure, leading to immediate death. It was a dead end either way. Pei Ji truly seemed destined to be her nemesis, affecting even her family across 18 generations. The elder brother got into a dispute with the young boy with animal ears. Now, he is about to kill him. So what if he dies? People are bound to die eventually anyway, so he estimated the situation wouldn't last long. Hold on. Did he just hear some key words? Shui Yutan turned her gaze to the disciple. Who do you say is about to die? It's the one with the ears on his head. It seems like Pei, oh yes, Pei Ji. Initially, Shui Yutan wasn't particularly interested, but upon hearing Pei Ji's name, her eyes immediately lit up. If the protagonist encounters trouble before the task, and if she does good by saving him, could it be used as leverage to negotiate with the system? She grabbed the disciple reporting the news and asked, "Where is he?" "In the Withered Wood Forest." "Why is the location the same as the task site?" Before pondering too deeply, after the location was given, Li Luoshu only felt a chill breeze sweep around him, and the next second, Shui Yutan disappeared from sight. The Withered Wood Forest was a place of the dead, surrounded by swirling black chi that couldn't disperse. After instant teleportation to the entrance, Shui Yutan summoned spirit butterflies. "Go find Pei Ji." Instantly, several butterflies made of spiritual energy that flowed out from her fingertips flapped their wings and all flew towards the same direction. Shui Yutan quickly followed behind them, covering the distance in a few leaps. She arrived just in front of Pei Ji, kicking away the sword that was about to stab into his chest. "Which blind fool dares stop me?" The owner of the sword let out an angry shout, but when they saw Shui Yutan, their expression of fury transformed into shock. "Ma. Master, how is it you?" Shui Yutan ignored his question and instead glanced down at Pei Ji lying on the ground, furrowing her brows. "Make a sound if you're still alive." Cough cough cough. The person on the ground lightly coughed twice. His pair of animal ears, embedded among his pitch-black hair, drooped, looking fragile yet stubborn. He struggled to get up, using his delicate hands to support himself against the ground. After numerous attempts, he failed, leaving him in a prone position, gazing upward at Shui Yutan. The light in the Withered Wood Forest was somewhat dim, but Shui Yutan's divine body emitted its own light, dazzling. Truly, one was above, the other below. Seeing that the person still had breath, Shui Yutan then turned her attention to Xiao Yiheng beside her. "What happened?" "Master, no one chose him in the martial arts contest, so according to the rules, he should be expelled from Kanjia Mountain." Xiao Yiheng sheathed his sword but didn't let it vanish into his consciousness. Instead, he gripped it behind his back, ready for another fight. "But he stubbornly refused to leave and even insulted me. In my anger, I acted. It was just meant to be a small punishment, so who's the fool that disturbed you?" Xiao Yiheng glossed over the events, making it seem as though Pei Ji had provoked everything and he only defended himself. But would a minor punishment involve dragging someone all the way to the Withered Wood Forest? Didn't this place brim with evil aura and cage vicious beasts? Snow Yutan frowned coldly. If he has already won, how could no one have chosen him? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yiheng gnashed his teeth angrily. Two uncles actually did choose him, but he refused both. This boy claimed he only wanted to be your disciple. That was an unexpected turn of events. Snow Yutan looked at Pei Ji curiously. Why? In terms of skills, Snow Yutan ranked last among the 3 Kanjia sect elders. If Pei Ji wanted to enhance his abilities, why cling on to him like this? In terms of charm, though Snow Yutan's face indeed looked handsome, after meeting once, Pei Ji surely wouldn't fall for his looks. In terms of personality, cough, cough, let's not even go there. It's often said, extraordinary incidents must involve something fishy. Spit. Pei Ji spat out a mouthful of blood and casually explained, "No reason, we two are destined." Destined, my ass. What a lousy excuse. Just by looking into this kid's eyes, one could tell he wasn't hiding anything good. I say you're asking for trouble. Before Snow Yutan could speak, Xiao Yiheng raised his sword again. Scared, Pei Ji instinctively shrank his neck and moved closer to Snow Yutan. Pei Ji was filthy, covered in dust and blood, and when he leaned on Snow Yutan, half of the White Elder's robe became stained. Like pearls being dimmed by dust, his divine aura seemed to diminish a little. Snow Yutan slightly frowned, showing some disdain but didn't use magic to repel Pei Ji. That's enough. Snow Yutan flicked her sleeve, forcibly pulling Xiao Yiheng's sword back into his mental sea. This isn't a place for discussion. Let's leave first. Saying this, Snow Yutan grabbed Pei Ji by the collar like lifting up a chick. hoisting him off the ground. She then summoned spiritual butterflies to find the exit. However, their path was now cloaked in thick black mist, and the butterflies flapped their wings a few times before dissipating upon contact with the fog. Chapter 4, My Senior Brother Has Multiple Personalities. This is. Xiao Yiheng stared at the strange sight before him, alert and cautious. He took a step forward in front of Shui Yutan and said, Master, something's odd. Now he realizes there's something strange going on, but why didn't anyone remember that when they chose to fight in the Deadwood Forest? Shui Yutan slightly pursed his lips, focusing intently on the mass of dark fog without yet making a move. Suddenly, from within the mist, an enormous snake emerged, towering over 2 men in height. Xiao Yiheng cried out in shock, a snake. What a huge snake. The massive python flicked its bright red forked tongue and lunged open-mouthed toward Shui Yutan. Congratulations, host has triggered side quest, tame the guardian beast of Shifang realm and increase prestige. Reward, 30 points, plus 200 prestige. The name, Shifang realm, sounded familiar. This was the boss who randomly showed up during the tournament scene of the fighting skills contest. In the original storyline, Pei Ji and Xiao Yiheng formed a mutual appreciation after working together to subdue this divine beast, leading them down the path to becoming bromance. But if this beast were subdued by someone else, there'd be no room left for any deep understanding or respect between the two. 2484, Don't Stir Up Trouble. Mentioning this brings up another note about the male-oriented novel he'd been reading, My Senior Brother Has Multiple Personalities. It narrated the love-hate relationship between Pei Ji and book-traveled Xiao Yiheng. Yes, it was not only bromance-heavy but also involved alternate universe crossings. A perfect storm of clichés, you might say, with enough lightning to shake the heavens. In the setting of the story, Xiao Yiheng was one of the programmers for the game, The Emperor's Duty. In his coded world, the protagonist Pei Ji started as a humble nobody, oppressed and bullied due to exposed animal ears because he lacked power. Yet through relentless struggle, he ascended to become a powerful demon ruler, mocking his enemies, seducing women, reigning over 10 lovers at night, and ultimately achieving the zenith of human achievement. A classic trope-filled, reverse-flop novel. However, due to male secondary character Xiao Yiheng's overwhelming popularity among fans, the poor programmer received a lot of criticism and woke up one day having swapped into the very body of this infamous character. Desperate to avoid the brutal fate foretold for this antagonist, a severed tongue, cut ligaments in both hands and feet, Xiao Yiheng managed to secure himself under the umbrella of the protagonist with system aid, eventually transforming the typical harem novel protagonist into a full-on gay love interest. Sounds eerily similar to his own situation, doesn't it? Both programmers, both thrown into a story world, both aided by systems, though his system turned out to be a bit defective. Yet fates diverge vastly here. While Xiao Yiheng was the secondary male lead with the ability to gain affection from others, the protagonist's goodwill wasn't accessible to our narrator. Despite his attempts to curry favor, he remained destined to die at an untimely end, much like an expendable cannon fodder. All these thoughts raced through Shui Yutan's mind within seconds. By the time the giant serpent from Shifang rushed toward him, he had already conjured a golden light seal, pushing it forth like a barrier. As the golden imprint held off the snake's assault, it quickly transformed into glowing gold ropes, wrapping tightly around the serpent's torso. The great serpent roared, crashing heavily onto the ground with a thunderous crash that kicked up clouds of dust. How mighty Master is! Xiao Yiheng exclaimed, momentarily dazed yet still managing to flatter the master. Shui Yutan waved his hand, dispersing the dust particles in front of him, not letting his guard down for a second. Firstly, according to the book's accounts, the ferocious beasts of Shifang realm were far from being so easily taken down. Secondly, there hadn't been any notification from his brain system regarding task completion. Li Xiang. Thinking carefully, Shui Yutan summoned his personal sword of essence, gripping it firmly as he prepared to deal the finishing blow. But just as he took a step forward, Pei Ji suddenly reached out and stopped him. Shui Yutan glanced naturally toward him and noticed that moments ago, the man sitting on the ground looking all calm and innocent now bore flushed cheeks and parted lips, breathing laboriously, appearing severely asthmatic. What happened? Weren't the main characters in harem novels supposed to have invincible bodies, unbreakable as cockroaches? How could someone suffer from asthma? However, judging by Pei Ji's appearance, it seemed genuine. Retrieving his sword, Shui Yutan knelt down beside Pei Ji and began loosening his collar. From what he remembered, relieving asthma required ensuring clear airways. After pulling apart the collar, Shui Yutan then proceeded to undo the man's belt buckle. His fingers had barely grazed the waistband when Pei Ji's hand shot out and caught his wrist. Surprisingly weak-looking for his age, Pei Ji's palm was noticeably smaller than Shui Yutan's, but the grip on his wrist was unnaturally strong. At this exact moment, the dust settled revealing the shadowy black mist. The unfinished python surged back with a devastating tail whip aimed directly at Shui Yutan's vital spot. Master, be careful. Xiao Yiheng promptly hid behind a tree, shouting futilely with no further contribution to the battle. He had warned against incomplete takedowns, hadn't he? Not killing someone properly, how different was that from a glorified Mother Teresa 2.0? Holding the Li Xiang again in hand, Shui Yutan prepared for the final confrontation. As he attempted to cast spells through seals, however, Pei Zhi's unrelenting grasp on his left hand prevented any magic from materializing. In his urgency, Shui Yutan glanced at the sword in his hand. Surely, the male lead losing an arm wouldn't affect the subsequent plot too much, right? He hesitated for only a second over whether or not to cut off Pei Zhi's arm when the ferocious beast's tail from Shifang realm already swept toward them. The sharpness of Shui Yutan's sword that was originally directed at Pei Zhi's arm abruptly shifted, aiming straight for the giant python instead. The collision of two forces sent a powerful blast of sword chi surging out, catapulting Pei Zhi, who possessed weaker spiritual power, far away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shui Yutan leaned on his sword and took 2 steps back. Beneath the sweeping tail strike, blood dripped from his arm. Ding! Congratulations, host has completed the apprentice-taking task, receiving 50 points and 300 prestige. Current point count, 50, prestige value, 300, task progress, 2%. What apprentice? Taking which apprentice? Who is the disciple? With a face full of black question marks, just as Shui Yutan was about to ask the system, his peripheral vision accidentally caught sight of a luminous jade tablet lying on the ground. The jade tablet, smeared with blood, had its emerald green pattern stained into a distinct Pei character by the blood. For the binding ceremony using the Kanjia Mountain Jade Tablet, aside from requiring spiritual energy seals, it also needed blood offerings from both master and disciple. Once the tablet recognized its owner, it would automatically display the surname representing identity. And precisely during that moment of fighting the fierce beast, Li Luoshu's jade tablet dropped from Shui Yutan's embrace, while he and Pei Zhi both happened to bleed coincidentally. Good, acceptable, quite aggressive. So, the system really knows how to exploit loopholes. Ding! Congratulations, host has completed the master educating task, earning 30 points and 200 prestige. Current point count, 80, prestige value, 500, task progress, 3%. As the sound from the system faded, the felled guardian beast of Shifang let out a wail and disappeared right there. Could the role of the big snake as a tool person be any more obvious? All he got in response was Xiao Yiheng's uncontrollable admiration beside him. 2 moves, it only took 2 moves for master to subdue such a mighty fierce beast, truly deserving to be called master. Suppressing his impulse to snap, Shui Yutan retracted Li Xiang into his divine consciousness and pointed his index finger, curling it towards the glowing jade tablet on the ground. The tablet floated up into the air, landing above the center of his palm. Hey! Xiao Yiheng looked at the word on the jade tablet and appeared confused. Isn't the apprentice master accepted supposed to have the surname Li? Why does the jade tablet show Pei? Pei, Pei, Pei. He repeated this surname 3 times, then suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the fallen Pei Zhi. Could it be that during the fight, master's blood accidentally mixed with this brat's, completing the pact? Not too dumb after all. Chapter 5, Rewards from the Renowned Master's Package. Shui Yutan looked at Xiao Yiheng, confirming that this child had not been possessed by a programmer. The person in front of him was definitely Xiao Yiheng himself. In his past life, he also believed so. Or rather, until he croaked inside the Qilin Lock, Xiao Yiheng wasn't possessed. The Podai from that lifetime seemed to be the male lead from the Emperor's Enterprise, wielding a script of reverse flow, strengthening himself and gathering harems as he changed maps. But what Shui Yutan saw should have been an obviously BL novel. Not thinking any further, Shui Yutan flicked his wrist, and the jade tablet hovering above his palm flew toward Pei Zhi, hanging steadily on his waist. Stunned, Pei Zhi heard Shui Yutan's voice come over. From now on, you will be my disciple, Shui Yutan's pupil. I expect you to behave properly and adhere strictly to the rules of our sect. Shui Yutan spoke with a faint tone, but Pei Zhi still detected a sense of disdain in his words, as if taking him as a disciple was a great disgrace. However, it didn't matter, Pei Zhi didn't care. As long as he could stay by this man's side, one day, he would be able to personally kill him. Once the black mist dissipated, the direction of the spirit butterflies became accurate. When Shui Yutan returned with Pei Zhi and Xiao Yiheng to the mountain gate, Li Luoshu was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Shui Yutan, Li Luoshu's excited expression hadn't lasted long on his face when, upon catching sight of Pei Zhi trailing behind Shui Yutan, his smile froze. During their martial battle, the gap between his and Pei Zhi's strength had been too vast. Based solely on skill, he wouldn't have stood a chance for even 3 moves against Pei Zhi. Yet somehow, in the end, he had managed to injure Pei Zhi quite seriously. Those who witnessed the fight might not fully understand how that happened, but how could Pei Zhi remain oblivious? If Pei Zhi said something about this in front of Shui Yutan, would his position as the master's disciple still hold? Thinking about this made Li Luoshu clutch at the hem of his robes nervously, a wave of panic rising within him. You must be junior brotherly, Xiao Yiheng, walking a step behind Shui Yutan as they entered the gate, saw the new little junior brother anxiously looking at Pei Zhi, and hurriedly moved forward to pat his shoulder in explanation. Don't misunderstand, you are master's formal disciple. That young scoundrel just got lucky while fighting monsters and accidentally formed a pact with master. There was nothing master could do about it, so he took him in. This explanation did more harm than good, for as soon as Xiao Yiheng mentioned it, Li Luoshu immediately noticed the surname inscribed jade tablet hanging around Pei Zhi's waist. That jade tablet had originally been intended for him. Blinking, Li Luoshu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot red, tears flowing down his cheeks uncontrollably. This situation flustered Xiaoyiheng, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wanting to comfort him, the words coming out instead were, "Junior brother, rest assured. Even if he becomes a disciple of the master, so what? If I don't like his antics, I'll still give him a beating. You have your senior brother backing you up, that lowly wretch won't get any advantages." Truly, truly. Li Luoshu wiped his tears away, breaking into a relieved smile and raising his head to look up at Shui Yutan. "Master, will you protect me as well, just like senior brother?" Huh. Was there supposed to be a line for him in this act? Shui Yutan answered obliquely, "Jade tablets are out of stock. I'll fetch one from your uncle tomorrow, then bestow it upon you later. Without a pass to thee, tonight, you will just have to." Before Shui Yutan finished speaking, Xiaoyiheng interrupted, answering for him. "Master, please don't worry. Junior brother can sleep with me tonight. I'll take good care of him." So eager. Aren't you targeting the wrong partner to engage in yaoi? Silently, Shui Yutan cast a glance at Pei Ji and sighed internally. At such a tender age, his wife has already been lured away by an NPC, so with whom shall this protagonist carry out homosexual activities later in life? As if sensing Shui Yutan's gaze, Pei Ji's previously lowered eyes lifted. He stared fixedly at Shui Yutan, light gleaming in his pupils. Their eyes met momentarily before Shui Yutan broke contact first, heading inside to grab some medicine. Shui Yutan handed a bottle of pills to Li Luoshu and tossed the remaining one to Pei Ji, who had collapsed on the ground due to physical exhaustion. "One pill daily, and within 7 days, your wounds will heal." The medicine bottles rolled twice on Pei Ji's body. One stopped near his hand, while the other continued rolling and fell behind him. Without much strength to remain half-seated, Pei Ji leaned back trying to retrieve the medicine bottle, revealing his crossed legs in the process. His pants were tight, adhering to his body with blood, outlining the slender contour of the youth's thighs, as well as the bulge at the thigh root. No wonder the main character of a Seed Horse novel, Polygamous, displayed extraordinary talents even as a child in certain areas. Shui Yutan caught just a glance and quickly shifted his gaze. After pondering, he decided this was unbecoming, so he turned his back to Pei Ji and snapped his fingers. Instantly, Pei Ji found himself wearing clean clothing. However, the attire was slightly large, ill-fitting for Pei Ji's petite frame. "This is..." Pei Ji glanced at the sleeve, then arched an eyebrow toward Shui Yutan. "Your clothes. What else?" In the wardrobe page provided by the system, all the fashion options available were Shui Yutan's own size. The clothes might be a bit large, but they would suffice. As long as it covered his legs. Li Luoshu looked at Pei Ji's attire and his expression turned slightly peculiar, yet he remained silent. Shui Yutan didn't respond, merely waved a hand, and Xiaoyiheng immediately understood, pulling Pei Ji up forcefully. "Master needs to rest, so scram." Once everyone had gone far enough, Shui Yutan exhaled in relief. He dragged out a recliner chair and placed it under a tree, settling down comfortably before calling out to the system. He had a belly full of complaints ready to unleash, and if he couldn't verbally thrash 2484, he wouldn't deserve to be called a well-rounded youth from the 21st century socialist society. "I'm here, System 2484 at your service." The cool voice of the system rang out just as Shui Yutan drew breath to start ranting. But suddenly, a pop-up window appeared in front of him. "Reputation points have reached the reward exchange condition for Junior Master bonus points. Would you like to redeem?" "Yes, 10-inch, number 10. Is this bait after smacking me? Trying to bribe a good young man with a small favor? I choose yes." Before the countdown finished, Shui Yutan decisively clicked the yes option. "Alright, we'll send you the Junior Master bonus points package shortly." The tone of the system sounded formal but laced with hidden amusement. This made Shui Yutan uneasy, his intuition told him that whatever package was about to arrive would likely be trouble. Indeed, the next second, he fell into a thorny bush. Hiss, thorns pierced through the fabric into his skin, eliciting a groan from Shui Yutan as he sprang up immediately. 2484, you bloody. Before he could finish, a woman's voice interrupted. Who's there? Shui Yutan quickly shut up, instinctively crouching low to hide himself in the shadow of the shrubs. You've surely watched quite a few inappropriate films, haven't you? You've got the essence of voyeurism down pat. At this moment, the words from the system were too smart for it to be just any regular AI, but Shui Yutan didn't have time to dwell on it because right after the woman's question, rustling sounds came from beyond the bushes. The next second, a beauty dressed only in a thin veil and wearing a belly band appeared right in front of him. Chapter 6, 3 Great Taboos of Kanjia Mountain. The bushes were shorter than Shui Yutan had imagined, so even though he was crouching, it still couldn't hide the glowing white Grandmaster robe on his body. Their eyes met. Just as Shui Yutan was awkwardly looking for a crack in the ground to hide in, the beauty suddenly smiled brightly upon recognizing his face, striking an exceptionally alluring pose, and flicked her fingertips at him. What a handsome young sir, would you like to play? Wong F. What kind of lewd words are these? He had opened a package from a master mentor, not some brothel experience coupon. Tong Gu, aren't you getting too high and mighty? Are you daring to add color to a system story? Shui Yutan was stunned, his crouched body stiffening as he watched the woman casually twist her way toward him. Halfway through her motion, the woman threw her gauze clothes over the bushes, and a strong fragrance immediately invaded Shui Yutan's nostrils. His right hand gathered strength as he hesitated whether or not to summon Li Light to shock her away. Suddenly, there was a from Tong Gu in his mind, followed by the surrounding images shifting. He appeared in a pitch-black environment, and the beautiful woman vanished. Sorry, wrong package opened, said Tong Gu indifferently, without any hint of sincere apology. However, Shui Yutan didn't start cursing this time, because in the darkness, he smelled a bloody odor. His nose was overwhelmed by the woman's fragrance powder, and only after he stood up did he smell the bloody stench wafting in the dark air. Not overwhelming, but he could tell it was nearby. Where am I? He asked. System, Kanjia Mountain. Isn't that obvious? Kanjia Mountain is vast, why not just specify the location? Seeing no useful answers forthcoming, Shui Yutan summoned a spirit butterfly and waved it forward. The golden spirit butterfly lit up instantly, illuminating the room and allowing Shui Yutan to see the furnishings inside. The interior decoration was simple, a bed, a table, and a chair, neatly arranged like the room of a disciple of Kanjia Mountain. Shui Yutan paid little attention to the decorations, instead sniffing around under the light of the spirit butterfly to locate the source of the bloody smell. The system wouldn't do useless things just for fun, since it was teleportation linked with the package, perhaps he could find some key props or treasures here. After all, passing games usually follow this pattern. Good news is, after searching around, Shui Yutan indeed found a critical NPC lying in bed in the inner room, his cheeks flushed red. Bad news is, this NPC turned out to be Pei Ji. It was truly infuriating, given how hard he'd been trying to avoid Pei Ji, hiding far away to places like the Pacific Ocean if possible, yet opening a gift package still led him straight to Pei Ji's side. 2484, aren't you really bored out of your mind? Shui Yutan instinctively wanted to leave, but as soon as he turned his head, the person in bed suddenly spoke up, I'm not a monster, please don't drive me away. Don't. His voice was hoarse and muffled, like someone in a nightmare fever dream. In novels featuring a hero's comeback, to create the sense of hardship and difficulty leading to his rise, certain dramatic elements must occur, such as losing one's mother at birth, losing one's father in childhood, or the entire village being wiped out during adulthood. And naturally, Pei Ji, as the male protagonist, is no exception. Thus, after successfully killing off half the villagers, Pei Ji was driven out as a monster. The nightmare he was experiencing now probably revolved around that expulsion from the village. The blood oozing from his wounds was minimal, insufficient to kill him, but the delirium. TSK, judging by Pei Ji's expression, continuing this dream would likely lead to him burning into madness. Initially wanting to ignore the matter, after all, having the main character go crazy might only benefit him in survival, Shui Yutan sighed upon hearing the pitiful choked sobs of the young man and returned to the bedside. Fine, he'd be a good Samaritan this once. Shui Yutan stepped forward, extending his hand to feel Pei Ji's forehead. It was scorching enough to cook an egg. Pei Ji was allocated the most chilling yard in the north. There was no bedding on his bed, and even the window above his head was broken. With injuries on his body, subjected to Kanjia Mountain's cold wind blowing directly onto his head, it was nearly impossible for him not to develop a fever. Shui Yutan mobilized his inner energy, transferring it through the hand placed on Pei Ji's forehead into his entire body. In Pei Ji's dream, whatever had occurred made the ghosts transformed from the ordinary people in the icy snow suddenly retreat. A glimmer of light emerged at the horizon, and he felt warmth all around him. His long eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes slightly opened. He vaguely saw a white figure sitting by his bedside. When he tried to look closer, the light in the room dimmed abruptly, pulling the white shadow into darkness. On the second day, Pei Ji woke up startled by the sound of the night watchman calling out on Kanjia Mountain. He abruptly sat up. Through the damaged windowpane, dawn's light was already visible outside. After Xiaoying gave him this broken-down house yesterday, he spent the entire night cleaning until it was barely livable. Then, being utterly exhausted, he climbed onto the bed without even treating his wounds. He had thought these wounds would surely cause a fever, but apparently, nothing happened. That white figure from yesterday, was it all a dream? Just as he was thinking, the sound of fellow disciples calling out to each other on their way to class reached his ears. Today is the day our master personally teaches us. Hurry up, or we'll miss the front spots. I know, let's go. Hey, will master teach us sword control today? Not yet, probably sword techniques. Pei Ji nimbly got up from bed, washed, and after pulling out the lining of his disciple robe, made improvised bandages to wrap his wounds. Only then did he rush towards Shui Yutan's residence. To avoid getting up early, Shui Yutan had set the classroom adjacent to his bedroom, it only took 20 steps to get there. But now, everyone was gathered, yet Shui Yutan still hadn't appeared. The students began murmuring softly, but Xiaoying silenced them with a loud reprimand. What are you all complaining about? Do you want punishment? This effectively quieted the crowd. Pei Ji stood at the back, glancing sideways through the crowd toward where Shui Yutan lived. Just as he'd been watching for 2 minutes, someone stepped in front of him. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his eyes flashed with a fleeting hint of annoyance. But when he lifted his gaze again, he had already adopted an expression of deference. He looked up at Xiao Yihan blocking his view and greeted him gently, "Senior brother." Xiao Yihan was pleased with Pei Zhi's attitude. With his hands clasped behind his back, he assumed the posture of an elder brother and said, "I see you've been staring at Master's room. Why don't you go fetch him out?" As soon as those words were spoken, there was a collective intake of breath. Everyone on Kanjia Mountain knew that the mountain had 3 great taboos: first, trespassing into the Withered Wood Forest; second, touching Yu Li's alchemical stove; and third, waking Shui Yutan. Even worse, waking Shui Yutan was considered the greatest taboo of all. Sending Pei Zhi to wake him might as well have been sending Pei Zhi to die. Everyone present understood this, yet not a single one came forward to warn Pei Zhi. Though Pei Zhi didn't fully understand the implications, he could tell from the looks on others' faces that this wasn't a good task. Xiao Yihan, seeing that Pei Zhi wasn't moving, thought he was about to refuse and was just preparing to prod him further when Pei Zhi tilted his eyes with a slight smile and responded lightly, "Sure." The easiness of his agreement left Xiao Yihan momentarily speechless. As Pei Zhi walked past, Li Luoshu tugged on Xiao Yihan's sleeve. "Elder brother, why not let me call the master instead? Look at Pei Zhi's harsh voice, it might scare the master." Xiao Yihan pulled Li Luoshu aside and explained quietly. The voice was too low, and Pei Zhi only vaguely caught some phrases like, "finished," "punished." Since Shui Yutan's place was so close, Pei Zhi had quickly arrived at the door. Standing outside, he knocked gently and called, "Master." There was no answer for quite a while. He knocked again, about to call out once more, when the door, which had been closed, suddenly burst open with a surge of spiritual energy. Following this, 2 crystal teacups flew straight toward his head. Though Pei Zhi lacked magical power, he was nimble enough to immediately sidestep and avoid them. The teacups shattered on the ground with crisp sounds. Then came a sleepy muttering from inside, "After tossing and turning all night, I finally fall asleep, and which bastard dares to wake me up?" Following the voice, Pei Zhi saw Shui Yutan sit up under the mosquito net. His arm, as clear and smooth as jade, reached out and lifted part of the simple curtain. Through the gap, Pei Zhi could clearly see the half-open collar of Shui Yutan's robe. And beneath the collar, a faint red mark on the elegant clavicle. Chapter 7, wanting to capture Shui Yutan's attention. It looked like a bruise from bumping into something hard while sleeping. The red mark contrasted beautifully with Shui Yutan's fair skin, just as the cold plum flower falling into the snow does not diminish its beauty but adds more charm. Pei Zhi found himself staring at that spot for several seconds. When he snapped back to reality, Shui Yutan had already drawn the bed curtains and laid down again. Seeing this, Pei Zhi was about to leave when Shui Yutan suddenly called him back, "Come in." Pei Zhi's eyes flickered with a trace of confusion, but he still obeyed and walked into the room. Shui Yutan was still lying on the bed, only his head had been turned around. He lay across the bed, tilting his head towards the edge, causing his long tresses to cascade down like a waterfall, a section of them landing on the floor. The figure lying in bed didn't open his eyes, and in a semi-conscious state, gave an order, "Be quick with tying my hair." In previous lifetimes, although Shui Yutan died early, he did not endure much hardship before death. Not only were all his needs provided for, even the trouble of combing his hair was handled by a specific attendant. After entering the story world, every time after being out and about with an awkward hairstyle resembling a messy bun for the 12th time, Feng Mingjue arranged a diligent and willing servant to specially manage his hair. That servant might not be skilled at cultivating magic power, but he excelled in combing shiny, neatly styled hair. So whenever Shui Yutan had to rush off for lessons, he would stay lying in bed and allow the servant to arrange his hair for him before getting up. This saved both effort and let him lie in bed a bit longer. Now, lost in drowsiness, Shui Yutan instinctively assumed it was the servant nearby. Not sensing any movement after speaking, Shui Yutan thought the servant must have been searching for hairpins, and quickly handed over a jade hairpin that had fallen on the bed. Pei Zhi accepted the hairpin, crouching down as instructed, inserting his long-fingered tips into Shui Yutan's scattered hair. The long hair felt soft and smooth, subtly fragrant with sandalwood. But Pei Zhi's attention wasn't there. He stared at the sharp tip of the white jade hairpin in his hand, his gaze focusing on the carotid artery on Shui Yutan's neck. If he acted now, he was confident that he could pierce through Shui Yutan's entire neck with one strike. But he couldn't afford to gamble. Before joining the Kanjia Mountain sect, he had heard that the 3 great masters had reached the stage of divine transformation, equivalent to half-immortals. Immortals are protected by their life-bound swords. If his strike failed, he would face the contempt of the entire immortal sect. Moreover, such a death would be too lenient for him. As Pei Zhi pondered, his hands deftly tied Shui Yutan's hair according to yesterday's style, securing it with the white jade hairpin. "Master, I'm done." Although his fever had subsided last night, Pei Zhi's voice was still hoarse and rough when he spoke. Shui Yutan replied absent-mindedly but immediately realized something was amiss. Why did this voice sound so familiar? It wasn't the voice of a servant, but rather someone else who had cried out during a nightmare last night. It was Pei Ji. Startled awake, Shui Yutan found Pei Ji's smirk right in front of his widened eyes. This jolt instantly shook off his sleepiness. What had he just done? An NPC dared to treat the protagonist as if he were a servant. Was he begging for death? Shui Yutan quickly scrambled off the bed, put on his outer robe facing away, and by the time he turned back, his features had returned to their usual icy, dispassionate expression. To cover up his earlier mistake, Shui Yutan deliberately asked, "Why are you here?" "My senior brother sent me to invite Master to go outside and teach." After saying this, Pei Ji added another sentence, "Later, Master told me to come in and help tie your hair. Do you find my craftsmanship satisfactory?" The conversation has come full circle. The young man was good at making small talk, he mentioned precisely what was awkward. Shui Yutan lightly coughed and didn't reply, instead leading the way out first. When Pei Ji appeared safely in front of everyone, Xiao Yiheng was slightly surprised. The last person who disturbed Shui Yutan's sleep had been publicly stripped of his basic constitution and thrown into the firewood shed. How could Pei Ji escape unscathed? Such an outcome made Xiao Yiheng uneasy to report to Li Luoshu, but with Shui Yutan present, he dared not confront Pei Ji immediately. He could only turn around and glare fiercely at Pei Ji. Pei Ji stood quietly at the back of the crowd, ignoring Xiao Yiheng's glares completely. As he gazed at Shui Yutan standing on the platform teaching, wielding the fine tender branch, he inexplicably remembered once again the glimpse of the red mark he saw on his collarbone. His skin was sensitive enough to become red merely from pressing a hairpin, so if struck elsewhere with a branch, wouldn't it leave similar marks? Startled by a sudden thought that occurred to him, Pei Ji suddenly snapped awake and quickly diverted his gaze. Just as he was about to continue practicing with the sword, his own twig was knocked away by an oncoming one. Looking over, he saw Li Luoshu holding a branch and rushing towards him. "Younger brother Pei, come spar with me." Pei Ji didn't want to deal with someone of Li Luoshu's ilk, a person who used unfair means in duels and wasn't above using concealed weapons to injure others. Bending down to retrieve his branch, Pei Ji planned to take a few steps back, looking for a roomier spot to practice alone. But with Xiao Yiheng backing him up, Li Luoshu completely looked down on Pei Ji. The more Pei Ji endured, the more Li Luoshu took advantage, feeling that Pei Ji was easy prey. When Pei Ji remained silent, Li Luoshu launched an aggressive attack straight at his face. Shui Yutan was still seated on the podium from the lecture and had just turned around to take a sip of tea when Pei Ji got into a fight. Truly worthy of being the male lead, wherever he went, he drew attention. Just then, Shui Yutan shouted encouragement, "In a duel, there's no need to stop after making contact, unless the person is dead, go all out. None of my disciples should be cowards." Li Luoshu's every move carried lethal intent. Unwilling to harm anyone, Pei Ji only defended without counterattacking. However, after hearing Shui Yutan's words, he swiftly turned his wrist, forming a graceful sword flower with the branch, and proactively struck toward Li Luoshu, gradually forcing him backward. Li Luoshu couldn't match Pei Ji's skill and tripped on the steps while retreating, falling ungracefully onto the ground. As he looked up again, Pei Ji's branch was already pressing against his throat. "You lost," Pei Ji said this with a glance at Li Luoshu, not even bothering to look directly at him. Instead, his eyes lingered on Shui Yutan, hoping perhaps for some praise regarding his victory. But there was nothing. Shui Yutan only briefly glanced at him before shifting his gaze toward Li Luoshu. Pei Ji heard Shui Yutan say to Li Luoshu, "Well done. Though you've lost this time, your courage deserves recognition, win it back next time." As for the victor himself, not a single word came his way. No praise, no care, not even a single reprimand. It was as if Pei Ji were transparent, directly overlooked by Shui Yutan. Stiffly standing there, Pei Ji let the branch slip from his hand, letting it hang loosely at his side. His face grew increasingly grim with reluctance. A new emotion started to grow within him, a yearning to be acknowledged by Shui Yutan occupied his mind, even surpassing the previous thought of wanting Shui Yutan dead. Chapter 8, Beating Pei Ji with 20 Punishment Whips. Shui Yutan naturally had no idea what Pei Ji was thinking at this moment. He only wanted to eat rice now. Last night, after transferring spiritual energy to Pei Ji, it was already midnight. He didn't sleep for long before being pulled up again for a lecture. Now, he was both hungry and sleepy, so he just wanted to sneak a few delicious dishes back to his room to eat. Why use the word sneak? Well, it's somewhat embarrassing. The several altar masters of Kanjia Mountain have been abstaining from food for many years, eating nothing but pure air. Shui Yutan is no exception. But the original master is one thing, he is another. Having worked as an office worker in the 21st century for many years, how could he be satisfied living a cultivation life that involves drinking northwestern wind without eating? How could that be acceptable? Not allowing him to eat would be like killing his parents, it couldn't be endured, absolutely not. Shui Yutan remembered that there was a skilled chef in the kitchen who made pastries with exquisite aroma, flavor, and appearance. Now, while no one was around, he came to steal a few pieces of pastry. Wasn't that reasonable? With that thought, he sneaked into the kitchen and started looking for food. For several days in a row, this was how Shui Yutan lived. It wasn't because he lacked ambition. It's just that among everyone on Kanjia Mountain, he was the most idle. Except for dedicating an hour on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday each week to teaching, the rest of the time was left for disciples to practice freely, leaving no need for him. Major affairs were handled by the sect leader Feng Mingju, while minor matters were well arranged by Yu Li. There truly wasn't much use for him. So, he had no choice but to come to the kitchen for food. As he stuffed his mouth full, voices of the sect's junior disciples hurriedly approaching were heard at the door. Quickly, boil hot water. Someone fell into the cold spring. Shui Yutan swallowed the food in his mouth and spared a glance at the newcomer. It looked like Ling Feng, apprentice of the second altar master Yu Li, average martial prowess, but skilled in some medical techniques learned from Yu Li. In the plot, he was a named NPC. A chef grabbed Ling Feng curiously and asked, who fell in? Snow Senior's disciple. Ling Feng poured the water from the bucket into the pot hastily, then added more firewood at the stove door before continuing. I don't know how Xiao Yiheng started fighting with the new animal-eared junior brother in the training ground, but someone ended up falling in. By the time they were rescued, the person was in bad shape. Luckily, my master passed by, and so sent me here to boil water to save the person. Humph, this plot sounded familiar somehow. In male romance novels, which chapter was it? Shui Yutan tilted his head and thought for 3 seconds, then his pupils widened instantly. Training ground plus Xiao Yiheng plus Pei Ji. Isn't this exactly the plot of the Cold Spring incident? In the original novel, due to sect leader Feng Mingju casually praising Pei Ji as a good seed for cultivation, Xiao Yiheng felt resentful and challenged Pei Ji to the training ground. Initially, Xiao Yiheng just wanted to push Pei Ji into the water, but unexpectedly, he was the one who fell in and got seriously ill afterward. So, he lied and claimed that Pei Ji intentionally pushed him. Since Pei Ji had only just entered Kanjia Mountain and was aloof and taciturn, he was not liked by his peers. Thus, after being falsely accused by Xiao Yiheng, Pei Ji had a hard time proving his innocence and was punished by Shui Yutan with 20 whipping lashes, thrown into the dead forest to feed wolves. And the main story development began after the Cold Spring incident. Ah, so was the thunderous plot of the heavenly novel, Big Brother Has Multiple Personalities, finally going to begin? Is the second male lead about to be soul-switched and start seducing the first male lead, successfully transforming a harem-style story into a male romance? The thought made him feel a little excited. Ding. At this moment, the system notification sound rang out in his mind as scheduled. Congratulations, host has triggered the main quest, True Affection shown at the Cold Spring. Please proceed to the training ground to carry out the punishment for Pei Ji, ensuring the smooth development of the subsequent plots. Quest reward, 100 points, prestige value, 500. What nonsense was this, True Affection at the Cold Spring? If you can't think of a task title, don't force it, okay? His task was to whip people, not act as a matchmaker helping hook up the male leads. Moreover, with one lash, he might not see true affection but definitely see death. In the original, Shui Yutan's whip for punishing Pei Ji had reverse thorns, and when combined with spiritual power, it directly peeled off a layer of skin from Pei Ji. Such violent and bloody punishment methods were too extreme for him, a youth of socialism, to commit. Anyway, the system did not specify how the punishment should be done, so he decided to go gentle. How about directly slapping the main character across the face and then throwing him into the dead forest? This way, it would ensure the main character went into the dead forest fully healthy to tame his mount while also completing the main quest, securing his survival. Just as he thought of this, the system enhancement sound rang out a second time in his mind. Attention, this task involves fixed punishment methods. Please complete the task of punishing Pei Ji with 20 disciplinary whips within the specified time. Overtime will result in task failure, and upon failure, double the reward points will be deducted. Please take note of the time. Current task countdown, 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Was it really necessary for the system to issue tasks with such a heavy emphasis? He had every reason to suspect that after the system detected his thoughts, it added mandatory rules as a response. But so what if they were mandatory rules? What did it mean to have double points deducted for failure? He just earned 80 points from completing 2 tasks, and now he'd lose 200, this would not only zero out his points but also leave him with a negative balance of 120. That's enough to obliterate him twice over. 2484, am I alive just to bother you? Hiding in the kitchen cabinet, Shui Yutan was angry but careful not to let Ling Feng hear him, so he spoke much softer than usual. There was no acting in this yell, it was all raw emotion. But all he got in return was one sentence from the system, good luck. Wish your grandpa luck. By the time Shui Yutan arrived at the training ground, a crowd surrounded Xiao Yiheng, and the lead junior sister was sobbing uncontrollably. It was clear that the male protagonist's drama with Xiao Yiheng had already concluded, with Xiao Yiheng having fallen into the cold spring and succeeded in framing Pei Ji. Shui Yutan's face darkened as he prepared to scold them in an intimidating tone when suddenly the younger sister came toward him wailing, Master, elder brother. Wah! Elder brother. Ling Yu was Shui Yutan's only female disciple and had returned home a couple of days ago. She just came back today, making this her first encounter with this life's version of Shui Yutan. As the childhood sweetheart destined to be part of the male protagonist's harem, Ling Yu's beauty was naturally exquisite, like a lotus emerging from clear water, or frost mistaken for moonlight. Don't misuse ancient poetry if you don't know it, it makes you seem uneducated. The system was becoming increasingly talkative these days. Fine, you're cultured. Big deal. Shui Yutan restrained himself from arguing with the system and gently patted Ling Yu on the head, saying, your master is here to address this very matter. Don't cry, I will surely seek justice for your elder brother. Ling Yu wiped away her tears and gave a confused snort, just about to explain further, when she heard Shui Yutan roar loudly at Pei Ji. How dare you harm a fellow disciple and push your elder brother into the water? Wicked disciple, get down on your knees now. In an instant, the entire training ground became as silent as the grave. Chapter 9, Who's the good guy taking a shower with pants on? Pei Ji frowned and stepped out from the crowd, standing before Shui Yutan. However, he didn't kneel as instructed, instead, he just stood quietly with his eyes cast downward. Up close, Shui Yutan noticed that Pei Ji's blue disciple robes were drenched with water. His body and face were soaked, even the fluffy beast ears on top of his head hung limply, making him look pitifully sad. Since he was looking down, Shui Yutan couldn't clearly see Pei Ji's expression, but through his dangling wet strands of hair, he could glimpse the frost coating on his curled eyelashes. What's going on here? Shouldn't Xiao Yiheng be the one who fell in the water? How come it seems like Pei Ji is the real, wet chicken? Shui Yutan was confused about which part went wrong when Ling Yu hurried over to explain, Master, you've misunderstood. Junior brother Pei did it to save me. He didn't injure senior brother. Instead, it was senior brother who. Ling Yu glanced at Xiao Yiheng, seemingly hesitant to say more, perhaps giving Xiao Yiheng an opportunity to clear things up for himself. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Yiheng stepped forward amidst the surrounding crowd, Master, I had no intention. I was sparring with junior brother Pei, when suddenly elder sister Moon rushed out. I didn't have time to pull back my move, thus knocking junior brother Pei into the cold spring. Omega? Shui Yutan wore a completely perplexed face. What exactly happened here? Was there something wrong with his hearing? Tell it again, who pushed him into the cold spring? This wasn't how the original plot unfolded, you know. Such arbitrary changes in the storyline really made things difficult for him. It made the severe words he just said seem like a joke. Pei Ji didn't utter a single word throughout the process. Only after the situation was clarified, did he raise his slightly bowed eyes, his gaze laced with a faint smile, the one who harmed the fellow disciple isn't me. Master, I've disappointed you. It was quite disappointing indeed. The legitimate reason for whipping disappeared, and now, what would he use to complete the storyline? Pei Ji was always cautious, and in normal circumstances, it was impossible to find fault with him. He couldn't randomly assign a false charge just to complete the task, could he? Moreover, apart from the crime of harming fellow disciples, what other charges could allow someone to get beaten nearly to death and thrown into the deadwood forest to feed wolves? Alas, melancholy, truly melancholy. As Shui Yutan stared with melancholic eyes towards Pei Ji for the sake of completing the task, the meaning of this gaze changed once it entered Pei Ji's perception. In these days since coming to Kanjia Mountain, he could distinctly feel Shui Yutan's aversion towards him. No matter how elegantly he executed his sword techniques, he always seemed invisible in Shui Yutan's eyes. Even moments earlier, Shui Yutan had been chatting animatedly with Li Luoshu, yet the moment he approached, Shui Yutan instantly pulled back the smile on his face and moved aside, as if trying to avoid some dirty thing that shouldn't be touched. Now without even checking the facts, Shui Yutan has already assumed that he had injured a fellow disciple. How laughable. The feelings of anger and frustration spread within Pei Ji. The forced smile on his face disappeared. His heterochromatic eyes half covered, his teeth clenched tightly. Shui Yutan failed to notice the change in Pei Ji's facial expression. He leaned closer toward Yuli, who was watching from the side, planning to use a greeting gesture towards Yuli to bypass this awkward pause. But just as he took 2 steps and reached halfway between Pei Ji and Yuli, Pei Ji suddenly started coughing while covering his mouth, swaying unsteadily as though he would fall at any second. Shui Yutan paused mid-step. As he was mentally deciding whether or not to lend a hand, Ling Yu had already rushed forward and supported Pei Ji. Her face filled with worry, her eyes reddened. Junior brother Pei, are you okay? Pei Ji shook his head, attempting to shake off her support but failing. He coughed twice again, shaking his head weakly, I'm fine. Though Pei Ji stubbornly insisted with his words, his body betrayed him, sliding down like a leaf losing its strength under the wind. Although Pei Ji was currently frail, Ling Yu was a girl and could not bear his weight as he fell backward. If Shui Yutan hadn't reacted quickly and provided a timely support, both of them might have fallen. What to do? What to do? That cold spring holds extreme cold energy. Even a senior brother at the foundation building level falling in would end up gravely ill. Junior brother Pei has only just entered the sect and hasn't even reached the chi practicing stage. Without protective spiritual energy, being exposed to such cold energy could possibly result in death. In the cultivation world, martial capabilities generally divide into levels, chi practicing foundation building golden core spirit embryo transformation into deity union with Tao. Based on the initial setting from the book, Xiao Yiheng and Pei Zhi were both at the lowest end of the qi practicing stage. Ling Yu's concern was reasonable. However, as the one holding the script, Shui Yuten wasn't worried about Pei Zhi's condition at all. Considering he was the main character capable of bedding 10 women in a night in the book, his physical fitness should make dealing with cold toxins as easy as eating pickled radishes, completely ordinary. Before Shui Yuten could respond, Ling Yu burst into tears. It's all my fault. I wasn't paying attention to the situation and recklessly ran towards senior brother Xiao, thus causing junior brother Pei to fall into trouble, woo-woo. Enough, stop crying, said Shui Yuten, whose headache was exacerbated by Ling Yu's weeping. Placing his hand on Pei Zhi's wrist, he simultaneously transmitted warmth-infused spiritual energy while glancing at Yuli who was watching nearby. Isn't your disciple already boiling water? So what now, do we send him to your quarters or mine? This sounded somewhat strange. Yuli arched an eyebrow and flicked open his folding fan with a swish. Send him to the medical lodge. Fan in hand beside the cold spring, Yuli certainly wouldn't stop looking cool for even a second. Shui Yuten suppressed the urge to roll his eyes as he lifted Pei Zhi and teleported directly to the medical lodge. When it came to magical arts, Yuli had an edge over Shui Yuten, and adding to that was the fact that he was hauling along the baggage known as Pei Zhi. Hence, they arrived at the medical lodge slightly later than Yuli and Ling Feng, who were already ready with the medicine-filled tubs awaiting them. Upon seeing their arrival, Yuli didn't waste time on pleasantries and gave a direct order, strip. After tossing in some herbs into the bucket, he added nonchalantly, what needs to be stripped? Whose clothes were supposed to be stripped off? And by whom? Shui Yuten looked at Pei Zhi, then at Yuli, finally incredulously pointing at himself. Me. I strip him. In front of all these people, undressing the main male character entirely seemed quite improper. Though Shui Yuten verbally protested, his hands worked swiftly and within moments had peeled off Pei Zhi's wet outer robe. To think, although Pei Zhi looked thin like a bean sprout, under the robes lay not only unexpected physical charm but also abs. Come on, even the perfect antagonist didn't have such good abs. How come this skinny bean sprout does? Extreme jealousy bubbled up inside Shui Yuten as his hands moved lower to remove Pei Zhi's inner garments. Or perhaps it was just his imagination, but at the very moment when his fingers touched the waistband of Pei Zhi's pants, he swore he saw the skin below flinch. Grasping the edge of the underwear, Shui Yuten was about to fully disrobe Pei Zhi when Yuli, who had just returned from collecting medicinal herbs, happened to glance over. With a puzzled tone, he asked, just for a medicated bath, there's no need to strip this thoroughly, right? What? Wasn't this the standard procedure? Who showers in their underwear unless they're the hero? Shui Yuten was about to retort when Yuli's next words froze his hands midair. Because Yuli continued, anyway, you will have to join him in the bath later. If you both are naked facing each other, wouldn't that be embarrassing? WTHF. What kind of twist was this? He'd never heard about double bathing being necessary to detoxify cold poison before. Chapter 10, Pei Zhi had murderous intentions. I didn't fall into the cold pool, I feel perfectly fine. Why should I soak too? Shui Yuten questioned with a hint of bewilderment. Staring at the various herbs floating in the tub, he added, all medicine is somewhat toxic. Are you trying to poison me so you can seize my northern courtyard inheritance? Yuli was too lazy to answer him. Ling Feng, who was busy pouring water into the bucket, opened his mouth to explain, to detoxify the cold poison, apart from soaking in hot medicinal baths as an aid, one also needs a highly skilled elder to guard the process. And right now, your uncle is the most suitable candidate. Me? You mean master, whose cultivation surpasses mine? Why doesn't he do it himself? Shui Yuten pointed at Yuli. Ling Feng was stumped for a moment and blurted out, could it be, because the disciple with beast ears is actually your junior? What beast ears? He has a name, it's Pei Zhi. Even Shui Yuten didn't notice that there was a tone of protection in his words at this moment. Yes, it's junior brother Pei, Ling Feng corrected according to what was said, about to say more but was interrupted by Yuli, why bother explaining so much nonsense to him? Yuli glanced at Shui Yuten without any change of expression on his face. Instead, he shook his fan once again, if you don't want treatment, leave. TSK, this cool, domineering, and cocky demeanor is being performed impeccably by this person. Shui Yuten had never experienced such frustration before, and immediately slammed the table in indignation. Ling Feng thought he was going to explode, but saw in the next moment, Shui Yuten smiling as he wormed his way behind Yuli, massaging and kneading his back and shoulders. Treatment, of course we need treatment. Director Yu, how should I assist? What position do you prefer? From the front or the back? These were very formal questions, yet coming out of Shui Yuten's mouth, they seemed utterly informal. Is it true then, that someone without shame truly becomes invincible? Yuli put away his fan and patiently explained the subsequent steps. During the detoxifying process, I will unblock his Yunmen and Xiaobai acupoints from behind. These 2 points are connected to the lungs, and when they're opened, the cold qi will dissipate. Your task is to protect him using your qi while the cold qi leaves his body, ensuring it doesn't flow back in. It sounded rather simple. But why do I have to take off my clothes when I could just do it with them on? It seems like a superfluous step. Xue Yuten's confusion went unanswered because Yuli got up and headed to sterilize the golden needles after finishing his explanation. With no other choice, Xue Yuten had to also take off his outer robe and submerge himself in the water. Just as he sat down, he jumped back up instantly. My god, this isn't bathing, this is boiling pigs. This temperature must be over 50 degrees Celsius. Sure, Pei Ji is cold like ice, needing some warmth. But why must I suffer alongside the protagonist if I'm perfectly healthy? Gritting his teeth through the pain, Xue Yuten tried to get out but was pressed down by Yu Li's single hand. It started. Don't fidget. Who exactly is fidgeting here? He suspected that Yu Li might be seizing this opportunity to seek revenge under the guise of work. The water temperature showed no signs of cooling under the influence of the herbs, instead becoming even hotter. The skin touching water above 50 degrees Celsius would burn within 20 minutes, not to mention, the current water temperature certainly exceeded 50 degrees. Snow Yuten's skin turned red from the heat. Sweat dripped down from his cheeks, drenching his barely uncovered undergarments. Steam enveloped everything, clouding his vision with haze. Under these circumstances, he couldn't help but scoot closer to Pei Ji, seeking the cooler presence. Outside the wooden tub, Yu Li began to insert the needles and chant mantras. If not for the knowledge of Yu Li's undeniable skills, Xue Yuten would have thought Yu Li was just putting on an act of exorcism rituals. An infant lies in the palace, 9 truths reside in the room. Tai flows, extinguishing all evil. The celestial passage is clear, manifest. As Yu Li recited the unfamiliar mantra, all the golden needles embedded in Pei Ji instantly popped out, releasing a wave of cold air, causing the previously steaming bucket of water to rapidly cool down. Pei Ji furrowed his brows in pain, his tightly closed eyes abruptly opening, grabbing hold of Xue Yuten's neck. What? Yu Li hadn't told him there'd be a neck-grabbing incident. Li Guang sensed its master's peril and automatically detached from his consciousness, slicing towards Pei Ji. Simultaneously, Yu Li called out, right now, quick, cast your spell. Snow Yuten had no choice but to use spiritual power to prevent the released cold energy from re-entering Pei Ji's body while simultaneously focusing on stabilizing Li Guang, which was attacking Pei Ji. The soul-bound sword, perceiving danger, automatically acted to protect its master. Stubbornly persistent, until Pei Ji releases him, it continued to hold Snow Yuten at bay, refusing to retreat unless cutting Pei Ji was achieved. One after another, something strange happened. Not only was the system malfunctioning, but even the soul-bound sword was unreliable. Thus, Snow Yuten had no extra strength to break free from Pei Ji's grip on his neck. Snow Yuten sighed mentally, expressing exhaustion. As Pei Ji's grip tightened, Li Guang's attacks became more aggressive. Xue Yuten had no choice but to shout Pei Ji's name, attempting to awaken his consciousness. Pei Ji! Stop! In the haze, Pei Ji heard the call and momentarily regained clarity in his eyes. However, upon recognizing Xue Yuten, not only did he not loosen his hold, but his grip intensified even further. Instantly, Xue Yuten struggled to breathe as his cheeks, surrounded by hot steam, turned from flushed red to deep purple. A brief lack of oxygen left a gap in Xue Yuten's protective shield, allowing the cold qi trapped outside Pei Ji's body to redirect forcefully towards him. Yu Li sensed the anomaly and deflected the attack with a wave of his hand, but still, a small amount of cold qi managed to seep into Xue Yuten's body. The surrounding spiritual energy began to fluctuate wildly. Li Guang also lost control and was about to strike down on Pei Ji when Xue Yuten quickly embraced the person before him. While pressing Pei Ji into his chest, he used his own body to block Li Guang's assault. Li Guang dissipated upon touching Xue Yuten's skin and once again concealed itself in his spiritual awareness. However, the sharp edge of the blade split Xue Yuten's inner garments into 2 pieces, leaving a shallow scratch on his pale, flawless back. Master, Pei Ji seemed to regain full consciousness at this moment, exaggeratedly calling out as he removed the hand gripping Xue Yuten's neck. He remained curled up in Xue Yuten's arms without getting up, with red-rimmed eyes as if on the verge of tears. Master, it wasn't intentional. I don't even know what I've done. Though these words sounded sincere, Yu Li stared intently at Pei Ji's tearful face, narrowing his eyes. If Yu Li's observation was accurate, the boy had already regained consciousness when Xue Yuten called out his name, yet he continued to choke Xue Yuten tightly. Was it true that Pei Ji harbored murderous intentions, or was he just imagining too much? Unlike Yu Li's suspicion, given the urgent situation, Xue Yuten as the party involved, failed to notice Pei Ji's subtle moves. Confirming the removal of the cold poison, he pushed Pei Ji aside and planned to step out of the wooden tub. But something tripped him, causing his body to slip and fall back in. Struggling in the water trying to regain his balance, Xue Yuten accidentally grabbed onto something. Chapter 11, it's his turn to decide life and death. Xue Yutan was surprised but hadn't figured out what it was yet when, the next second, she was scooped out of the water by Pei Ji and shoved aside. Judging from Pei Ji's reaction, could it be that? Cough, cough. This kid, a quick soak in cool water and he's all riled up, truly gifted. Xue Yutan coughed awkwardly and got up, stepping out of the bathtub. She snapped her fingers, and her wet clothes instantly changed into a fresh set. After fixing her hair, she turned her gaze and saw that Pei Zhi had already climbed out of the wooden tub and neatly put on his robe. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries with Yuli, Shui Yutan left with Pei Zhi. On the way back, Shui Yutan remained silent, and Pei Zhi, walking behind her, also didn't say a word. As they entered the northern courtyard, the weather suddenly became cold. He didn't have the profound magic skills of Shui Yutan to dry his clothes instantly, so after climbing out of the bathtub earlier, he had no choice but to wear his robe over his damp pants. Now, with the cold wind blowing, the wet clothes under Pei Zhi's robe froze him shivering, sneezing several times in a row. He touched his nose, hugging himself tightly to try and warm up, when Shui Yutan, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped. "Come here." Shui Yutan didn't turn around, she just beckoned with a backward gesture. Pei Zhi wasn't immediately sure if Shui Yutan was talking to him, so he looked around and realized there were only the two of them. Thus, he took a few steps forward and stood beside her. Shui Yutan wasted no time and reached out to grasp one of Pei Zhi's wrists. Instantly, a steady flow of heat traveled through their contact, spreading warmth through every inch of Pei Zhi's body, making him no longer feel the chill. This sensation reminded Pei Zhi of that night in the bedroom when, in his dreams, there seemed to be a similar warmth. He looked at Shui Yutan, whose expression was still emotionless, not even sparing him a glance, but as they continued walking, her hand, which gripped his, did not let go. Pei Zhi couldn't quite discern how he felt. Just moments before, he had thought of pretending to be unaware and trying to kill Shui Yutan at the first chance, but this person didn't seem to hold any grudges. Not only did she block a knife for him, but now she expended spiritual energy to warm his body. What was Shui Yutan thinking? Or rather, what did she want from him? This was Pei Zhi's first reaction. Sure enough, the next second, Shui Yutan abruptly asked, "Do you want to become stronger?" Of course, he wanted to become stronger. Once he grew stronger than Shui Yutan, it would be his turn to decide life and death. At that point, whether Shui Yutan lived or died would depend entirely on his own will. So, Pei Zhi nodded. "There's an opportunity right now to become stronger. Do you want it?" As Shui Yutan observed Pei Zhi's expression, she pondered on how to dig a trap without it being too obvious. There was no other option, the countdown notification kept flashing in her mind. For more hours had passed, and it was almost dark. Yet, the mission progress had stagnated. Shui Yutan decided to take the initiative. If there's no crime, then we'll fabricate one for the protagonist. Hurting fellow sect members wouldn't work, so what about treason? Based on her full memory of the story, there was a perfect opportunity for treason coming up. Chanya Mountain prided itself as a major cultivator sect, viewing demons and monsters as its greatest enemies. If they could catch Pei Zhi consorting with demons, his 20-lash punishment would be certain. She remembered that in the plot, after the cold pool comes the yummy river. The female version of Shui Yutan had sent her favorite disciple, Xiaoyiheng, to find the spirit grass in order to secure his position as top disciple. Unfortunately, Xiaoyiheng failed. Not only did he fall victim to the demon realm's seduction charm and lose the grass, but he also inadvertently led the demon world people inside the sect gates. Fortunately, Feng Mingju discovered this in time, preventing further loss. Now, since the cold pool incident plot has changed, the yummy river plot must also change accordingly. After asking, without waiting for Pei Zhi's response, Shui Yutan said, "The spirit grass of the yummy river blooms once every 30 years and bears fruit once every 30 years. And currently, it's the time when the spirit grass is mature. I want you to retrieve it for me. Can you do it?" Pei Zhi's dark eyes flickered. He didn't ask whether it was difficult or not, nor did he say whether he could do it. Instead, he questioned, "To whom will the master give the spirit grass?" What does that mean? Is this child assuming she wants to use him as a hitman, gathering the grass to then offer it to another disciple? Wah, what a twist of the main character's mind. Shui Yutan quickly reassured him, "The spirit grass enhances one's power. You want to become stronger, don't you? Whatever spirit grass you get will naturally belong to you. When you return, I'll have your uncle you process it for you and refine it into medicine." Pei Zhi accepted the mission. "When would you like me to go, master?" Time was tight, perhaps now. But Shui Yutan didn't have the heart to say it outright. He released his hand from Pei Zhi's wrist after passing on the spiritual energy and replied nonchalantly, "Whenever suits you." Good. Shui Yutan had expected Pei Zhi to rest for a night before setting off, but when he woke up in the middle of the night to sneak outside to spy on Pei Zhi's small house with a sword ready, he found that Pei Zhi had already packed and left. No wonder the main character succeeded in the end. With this kind of diligence, there's nothing he couldn't accomplish. The next day, at the headmaster's hall of Kanjia Mountain, Shui Yutan leaned against the chair while estimating Pei Zhi's progress in the Yuming River in her mind and listening to Feng Mingju's chatter. From the old man's words, she gathered that some demon trouble had arisen in the Jiangnan region and people came to Mount Kanjia asking the Taoist cultivators to descend and exorcise the demon. However, as an old bone himself who didn't want to travel, he was questioning whether Yu Li or herself should be assigned to take care of the matter. As the acknowledged waste product of Mount Kanjia among the older generation, such a physically demanding task generally wouldn't fall to her. So Shui Yutan leisurely drank her tea, stretched out her feet to hook one leg of the chair to drag another nearby over to rest her legs and get into a more comfortable slouching position. But either the sound of dragging the chair legs across the floor was too grating and bothered Yu Li, or this guy just had it out for her. The moment Shui Yutan put her feet up, Yu Li's voice resounded throughout the grand hall. I heard that the third sect master has nowhere to practice his skills recently, practicing sword techniques even late at night. Perhaps this exorcising task could be given to him. Yu Li turned the conversation towards her, his lips slightly curling into a smirk, half smile, half sneer, like a fox. What? Did Yu Li install a surveillance system in her yard? Otherwise, how did he know she practiced the sword at such late hours? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Feng Mingju became intrigued. I never thought, Shui Yutan, you were working so hard. Would the headmaster believe me if I said I got up in the middle of the night to look for a good spot to poop instead of secretly spying on disciples? Feng Mingju wore a look of, I believe you, then immediately assigned the mission to Shui Yutan without further discussion. As Shui Yutan was about to make a weak attempt to argue, the prompt tone from the system suddenly sounded in her head. Chapter 12, The Legendary Disaster Avoidance Pill. Congratulations, host has triggered a side quest, Subdue the Jiangnan Demonic Menace. This quest rewards 50 points and 500 prestige. Another task. The previous time-limited main quest hasn't been cleared yet, and here comes another sideline. Doesn't he know he's practically dead weight? Shui Yutuan immediately and decisively responded with 3 rejections in a row. Ugly refusal, thanks. Are you saying the reward of 500 prestige points isn't enough for brother host? From the split personality system, Tong Mei's voice came through. Didn't your brother tell you that when prestige points reach a certain level, they can be exchanged for a high-grade mentor point package? Another high-grade mentor point package? When Shui Yutuan thought about the last time he used 300 points to get a one-night tour of Pei Ji's bedroom, he wanted nothing more than to slap the living daylights out of Tong Gu. And now, he was even luring him toward a high-grade package. Does he really think he's that gullible? As if sensing Shui Yutuan's anger, Tong Mei made a couple soft whimpering sounds, and before his eyes appeared a display screen. Everything I've said is true, brother. There are plenty of options to choose from in the high-grade packages. The display screen indeed showed many strange and wondrous options. For instance, the first row had, Heartmark, the second row, Sky-Cutting Sword, the third row, Time-Space Lock. They were all things that just sounded absurd upon hearing their names, until the nth row, where there lay, Disaster Avoidance Pill. Disaster Avoidance Pill. Shui Yutuan stared intently at these 3 words within the selection list, almost tumbling off his chair in excitement. This is a divine artifact, a divine artifact. He remembered in the storyline, my senior brother has split personality. The soul-traversing programmer utilized the disaster avoidance pill to fake death, ultimately leading to a happy reunion. Now, this pill's name was identical. Only question was whether the disaster avoidance pill in his system would match up to the legendary pill. Instinctively, Shui Yutuan reached out and tapped on the disaster avoidance pill option. But the option was grayed out, unable to be selected. This mentor point option falls under a high-tier package. It will only open up after the prestige value reaches a certain numerical threshold. Please wait patiently, brother host. Tong Mei's explanation came after multiple fruitless attempts by Shui Yutuan. So exactly how much do I need for the exchange? Shui Yutuan's tone carried some urgency. If this disaster avoidance pill truly can be exchanged, then as long as he earns enough points before the Qilin Lock scenario begins, he'd be able to survive smoothly. Alright, I'll check it out for you. Unprecedented audacity. He has completely lost control. Before Tong Mei could retrieve the results of her search, Shui Yutuan was shaken back to his senses by Feng Mingju's explosive roar of anger. He focused his gaze and realized that in the conference hall, Xiao Yiheng had entered sometime unawares. Behind him stood Li Luoshu. After the cold pond incident, Xiao Yiheng was not severely punished, but instead of quietly reflecting, he ran here acting ostentatious. Upon noticing Shui Yutuan's stare, Xiao Yiheng yanked Li Luoshu forward. Master, everything our little junior saw firsthand is absolutely true. Please come with Uncle Chief Master to catch them red-handed and deal with the situation according to justice. What exactly does that mean? He was distracted while conversing with the system earlier and hadn't heard any context. Is anyone kind-hearted enough to explain roughly what's going on? Little apprentice Li Luoshu says that the young ear-dog disciple you recently revived broke the Mountain Gate's formation barrier with people from the demon clan. Yu Li was indeed worthy as the original version's pseudo-CP for the female version of Shui Yutuan. With just a slight crease of his eyebrows, she guessed his confusion and repeated what Li Luoshu had said earlier in the palace hall. Once Yu Li spoke, Shui Yutuan's eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, the male lead managed to catch them in the act right in the middle of the countdown. The male lead truly lives up to his title. Famous for being quick to act. What are we waiting for? Let's go catch them quickly. Hurry, hurry. If we wait any longer, they might run away. In an instant, Shui Yutuan leapt off his chair like a spring-loaded missile, rubbing his hands together eagerly, wishing to rush over there and whip Pei Ji as soon as possible. Such an attitude from Shui Yutuan was unexpected by Yu Li. He assumed that since Shui Yutuan went through such efforts, shielding the kid from getting stabbed, detoxifying him, and showing preference toward Pei Ji, this would upset him greatly. However, contrary to expectations, Shui Yutuan seemed extremely elated, as if this moment of catching Pei Ji had been something he'd anticipated. When everyone finally arrived at the rear mountain, Pei Ji and the group of Demon World individuals were already encircled by Feng Mingju's formations. The leading red-robed woman wore a veil. Seeing no hope, she swiftly whipped out her chain, coiling it around Pei Ji's neck and pulling tightly, "Let us leave or I'll kill him." "Kill him, why don't you? Traitor Pei Ji colluding with demons and invading our mountain, he deserves death anyway. Killing him clears our sect's doors, we'd thank you." Xiao Yihan quickly seized the conversation. Before Shui Yutuan could even open her mouth, he had monopolized all the lines and blabbered everything out. "TSK, how come this kid's show-off persona is so tenacious? No wonder in the conclusion of The Emperor's Career, his tendons in his hands and legs were severed, and his tongue was cut off." Within the formation, Pei Ji seemed to have regained a bit of consciousness, as the red hue caused by the seductive poison faded from his eyes. He glanced through the crowd, locking eyes on Shui Yutuan, dressed in white. Though Shui Yutuan wasn't standing out prominently, and her attire color was similar to others, Pei Ji still instantly noticed her. "Master, I didn't." Pei Ji tried to say something to defend his innocence, but before he could finish, the whip around his neck tightened fiercely, forcing him to swallow his words. "Do you really think your master will save you now?" The woman in red leaned close to Pei Ji, her breath hot against his ear. Pei Ji frowned slightly and turned away, showing clear disdain. Noticing Pei Ji's movement, the woman became even more audacious. Not only did she move closer with her lips almost touching him, she pressed her body up against him. "To expect a young man who hasn't even reached the initial cultivation level to compete for the mysterious chi grass with me. It seems your master never intended for you to return alive. Don't stir up trouble here. If it weren't for my momentary negligence leading to poisoning, how would you be my match?" Pei Ji's statement was true. His physical constitution was abnormal compared to ordinary people. During battle, he could clearly feel that the stronger the opponent, the more potential within him was triggered. Previously in the Netherworld River, he had already taken the mysterious chi grass. If not for the seductive poison, he wouldn't have ended up so pitifully. Negligence? You truly think that the poisoning was due to your mere oversight? Ha! Do you know what's on your waist pendant? The fragrance of the past on your pendant serves as an excellent lure for seductive poison. Upon hearing these words, Pei Ji's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at the lotus jade plaque with the word Pei inscribed, his expression gradually turning cold. This was because just before he left, Shui Yutuan had indeed touched his jade plaque. On the night before when Shui Yutuan asked him to go to the Netherworld River, during their farewell, the jade pendant fell to the ground. It was Shui Yutuan who picked it up for him and put it back on him. Such an ordinary event, if not mentioned by this woman, he had nearly forgotten about it altogether. Pei Ji looked at Shui Yutuan again, this time his gaze lacking hope and filled instead with a touch of mystery. Chapter 13. Either take the beating or leave. What did that woman say? Why did it seem like Pei Ji was glaring at him so fiercely? Shui Yutan, puzzled, touched the jade ring on his finger. Feng Mingju, standing next to him, suddenly raised his right hand and brought it down. In an instant, the people within the formation all instinctively lifted their hands in defense, yet they were still forced to kneel due to the overwhelming inner force. "Master, you used the cloud palm." Yu Li's originally swaying fan stopped as he exclaimed in surprise. Feng Mingju's cloud palm technique was something Shui Yutan had read about in books. Allegedly, its form resembled transparent steel glass falling from the sky, with each wave of the hand increasing the pressure exponentially. The pressure continued until it crushed whoever was beneath it flat, like a cookie. This was Feng Mingju's ultimate move for slaying demons, extremely powerful. The individuals within the formation clearly didn't have enough power to reach the golden pellet stage, and even though they trespassed upon the sacred mountain against the rules of Kanjia Mountain, wasn't this too harsh? Could it be this old man has some deep hatred towards the demon races? Shui Yutan opened his mouth, intending to plead for mercy, but then he saw Pei Ji being forced to his knees under the immense pressure, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand but failed after multiple attempts, only managing to spit out more blood. TSK, this protagonist really has stubborn bones. Kneeling won't cause him to lose any flesh, why insist on standing? On Pei Ji's 15th attempt to resist Feng Mingju's inner strength under the oppression of the cloud palm, Shui Yutan finally acted. Pulling out his sword, Li Guan, in one swift movement, he slashed through the air like glass and grabbed Pei Ji out of the array. Once freed from the constraints and oppression of the cloud palm, the young girl in the veil exchanged glances with her companions, simultaneously forming seals. They must have used some spell because a thick smoke billowed forth, and when it cleared, they had all disappeared. Master, they were demons. If they stole our things and fled the mountain, it would be catastrophic. How could you let them go? Li Luoshu's words drew everyone's attention to Shui Yutan. Oh, my obedient disciple, just who is he siding with that keeps stirring up trouble for me? Facing the watchful eyes of the entire Kanjia Mountain, Shui Yutan nonchalantly loosened his grip on Pei Ji's collar, causing Pei Ji to slump onto the ground and sit there, covering his mouth and coughing slightly. The next moment, he heard Shui Yutan say, "My disciple should be disciplined by me. The master struck too hard, if he dies, how will I discipline him?" No matter how you look at it, this sounded like favoritism, and Li Luoshu felt uncomfortable inside but maintained a neutral expression. When Xiao Yiheng glanced over, Li Luoshu subtly tightened his fists within his sleeves and lowered his gaze. Seeing this behavior, Xiao Yiheng naturally assumed he was wronged and hurriedly wanted to speak up to demand severe punishment for Pei Ji. "Master, Pei." However, Xiao Yiheng's initial word hung in the air before abruptly stopping. Because he saw Shui Yutan withdraw Li Guang into his consciousness and pull out his own 9-section whip from his waist with a snap. This whip was equipped with backward-pointing thorns, and the smallest flick sent dust flying everywhere. Due to sitting on the ground, Pei Ji was much closer to these disturbances, inhaling quite a bit of grit, which restarted the previously calmed throat irritation leading to another bout of coughing. Once the coughing ceased, Shui Yutan already stood in front of him holding the whip. Pei Ji looked up to see Shui Yutan's tall figure silhouetted against the light, making his facial expressions indistinct. The only thing visible was Shui Yutan's calm voice. "No matter what reasons caused you to conspire with demons to ascend this mountain, your violation of Kanjia Mountain's prohibitions is undeniable. If you still consider me your master, accept 20 lashes today, and the matter ends here. If not, return the jade tablet now and leave." Without extra options, Shui Yutan deliberately put Pei Ji in a difficult position, forcing him to choose either taking the beating or leaving. It was obvious that, given the main character's personality and setup, he wouldn't choose the latter. Indeed, after his words sank in, Pei Ji straightened his back resolutely. "Disciple is willing to take the 20 lashings. Very good." This way turned involuntary punishment into voluntary acceptance. If one day, after the protagonist rises to prominence and seeks revenge, Shui Yutan could argue and get away with some excuses. Shui Yutan cast a glance at the countdown in his mind, 1 day 0 hours 37 minutes. Then, he raised the whip. Once, twice, 3 times. Whip after whip landed. Pei Ji gritted his teeth and bore the pain without a sound, even digging several deep grooves in the ground with his fingers. Despite Shui Yutan reigning in most of his inner energy, every time the whip flew, the sharp thorns would tear strips of skin and flesh, blood and chunks of meat scattering all around. It was a horrifying sight indeed. The disciples gritted their teeth, unable to bear the sight, yet none dared to step forward to plead for mercy, fearing that the whip might then fall upon them as well. When the 15th lash fell, Ling Yu, who had been sobbing uncontrollably in the crowd, finally rushed out and blocked Pei Ji's path. "Master, please stop, master. Younger brother is frail. If all 20 lashes land, he will surely die." Tears streamed endlessly down Ling Yu's face, and if she were anyone else, someone would likely have pitied her plight and stopped out of kindness. But Shui Yutan couldn't stop. 15 lashes had already landed and the countdown was still ticking away. This meant the task wouldn't be completed unless all 20 lashes were given. And when the countdown hit 0, Shui Yutan himself would die. Yet looking at Pei Ji now, his breaths growing shallower with every passing moment, it seemed certain continuing would kill the protagonist. The main character couldn't die, neither could Shui Yutan. What to do? Shui Yutan pressed his lips together tightly and clenched his back teeth slightly before reining in the whip as instructed. Thinking Shui Yutan had spared Pei Ji, Ling Yu burst into happy tears. "It's over. It's over, younger brother Pei." Cough, cough, thank you, senior sister." Blood trickled from the corner of Pei Ji's mouth as he weakly spoke, causing Ling Yu even greater heartache. She wiped the blood off Pei Ji's face and reached out to help him up, only to realize there wasn't a single place on his body unmarred by injury. Her hand hovered uselessly in the air before she called out desperately, "Ling Feng. Ling Feng. What are you standing around for? Hurry and bring a stretcher to carry Pei brother to recover." Coming. Ling Feng turned and ran toward the medical hall. While they waited for the stretcher, Shui Yutan turned his gaze toward Feng Mingju. "Master, do you think this punishment suffices?" Stroking the beard under his chin, Feng Mingju neither said it was enough nor insufficient. Instead, he evaded the question. Yutan, such bloodthirsty violence doesn't quite match your appearance." TSK, what a smooth talker this old man was. If not for his earlier intervention, those intruders including Pei Ji would have been squashed into minced meat by Feng Mingju's cloud palm technique. So who here was more violent? Here it comes. In the middle of this exchange, Ling Feng arrived carrying the stretcher. With some assistance from several fellow disciples, they gently placed Pei Ji onto it and prepared to leave. However, just as they were about to go, Shui Yutan suddenly called out Pei Ji's name. Turning his head slowly in response, Pei Ji met the cold and severe expression of Shui Yutan, whose words chilled the air like ice. Shui Yutan spoke. "Rest well. By this time tomorrow, I will ensure the remaining 5 lashes are administered." Chapter 14, A Dead of Night Zombie Revival. Who would have thought that Shui Yutan stopped everyone just to say this? Ling Yu was first taken aback, and after realizing what had happened, immediately started to refute. "Master, didn't you already forgive junior brother Pei? Why are you still?" Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Pei Ji's body convulse on the stretcher. Anxious and furious, he spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time as his face suddenly turned deathly pale, appearing as though he might kick the bucket any moment. What was going on? This wasn't supposed to happen, his strikes were clearly measured. A sudden jolt passed through Shui Yuten's heart, and the harsh expression he'd forced onto his face instantly changed into one of concern. He threw away the whip in his hand and hurried towards Pei Ji in 2 quick steps to examine his injuries. However, before he could reach him, he was shoved aside by an onrushing Yuli. Yuli rushed to the stretcher and swiftly sealed a few major pressure points on Pei Ji. He then berated Lingyu, "Now is not the time for arguments, we can't afford to waste time. Let's send him to the medicinal hut first." "Yes, uncle," replied Lingyu as she quickly joined Ling Feng in carrying Pei Ji away. Once they'd left and the spectators had dispersed, only Li Luoshu remained standing there. He stared at Shui Yutan for a few seconds before walking over, picking up the whip, and handing it over with a raised hand, "Master, your whip." This call caused Shui Yutan to look back from where his eyes had been fixed on Pei Ji. He extended his hand to take the 9-section whip, intending to return it to his waist but noticed the blood stains on it, making it sticky. He could do nothing but pull out a handkerchief and clean off the blood first. "Master, don't worry. Junior brother Pei has a strong body, nothing will happen to him." After all, back in the desolate village, when the entire population was nearly wiped out by an epidemic, junior brother Pei was still full of energy and vigor. Just these dozen or so whiplashes won't kill him. Li Luoshu hadn't finished speaking when Shui Yutan paused while cleaning his whip. He stared at Li Luoshu, slightly narrowing his eyes as he focused on the key words within his statement, "just these dozen or so." Li Luoshu was confused for a moment. It was truly beyond him why Shui Yutan couldn't grasp the implications. Wasn't it obvious? Through the tragedy of the village, shouldn't anyone be able to connect the dots and realize that Pei Ji was an ominous omen? How come in Shui Yuten's case, the focus became, just a dozen or so? By now, didn't this imply that his words sounded like doubting the strength of Master Shui's 9-section whip? Quickly kneeling down, Li Luoshu said, "Disciple was merely concerned and ended up speaking rashly. Please, Master, don't hold it against me." "Get up," Shui Yutan said curtly, disliking how people kneeled for no reason. Of course, he also disliked stubborn people like Pei Ji, who refused to kneel even when a cloud palm press was about to bear down upon them. People should be more flexible and know when to adapt. "Isn't that right, system?" Caught off guard by the direct mention, the system inside his head momentarily froze for 3 seconds before replying hesitantly, Dear, I'm not quite following your meaning. Don't pretend to misunderstand me. I'm asking you, does the male lead really need those remaining 5 whiplashes? If he has to receive them and ends up dead, will you or will you not be held responsible?" The system paused for a while, seemingly pondering, and then responded in its cute voice, saying the most demoralizing words, "Dear, if he dies, we just restart." Shui Yutan. There was nothing more to discuss on this day. Annoyed, Shui Yutan scrubbed his whip fiercely twice before retracting it into his spiritual consciousness. As he was about to leave, he realized that Li Luoshu was still standing beside him. "Is there anything else?" Shui Yutan asked. Li Luoshu nodded hesitantly, rubbing his palms together. "In half a month, it will be this disciple's birthday. My father has already sent a letter beforehand, instructing me to return home early to prepare." Luoshu. Luoshu. Even after repeating it several times, he failed to articulate exactly what he wanted to do. Impatient and wanting to blurt it out for him, Shui Yutan asked, "So what exactly do you want?" "To humbly invite Master to honor us with your presence at the ceremony. Isn't it just attending a banquet?" Such a straightforward sentence, why was he being so hesitant and reluctant to say it? However, he vaguely remembered Feng Mingjue mentioning earlier that Li Luoshu came from a house of pleasure. Could it be that the Red Building wasn't the kind of place he imagined, but rather some term signifying the family of a millionaire? That would explain why such a grand feast was needed for a mere birthday. Shui Yutan didn't delve too deeply into it. Following the principle that they were all similarly insignificant extras, since Li Luoshu had opened his mouth as someone akin to him, this small request, Snow Yuan-tan naturally had to oblige. So he nodded his head, "Your master will surely attend." "Really? Amazing, Master." Li Luoshu was so delighted that he was about to jump up and down, spinning in circles on the spot. His unrestrained excitement made Snow Yuan-tan feel utterly confused. Is there any need to be so happy about inviting someone to dinner? Well, let's just assume Li Luoshu was celebrating growing another year older. TSK, thinking about it this way, let's calculate. How old is this body of Shui Yutan right now? For those who cultivate immortality, once they reach a certain realm, their physical appearance stops changing. Besides, Shui Yutan was just a supporting character, and the book didn't mention his age at all. However, Shui Yutan guessed that he couldn't be too young, otherwise, how could someone so young become the master of the altar? After being interrupted by Li Luoshu, when Shui Yutan called out to the system again, the system had already gone offline and wasn't responding. Shui Yutan started calling from 0 days 22 hours 46 minutes remaining on the countdown, and when there were only 0 days 17 hours left, it was still unresponsive. Another 5 hours had passed, and the system remained offline. Damn it, not even a response about the required points for the lightning evasion pill exchange yet. System 2484, don't pretend to be dead. The sky had already grown dark, and bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Shui Yutan's bed canopy. Watching the countdown grow ever closer, Shui Yutan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He finally sat up in bed, put on his robe, and decided to go check on Pei Ji. He wasn't worried that Pei Ji might die, his visit was purely because he'd eaten too much dinner and needed to take a walk to aid digestion. During the day, he'd already received news that Pei Ji had been returned to his room, so he headed directly toward the northern courtyard. To stay low profile, he specifically walked instead of using his sword to travel. Originally, he planned to take a quick peek and then leave, but after sneaking into the room, he discovered that Pei Ji wasn't on the bed. Wasn't he critically injured and on the brink of death? What's going on if Pei Ji isn't lying on his bed at this time of night? Are his injuries improving unnaturally? Shui Yutan flicked his finger, summoning a golden spiritual butterfly which flapped its wings and spun twice in the air before identifying a direction and flying toward the back of the house. Shui Yutan followed the butterfly. After leaping several steps, he reached a hot spring nearby, where the butterfly disappeared. So, Pei Ji must be here. Shui Yutan stared at the mist rising from the hot spring, dipped his hand in, and probed with his true qi, discovering that the spiritual spring water indeed possessed wondrous healing properties. Impressive. He'd lived in Kanjia Mountain for so long and never knew there was such a great place behind the rundown disciples' quarters of North Courtyard. Within half a month of arrival, the male lead had found such a treasure. Truly, he leads a life filled with advantages. System, look at him and compare yourself to him. You're nothing but a useless feather duster. Who's there? As Shui Yutan cursed his system for trying to ruin his life every day, Pei Ji's voice echoed through the mist. His tone sounded steady and full of energy, nothing like the near-death condition he'd been in earlier on the stretcher. Hearing the sound drawing closer from within the water, it appeared Pei Ji was walking over. Shui Yutan quickly took 2 steps back and hid in the shadow behind a tree. Chapter 15, A Hidden Pervert in His Bones. A dozen seconds later, Pei Ji's figure appeared at the spring where Shui Yutan had just cupped water. He still stood straight, his abdominal muscles below the chest clearly visible and appealing. Shui Yutan carefully observed Pei Ji's complexion. Although he still looked pale, it was much better than before, indicating he was recovering well. That was good, tomorrow he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally killing him. Seeing that Pei Ji was fine, Shui Yutan let out a sigh of relief and slightly moved his body hidden behind the tree, intending to leave. However, just as he took half a step forward, Pei Ji suddenly struck the tree where he was hiding while leisurely soaking in the hot spring. Given their current strength, his skills were far above Pei Ji's. If he didn't reveal himself on purpose, Pei Ji shouldn't be able to sense his presence, so how did he find him? Despite his confusion, Shui Yutan managed to dodge the water spray shot by Pei Ji. The water had been infused with spiritual energy, turning into icicles when they were deflected. They sliced through a branch next to him. Before the branch could hit the ground, Pei Ji grabbed it telepathically and held it firmly in his hand. Pei Ji casually used the branch to tie up his long hair that had fallen loose. He leaned back against the edge of the hot spring, taking a comfortable and relaxed pose. Only because of this posture, did Shui Yutan clearly see under the bright moonlight, the horrifying whip scars covering Pei Ji's back. His back should also have wounds from previous martial arts duels that hadn't fully healed, but now these new wounds caused by the 9-section whip with inverted spikes had torn apart his skin and muscle, covering all traces of the older wounds. All that remained were new, inflamed whip scars, resembling centipedes crawling all over Pei Ji's entire back. Although Shui Yutan knew that later in the storyline, after Pei Ji married the demon race princess Wu Qingqing as his main wife, she healed and smoothed all his scars completely leaving no trace, yet seeing the horrific state of Pei Ji right now, Shui Yutan gritted his teeth. Even though he wasn't a saint, he wasn't naturally bloodthirsty either. After all this calculated effort leading to severely injuring an innocent character like Pei Ji, it would be false for Shui Yutan to claim he didn't feel any guilt. But it was only guilt. The hero's skin versus his own life, his doggy life was still more important. Shui Yutan knew his priorities. How long do you plan to hide? Not coming out? Pei Ji asked without turning around, his tone very certain. Furrowing his brow, Shui Yutan wondered if he could accuse the main character of cheating, eyes at the back of his head, and still capable of spotting him. Just as Shui Yutan was mentally preparing what to say to make it sound like he just happened to pass by when suddenly appearing, the tree facing him saw a woman in red jump out. She giggled twice, flashing immediately beside Pei Ji. She cupped some warm spring water in front of Pei Ji's chest and teasingly asked, "Wow, actually caught me. Are you really at the condensation stage?" This woman wore a veil, bells hung around her ankles and wrists, and every move of hers carried an air of seduction. She was undoubtedly the enchantress who had whipped Pei Ji earlier during the encounter with Feng Mingjue. What was she doing here? Why are you here? Pei Ji echoed the question Shui Yutan wanted to ask. I came to check if you're dead or not. At this point, the woman glanced at the horrifying wound on Pei Ji's back, scared disapprovingly, beaten up like this, your master isn't much of a person. To be insulted to one's face, it felt like this. Shui Yutan touched his nose lightly. Yes, indeed, he wasn't a good person, he was human. Perhaps, possibly, definitely, not a good person. Pei Zhi ignored the woman's words. With his dark eyes fixated on her, he suddenly grabbed her arm tightly. There's a barrier on Kanjia Mountain. How did you break through it? Kanjia Mountain couldn't be said to be completely cut off from the world, but it was a lone mountain surrounded by divine barriers. Ordinary people rarely found a way unless by great chance. As for demons, breaking through the protective barriers of Kanjia Mountain was utterly impossible. Before, after being affected by love poison, he inadvertently lowered the barriers allowing a few demon races to enter the mountain. But with Feng Mingjue's cloud palm falling, shouldn't everyone have been driven away? How could she slip in? I have my ways, she replied. Looking at Pei Zhi's face, her free hand, nails painted crimson, slid along his jawline, gently moving downward across his neck and lower. When she reached his Adam's apple, Pei Zhi released his grip on the woman and pushed her a little farther away. Taking advantage of the momentum, the woman leaned backward, letting the wind catch a corner of her veil. Though it was not enough to see the full picture, the woman's revealed nose ring on her bridge allowed Shui Yutan to instantly guess her identity. If he wasn't mistaken, in the Game Emperor's Enterprise settings, there was only one wife in Pei Zhi's harem who would wear such a nose ring during intimate moments, Pei Zhi's most beautiful and famous first wife, Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing, the young princess of the demon realm, lived up to her name with dances that could captivate an entire city. Compared to Lingyu who was yet to fully mature, Wu Qingqing obviously possessed a more dazzling and alluring beauty, making her an exceedingly rare beauty. Snow Yutan had seen her before his death in the previous life. But what truly made Shui Yutan remember her was not because of her face or figure, nor because she was the main character's primary wife, it was due to her unique eccentric personality. In the original story, Wu Qingqing was pampered in the depths of the abyss, reputed for her exquisite skin care regimen, which included soaking in human blood daily to maintain her beauty. Her level of perversion was comparable to the 17th century European Countess Elizabeth Bathory. And even more disturbing was that after subduing the demon realm, every day, Pei Zhi himself would personally select young women from his harem to cut their wrists and bleed for nourishing Wu Qingqing. Shui Yutan still remembered how his tragic death in the last life was partly attributed to Wu Qingqing's influence. At that time, he was nailed by Pei Zhi's 4 ice shards with his hands and feet pinned, displayed on the gate. Pei Zhi crushed his fingertips, dipped them into the flowing blood from Shui Yutan's wrist, and licked it before calmly saying, "My master wasn't very good to me, but neither was he bad. I didn't originally plan to kill you, but little Qingqing said that if we scratched your face and body until blood flowers bloomed all over you, it would be a beautiful sight. I've never seen it, so I want to witness it myself." The casual tone Pei Zhi used while speaking was akin to him describing the plain breakfast he had eaten, as though in Pei Zhi's eyes, Shui Yutan was nothing more than a lifeless object rather than a living being. Pei Zhi's character was portrayed as righteous in the original plot of Emperor's Enterprise, while Shui Yutan's was the antagonist. However, starting from that moment, Shui Yutan felt deep inside that Pei Zhi harbored a deranged streak in his bones, crazier than any antagonist. Chapter 16, The Heart Can't Take It. Now that the two were together, Shui Yutan only felt a chill down his spine and his flesh started to ache. He reached out to rub his shoulders and heard Wu Qingqing respond, "Why so rough? You really don't know how to cherish the fair sex. I was concerned about your injuries and brought medicine for you." As she spoke, Wu Qingqing took a bottle of medicine from the tripod and handed it to Pei Zhi. Pei Zhi did not reach out to take it. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I poisoned the medicine?" Being guarded didn't bother Wu Qingqing. She opened the bottle on her own, scooped some ointment onto her finger, and with lightning speed, applied it to the wound on Pei Zhi's shoulder. Hiss, a strong burning sensation came, and Pei Zhi let out a soft groan. Before he could speak, he observed that the wound just coated with the drug was healing at invisible rate. "TSK, truly worthy of my dear wife," she showed off as soon as she arrived. "Pretty good." With Wu Qingqing around, by the time Pei Zhi receives the remaining 5 lashes tomorrow, his injuries might have healed, and he won't have to worry about killing the male lead by mistake. Too lazy to watch the couple showing affection in front of him anymore, Shui Yutan made a seal gesture, and his tall figure disappeared into the night. It seemed like he noticed the movement. Pei Zhi glanced towards where Shui Yutan had left. But there, besides the branch he just cut, there was nothing. The next day, Shui Yutan just pushed open the door and saw Xiao Yiheng waiting at the entrance. Seeing him come out, Xiao Yiheng bowed slightly, "Master." That hesitant look clearly meant he had something to say. If it were any other time, Shui Yutan would surely stop and ask what he wanted to say, but now he slept in too late. When he woke up, there were only 15 minutes left until the deadline. He needed to hurry to Pei Zhi's courtyard to finish the remaining lashes and didn't have time to spare with him. So Shui Yutan simply acknowledged it, sidestepped around Xiao Yiheng blocking the way, and moved forward. Just after walking 2 steps, his sleeve was grabbed by someone. Xiao Yiheng held his sleeve and shouted, "Master, I have urgent matters to report. I know you're in a rush, but please calm down first." Unless Xiao Yiheng was about to tell him that he was possessed by a programmer from the 21st century, nothing would stop him from going to the northern garden to whip someone. Shui Yutan glanced, and the hand holding his sleeve was repelled by an invisible force. "Anything can wait until I return to listen." Saying that, Shui Yutan summoned Li Guang for faster transportation and prepared to ride the sword, but before he could execute the pose, Xiao Yiheng quickly shouted, I wanted to inform Master that Pei Ji is already waiting at the school, there's no need to rush to the North Garden. Shui Yutan, stepping on the sword, stumbled and almost fell off the handle. Why didn't you say this earlier? Xiao Yiheng felt more wrong than ever in his entire life. The classroom was located in the adjacent warm room to the bedroom, only 20 steps away. Upon entering, Shui Yutan indeed found that Pei Ji had already arrived. Contrary to the imagined state of being mostly recovered, the current Pei Ji appeared quite ill-looking, despite changing into clean clothes and tying his hair back. His face remained pale. Moreover, standing was almost impossible for him. If Lin Yu hadn't been supporting him, Pei Ji probably would have fallen over instantly. Had Shui Yutan not witnessed Pei Ji's appearance in the hot spring last night, he might have thought the main character was about to pass away at any moment. Smart move, playing sick here. Do you think this will make the 5 lashes later lighter? Are you ready? Shui Yutan looked at Pei Ji, slightly curling the corner of his mouth, pulling out the 9-section whip from his waist and asked. Just as Pei Ji nodded, Lin Yu blocked in front of him. Pei Ji's body can't endure more trouble. If Master insists on finishing the whipping, then Lin Yu will take the remaining punishment for him. Not satisfied with just saying that, Lin Yu turned to look around at the surrounding disciples and began to stir them up. Brothers and sisters in the school, Pei Ji is also your brother. Would you really bear to see him beaten to death right in front of our eyes? Why don't we unite and help him, alright? Encouraged by her words, several die-hard fans of Lin Yu started responding, I'm willing to take the punishment for my younger brother. Then, more and more people joined in. These individuals even spontaneously formed a human wall, shielding Pei Ji inside. Shui Yutan was getting annoyed. With time running out to only 3 minutes left, Shui Yutan's expression grew cold, and the 9-section whip cracked on the ground, leaving a fissure. Will you come out yourself, or do I have to drag you out with force? This voice sounded resolute, standing out even among the numerous pleas for mercy, seeming even more cruel and merciless. But Shui Yutan didn't care about gaining Pei Ji's goodwill, so it didn't matter whether he harbored resentment or not. At present, saving lives was priority. Master, you. Lin Yu wanted to say something, but was cut off by Pei Ji. He covered his lips and coughed lightly. Just as he was about to hobble out of the crowd, Shui Yutan had already grown impatient. He swung the whip to encircle Pei Ji's waist and pulled him over before throwing him heavily on the ground. Shui Yutan was a bit flustered and didn't control his strength this time. Pei Ji's knee crashed into the stone pillar of the training platform with a sound of bone shattering. Ah, humph. Pei Ji pressed on his knee, gritting his teeth against the pain, yet before it subsided, another lash came whipping towards him. It seemed like Shui Yutan was in a rush, his whip swayed without order. It wasn't until the 5 lashes were done and the system prompt ding sounded that Shui Yutan immediately stopped. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the whipping task within the specified time, gaining 100 points and 500 prestige. One random item from this drop has been sent to your backpack, please check it promptly. Current score 180, prestige value 1000, mission progress 5%. Close call, only 3 seconds left. If he hadn't finished in time, he would have failed the task and been forcibly cleared. Shui Yutan threw away the whip in his hand and felt suddenly exhausted, almost collapsing onto the ground. Fortunately, Li Luoshu quickly came forward to support him, preventing him from losing composure in front of everyone. No more time-limited tasks. The thrill is unbearable for one's heart. Seriously, his back was all sweaty. After catching his breath, Shui Yutan wanted to check the system page for the randomly dropped reward when he heard Lin Yu shouting, younger brother Pei, your face Wawa, will there be scars? Master is so mean. I don't like you anymore Weia. Shui Yutan followed Lin Yu's cry and looked at Pei Ji, seeing that the originally handsome and clean face now bore a bloody trace made by him. The scars started from the clavicle upward, crossing the neck and reaching the chin near the corner of his mouth. Torn skin revealed raw flesh, looking utterly horrifying. Oh no, oh no. In the martial arts world, it's an ironclad rule not to hit someone's face. Because he was rushing, he didn't notice, and ended up disfiguring the male lead. Wu Qingqing's spiritual medicine could only cure bodily injuries, not faces. If there are scars left on the male lead's face in the future, turning the handsome man ugly, how can he possibly attract many female followers or become a stud horse? Just as bad luck struck again. Before they realized it, Wu Qingqing had reappeared next to Pei Ji. She took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it onto the wound. Miraculously, within moments, the blood stopped flowing, and even the deep fissure on Pei Ji's cheek started healing. Though not fully recovered, it would at least leave no permanent marks. Shui Yutan sighed in relief, wiping the sweat off his brow. Thank you, elder sister Wu. Pei Ji nodded slightly, gratitude etched in his eyes. Don't mention it. After all, we're friends. You saved me during that battle last month, remember? Wu Qingqing said softly, her cheeks faintly tinged pink as she turned away. Shui Yutan, who saw the whole thing, shook his head internally. What an embarrassing scene. But if having such connections could protect himself later, he guessed letting Wu Qingqing help might not be a bad thing after all. Chapter 18, no big deal, just participation. Sensing Shui Yutan's emotional fluctuation, Li Guang, which had been flying steadily, began to wobble. The fat man was scared and grabbed Shui Yutan's clothing tightly, letting out a shrill scream. Shui Yutan felt like her eardrums were about to burst, so she simply made a turn and brought Li Guang back, landing inside the main hall. Yu Li was treating Pei Ji's facial wounds. Just as he finished, he raised his eyes and saw Shui Yutan return, standing in front of him. Yu Li let out a questioning sound from his nasal cavity, slightly raising his eyebrows. What is it? Afraid you can't handle it yourself, so you want me to come along? Shui Yutan nodded and then shook her head. It's true I can't handle it alone, but I didn't come for you, I came for him. She pointed her finger towards Pei Ji, successfully causing both Yu Li and Pei Ji to frown. As Yu Li's lips parted, surely about to scold someone, Shui Yutan swiftly blurted out an excuse that she had conjured up in 3 seconds to silence him. This demon extermination mission is a good opportunity. I plan to take some newly admitted disciples along for training. 1. They'll gain experience, and 2. This will also help them prepare for the month-end chief disciple selection. Her words were reasonable and generous, selfless even, prompting even Feng Mingju to nod in approval. Still, Yutan thought things through thoroughly. But with Pei Ji injured like this, traveling might not be suitable. No big deal, participation is what counts, she replied casually. The male protagonist could lie down the entire journey if he wanted. As long as he participated, that would keep the main character's satisfaction up. Exorcising demons wasn't something these cheer-refining stage disciples could significantly assist with anyway. She'd realized that avoiding Pei Ji wasn't possible. It was better to grab him and boost her reputation instead. Thinking this, Shui Yutan shifted her gaze towards Pei Ji. Do you want to go? It was a somewhat redundant question since Pei Ji would end up in the scenario either way, but there was a difference between being dragged and going willingly, thus requiring at least some process. Pei Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, staying silent for 3 seconds, before Shui Yutan's Li Guang already emerged from its sheath, stably stopping beside him. Its meaning was very clear now. Pei Ji wasn't dumb. He knew Shui Yutan wasn't asking, so he simply nodded, and the word want hadn't even fully escaped his lips before Shui Yutan darted over, grabbing his waist, shouting towards Yu Li, then we'll go. Before we leave, could I borrow a treasure from sect leader Yu? After all, I'm bringing a group, and Jiangnan is far. Flying by sword isn't convenient nor warm. What? Yu Li crossed his arms, acting like he was guarding against thieves. Time-space slash. The reason why the third sect master of Kanjia Mountain has maintained his position for so many years isn't just because of his strength but also due to his ultimate skill, such as Feng Mingju's Cloud Palm, his own Li Guang, and Yu Li's Kongshang. Kongshang and Li Guang are both life-bound swords. However, Li Guang mainly functions to protect its owner. Anybody who approaches with ill intent, Li Guang will attack, so it occasionally goes berserk. In contrast, Kongshang, when swung, cuts open a portal to any destination through space-time. However, Yu Li is a cold and stingy person. Even after knowing him for a whole lifetime, the previous one only got to witness time-space slash right before death, and unfortunately didn't make it through. Originally, Shui Yutan didn't expect Yu Li to agree and prepared to obediently travel south on her sword. But to her surprise, when her team gathered at the mountain gate, Yu Li really opened a time-space portal for her. Even Feng Mingju, standing beside, was surprised, his beard twitching several times. He watched Shui Yutan happily bounce around, pulling the disciples into the time-space slash and disappearing from the mountain gate before turning his gaze toward Yu Li. Yu Li, aren't you showing too much favoritism towards little Yutan, Feng Mingju remarked, adding while pouting, even Senior Master Mei Shan paid 5,000 taels last time to ask you for a slash and you refused. Now Yutan merely mentioned it, and you quickly did it for him. Feng Mingju's eyes and expressions revealed suspicion, but Yu Li didn't bother to look at him. Instead, Yu Li idly calculated with his fingers, it is indeed a loss. It looks like when he comes back, I'll need to properly settle accounts with him, seeing how many labor hours would make up for those 5,000 taels. Feng Mingju. The time-space slash acted like a magic door. Eyes blink once and everyone appeared in front of the mansion of Fatty Yuan Changsheng. After experiencing the convenience akin to game cheats, Shui Yutan couldn't help but envy, hate, and admire Yu Li more. If not for knowing that the sword recognizes its master, stealing it would have been useless, and she'd definitely tried to snatch it hundreds of times by now. The group was still in a daze from the experience of using the arbitrary door and stood numbly outside the Yuan residence. The next second, a man dressed in garish colors dashed over, his target clear as he grabbed Yuan Changsheng's waistband. Master Yuan, you're finally back. If you don't come back soon, there's going to be chaos in this house. I've only been gone for 2 days. What happened here? The 13th concubine is dead. Little 13. Yuan Changsheng froze for 3 seconds, his face immediately turning cold. Didn't I tell you that little 13 would be the next victim? Didn't I order you to have experts carefully protect her? How did you let her die? We tried everything, we experts didn't dare to blink an eye, but she's still gone. The steward paused here and suddenly changed his tone. But Master Yuan, rest assured. I've already invited a priest to conduct rites for the 13th concubine. She'll surely find solace in the afterlife. No sooner had these words been spoken than sounds of drumming and clanking began to reverberate throughout the house. Given the lively racket, those who knew might think it was about mourning rites, but those unaware might think they were preparing to visit graves. Shui Yutan furrowed her brows slightly and was the first to step inside. The steward noticed the strangers ignore their host and walk in, ready to flare up. When Yuan Chongqing pulled him back, "The master goes first. What are you rushing forward for?" "Master?" The steward paused, then remembered something. "Could it be that this is the master you sought on Kanjia Mountain?" "Wow, the master is actually a woman." "How dare you speak like that?" The steward's words were quickly met with Xiao Yiheng's fury. "You're the woman, your entire family are women. My master is strong and mighty, capable of lifting mountains and has a broad back and arms like steel. Where does any femininity come from?" Upon hearing these words, Shui Yutan nearly stumbled down the steps. These macho terms coming out of Xiao Yiheng's mouth not only failed to add an ounce of grandeur but rather easily made people focus on that word, feminine. One could argue about looking like a woman, but saying she's feminine. This idiot teammate really needed thanks. A faint chuckle came from nearby, and Shui Yutan turned her eyes toward the sound just in time to see Pei Ji's lips curve into a slight smile, adding a bit of warmth to his pale face. Chapter 19, Which of your remaining wives is the prettiest? The impression Pei Ji gave him in his previous life was one of coldness, savagery, and aloofness, a person who couldn't be touched emotionally. There were so many adjectives, and there's no need to elaborate further since none of them were positive. But for this lifetime's Pei Ji, Shui Yutan felt similarly. Moreover, this incarnation of Pei Ji seemed even more reticent, with a face devoid of expression. This was the first time Shui Yutan had ever seen him smirk, and in that moment, his whole face seemed to come alive. Noticing Shui Yutan's gaze, Pei Ji's fleeting smile instantly disappeared, and he reverted to his usual gloomy demeanor. "TSK, Mr. Main Character, if you're called Pei Ji, you might as well call yourself Pei Transient Flower because your smiles are like ephemeral flowers blooming briefly." "Tuanhua is your name," Uncle Tuan interjected after staying silent for a long time. "A short-lived name like this doesn't suit the male lead." "Yeah, right, which means short-lived supporting characters should have short-lived names." 2484, come out here, I swear I won't beat you to death. As the system distracted her, Shui Yutan had already walked into the courtyard. In the yard, several NPCs dressed in yellow robes were dancing around a corpse covered in white cloth, chanting incomprehensible spells. They clearly looked like frauds. As Shui Yutan approached, the leading Taoist priest began shooing him away. "What's going on? Haven't we said it already? During the ritual, no bystanders should approach, or else you will disturb the soul's journey to blissful nirvana. Can you bear the responsibility? The Taoist priests have conducted countless rituals, yet don't they know that those who died without clarity and whose murderers have not been found cannot enter the cycle of rebirth? Also, let me remind you." Shui Yutan suddenly stopped mid-sentence, provoking curiosity from the fake Taoist. "What? Your 13th concubine stands by your side at this very moment." After hearing these words, the Taoist immediately felt a chilling sensation down his neck, as though someone, or rather, something, was breathing near his ear. Frightened, he took a step back, accidentally colliding with the corpse, and a ghastly pale hand emerged from under the white cloth. "It's risen from the dead. It's risen from the dead," cried the Taoist priest, setting off a chain reaction among the others who screamed and fled in terror, jumping about like startled rabbits. TCH, such cowardice, pretending to be Taoists just to scam money. They deserve to remain poor forever. Shui Yutan rolled her eyes silently and turned her gaze to the white cloth. Just as she was about to uncover it, Li Luoshu hurried forward. "Master, dealing with the dead brings bad luck, causing misfortune for days. Let me uncover it. There's no such thing as ghosts." What I just said was meant to frighten him. As a staunch atheist, or perhaps slightly less firm after crossing over into this book, Shui Yutan firmly disbelieved in the notion of lingering spirits after death. Otherwise, when she was last stabbed repeatedly in the previous life, wouldn't she have already turned into an avenging ghost, tormenting the male lead until he went mad instead of letting him reign supreme? With this thought, Shui Yutan subconsciously glanced at Pei Ji again. Pei Ji seemed physically unsteady, leaning against a tree for support, but was jolted by Yuan Chongqing, who suddenly rushed past and nearly knocked both him and the tree over. TSK, indeed, a bean sprout compared to a fat potato makes quite a difference in weight. Before either Shui Yutan or Li Luoshu could uncover the white cloth, Yuan Chongqing came running swiftly from afar. 13. My dear 13, wail wail wail, while sobbing, Yuan Chongqing pulled aside the cloth for a quick look and immediately covered his eyes. Thinking the body's appearance might be grotesque, Shui Yutan seized the moment while the cloth was still lifted and took a peek as well. Unexpectedly, the 13th concubine had a delicate complexion. Apart from being completely drained of blood, there were no signs of struggle or external injuries on her body. Her face looked tranquil, almost as if she were merely sleeping. It did seem like a case of demon possession, otherwise, how could anyone bleed a living person dry so quietly? Shui Yutan wanted to take another look, but Yuan Chongqing had already covered the body again. He wiped away non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes and began wailing once more. "Master Tian, please save me. Generations of our Yuan family have single heirs, but up to now, I haven't even borne a son. I can't be harmed by demons like this. Wives are about to die, and he's not worried about them but fretting about not dying before having a son. Could it be possible that you haven't had a son because of how immoral you've been? Ignoring his wails, Shui Yutan leapt up gracefully onto the roof, closed her eyes, and let her spiritual awareness spread out across the entire Yuan estate. The demonic energy within the estate was faint. Not only was it faint, but it was scattered too. From the front courtyard to the rear courtyard, almost every area carried traces of it, but each area wasn't particularly strong. The evil spirit likely hadn't left the estate yet, but its exact location remained unclear for now. Shui Yutan opened her eyes, and the fleeting flower mark that had appeared on her brow immediately disappeared again. She leapt off the roof, tidied up her sleeves that had been ruffled by the wind along the way, and asked indifferently, "Tell me then, how did the monster kill?" Yuan Chongqing began to recount his story. Yuan Chongqing came from a wealthy family and had married many young wives. Though their residence was remote, they had always lived peacefully until recently when a few of his most beautiful concubines were found with their necks bitten through, their blood drained completely in the house. At first, Yuan Chongqing thought it was the wild beasts around the mountains, so he sent his retainers to guard strictly against them. But by nightfall, people kept dying right under their noses, which made him realize that it must be some supernatural mischief. This incident caused panic in the mansion. As the younger consorts perished one after another, Yuan Chongqing hurriedly sought out Kanjia Mountain due to his ancestors' distant connection with Feng Mingjue. Before I left, I guessed the next target of the monster would be concubine 13 for sure, as among those left in the back courtyard, she was the only one who still had some beauty. But even though I arranged so many people to keep an eye on her, I couldn't protect concubine 13. So, the logic behind the monster's killings was based on who was prettier. Shui Yutan quickly asked, "Which of your remaining wives is the prettiest?" If she could not detect where the evil spirit gathered, she would have to wait for the monster to show itself willingly. As long as she identified the prettiest among the survivors and waited like a farmer hoping for a rabbit to run into his tree stump, it should not be difficult. However, stories never go according to plan. Shui Yutan looked at the over 10 concubines Yuan Chongqing brought out and nearly choked on her own saliva. She had expected that with Yuan Chongqing having so many concubines, there would surely be differences in their looks, but she hadn't anticipated such extreme disparities. Though it might be impolite to comment on women's appearances this way, after evaluating all of them, the only word that came to Shui Yutan's mind was misshapen. Indeed, beauty follows similar patterns, yet ugliness varies in its own unique ways. So, how about it, Master Tian? Which of them do you think the monster will come for tonight? Yuan Chongqing leaned in to ask. If judged solely by looks, Shui Yutan felt that the likelihood of the monster targeting Yuan Chongqing himself might be higher than any of these women. Shui Yutan, slightly unwilling to give up, continued asking, "Are there other women in your household?" Chapter 20, This Damn Flag Invokes Souls. This time, he didn't add adjectives like beautiful or good-looking, yet Yuan Chongqing still shook his head in denial, "No more. In the past 2 years, for the sake of having a son, I've married every beautiful and marriageable woman around. The determination of a baby's gender is decided by the male's chromosome. If no sons are born, the man himself should be blamed. His chromosomes might have issues, but marrying so many wives serves no purpose." It seemed like another man poisoned by futile thoughts. Shui Yutan opened her mouth to tactfully educate Yuan Chongqing about such physiological knowledge, that taking multiple wives wouldn't help unless he focused on his own health and treatment. However, before she could speak, a woman's shout came from the yard, "Chongqing. Wasn't it said that there were no women left in the household? Then this person calling his name must be a ghost." Following the sound, Shui Yutan saw that not far from them, a woman had appeared at a window waving at Yuan Chongqing. Perhaps because of the dim indoor light, her face looked abnormally white as though it were made of porcelain, but she was undeniably beautiful. Yuan Chongqing clearly hadn't expected the woman to call out suddenly. His expression mixed with surprise and panic, he instinctively glanced towards Shui Yutan's direction, catching him staring at the window. He quickly explained, "She isn't my wife, she's my sister, Yuan Yingdi. The demons only target my wives, they shouldn't dare harm my sister, right?" Not exactly, it turned out the evil spirits wanted all the pretty women in this household. Just coincidentally, most good-looking women in Yuan house had become Yuan Chongqing's concubines, hence why these secondary wives had died. Shui Yutan had just been wondering why all the attractive ones were killed off but the evil spirit still lingered. Turns out, there was one hidden away here. Unsure if it was his impression, Shui Yutan felt that the current woman bore some resemblance, either in the eyebrows or eyes, to the concubines Yuan Chongqing had acquired. Was this just a coincidence? After being stared at for too long, Yuan Yingdi timidly pulled her head back into the room and shut the window. "Forgive me, master." Yuan Chongqing rubbed his hands together, shifting his large and plump body in front of the window, blocking Shui Yutan's view. "My sister has poor health and has stayed indoors year-round, thus making her shy." Living indoors without ever stepping out explained the sickly pale complexion. Suppressing his inner doubts, Shui Yutan shifted his gaze back to watching the steward leading the recently hired concubines away. As the steward passed Yuan Chongqing, he suddenly asked, "Sir, judging by the weather, it may rain tonight. Should we still place flags in the main hall?" "Nonsense, we certainly must." Yuan Chongqing replied while glancing at the window where Yuan Yingdi had just appeared, adding, "Place flags in sister's courtyard as well." A fortune-attracting flag will also bring her prosperity. Yes, sir. The steward bowed slightly and stepped back. When mentioning the flags earlier, Shui Yutan hadn't given it much thought. However, upon hearing the words, attracting wealth, his eyes suddenly brightened as if an awakened gene had lit up inside him. Flags capable of attracting wealth, endorsed by this extremely wealthy Mr. Yuan, couldn't help but stir intrigue. If real, after banishing the demon, perhaps presenting one such flag up the Jade Teeth Mountain to Yuli would leave him deeply moved, wouldn't it? But then again, living across 2 lifetimes, Shui Yutan had only witnessed spirit-summoning flags before, used to lure lost souls and often tied to ominous affairs. What do these wealth-attracting flags look like? What kind of flag did you set up? Could I see it? As Shui Yutan pondered, Xiaoyi's quick tongue had already rushed ahead to ask the question first. Her childish curiosity greatly satisfied Yuan Changsheng's vanity. He promptly invited the whole group to go take a look. Xiaoyi and Li Luoshu couldn't wait to jump into action but dared not detach themselves from the team without Shui Yutan's approval. If you want to go, feel free. Your legs belong to you, am I supposed to chain you down? Yes, master. Both happily followed closely behind Yuan Changsheng as they walked toward the main hall, excited like children. Oh, right, both were younger than 16, teenagers roughly the same age as the protagonist, who were naturally childlike in nature. Unlike someone else who refused to integrate with the group and stood gloomily against the tree trunk, remaining completely silent since entering Yuan's mansion. Seriously, being equally young, how could such a stark difference exist between youths? Shui Yutan turned to Pei Ji and asked, don't you want to see? Pei Ji shook his head, but immediately nodded, I want to, but I don't have the strength to walk. Stop pretending. If you had no strength, how did you manage to walk into the hot spring pool last night? After receiving 15 lashes, you were still lively enough to use water splashes to cut branches for hairpins. Now, after just 5 lashes, you're too frail to take care of yourself. Besides, didn't Wu Qingqing give you a spiritual medicine? That medicine was glorified in the novel as something miraculous, applying a little bit could beautify and nourish one's appearance, heal wounds and remove scars. Shui Yutan couldn't believe that Pei Ji hadn't benefited from it. Tired of his act, Shui Yutan turned her steps to follow the group to see the wealth-attracting flags. But just as she started moving, Pei Ji's voice came from behind her. I've just observed the terrain. The location where flags are hung in the back courtyard shouldn't be far from here. We could see them if we leap onto the roof. Do you mind giving me a hand, master, and carrying me up? Pei Ji's tone was soft and low, laced with a touch of weakness, as though he were an injured rabbit. Knowing well that a protagonist destined for greatness couldn't possibly be of the kind who wallows in self-pity or weakness, yet hearing these words made Shui Yutan halt her steps nonetheless. So what if helping him climb to the roof? It wasn't such a big deal, was it? She might as well help, since seeing the flags from wherever they stood would make no difference. Shui Yutan retraced her steps, walked back to Pei Ji, grabbed his arm with one hand, and exerted some force, lifting him onto the roof. Just as Pei Ji had said, the spot where the flags were placed in the back courtyard wasn't far from their position. Standing on the roof, they could clearly overlook the entire layout of the courtyard below. Shui Yutan noticed that at each corner of the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern positions on the roof, fanning banners had been planted by Yuan Changsheng's men. The flags were red overall, with edges encased in black and gold patterns. In the center of each flag was drawn a long and narrow talisman. Upon clearly seeing the shape of the talisman, Shui Yutan's eyes widened instantly. This was no banner for repelling evil spirits, this was unmistakably soul-summoning flags. Shui Yutan's unspoken thoughts were verbalized by Pei Ji. He looked somewhat astonished, pulling his gaze away from the flags and turning it towards Pei Ji instead, only to find Pei Ji frowning deeply, staring intently at the banner, lost in thought. Chapter 21, How did the little bastard come here too? Do you recognize this spirit banner? Shui Yutan asked. Not only did he recognize it, but he also recalled how the entire village had nearly died out from an epidemic, and he himself was driven out of the deserted village. Half of that was because of this banner's contribution. This thing not only doesn't bring wealth, but instead attracts some unclean entities. But didn't he destroy all the banners? Why has it reappeared here? A gust of cold wind came, making Shui Yutan shiver and look down casually. He happened to catch Yuan Yingdi slightly opening the door and sticking out her head. Seemingly noticing his gaze, Yuan Yingdi's face turned upward after initially looking left, staring straight at Shui Yutan. Her complexion appeared even paler than before, with protruding eyes that moved unnaturally. After 3 seconds, she suddenly grinned, Are you another girl brought back by Changsheng? You're prettier than the others. Girl? Shui Yutan glanced behind him, but there was no one other than Pei Ji. So, Yuan Yingdi was referring to Pei Ji as a girl? Shui Yutan was puzzled when Yuan Yingdi said again, Looking good is useless, Changsheng doesn't truly like you. He only likes me. What? She was calling him a girl. Sister Yuan, are you okay? With Yuan Changsheng's looks, why would he go blind and choose me? And besides, I'm a man. Even if he were blind, he wouldn't be attracted to me. Although it sounded absurd, Shui Yutan picked up on something peculiar in her words. You and Yuan Changsheng, aren't you just siblings? From Yuan Yingdi's tone, their relationship seemed more complicated than just brother-sister. Yuan Yingdi appeared to have difficulty understanding text dialogues. She tilted her head and thought for a few seconds before saying, yes, I am his sister. Changsheng always calls me that way. Yuan Yingdi's eyes were completely covered by black irises, almost like wearing colored contact lenses, and very little of the whites of her eyes were visible. Moreover, with her movements, the puppet-like patterns beside her cheeks became even more noticeable. She looked increasingly abnormal. Shui Yutan felt something wasn't right and jumped off the roof without paying attention to Pei Ji, intending to get closer and take a good look at Yuan Yingdi's face. However, the moment he took a step forward, Yuan Yingdi's smile transformed into fear. Afraid, she shrank back and quickly went inside. As Shui Yutan was confused about Yuan Yingdi's reaction, he heard Yuan Changsheng's voice from behind. Master, who were you talking to? Yuan Changsheng walked over from around the corner, holding a cloak. Is Yuan Yingdi afraid of her younger brother? There's nothing. Just enjoying the scenery. Instinctively concealing the earlier incident involving Yuan Yingdi, Shui Yutan instead suggested, tell your people to remove those flags. Remove them? But why? They've been working fine. Yuan Changsheng said here, as if suddenly realizing something. Could it be that these flags interfere with your ability to capture demons? It's not that, Shui Yutan replied. Even if such banners could make demon capturing more difficult or support certain things, with his abilities, they could still be instantly dealt with. Men should believe in themselves. However, Pei Ji seemed not to like these flags, so it might be better to remove them since he disliked them. With this in mind, Shui Yutan cast a glance at Pei Ji, noticing that his eyes had already shifted from the banner and now stared directly at Yuan Changsheng. When and where did you get these flags? Pei Ji's tone was icy, and Yuan Changsheng instinctively blurted out an answer. 2 months ago, Xiao Shizhou brought them back. He said hanging them at night brings wealth. It seemed pretty effective, so I kept them hanging. After answering, Yuan Changsheng finally realized what he had said and turned around, shouting at Pei Ji while hands on hips. I answered because of Master's face. Little brat, don't act presumptuously next time. Call me Yawai. Pei Ji ignored him, directly leaping off the roof, and smoothly walking toward Yuan Changsheng. I'd like to meet your Xiao Shizhou. The graceful flow of motion contradicted the feeble and weak condition he displayed earlier when he needed help climbing onto the roof with Shui Yutan. Impressive. In the span of viewing the scenery on the roof, not only did his leg issues disappear, but so did any signs of bodily pain. What kind of body composition does the protagonist have? This is too unrealistic, isn't it? You won't see him, he's dead. The third person killed by that monster was Xiao Shizhou. When further questioning led to a dead end, Pei Ji fell silent once again. Yuan Changsheng edged closer to Shui Yutan. Master, is there something wrong with the flags? Judging by the symbols, they're not for attracting wealth, but for summoning spirits. Summoning souls. Yuan Changsheng exclaimed dramatically, stomping his foot forcefully in anger, that wench Shizhou actually brought such an evil thing into the manor and deceived me. Fortunately, she died early, otherwise, if she were still alive, I would chop her to pieces. When Yuan Changsheng spoke here, a flicker of his peripheral vision caught the cloak in his hand, and the fierceness in his eyes softened a little. He pointed at Yuan Yingdi's house. It's getting cool. I'll go give my sister a piece of clothing first, then I'll ask the steward to take down those banners. Oh, by the way, Yuan Changsheng was already at the door when he turned around. The 2 disciples of the Celestial Master got drunk from my wine in the wine pool. Would the Celestial Master like to check on them? Though his words were vague, Shui Yutan still picked up the underlying message. Yuan Changsheng didn't want him near Yuan Yingdi's house. So be it. His only job was exorcising demons, not meddling in other people's affairs. Shui Yutan nodded and set off with Pei Ji in the direction Yuan Changsheng had indicated. Knowing that Pei Ji was fine, Shui Yutan didn't slow his pace during their walk, moving swiftly. Pei Ji trailed behind, seeing he couldn't keep up, and chose instead to stroll leisurely, gradually falling behind. By the time they arrived, Shui Yutan was already squatting by the edge of the wine pool, dipping his hand into the wine, raising a handful of it to his lips. The liquor flowed out between his slender fingers, dripping onto Shui Yutan's protruding Adam's apple. The droplets trickled along his throat, eventually disappearing into the collar of his white undergarment. For some reason, Pei Ji's gaze became transfixed on Shui Yutan and wouldn't budge, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. Not until a splash of wine hit his face did Pei Ji snap back to reality, shifting his gaze toward the one who threw the water. You young bastard, what are you doing here too? Get away, don't taint the wine with your stink. Intoxicated, Xiao Yiheng let loose unrestrained insults, speaking in an extremely vulgar manner. This entire pool was filled with premium Fengzhou Qingbai wine, worth dozens of taels per unit on the market, comparable in status to domestic Maotai. Initially, given its prestigious reputation, Shui Yutan intended to sip a few mouthfuls, but after Xiao Yiheng's remarks, his interest evaporated completely. The main character merely has beast ears more than normal people. How cute is that, and yet he's being called a bastard repeatedly. Moreover, after becoming his disciple, Pei Ji had already learned how to conceal his ears, making no difference from ordinary humans. Continuing to call him a bastard was truly impolite. Xiao Yiheng, if you don't stop provoking fate soon, even soul transference by a programmer couldn't save you. After all, in the plot of The Emperor's Business, didn't someone cut you into a living piglet? Chapter 22, Assisting the main character to awaken talent skills. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Yiheng finished speaking, Pei Zhi's face darkened. Pei Zhi had already been injured, with the lower half of his face bandaged. Now, with his eyelids drooping, it only served to make him look even more sinister and deranged, with an air of imminent eruption. Yet Xiao Yiheng didn't seem to notice any of this change and continued to flirt with death. What are you looking at? Don't think that master will take your side, so I can't do anything to you. In Kanjia Mountain, I am your elder brother. You have to listen to everything I say. Xiao Yiheng thought that this would drive Pei Zhi even crazier, but unexpectedly, after hearing those words, Pei Zhi's expression turned from sinister to joyful, and the malevolent aura he was emanating gradually subsided. What just happened? Wasn't Xiao Yiheng scolding him? How did the main character become happy about being scolded? Shui Yutan couldn't understand what was going on, chewing over Xiao Yiheng's last statement, utterly failing to figure out which sentence caused Pei Zhi to shift his attitude. But, it doesn't matter. Alright. Shui Yutan flicked his sleeve, and the tips of his fingers circled a talisman for sobering up before throwing it toward the foreheads of Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu. Master has brought you down the mountain to capture demons, not to drink wine. Wake up immediately. Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu shook their heads, most of their drunkenness fading away. They were just about to say something when Yuan Chongqing rushed into the courtyard in panic, shouting all the while, Taoist master, save my sister. Save my sister. Yuan Chongqing's face and body were covered in blood. A bloody stain soaked his right eye red, mixing with tears or sweat and trickling down. At first glance, one might have mistaken him for crying tears of blood. What happened to her? Shui Yutan asked sternly. I don't know, Yuan Chongqing replied in a panicked tone, likely shaken by the incident. His speech was hesitant and stammering. I was in my sister's room just now when suddenly the wind came, the door opened, then my sister, she fell down. Wind. Shui Yutan sniffed the air. Sure enough, he detected an unusual scent from the wind. This smell was similar to the demonic aura he had previously sensed in the residence, yet there seemed to be a slight difference. Shui Yutan calmed his mind, placing his right hand vertically in front of his brow to pinch a spell formula. The moment he closed his eyes, the flower mark on his forehead lit up. The invisible demonic aura coalesced in Shui Yutan's consciousness, glowing with phosphorescent light like fireflies whose tails were lit up in the dark night. Unlike the faint demonic aura felt earlier, this time the demonic aura was unhidden, gathering together and heading toward the easternmost room of the front yard. That room was precisely where Shui Yutan had seen Yuan Yingdi earlier. For this demon to dare to act brazenly before him before sunset shows considerable audacity. Opening his eyes, Shui Yutan declared, the demonic aura is very heavy. Stay here, I will go to exorcise the demon. With these words, Shui Yutan formed a seal in his palm, ready to rush forward to deal with the demon. However, before he could move, Pei Zhi grabbed onto his robes. Take me along, master. Take you for what? Your magic is low level, and you're disabled. Shouldn't you just lie back and win quietly? Without much thought, Shui Yutan prepared to refuse. His lips parted, but before he could speak, Pei Zhi's next words came through, isn't this trip down the mountain supposed to be for our training, master? Without experiencing things ourselves, how can we train? It sounds like it makes sense, but participating with just the eyes also counts as participation, right? The system just said participation enhances task satisfaction without saying the main character must participate together to brush B.S. There's no need to be overly meticulous, hero. As Shui Yutan was thinking this, his brain emitted a ding. Congratulations, player triggers a temporary small task, assist the protagonist in stimulating talent skills. Completion reward, 200 prestige points, failure does not deduct points. Do you accept? Yes 10-inch, number 10. Again. As soon as he thinks of something, the dog system sets it up for him. Does it really treat his head as a bug fixer? And this, temporary, task sounds too makeshift, evidently randomly thought of by 2484 just now. Clearly knowing he is eager to increase his prestige value to exchange for avoiding thunderstorm pills, so he won't reject any falling subquests. Here comes this temporary task. To make sure the hero gets more screen time, they don't care about saving face at all anymore. Isn't this originally his demon-slaying subquest? How come every step taken leads to paving the way for the hero? F***K. In the middle of complaining, the countdown reached 0, and the system automatically chose to accept. Congratulations, player activates a temporary small task. Friendly reminder, talent skills are usually triggered in times of crisis. Wishing the player a pleasant gaming experience. 2484, do you think I look happy right now? Shui Yutan's lips twitched repeatedly. If it weren't for the urgency of saving lives and the number of people around, he would have definitely placed his hands on his hips and cursed out the system. Besides, how useful was this prompt? If he understood correctly, the only critical situation in this scenario would be when fighting monsters, right? What did that mean? Was it asking him to fight while not using powerful spells and instead throw Pei Zhi into the fray? Great. Seeing Xue Yutan stay silent with an alternating expression of gloom and brightness, Pei Zhi spoke up again, that monster appears and disappears without a trace. I am scared staying here, could I follow master? As Xue Yutan regained his awareness, he heard these words from Pei Zhi. His lips twitched repeatedly, barely stopping himself from laughing out loud. You're scared. But you're the great demon lord who can make the 5 major sects kneel down and surrender just by snapping your fingers. Are you afraid of a mere monster that targets women? Who taught the protagonist to pretend so weak like this? If you're scared, at least act like it on your face. Nevertheless, even if this boy said nothing, Xue Yutan would still bring him along for the temporary 200 prestige. Thus, Xue Yutan took half a step toward Pei Zhi and reached out to grab his delicate wrist, preparing to take off. But the other end of his sleeve was also grabbed by someone else. Confused, Xue Yutan turned to see Yuan Changxing pinching his sleeve. Upon realizing there was blood on his hands, Yuan Changxing quickly let go but cried uncontrollably, Taoist master, please bring me along too. I want to save my sister. I really want to save her, woo woo woo. If they delayed any longer, everything might be over already. Without wasting another word, Xue Yutan grabbed one person with each hand and directly flew toward the house where demonic energy gathered. As they approached the eastern house, they smelled a strong stench of blood. The moment they landed, as soon as Xue Yutan released his grip, Yuan Changxing rushed anxiously toward the room emitting the bloody smell, kicking the door open and dashing inside. As the door opened, a powerful wave of bloodiness hit them all, nearly making Xue Yutan gag. Covering his nose and stepping onto the staircase, he was about to swing his hand to release spirit butterflies for lighting up the area when Yuan Changxing lit the candle holder on the table. However, it seemed the candlewick had been pressed under oil, only a tiny flame flickered intermittently, making the surroundings unclear. Xue Yutan could only vaguely see a silhouette lying sideways on the table, facing away from the door. Whether the person was alive or dead was unknown. Chapter 23, Holy Crap, the Dissipation Array. Tianshi. Yuan Changxing burst out of the room and rushed to Xue Yutan, pulling him back inside as he explained with a tearful voice, Tianshi, please save my sister. That monster has attacked her. My sister is covered in blood, I think she might not make it. I'm so scared. It seemed that the person lying inside was Yuaningdi. Xue Yutan was about to follow Yuan Changxing inside but after taking a couple of steps forward, suddenly remembered the temporary task assigned by the system earlier. He stopped, looking toward Pei Zhi, you go in. Me? Pei Zhi slightly narrowed his pupils, believing Xue Yutan was trying to use him as cannon fodder to avoid dying himself, thus replied, my magical abilities are very weak. If I go in, I might delay the rescue effort. Yuan Changxing also chimed in, that's right, Tianshi, you should come with me. He didn't finish speaking before being interrupted by Xue Yutan's flick of the sleeves. Standing there with hands behind his back, Xue Yutan looked every bit like an amiable teacher, don't belittle yourself. Your master trusts you. Pei Zhi. He had only been on Kanjia Mountain for less than a month, barely learning anything. What exactly did Xue Yutan trust him for? Did he trust him to die even faster than Xue Yutan? Pei Zhi's face turned rather unpleasant. Though biting his lip tightly, he still stepped across the threshold as instructed. The stench of blood grew stronger inside the room. Pei Zhi held his breath and walked to Yuaningdi, about to bend down and check her breathing through her nostrils when, illuminated by the candlelight on the table, he got a clear look at Yuaningdi's face. The face in front of him displayed an unnatural pallor, her cheeks and forehead slightly grayish, it didn't look like a living person at all. But this wasn't what caught Pei Zhi's attention the most. What truly made Pei Zhi startled was 2 lines appearing at Yuaningdi's mouth corners and nostrils. Rather than calling them lines, they were more like cracks. From the corners of Yuaningdi's mouth and nose extending towards her ears, were 2 long, neat cracks. These cracks seemed to connect her head and body, making her look less like a human and more like a puppet. Even though Pei Zhi tried hard to control the expression leaking out from his face, he was still shocked enough upon seeing Yuaningdi to take a step back. His foot landed on a puddle of viscous blood and lost balance, falling uncontrollably onto the ground. Before he could get up, his blood-stained hands and feet were tightly bound by silk threads coming from all sides, unable to move an inch. Struggling, Pei Zhi attempted to form a hand seal with the fingers that hadn't been restrained yet, wanting to cast a spell to break free from this restriction. But just as his right hand's fingers came together, someone stepped hard on them, grinding repeatedly. 10 fingers connected to one heart, Pei Zhi couldn't help but groan. His eyes followed the foot stepping on his fingertips upward, only to find that it was none other than Yuan Changxing, who had just been crying pitifully, begging Xue Yutan to enter and save his sister. Why you? Pei Zhi opened his mouth, intending to speak, when Xue Yutan's voice from outside the door reached them, why did the noise stop? Is the person still alive? It was unclear whether this question referred to his survival or Yuaningdi's. The next second, several spirit butterflies flew into the room from outside, burning in the air, thoroughly illuminating the scene within. With sufficient light, Xue Yutan finally saw the state of the room. Indeed, Yuaningdi's body was full of blood as Yuan Changxing had said. From the neck downwards, blood covered her entire body. However, this blood didn't flow out of her body, it seemed artificially applied. At this moment, Yuan Yingdi's eyes were closed, her features unsoiled by blood remaining deathly pale. In the faint glow of the candles, her skin appeared intermittently bright and dark, like a corpse. Underneath the silk threads binding Pei Ji was an enormous hexagonal star array condensed from human blood. Holy crap, the dissipation array. Xue Yutan remembered that the original story mentioned the dissipation array. As its name suggests, it is an array designed to lock a Taoist adept and block their spiritual veins temporarily within a short time frame, rendering them incapable of using any magic and essentially becoming useless. Long-term exposure to this array would result in the dissipation of one's spiritual power, causing fatigue both physically and mentally, eventually leading to being bedridden. A lousy dungeon worth only 50 points really needed such a deadly formation implanted in it. Could it be that all the blood drained from those concubines was used here? Xue Yutan's eyes widened. Was this about capturing demons or trying to capture him? If not for the system malfunction adding that temporary small task, then the person entering the room just now would have been him. In this group of people, if his only source of combat strength were stripped of spiritual power, expecting those three useless ones to survive, his best bet would be restarting everything. At this thought, Xue Yutan took a deep gaze at Pei Ji. Thanks to our male protagonist's noble deed, testing the method with his own body, he set an example we must all strive to emulate. Pei Ji naturally had no idea what Xue Yutan was thinking. When he saw Xue Yutan look at him, Pei Ji thought he must have been deemed incompetent. After learning for half a month, how could he walk in and get captured so easily? Pei Ji gritted his teeth, wanting to escape the silk thread's hold using his own strength. However, the more he struggled, the tighter it got, cutting into his flesh. It was clear that self-rescue was out of the question. But relying on others for help? Would Xue Yutan be willing to take a risk to save him after deliberately sending him inside? After casting a glance at Pei Ji, Xue Yutan's gaze retracted as he looked around for Yuan Changxing's figure. Pei Ji fell victim as soon as he entered, yet Yuan Changxing kept coming in and out without issue. This clearly indicated something suspicious. Xue Yutan had wanted to drag Yuan Changxing over for an interrogation but was momentarily distracted by the dissipation array earlier. By the time he turned back, Yuan Changxing was nowhere to be found. The guy appeared so honest normally but played double agent behind his back. Who would have thought, reality version of BSS right next to me. Xiao Yihe and Li Luoshu arrived, quickly summoning their swords from their spirit awareness to prepare for combat. Just as they were about to switch to battle mode, Xue Yutan flicked his sleeve lightly, and their swords vanished again. Master, Xiao Yihe called out confusedly, wanting to ask something but then heard Xue Yutan speaking aloud toward the room. What are you doing, Xiao Yuan? If there's trouble, tell me. We're all friends here, is it necessary to resort to fighting and killing? Xue Yutan's tone was very calm, not disturbed in the least by Pei Ji being tied up, as if Pei Ji's life or death didn't matter. There was no response from the room. The light from the spirit butterflies was nearly gone, dimming slightly. No one answered, so Xue Yutan continued, I know your sister wasn't happy in her lifetime. Her parents never gave her a proper look, focusing solely on you. When she finally grew up, she ended up tangled with someone like you. If I were her, I'd have committed suicide too. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yihe and Li Luoshu were stunned. After a long pause, Li Luoshu managed to blurt out, Yuan Yingdi is dead. Then who was the one talking to us just now in the room? A puppet. Then master, how do you know these secrets of the Yuan family background? Guessed. Xue Yutan said this as though it was the most natural thing. Chapter 24, merely extracting the inner Dan. Moreover, he firmly believed that his guess was quite accurate. When he saw the looks of Yuan Changxing's concubines, he had this suspicion. So many concubines, all more or less resembling the same person, it couldn't be anything other than Yuan Changxing seeking substitutes for the one he could not attain. This suspicion was later confirmed during a conversation with the puppet version of Yuan Yingdi inside the room. As for the earlier part regarding their parents' neglect of Yuan Yingdi, this can be seen clearly in the names of these two individuals. Yuan Changxing, simply wishing for his son's long life. But Yuan Yingdi, is Yingdi, meaning welcoming a younger brother. As the eldest daughter, she doesn't even have a proper name, as if from the moment of her birth, she was merely seen by her parents as a tool to bestow blessings upon her younger brother. If this were to happen to any modern new woman with thoughts and consciousness, there would certainly be an explosion, yet Yuan Yingdi endured it for so many years. This time when he brought up the old matter, it was only to trick Yuan Changxing into revealing himself. Once Yuan Changxing showed up, the demon lurking behind him would naturally be exposed. You're lying. Indeed, right after Su Yutan finished speaking, there was a reaction indoors. Yuan Changxing's face was half hidden in the shadows where candlelight could not reach, the other half exposed to everyone, his expression alternating between light and dark. My sister did not commit suicide because of my persistent pursuit. She loved me. Her suicide, it was because. Speaking to this point, Yuan Changxing suddenly stopped, his tone twisting, ending with an upward lilt, but none of that matters anymore. After tonight, my sister will be able to live again. That person said, as long as we lure a cultivator above the Jin Dan stage into the formation and extract their inner Dan, my sister will be able to live forever. TSK, it turned out to be a plot to lure him into a trap, ostensibly inviting him to exorcise the demon, but truly intending for him to be sacrificed for his inner Dan. Isn't this ironic? Their goals were the same after all. One wanted the Gene Dan, the other wanted the demon's Dan. Tonight would determine who would die under whose hands. Anyway, he wouldn't die for sure. He had the system. Version 2484 definitely wouldn't let him die during a side mission, right? Such a death would be way too embarrassing. The host must not take things for granted. The current system does not have a resurrection function at the spring water, please ensure your survival cautiously. The voice of System Brother appeared in his mind, still as cold and merciless as ever. Shit, did you really need to slap my face so quickly? Immortal Shui, I don't want to harm anyone. If you are willing to come over and exchange places, I'll let your disciple go. Otherwise, I'll kill him immediately. Don't kill people and then say you don't want to hurt them, only a dog would believe you. Now Snow Yutan understood why, when he spoke to the wooden puppet of Yuaningdi, she was so frightened when she saw Yuan Chongqing approaching. On a daily basis, she probably got beaten quite often. Snow Yutan spat on this despicable man in his heart and glanced ahead to see 3 thick needles suddenly appear before the array holding Pei Ji in place. Don't ask how he could see the needles so clearly from a few meters away. It was because these needles emitted a pale green fluorescence from their tips and were surrounded by blackish qi, making them extremely noticeable. With Yuan Chongqing's words still hanging in the air, the 3 needles hovered in front of Pei Ji's eyes and throat respectively, each needing only a fraction more to pierce into his pupils. Pei Ji's eyes widened slightly, unable to close them for fear that moving would cause the needle to stab into his eyeballs. Li Luoshu outside the door laughed aloud as though hearing a great joke, shouting loudly, "Demon, you've miscalculated. The person you've bound is merely a traitor from Kanjia Mountain. Do you see his injuries? They were inflicted by Master. Do you think the Master would trade with such a traitor?" After hearing these words, Yuan Chongqing looked somewhat uncertainly at Snow Yutan. Before Snow Yutan could respond, the originally motionless thick needle before Pei Ji's throat advanced slightly, breaking through his skin with clear intent to continue advancing. The hand of Snow Yutan hidden within his wide sleeve clenched tightly into a fist but remained motionless. The temporary task had given a hint, Pei Ji, the more dangerous his situation became, the more likely he was to trigger his unique talent skill as the main character. Snow Yutan couldn't afford to be soft-hearted, he had to wait a bit longer. As he watched the needle pierce deeper into the flesh, Pei Ji seemed no different, still weak without signs of rising strength, and Snow Yutan conceded first. Swap. In the very next moment, just as the needle continued its advance, Snow Yutan's voice cut through the night from outside the door. He couldn't gamble with Pei Ji's life for these 200 reputation points, it wasn't worth it, nor could he afford it. At least for now, he didn't want to restart the game. My disciple is merely in the early stages of condensing qi, far from reaching the foundation establishment phase. He can't even gather an inner Dan, if you kill him, it would just add another life to your list. Isn't a Gene Dan all you want? How much of a deal is that? I'll carve it out for you right here and now. Master, are you truly going to carve out the Gene Dan before everyone's eyes? Xiao Yiheng had been shocked when Shui Yutan agreed to the trade, but hearing him talk about carving out a Gene Dan on the spot left his knitted eyebrows constantly furrowed. He had spent no short amount of time on Kanjia Mountain. 2 years of cultivation later, he was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, possessing an inner Dan, yes, but one still deep brown, far from being golden. Achieving a true Gene Dan required someone stronger than Yuaning's stage, an expert beyond the peak. Over the years, he'd never heard of any sect master from Kanjia Mountain surviving the extraction of their Gene Dan. And naturally, none of them had ever attempted something as insane as live extraction either. The techniques of Kanjia Mountain's 3 great masters had always been shrouded in legend. But hearing Shui Yutan speak so casually about it, could it really be that carving out a Gene Dan was no big deal for him? Xiao Yiheng preferred to believe that Shui Yutan possessed some miraculous ability rather than accept that he'd exchange his own life for Pei Ji's. Of course, Xiao Yiheng's suspicions were slightly unfounded. It wasn't like Shui Yutan was exchanging lives. Though he did care quite a bit about his own life too. Instead of worrying others, Shui Yutan's straightforwardness made Yuan Chongqing pause momentarily. He stood frozen for 10 seconds before realizing himself again. After casting a glance at the shadow lurking nearby, Yuan Chongqing retrieved the 3 needles before Pei Ji and loosened the silk threads binding his limbs. Released from the constraint, Pei Ji collapsed onto the ground, weakly touching his neck. It hurt, though only the skin and flesh were injured. Just moments ago, a needle as thick as his fingertip had pierced into his flesh. He didn't dare imagine what would have happened if it had gone deeper, if his throat might have been punctured directly. Pei Ji, can you stand? Shui Yutan's voice flowed like a clear spring through the mountain air, entering Pei Ji's ears and warming his body. Taking a deep breath, Pei Ji struggled to rise but his entire body was soft and powerless. He tried several times and couldn't stabilize his stance. Luckily, his spiritual power was originally meager, so this array dispersing his spirit hadn't harmed him too severely. Even without any magical abilities now, relying purely on brute strength, he managed to stumble and get back up multiple times. Good, then come towards me. Pei Zhi obeyed and began walking forward, yet before he stepped out of the array's range, Yuan Changxing blocked him. Taoist immortal, the man I released, what about the Jin Dan? When do you plan to carve it out? Without seeing anything, how can I just let this person go randomly? Tisk, Shui Yutan clicked his tongue as if he couldn't stand Yuan Changxing's merchant-like mannerisms. Fiddling with his ear, a faint shimmer of his divine awareness sprang forth, forming a dagger shape before him. Shui Yutan held the dagger in hand, weighing it twice to ensure its balance. Then, without hesitation, he plunged it directly into his own chest. Chapter 25, Master is truly incredible. Master. Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu screamed, wanting to rush over to check Shui Yutan's injuries but were stopped by a wave of his hand. He worked up a storm inside his chest, and before long, pulled out a glowing golden sphere. Here, the golden pellet you asked for. I've extracted it already. Now can you release the person? Even after extracting his internal pearl, Shui Yutan remained unaffected, not losing a drop of blood, and looking as energetic as ever. Yuan Changxing was just an ordinary man who thought that a cultivator's golden pellet was like their own heart, taking it would mean death. Seeing this spectacle now, Yuan Changxing's perception of Shui Yutan had changed. Could it be that Shui Yutan had truly ascended to become a celestial being? If so, if only he had met Shui Yutan earlier, would he have not had to kill so many people, and could he still have saved his sister? The moment this thought crossed Yuan Changxing's mind, a hand made from smoke clamped down on his neck. Don't let me detect such thoughts again, the black mist threatened fiercely. Go, retrieve the golden pellet. Once you get the golden pellet, your sister will live. Shui Yutan, standing outside the door, hadn't heard any response from within for quite a while. Growing impatient, he tapped his leg irritably and proposed another considerate plan. Alright, to prove my sincerity, once Pei Zhi steps out of the focal point of the formation, I'll toss the golden pellet to you first. How does that sound? It's a great deal, and opportunities like these don't come around often. Wasn't this about sacrificing one's own pellet? It seemed more like hawking goods. Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu exchanged a glance, both finding it hard to believe in each other's eyes. The moment Shui Yutan finished speaking, Pei Zhi was shoved out of the room by Yuan Changxing. Outside the room lay an area untouched by the formation's focus. True to his word, Shui Yutan immediately threw the bead out of his hand, and his white figure darted forward, grabbing Pei Zhi's arm and flinging him back towards Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu. Yiheng, take them all out. Quickly. Xiao Yiheng accepted the order, dragging everyone and sprinting away, completely disregarding Shui Yutan's safety. After all, the scene of extracting the golden pellet was simply too shocking. He believed without a doubt that Shui Yutan had reached the legendary level of Huashen. Dealing with the lackeys in the mansion would be no harder than moving a finger for Huashen. Sure enough, just as they ran out of the back courtyard of Yuan's estate, there was a deafening roar, and the eastern house where Yuan Changxing was located, along with several ancient trees in the yard, was split into two halves. Pei Zhi stopped in his tracks, looking towards the source of the sound. Under the dust of the collapsing house, Li Guang returned to its sheath, and Shui Yutan, dressed in white, calmly emerged from the rubble, holding a pale blue demonic core in his hand. Master, you are truly, incredibly strong. Li Luoshu uttered his sentence in three parts, his eyes filled with adoration. Yes, even after extracting his core, he's still this powerful, Xiao Yiheng agreed. Only Pei Zhi stared intently at the white figure, lips pursed tightly, saying nothing, lost in thought. Shui Yutan was quite satisfied with his dramatic conclusion. Adjusting his walking posture to ensure that his three disciples would see his imposing face from any angle, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his leg. Looking down slightly, he saw Yuan Changxing cradling Yuan Yingdi's corpse, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Taoist Master. Yuan Changxing's internal organs were shattered when Shui Yutan's sword struck, leaving him with little time to live, yet he persisted. Taoist Master, why did my sister not return to life even after consuming your golden pellet? In Yuan Changxing's arms, Yuan Yingdi's body was already grayish-white and stiff, clearly preserved with great effort but nearing decay. As her body was exposed to the air, her abdomen began visibly swelling with gas, an indication of organ decomposition producing methane and hydrogen sulfide gases. Another clear sign of being thoroughly dead. Taoist Master, that man said your golden pellet is divine, able to bring the dead back to life. Why hasn't my sister returned? Because the pill Yuan Yingdi consumed wasn't really a golden pellet but rather a golden candy enchanted by him to glow. It was something he casually pocketed during his time at Kanjia Mountain. And he wasn't insane enough to actually slit open his abdomen, or in his case, chest, for a measly 50-point side mission. That entire scene earlier? Just an illusion. Fortunately, the demons in the scenario lacked insight, falling for it instantly. Master, receiving no answer, Yuan Changxing repeated his question. Master, you are a celestial being, and celestial beings can save people, right? I beg you, please save my sister. It's all my fault, my sister is innocent. If you can bring my sister back to life, I will do anything you ask. Shui Yutan looked down at Yuan Changxing, leaning forward slightly as if about to say something. But then he noticed the person clutching the edge of his robes had already lost focus in their pupils. What a pitifully infatuated soul, but tragically, that infatuation was misplaced. Having killed so many women, drained their blood, and feigned the presence of an evil spirit just to lure cultivators into offering up their cores through a formation for scattering souls, frankly speaking, Yuan Changsheng didn't deserve any sympathy. If only Yuan Changsheng could use that pig brain of his to think, if golden pellets were truly so effective, cultivators like themselves would have already annihilated each other long ago. How could it be the turn of a mere mortal? Murder. Murder. The steward, having heard the commotion, rushed over from the back courtyard, just in time to see Yuan Changsheng take his last breath under Shui Yutan's hand. Trembling, he pointed at Shui Yutan and shouted before he was knocked unconscious with a wooden stick by Pei Ji. Leaving him alive would be a potential threat. If he spreads lies to other sects, it'll cause trouble. Master, should we eliminate him? The side effects of the formation for scattering souls still lingered on Pei Ji, making him heave as he swung a simple wooden stick like a dumbbell. Yet despite this, his voice didn't waver when he spoke of killing. Not your character, bro. I'm supposed to be the villain here. How come you're more ruthless than the villain? Ding, congratulations host for completing the demon hunting mission, gaining 50 points and 500 reputation. Current points, 230, reputation, 1500, mission progress, 6%. Like the previous progress bars, every completion added 1 point. Only the last timed main mission had jumped from 3% to 5%, increasing by 2 points, so Shui Yutan guessed this progress bar was related to the difficulty of the Master. Seeing Shui Yutan remain silent, Pei Ji spoke again. Just an ordinary mortal, ignore him. Shui Yutan, holding the pale blue demon core, approached Pei Ji, intending to immediately use the demon core to heal his face. But before he could move, Pei Ji asked another question, did Master clearly see what the demon looked like while killing it earlier? Chapter 26, come to the medicine hut and work as a laborer to pay off debts. After all this circling around, this was what Pei Ji actually wanted to ask. Since the time of the soul recalling pennant, Shui Yutan had noticed something off about Pei Ji. Now he asked again, could it be that the pestilence in his previous village wasn't a natural disaster but a man-made one? There was just a fog, I didn't see clearly. Shui Yutan put away the demon core and truthfully said. When returning to Kanjia Mountain, there was no temporal slash from Yuli, and they were indeed slower. High up on the mountain at night, it was filled with cold air, practicing flying swords made Shui Yutan's old cold legs nearly freeze. So as soon as he reached the mountain, he asked the kitchen for several buckets of hot water to place indoors. Just as he was about to take a bath after undressing, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yuli sitting on his bed. Shui Yutan paused his action of undressing and raised an eyebrow, is there something? Nope. Yuli waved his fan, the pose so arrogant that it caused Shui Yutan's teeth to grind painfully. It's not me looking for you, but the master has something to say. Whatever he has to say can wait till tomorrow. I'm tired, good night. Shui Yutan then tried to shoo him away, but before his hand even touched Yuli, the air surged suddenly in his path forward. Realizing Mingjue foam had come, Shui Yutan turned immediately, but still got his shoulder seized by the emerging foam Mingjue. Yutan, that young man surnamed Yuan is the nephew of an old friend of mine, the older brother of his niece. I let you go catch a demon for him, so destroying his home is fine, but why did you kill him as well? He knew this old man would come to question him, so he quietly went to the northern garden to bathe when he returned to the mountain. He never expected these two wouldn't be discreet and came visiting even while he was bathing. He colluded with the mist demon to steal my golden essence, it was self-defense, an accidental killing, very reasonable right? Shui Yutan said coherently. Moreover, he killed so many women. I directly split him with one slash without any torture, already giving a lot of face to you, master. What? He also wanted to snatch your inner essence. Of all that Shui Yutan said, this was the only sentence Mingjue Feng heard. His previously strict tone instantly changed as he pulled over Shui Yutan, looked left and right, up and down, and only relaxed after confirming he wasn't injured. Then he deserved death. Tomorrow I'll write a letter severing ties with my old friend. What kind of thing is this, wanting to steal the golden essence, how does he not just fly into the sky? Tisk. The wind direction doesn't have to change this fast. Are you not going to investigate further? Shui Yutan asked. Investigate? How not to? After writing the severance letter tomorrow, I'll update my friendship announcement, raising the threshold for friendships. Let others not think people from our Kanjia Mountain are easy targets. Wah, no wonder the Master Elder was always on his side like last life. Touched, Shui Yutan was about to give Feng Mingjue a bear hug when he suddenly said, by the way, settle your debt of 5,000 taels owed to Yuli if you have time. Otherwise, I will be driven mad by his incessant nagging. Shui Yutan blinked, what 5,000 taels? The temporal cut. 5,000 each time. Wow, you don't know the market price, do you? He retracted his praise for Feng Mingjue just now. This old man and Yuli, that stingy fox, were breathing through the same nostril. There was a song, how does it go, it seems like a three-person friendship, except I don't deserve to have a name. Damn, cried in vain. I have no money, Shui Yutan said in an attitude of being fearless of boiling water, no money, but I offer you my head or my life. Then, according to the old rule. That demon core in your bosom is good, use it as compensation. Yuli finally spoke. Yuli liked playing around with herbs. Demon cores could greatly aid in the refining of certain herbs. In fact, there had been a precedent where Shui Yuten had used demon cores to offset debts to Yuli. But this time was different. Uncle mentioned that this mist demon's inner essence invigorates skin vitality, which can treat Pei Zhi's face. Shui Yuten vigilantly covered the pocket at his waist containing the inner core. I need the inner core for my own purposes, I cannot give it to you. Let's make another arrangement for payment. Seemingly not expecting Shui Yuten to refuse, Yuli hesitated briefly as he fanned himself, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Then he snapped shut his fan, walked a few steps toward Shui Yuten, tapped the bathtub twice with his fingertips, and said, then work as a labor to pay off the debt. My medicinal hut needs a guardian, come serve for a couple days. Having said that, without waiting for Shui Yuten's response, he disappeared. Tisk, just walks off like that, not even waiting for my old bones, Feng Mingjue huffed as he passed by the bathtub, suddenly saying in a sarcastic tone, this bucket of yours has great insulation effect, it's still steaming after such a long conversation. Upon his mentioning, Shui Yuten also became curious, it really is quite warm. Should I send you one tomorrow? Not necessary, not necessary. I don't deserve such fortune. What's with all this fuss about a bucket? How did luck get involved in all of this? So strange. Since returning from Jiangnan, Pei Zhi hadn't seen Shui Yuten for half a month. Before, every now and then there would be an hour of personal teaching demonstration, but now the lessons had stopped altogether. Shui Yuten stayed inside Yuli's medicine hut for the whole half a month. The medicine hut was one of the 3 major taboos of Kanjia Mountain. Without Yuli's approval, no one dared to enter, let alone go in to find Shui Yuten. Thus, for the past half-month, everything related to the disciples' schedule at Beiyuan had been handled by Xiaoyihe. Given Xiaoyihe's attitude towards Pei Zhi, the treatment he received during these 15 days was predictable. All sorts of rough work like sweeping, washing dishes, carrying water, chopping wood, etc., were handed over to Pei Zhi. But even under conditions of being underfed, poorly clothed, and having untreated wounds, Pei Zhi surprisingly discovered that his whip injuries healed quickly within the half-month period. Even the terrifying scar on his face hadn't left a single trace. What are you looking at? A small flower fell into the water tank in front of Pei Zhi, breaking up the face reflected in the water. Pei Zhi looked up and saw Ling Yu sitting on a tree branch next to the water tank, swinging her legs while watching him. Ling Yu was the only female disciple among Shui Yuten's students, and because of her beauty, she always drew attention wherever she went. Especially today, wearing a light pink dress, sitting on a peach tree, she should have appeared exceptionally radiant and beautiful. But when Pei Zhi saw her, he just glanced at her indifferently and withdrew his gaze. Not only did he not respond to her, but he also immediately used a ladle to scoop out the small flower that fell into the water and then covered the water tank lid. What did that mean? Did he think she dirted the water? Ling Yu jumped down from the tree angrily, Junior brother Pei, I came a long way to look for you, yet you didn't even glance at me. Are you mad at me? The ones who bullied you were senior brother and the others, not me. I even scolded senior brother yesterday for your sake. Thanks senior sister for your concern. I'm not angry at you, but I'm too busy to chat idly. Please understand, senior sister. After saying this, Pei Zhi rolled up his sleeves again and started chopping firewood. He stacked the finished pieces on the side, while wooden chips splashed near Ling Yu's feet. She stomped irritably, every day it's just chopping wood and carrying water, how is that impressive? In a few more days, the apprentice-in-chief meeting of Kanjia Mountain will begin. With your skills in carrying water, chopping wood, and cooking, do you really think you can become the apprentice-in-chief? Pei Zhi didn't stop chopping the wood, I never intended to be the apprentice-in-chief anyway. But the master has some advanced techniques that he will only pass down to the apprentice-in-chief. Everyone strives hard to become it, don't you want to? At this, Pei Zhi finally paused his actions. Chapter 27, when is the protagonist going to come through? Inside the medicine hut. Shui Yutan, with his trouser legs rolled up, stood in the mud and finally finished planting the last rice seedling in his hand. He looked at the field under his feet, which took him several days to plant, and he had already filled a whole basket with curses in his heart. This Yuli is not human at all. It was agreed that he would work as a guardian to pay off debts, but when he got to the medicine hut, his pose was all ready, but this person handed him a basket of green rice seedlings and told him to fill the entire field alone. Isn't it true that Kanjia Mountain is so poor that they can't even afford food? Have things deteriorated to the point where we have to grow our own crops just to survive? He clearly remembered that each pill from Yuli's furnace was worth a lot of gold and silver. Ouch, my waist. Shui Yutan supported his almost straightened-up waist, slowly wading ashore. He didn't care about how much mud was on his feet, barefooted he ran towards Yuli's pavilion, sat down on the chair with a thud, and wasn't forget to snatch the tea that Yuli had just poured. Looking at the trail of muddy footprints stretching from the edge of the field, Yuli's mouth twitched repeatedly but still managed to keep calm without losing his temper. Tisk, good tea. Drinking like a bull, Shui Yutan couldn't taste anything special, but the tea smelled fragrant, so it must be top-notch tea. The seedlings are planted now, those 5,000 taels are paid back, right? Don't dare to cheat. Yuli responded briefly, fanning lightly with his fan, looking at the unevenly planted seedlings not too far away, feeling his head hurt a bit. Originally, he wanted to drink a cup of tea to refresh his mind, but just as he poured a new cup of tea into another teacup, it was snatched away again by Shui Yutan, who then drank it down like drinking alcohol. Such a handsome face doing such vulgar actions, truly a waste of beauty. Unwatchable. Sighing helplessly, Yuli decided to simply chat casually instead of drinking tea. But the topic he picked didn't seem very popular. I met Peiji yesterday. His face injury healed well. Well, some parts healed overly well. Yuli stressed the second and third well, making it quite obvious. Are you calling me out? Don't think I didn't hear that. Pretending not to understand what Shui Yutan heard, while pouring himself more tea, he continued to listen to Yuli saying, I was still surprised before, why would you rather plant seedlings for half a month than give me the mist demon's internal core? Turns out, it's for your apprentice. What are you doing, treating and beating up people because you've got nothing better to do? Of course not. Beating was due to system missions, and healing was because of idleness. But Shui Yutan wouldn't tell Yuli this, knowing that even if he said it, Yuli wouldn't understand. So Shui Yutan shifted the topic, you're managing things too broadly. The senior disciple meeting is coming up, you'd better focus on yourself, deciding who should become your leading disciple. Yuli raised an eyebrow. Do I need to choose? Didn't I already appoint Ling Feng internally? Damn, such sneaky tactics, and you're talking about them so formally. Shui Yutan exclaimed in great shock. You're no different either, aren't the disciples in the northern courtyard all gossiping that Xiao Yiheng will become the leading disciple? Saying this, Yuli raised the tone of his voice, or not. Don't try to trick words out of me. I'm very fair, transparent, and open. The higher position goes to those capable, whoever is competent gets the title. Is that so? Yuli added some water to the boiling kettle on the table, the shaking leaves quickly settled back down to the bottom of the pot. Then let's wait and see. Night fell. Not sure whether it was due to drinking too much tea during the day or because the upcoming selection meeting for the leading disciple was causing stress, Shui Yutan tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He remembered clearly, according to the plot of the book, before the leading disciple meeting, there should be a plot where Xiao Yiheng steals Pei Zhi's mount, the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth. It is also because of this mount that female Shui Yutan specifically pointed out Xiao Yiheng as the leading disciple of the northern courtyard. Yet it was already late midnight with no sign of any mention regarding the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth as dawn approached, and the ceremony was set to start soon. How could there be no movement related to the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth at all? Could it be that the changes in the plotline caused by the Cold Pond scandal prevented Xiao Yiheng from being taken over by the soul of a programmer from the 21st century, thus creating this butterfly effect? Speaking of soul transfers, Shui Yutan couldn't stay calm anymore. He abruptly sat up in a coy jump-like move and shouted at the system, 2484, spill it, when exactly is the main character going to possess Xiao Yiheng? Who will challenge the 8 sex with wit, subdue the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth, and even successfully turn the male lead gay? Although he had no particular interest in men being intimate with other men, following the philosophy of same world, same dream, he believed that he and this Xiao Yiheng should have plenty to talk about. But, no one answered. Just like the previous dozens of times. Ever since the main and side quests were completed, the system in his mind has been silent as if someone had cast a muting spell on it. No matter how he shouted, it didn't respond. If the system interface could not be opened, Shui Yutan would have doubted that the system had left for good. Hey, 2484, stop pretending to be dead. I'm talking to you seriously, you. Just as he said this, Shui Yutan suddenly sensed an extra breath outside the door. There was someone at his window. Shui Yutan's muttering stopped abruptly, and he asked in a stern voice, who's there? At the same time, a sharp palm wind swept past. Li Luoshu didn't expect Shui Yutan to strike out of nowhere, so he froze on the spot. Fortunately, after Shui Yutan identified the intruder, he retracted his hand just in time, preventing Li Luoshu from being mistakenly injured. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Shui Yutan draped his outer robe over himself and looked down from a height at the person trembling and kneeling before him, asking. Li Luoshu realized he had committed a taboo. His head stayed pressed to the ground until he finally dared to look up when speaking. It's because I'm about to leave the mountain, so I wanted to come bid farewell to my master. But I was also afraid of disturbing your rest, so I kept quiet. What an inconvenient time to say goodbye. Only now did Shui Yutan notice that Li Luoshu had already changed out of his disciple robes into a light pink thin coat. Around the collar and chest area, large red peony flowers were embroidered. Peonies? Aren't those patterns usually favored by women? Why is this guy dressed like this? Shui Yutan adjusted his sleeve, pushing the strands of hair falling onto his chest back behind his shoulder. He then casually asked, where are you heading after leaving the mountain? Home. Li Luoshu nervously twisted his fingers, slightly uneasy. My birthday is upon me, and several days ago, father sent people to urge me to return home. Today is already the last deadline. What kind of birthday requires a midnight pickup? As Shui Yutan pondered this, Li Luoshu added hurriedly, Master, the last time you said you would attend my birthday celebration. I wonder if... Dark Knight Cyan Tooth, it's Dark Knight Cyan Tooth. The final words, whether it counts or not, were drowned out before Li Luoshu could finish his sentence, covered by a terrified high-pitched shout from the front courtyard. This one cry stirred up quite a commotion. Instantly, the entire mountain erupted with noises. Fires ignited at the mountain gate, illuminating the previously pitch-black night sky. Amidst the chaos, Shui Yutan heard a ding sound in his head. Immediately afterward, mechanical system prompts flooded his consciousness. Chapter 28, The Locking Bell of the Master's Favor. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest, Testing the Waters. Please assist Pei Ji in subduing the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth publicly and display your strength. Completing this task rewards 50 points and increases your prestige by 300. A long-awaited prompt tone. If there weren't people in front of her, Shui Yutan would have jumped with excitement. 2484. Shui Yutan tentatively spoke to the system, immediately hearing the familiar voice of Brother System. Hello, System 2484 at your service. What's going on? You. Boom, a loud explosion accompanied by flames interrupted Shui Yutan's attempt to reconnect. It seemed the battle up front was fierce. With the sky ablaze, it was clear that the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth had explosive fighting power. Without him stepping in, things wouldn't work out. Shui Yutan dismissed her idle chatter with the system, drew Li Guang from its sheath, and without further ado, soared stylishly toward the front mountain. But, looking around at the miasma-infested, black mist swirling, barren landing point, Shui Yutan's veins on her forehead pulsed repeatedly. 2484, come on, you better explain. I was flying to the front mountain, so how did I end up here at the drywood forest? You are not present at the scene according to the current plot, responded System Brother succinctly. Are you messing with me? How can you assign a main quest without giving me a chance to appear? If I just sit here on the mountain watching, will the task complete itself? Failing the main quest could be fatal. Shui Yutan quickly attempted to form a hand sign to return, but System Brother stopped her mid-thought with the next sentence, Pei Ji is in the drywood forest. Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Could it be that Brother System was lying to her? Recalling the details about the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth's plot, Shui Yutan remembered. The book, My Senior Brother is Mentally Split, mainly discusses Xiao Yiheng and Pei Ji's romantic story, so in grand scenes like this one, they're bound to be the stars performing their antagonistic roles. Me, as the male supporting character, am irrelevant. In the original story of the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth, once it was released, coincidentally, the three altar leaders of the Cyan Tooth Mountain happened to be far away attending to matters. Hence, as the big brother, Xiao Yiheng took the challenge under everyone's expectations and single-handedly fought against the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth. But unfortunately, the version of Xiao Yiheng who crossed over had average martial skills and was swiftly defeated. Thankfully, what he lacked in ability was compensated with external support. The main protagonist received a function from his system called Bond, teleporting both man and beast straight to Pei Ji who was feeding wolves in the drywood forest. From there, the couple teamed up to fight the monster together. Yes, drywood forest. Ah, correct, it's precisely where he now stood, barren and desolate, 2 mountains away from where the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth resided. It indeed happened here where Pei Ji awakened his demonic race's ultimate skill, reducing the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth into a husky-sized creature. Only then did Xiao Yiheng manage to take credit, seal the pact successfully, making the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth later his status-boosting pet. However, in the book, only because Xiao Yiheng fell into a freezing pond did female Shui Yutan whip Pei Ji 20 times and send him to feed wolves in the drywood forest. In this life, although she did beat Pei Ji, after returning to Cyan Tooth Mountain, she nourished the boy using a mist demon's spiritual core, leaving him with fair skin and good looks. Even Yuli had to praise his complexion. There was no reason for him to be in such a ghostly place like the drywood forest. Cough, cough, just as these thoughts were racing through her mind, amidst the silent forest, the genuine sound of a young man coughing rang out. Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow and within the next moment, a battered Pei Ji appeared before her. Teacher. Teacher. Seeing Shui Yutan in this location, Pei Ji softly called out. As he was about to blink several times to see if this was his hallucination, during that split second of distraction, the lead wolf pursuing him from behind suddenly bit down on his arm. Subsequently, more wolves circled around. Hiss, Pei Ji groaned, turning his wrist, and forcefully thrust his sword towards the lead wolf's neck. The warm and bloody wolf blood splattered onto his face, yet Pei Ji didn't waste time wiping it off. Instead, he looked again in the direction where he had last seen Shui Yutan. But, amidst the darkness of night, there was nothing there. Apparently, it was all his imagination. Pei Ji wryly smirked at himself, dodging a direct assault by shifting his body sideways. However, he still ended up being torn apart by the wolf pack from other sides. The wolf pack attacked fiercely. Once they captured prey, they would swarm all over, targeting his head and neck. Realizing his impending doom, Pei Ji instinctively shielded his head, waiting for the wolves to bite down, relax, and give him the opportunity to counterattack. Just then, a streak of golden light interspersed with fierce sword energy flashed. Before the wolves could sink their teeth into him, they howled in pain and were instantly bisected. Within the next second, Shui Yutan's Li Guang slid back into its scabbard as her elegant white figure gracefully descended from midair. How pitiful, almost getting killed by a group of wolves. Ji didn't explain. He merely stared at Shui Yutan for a few seconds before getting up, leaning on his sword, and said with a wry smile, "Master, I apologize for my clumsiness." As he stood up, the bells dangling from his waist jingled, followed by wolf howls that grew louder and closer. This is... Shui Yutan glanced at the bells, curling her finger slightly, causing the bell to float into her hand. Upon recognizing its intricate pattern, her pupils contracted in alarm. So this explained why the main character suddenly took an interest in accessorizing, even wearing novel trinkets around his waist. But far from mere adornments, these were clearly locking bells, devices specifically designed to summon wolves. With them on, not only in a place like Drywood Forest filled with fierce beasts would one attract trouble, but even on Cyan Tooth Mountain, they could invite packs of wolves. "Where did you get this thing?" Shui Yutan asked. "Isn't it the gift Master Brother awarded me?" Ji responded tactically, knowing from Shui Yutan's expression that these bells were probably not good news. "Ah," she regretted asking. Glancing over the entire Cyan Tooth Mountain, excluding herself as the top antagonist, the only other person constantly at odds with Ji was Xiao Yiheng, who hadn't been soul-crossed yet. If these bells weren't his doing, it was obvious enough who thought of it, Xiao Yiheng. That boy never ceased testing the boundaries of danger daily. Shui Yutan sighed, gathered spiritual energy in her palm, then crushed the locking bell into powder with a swift motion. Without this cursed contraption, the encroaching wolf howls finally quieted down a bit. However, this spot where many wolves had just been slain reeked of blood, sure to draw another pack soon. They couldn't stay long. Shui Yutan grabbed Ji's wrist to leave, but as soon as her fingers touched his skin, he cried out in pain, his body swaying dangerously. What happened? He wasn't acting so fragile when killing those wolves earlier. Curious, Shui Yutan pulled up Ji's sleeve, revealing fresh, bloody claw marks left by a wolf. All the effort of taking care of him for half a month had gone to waste, he was injured again, much to Shui Yutan's annoyance. Ji's wrist was slender and smooth, white without blemish, but now adorned with ugly scratches, marring his beauty. Worse still, it would surely impact his ability to subdue the Dark Knight Cyan Tooth later. Though aesthetics were secondary, what truly mattered was completing the male protagonist's task, securing his steed. Failure here might disrupt Ji's main quest entirely. Realizing all this internally, Shui Yutan instinctively acted, using her spiritual power to heal the wounds on Ji's hands. Chapter 29, Ji, will you protect your master? Ji's expression was always composed while killing the wolves. Even when he decided to use himself as bait to entice the wolves to attack and kill them, his emotions remained unchanged. However, this time, when he felt the wound on his wrist being healed by Shui Yutan's fingers, a ripple finally appeared in his eyes akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by ripples, but they quickly faded. Taking advantage of the moment to treat his injuries, Ji looked at Shui Yutan's profile and noticed his disheveled collar, clearly having woken up hastily from sleep without taking the time to properly tidy his clothes. "It's late at night, why isn't Master resting in the room?" Ji hesitated for a moment before asking. "Do you think I want to? It's not like the system is forcing me here just to have an accidental meeting with you. By the way, with all the timing and location advantages present, why hasn't an Yichanya shown up yet? Could it already have been subdued by Xiao Yiheng in the front mountain?" Ji didn't get a response and was about to say more when a loud sound erupted, and a giant beast with a dragon's head and a lion's body was suddenly thrown out of space-time cleavage, rolling directly in front of him. Space-time cleavage? Shui Yutan was startled. Wasn't it said that the 3 Ultra Masters of Chonya Mountain had gone traveling? He wasn't supposed to be there, how could Yuli do it? Moreover, is Kumu Forest a dumping ground? Just throwing something like this into the forest and solving the problem shows how easy he thinks things are. The fierce beast must have been enraged in the front mountain. The moment it rolled to the ground and stood up, it began attacking anyone in sight. Be careful. Though fully aware that Shui Yutan was far superior in cultivation, seeing the sudden danger caused Ji to yell instinctively and move to shield Shui Yutan. However, when Ji formed the talisman seals to temporarily block the ferocious beast's attack and then glanced back, he found Shui Yutan had long since avoided the battle, leisurely sitting on a branch of a nearby tree. Catching his gaze, Shui Yutan supported his chin with one hand and slightly raised his eyelids, saying, "Aren't you looking to become stronger? Today, your master gives you a chance. If you can subdue an Yichanya, tomorrow I'll consider putting you as my first disciple." An Yichanya. An ancient ferocious beast recorded in ancient books that spits fire. Books have mentioned, even cultivators at the Golden Dan stage struggle to match this fierce beast, let alone someone at the foundational establishment stage like him. Could Shui Yutan appearing today in Kumu Forest have foreseen that an Yichanya would appear, planning all along to make it happen? In the brief interval while Ji was astonished, an Yichanya went berserk and shattered his feeble talisman seal, charging towards him with its enormous mouth open. He had no choice but to focus fully on combating the beast. Seeing the battle unfold between the man and the beast, and noticing the absence of Xiao Yiheng who should have appeared in the story, Shui Yutan nodded in satisfaction. Now, all he needed was to intervene at the crucial moment and allow the disciples of Chonya Mountain to see Ji subduing an Yichanya, passing the main quest. And making it public was simple too. Feng Mingju could cast a projection, every sect leader had a similar monitor-like projection device. Since Yuli could perform space-time cleavage, Feng Mingju was surely around. Thinking of this, Shui Yutan used spiritual energy to transform into a spiritual butterfly and flew over the mountain to send a message to Feng Mingju. As the spiritual butterfly just left the boundary of Kumu Forest, a female voice suddenly opened up in his mind. If the host intervenes, wouldn't that count as cheating? Hey, how can a scholar's cheat be considered cheating? At most, it can be called external assistance. Moreover, the task rules clearly stated to assist Peiji. If we don't act, how exactly can we assist? Saying this, Shui Yutan's voice abruptly stopped as he realized who he had just been conversing with. Why has the host stopped talking? The sweet voice of Tong Mei sounded, but hearing it, Shui Yutan felt deeply awkward. Do you know why I'm silent? Is it because I naturally dislike speaking? If I say too much and you go tattle to your brother, what if the system judges me as failing the main mission? The host doesn't need to worry. Even if my brother knows, it doesn't matter. The host should be more concerned with the imminent crisis before him now. And Yi Changya is heading straight toward you. Being reminded by Tong Mei, Shui Yutan snapped back to reality and looked towards Peiji's direction. He discovered that Peiji, in his struggle with Yi Changya and unable to hold his own, was getting pushed closer and closer towards him. In the next second, the moment Peiji's sword hilt was shattered by a single swipe from Yi Changya, he leaped up onto a tree and circled behind him. And Yi Changya's attack target immediately shifted from Peiji to him. Young people, disregarding martial virtue. As the male lead, at such a critical moment, shouldn't there be some extraordinary talent bursting forth, followed by successfully breaking through a cultivation bottleneck and taming the beast? Why has it come to Peiji diverting trouble to someone else? Unable to win, pulling an innocent bystander to block the attack is not something righteous sects do, huh? Shui Yutan glanced back at Peiji, who was hiding snugly behind him, and feeling somewhat helpless, flicked his sleeve to first drive the fierce beast away so he could give Peiji some encouraging words for the main quest to proceed. But this flick of his only stirred up some wind for Dark Knight Azure Fang but didn't even bring out a wisp of mana. The atmosphere turned a little awkward. Confused, Shui Yutan attempted to gather his energy but found a few strands of cold chi rampaging in his dantian, disrupting his flow of spirit and preventing him from releasing any skills. Right when I was about to cheat and lost my mana. System, are you messing with me? With disrupted chi flow, a gap appeared in Shui Yutan's protective aura around his body. He felt the cold instantly seeping in, almost unable to withstand the miasma swirling in the withered wood forest. The cold chi surged to his throat, and Shui Yutan couldn't help but cough once. In the next second, Dark Knight Azure Fang's paw bigger than a person's hand slapped over. The Li light, protecting its master, automatically drew itself and took the brunt of the damage. Even so, the residual rage of Dark Knight Azure Fang still shook Shui Yutan until his internal organs ached, almost making him fall off the tree. Damn it, I sent the spirit butterfly to Feng Mingju to have him activate the projection, surely it isn't recording none of Peiji's high moments and capturing all of my embarrassing moments instead. If I lose face in front of all the disciples of Dark Fang Mountain, how will I maintain my mighty altar master image? Master? Sensing something amiss, Peiji peeked out from behind Shui Yutan and discovered that, at some point, frost had already settled on Shui Yutan's face and body, even his breath was chilly. This is, the cold chi from the frost pool. Peiji quickly realized, did Master get affected while driving the coldness out of me that day? Was there such a thing? This kid remembers so clearly, if he hadn't said, he wouldn't have remembered. That day during the medicated bath, he indeed got some cold chi when stopping the Li light from attacking Peiji. But wasn't Peiji unconscious that day? Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow, taking the opportunity to play along. I didn't think much of the cold chi entering my body that day, who would have thought it would erupt like this? Saying this, Shui Yutan grabbed Peiji's wrist and began to guilt trip. My spirit is blocked now, it seems I can't defeat this beast. Aji, will you protect your master? Chapter 30, Worthless Rubbish That Can't Be Supported. Aji. Shui Yutan called him for the first time. Peiji was stunned for 2 seconds by this title. When he came back to his senses, and Yi Kanjia had already attacked again. Peiji stood there, neither running away nor attacking. Previously at Yuan's residence, he witnessed Shui Yutan's skill that reduced an entire courtyard to ruins in one move. He knew that with this level of strength, even if he practiced for another 10 years on Kanjia Mountain, he might still not be able to match Shui Yutan. It was even less likely he could crush Shui Yutan underfoot to avenge himself from the previous life. But now, an opportunity has come. Shui Yutan's inner energy is disordered, and his abilities are gone. Let's say if he teamed up with an Yi Kanjia, perhaps Shui Yutan would really die here today. The intent to kill surfaced only for a moment before it was detected by Shui Yutan. He stared at Peiji's deep eyes, assuming his murderous aura was due to his decision to go after an Yi Kanjia. The words, good apprentice, were stuck in his throat when he saw Peiji picking up the broken sword from afar and thrusting it toward him. This didn't match the scenario he had imagined. No one told him the protagonist had strabismus. In critical moments like this, his gaze splits. Shui Yutan clenched his lips tightly, debating whether avoiding an Yi Kanjia's attack or dodging Peiji's strike would ensure his survival. Before he could decide, Peiji's sword had already landed beside his ear. Low-ranking disciples of Kanjia Mountain haven't yet cultivated their personal swords, so they use peachwood weapons issued by the sect. Peachwood infused with one's own energy can slice through iron as though it were mud despite being made of wood. Shui Yutan could clearly see how his dangling strands of hair near his temple were severed by Pei Zhi's sword Qi, while the broken sword pierced the head of a colorful spiced noodle snake. At the same time, Shui Yutan's Li Guang also managed to repel an Yikanjia. Shui Yutan sighed in relief. Apparently, his choice was correct. He'd always thought, based on experience from past lives, his death wouldn't occur here. There's no way the protagonist could take him down so easily. It turns out the protagonist wanted to help kill the snake. Displaying such hostility just to kill a snake startled him. Shui Yutan looked at Pei Zhi, who seemed lost in the afterglow of killing the snake, still staring at the mangled snakehead, frowning deeply into a shape akin to the Chinese character, Chuan. Shui Yutan couldn't help but speak up, if the snake is dead, could you get off? You're sitting on my leg. Although Pei Zhi looks frail, he wasn't light at all, especially when he straddled and knelt during the snake-killing process, pressing hard on Shui Yutan's thigh, making it quite uncomfortable. Pei Zhi finally snapped out of his reverie, getting off Shui Yutan. However, since they were on a tree branch, any movement caused the whole branch to shake fiercely. Pei Zhi struggled more, not only failing to climb up but also falling back onto Shui Yutan's chest. In his struggle, he tugged at the loose outer robe Shui Yutan had casually thrown on, pulling it down off his shoulder and exposing his porcelain-like skin underneath. Pei Zhi caught sight of this and turned crimson instantly, hastily gripping the sword and jumping down from the tree to attack an Yikanjia. Shui Yutan adjusted his clothing, sitting on the tree while leaning against the trunk, observing the battle. After watching Pei Zhi be repeatedly knocked to the ground and cough up blood several times, Shui Yutan eventually noticed something. Its weak point is its navel. Attack its navel. Cough cough cough. Pei Zhi felt like every bone in his body was about to fall apart. Struggling to make out where exactly the navel Shui Yutan mentioned was located, the ferocious beast had a lion-like body covered in thick fur. Through all this fur, he couldn't even discern where the monster's eyes were, let alone its belly button. There was no time to catch his breath as an Yikanjia charged at him again. Based on instinct, Pei Zhi wildly stabbed the lower half of an Yikanjia with his sword, not hitting any vital points but instead infuriating an Yikanjia, which whipped its tail to ensnare Pei Zhi's body, hoisting him up high and positioning him right before its mouth. It's over. If an Yikanjia cannot be subdued, the protagonist will die first. Protagonist dies equals reset. 2484, we've reached this point, and yet you still don't plan to restore my powers. The system didn't respond. Seeing that Pei Zhi was unable to fight back and was about to be eaten by an Yikanjia, Shui Yutan jumped down from the tree, summoning his power of Li Guang. But he didn't rush forward holding a sword. Instead, riding his flying sword using what little erratic spiritual force he had left, he shouted loudly in Pei Zhi's ear, "You wretched thing, this is all you've got. It seems you truly are worthless rubbish that can't be supported, just like your demon mother. She was a promiscuous harlot ridden by countless men, and you're a useless piece of trash incapable of anything. Truly, like mother, like son. I suggest you hurry and die so you can try reincarnating into something better next life." As Shui Yutan continued cursing, he noticed Pei Zhi starting to emit black smoke all over his body, the mark of the dry demon race on his forehead flickering. Yet Shui Yutan didn't stop. If anything, his curses grew even more intense, focusing on slandering Pei Zhi's mother. Sorry, main character, it's really shameful to curse someone by attacking their family, but he had no choice. Given that the system wasn't responding and his magic was sealed, this was the only method left. Shui Yutan remembered that in The Elder Brother Suffers from Schizophrenia, the protagonist had once used this same trick to force out another power hidden within Pei Zhi. Whether it would work now or not remained unclear, but with no other options, they had to take a desperate gamble. As Shui Yutan kept cursing, Pei Zhi's aggressive energy exploded, violently shaking off the bindings of an Yikanjia, his body floating eerily midair. This surge of malevolent energy sent Shui Yutan crashing to the ground, his sword clattering along with him, as he spat out a large mouthful of blood, rendered speechless. Struggling to lift his head despite the pain, Shui Yutan could see that Pei Zhi had already summoned a pitch-black intrinsic sword, speaking sternly, "Wang Wu, execute death." The black sword instantly split into N pieces, all heading straight toward an Yikanjia. With Pei Zhi's last command, an Yikanjia howled painfully as its massive body collapsed, instantly reverting to its original form, a snow-white puppy resembling a Hakihachi dog. Pei Zhi paid no attention to the now small Yikanjia on the ground, swiftly appearing before Shui Yutan wrapped in an eerie aura, his lips curling into a chilling smile. "Now, it's your turn." "Wait, main character, I think I can still explain." Shui Yutan opened his mouth, but his throat was full of blood, preventing him from speaking. Li Guang sensed the imminent danger and tried to rise from the ground, yet before it could stand between them, Pei Zhi flicked his finger, abruptly forcing the sword back into Shui Yutan's consciousness. He'd said all along that this useless sword was no match for Yueli's Kongshan blade, which would have been far better for escaping. Cough cough cough. Shui Yutan coughed several times, preparing to accept his fate and start anew, when the congealing sensation in his chest suddenly dissipated, his magical abilities restored instantaneously. Hastily forming a seal with one hand to block Pei Zhi's attack, Shui Yutan pulled out a 9-section whip from his waist with the other, fiercely swinging it toward the opponent. Pei Ji was forced back by the whip, a glacial coldness emanating from his pitch-black eyes. You were faking it all along. Pei Ji gritted his teeth, those words almost seeping out through the gaps of his molars. Chapter 31, I'll give you a chance to explain. Shui Yutan was speechless, choked with emotion. Now, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash away the misunderstanding. But it didn't matter anyway, because he hadn't expected to gain any favor in front of the male lead. He didn't care whether there was a misunderstanding or not. What was important at the moment was to quickly catch Dark Knight Kanjia and let it publicly form a pact with Pei Ji so as to complete the main mission of this stage, avoiding further delays. However, the main task required, in public. Feng Mingjue wasn't making any moves, and Shui Yutan was uncertain if this old man had turned on the projection. Shui Yutan suddenly grabbed Dark Knight Kanjia by his feet and, with his right hand forming seals, was about to release more spirit butterflies for confirmation, but these spirit butterflies that just flapped their wings twice were instantly severed by a surge of hostile sword chi. The next second, a cold wind brushed past, and a dark black sword slashed toward Shui Yutan's neck. The owner of the sword appeared behind him. What an incredible speed! Shui Yutan was amazed at the rapid teleportation speed of Pei Ji after using cheats. Slightly tilting his head, he narrowly avoided the slash, but still got grazed by the sword chi on his neck, leaving a shallow bloodline. Shit, it's not chi cultivation anymore, rather, it has reached the foundation establishment stage. Is this supposed to be the intensity at the foundation establishment stage? Even the protagonist is getting too overpowered with those cheats. There's no way. He cultivates dual spiritual veins, naturally he will be stronger, said Tong Mei reasonably. Is this being stronger? Upon seeing his strike dodged, Pei Ji leaped into the air, and the sword in his hand instantly split into 5. Goodness! A big move is coming. He'd already witnessed its power before. Shui Yutan instinctively made the seal to block it, but unexpectedly, Pei Ji held back his attack. Those black swords along with him himself suspended in midair. I'll give you a chance to explain. Pei Ji was currently undergoing his voice change period. His voice lay between childishness and maturity. Speaking while suppressing his voice gave off an unnaturally hard and cold tone, different from his usual youthful pitch. It was as if his soul had been taken over. Shui Yutan arched an eyebrow. Explain what? Why he cursed someone, or why his technique was regained. Shui Yutan thought both issues would be difficult to clarify. He certainly couldn't say, I know you have cheats on your body, and cursing your mother was the trigger for them. He could confirm that if he said these words aloud, those 5 swords created by Pei Ji would immediately pierce through him. Wow, Dark Knight Kanjia, which had been cradled in his arms the whole time, called out in impatience as its clear eyes gradually clouded over. If they didn't conclude the pact soon, this thing would turn back into the savage beast that challenged everything at first. There couldn't be any more delay. Shui Yutan took a deep breath, said nothing, directly touched the ground with his toe, and in one leap, his white figure swung up. He then threw his 9-section whip, which wrapped around Pei Ji's waist, pulling him together with the sword closer. Pei Ji's eyes were blood red, surrounded by endless hostility. Struggling a couple times but failing to break free, he saw Shui Yutan turn his finger light into a dagger and cut it down towards his palm, instantaneously drawing blood. Shui Yutan hurriedly pried open Dark Knight Kanjia's mouth and leaned in. Just when they were about to successfully form a pact and complete the main mission, suddenly, Feng Mingjue's long-distance message rang beside his ear, Yutan, the Jingxin mirror on Mount Kanjia is broken and can't be used. Hold on, we're on our way. Due to the delay in spirit butterfly messages, the moment Shui Yutan sensed the presence of Feng Mingjue and Yuli entering the Deadwood Forest was exactly when the sound arrived in his ears. Sigh, since this projection from the Jingxin mirror is broken, does that mean they did not capture the process of Pei Ji taming Dark Knight Kanjia? Would forming a pact right now count as doing it publicly? Shui Yutan hesitated over this question only for half a second. Not daring to argue over life and death matters, he immediately inclined his head and sucked Pei Ji's hand, licking the drop of blood about to fall into his mouth. This action was quite shameful. Even though he had lived through several lifetimes and should be considered experienced, Shui Yutan's ears still turned red. Sad face Omega, his legendary image as a cold and proud mentor collapsed in this one lick. He severely suspected that 2484 deliberately arranged these coincidences just to make him lose face. Fortunately, no third party saw. You. Pei Ji was startled by Shui Yutan's abrupt behavior. His originally aggressive and struggling body froze in the air, not daring to move for a good while. Only after sensing Shui Yutan's tongue leaving his skin did he glance down at his palm. He found that the incision he'd made earlier had already been smoothed and healed by Shui Yutan. Alongside this, the surging hostility within him was also suppressed, his crimson eyes regaining clarity. Master? Pei Ji called out, the black chi swirling around his body dissipating. Unable to sustain the in mid-air, he descended. Shui Yutan gently supported him down to the ground and was just about to speak when the air around them shifted. Feng Mingjue and Yuli appeared by his side. President, Uncle Yu. Pei Ji steadied himself, clasping his fists in respectful greeting, but the newcomers didn't even glance at him, heading straight for Shui Yutan. Are you injured? Something from the Deadwood Forest actually managed to harm you. Yu Li's tone carried a hint of strangeness, unsure whether it was surprise or concern. He cast a glance at Pei Ji as he continued, since you're with your master, do you know why he is hurt? Pei Ji remained silent, slightly lowering his head and tightening his grip on his sleeves. Though he didn't understand why his powers had surged earlier, he hadn't lost his memory. He vividly remembered the scene where Xue Yutan had been struck by his sword qi and spat blood, followed by a chase and attempt to kill. If at this moment Xue Yutan accused him of attempting to murder his teacher, there would be no defense, and he'd certainly be expelled from Kanjia Mountain. Cough cough cough, truly worthy of the Moon Altar leader, discerning at a single glance. Xue Yutan intercepted the question, during the last cold spring detoxification, I accidentally got my qi disrupted by a few strands of cold energy. Fortunately, Pei Ji showed up promptly and subdued Dark Knight Kanjia, saving me. Yu Li clearly didn't believe it, his slender fingers landing on Xue Yutan's wrist. Dark Knight Kanjia. Reminded by Xue Yutan, Feng Mingjue suddenly recalled the task concerning the Dark Knight Kanjia. He glanced around, asking, where is the Dark Knight Kanjia now? Xue Yutan pointed to the little dog next to Pei Ji's feet. Amidst the bewildered gazes of Feng Mingjue and Yu Li, the Dark Knight Kanjia ran over to Pei Ji and began rubbing against his pant leg, whining, Master. Hadn't they concluded the pact yet? Why had the creature already started addressing its master? Could it be that during his hurried lick earlier, a drop of blood had indeed slipped into Dark Knight Kanjia's mouth, causing the premature bonding? What was going on? He had lost face completely, only to end up failing the mission. While Xue Yutan was uneasy, Dark Knight Kanjia barked twice more towards Pei Ji before disappearing into his divine consciousness, vanishing on the spot. It actually recognizes you as its master. Feng Mingjue's expression was filled with disbelief, unable to form coherent words. Chapter 32, Why are you always yawning around me? Pei Ji's eyes had been fixed on the hand of Yu Li as she checked Xue Yutan's pulse, not moving an inch. Not until a spiritual force from the coagulation of an Yichongya gathered into his mental sea and shook him did he retract his gaze. Just as he came back to his senses, his shoulder was grabbed by Feng Mingju. Feng Mingju felt along Pei Ji's spine, seemingly examining something, and suddenly exclaimed, unbelievable. It seemed like he'd discovered a new continent. This kid has only been at the mountain gate for a short month, yet he has already broken through the practice of qi cultivation and reached the foundation building stage. He truly is a genius in physical constitution. The main character's physical constitution cannot be superior if he doesn't dominate the world and charm 10 women at night. Xue Yutan muttered about when the prompt tone of 2484 would sound while mocking the protagonist's overpowered traits. Everything learned effortlessly, dual spiritual veins cultivated, yet they couldn't be killed prematurely. By the time his body fully developed, who could stand up against him? Alright, let's wait until we get back to the mountain to appraise this genius further. The mist forests harbor heavy miasma. Yu Li said. Yes, Yutan is still injured, so let's head back first. When they emerged from the misty forest and landed on the front mountain, Xiao Yiheng, Li Luoshu, Ling Yu, and others were already rushing over to check on them with worry. Teacher, are you injured? Was it hurt by an Yichongya? Xiao Yiheng showed traces of battle on his clothes and face, even a part of his disciple uniform sleeves was burned off. Despite this disheveled appearance, Xue Yutan noticed through the burned sleeve that Xiao Yiheng's biceps had bulged impressively. With such a physique, one punch could probably kill a cow. Standing next to Pei Ji, whose physique resembled a bean sprout, Pei Ji's thigh might not even be thicker than Xiao Yiheng's arm. Were these two really meant for a relationship where Pei Ji was supposed to be the strong one? For the first time, Xue Yutan questioned her understanding of the roles based on their physiques. Before Xue Yutan could come out of this thought, Li Luoshu standing next to Xiao Yiheng suddenly pulled out his sword, assuming a fighting stance. Where's an Yichongya? Where's that beast? To dare wound my master, I will cut it down. When all three sect leaders of the Kanjia Mountain were present, you knew to attack then. But earlier, when we wanted to duel within the sect, why weren't you there? Ling Feng added snidely. I was in the backyard. Li Luoshu stuttered a few times but didn't finish his sentence. He was saying goodbye to Xue Yutan and, upon encountering the trouble, his natural reaction was to change his own floral pattern clothing. By the time he arrived, an Yichongya was no longer at the front mountain. A coward is a coward, Xiao Yiheng mocked as he had assigned Pei Ji some rough tasks without Li Luoshu's advice, which Ling Feng never allowed. Ling Feng, after hearing a slightly harsh comment, Ling Yu glared at Ling Feng who immediately shut his mouth. Ling Yu intended to add more words but caught sight of Pei Ji being overlooked beside her. Master Pei, why are you here too? Ling Yu hurriedly went over. Why are you covered in blood? Are you injured? I'm fine. Pei Ji casually replied, covering the spot on his clothes with the most blood stains. This was a wound he sustained during the fight with an Yichongya, pierced by its tail. However, after the foreign strength burst forth, his injuries miraculously healed completely. If Ling Yu continued to ask, he wouldn't have an explanation. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem injured. Could these be the blood of an Yichongya? Having said this, Ling Yu suddenly raised her voice. Master Pei, you have subdued an Yichongya. To tell you the truth, Ling Yu plays her role as NPC excellently. In the book, Ling Yu likes the soul-swapped Xiao Yiheng. Hence, after Xiao Yiheng scooped up an Yichonia that originally belonged to Pei Ji, Ling Yu shouted, "Master Senior Brother has subdued an Yichonia," cementing the fact and allowing Xiao Yiheng to successfully become the eldest disciple. Now, with the change in the main storyline, her declaration target changes, yet the lines remain the same. Two-dimensional characters act step by step according to the plot of the book. Once these words were spoken, the crowd among the sect disciples erupted in noise, louder than when an Yichonia attacked. As the sworn enemy of Pei Ji on Kanjia Mountain, upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Xiao Yiheng, undoubtedly the first to protest, immediately jumped out to rebut. "Little sister, don't say nonsense. At the cultivation level he's at, it's hard enough to tame a wolf, how about an Yichonia? The blood on his body is nothing but that of a wolf. How can Master Brother be so sure it's wolf blood? Could it be that Master Brother sent Pei Shidi to feed wolves in the Withered Wood Forest? Of course not." Xiao Yiheng's eyes shifted nervously, fearing Ling Yu might reveal his troubles with Pei Ji in front of everyone. Quickly, he changed the subject. "Then how would you prove that he subdued an Yichonia?" Ling Yu looked at Pei Ji and shook his sleeve. "Pei Shidi, quickly tell us how you subdued an Yichonia, or perhaps you could summon it, then Master Brother will have nothing more to say." Shui Yutan stood nearby waiting for the plot to develop, lazily yawning as there was nothing interesting going on, then reached out to pull the undergarment stuck in his buttocks. In situations like this, the camera usually cuts back to the protagonist group, so no one would notice what trivial actions the male supporting character made. But why don't you sleep if you're tired? Why are you yawning around me? Yuli suddenly turned her head towards him. Shouldn't everyone be focused on the main character right now? How did Yuli manage to pay attention to his little action? And the very next second after Yuli said that, Pei Ji actually responded, "I'm a bit tired, I'll tell the story tomorrow." After speaking, Pei Ji took a few steps toward him and asked, "Shizun, I feel quite exhausted, may I leave to rest?" Of course, definitely yes. Shui Yutan hadn't slept all night before, and during the second half of the night, the main quest had already worn him out completely. Now drowsy, unfortunately upon return, the front mountain was just like a teacher initiation ceremony. There wouldn't be a moment of peace anytime soon. If not for the male lead feeling sleepy, Shui Yutan suspected the plot would drag until morning. Shui Yutan nodded, and after bidding farewell to the other two altar masters, Pei Ji went back toward the rear courtyard. "Hey, wait for me, Pei Shidi. You're injured, let me see you home." After Pei Ji left, Ling Yu hurriedly followed after him. It seemed girls grew up too fast. Pei Ji had only been at Kanjia Mountain for a month, and he already had fangirls. Even earlier than last lifetime when Ling Yu pledged loyalty. Blue had really surpassed indigo. Shui Yutan thought lying down on the bed would make him fall asleep, but still spent the entire night sleepless. The reason was simple, since the hour in Yichonia disappeared within Pei Ji's body until dawn, 2484 still hadn't released a single sound. No mention of completing the task, nor failing, which had him thinking about it incessantly whether he closed or opened his eyes. Just as he managed to get slightly drowsy and close his eyes, someone burst into the room. With his rising temper due to being woken up rudely, Shui Yutan prepared to start cursing, but the person squatted by his bed gently and softly said, "Third altar master, it's time to get ready. The senior disciple conference will begin in an incense stick's worth of time." A strange woman's voice. Shui Yutan half opened his eyes and glanced at the person. He saw bright red, very glaring red. Kanjia Mountain disciples all wore light blue robes, while the altar master's attire was purely white. Such vivid colors were rarely seen, even brighter than Li Luoshu's pink outfit from yesterday. Chapter 33, A Pity to Kill. When did Kanjia Mountain allow strange women into a man's bedroom? Let alone the bedroom of the esteemed sect leader. Shui Yuan's gaze shifted upward from the attire, confirming that this was not someone she recognized. She raised her hand, preparing to use magic to drive the intruder out. "It is the sect leader who instructed me to come and style Hairmaster San's hair. The sect leader said that today's senior disciple gathering is a major event, and Hairmaster cannot leave with loose hair," the woman hastily explained. Only then did Shui Yuan withdraw her powers. There is one downside about Kanjia Mountain: during any large communal gathering, everyone must attend in formal regalia. By formal, it doesn't refer to clothing but rather the hairstyles. To bear the weight of several pound headdresses, all hair needs to be drawn up and arranged into a supporting style capable of holding these heavy headpieces. Clearly, Shui Yuan didn't know how. And Feng Mingjue also knew Shui Yuan wouldn't know, so he specifically hired a hairstylist, just like in previous lifetimes. The only difference was that the meticulous hairdresser from before had been a man, now it was a woman. A woman fond of wearing brightly colored clothes. Without much thought, Shui Yuan sat at the table propping her head on her arms for a nap, allowing the woman to work on her hair as she pleased. After about 20 minutes, the woman finally finished. "How beautiful you look, Master 3. Though I've adorned many brides, none match your natural beauty without makeup today." Realizing her indiscretion, the woman quickly struck herself on the mouth twice. "Forgive me. I should not describe Master 3 with beautiful, instead, it should be handsome and refined." Awoken by the talking, Shui Yuan absently glanced at the mirror in the woman's hands. Her lips were naturally red, her brows gracefully dark, her skin akin to condensed snow, captivating in every glance. Especially atop her head, an elaborate tiara embellished with unknown materials that glimmered and glittered with every movement, paired with a blooming white lotus flower adorning her forehead, truly rendered her breathtakingly stunning. But something wasn't right. Her foreboding lotus only appeared when her spiritual consciousness was traveling, so why was it showing now? Shui Yuan instinctively reached to touch it, but the woman stopped her. It's painted by me. I thought since your name has Tan, adding a lotus would make it more beautiful. Again, beautiful. In mere minutes, terms typically used to praise women, such as pretty or beautiful, were repeatedly uttered. Shui Yuan began to feel annoyed and spoke up, just do regular styling, what you've done is superfluous. Shall I remove it for you, master? Initially, Shui Yuan wanted her to erase the lotus flower, but as the chimes signaling the start of the gathering rang out, there wasn't time to act. Thus, she let it be. When Shui Yuan arrived, the disciples below had already gathered fully. As soon as she landed with her flying sword, the radiant reflections from her headpiece danced repeatedly in the crowd, catching attention instantly. Master looks so beautiful. Li Luoshu gazed intently from below. What's so special? Last year's flowing light hairband was the real classic that countless men and women within our sect tried to emulate. Ling Yu's tone carried pride, as if they were praising her personally. She began explaining to new disciple Li Luoshu, every time Kanjia Mountain has a grand event, our master always appears in full regalia. Each headdress is both beautiful and unique. It's rumored. Ling Yu paused here, lowering her voice. Peiji couldn't hear clearly and edged slightly closer, bowing his head to listen carefully. They say the crown our master wears today was gifted by the sect leader of Qingfeng sect, worth 1,000 taels of gold. Why would Qingfeng sect send such an expensive gift? What other reason? Qingfeng sect consists entirely of women. A hot cake. This was the word Peiji came up with after hearing those words. He glanced toward Shui Yuan seated in the main position. Under the sunlight, her crown gleamed brilliantly, highlighting the lotus on her forehead even more cold and pristine, as though a deity had descended upon the world. Lotuses may wither easily, but Shui Yuan remained eternal. Such a rare beauty, if killed, it would indeed be quite the pity. Shui Yuan naturally didn't know what Peiji was pondering. At this moment, she was seated in unbearable discomfort, feeling as if sitting on pins and needles. Too heavy, this headdress was truly too heavy. She wondered how long she'd have to endure sitting there. Although Yuli and Feng Mingjue also wore crowns, albeit not as elaborate, they remained silent. Hence, she found it difficult to openly request removal. What most bothered her, however, was the system. All main plots of the Dark Knight Kanjia storyline had concluded, and evidently no revision seemed possible. Yet, the system inside her mind remained eerily quiet. With such a grand occasion as the Chief Disciple Assembly taking place, wouldn't 2484 consider releasing new missions? Or perhaps, had he already gamed .ver? Was this just an exaggerated calm before death? At this thought, Shui Yuan sighed, leaned back, and rested her back against the seat behind her, supporting herself with her right hand on the armrest while pinching the bridge of her nose. Uncomfortable? Yuli asked from beside her, quickly closing his fan with a swish, only to have Shui Yuan evade when he reached out to feel her pulse. No issues, I just didn't sleep well. As she spoke, the leading disciple gathering began. Feng Mingjue and Yuli went through the motions of letting their disciples spar briefly on the platform, then simply announced their pre-decided lists. When it was Shui Yuan's turn, Xiao Yiheng immediately rushed onto the stage. Hey junior brother, if you've really subdued the Dark Knight Fanya, then bring him out now and maybe we can fight. Don't admit that you were lying after I make you cry later. The moment he climbed up, he challenged, almost like fearing the protagonist wouldn't step in and claim his place as chief disciple. But according to past lifetimes' understanding of Peiji, early Peiji, even having subdued the Dark Knight Fanya, remained low-key. He'd been at Kanjia Mountain for only 1 month, so there's no way he'd be vying for this role as the leading disciple. Before she even finished saying, role, Peiji stepped onto the stage. Shui Yuan took back her words, clearly, she didn't know him at all. Humph, you dare to come up. Without another word, Xiao Yiheng conjured his sword from his palm and lunged directly at Peiji. Within moments, they became engaged in fierce combat. Reasonably speaking, Xiao Yiheng entered the mountain early, had already broken through the foundation building period, and was advancing toward achieving golden core capabilities. Dealing with someone as green as Peiji should be a cinch within 3 moves. However, 20 rounds had passed and both were still evenly matched. Unusual, very unusual, extremely unusual. So unusual that murmurs of discussions broke out below. Clang, the sound of Xiao Yiheng's life-bound sword Changming meeting Peiji's newly forged peachwood sword did not break the latter. Instead, a shrill metallic clanging resonated where the blades interlocked. You bastard, Xiao Yiheng growled through gritted teeth during the clash of swords, when did you manage to break through into the foundation building phase? You've hidden your abilities well. Peiji said nothing but shot a quick glance toward the main seat. Shui Yuan still maintained her pose of leaning on her hand, her eyelids half lowered, refusing to look at the sparring ground, clearly distracted. Had she already decided that Pei Zhi couldn't defeat Xiao Yiheng, and thus not worth her attention? Pei Zhi narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling inexplicably annoyed. Determined not to prolong the bout with Xiao Yiheng any longer, he shouted, "Fang Ya." In an instant, an enormous divine beast with a lion's body and a several-mental dragon's head appeared on the stage. Chapter 34, selecting Xiao Yiheng as the chief disciple of the North Garden. Dark Knight Fang actually recognized him as its master. Isn't he just in the refining chi stage? How could he have defeated an ancient divine beast? Looking at his techniques, they don't seem to be mere refining chi. Being able to fight evenly with Xiao Yiheng, this Pei Zhi must be at least in the foundation establishing stage. Advancing to the foundation establishing stage within a month, is he a genius? The disciples below started murmuring, their discussions rising and falling, pulling Xue Yuden out of her deep thought and causing her to look towards the arena along with everyone else. With the boost from Dark Knight Fang, Xiao Yiheng was clearly no longer a match for Pei Zhi, retreating with every move. Just as it seemed like he would be pushed off the arena, an eagerly awaited task notification abruptly sounded in Xue Yuden's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the test task, earning 50 points and 300 prestige. Current points, 280, prestige value, 1800, task progress, 7%. Before Xue Yuden could catch her breath after hearing the mainline completion prompt, another ding sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary subtask of helping the protagonist unlock innate skills, earning 0 points and 200 prestige. Current points, 280, prestige value, 2000, task progress, 8%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest, choosing the chief disciple. Please select Xiao Yiheng as the chief disciple of the Northern Garden according to the storyline. Reward for this task, 50 points, 300 prestige. Wishing the player smooth sailing through the level. A string of dings made Xue Yuden's brain go into a meltdown, but she still grasped the key sentence, say that again, who to select as the chief disciple. Xiao Yiheng. Brother Tong gave a definite answer, kindly adding, main quests cannot be refused. Making trouble, you are good at making trouble. She had already said it before, in public occasions, the arena contest winner always becomes the chief disciple. Xiao Yiheng was about to lose right now. Was she supposed to publicly declare that the loser became the chief disciple? Xue Yuden, in anger, sprang up from the main seat with a whoosh. The sitting disciples weren't scared, but Feng Mingjue beside her was startled. I know you hold high expectations for Xiao Yiheng, but seeing him on the verge of losing, you don't need such a big reaction, do you? Xue Yuden paced back and forth, you wouldn't understand. Feng Mingjue didn't understand her current grief, just like how day doesn't understand night's darkness. Headache. If the task had been assigned yesterday, then she would have had time to operate smoothly and effortlessly. However, it got stuck at this critical moment, with everyone watching, and with the male lead having Dark Knight Fang, Xiao Yiheng found it hard to make a comeback. After hesitating for 3 seconds between cheating during the match and breaking the contract afterward, Xue Yuden chose the former. Since the male lead went overboard, let's give our Xiao Yiheng some power too. Xue Yuden reined in her panicked demeanor from earlier, sitting back on the chair. But when Xiao Yiheng was about to fall, she stopped him mid-air and channeled some of her own powers into him. Rather than letting Pei Zhi win and then get disqualified, it would be better to let him think he wasn't strong enough to defeat Xiao Yiheng. Classic villain behavior. Even Xue Yuden herself felt ashamed of her current actions. But there was nothing to be done, one has to survive, does one not? With the added strength of Xue Yuden's power, the situation between the two flipped instantly. Within 3 moves, Pei Zhi was struck down from the stage. Seeing his master land, Dark Knight Fang no longer participated in the battle, growling once and returning to Pei Zhi's consciousness. Cough, cough. Pei Zhi covered his chest where he was hit, coughed twice before stabilizing himself. Brother Pei, are you alright? Ling Yu quickly moved in to support Pei Zhi, only to be dodged. Pei Zhi took a deep breath, released his hand from the injured area, and straightened his spine again. He glanced at Xiao Yiheng, shifting his gaze toward Xue Yuden. Just now, Xiao Yiheng suddenly surged with spiritual energy. Could this be Xue Yuden's doing? Pei Zhi lost. Feng Mingjue slapped his thigh, also looking at Xue Yuden meaningfully, looks like you've decided beforehand. Then announce it. Xue Yuden stood up from her main seat, conjuring today's reward for the chief disciple, blood jade pendant, floating in her palm. Instantly, the jade pendant displayed Xiao Yiheng's name. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Yiheng's green jade sash hanging on his waist immediately transformed into blood red. Xiao Yiheng tightly clutched the jade pendant, his expression of joy yet to fade when he saw Xue Yuden pull out another brocade box from her pocket, looking towards Pei Zhi. Come closer. Xue Yuden said. Following the order, Pei Zhi walked toward Xue Yuden. Getting closer, he could better see her current appearance. The light reflected from the headpiece cast several beams onto Xue Yuden's cheeks, creating a rainbow-like effect, as if multiple rainbows had appeared amidst the snow interface, some bright and some dim, their boundaries indistinct. Xue Yuden handed the brocade box to Pei Zhi, although your master brother has won, this is what you deserve. Li Luoshu looked at Ling Feng beside him, who was now the chief disciple of Yu Li and held a brocade box in his hand. He was somewhat puzzled. The box contains a soul return pill. Shouldn't that be the reward for the top disciple? Why did Master give it to little brother Pei? Ling Feng remained silent but instead glanced toward Xiao Yiheng. With Xiao Yiheng's character, he should have raised a fuss by now. Yet standing on the arena platform, he seemed oddly calm. You do know how to keep everything balanced. Yuli fanned himself, continuing when he noticed no response from Pei Ji. As for the soul return pill in the brocade box, though it doesn't guarantee revival from death, it can surely bring a nearly dead person back to life. It's your master's good intentions, take it quickly. Pei Ji took the brocade box and said indifferently, thank you, master. No thanks needed, this was always yours. Anyway, Pei Ji cherished his own life, so having the soul return pill would definitely come in handy someday. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the choice of first disciple task, earning 50 points and 500 prestige. Current points, 330, prestige value, 2300, task progress, 9%. It went smoother than expected without any complications along the way. But was that all? The announcement was delayed, the task issued right at the last moment, clearly indicating a system glitch. Didn't they owe her compensation? Due to the system failure causing inconvenience to the host, this time's compensation package has been sent to your backpack. Please check for receipt. You asked for it and here it is. Shui Yuten followed the prompt and opened the backpack interface. Sure enough, there were 2 packages lying silently inside. Surprisingly, she recalled one of them being from a random prop awarded after completing a limited time task previously. She had completely forgotten about checking it. Out of curiosity, Shui Yuten decided to open the limited time task prop package first. Inside, there was just a piece of paper. On one side were symbols she had never seen before, and 4 shiny large characters written, Dream Tracing Journey. Not quite understanding that, let's look at the back. On the back, it stated, one-time use item, effective on the same day. Already activated. What exactly is this thing? In the future, when issuing props, could you please speak plainly? What does activation even mean? I'm confused. Chapter 35, I Want You Alive. Shui Yutan had originally wanted to examine the note more carefully in order to discover some clues, but before he could look closely, the note turned into fragments and disappeared from his backpack. Shui Yutan. Honestly, 2487, if you didn't want to give me the item, you could have just not given it. This whole drama is annoying, and it even ruined my mood for today's compensation package. Yutan. Yutan. A voice calling him came from his ear. Shui Yutan closed the system page and looked at Feng Mingjue straight on. What are you thinking about so deeply? Feng Mingjue stroked his beard. Since the first disciple has been chosen, we should head to the front hall. Qingfeng sect gave such an expensive gift, we really should go thank them. We'll leave this place for the younger generation to celebrate. The first disciple conference was not just a tournament, but the following banquet was the main event. Kanjia Mountain cultivated immortality through the path of asceticism, focusing on no desires or demands, so their daily diet was usually light and bland, without much taste. But today was different. Today, the entire mountain would enjoy the day together, with chickens, ducks, fish, and meat all available. Of course, all sponsored by the Qingfeng sect. Speaking of which, one must mention Yu Li's ability to secure sponsorships. His attire alone suggested that it wasn't cheap. Persuading Qingfeng sect to contribute such a large sum of money clearly showcased Yu Li's strong negotiating skills. When Shui Yutan arrived at the main hall with Feng Mingjue and others, the representatives of Qingfeng sect's external affairs department were already waiting. Shui Yutan had planned to follow his usual routine, exchange polite pleasantries briefly, then quietly sit aside as a mere figurehead, listening to Yu Li and Feng Mingjue discuss matters with the people from Qingfeng sect. On Kanjia Mountain, the responsibilities among the 3 altar masters were very clear. Feng Mingjue managed the sect, Yu Li handled the accounts, while Shui Yutan. He took care of living freely and being solely pleased with himself. But now, bound to a broken system, not only did he lose his freedom, but he also had to constantly keep track of his life, sighing. Shui Yutan sighed again, lightly tapping his knee with fingers adorned with a white jade bracelet. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of demonic energy. Just a trace of it, very faint, probably due to the person failing to hide it well. The wind carried it to his position, so neither Feng Mingjue nor Yu Li smelled it. Was there another demon daring enough to infiltrate Kanjia Mountain? Bold indeed. Under the pretense of needing to relieve himself, Shui Yutan left the main hall and chased after the direction the demonic energy had been detected. However, he ended up in his own north courtyard. Looking at the scenery before him, grassland, hot spring, big tree, and a half-naked man. This scene seemed awfully familiar. Shui Yutan hit his tracks and noticed a crimson figure descending directly toward Pei Ji's dirty clothes lying on the ground. How had Wu Qingqing come again? Was this place not for a hot spring bath but rather for Pei Ji and his first wife's private rendezvous? And Pei Ji, when everyone else was drinking and eating at the arena, who would come here in broad daylight to take a bath behind his house? Wu Qingqing's hand was about to touch Pei Ji's clothes when a water-formed ice pillar suddenly stabbed beside her foot. If she hadn't moved fast, her bare toes might have been pierced. In the next second, Pei Ji emerged from the hot spring, instantly dressed. It's you again. Pei Ji frowned immediately upon recognizing her. Do you intend to steal the soul revival pill? After realizing her intention was exposed, Wu Qingqing stopped pretending. A friend of mine is seriously ill and needs urgent help. Considering that I gave you healing medicine last time, could you give me your soul revival pill? No. Pei Ji refused promptly, surprising Xue Yutan slightly. If kindness doesn't work, then let's resort to force. Wu Qingqing wielded her whip, which cracked forcefully onto the ground displaying its power, and then lunged towards Pei Ji. Shouldn't these two be starting their love story? Why did it turn into a fight? Xue Yutan blinked, suddenly understanding. Yes, this wasn't the harem plotline from Imperial Business anymore, this was a danmei, romance between two males, plot where the main character had experienced soul transmigration. The person Pei Ji liked should be Xiao Yiheng, who was soul transmigrated. Naturally, there was nothing related to Wu Qingqing. As the two were fighting fiercely, or better put, struggling fiercely, Xue Yutan was hesitating whether or not to interfere when Pei Ji suddenly shouted, "How long does Master plan to observe?" He had hidden so well, how was he discovered? Having no choice, Xue Yutan dispelled the concealment spell, revealing his snowy white figure instantly before the two. Xue Yutan is actually here. Wu Qingqing gasped in surprise, quickly reeling back her whip and vanishing on the spot, fleeing in panic. Seeing that the person had run away, Xue Yutan still stood motionless. Pei Ji asked, not going to chase. What would chasing accomplish? Wu Qingqing knew demonic binding techniques, and as long as she wanted to escape, she could disappear right under his nose anytime. Besides, compared to chasing someone, Xue Yutan was more concerned about how Pei Ji had noticed his presence. Thus, Xue Yutan lowered his head and looked at Pei Ji. The frail teenager seemed to have gained some weight, his body was no longer as slim as a willow in the wind. Moreover, he seemed to have grown taller. Originally only reaching his chin, now his height aligned with Xue Yutan's eyebrows. Having grown so much in a month, was the protagonist going to grow up to the sky, side by side with the sun? Was Master wondering how I discovered your presence? Pei Ji asked, voicing Xue Yutan's confusion. Indeed, speaking with intelligent people saved time and effort. Because Master's crown is simply. Pei Ji said, suddenly reaching out and removing the shiny, glittering crown from Xue Yutan's head, finishing his sentence, too flashy. Especially when reflected in the water. Xue Yutan. Damn, after wearing it for so long, he had forgotten to take it off. As the crown was removed, Xue Yutan's ink-black long hair gracefully fell open, momentarily captivating Pei Ji's eyes. Pei Ji's Adam's apple unconsciously moved up and down twice before he averted his gaze. After a pause, he asked, why did Master give me the revival pill? Could it be for any other reason? It must be because of guilt from cheating. Of course, that was only part of the reason. The real reason was. I want you alive. After all, only if you are alive can I live. Xue Yutan's voice was very soft, scattered by the wind, but Pei Ji still heard it. His deep eyes suddenly lit up, like a deer in the forest, bringing even his breathing a bit lighter. Upon returning from Pei Ji, Xue Yutan turned and headed straight to the arena. He thought he could still get some food and drinks, but when he arrived, everything had already been divided up. Shit, he should have come here first to grab something to eat before chasing demons. Feng Mingjue and Yuli had already fasted, naturally not preparing food for their altar master. He would have to go to the kitchen again. Although he didn't find any food, he did discover a fine jar of wine. The wine was buried under a peach tree not far from the kitchen, it had just been buried, so its fermentation wasn't complete yet. But beggars can't be choosers. Xue Yutan randomly picked a lush, flower-filled peach tree and leaped onto it, reclining on a branch and drinking alone. Although this wine wasn't strong, and he hadn't taken many sips, he already felt dizzy, as if drunk. In his daze, Xue Yutan seemed to hear the system's voice. Prop loaded successfully. Wishing the player sweet dreams. Chapter 36, Isn't the plot broken? Xue Yutan felt like he was completely drunk, otherwise, how could he see the scene of Pei Ji holding his head and studying it? Yes, a head, just a head. Xue Yutan suspected he had seen wrong. When he blinked again, the head had already moved away from Pei Ji's hands, kicked over by Wu Qingqing as if it were a football. The head rolled twice on the ground, and its face finally appeared in front of Xue Yutan's eyes. How to put it? The feeling of seeing one's own head was so peculiar that Xue Yutan wanted to curse someone. Before Xue Yutan could start cursing, Wu Qingqing had already straddled Pei Ji's waist. If the person is dead, what are you looking at, master? Are you regretting? Regret? Pei Ji emphasized these two words, raising his eyebrows and encircling Wu Qingqing's neck, hooking her chin. There is no word for regret in my dictionary. I just think it's a bit of a pity. Wu Qingqing asked, puzzled, what a pity? A pity that the moonli came too early and took away Xue Yutan's bloodied corpse filled with plum blossoms. Only the head remains, indeed uninteresting. Could this be the story after the death in a previous life? Wasn't being flayed enough? Pei Ji even cut off his head to use as a ball. This was such an insane behavior. Shui Yutan broke out into a cold sweat from shock, and immediately sobered up. Teacher, as soon as his eyes opened, Pei Zhi's face immediately appeared before him. Shui Yutan was shocked again, instinctively trying to dodge backward as he lay asleep on the tree branch, almost falling down, luckily pulled back by Pei Zhi. I only came to release wine in the peach grove, and coincidentally saw Master taking a nap on the tree. Worried about catching a chill due to the cold weather, I called out, but didn't expect to scare you. Pei Zhi's voice was soft, carrying the tones of a young man. Shui Yutan carefully observed, realizing the person in front was Pei Zhi before he became overwhelmingly powerful. He realized he had already left the dream. Shui Yutan sighed in relief, gazing at the wine bottle in his hand. Did you make this? Pei Zhi nodded. This is peach blossom wine, using peach blossoms as the base. These flowers bloomed recently, so we just buried them. In other words, the wine he had just buried was unfinished and yet ruined. Shui Yutan cleared his throat awkwardly, just wanting to change the subject when Pei Zhi asked, Teacher, what do you think of the wine? Not great, bland and tasteless, easily leading to dreams of a previous life. So Shui Yutan truthfully replied, average. The light in Pei Zhi's eyes dimmed slightly, though not noticeably, at least Shui Yutan hadn't noticed it. The sour taste of the wine in hand reminded Shui Yutan of someone from the previous life. He lost all desire to continue drinking. Thus, he handed the bottle back to Pei Zhi and jumped down from the tree branch. Upon landing, he saw Xiao Yiheng rushing towards him anxiously from the direction of the arena. At the sight of Shui Yutan, Xiao Yiheng instantly appeared before him. Teacher, a group of people rushed up the mountain and took Lu Shu, our junior brother. Thinking about last night when Li Luo Shu told him his father was asking him home for his birthday, Shui Yutan asked, are they people from the Li family? Yes. Xiao Yiheng nodded but continued, although they're from the Li family, they don't look good. They dragged and pulled violently. Afraid something might happen to the younger brother. Teacher, may I go down the mountain and check on the Li family? One can't help mentioning that although Xiao Yiheng is rash, he does genuinely care for Li Luo Shu. With things developing this way, would Pei Zhi still have a chance? Physmi, male-male romance, is called My Senior Brother Has Dissociative Identity Disorder, detailing the love-hate relationship between Xiao Yiheng and Pei Zhi. If Pei Zhi and Xiao Yiheng split up, wouldn't the plot of My Senior Brother Has Dissociative Identity Disorder collapse? Apparently, opportunities need to be created for these two. Thus Shui Yutan decided on the spot, I promised Luo Shu that I'd attend his birthday banquet. If so, I'll go with you. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Yiheng grinned widely, happily following Shui Yutan a few steps forward, then suddenly stopped to look at Pei Zhi who remained motionless where he stood. Aren't you coming? Me? Pei Zhi was somewhat taken aback. Not only was Pei Zhi taken aback, but Xiao Yiheng was also stunned. All of us are juniors from the same sect. Your eldest brother is going, why aren't you offering congratulations? This reason given by Shui Yutan sounded both grandiose and irrefutable. Indeed, Pei Zhi took a step. When Xiao Yiheng searched for Shui Yutan everywhere, quite some time had been wasted. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the Li family's welcoming entourage for Li Luo Shu had long since disappeared. Fortunately, Li Luo Shu had told Xiao Yiheng his home address, so they were able to follow him and find the Li family. Luo Shu's home is so big, Xiao Yiheng stood at the gate of the red building, looking up and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The red building was located in the most prosperous area, with 3 floors high. The outer wall was decorated with red glass tiles, and the doors and windows hung with red silk. Shui Yutan stood by the door, hesitating for a long time without stepping in. Was he overthinking? How could the structure of this red building be so similar to that of a brothel? Could it be that the words spoken by Feng Mingjue on the day he woke up after being struck by lightning had a literal meaning? Just as he thought about it, a middle-aged person rushed out from the red building. Seeing Shui Yutan, they were surprised at first, then warmly welcomed them. Are you lost, miss? Would you like to come in and sit down? You are blind. This is the third master of Kanjia Mountain. Xiao Yiheng retorted immediately, we're here to look for Li Luo Shu. The third master of Kanjia Mountain is looking for Luo Shu? The middle-aged woman looked them up and down a few times and said, oh dear, Luo Shu is busy right now. I don't think he has time to see you. What is he busy with? Just as Xiao Yiheng finished speaking, a loud announcement came from inside the room, it's an auspicious time. Please welcome the young master onto the stage. In the next second, all the lights inside the house turned into a faint dark red, oozing sensuality and allure. Shui Yutan threw a piece of silver at the woman, we're not here for Luo Shu today. We're here for entertainment. Only then did the woman step aside and personally escort them inside. Teacher, what kind of entertainment? Aren't we here for Luo Shu? Xiao Yiheng hadn't fully understood when he suddenly heard Pei Zhi, who hadn't spoken until now, call out, Li Luo Shu. Following his gaze, Xiao Yiheng turned around and saw Li Luo Shu standing on a platform in the hall wearing a transparent pink gauze garment. The clothing was extremely revealing, barely covering the 2 points on Luo Shu's chest, let alone his thighs and waist. What, why is he dressed like this? Even if one hasn't eaten pork, they've surely seen pigs run. Regardless of how slow Xiao Yiheng was, he finally realized what kind of place this red building really was. His face alternated between red and white as he stared at Luo Shu on the stage, unsure whether he was doing it voluntarily or under duress. Stuttering, he asked aloud. Chapter 37, I absolutely do not go for this. Shui Yutan just glanced at the stage and then averted his gaze, beginning to contemplate the real purpose behind Li Luoshu's long-ago invitation to his birthday banquet. Li Luoshu was cunning, it couldn't simply be that he only wanted him to watch this dance. Sure enough, as soon as the dance ended, the Red Tower owner who had announced the event stepped out from behind the stage and stood before Li Luoshu. Today is my son's coming-of-age ceremony. Those who are interested can start bidding now. As per tradition, the highest bidder wins. The words were subtle, but Shui Yutan understood clearly. What was being celebrated was not truly an adult ceremony, this was auctioning off Li Luoshu's first night. He knew that in ancient times, some people had the peculiar habit of keeping male consorts, so certain families would specifically train delicate boys to learn how to serve others, hoping to gain wealth or status this way. But he never expected such a thing to happen right beside him. Why was Li Luoshu so happy when he heard that he would come? Did he intend to develop this kind of relationship with him? I'm male, I like females. I absolutely do not go for this. While these thoughts spread, the bids below had already reached 300 taels. Pei Ji glanced sideways, eyebrows slightly raised, won't you bid, master? His tone carried a teasing undertone and an indescribable meaning. Before Shui Yutan could reply, Pei Ji added, oh, master probably doesn't have enough money to buy him anyway, all the money is with Uncle Yu. Shui Yutan. You kids sure know how to chat, every word hitting the mark. Master, however, isn't that Luo Shu, our junior brother? Are we really going to let this happen without saving him? Xiao Yiheng still cared about his junior brother, Luo Shu. Of course, they needed to save him, but who said that saving someone meant competing in a bidding war? Why not wait until after the auction was over, until he was sent to the room, and resolve the matter by force privately instead of in front of such a large audience? Use your brain, will you? Brother Zhao's words don't make sense, thought Shui Yutan silently. Before he could speak, Pei Ji had already taken over the conversation, responding to Xiao Yiheng, if Li Luo Shu is forced into it, then we should save him, if he chooses this willingly, saving him would mean harming him instead. Pei Ji usually spoke little. Back on Kanjia Mountain, he barely uttered a word to his fellow disciples. But today, he was speaking eloquently. Shui Yutan glanced curiously at Pei Ji, who immediately became serious and fell silent. How could he possibly choose this willingly? When we were on the mountain, Luo Shu told me that he had a domineering father who threatened to kill him if he didn't obey. He came to Kanjia Mountain for the competition secretly, aiming to carve out a brighter future for himself. So master, if you won't act, I will rescue him myself. As Xiao Yiheng said this, he prepared to summon his soul-bound sword, but the moment the blade tip appeared, Shui Yutan waved a hand and took it back. I'll act, rest assured, said Shui Yutan, calming Xiao Yiheng down. From the moment they entered, Li Luoshu had already noticed them. Originally, he had expected only Shui Yutan to come. That way, Shui Yutan could save him from danger without revealing his identity as a young servant of the Red Tower to the people of Kanjia Mountain. However, Pei Ji also showed up. Given the cold treatment he normally gave Pei Ji, this time it seemed Pei Ji had caught him red-handed, and he would surely tell everyone about this. Thinking about this made Li Luoshu both flustered and anxious, forcing him to cast an even more hopeful look towards Shui Yutan. As long as Shui Yutan bid for him, Li Luoshu wouldn't care if Pei Ji talked about it, it wouldn't embarrass him to show favor toward his master. Yet after nearly a dozen rounds of bidding, Shui Yutan remained seated in a corner, calmly observing without any intention to participate in the auction. This wasn't a good sign. Had all his efforts to please Shui Yutan on Kanjia Mountain been for nothing? Thinking this, Li Luoshu bit his lips tightly, and his eyes began to well up with tears again. 800 taels. Zhao Sir bids 800 taels. Any higher offers? The Red Tower owner announced while striking the table hard. 800 once, 800 twice, 800 thrice. Congratulations to Zhao Sir. Please forgive me. Zhao Sir stood up and bowed respectfully to everyone around, then lifted Li Luoshu's chin with his finger. My dear beauty, why are you crying? Don't you enjoy being with me? Shui Yutan looked in the direction of Zhao Sir, studying this person's appearance. What to say? He looked far less presentable than Yuan Chongshen, no wonder Li Luoshu had cried. Master, didn't you say you'd act? Watching Zhao Sir take Li Luoshu away made Xiao Yiheng break into a sweat. Just wait a bit longer, replied Shui Yutan with composure. After waiting another 5 minutes or so, watching Zhao Sir enter a room with Li Luoshu, Shui Yutan noted the location and then rose, leading the two others to leave the Red Tower. Master, Xiao Yiheng was as confused as a monk with no idea what to do, hidden among the crowd, just about to speak again when he saw Shui Yutan make a seal. 5 seconds later, he vanished from the spot. Wait here. I'll go bring Luoshu out. Only Shui Yutan's voice lingered in the air. He had assumed it would be a simple matter of pulling and teleporting, which could be done in 5 seconds. But upon flashing into the room, Shui Yutan realized the situation was more complicated than expected. Inside the room were Li Luoshu and that so-called Zhao Sir, as well as several robed Taoist cultivators. They sat formally around a round table. The moment he entered, they all drew their weapons, clearly waiting for him for quite some time already. Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow and glanced toward Li Luoshu. Master, it's not me. I've just found out they intended to harm you and seize your pellet. Master, leave quickly, don't worry about me. Li Luoshu shouted frantically, immediately being struck unconscious by Zhao Sir's palm strike. Seize the pellet? What pellet? Could it be the inner pellet? Shui Yutan sighed inwardly. Yuan Changsheng's incident only happened half a month ago, why did another group of people now want his inner pellet? That wasn't right. There were several cultivators on Kanjia Mountain who had formed golden pellets. Why did they target him alone? Did they think he was the weakest? That's true, the system interjected, who doesn't know that on Kanjia Mountain, you're the biggest failure. During the announcements, this system dog was never active, but when criticizing the host, it worked like a clock. It seemed like it was high time to show off in front of 2484 and shut its mouth. With this thought, Shui Yutan stood still with his hands behind his back, and a sword materialized in his hand. Since all of you have ill intentions, state your names. On this day next year, Yutan will place incense on your graves. How arrogant. The old man standing farthest to the right blew his mustache. Brothers, let's attack together. On the other side, Pei Ji, who had waited for a long time without seeing anyone come out, lifted his gaze. It had been too long. Given Shui Yutan's abilities, bringing someone out from a flower house should have been effortless. Now that he hadn't returned, there must have been some kind of trouble. Could there be others besides him wanting Shui Yutan's life? Master has been inside for a while. Is something wrong? Xiao Yiheng echoed the same suspicion. Both looked at each other, made a flash step seal simultaneously, and appeared inside the building. Chapter 38, please proceed to the Snow Sprite Lair to rescue a key person. As soon as Xiao Yiheng entered, he saw Li Luoshu being pinned down on the bed by that Zhao, tearing at clothes with ill intent. Xiao Yiheng slapped a palm over, striking Zhao half dead, then helped Li Luoshu up, considerately tearing off his outer robe to wrap around him. Compared to Xiao Yiheng's thoughtfulness, Pei Ji was only concerned about where Shui Yutan had gone. Master? Pei Ji asked. There were traces of fighting in the room, yet all windows and doors remained intact, indicating that the fighters hadn't left. But why had he vanished? Senior brother, you must believe me, I was forced. If you hadn't arrived in time, that Zhao would have. I'm so scared, woo-woo. Li Luoshu did speak up, but what he said was all nonsense. He kept crying, his soft demeanor really irritating. Pei Ji furrowed his brow, tilting his head slightly to the left, and instantly moved to stand in front of Li Luoshu, grabbing the collar of his robe. I don't have much patience to hear your plight. Let me ask again, where is Master? Li Luoshu was startled by Pei Ji's sudden surge of anger. His sob caught in his throat, unintentionally responding to the question. Master fell into a boundary with a group of Taoists. But how to open that boundary, I also do not know. Boundary? Pei Ji looked around, trying to find some clues, but discovered nothing. Just as he was getting frustrated, he felt a sway around him, and in an instant, he was pulled into a place filled with snowfall everywhere. Where am I? Pei Ji tightened his lips, summoning the peachwood sword to grip in his hand, adopting a defensive stance. Suddenly, someone said, and the next second, Shui Yutan's snow-white figure appeared beside him. How did you get in here? Shui Yutan was very annoyed. Those several old guys from some unknown sect didn't have much ability, but they certainly had many magical weapons. They surrounded him at once, and because of his momentary oversight, he ended up in this deserted place. After wandering for a long time without finding a way out, he dismantled the compensation rewards from his backpack. It turned out to be another piece of paper. The only difference was that the words on the paper changed. Think of a name in your heart, and you can instantly teleport to their side. This time he could understand the words. Judging from the surface meaning, it was a divine artifact. So, he thought of Pei Ji's name, intending to return outside the red building. But can anyone tell him why he didn't go out, but Pei Ji came in instead? 2484 Don't you think these bugs every now and then should result in a factory repair? Shui Yutan was completely speechless. He wanted to complain. Complain. Complain Aya. I was standing in Li Luoshu's room, I don't know how, but I got in. After answering Shui Yutan's question, Pei Ji glanced at him up and down, asking, is Master injured? Shui Yutan took a look at the blood on his body, tersely stating, not mine. With the abilities of those few old men, they couldn't injure him. The current issue was, this place stretched endlessly with snow, making it impossible to find an exit. How were they supposed to get out? Cough, cough. Pei Ji's coughing interrupted Shui Yutan's thoughts. Turning his gaze, he saw Pei Ji hugging his arms, shaking all over. Sigh, he forgot that Pei Ji had just entered the building foundation stage, had not yet cultivated an inner pill, and thus couldn't withstand prolonged cold. If he had known the system would have such a bug, he should have thought of Yuli earlier. At least if Yuli were teleported here, they could still retreat with spacetime slash. With Pei Ji coming, they could only drag along his baggage. The snow in the boundary kept falling. In just a short while, Pei Zhi's jet black hair was covered in white snow, even the tips of his eyelashes were coated with snowflakes. Shui Yutan helplessly sighed, walking over to Pei Zhi and grasping his wrist. Warmth flowed continuously through their touching skin, finally warming Pei Zhi's shivering body. Greedy for this warmth, Pei Zhi leaned closer to Shui Yutan, pressing his arm against Shui Yutan's. "Did you see those few spellcasters before you came in?" Shui Yutan didn't notice his little move, continuing to ask on his own. At such close range, Pei Zhi could smell the faint tea fragrance on Shui Yutan, mixed with the previous scent of peach blossom wine, forming an inviting elixir. This scent caused him to momentarily lose himself, until Shui Yutan asked the question again, snapping him back to reality. He replied, "No one. When I left, there was only Elder Brother and Li Luoshu in the room." Li Luoshu had joined the Snow Sprite sect before Pei Zhi, so theoretically, Li Luoshu should have been Pei Zhi's senior. However, it seemed that Pei Zhi did not acknowledge this fact and never called Li Luoshu senior brother, addressing him by his full name instead. But this was not the main point. The key issue was, Xiao Yiheng is with Li Luoshu. That was all for nothing. Initially, he brought Pei Zhi and Xiao Yiheng down the mountain to straighten things out, creating an opportunity for these two characters from a BL novel to be alone together. But instead of them bonding in solitude, Xiao Yiheng ended up rescuing Li Luoshu like a knight in shining armor. If the second male lead completely strays off course, then who will the protagonist turn to for a romantic relationship? Thinking about this, Shui Yutan turned and glanced at Pei Zhi, only to see him staring ahead as if he had spotted something. At almost the same moment, the system notification sound came. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a random side quest, interrogation by the Snow Sprite. Please proceed to the Snow Sprite lair to rescue a key person. Accept in 10 seconds, decline in 10 seconds. What is this? A Snow Sprite? Isn't that supposed to be in those old men's divine artifacts? Aside from snow, there's absolutely nothing here. Where would a Snow Sprite come from? As Shui Yutan was pondering this, he suddenly felt his hand, which had been gripping Pei Zhi's wrist, being firmly grasped and then yanked aside. Shui Yutan's attention was fully on the system announcement, and for a moment he wasn't paying attention, thus getting pulled off balance and falling onto Pei Zhi's chest. TSK, it hurt. What kind of steel-plated chest does the protagonist have? He nearly lost a tooth. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the side quest. Reward, 30 points, prestige, 300. Not speaking within 10 seconds meant automatic acceptance of the task. Shui Yutan lifted his head out of Pei Zhi's embrace and saw where he'd been pulled from, noticing a massive snowball, about 2 meters high, rolling over and plowing through the flat snowfield. Then, the snowball exploded right in front of their eyes, revealing a woman whose skin was white as snow and whose hair was silver white, jumping out from the shattered remnants and attacking them without a word. "She's the Snow Sprite Witch," said System Bro as he began giving commentary upon seeing the beauty. "She can transform snow into deadly blades and is especially skilled in enchantment. Therefore, remember, don't look directly into her eyes for more than 5 seconds. Screw, Shui Yutan drew Li Guang to block the Snow Sprite's sword, but still managed to curse the system. Let's put aside whether she's enchanting or not. Hey, why does a boss-level villain from after the martial arts competition show up in some random junior cultivator's artifact? Looks like you remember the plot." System Bro sounded somewhat surprised. It was hard not to remember. Because following the Snow Sprite arc would be the Qilin Lock. That was his nightmare, and no matter which life cycle it was always the life and death calamity he couldn't escape. "Don't worry, it's just some filler storyline thrown in to keep the protagonist entertained." System Bro's tone was light and nonchalant. "If you don't like it, I can switch it out for a pig demon, snake demon, weasel demon." Shui Yutan. Chapter 39, The Maiden is Fairer Than Flowers. Shui Yutan resisted the urge to rush in and strangle the system on the spot. She cast a golden talisman towards the Snow Maiden, but just as it was about to touch her, the Snow Spirit's body suddenly dispersed, transforming into countless snowflakes, with no sign of her physical form. In an instant, all the snowflakes hardened, converging into razor-sharp snow blades. Even though Pei Zhi had managed to evade with his sword, the sheer number and density of the snowflakes were overwhelming. In a moment, his face and body were covered in bloody slashes from the snow. Determined to endure, he was still struck by a snowflake on his knee. A blade pierced into his bone, causing Pei Zhi's body to wobble uncontrollably. He barely managed to stay upright by supporting himself with his sword. Shui Yutan had already identified the true form of the Snow Maiden among several snowflakes and was locked in combat with her when she noticed Pei Zhi's predicament. Instantly teleporting beside him, she reached out to support him. "Are you alright?" Shui Yutan asked. Pei Zhi nodded, gritting his teeth as he tried to straighten his body. Initially thinking that the cut on his bone was not serious, he soon realized, as he moved his knee, that the embedded snow blade seemed infused with a special magic. Within moments, half of his body lost sensation. As Shui Yutan tried to support Pei Zhi, instead of standing firm, he found Pei Zhi collapsing toward him, landing directly into her arms. Shui Yutan furrowed her brows. She had originally planned to subdue this female spirit, then go to her lair to save others and complete the side quest. But with Pei Ji as a burden now, it looked like her plan would need to change. The Snow Maiden was a late-game boss, whose abilities nearly completely overpowered Pei Ji, who had just entered the Kanjia Mountains. If they continued the fight, while the Snow Maiden might be subdued, Pei Ji could very well end up either dead or severely injured. Xue Yutan withdrew the cold light back into her spiritual awareness and feigned weakness. Fair maiden, so much prettier than any flower, why resort to violence? We bear no ill will. Why not make friends? As Xue Yutan spoke, the Snow Maiden's attacks were already upon her, the icy peak of the frost sword almost piercing through her forehead. Master! Pei Ji shouted loudly, only to see the sword tip halted at the last second before touching Xue Yutan's skin, whereupon she swiftly grabbed it between two fingers. Then, with a gentle flick, the sword shattered into multiple pieces. Realizing she was no match for Xue Yutan, the chill emanating from the Snow Maiden dissipated, and the snowflakes drifting in the air stopped. My snowy domain hasn't seen any living beings for quite some time. What do you two intend? Mei Ji stepped forward barefoot. With each step, the snow beneath her froze, and icicles formed around her sides. The colder she got, the more Pei Ji shivered even next to Xue Yutan, his teeth chattering audibly. Hold! 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 Xue Yutan quickly halted the Snow Maiden. Lady, please speak from there. My disciple has a weak constitution and can't withstand your cold. Mei Ji was surprised for the first time to see someone retreat despite getting close to her stunning beauty. Her slit-like Danfeng eyes narrowed subtly, making her look all the more alluring. Xue Yutan was momentarily mesmerized by her allure, unconsciously staring at her eyes. By the fourth second, Pei Ji blocked her line of sight. Master, your hair is disheveled. Pei Ji brushed the hair from her forehead gently, his voice trembling slightly, both from the cold and perhaps pain. However, his tone remained casual, as if this act was purely spontaneous, unaware that staring at the Snow Maiden's eyes for 5 seconds could lead to enchantment. Xue Yutan snapped back to reality. Phew, narrowly avoided being ensnared. Interrupted by Pei Ji's sudden gesture breaking her charm, Mei Ji noticed the frail-looking Pei Ji. Tracing the slender frame of the young man upward, her expression stiffened slightly upon seeing his face, her pupils dilating minutely. Xue Yutan failed to notice Mei Ji's expression shift, since she dared not look beyond her hairline when gazing at Mei Ji now. We have no intention of doing anything wrong, we are simply seeking shelter from the biting wind. Xue Yutan said, her gaze fixed on Mei Ji's hairline. You should be able to tell, my disciple is newly initiated and hasn't yet cultivated an inner elixir, unable to withstand the biting winds and snow. To elicit sympathy, one always played up the weaker party. Only by revealing Pei Ji's level to Mei Ji could she lower her guard. Moreover, what Xue Yutan said was true. Pei Ji's build clearly didn't stand the freezing cold. Sure enough, Mei Ji glanced at Pei Ji and nodded. Follow me. As soon as these words were spoken, Mei Ji flicked her fingers, and instantly the temperature in the entire boundary surged. In a moment, the icy ground welcomed springtime, countless nameless little flowers and grasses sprouted on the grassland, like a sea of blossoms, incredibly picturesque. But Xue Yutan wasn't paying attention to these flower seas. His focus was entirely captured by the bamboo-built house nestled amidst the flowers. If his guess wasn't wrong, this house should be the nest mentioned in a side quest for the snow spirit. Xue Yutan helped Pei Ji into the house. When he shifted his gaze back to Mei Ji, she had already transformed into the image of an ordinary peasant woman. Her long black hair was casually braided into a plaits hanging on one side, making her appear completely harmless, with not a trace of the ferocity from when she turned snow into blades earlier. Clearly, Mei Ji's attire must not have been arranged for him or Pei Ji. It seemed that the crucial person related to Mei Ji had some deep connection. Just as Xue Yutan was pondering this, a male voice from the inner chamber called out, "Snow Girl, are we expecting guests?" Following the sound, he saw after a rustling noise, a middle-aged man dressed in green robes wheeled himself out. Xue Yutan observed the man carefully and didn't speak rashly. Mei Ji walked up to him, "Zayan, you shouldn't have come out by yourself with your condition. What if you fell?" Zayan carried the meaning of peace and prosperity. This name sounded familiar. Xue Yutan thought he might have heard it somewhere, but couldn't recall whether it was in a book or even further back in past lives. I'm not that fragile. Su Zayan gazed at Mei Ji, patted her hand, and chuckled lightly, our home hasn't seen any visitors for so long. I heard noises and couldn't help but come out to take a look. Seeing this situation, there seemed to be no discord needing to be resolved between them, this couple seemed harmonious and well-matched. The system really needed to think twice before meddling with something perfect like this. Perhaps because Xue Yutan's gaze had been too conspicuous while staring at Su Zayan turned toward him. Only then did Xue Yutan realize that Su Zayan's eyes shimmered with an abnormal pink glow, with an unusually large proportion of pupils within the irises. Enchantment. Xue Yutan's eyes narrowed in realization. Well played. He had originally assumed this man named Su Zayan shared true love with Mei Ji, never imagining that their connection was forced. Oh, how stimulating. Chapter 40, Are men with two legs really that hard to find? Su Zhan's gaze paused on Shui Yutan's face for a moment, his eyes showing admiration, but most of his attention was focused on Pei Ji behind Shui Yutan. He stared at the few small cuts on Pei Ji's face and asked, "What happened that both of you sustained such injuries? Would you believe me if I told you all these injuries were inflicted by your wife?" Shui Yutan glanced at Mei Ji and gave her some face by not exposing the truth. In fact, he deliberately pointed at Su Zhan and feigned ignorance. "Who might this gentleman be?" Mei Ji hooked her arm around Su Zhan's and replied, "My husband." It was rare for her to introduce him like this in front of strangers, so Mei Ji lowered her head shyly, even softening her voice. Apparently, love could make a playboy turn over a new leaf and could also make fierce women speak with a squeaky voice. Su Zhan seemed to have not spoken to any strangers for a long time, so after meeting Shui Yutan and them, he got extremely excited. Not only did he take them around to show the cabbage he planted, but he also took out his entire collection. "Snow brother, come and take a look at these. This is the East Sea Night Pearl, this is the Buddha Hand Coral, this is the Pink Gold Clam, and there's more." In one breath, Su Zhan pulled out all his treasures until finally, he also brought out a guqin, a type of ancient Chinese musical instrument, and this guqin. Su Zhan stroked the strings affectionately, his eyes brimming with longing and melancholy. "Shuer said this guqin belongs to me. We became acquainted because of this very guqin. Unfortunately, my memory is poor, and I've forgotten how to play it." "This isn't forgetfulness, you fell victim to an enchantment and have disordered memories." Shui Yutan sipped a mouthful of tea from the table, listening quietly to Su Zhan chatter when suddenly, he was invited to perform. "Brother Snow looks like a refined person, could you play us a tune?" "Him? Play guqin? Huh. Letting him pluck cotton might be closer to reality." Just as Shui Yutan was about to refuse, Pei Ji sitting quietly beside interjected first, "I'd like to listen too. Why should the main male character stick his nose into this conversation? Go back and let your dance Ching Ching play for you." Swallowing down the tea in his mouth, Shui Yutan opened his lips to say the word, "no," when Su Zhan shoved the guqin toward him with an expression full of anticipation saying, "Go ahead." Since it was difficult to reject their enthusiasm, Shui Yutan reluctantly strummed the string once. Zhen, the ancient guqin emitted a melodious note, indeed a fine instrument. Unfortunately, he really didn't know how to play. He always thought playing guqin or fiddling with fans was too restrictive, something that wasn't suitable for someone as rough as him. But alas, his face certainly didn't look like that of a crude man, which sometimes created some trouble. If the situation was swapped with Yuli, he could definitely display a trick or two. Mentioning Yuli, Shui Yutan recalled that many lifetimes ago, Yuli had procured a guqin from somewhere, and played it day and night on Kanjia Mountain. No one had much to say about daytime performances, but this guy claimed the guqin needed to absorb moonlight essence, so he would play it at night as well, even specifically choosing the warm pavilion next to Shui Yutan's north bedroom inside Banyuan for performance. How could Shui Yutan tolerate that? They ended up having a fierce fight inside the warm pavilion. Although he lost eventually, which was irrelevant, Yuli did change his habit of playing the guqin late at night and turned the instrument into a weapon instead. He remembered, what was the name of that guqin of Yuli's again? Tian Tianin guqin. Someone answered Shui Yutan's confusion. Yes, that was it, Tianin guqin. Following the voice, Shui Yutan discovered that the speaker was Su Zhan. "You just said, what is this guqin called?" "Tianin guqin." Su Zhan repeated once more, "Is there a problem?" Yes, of course there was a problem. No wonder earlier, looking at this guqin felt somewhat familiar, it really belonged to Yuli. Yuli appeared so upright on the surface, yet stole heirlooms from others secretly. Achoo. Yuli sneezed while gathering herbs on Kanjia Mountain. If master feels cold, there's no need to always carry a fan in your hand either, be careful not to catch a chill, Ling Feng stated the obvious truth. Yuli's hand paused momentarily, intending to scold Ling Feng a bit when the commotion of someone rushing into the yard was heard. Yuli looked sidelong at Ling Feng, and without needing more prompting, he went to check who came in. Next second, Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu were dragged in alongside Ling Feng. "It's Uncle Snow's message, I figured you, master, would like to hear it." Upon seeing people, Li Luoshu knelt down with a thud. "Uncle, please hurry and save master. The elders from Honglu trapped him inside a magic artifact. It's been half a day now, and I'm worried." "With your master's cultivation, there's no need to worry, we simply wait patiently," Yuli continued sorting the herbs, speaking lightly. It wasn't until Xiao Yiheng added, "and junior brother Pei also went in," that Yuli finally lifted his eyes. "Where did they enter the barrier? Take me to have a look." On the other side, Shui Yutan stopped after only playing one note. "A fine guqin deserves a worthy master. I wouldn't want to ruin it with my attempt." Shui Yutan had a way with words, skillfully turning his lack of ability into an artful excuse. Seeing this, Su Zhan didn't feel right pressing further and let Mei Ji put the guqin away. Mei Ji was utterly compliant with Su Zhan, a former grandmaster-level boss willing to become a housewife for love's sake. Shui Yutan was genuinely impressed. If he were in Su Zhan's shoes, he doubted he'd be able to do the same. As a well-rounded youth raised on socialist ideals, he knew being consumed by romance was no good. Even if you liked someone immensely, it wasn't right to keep them prisoner when you knew you couldn't truly have them. The world is vast. A three-legged toad might be hard to find, but surely men with 2 legs, or women, for that matter, weren't that difficult. What are you thinking about, master? Just as Shui Yutan was lost in thought, Pei Ji's voice startled him from beside. Shui Yutan turned his gaze from Mei Ji and Su Zhan and glanced toward Pei Ji. The protagonist's physical resilience was indeed impressive. Not long ago, he was frozen nearly to death in the snow, yet now inside the warm room after a bit of self-restoration, he was fully recovered. Other than a faint scar where his face had been cut, his legs weren't lame, and his body wasn't stiff anymore. No wonder it had been so hard to kill him in previous lifetimes. Are your injuries healed? Shui Yutan asked. Pei Ji nodded, but then immediately reached up to support his forehead, his voice turning hoarse and low. It's just that I feel a little hot, I don't know why. Hot. Could it be a fever from being frozen in the snow earlier? Shui Yutan quickly reached out and touched Pei Ji's forehead. His forehead felt normal, but there was definitely something off with his body. Although Shui Yutan didn't touch Pei Ji directly, it was clear from the sweat-soaked clothes that something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, Pei Ji's entire back was drenched in sweat, large drops sliding down from his temples, over his prominent Adam's apple, disappearing beneath the layers of his robes. Chapter 41, Pei Ji, get off. Although it was warm in Meiji's room, it was probably only around a dozen degrees Celsius. Pei Ji was dressed lightly and there was no reason for him to feel so hot. Then what was wrong with him? Master, Pei Ji called out, his voice slightly hoarse due to the fever. Moreover, as he elongated the tone of his call, it came across as unusually soft and coquettish when it reached Shui Yutan's ears. Shui Yutan instinctively responded with an mm. The next second, Pei Ji clung onto him like an octopus. Yes, cling, literally. Pei Ji hooked his hands around Shui Yutan's waist, plastering himself onto him. Every part of him felt like he was on fire, burning hot all over except for his forehead which had been momentarily cooled by Shui Yutan's icy fingertips. Without any thought of propriety or old grievances, he sought solace in the cold spot near Shui Yutan to lower his body temperature according to his true desire. Pei Ji embraced tightly, so much that the sweat droplets from his skin could seep through his clothing and into Shui Yutan's clothes. Pei Ji's entire body radiated heat, even the perspiration falling off his skin burned. Within 30 seconds, Shui Yutan already found himself sweating mildly. He tugged at Pei Ji's neck slightly irritated, intending to pull him off his body. But unexpectedly, the more he pulled, the tighter Pei Ji gripped his waist, almost making him struggle for breath. Moreover, this situation seemed rather ambiguous. Pei Ji. Shui Yutan shouted coldly, get off. Pei Ji heard it but did not move. He opened his eyes halfway and looked up at Shui Yutan. Master, I am so hot, I feel my body is about to explode. Am I dying? Keep pretending, go ahead and continue faking. Although Shui Yutan didn't possess the medical expertise of Yuli, without even probing his pulse, he knew clearly that Pei Ji's diction was clear. Specifically, the force of his grip around his waist was unusually strong. Other than this inexplicable fever, where was the sign of impending death? Since physical force wouldn't loosen Pei Ji's grip, Shui Yutan decided to directly use magic. With a half-step spell, he fiercely flung Pei Ji away. His previously clean clothes were now dampened by Pei Ji's sweat. Shui Yutan furrowed his brows with slight disgust, immediately using a spell from the system interface to change into clean attire. Watching this in silence, Pei Ji's narrow eyes flashed once, yet he didn't utter a single word. Instead, he carelessly shed his outer robe and ran out of the sea of flowers into the snow to practice swordplay. Shui Yutan stood at the door, watching silently as Pei Ji endured the cold, without any intention to intervene. Meiji approached, reminding him, it doesn't seem like his condition comes from the frostiness induced by my ice and snow, rather something inside his body rejecting fusion, thus leading to bodily rejection. Therefore, him jumping around in the snow is utterly futile. This reminded Shui Yutan of an Yichang from earlier. Pei Ji had just suddenly advanced from the Qi cultivation stage to the foundation building phase after acquiring enhancements. Immediately afterward, he managed to subdue an Yichang within his body. With little rest the previous night, the following day he still single-handedly challenged Xiao Yiheng, who was above the foundation building level. Starting yesterday, he had barely rested for a moment. Given how frail his body already was, it was no surprise he was overwhelmed. Under these circumstances, unless someone skilled in Yin magic intervened to channel and guide his energy flow, he would easily fall victim to spiritual fire. Throughout the entirety of Yi Mountain, the only ones skilled in Yinli methods were him and Yuli. Now it made sense why Pei Ji had held on to him tightly just moments ago. Shui Yutan pursed his lips and drew out his 9-joint whip, bringing him back. Then, extending both hands, he grasped Pei Ji's hands. Instantly, an endless stream of spiritual power overflowed from between Shui Yutan's fingers, penetrating through the flesh and entering Pei Ji's body. This was the sensation of spiritual energy. Shui Yutan was actually transferring his cultivation to suppress the inner agitation Pei Ji was experiencing. For cultivators, regaining lost power is incredibly difficult, especially for someone of Shui Yutan's esteemed standing. Master, Pei Ji opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Shui Yutan closed his eyes and led him, focus, calm your mind. In the midst of this transmission, Peiji drifted into a deep sleep. Meiji noticed that Shui Yutan had depleted his cultivation to repress the chaotic flow of spiritual veins, and Peiji, moved somewhat by it, you certainly care about your disciple. Duh. The main character is practically his lifeline, no, his matchstick counterpart. Since it pertains to the male protagonist, would he not maintain their relationship? Could he possibly not be concerned about Peiji? Just as Shui Yutan thought about it, Meiji's next words came. If in the past, then Master of Su Zhan were as caring as you are now, we wouldn't have been trapped here for so many years unable to escape. What did Meiji mean by this? Su Zhan's master. Could it be that Su Zhan was also a righteous cultivator? Shui Yutan's mind immediately conjured up a scenario of a forbidden love between a human and a demon, only for the master to disapprove and split them apart, forcing them into seclusion in the snowy domain. So, who exactly was the master Meiji had mentioned? By the time Peiji woke up, the sky was already bright. He moved his hand slightly, attempting to lift it, but realized someone was holding onto his fingers tightly. He couldn't move. Peiji followed the direction where the pressure on his hand came from, raising his eyes slightly, when suddenly he saw Shui Yutan's face magnified right above him. Shui Yutan sat at the edge of the bed, his slumped head resting near Peiji's pillow. If Peiji simply turned his head lightly, his nose could even brush against Shui Yutan's cheek. He didn't know why, but suddenly held his breath, afraid to disturb this moment. However, clearly, some people lacked perceptiveness. You're awake. Su Zhan called out politely from a wheelchair at the door as he entered the room, shouting directly towards Peiji lying in bed. As soon as these words were spoken, Shui Yutan awoke, lifting his head while simultaneously releasing Peiji's fingers. Standing up from the bedside, he stretched his sore wrist. Good morning. Shui Yutan greeted Su Zhan. Looking out the window, the sky was barely turning light, indicating that it was still early. So why had this crucial character woken up so early? While pondering, Su Zhan lifted his gaze and asked, I want to leave. Can the two of you help me? The NPC they had planned to rescue now actively requested salvation. Seeing Su Zhan and Meiji seemingly so devoted yesterday, Shui Yutan had already decided to abandon this side quest, allowing the two to live peacefully. Yet one night later, the plot had taken a sharp turn. Startled, Shui Yutan immediately examined Su Zhan's pupils and, as expected, discovered that the trace of allure from yesterday was gone, and the size of his pupils had returned to normal. So, it was the real Su Zhan speaking to him now. Before Shui Yutan could respond to Su Zhan's plea, the latter continued with another sentence, if I can lead you to the key to unlock the barrier, will you guarantee taking me out? Of course yes. How could there ever be an NPC voluntarily aiding their mission without asking for anything in return? Excited, Shui Yutan slapped his thigh, exclaiming, then what are we waiting for? Let's go already. Chapter 42, Imprisonment and Forced Love. Only after she finished speaking did Shui Yutan recall Peiji, and she asked aloud, your fever has subsided. Is there any other part of your body that still feels unwell? Peiji stared at Shui Yutan and shook his head. Yesterday, it was unknown how much cultivation Shui Yutan had spent to suppress the chaotic energy within him. Now that he was awake, all he felt was clarity of mind and refreshment. Not only was he free of any problems, but his skills seemed to have advanced somewhat as well. It's good that nothing is wrong. Get up quickly, we need to leave. While Shui Yutan and Peiji were conversing, Su Zhan, pushing his wheelchair, had opened the bamboo house door and moved out 2 meters. Shui Yutan, finding his speed far too slow, couldn't help herself and stepped forward to cast a spell, lifting Su Zhan together with his wheelchair onto her shoulder. You don't have to walk, just sit and give directions. Then I shall trouble you. Su Zhan didn't refuse and truly began giving directions while sitting on Shui Yutan's shoulder. Taking advantage of the time before reaching their destination, Shui Yutan couldn't help but ask curiously, Su, are you back in control of your memories? Su Zhan pressed his lips together slightly. I never lost my memory. Yesterday, I was merely pretending. Shui Yutan was somewhat surprised. Earlier, she thought Su Zhan was under a bewitching spell, explaining why his words and actions were so affectionate towards Meiji. Who knew that today Su Zhan would admit he was faking it? She had failed completely to detect Su Zhan's pretense. Indeed, those who are perpetually single seem somewhat slow when it comes to matters of love. The system added its voice opportunistically. Shui Yutan, can someone please silence this person? Thank you. Following Su Zhan's instructions, they soon arrived at a water pool not far from the bamboo house. This pool was deep and seemingly bottomless, surrounded by lush flowers and plants, exuding a spring or summer vibe. Yet, despite the temperature being clearly above 0 degrees, there was an ice mountain in the very center of the pond that was 2 zhang, Chinese measurement, higher than the water level. Could this place be the key to opening the boundary? Shui Yutan cautiously expressed her hypothesis, which was immediately confirmed by Su Zhan. Yes, the boundary exit is beneath the ice mountain. How do you know? Was it Meiji? Oh no, Shui, who told you? Su Zhan shook his head, I discovered it myself. As he spoke, Su Zhan's thoughts seemed to drift away with the ice mountain, a hint of regret and frustration in his eyes. I've been trapped here for 23 years, not a single day went by without thinking about escape. Finally, I found this spot, but unfortunately, my cultivation was ruined long ago, making me practically useless. This water is too cold, even if my legs froze off, I couldn't swim out of here. Su Zilan clenched his own legs, inwardly hating his own incompetence. It was so close last time, mere inches from freedom. Just one more moment holding his breath, and everything could have changed. But he failed. Judging from Su Zilan's expression, Shui Yutan believed he wasn't lying. She paced around the edge of the pond and realized that the ice mountain looked deceptively close to the shore, but the actual distance was many times farther than it appeared. It seemed like some sort of optical refraction principle combined with three-dimensional structural modeling had distorted the real path length, thus creating varying perceptions of distance. Such a vast distance would be impossible for an ordinary human, even a great swimmer, to reach the ice mountain. Su Zilan's failure, therefore, was inevitable. However, for them, practitioners of Taoist arts, such a distance posed no problem at all. Su Zilan likely realized this, hence he brought them here the next day. Shui Yutan wasn't foolish enough to try swimming across. She summoned Liguang into her hand and struck it sharply against the water. As Liguang was unsheathed, the entire surface of the pond split in two, revealing a newly created flat pathway between the land and the ice mountain. You actually possess such powerful magic. Su Zilan was highly agitated. Go down quickly, take me along. Initially, Shui Yutan had doubts about his claims, but seeing Su Zilan react this way, she was reassured. A man willing to risk everything to leave this place could hardly be mistaken unless it truly was the exit. Su Zilan wouldn't act so fervently otherwise. Shui Yutan handed the wheelchair handle to Pei Ji. Take him ahead of us, I'll cover the rear. Pushing Su Zilan, Pei Ji entered the water, followed closely by Shui Yutan. When they were halfway through, with the ice mountain within immediate reach, the mountain began trembling suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the temperature plummeted, and heavy snowflakes started falling from the sky, swiftly transforming the verdant grassland and vibrant flower fields into a pristine white world. The next second, the ice mountain transformed into Meiji's true form, standing right before them. Why? Meiji's pale blue eyes gazed at Su Zilan, her snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. Without a reply, Meiji's questioning voice grew more intense, and the previously calm waters of the pond surged violently with massive waves on either side of the path Shui Yutan had cleaved through. Just as the waves were about to hit, Shui Yutan quickly leaped over and pulled Pei Ji and Su Zilan back to the shore. That place is not the exit. Pei Ji gazed at the enchantress in the pool water, his twin pupils slightly covered, and spoke solemnly to Su Zilan. That's her true form. Therefore, even if your legs and hands freeze off, as long as the snow woman doesn't want to let you go, you'll never be able to swim out of here. Su Zilan seemed to understand just then. His body stiffened for a moment on the wheelchair before turning around blankly. It was half expected and yet half filled with despair. So, we can't leave today. He didn't dwell on how the snow woman had tricked him with her true form, causing him to lose his legs, but instead kept focusing on whether they could leave today. This was enough to show how much Su Zilan wanted to leave this place. The snow woman naturally picked up on it. She emerged from the water, recrossed onto the shore, and transformed back into the appearance of a petite peasant girl, lowering her voice as she approached Su Zilan. Why do you want to leave? Zilan, didn't you say you wanted to spend the rest of your life with me? Su Zilan tightly pressed his lips together without saying anything. Is it that I haven't been good enough to you, or have I done something wrong? Tell me, Zilan, and I'll fix everything. Su Zilan clenched his fists. As long as you don't leave me, whatever you ask me to do, I will agree. Then can you bring my master back to life? Su Zilan finally answered. In response to this question, there was a lengthy silence, even the air seemed still. The enchantress fidgeted like a child who made a mistake, her fingers twisting the edge of her clothes. I've explained, it was an accident. Your master fell during our argument, so he. That wasn't an accident. Su Zilan cut off her unfinished sentence, each word delivered with gritted teeth. I saw it with my own eyes. It was you who killed my master with the snow sword. You wiped out the entire ethereal sect. Su Zilan's voice rose high, like a thunderclap. It shocked the snow woman and also Shui Yutan. The massacre of the ethereal sect 20 years ago, he'd heard about it. The sect leader Piao Yiyun suffered countless cuts. His death was no better than Su Zilan's current state. Feng Mingju, as a representative of the righteous sects, visited the crime scene, but since it had been cleaned up thoroughly, they only knew that it was a monster's doing and didn't know which specific one. Who would have guessed, it was actually the enchantress. Humph, killing someone's family and then locking them up to force love. She really has gone insane. Who would have thought it, enchantress, you're actually this kind of enchantress. Chapter 43, This Idea, Wild and Bold. Meiji opened her mouth as if she wanted to argue, but when the words reached her lips, they were swallowed back. All that remained was a pale denial. I've never killed a single person from the Piamiao sect. Never. Humph, Su Zayan sneered, his body hunched over as though witnessing a joke. Even now, you refuse to admit it. Of course, for you, killing is like crushing garlic. It takes only a wave of your hand, so why would you even bother to remember? These two each stuck to their own story, while Shui Yutan, as an onlooker, shouldn't have intervened. He didn't plan to speak up either, but alas, he was brought into the conversation. Su Zhan took out a bronze mirror from his pocket, bit his finger, and dripped some blood onto it before calling out to Shui Yutan, "Shui brother, you can casually perform such profound magical arts, surely, you should be able to activate this Jingxin mirror, right?" It had been mentioned earlier that every sect would have surveillance devices, which were always in the possession of the respective masters. After Piao Yi Yun's death, the Jingxin mirror of the Piao sect disappeared without a trace, but no one expected it to be found in Su Zhan's possession. Shui Yutan started feeling more confused about Su Zhan. If you say he doesn't care about Meiji, he still concealed evidence of murder for her, hiding the Jingxin mirror for 23 years, yet if you say he loves her, well, at his age, he certainly hasn't thought of living peacefully with her. He spends his days dreaming of running away. Shui brother. After much waiting for Shui Yutan's response, Su Zhan called out again. Shui Yutan nodded, replying, "Of course I can." "Then hurry, quickly help me open it. Today, I must see what lies she still dares to tell in front of the Jingxin mirror." Shui Yutan accepted the bronze mirror, weighing it in his hand and swaying it left and right. Before he could open it, the Meiji in front of him suddenly went wild. At the same moment that her peasant disguise peeled off, she leaped ferociously toward him. Zhen, Peiji's sword came unsheathed, stopping the ice blade Meiji thrust forward. The clash of swords emitted a sharp clang. What's going on? Is she afraid of being exposed? As Shui Yutan looked at Meiji, he noticed her light blue irises changing color, turning into a deeper shade of purple, as if blue ink had blended with red. Not only that, her eyebrows and eyes brimmed with a sudden surge of murderous intent, and her whole appearance became sharp and cruel. "I've already told you these two must go." "But the idiot tried to make Su Zhan happy and actually led you both to the bamboo hut," Meiji said with a cold tone, glaring at Shui Yutan and spitting at him. SSS. Shui Yutan felt like he'd lost quite a few brain cells today. The word "you" in her sentence clearly referred to him and Peiji, but who had led them to the bamboo hut? Wasn't it Meiji herself? How had she ended up insulting herself? Or, "Master, be careful. This woman seems different from the one we met before." Just as Peiji spoke, Meiji unleashed a powerful sword aura, sending him flying violently back. In an instant, 100-meter radius surged with towering snow waves. Had Shui Yutan not moved swiftly enough to save Su Zhan, he might have been buried under the snow entirely. At the bamboo hut, Shui Yutan had already observed that Meiji treasured Su Zhan as if he were a gem worthy of having stars plucked down for him, so naturally, she wouldn't dare harm him. Could it be, as Peiji suggested, that the current Meiji has changed personality or suffered from dissociation? This explained why Meiji denied slaughtering the entire Piao sect but then attempted to snatch the Jingxin mirror from his hands. Apparently, Meiji's account was true, and so was Su Zhan's. In short, the Meiji possessed by her second personality slaughtered the entire Piao sect, which just happened to be witnessed by Su Zhan. When the real Meiji woke up, she had no memory of this episode and only saw her former lover ready to attack her. Thus, she brought him back to the snow domain and activated a forced love mode. "You talk as if you've seen everything with your own eyes," Tong Gu interrupted. "If I hadn't known the broken mirror in your hand was merely a regular bronze mirror, I almost got swindled by your story. Do we need first-hand evidence for something so melodramatic, so old school, and so utterly meaningless?" He could come up with dozens of such cliched plots on the spot if he wished. However, there's no denying that Su Zhan's Jingxin mirror was indeed too fake. Shui Yutan noticed it as soon as he picked it up. Luckily, the secondary personality of the snow girl was quick to appear, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known how to keep this farce going next. Did she see Shui's body? Su Zhan had barely escaped the avalanche with his life, and now as he looked at the menacing Meiji, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. So, does this mean that the Piao sect incident wasn't done by Shui, right? Shui Yutan didn't know how to respond. In the 21st century, there were indeed cases where those with dissociative identity disorder were acquitted, but there were 72 people in total in the Piao sect, both the master and disciples, all of whom died on that snowy night. Whether out of humanitarian concern or his own subconscious, Shui Yutan didn't think Meiji should be forgiven. Once causes have been planted, regardless of the process, they must bear their consequences. So Shui Yutan simply patted Su Zhan on the shoulder, returned the bronze mirror to him, and cryptically answered, "I'll take you out." With that said, he charged toward Meiji with his sword. Peiji, seeing this, followed up with an attack despite having been thrown back earlier. Meiji dodged Shui Yutan's blow and glanced at Peiji beside her. "Didn't notice yesterday, but you look quite like that old man." "That old man? Which old man?" Before Shui Yutan could figure out who Meiji was referring to, she added, "What a fool. If it's the same face either way, why choose an old one when you could choose a young one? Young lad, would you follow me?" Such a thought, it was wildly daring. TSK, the second personality has some tricks up its sleeve. Peiji spat blood onto the ground, and his sword split into two halves. He now wielded dual blades, that's if you even have the life left in you to do so. Haughty. Meiji sneered coldly, charging forward surrounded by swirling snowflakes. Despite losing much of his cultivation, Shui Yutan still retained his agility, making him untouchable for the snow girl within a short time frame. And Pei Ji, after apparently fusing the strength of an Yi Changya and his own, reached a higher level in ability. Shui Yutan, watching the battle unfold, wasn't too worried about the current situation. As long as he and Pei Ji coordinated well in both attack and defense, they were sure to win. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, not yet coming to fruition, Shui Yutan saw Mei Ji suddenly change her target. The illusory icicles conjured up shifted direction, directly heading toward Su Zhan seated in the wheelchair. What was going on? Was she sacrificing her teammates because she couldn't win? Even hiding so far away, she still went for the kill. Was something seriously wrong with this second personality? Chapter 44, Stop Cursing, Stop Cursing. As the sharp icicle was about to strike Su Zhan's chest, Shui Yutan was so shocked that he nearly broke out in a cold sweat. To be honest, he wasn't very familiar with Su Zhan and didn't have to risk his life to save him. But this person was a key NPC in the game world. The mission required rescuing critical characters, and Su Zhan couldn't die here. With that thought, Shui Yutan's graceful figure instantly teleported, appearing right in front of Su Zhan and stopping the icicle barehanded just as it was about to pierce his body. Master! As soon as he turned the icicle into water in his palm, he heard Pei Ji's shout from behind. He turned sharply and immediately locked eyes with a pair of pink pupils. It was Mei Ji's enchantment. Shui Yutan quickly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the surroundings had changed. In the barren snowy wasteland, there were no signs of Su Zhan or the Snow Maiden, only Pei Ji, enveloped by black malevolent energy, kneeling on the ground. From Shui Yutan's angle, he could sense that the malevolent aura surrounding Pei Ji was extremely heavy, even worse than the day in the Deadwood Forest when Pei Ji had gone berserk. Pei Ji was holding something in his hand, his shoulders moving up and down as if sobbing. Pei Ji. Shui Yutan felt slightly dazed, fearing that he was still under Mei Ji's enchantment, so he stayed where he was, calling out to Pei Ji's back. At the sound of the voice, the kneeling figure abruptly turned around. Upon seeing Shui Yutan, Pei Ji froze for 2 seconds before instantly flashing over to Shui Yutan and hugging him tightly. Master, it's so good to see you're still alive. You disappeared earlier, and I thought you were. His words trailed off, leaving only a long sigh. Thank heaven. So just now, the protagonist had mourned his death. Shui Yutan found it somewhat amusing. A mere snow spirit, how could it possibly hurt him? He reached out and patted Pei Ji's shoulder, ready to console him, when suddenly Pei Ji whispered in his ear, a mere snow spirit, indeed. But master, didn't you fall for my enchantment anyway? The next moment, Shui Yutan felt a sudden pain in his abdomen. An ice spear-shaped sword had pierced through his body. Then, Pei Ji laughed coldly and gradually transformed into the appearance of Mei Ji. At the same time, the real Su Zhan and Pei Ji appeared within view. Master. The genuine Pei Ji's voice echoed, and in an instant, he teleported to Shui Yutan's side. Just as he was about to reach out and support him, Mei Ji got there first, pulling Shui Yutan toward her and gripping his neck. I have your master under my control. If you move recklessly, I'll snap his neck. Mei Ji shouted triumphantly upon seeing Pei Ji stop exactly where she expected. She leaned closer to Shui Yutan, letting her icy fingers trail across his skin like snow. You really care about your disciple, don't you? You fell for the disguise as soon as I transformed into his appearance. You're so clever. When Su Zhan gave you a look, you immediately knew to use the copper mirror to mimic Jingxin mirror to trick me. But how did you fail to tell apart the real and fake disciple? Could it be because worry clouded your judgment? Stop cursing, he gets it, he made a mistake. Wasn't it just because he'd been momentarily excited after seeing the protagonist crying over him earlier, and hadn't reacted in time? Who would have thought this Mei Ji could steal his memories, witness the dark side of the protagonist, and perfectly replicate it? It was his negligence. He admitted defeat this time, but... Can you control your husband at all? For someone of his age, being frozen in the snow is unacceptable. Look, his face is already red, and his eyelids might even be frozen shut. The key character can't die, he still needed to take Su Zhan out. Earning those 30 points wasn't easy for him, was it? You're struggling just to stay afloat yourself. Do you still have time to care about others? The Snow Maiden glanced coldly at Su Zhan, her eyes devoid of any affection. If he dies, that fool won't need to keep locking himself in the snow realm forever. Compared to Su Zhan, the second personality currently seemed more interested in Pei Ji. She said to Pei Ji, you remind me a lot of Su Zhan when he was younger. If you are willing to be with me, I will let your master and Su Zhan leave the snow realm. What do you say? WGF. After all his hard work, coaxing, deceiving, and getting stabbed, just to barely complete the game task, it seemed the protagonist could simply agree, and it'd be done in one step. Is this what people call the protagonist-centered law? No matter who it is, they will all be conquered by the protagonist's main character aura. System, aren't you curious how ridiculous the plot you set up actually is? The system didn't respond, but instead, Mei Ji spoke first. You'd better decide fast. Time waits for no one. Look, your master is still bleeding. What's a little blood lost to someone as mighty as the third master of Kanjia Mountain? Was he going to die from such a minor injury? For someone as skilled as the third master of Kanjia Mountain, stopping the bleeding was just a matter of forming a seal. Shui Yutan had barely thought this when he suddenly felt his neck being tightly gripped. He coughed twice in discomfort and spat out some blood due to his injury, making him look pitifully weak. Shui Yutan didn't even feel much about it yet, but Peiji already grew anxious and spoke up immediately. Let him go first. Clearly, Meiji wasn't giving Peiji any room for negotiation. Her grip on Shui Yutan's neck tightened even more without any explanation. She began counting aloud. 1. Peiji stayed firm and refused to give in. 2. Peiji pressed his lips together tightly. As he gazed at the red marks pinched onto Shui Yutan's slender neck, his clear eyes began to waver. Deep in his pupils, faint red spots began to emerge. 3. As soon as she said that, Peiji interrupted her words. Lowering his gaze, his clothes fluttered without wind around him. The energy radiating from his entire body began to shift. Peiji kept staring at Shui Yutan while standing still, except that his right hand rose slightly. I've decided. Pausing halfway through his sentence, Peiji finished with cold resolution. You die. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword descended from the heavens without warning, striking directly into Meiji's vital spot. The formidable sword energy swept the cold air toward Shui Yutan. Instinctively, he wanted to raise a shield to dodge it, but before he could move, someone pulled him away by his waist, yanking him far from Meiji's vicinity. A deafening roar followed as the snow domain where Meiji stood was utterly shattered by the strike. Even Su Zhan, who was further away, was covered by the avalanche of snow kicked up by the explosion. Oh no! His 30 points and 300 prestige, don't let them just disappear like this. Shui Yutan was silently despairing, just about to fly over to Su Zhan's last known location to rescue him and thereby save his precious points, when he was abruptly turned around by someone grabbing his neck, facing Peiji. The person before him still carried a trace of fierce aura, but their eyes were clear, confirming that the true self was still in control. Yet, even though it was the real Peiji speaking, Shui Yutan still heard the other say, she dared to hurt your neck. She truly deserves to die. Hold on, big brother, do you have a particular kink involving the neck? How come you didn't see this guy get so worked up when she pierced through him earlier? Wasn't being impaled in the abdomen way worse than having a few red marks on the neck? Chapter 45, Failure of the Side Task. The wound on his abdomen kept bleeding, making Shui Yutan feel uneasy. He wriggled free from Peiji's grip, stepped back twice, and used a finger seal to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, Meiji's blade only pierced through his abdomen without cutting his intestines. After stopping the blood, it was merely 2 holes, one in front and one at the back. At his level, flesh wounds could no longer affect him much. As long as the organs weren't harmed, the injury would heal after resting for 2 days. On the other hand, Su Zhan was in critical condition. As soon as Shui Yutan had stopped the bleeding, he immediately ran toward where Su Zhan was buried. Without hesitation, he started using magic to dig through the snow. Because his clothes were soaked with blood, frozen solid in the icy cold weather, the hem of his robes had become like cardboard. Without any wind blowing, you could already see inside his undergarments and the segment of his calf wrapped in socks. It wasn't very elegant. Thus, while continuing to dig the snow, Shui Yutan simultaneously attempted to conjure a clean set of clothing from the system interface to wear. However, due to his slippery fingers, despite several attempts, he failed to succeed. Just as he was feeling frustrated, numerous fine cracks appeared on the ice surface that had just been pierced by the giant sword. The cracks quickly extended all the way to beneath his feet, and Shui Yutan internally thought, not good. Before his body could react, with a snap, the ice shattered and he fell into the water. The freezing pond water engulfed his nose and mouth, causing Shui Yutan to choke and immediately experience difficulty breathing. Waving his arms upward, he saw the ice before him freezing over rapidly, completely blocking the entrance from which he fell. Shui Yutan tried to use his magic to break the ice, but the energy emitted from his palm was fully absorbed by the ice. How could this be? Shui Yutan slightly narrowed his pupils, still unclear about the situation, when the system alert suddenly sounded. Failure of the current side task. Due to the host's interference, it caused key character Su Zhan to die prematurely. Out of humanitarian considerations, the host will undergo a punishment of 180 seconds of icy suffocation, mourning for the NPCs within the simulation. Remaining time for the punishment, 148 seconds. System, if you had eyes, you would have seen that it was the male lead who killed Su Zhan. He has always been trying to save Su Zhan. So, even if someone needs punishing, it should be Peiji, not me bearing the brunt. The system did not respond to his argument, leaving only the countdown timer visible in front of Shui Yutan. Peiji, above the ice layer, opened and closed his mouth repeatedly as if saying something. But through the separation of water and ice, Shui Yutan couldn't hear a word. All he could do was press both hands against the ice surface, conserving energy while silently waiting for the countdown in front of him to finish. From Peiji's perspective, Shui Yutan floated quietly underwater, motionless, as if dead. His heart sank suddenly, leaving him feeling somewhat at a loss as he struck forcefully yet futilely against the unbreakable ice. In his mind, 2 thoughts seemed to battle each other. Reborn with memories of his past life, from the first sight of Shui Yutan, he had envisioned a day when he'd personally carve him apart limb by limb. Therefore, Shui Yutan's death should have made him happy. But another emotion deep inside told him otherwise. He wanted Shui Yutan alive, guilt-ridden and living well, preferably right under his watchful eye. He hadn't taken his revenge yet, nor had he tormented him. How could Shui Yutan die? How dared he die? With these thoughts, Pei Ji's ferocity surged violently. The dark-colored giant sword, lodged in Mei Ji's body, abruptly rose, striking forcefully against the ice. Chapter 46, Master, Not Light. Almost at the same time, Shui Yutan's countdown ended, and the ice seal was instantly lifted. He shot out of the water before he could take 2 breaths of oxygen. He was driven back into the water by a powerful force. If it weren't for the Li light inside his body jumping out to help him withstand some damage, this blow would have likely sent him into the deep mud at the bottom of the water, impossible to dig out. But instead of being knocked unconscious in the mud, he was knocked unconscious in the water. After holding his breath for so long, Shui Yutan hadn't had a chance to recover when he sank again, only feeling the oxygen in his chest completely depleted, the function of his heart and brain beginning to slow down. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw Pei Ji's pale blue figure diving into the water, swimming towards his position. When Shui Yutan woke up again, the icy boundary that had surrounded him was gone, replaced by a forest. The place where he lay appeared to be a mountain path, somewhat familiar, as if it were the inevitable route leading to the gate of Kanjia Mountain. So, had he exited the barrier? How did he exit? Where was Pei Ji? Didn't they come out together? Shui Yutan was pondering these thoughts when, with a turn of his head, he spotted Pei Ji approaching, carrying a bundle of firewood. Master, you've awakened. Pei Ji's tone remained calm, but his voice rose at the end, hinting that his mood seemed good. Shui Yutan nodded, gazing at the fire before them, voicing his confusion. Since we've already left the barrier, why not return directly to Kanjia Mountain, instead opting to start a fire on the way? Pei Ji seemed to have anticipated the question, calmly adding more wood to the fire before replying, I haven't yet learned how to wield the sword for flight, so I'm slower. And what? Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow. Master, Not Light. I can barely carry you. Shui Yutan. Count him for prying too much. However, wasn't the Dark Knight Kanjia that Pei Ji had recently acquired capable of flying, able to be used as a mount? Was Pei Ji unaware? Shui Yutan had intended to inform Pei Ji of this method, but his attention was drawn suddenly to the clothes on his own body, causing him to pause. The clothes were snow-white, made of celestial silk, with faint bamboo flowers embroidered at the hem and cuffs. They were undoubtedly his own, but they were not the ones he had worn today. Upon closer inspection, they rather resembled the robe he had casually tossed to Pei Ji on the day he took him as a disciple to cover his legs. Pei Ji hadn't discarded it, and even went as far as replacing it for him. Good grief. Reborn in this life, he found Pei Ji possessed quite a few more virtues, like keeping this robe, which clearly demonstrated the protagonist's thriftiness compared to the extravagant nature of his previous lives. Is there something wrong with these clothes? Pei Ji noticed Shui Yutan's prolonged stare at his attire, hesitating momentarily while adding more firewood, then asking involuntarily. No problem. Shui Yutan shook his head, just about to say more when he felt the air around him stirring. In the next moment, Yu Li's figure appeared before him. Leader Yu. Shui Yutan's attention was seized by the sudden arrival, having just called out when a golden thread was tied around his wrist. Shui Yutan recognized it. It was Yu Li's tool for pulse diagnosis. Yu Li's Taoist skills were profound. With a glance, he could tell that Shui Yutan had been injured, thus coming over proactively to check his pulse. It was understandable. What Shui Yutan couldn't understand was why, when he was right next to Yu Li, all he needed to do was lift a finger to diagnose the pulse. He insisted on creating such unnecessary flair. What? Showing off his wealth to him, even the thread used for diagnosing pulses was gold-made? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Yu Li speak, who knows from where you've returned, whether or not you have any contagious diseases. Naturally, one must be cautious. SSS. One day, he'd also conveniently silenced the system while giving this guy a taste of poison. Chapter 47, Younger Sister Xiao like a peacock spreading its tail. After Yu Li completed the pulse diagnosis and retracted the golden thread, the fan in his hand snapped open with a swish, his face becoming grave. As the saying goes, there are 3 things one fears in life: having money but no time to spend it, love out of reach, and a doctor with a stern face who doesn't talk. This expression from Yu Li made Shui Yutan's thoughts immediately leap to the worst-case scenario. He was just stroking the ring on his index finger and calculating which step he may have messed up when Yu Li finally opened his mouth. Your cultivation has dropped significantly. Where did you go? Having calculated everything possible, Shui Yutan never expected Yu Li would ask this question. He pressed the tip of his tongue against his back molar, trying to shift the blame to Snow Girl for the excuse he was about to make, when unexpectedly, Pei Ji confessed before even uttering a word, we fell into the snow realm. Master sacrificed his energy to save me. Uncle Yu, is he going to be fine? Ho, it's you again. Yu Li shifted his gaze from Shui Yutan to Pei Ji, you're really. He didn't finish his sentence, but Pei Ji understood well enough what was coming next. He bowed respectfully as a student would to a teacher and repeated his inquiry, Uncle Yu, will my master be all right? After being gone for only a day and night, most of his body's energy is already depleted. Do you think that's normal? Yuli replied with irritation. Shui Yutan didn't feel any significant issue with himself. He could still jump around, and though he lost some cultivation, his techniques remained intact, so in this world, he was still a match for very few. With his thought barely finished, a derisive chuckle broke through, making him wince. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Shui Yutan twitched at the corner of his lips, and was about to start cursing when he sensed a ripple in the air. The next second, Xiao Yiheng, Li Luoshu, and Ling Feng's siblings appeared in front of them. Master, you moved too fast. I know you were excited to see Senior Shui, but you really... Ling Feng stopped abruptly as soon as he noticed Shui Yutan. Instinctively, he covered his mouth and looked towards Yuli, who was swaying his fan, pretending not to know him. Thankfully, Shui Yutan didn't pay much attention, or maybe he simply had no time to care, because at the same moment Ling Feng spoke, Li Luoshu had already rushed forward and embraced Shui Yutan, crying aloud, Master, thank heavens you've returned safely. If anything happened to you, Luoshu would never forgive myself. Xiao Yiheng also stepped closer. Yes, Master, we almost turned Red Mansion upside down. We had no choice but to seek Uncle Yu's help. Who would have guessed that your position could not be detected by even space cut, causing us great worry. At this point, Shui Yutan understood why Yuli was with them. It seemed Xiao Yiheng and others went to look for Yuli for help. Still, was the boundary opened by the system that amazing? Even space cut could not locate it. Shui Yutan chatted briefly with them. Soon after, everyone gathered around him, forming a circle akin to stars surrounding the moon. In such a crowd, Peiji often became an overlooked figure. Now that Shui Yutan was surrounded, he stood quietly beside without speaking, naturally receiving no greetings either. Except from Ling Yu. Ling Yu instantly spotted Peiji upon her arrival. The young man's back was held rigidly straight, and from the side view, his facial contours formed perfectly well. She had always known Peiji's appearance was exceptional, especially after seeing him challenge Xiao Yiheng at the first disciple conference, almost achieving victory, making her realize how remarkable his abilities were too. She secretly felt that following this trend, Peiji's future strength might even surpass Xiao Yiheng, becoming an unparalleled talent on Kanjia Mountain. Thus, when everyone surrounded Shui Yutan, only Ling Yu approached Peiji directly. When they got close, Ling Yu noticed the tiny cuts on Peiji's face caused by sharp blades, some wound spots still with unclotted blood. She pulled out a handkerchief from her sleeve and intended to wipe the blood off his face when she suddenly felt Peiji grab her wrist, stopping her gesture. An unknown force drew near, interrupting Peiji's focus on Shui Yutan. Gripping Ling Yu's hand tightly, a raised eyebrow expressing his dissatisfaction, Sister Ling, what are you doing? Oh, I saw wounds on your face and wanted to clean them. Peiji wiped his face in the direction Ling Yu indicated and found streaks of dried blood on his fingertips. The injuries inflicted by Meiji with snow knives in the barrier earlier had already healed, and this current blood came from minor scratches he received while hastily collecting firewood, which didn't hurt and therefore escaped his notice. Thank you for your concern, Sister Ling, but it's only a small injury, nothing serious. Peiji politely replied, then Xiao Yiheng shouted over at the sight of Ling Yu being embarrassed. Younger sister, why do you care for him? Someone like him is aloof and wouldn't even acknowledge your kindness. Don't force a warm face on a cold bottom. Xiao Yiheng's shout was filled with energy, immediately drawing Shui Yutan's attention. He glanced at Peiji, then at Ling Yu, before kicking Xiao Yiheng, who didn't understand the mood. It's none of your business that they were talking. Why must you butt in? Master, Xiao Yiheng complained. I'm speaking up for younger sister. Why did you kick me? You usually spoil her the most, but now you're helping Peiji. Junior brother Pei. You are really stupid if I say you're dumb. Letting you not speak is actually a way to protect younger sister. Seeing Ling Yu ready to show off like a peacock spreading its tail, it seemed she wanted to develop some romance with Peiji, but Xiao Yiheng's shout made her face as red as a monkey's rear end instantly. Now she probably just wants to find a crack to hide in. Back at Kanjia Mountain, Shui Yutan immediately informed Feng Mingju about the incident in the Snow Realm. So according to you, did Piao Yiyun die by the hands of the Snow Woman, or did he not die because of the Snow Woman? Feng Mingju stroked his beard and asked directly at the key point. Shui Yutan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain the relationship between the owner personality and the second personality of Meiji. Therefore, he refrained from giving an opinion, only stating facts objectively. It was done by the Snow Woman, but she lost consciousness while going berserk. Feng Mingju tapped his fingertips on the table twice, silent for a long time before saying, regardless of whether she lost consciousness or not, she slaughtered the whole Piaomiao sect and deserves no forgiveness. After this, Feng Mingju glanced at Shui Yutan, completing his statement, a demon with such grave sins, yet you cheaply ended her life with a single sword strike. From Feng Mingju's words, it seemed if Snow Woman fell into his hands, she would have experienced all 18 tortures. How much does this old man hate demons? Because Peiji's dual spiritual veins and the ability to activate them couldn't be exposed, Shui Yutan took responsibility for Meiji's death under his own name. Of course, Su Zai'an's death was also involved. Thus, after Feng Mingju reprimanded Shui Yutan for handling Meiji, when he mentioned Su Zai'an's death, Shui Yutan wasn't surprised at all. Chapter 48, To be ruthless, you're still the main character. Xin, this child, I watched grow up since he was little. He also died in this battle. This matter, you still haven't done well enough. Killing Snow Maiden is a minor issue, rescuing Xin would be far more important. After all, with Xin gone, who else could seek justice for the Pyamyo sect? As Feng Mingjue uttered Xin several times, Shui Yuten finally remembered where that familiar feeling came from when she heard Snow Maiden call Su Xin's name before. Xin, 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 this was the name that Feng Mingjue had muttered for 3 months straight after his trip to the Pyamyo sect. From what he implied, Su Xin was a prodigy, breaking through cultivation at the age of 10, reaching the foundational stage at 18, and by 20, becoming one of the most outstanding figures of his generation. His cultivation speed, although not as fast as Pei Ji's, was extraordinarily rapid nonetheless. Unfortunately, Su Xin was driven by love. As Feng Mingjue put it, he threw away a bright future to chase some illusionary love. For this, Piaoyan became so angry that she destroyed Su Xin's spiritual roots, turning him into a waste thereafter. And from what Mei Ji said in the snow region, it could also be guessed that precisely because of Piaoyan's action, Mei Ji's second personality emerged, leading to the massacre of the entire sect. On the way back to Beiyuan, Shui Yuten kept thinking about Su Xin's lamentable life, to the point that he didn't even notice when someone had joined him on his journey. Master, only when Pei Ji spoke did Shui Yuten realize that he had been following him for a while. What is it? Shui Yuten stopped walking to ask. Your crown fell off and landed in my possession earlier, Pei Ji said. Then, with a flick of his hand, the shiny white headpiece Shui Yuten wore during the senior disciple conference appeared in his palm. Pei Ji offered it, but Shui Yuten didn't take it. Just store it in the warehouse or give it to your uncle Yu. After finishing his duty as a decoration at the senior disciple conference, there was no reason for him to wear it again, making it useless to keep. Is that so? I thought Master would be interested. After all, according to senior sister, this crown is worth 1,000 taels of gold. Especially the diamonds set in it, each is worth. Before Pei Ji could finish his sentence, Shui Yuten snatched the crown. Who would pass up money? If this small thing is worth so much, why didn't you say it earlier? Staring at the person swaying the headpiece side to side and counting its beads on the spot, Pei Ji's amusement slowly spread in his pupils, even reaching the corners of his eyes. Perhaps sensing the gaze, Shui Yuten suddenly looked up, their eyes meeting. Pei Ji didn't have time to dodge his look, blinking nervously before suppressing his emotions and reverting to his usual expressionless demeanor. Shui Yuten didn't pay attention to the change in Pei Ji's expression. He had just suddenly remembered a question he wanted to ask the main character's opinion about. What do you think of the matter between Mei Ji and Su Xin? Shui Yuten asked. The question was abrupt, but besides himself, only Pei Ji was the witness. Pei Ji pressed his lips lightly. What does Master refer to specifically? Shui Yuten considered for a moment. Let's talk about how Mei Ji imprisoned Su Xin in the snow domain for 23 years. Would you have done the same if it were you? Pei Ji shook his head. No. Of course. Shui Yuten was thrilled. He knew that this reincarnation of Pei Ji had good morals, being both diligent and thrifty, definitely not the perverted seahorse main character from the previous lifetimes. Following this logic, if the main character had a better image, didn't it mean his chances of going through the Qilin Lock plot would increase? After all, a kind-hearted person might easily forgive past wrongdoings. But, he seemed to be celebrating a bit too early. Before Shui Yuten's sparkling eyes could light up for even 3 seconds, he heard Pei Ji add, if it were me, I wouldn't let him have any chance to break free from the enchantment and escape. Shui Yuten. To be ruthless, you're still the protagonist. Shui Yuten felt that talking to Pei Ji was half a sentence of mismatched conversation. He waved his hand, slightly exhausted. Go down. After Pei Ji left, Shui Yuten stood there, staring at his retreating figure, tightly pursing his lips. Judging by Pei Ji's vengeful nature, it seemed once the Qilin Lock plot reached its climax, death was certain. It would be wiser to earn more prestige points early to exchange for avoidance pills. After the incident involving Su Xin, Feng Mingjue, following the address provided by Shui Yuten, led the other sects to the snow region, demanding they see him alive or dead, insisting on burying Su Xin properly. Shui Yuten could see that Feng Mingjue genuinely cared for Su Xin, and everything he did was for Su Xin's sake. But it wasn't the same for the others. Shui Yuten quietly stood on the ice, watching as those so-called cultivators, after finding Su Xin's remains, rummaged through Meiji's bamboo hut. Some of them, with their sticky fingers, even stole some of the collectibles Su Xin had introduced to him earlier. Having lived a long time, Shui Yuten had seen it all and didn't want any trouble. So, he turned a blind eye and let those people do as they pleased. But who would have thought that after taking night pearls and corals, they intended to destroy the prominent Tianyin Qin, which couldn't be stealthily stolen? Who could tolerate this? Maybe an uncle might, but his aunt wouldn't stand for it. As Shui Yuten was about to act, he felt a breeze rush by his ear. Pei Ji's light blue disciple robes flicked, and in an instant, he appeared in the room, grabbing the arm of the person attempting to destroy the Qin. With the arm restrained, the spell stored in the person's palm deviated and struck one of their companions instead. As the companion cried out in surprise and fell, the eyes of all the major sect leaders present turned toward the scene. The attacker, fearing suspicion, immediately pointed at Pei Zhi and shouted loudly, in broad daylight, "You actually injured my senior brother." Pei Zhi ignored him, merely packing the Tianyin Qin carefully, hugging it to his chest, and preparing to leave. However, that person wouldn't stop. "You hurt someone and don't apologize, then just plan to leave." The disciple grabbed Pei Zhi's sleeve and glanced at the distinguished representatives outside before finally focusing on the 3 altar masters from Kanjia Mountain. "Judging by his attire, he's a disciple of Kanjia Mountain. I wonder which of your altar masters taught such a fine student." He stressed the words, "fine student," heavily, obviously mocking and ridiculing. Upon hearing this, Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow. This person didn't seem to have much seniority, yet they dared to publicly provoke Kanjia Mountain. What position did they hold in Wuyan Peak? Before Shui Yutan could step forward, Feng Mingjue, defending his own side, stepped forth first. "And who exactly are you, daring to make noise here?" Feng Mingjue had already achieved the Yuaning stage 100 years ago, something everyone in the cultivation world knew. After another 100 years, his cultivation was unfathomably deep, granting him high standing within the sect. The moment he spoke, the Wuyan Peak elder who had initially planned to stir up trouble immediately changed expression. Chapter 49, Snatching and Yet Disregarding. The chief of Wuyan Peak began to act as a peacemaker. "That is my disciple, the son of the second master of Honglu House, named Li Wei." The second chief of Wuyan Peak, Wu Er, bowed in apology to Feng Mingjue. "He is still young and can't help but be impetuous. Given that he comes from the same place as your new disciple, I hope you won't hold it against him." Upon hearing the mention of Honglu, Shui Yutan finally took a proper look at the domineering Li Wei. He looked older than Li Luoshu, with a decent appearance, but his temperament was clearly one to cause trouble. Feng Mingjue grunted, raising his chin slightly towards Shui Yutan, implying he would follow Shui Yutan's attitude on how to proceed. Seeing that Shui Yutan didn't care, he gave up without continuing to talk. Upon this, Wu Er quickly approached, intending to pull Li Wei away. "Let go. Let go." Li Wei struggled against Wu Er's grip, trying hard but failing several times. In frustration, he slapped Wu Er across the face, shouting, "What are you, to dare touch me?" This action stunned even Shui Yutan. While he knew Li Wei had a bad temper, he never expected it to be so severe. Regarding seniority, though Wu Er was the second chief, he was also Li Wei's uncle. A newly initiated disciple daring to defy his uncle so brazenly, one could only imagine what he'd be like within the mountain gate. But this wasn't the most shocking part for Shui Yutan, more surprising was Wu Er's attitude. After being struck by a junior publicly, Wu Er didn't get angry, instead releasing Li Wei and stepping aside. Wu Er's tolerance fueled Li Wei's arrogance further. Blocking Pei Zhi, he said, "Since Meiji and Su Zhan are both dead, the items in this room should be dealt with by other sects, shared among everyone. You want this qin, yet coincidentally, I do too. So what now?" Pei Zhi's patience was nearly exhausted. Still holding on to the qin, he asked bluntly, "What do you want? Speak directly. Fight me. If you win, the qin is yours." Li Wei withdrew the whip strapped to his waist. After stopping Pei Zhi earlier, he had sensed his spirit meridian, just at the beginning of the foundation establishment stage. He was confident he could defeat Pei Zhi within 10 moves, embarrassing him publicly. "All right." Holding the Tianyin Qin with one hand, Pei Zhi summoned a sword into his other hand using his divine consciousness, "Then let's go." Li Wei stared at the peachwood sword in Pei Zhi's hand, almost laughing out loud, "Peachwood sword? Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing, and you haven't even developed your innate sword yet. Young man, I advise you to put the qin down and fight me with your bare hands, otherwise, if I win, others might say I fought dishonorably." Talkative. Without further banter, Pei Zhi wielded his sword and launched the first attack. Initially, Shui Yutan was merely lost in thought while glancing at Wu Er beside the bamboo house, pondering why he tolerated Li Wei so much. By the time he shifted his gaze again, he saw Pei Zhi already in battle, and fighting while still holding the qin. Sure enough, blessed with the protagonist aura, Pei Zhi couldn't remain inconspicuous anywhere. Shui Yutan knew that Pei Zhi was exceptionally gifted, so he wasn't worried about him losing to Li Wei. Glancing casually a few times, he then turned away, helping Feng Mingjue take care of Su Zhan's body. Su Zhan's cultivation was destroyed, making it impossible for him to regulate his breath, thus leading to his quick suffocation after the avalanche buried him. When Feng Mingjue and the others dug him out, he was still sitting in the wheelchair pose. Upon closer inspection, his face showed no signs of fear or struggle, only a relieved smile. It was unclear whether this smile was due to knowing that the Piamiao sect wasn't killed by his Meiji, or if after 23 years, he was finally reunited with his respected master and the rest of his sect brethren. Regardless of which, Su Zhan was gone, along with the 20-year-old myth of a cultivation genius from the Piamiao sect. Clang, with the sound of a weapon being deflected, the duel between Pei Zhi and Li Wei came to an end. Shui Yutan looked through the crowd and saw Pei Zhi's peachwood sword pressing against Li Wei's throat coldly, uttering a single sentence, "You lost." How could this be? Li Wei found it unbelievable, "You're just at the initial foundation establishment stage, whereas I'm already at the end. How could you possibly beat me?" Naturally, Pei Zhi wouldn't answer. With a thought, his peachwood sword retracted into his divine consciousness. He held the chain and scanned those around him, asking once more, is there anyone else who wants this chain? Seeing no one respond, he slowly flew toward Shui Yutan's position. On the way back, Shui Yutan couldn't help but think about what Pei Ji intended to do with the chain. In his memory, whether it was the Pei Ji in the book or from the past life, he never had an interest in playing music. If he didn't play it, why bother going through all the trouble to claim it? Before he could figure it out, the person ahead of him suddenly stopped. Shui Yutan hadn't noticed, and his head collided with the person's spine, leaving him seeing stars. Hiss, Shui Yutan clutched his forehead. Yuli, why did you stop for no reason? He had barely finished speaking when he raised his eyes and realized that at some point, the person in front of him had become Pei Ji. Pei Ji didn't say much. He simply handed over the chain he had been holding, saying, I just remembered I don't know how to play this instrument. Perhaps I should give it to Master. His tone was nonchalant, as though the chain wasn't something he'd fought hard for moments ago but rather something he'd picked up randomly on the road. You took it and now don't want it. Main character, you're really impulsive. But that wasn't the main issue. The real question was, with which eye can you possibly think I look like someone who knows how to play the chain? Shui Yutan refused to take it. I don't know how to play. Just store it in the treasury or give it to your uncle Yu. Shui Yutan repeated exactly what he'd said last night. Pei Ji's eyelid twitched slightly, his pupils narrowing slightly as long lashes covered most of his gaze, making it difficult for Shui Yutan to read his current expression. All Shui Yutan saw was that Pei Ji didn't withdraw his hand offering the chain. After a prolonged silence, Pei Ji's shoulders began to shake slightly. Shui Yutan didn't catch Pei Ji's front face clearly but guessed through the movement that he seemed to be crying. Impossible. Startled, Shui Yutan hurriedly grabbed the chain. But once he had it, Pei Ji lifted his face immediately. Looking at that expression, there was no sign of crying, only laughter, albeit unsettling laughter. Pei Ji smirked, I thought Master didn't want it, so I was about to throw it away. Why did you accept it now, Master? Shui Yutan rolled his eyes internally, accepting it under such circumstances would have been awkward otherwise. No matter, as the chain rightfully belonged to Yuli anyway. He would keep it temporarily and gift it to Yuli tomorrow. Chapter 50, Harvesting Yang to Nourish Yin. Shui Yutan put away her zither, originally planning to wait until the Monday meeting of the main hall council and then privately give it to Yuli. But before tomorrow even arrived, Cao Cao showed up uninvited in his room. As soon as Shui Yutan walked into the house and lit the candle with a wave of her hand, she saw Yuli sitting elegantly by the table, holding a cup of tea. The crystal tea cup was from the set she had seen earlier at the pharmacy. Shui Yutan doubted if she had entered the wrong door and stepped back twice to re-examine the doorway's decoration. It was indeed her own room, the bedroom on the farthest left with the twisted neck tree she often rested under for shade. Shui Yutan stepped back into the room, if I'm not here, you should wait outside my door. Otherwise, if something is lost, I will definitely blame it on you. Yuli raised an eyebrow and leisurely placed down his tea, you're so poor, what can possibly be lost? That was something Shui Yutan couldn't stand to hear. After all these years as the head of the altar, who doesn't have a little savings? Just yesterday, didn't she acquire a headpiece worth thousands of taels? It wasn't even warmed up yet, was this person here to ask for that headpiece? Shui Yutan eyed Yuli warily, just say it already, what are you here for? Yuli did not answer directly but instead looked through the window frame at the bright moonlight outside and abruptly said, today is the 15th. So what? Shui Yutan didn't understand. Yuli got up, walked to Shui Yutan, rolled up his sleeve, and pushed his wrist towards her mouth, explaining further, today is when the poison of the charm will attack. Instead of looking for disciples without abilities to harvest yang and nourish yin, you might as well come to me. Hiss. Shui Yutan took a long breath, almost knitting her eyebrows into the shape of a chuan. Why did each word Yuli said make sense individually but altogether confused her? What charm poison? When did this happen? She didn't remember anything about Shui Yutan having a hidden illness. And the phrase, harvesting yang to nourish yin, why did it sound so familiar? Wasn't it mentioned by Feng Mingju after she woke up from being struck by lightning? At that time, she thought the old man was just joking, but it turned out to be true. Shui Yutan tried to recall any relevant memories, but there were none. Before the third rebirth, she had inherited absolutely none of this body's memories. Hey, still there? Yuli waved a hand in front of Shui Yutan, trying to bring her back to reality. Seeing Shui Yutan's gaze turn toward him, Yuli continued, though our practice together follows the way of Yili, so my blood will intensify your pain during transformation, but with superior Taoist magic, in only a moment, the charm of Yuming inside your body can be suppressed. Yuming charm. Finally, Shui Yutan heard a term she understood. Books introduced it, the Yuming charm, the sacred object of Yuming River. Eating it allows one to greatly enhance their powers in a short period of time, but the side effect is that every month, every 3 months, every 5 months, namely, odd months on the full moon night, they will undergo wild transformations, becoming neither human nor ghost. Only by drinking human blood can one quickly suppress the charm poison and return to their original form. Shui Yutan couldn't figure it out. Before she came over, nothing big requiring violence happened on the Kanjia mountain. Why would this guy go around consuming the Yuming charm without a reason? Absolutely absurd. It's almost the hour. Yuli, seeing Shui Yutan lost in thought and not answering for a long time, urged again impatiently, "You'd better hurry, otherwise it'll delay your attendance at tomorrow's ceremony of the Piamiao sect." Shui Yutan stared at Yuli, pushing his extended arm back. "Thanks, but right now I really don't feel the impulse to suck blood." Not only does she not have the impulse to suck blood, but she also completely feels no sign of the charm poison Yuli mentioned. She circulated her spiritual channels all over her body right in front of Yuli. "See, I'm fine." Yuli, somewhat incredulous, grabbed Shui Yutan's arm and checked once more himself. Indeed, he didn't detect the activation of the charm worms. How could this be? Yuli was taken aback. On the 15th of last month, the Yuming charm in your body was reacting fiercely. Now that it's time again, the charm worms actually show no activity. Judging from Yuli's tone, he seemed quite eager for the charm worms to act. Shui Yutan knew that as a doctor, encountering such a unique case could indeed be exciting, but the disappointed expression on his face was a bit too obvious. Even though they had already determined clearly that there was no movement of charm worms, Yuli insisted on staying to observe. Helplessly, Shui Yutan brought out the Tianyin zither and asked him to go back to his own herbal room to mess around. "How do you know I'm interested in this zither?" Yuli held the Tianyin zither, clearly reluctant to part with it, but then seemed to remember something and his expression turned sober. "But didn't Pei Ji win this in public during a martial arts competition? How did it end up in your possession? Is it that hard to figure out how it appeared here?" "Well, it must have been that Pei Ji didn't want it anymore and sent it here." After being so disrupted by Yuli, Shui Yutan finally finished washing up and went to bed at around 2 or 3 in the morning. By the time she woke up, Su Zhan's funeral was already over, leaving only the opening ceremony of the Piamiao sect. This so-called opening was just the merger of the Piamiao sect into the Wuyun Peak on the same mountain range, making it part of the Wuyun Peak's territory. Such an unearned advantage should be quietly cherished without any fuss. But not Wuyun Peak. He insisted on organizing an opening ceremony, inviting representatives from other sects for a 3-day celebration. And the location was set right in the main hall of the Piamiao sect. When Shui Yutan entered the grounds of the Piamiao sect, the banquet hosted by the Peak Master of Wuyun Peak had already been going on for more than half an hour. She planned to find a quiet corner to sit and leave as soon as possible after showing her presence, but no sooner had she taken her seat when Li Wei, sitting among the crowd, suddenly wobbled forward holding a cup and headed directly toward her. As Shui Yutan was searching her mind for an excuse to refuse the drink offered by a junior member, Li Wei turned upon reaching her and straightened himself towards someone behind him in the corner instead. Shui Yutan shifted her gaze slightly and noticed Pei Ji sitting further back. What a coincidence, they could even sit next to each other. Pei Ji had already noticed Shui Yutan the moment she walked in. Across a moderate distance, he had a clear view of her profile and the way she absent-mindedly twirled her wine glass between her fingers. An ordinary action, but through Pei Ji's eyes, her delicate fingers looked like jade stacking pearls, extremely alluring. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a dark figure blocked his view. The next second, Li Wei's noisy voice reached his ears. "I lost our last duel because I underestimated you. Since we've met again today, I wonder if Brother Pei would honor me by sharing a drink?" Called out like this by Li Wei, Shui Yutan noticed Pei Ji, got up, and left her previous spot. Pei Ji's lips barely tightened, as he turned to look at Li Wei, an undertone of displeasure spread across his deep eyes. Chapter 51 This person is 100% interested in men. "I don't drink alcohol," Pei Ji said. "Trick me, am I right? If you're not drinking, then what's sitting on the table in front of you? Can't even bother to come up with a decent excuse when refusing someone." Li Wei looked very displeased, and his fingers holding the wine glass were tightly gripping the edge. "Are you joking with me? Just now, I drank a bit too much and my stomach feels a little queasy now. I don't want to drink anymore." Pei Ji paused here, his tone rising slightly at the end. "Is that not okay?" Li Wei must have rarely been publicly contradicted from childhood until now. His face darkened immediately, just about to scold someone, when the voice of Master Wu Hai of the 5 Impurities Peak from the main seat came. "Away, come pour some wine." Only then did Li Wei move away, avoiding an argument with Pei Ji. Shui Yutan originally thought that getting closer to the male protagonist would likely lead to nothing good, so when Li Wei passed by, he got up and prepared to find another quiet spot. But before his butt landed again, Feng Mingju was already waving at him and patted the empty seat next to him. Yutan glanced at that seat. On the left was Feng Mingju, and on the right was Wu Hai, neither of whom were easy to deal with. It was obvious that this was a place fraught with trouble, and only an idiot would go sit there. Thus, Shui Yutan firmly declined with eye signals. He thought that after so many years of being colleagues, there should be some tacit understanding between them. However, despite his refusal, that old man continued calling out for him. When he saw him standing still without moving, he actually personally descended and dragged him over. "I have whale meat here that you can't get at other tables. I know you want to come eat it but are too embarrassed to speak up." Feng Mingju, using a look of understanding toward Yutan, pushed the slices of meat on the table in front of Shui Yutan while lowering his voice for the latter part of his sentence. "Try it. If you like this flavor, we can pack the dishes of those masters of the Wu family later. Or how about we just pack their chef from 5 Impurities Peak instead?" Shui Yutan Hadn't this person already started abstaining from food long ago? How could they still be so greedy for taste? Sitting between Feng Mingju and Wu Hai, Shui Yutan was speechless, not because of anything else but mainly due to his current position, which allowed him to clearly see Wu Hai swiftly slapping Li Wei's bottom as he was pouring wine beside Wu Hai. Shui Yutan wasn't sure if his eyes had deceived him or not, and just as he was about to shift his gaze away, he heard Li Wei whine in a pinched voice, "Isn't a way enough for you? Why do you keep staring at others?" This sounded like flirtation filled with petulance, causing Shui Yutan to shiver in disgust. The next second, he realized that the other Li Wei referred to was himself. Shui Yutan's beauty, so delicate it almost didn't seem masculine, was undeniably attractive to men. However, until now, only Wu Hai had dared to gaze at him so directly, completely unrestrained in expressing interest. Wu Hai's rugged appearance was usually accompanied by unorthodox behavior, so there was always a certain degree of unruliness in his eyes. But at this moment, amidst that unruliness, there was also a hint of desire that made people uncomfortable. Dai Jaleo, damn queer. Shui Yutan was sure that this guy was 100% interested in men, and the thing about him touching someone's bottom earlier absolutely wasn't just a trick of his eyesight. Listening to Li Wei's coquettish words, Wu Hai didn't look away from staring at Shui Yutan but instead pulled Li Wei who had been crouching by his feet, upright, "Go, also pour some wine for Elder Snow." "I don't." Bang! Before Li Wei could finish his refusal, Wu Hai slammed the wine cup onto the table, making a not particularly loud sound that was enough to intimidate Li Wei. Only then did he reluctantly walk over and fill Shui Yutan's glass with wine. Shui Yutan neither took the glass nor drank it, just nonchalantly picked up a pair of chopsticks to grab a bite of the whale meat that Feng Mingju strongly recommended. The meat was cooked a bit too hard, and the texture wasn't fresh enough. Feng Mingju must not have tasted any fine delicacies, otherwise, how could he possibly think that this dish was worth packing his cook home? "Why isn't Elder Snow drinking wine? Are you dissatisfied with my choice of wine?" Wu Hai, gazing at Shui Yutan's untouched wine for quite some time, opened his mouth to accuse him. The wine that so many sect leaders could enjoy, this master of a hall thought was no good and wouldn't drink. Isn't that putting all of us to shame? Shui Yutan was utterly speechless. Were these two master and disciple suffering from some sort of ailment? Why did they both love pressuring people to drink? Wu Hai originally thought that after saying that, Shui Yutan would give him a bit of face and take a sip. Unexpectedly, Shui Yutan didn't even give him a proper glance, and moreover, put down the chopsticks used for grabbing fish. Before he could open his mouth, Feng Mingju next to him was already fiercely defending his junior disciple. "Stop yapping. Eating all this stuff can't shut your mouth. In fact, I suggest everything should be removed." It wasn't until Feng Mingju spoke up that Wu Hai calmed down a bit, shifting his gaze from Shui Yutan to focus instead on the provocatively dressed dancers at the center of the hall. During the banquet, Shui Yutan hadn't touched any wine, nor had he eaten much food, but he still felt an odd warmth spreading through his body. His head began to grow heavy and foggy. Leaning one hand against his forehead, he watched the performances below with half-closed eyes, uninterested in the spectacle. The strange discomfort in his abdomen grew increasingly unbearable. Shui Yutan believed he might have been poisoned by the not-so-fresh fish he'd eaten earlier. He glanced into the crowd for Yu Li's figure, hoping to ask him for some medicine, but after searching around, Yu Li seemed to be nowhere in sight. Helpless, Shui Yutan decided to leave the feast, heading to the secluded back mountain of Piamiao sect to clear his mind and alleviate the discomfort within his body. Otherwise, if his stomach worsened to the point where diarrhea was imminent, it would be too awkward to explain running off while being seated so conspicuously. With the idea of finding a restroom in mind, Shui Yutan located a tranquil spot by the river in the rear mountains, waiting quietly for the strange sensation in his abdomen to transform into the urge to defecate. However, something appeared to be amiss. Shui Yutan felt as though something inside his abdomen was about to explode, burning fiercely enough that veins bulged prominently on his forehead and the back of his hands. Losing control of his body, he collapsed forward, plunging straight into the river. Luckily, the water was shallow, only reaching just above his waist, preventing him from drowning. Yet, in the rippling reflection of the river, Shui Yutan saw himself transformed. His long black hair was gradually turning white, and his eyes had shifted into a deep red hue. It didn't feel like he needed to relieve himself, instead, it seemed like he was undergoing some kind of transformation. This image resembled nothing less than a classic demon or monster from Tales. How could this be? Both Feng Mingju and Wu Heiyu had partaken of the whale meat without ill effect, suggesting it wasn't food poisoning. Could it be something else? Like poison, perhaps, or even more insidious, a curse or parasite. Yumming curse. Shui Yutan suddenly recalled the mention of the cursed charm Yu Li had spoken of yesterday. Today is already the 16th day, long past when the curse should have taken its toll. He had assumed that since his soul had changed, the parasitic curse hidden inside Shui Yutan's body must have disappeared as well. But apparently, it wasn't gone, it was just biding its time. Chapter 52, looks delicious to bite. If the venom hated in Kanjia Mountain, he could just hide in the North Garden for a few days and this grotesque appearance would eventually disappear. However, this was in the Piamiao sect. The 5-peak banquet lasted 3 days, and although the place was tranquil, there was no guarantee that no one would come by. That wasn't the worst part. What troubled Shui Yutan even more was that the Yuming venom seemed to be driving his transformation into a demon. Not only did his appearance change, but his 5 senses were also undergoing alterations. Inside his body, the desire for blood had reached its peak. What the hell kind of absurd setup is this? Infected with Yuming venom equals Chinese, painted skin, appearance plus American vampire traits. Do you, 2484, want to check if this abomination is ridiculous or not? Tong didn't respond, but instead, someone approaching from behind caught his attention. Xue Yutan instantly became alert, lowering his body sitting in the water while activating his internal powers to forcibly suppress his demonic form. Just as he turned his white hair black, the person appeared in front of him. Xue Yutan glanced sideways. The newcomer's robe hem was light blue, with some wear and tear at the tips of the shoes, yet clean overall. Judging by the robe hem and shoes, Xue Yutan knew that the visitor was a disciple of Kanjia Mountain, but exactly who, he would need to look up further. But his eyes still glowed red with demonic energy, so before they returned to normal, Xue Yutan didn't dare to raise them. Thus, he sat quietly in the water, waiting for the visitor to speak. Master, the next moment, the visitor called out and squatted down. Fortunately, it was his disciple, the risk of exposure -1. Unfortunately, the voice belonged to Pei Ji, troubles +1, flaws +1, and the desire to hit the system +1. He had made up his mind to avoid the protagonist, yet why did every event somehow involve him? Why is Master soaking in the water? Pei Ji asked, squatting closer and extending a hand to stir the river water next to Xue Yutan. It's only April now. The weather has just begun to warm, but it's still cold. The water temperature is low. Master should be careful not to catch a chill. Xue Yutan wasn't paying attention to what Pei Ji was saying. His lowered gaze was fixated on the arm of Pei Ji that was right before him. As the demonization progressed, even with his eyes open, Xue Yutan could only see the distribution of veins within the human tissue. In his vision, the arm in front of him was thin, with slightly protruding bluish veins under the skin, looking very bite-worthy. A bite might even make it burst with juices. Xue Yutan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling up and down twice as he bit his back molars several times to barely resist the impulse to bite. Go. Xue Yutan spoke, his voice hoarse from forcing the use of internal arts to suppress the venom. After uttering a single word, his fingers waved casually in the water, and a wave of power pushed Pei Ji's hand away that had been stirring the water, shaking the boy off a few meters away. Master. Pei Ji was puzzled, calling out again, confusion evident in his tone. He was about to approach again when a shout came from the water, "Get out!" followed by a dive deeper into the water until Xue Yutan disappeared. Pei Ji stood on the shore, staring at the calm surface of the river, frowning. Xue Yutan's behavior was unusual. He noted that ever since the last cold poison incident in the drywood forest, Xue Yutan always wore an extra layer of clothing whenever he went outside. Even with the protection of a golden Dan, Xue Yutan still avoided the cold. And now such a person was swimming in the cold spring water of Kemyo sect. Could it be that he, like before, had fallen into spiritual disarray? Pei Ji's eyes hardened as he looked at the water surface. Xue Yutan hadn't resurfaced. Without hesitation, he kicked off his shoes and leaped toward where Xue Yutan had disappeared. Just as the water covered his head, his shoulders were suddenly grabbed from behind. Startled, Pei Ji instinctively retaliated, trying to figure out who was behind him, but the moment he moved, his wrist was gripped. Then, the entire body of the person behind him pressed forward, pinning him in an embrace, his head tilting close to Pei Ji's ear. Slightly turning his eyes, due to the angle, Pei Ji couldn't see the face of the person behind, but he could spot the faint outline of a white flower on the forehead. It was Xue Yutan. Pei Ji narrowed his eyes, still confused as to why Xue Yutan had grabbed him, but the next moment, he felt a lick on his neck. His pupils widened instantly, his heart began racing irregularly, panic setting in so intensely that he forgot to hold his breath. Water immediately flooded his nostrils and throat. The suffocating sensation in his chest caused Pei Ji to struggle uncomfortably for a few moments. As he tried to ascend, a protective barrier was erected around him by Xue Yutan the next second. As Pei Ji breathed in the air inside the protective barrier, he hadn't fully recovered from his shock when a sudden sharp pain shot through the spot where Xue Yutan had licked him. He didn't need to turn around to know, 2 needle-sharp fangs as sharp as a beast's had pierced into his carotid artery, beginning to suck his blood. Xue Yutan, who practiced righteous Taoist techniques and was always pristine and high above worldly matters, had actually done this today. Unbelievable, Pei Ji cried out in astonishment, Master. That tone of voice was like he wasn't sure whether the person behind him was truly Xue Yutan. At this moment, all Xue Yutan could see in his eyes was no longer a human face, even when Pei Ji came closer, he only saw an impeccable diagram of human vascular tissue. To Xue Yutan, Pei Ji had already become a two-dimensional figure. Now, this two-dimensional map of veins began to speak, jolting Xue Yutan for a few seconds, slightly diminishing the crimson hue in his eyes before returning a bit of his sanity. But he would rather have not regained his sanity. Currently, Xue Yutan had one hand wrapped around Pei Ji's waist, while the other held both of Pei Ji's struggling wrists. His legs locked onto Pei Ji's kneecaps, preventing him from moving a fraction. Helplessly trapped, Pei Ji could do nothing but stay still as Xue Yutan drained the arterial blood from his neck. Look at what he had done. Cornering, rear position restraint, neck blood sucking. What kind of embarrassing position was this? He was going to die. And this incident would surely be another notch on the protagonist's notebook. Shui Yuten's rationality urged him to let go, yet the control of the Yuming venom told him that the blood was not enough and he mustn't stop. The two conflicting impulses wrestled with each other until the amount of blood sucked allowed his external features like his eyes and hair to return to normal. Only then did Shui Yuten's sharp fangs shrink back to their usual form. Once his body returned under his control, Shui Yuten immediately loosened his grip on Pei Ji. With too much blood lost, Pei Ji swayed twice, almost losing his balance. Shui Yuten reached out to steady him. Pei Ji followed Shui Yuten's movement, gripping his hand tightly so he couldn't escape. Then, with the other hand, Pei Ji touched his own neck. The bleeding had stopped, but he could still feel the two obvious puncture marks, arranged side by side. Even if he pulled his collar high, they would still be uncovered. Pei Ji pursed his lips, fluttering his long lashes twice as he looked up toward Shui Yuten. Chapter 53, The Desire to Keep Trampling Him. TSK, judging by the male lead's expression, your ancestors up to the 18th generation have probably been insulted thoroughly. Tonggu always knows exactly when to open his mouth to irritate people. Just as Shui Yuten was about to respond, someone else cut in ahead of her. Not at all, I think the male lead's gaze clearly contains 3 parts helplessness, 4 parts indulgence, and 5 parts unsated longing. The system in her head changed into Tong Mei's voice. Her sweet bubbly tone had a touch of coquettishness. Imagine, a handsome guy hugging you from behind and nibbling on your neck, whether mentally or physically, it's a form of enjoyment. Little sister, put on some pants. The voice switched back to Tong Ji's. I've already told you to stop reading so many smutty texts. Otherwise, everything looks like it's arousing you. Who's reading that? What arousal? It's not me, I swear. I don't understand why you're lying. Tong Mei instantly delivered 6 consecutive denials. If nothing happened, why are you talking about enjoyment? If anyone dared to do this to me, I'd throw them straight over my shoulder. I believe our host feels the same way. Why involve him? He wasn't even the one being bitten. Wait. He knew 2484 had dissociative identity disorder and occasionally acted as either brother or sister, but he never expected this thing could actually carry on conversations. What does it mean? Can the system make 2 characters appear simultaneously? And they can argue. The 2 were each sticking to their own words, neither giving in to the other. Shui Yuten only felt her brain was about to explode. Master, why did you just now? Shut up. Pei Ji's sentence was interrupted halfway through by Shui Yuten's sudden roar. His pupils contracted slightly, and his thin lips pressed tighter. Shui Yuten's head was spinning because of the system arguing, and his original intention was to tell the system to shut up. But unexpectedly, he ended up shouting it out loud and interrupted Pei Ji's speech. Host brother, you're such a scumbag. Forcefully embracing and biting someone is bad enough, yet after it's over, you act so aggressive. This kind of behavior will discourage any man from befriending you. Tong Mei continued chattering non-stop, forcibly muted by Tonggu who dragged her away. Finally, peace returned to the world. The world of Yuri girls is truly terrifying, anything can be interpreted as a couple. Even a little blood-sucking creates a CP vibe for her. All that nonsense about 3 parts helplessness, 4 parts indulgence, and 5 parts unfulfilled desire. Looking at it, Pei Ji's eyes seemed more like he was ready to chop him into pieces with precise knife skills. In the previous lifetime, he tried every method to gain Pei Ji's favor, believing he treated him fairly well. But in the end, when this man flayed him alive, he still listed 80 grave sins he had committed. Nowadays, after 2484, this broken system upgraded. In order to survive, he has done a lot of unethical things. Pei Ji's notebook must be nearly full by now. Seeing that Shui Yuten shouted and then stared silently at him, Pei Ji gently tightened his grip on Shui Yuten's fingers. In pain, Shui Yuten snapped out of his thoughts. I wasn't talking about you. Shui Yuten quickly explained his earlier action, wanting to say more when he noticed the bite marks on Pei Ji's neck were still bleeding. Pei Ji's blood seemed mutually attractive to the Yuming goo inside his body. Just a glance made the suppressed bloodlust surge again. What a wretched goo. Clenching his teeth, Shui Yuten reached out to smooth the wound on Pei Ji's neck, thinking out of sight, out of mind. However, just as his finger touched the skin, Pei Ji moved aside. Could Master really think that wiping off the traces means that nothing ever happened? Nothing really happened though. A little blood loss, it would be fine once they returned to Kanjia Mountain, where he could arrange for some blood-nourishing supplements to be sent Pei Ji's way. 2 days of rest would suffice. Yet, how come Pei Ji's tone now sounded as if a great injustice had been done? Could it be that he was planning to ask for something in return? The more Shui Yuten thought about it, the more convinced he became that the male lead was hiding this motive. After all, to grow stronger, he himself was the first station for Pei Ji. Thus, Shui Yuten retracted his extended hand, crossed his arms behind his back, and asked, then what do you want? Considering the great assistance you provided today, let me teach you some exclusive techniques reserved for my senior disciple. Shui Yuten considered this compensation extremely enticing. But, he could never have imagined that Pei Ji would say this. Pei Ji completely ignored his suggestion, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since Master bit me, it's only fitting that I should bite you back. Shui Yuten felt that he might be too narrow-minded, otherwise, why could he no longer comprehend the male lead's train of thought? Was he really thinking of that? How to repay, and how would repayment work? You drink from me, I drink from you. Shui Yuten furrowed his brows and asked aloud, so, what you mean is, you want to drink my blood too? Has the male lead gone mad? Fortunately, Peiji wasn't insane. He shook his head, no drinking. Shui Yuten let out a sigh of relief. This was how it should be. As he was pondering whether to bring up the compensation again, perhaps offering some cultivation techniques or secret manuals, so in the future, if Peiji started mentioning it again, he could brush him off. But before he could open his mouth, the person in front of him suddenly loosened the grip on his wrist and instead placed both hands firmly on his arms. Then, slightly raising onto his tiptoes, with one motion, brought his lips close to Shui Yuten's neck, opening his mouth and biting down. Peiji's teeth were far from fangs, there was no sharpness. His set of teeth was very neat, biting down left 2 rows of clear tooth marks. And it didn't end there. Peiji seemed like he had taken something personal, biting down with great force, tearing through his skin until blood came out. SSSSS. Snow Ghost Tan felt immense pain in his neck. Shit, being bitten actually hurts like hell. Revenge at every slight offense, the life creed of the male lead. The character in the book certainly didn't disappoint. Damn you for being ruthless. Before Shui Yutan could push him away, as soon as the bite was done, Peiji automatically pulled back. He stared at Snow Ghost Tan now with raven hair disheveled, eyes brimming with tears, and the fresh red bite mark standing out against his pale neck. A wave of satisfaction surged within Peiji. The earlier sense of frustration and helplessness was now completely dissipated. How beautiful. The sight of Snow Ghost Tan right now far surpassed his usual cold demeanor that kept people at arm's length. So much so that an inexplicable urge welled up inside Peiji, to continue crushing him this way forever. Realizing his own thoughts startled Peiji a little. He frowned perplexedly just as Shui Yutan touched the tooth marks on his neck and was about to seal them with a healing symbol. If you erase it, I'll go outside and tell everyone exactly what happened just now, Peiji said sternly. Oh, so you're threatening me? Just because you're the male lead, does that give you the right to speak to your teacher like that? Think I won't expel you from the sect if I get mad? Ah, you don't allow it, but I'll do it anyway. Let's talk then, who cares? Look at your spindly frame, who are you intimidating? Shui Yutan ignored Peiji's warning, the healing spell already formed in his hand, just as he was about to apply it, when he caught Peiji wobbling once, swaying like he had no bones, and falling toward his direction. Chapter 54, What were you and your apprentice doing underwater? Shui Yutan quickly supported him, glancing down to see Peiji's pale lips slightly parted, inhaling and exhaling heavily, as if struggling to breathe. What happened? Could it be that they talked for too long and the oxygen inside the protective barrier was all used up? At this moment, Shui Yutan had no time to worry about the bite marks on his neck. He swiftly picked up Peiji horizontally and leaped out of the water. Unexpectedly, as soon as they got ashore, a group of people surrounded them. Judging by their attire, they were from the 5 Contemplations Peak. This place was deliberately chosen by him as a perfect spot to defecate, hidden in a secluded back mountain of the ethereal sect. The male lead managed to find him here without him saying anything. How could so many people find him? What's going on? Is there a tracker on me? The elder brother said he saw a demon go into the water. But who came out? A person from the Kanjia mountain. The disciples of the 5 Contemplations Peak held their swords, staring at each other when they saw Shui Yutan. They had seen the face of this altar master from afar, someone with enough strength to sit next to the sect leader. How dare they offend him? But Shui Yutan wasn't paying attention to them either. As soon as they reached the shore, he immediately examined Peiji's expression. Although he knew the main character recovered quickly, he still didn't dare to take any chances. With the plot progressing to this point, it was hard to gain several thousand points of prestige. If the male lead died, he'd have to start over again. Shui Yutan noticed that despite being pale from blood loss, Peiji's pulse was strong and steady, indicating no serious illness. But why couldn't he stand up? Shui Yutan thought for a moment and remembered that last time in the Withered Forest when killing snakes, the male character also experienced this condition. At the time, it seemed like some kind of chronic ailment. Oh, asthma. It seems the old problem has returned. Thinking he had identified the cause, Shui Yutan looked around and told the surrounding crowd, move aside. You're blocking my air. For respiratory diseases, air circulation is crucial. Being surrounded by so many people, fresh air was non-existent, not even flies could get in. Saying this wasn't enough. Shui Yutan hurriedly reached for Peiji's belt to loosen his clothes, helping him breathe better. However, just as before in the Withered Forest, Shui Yutan's hand was grabbed by Peiji the moment it descended. What are you doing? What else could I be doing? Of course, I'm helping you with your sickness. Am I molesting you in public or what? Shui Yutan didn't respond but tried again. Realizing the grip was too strong, he gave up, pulled his hand back, and refocused his attention on the people around. However, they remained stationary. Back off, Shui Yutan's voice deepened, his tone tinged with anger. Are you deaf? The people of 5 Contemplations Peak clearly dared not provoke Shui Yutan. Hearing his command, they prepared to step back, but then a sharp voice outside the crowd called out, "Don't retreat." Li Wei stepped forward, pointing at Pei Ji. "Look at the wound on Pei Ji's neck. It's obviously where a monster bit him. The monster is right here. It might have possessed one of them." "Ah, you little bastard, subtly insulting us, aren't you?" First sentence said Pei Ji was bitten, second insinuated that a demon took over either of their bodies. Clearly, demons don't bite themselves. By elimination, even with toes, one can guess Li Wei is referring to him as the demon. "You're the demon, and your entire family is made up of demons." Being constantly called a demon, Shui Yutan glanced angrily at Li Wei. Li Wei was still wearing the same clothes from serving wine beside Wu Heyu earlier, but his collar was crooked, his waistband not properly tied, likely rushing from somewhere. Shui Yutan gently placed Pei Ji on the ground. His tall figure stood upright, glaring down at Li Wei. "So, you mean to say, you suspect me of being a demon?" Due to his transformation caused by poison, his originally bound hair fell loose. Now, while speaking, his ink-like jet black hair blew in the wind, covering half his face. Combined with the light shining behind him, Shui Yutan exuded an immense sense of oppression. Li Wei dare not. Li Wei gave Shui Yutan a slight bow, showing an appearance of respect. However, his words carried no leniency. "Tanju Shui is of the same generation as my master, which makes you my senior. How would I, as a junior, dare to question you? It's just that someone reported seeing a monster by the river earlier, and the two of you happened to be here. And you were underwater holding your breath for so long. In order to prevent any evil from going unpunished and to calm everyone's worries, could Tanju Shui explain what exactly you and your apprentice were doing underwater? What could they have been doing underwater, really? Were they having hot pot or dancing in the cold? Clearly, one had fallen into the water accidentally, and he had just saved them. Thus, Shui Yutan spoke, "My apprentice fell into the water due to intoxication, so I retrieved him." Though concise and seemingly dismissive, all the necessary elements, plot, characters, timeline, were there. Shui Yutan believed he'd already given Li Wei enough face-saving room. Any clever person would take this statement and step back gracefully, dismissing the crowd. But clearly, Li Wei wasn't too smart. Or perhaps, Li Wei had come today specifically to find fault with Shui Yutan and Pei Ji. So Li Wei pressed on, "Then what about the wound on Pei Ji's neck?" The 2 puncture marks on Pei Ji's neck were indeed quite obvious. If only the male lead hadn't insisted stubbornly against letting him smooth out the marks, this trouble wouldn't have arisen. At this thought, Shui Yutan glanced irritably at Pei Ji. The latter had been lying half reclined on the ground pretending to be ill but raised his eyes slightly upon feeling Shui Yutan's gaze, locking their eyes briefly. Pei Ji made a fist and coughed lightly near his lips. It was a dog bite. Shui Yutan twitched the corner of his mouth as if he wanted to say something but restrained himself. Dog? Li Wei clearly didn't believe it. Looking at Pei Ji's pale face and lack of blood color in his lips, this couldn't simply be due to a dog bite. But lacking any evidence, he pressed further regardless. What kind of dog? Repeated questioning began to annoy. Furrowing his brow, irritation appeared in Pei Ji's eyes once again. He shot a faint glance at Li Wei. It had no distinguishing features, just an ordinary dog. Though if you must know, the dog does resemble you somewhat. Wasn't that cursing him indirectly as a dog? You! Li Wei stomped his feet angrily. "Pei Ji, are you asking for a beating?" He had rushed over after hearing news about Shui Yutan turning into a white-haired demon, expecting to catch him red-handed. Instead, both appeared completely normal, leaving him not only clueless about any incriminating details but also mocked in the process. Recalling how Wu Heyu had glared at him during dinner all because of Shui Yutan, Li Wei became increasingly furious. He pulled out his whip and swung it directly at Pei Ji. Chapter 55, Just Colleagues, Not Really Familiar. Of course, that whip could never be swung onto Pei Ji's body. Because just as it was tossed in a parabolic arc, Shui Yutan reached out and grabbed the whip with ease, pulling it gently without using much of his magical power, easily snatching the whip from Li Wei's hands. "I kindly came to participate in Wuyun Peak's opening ceremony, yet your sect has been so aggressive. Moreover, you dare to act against my disciple right before my eyes. Is this how Wuyun Peak treats its guests?" As Shui Yutan spoke, his voice gradually rose, full of assertiveness. "Call Wu Heyu over here." Wu Heyu, the esteemed leader, being called by name by Shui Yutan enraged Li Wei, making him blurt out rash words. "The revered name of my master is not something you, a mere titular Tanju, can call upon. Who doesn't know that without Feng Mingjue and Yuli, you are nothing?" Ah, was it because he was too well protected by those two, or had he simply gotten used to minding his own business, thus never hearing what everyone else seemed to know? Shui Yutan's interest was piqued. His body relaxed slightly, his right foot extended out, shaking his leg with indifference. "Is that so? What other everyone knows things are there? Do tell." Pei Ji, initially having furrowed his eyebrows into the shape of a chuan at Li Wei's words, found some relief now, seeing Shui Yutan's unperturbed and even intrigued attitude. "There are many such remarks. Who? Li Wei started stuttering. "Who what?" Shui Yutan promptly followed up. Go on, if you don't continue, I'll think less of you. Even uttering that one sentence was already impulsive, Li Wei certainly should not have continued. But provoked by Shui Yutan, his eyes flickered, knowing he shouldn't say it but with the words already on the tip of his tongue, he had no time to swallow them back down. Steeling himself, he added, who doesn't know what you relied on to become the third Tanju? What did he rely on? Shui Yutan blinked. Kanjia Mountain always valued martial prowess, so what else besides strength could it be? Could it be his face? It couldn't go unmentioned that he was exceptionally handsome, but both other Tanju leaders were male. So what difference would his looks make to these heterosexual men? Of course, through ability. How about you? Do you rely on selling your charm? Before Shui Yutan could respond, a deep voice thundered through the air, expressing exactly what he was thinking. The next second, Feng Mingjue and Yu Li appeared simultaneously. Upon seeing them, Shui Yutan first became excited, then, remembering something, quickly brushed his hair aside to cover the bite marks on his neck. As Feng Mingjue's body flashed next to Shui Yutan, the last syllable of his word settled. Feng Mingjue looked coldly, his pupils burning with anger as though he was more upset than Shui Yutan himself. It was as though Li Wei hadn't insulted Shui Yutan but had instead insulted him. This moved Shui Yutan somewhat. It seemed that no matter which life they lived, the elder unwaveringly supported him, allowing no one to say a word against him. Sniff, sniff, what touching friendship. While Shui Yutan was still moved, suddenly, he heard Feng Mingjue lower his voice. Don't worry, though I know you're not all that reliant on ability either, only we three know this. I won't tell anyone else. Shui Yutan. He retracted his earlier feelings of gratitude and lamentation. They were purely colleagues, they didn't really know each other well. Being publicly mocked by Feng Mingjue for rising through trading favors, Li Wei's face alternated between red and white. Before he could speak, his cheek received a solid slap. Covering his face and turning around, Li Wei saw Wu Heyu walking towards them with Wu Er. That slap just now, he didn't know if it was from Wu Heyu or Wu Er. But since Li Wei dared not retaliate against Wu Heyu, he gave Wu Er an intense glare. Sending you to fetch fruit took this long. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge Snow Tanju? Wu Heyu's statement lifted Shui Yutan's position. It lowered Feng Mingjue's anger while offering both sides a step-down opportunity. Thus, the offense against the sect turned into an inappropriate remark from junior members. From here, finding a reason to punish Li Wei could help smooth over this matter. Such public relations tactics might work elsewhere, but Kanjia Mountain? No way. Feng Mingjue snorted, re-establishing the link between Li Wei and Wu Heyu. You're his master, wasn't this what you told him to say? How could that be? Wu Heyu appeared deeply hurt. How could Director Feng think of me like that? Don't you see how I admire Snow Tanju? I wish to pluck the stars from the sky for him, how could I say anything to make him angry? TSK, disgusting. My goosebumps are all rising. Shui Yutan shivered and rubbed his arm, no longer wanting to look at that master-disciple pair. He reached out to tug on Yu Li's sleeve, meaning to let this matter pass. Verbal disputes were utterly useless. The priority was to let Yu Li check on Pei Ji's asthma symptoms. But when Shui Yutan looked with Yu Li toward Pei Ji, he realized that the person on the ground didn't show even a bit of the earlier breathlessness and difficulty in breathing. At this moment, Pei Ji was half reclining on the ground, lightly tapping his right fingers on his knees intermittently. His eyes were deep and mysterious as he stared at Wu Heyu, lost in thought, seemingly forgetting to pretend. It wasn't until Shui Yutan and Yu Li walked up beside him that Pei Ji returned his gaze, looking up at Shui Yutan and calling softly, Master. Shui Yutan didn't respond, but Yu Li noticed the two bloody holes on Pei Ji's neck upon this action. First his pupils contracted, then his eyelids lowered slightly. He gave an exasperated look to Shui Yutan. Shui Yutan shrugged, pouted his lips a little, showing a carefree resignation. From start to finish, not a single word passed between them, yet it seemed like they'd exchanged much, understandable only to the two of them. Pei Ji shifted his gaze from Wu Heyu to Yu Li's face. The rapport between these two seemed remarkably strong. As Yu Li probed his pulse with one hand, Pei Ji's pupils flickered between bright and dim. When Yu Li attempted to treat the wounds on his neck, Pei Ji grabbed Yu Li's wrist firmly, saying, No need for Uncle Yu to trouble yourself, just a minor injury, it will heal in a few days. Yu Li was surprised by the refusal, but before he could say anything, Shui Yutan chimed in, Isn't it a dog bite? Dog bites can't go untreated. If it happens to be from a rabid dog, catching rabies is fatal. Yu Li raised an eyebrow. This mark was clearly made when Shui Yutan's yin-yang worms activated, biting Pei Ji as if using him as a medicinal trigger. Yet now it was claimed to be a rabid dog bite. This person, ruthless enough to curse even himself. Chapter 56, He bites me, and I let him. Pei Ji knew Shui Yutan wanted him to heal the wound on his neck quickly, so the matter that happened in the water earlier could be brushed aside. But he refused to do so. The more Shui Yutan tried to distance himself from Pei Ji, the more Pei Ji was determined to drag him into becoming the target of everyone's criticism. Pei Ji stood up from the ground, taking 2 steps closer to Shui Yutan as he adjusted his clothes. Respected master was just beside us earlier. Isn't it clear what dog bit me? Peiji said while swiftly pulling Shui Yutan's long hair aside before anyone could react. As the tooth marks on Shui Yutan's neck became visible to everyone, Peiji continued with his next words, "At the time, I felt pain from the bite and accidentally bit our master back. Master, you don't mind, right?" With this, all eyes were instantly drawn to Shui Yutan's neck. The bite mark was vivid and deep, even Wu Hiyu standing several meters away could see it clearly. Shui Yutan's face flushed red for the first time in front of so many people, not out of shyness but sheer embarrassment. His toes were practically digging a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house into the ground because of it. Just a second ago, Feng Mingju had vouched for his strength, and now everybody learned that he had been bitten by a disciple who had only been initiated for a month. What a painful loss of face. Shui Yutan glanced at Peiji, regretting mentioning this topic. He should have known better than to bring it up with someone as deranged and manipulative as Peiji, who acted like a mad dog. Yuli stood between the two, staring at the bite mark on Shui Yutan's neck for a while before finally reacting. He slightly turned his body to block Shui Yutan's gaze, then waved his hand, instantly smoothing over the bite mark. Peiji's pupils flickered, and a shadow of displeasure crossed his eyes deep down. But before he could say anything, Wu Hiyu suddenly spoke up from the side, "It seems that Sect Master Shui treats you differently. Even when you bit him, he just lets you." At first, Shui Yutan thought nothing of these words until Wu Hiyu added something else. "It's just like how I treat my disciple. When he bites me, I also let him." While saying this, Wu Hiyu playfully hooked Li Wei's chin, who compliantly pouted, "Master." SSSSS. The atmosphere began to feel awkward. "Wait a moment. Your meaning of letting is not the same. You pervert, don't misuse the word like that." As expected, after Wu Hiyu muddled the situation, Feng Mingju glanced at him and then at Peiji. His expression changed repeatedly before transmitting his voice directly over the distance. "Are you interested in Peiji again?" "Interested? What nonsense is this old man talking about? As a steel straight male, he'd prefer an iron tree flowering toward beauties rather than towards men. This 24K pure straight guy absolutely doesn't go for gay stuff. Also, old man, clarify this again thing, did he ever fancy someone else?" Shui Yutan pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling more speechless than ever. Realizing that the bite mark wouldn't be easily explained anytime soon and staying longer would risk Wu Hiyu blurting out some shocking gay remarks, Shui Yutan gently pulled on Yuli's sleeve, intending to pretend faintness and leave. "Not feeling well?" Yuli understood immediately, supporting his body with care. "Yeah, I saw something unclean, making me a bit nauseous. Let's go back, to Kanjia Mountain." "Nauseous?" Before Shui Yutan finished his last 4 words, Wu Hiyu interjected, "I have century-old Tian Shan lotus seeds in my peak which are specifically good for nausea and vomiting. Would Sect Master Shui like to try them?" "Of course not, ugly reject, thank you very much." As Shui Yutan opened his mouth to decline, he heard a ding sound in his head. The mechanical system prompt tone came. "Congratulations, host has triggered main quest, Secret Chamber of Wuyan Peak. Approach Wu Hiyu and obtain clues to the secret chamber, aiding the protagonist in uncovering the secrets of the desolate village. This quest reward, 200 points, prestige value, 1000. Holy crap, this is the biggest points and prestige value reward he's ever seen." Shui Yutan was completely stunned. His intuition told him that given how stingy the system was, there must be a catch with being so generous. Sure enough, the next second, the supplementary system announcement sounded. "Attention, this is a time-limited quest. Please complete it within the stipulated time. Task failure will result in double points deduction. Current countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Only a day of time." The previous whipping task for Peiji was given 3 days, but this time, with Wu Hiyu, the secret chamber, and the desolate village all mentioned, there's only a single day granted. He must protest. Protest invalid. The main quest cannot be altered or refused. The mechanical system prompt tone changed into Brother Tong's personified voice, friendly reminder, the Tian Shan lotus seeds mentioned by Wu Hiyu are placed inside the secret chamber of Wuyan Peak. Thanks for your goodwill, Sect Master Wu, but your Tian Shan lotus seeds should be left for someone else. No. Yuli's refusal was not even halfway finished when Shui Yutan suddenly transformed from Lin Daiyu into Lu Jishan, jumping up instantly and teleporting right in front of Wu Hiyu. "Are you really giving them to me?" "Yes. Yes. 1,000 times yes." Yuli froze on the spot. Chapter 57, he wanted to ruin Shui Yautan's face in public. The contrast in reactions was significant, even leaving Wu Hiyu silent for a few seconds. After confirming that the person in front of him was indeed Shui Yautan and not possessed by some chaotic force, he finally spoke, "Of course it's true. Didn't I say that if Master Shui wants, I'll pluck the stars from the sky for you? That's exactly what I've been waiting for." Shui Yautan slapped his thigh, "Alright then, I'll get it myself, lead the way." Wu Hiyu frowned, "That won't do. The Tian Shan lotus seeds are stored in a secret chamber on Mount Wuyan. That's forbidden territory, Master Shui can't go there. Look, one moment he promised to pick stars from the sky for him, the next moment not even a secret chamber is accessible. Indeed, men's words are nothing but lies." When Shui Yaotan instinctively stepped back after approaching Wu Heyu quickly turned and commanded Wu Er, hurry up and fetch the Tian Shan lotus seeds from the secret chamber for Master Shui. Wu Er agreed and was about to leave when Li Wei stopped him. Pulling on Wu Heyu's sleeve with an intent gaze, he said, Master, allow me to go as well. I just offended Master Shui, and this rare opportunity must be seized to make amends. Let little Wei prove himself, Master. Wu Heyu had no suspicion. Fine, both of you go together. As the two departed, Yuli leaned closer to Shui Yaotan. This Tian Shan lotus seed is just a trivial thing. And anyway, you're fine. Even if you weren't, I have a stockpile of medicinal herbs far superior to the Tian Shan lotus seeds. Why would you need his? Shui Yaotan pressed her lips together. You don't understand. No matter how good Yuli's medicines were, could they compare with the evasion pill? Although he didn't yet know how many prestige points it would take to exchange for it, that thing had already been embellished with hundreds of words in the book, capable of reviving the dead, a miracle. Regardless of how many prestige points it took, he had to strive for it. Of course, Shui Yaotan knew that if he wanted to survive, he would still need to rely on himself. But while relying on himself, it wouldn't stop him from wanting to exchange for the evasion pill to ensure his survival. If Wu Heyu wouldn't let him into the secret chamber, he definitely couldn't sit and wait. Naturally, he'd need to think of another way to infiltrate. With this thought, Shui Yaotan made a secret gesture with his fingers inside the wide sleeves. In an instant, two invisible spiritual butterflies followed behind Wu Er and Li Wei, who had already walked away. These spirit butterflies carried Shui Yaotan's magical power, and at the level of Li Wei and Wu Er, they were completely undetectable. Thus, the spiritual butterflies trailed them all the way into the secret chamber until they fetched the lotus seeds. Once the route was reconnoitered and the two were returning, the spirit butterflies vanished without a trace. As Wu Er was about to step out of the secret chamber with the Tian Shan lotus seeds in hand, Li Wei called out to him, Do you think why does our master always flatter Shui Yaotan? Li Wei didn't use Shui Yaotan's honorifics, instead calling him directly by his name. Wu Er's brow furrowed, somewhat disliking Li Wei's rudeness, but he still answered promptly, Master Shui looks incredibly beautiful, more beautiful than any woman. His response neither answered everything nor seemed to answer anything. Men, since ancient times, have been visual creatures, seeing beauty in people or things and desiring to possess them. Whether they enjoy one plate while longing for another, or covet someone like Shui Yaotan who exudes danger alongside allure, these reactions would naturally draw attention. And even more so for someone like Wu Heyu, a reckless rake indulged in pleasures. Li Wei felt irked. He extended his hand to take the tray from Wu Er. Here, let me hold it, you walk ahead. Thinking that Li Wei had come along to apologize to Shui Yaotan, Wu Er handed over the Tian Shan lotus seeds and led the way. The entire journey, Li Wei remained quiet. However, when passing a corner where Wu Er might not notice, Li Wei quietly pulled out a powder from the dingshu and sprinkled it onto the medicine of the Tian Shan lotus seeds. This powder was specifically prepared by him to treat the frequent beauty surrounding Wu Heyu. It acted fast. Once consumed, sores would develop in the mouth within moments, leading to rotten flesh and facial disfigurement. He wanted to publicly ruin Shui Yaotan's face right before everyone's eyes, and watch him lose his haughty air. By the time Li Wei and Wu Er returned, Wu Heyu had already brought the group back to the banquet. The formal meal had passed, and the tables now served afternoon tea. A refined game of floating wine cups was underway. How elegant, truly elegant, a setting not meant for someone as mundane as him. Just as Shui Yaotan stepped aside to give space to other refined gentlemen of the various sects, Li Wei appeared with the tray. Master Shui, I apologize for my earlier offense. Your disciple is young and ignorant, I have insulted you unintentionally, please forgive me. Though he believed he sounded graceful, Shui Yaotan looked at him and asked, How old are you? Li Wei replied, 20. You're already 20, an age when a man should wear a crown, not young anymore. His implication was that as an adult, Li Wei shouldn't be excusing himself with the excuse of being just a childish ignorant one, which was quite annoying to hear. Li Wei's fake smile froze on his face. He had no choice but to change the subject. Taoist Shui, this is the elixir refined from Tian Shan lotus seeds. Please. Humph, Shui Yaotan acknowledged with a sound and reached out 2 fingers to pinch the snow-white pill in the brocade box. It smelled indeed like lotus seeds, refreshing and soothing. However, something handed by Wu Heyu and Li Wei, he dared not consume it, unsure what might have been added inside. So, while Li Wei wasn't paying attention, he made a quick move and discarded the pill. When Li Wei looked over, all he saw was an empty brocade box, along with the gesture of Shui Yaotan's fingers retreating from his lips. Satisfied, Li Wei bowed and stepped back, standing next to Wu Heyu, waiting for Shui Yaotan to fall ill. However, a whole incense burner's time had passed. Why was Shui Yaotan still sitting there perfectly fine? Li Wei's gaze toward Shui Yaotan became increasingly frequent. But at the moment, Shui Yaotan was busy with a game of passing flowers around a circle, so he didn't have time to notice Li Wei's stares. On the contrary, Pei Ji from the corner observed it all. Li Wei wasn't a good person, picky, troublesome, and always causing problems. Such focus on Shui Yaotan was indeed suspicious and warranted close observation. Pei Ji pursed his lips and remained motionless, his eyes fixed more firmly on Li Wei. On Shui Yaotan's side, the game was set. whoever ended up with the flower should compose a poem. Shui Yaotan had chanted poems ranging from GGG to Weeding Under the Noon Sun, yet strangely, the flower always seemed to fall near him in every round. Humph. Whether analyzed through Newtonian mechanics or Pascal's probability theory, such an outcome was clearly someone's trickery. Shui Yaotan felt both headache and frustration. He'd planned to find the right moment to follow the path of the spiritual butterfly and investigate the secret chamber on Wuyun Mountain to complete the main quest. But these people kept surrounding him and making schemes, leaving him no chance to slip away. Among the 3 leaders of Arkangia Mountain, Master Shui's literary talent has always been the worst. Why don't I compose a poem for him? If I can't, I'll drink 3 cups of punishment. Yuli stepped forward to protect him from having to drink. What a dear friend. Shui Yaotan's eyes lit up, sparkling like stars in a deer's gaze. Chapter 58, Is the Master Mad at Me? Yu lied her lips, took the wine glass from his hand, and squeezed herself closer. With a swift motion of her fan, she shielded him from others' gazes. Taking this chance, Shui Yutan immediately slipped away to the restroom, heading towards the direction where Ling Dai could recognize him. Li Wei had been keeping an eye on Shui Yutan. The moment he saw him go out, Li Wei quickly made up an excuse to follow. He didn't believe that his poison wasn't effective. Shui Yutan hadn't broken out because his powerful technique suppressed the toxins. This time, he was determined to witness Shui Yutan's face rotting. However, Shui Yutan didn't head toward the restroom but instead took the completely opposite path. Li Wei continued to tail Shui Yutan, stopping at the entrance of the forbidden grounds of Wuyun Peak as if he intended to enter. What boldness! Li Wei stood up from his hiding place, about to shout loud enough to startle people around, when suddenly someone behind him clamped a hand over his mouth. Who had been following him? And he hadn't noticed it along the way. Li Wei struggled a couple of times, preparing to summon the sword within his knowledge sea when a single chop knocked him unconscious at the back of his neck. Pei Ji, dragging the limp body of Li Wei, leapt in front of Shui Yutan, calling lightly, Master. Shui Yutan didn't respond, only glancing at the unconscious Li Wei on the ground. Since Li Wei followed him out, Shui Yutan had already sensed it. His silence was not due to ignorance, but to observe if there were any mechanisms or tokens necessary for the secret room entrance. If needed, he would just bring Li Wei along to verify them directly, which would be fast and hassle-free. After studying the door carefully, he found that there was just one lock. To be precise, it was a facial recognition lock. Yes, you read that right, facial recognition. Wu Heyu had used some kind of divine artifact to create this high-tech gadget. There was a barrier set up by the door, and once facial recognition failed, an alarm would be triggered, with a sound so loud that the entire valley could hear it. How did you know? Brother Tong couldn't help but ask after holding back for a while. I can barely understand how programmers can unlock smart locks, but how do they figure out the range and volume of alarms by just looking? Shui Yutan pointed at the words carved beside the lock. Isn't it written here on the instruction manual? Brother Tong. Brother Tong fell silent for a second, then asked again, why is there a facial recognition lock here? Why did you ask me, upper ask warehouse, dot. Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow, isn't this the bug you created? The system didn't respond, seemingly investigating archives to confirm whether the appearance of such a divine artifact was part of its normal settings. Shui Yutan didn't care about the system. Now that he had found a way to unlock it, he wasted no time. Extending his hand, he flung the unconscious Li Wei toward the lock telekinetically. Wu Heyu, trusting this high-tech lock thoroughly, didn't even station a single guard at the entrance. As the system conducted facial recognition, Shui Yutan waited silently without saying a word, making the atmosphere around eerie and quiet. Pei Ji fidgeted with his fingers uncomfortably. Is Master ignoring me because he's mad at me? Saying that, was he really that petty? Even though Pei Ji caused him public humiliation, she also acted as an emergency pack by suppressing the ghost gorge inside him. He really didn't have a reason to be angry. Shui Yutan remained silent because he felt something peculiar about the protagonist. Previously, when poisoned underwater, Pei Ji biting him didn't make him think much. He assumed it was because Pei Ji was frustrated and unable to fight back, using the bite as a way to vent anger. However, later when he publicly lifted the hair covering the tooth marks and told everyone it was Pei Ji who bit him, this action crossed boundaries and was incomprehensible. While passing the flower during the drum game, Shui Yutan had already been thinking about the reasons behind Pei Ji's unusual behavior, and finally concluded. The protagonist was acting erratically. As for the cause of these erratic actions, he guessed that it might possibly be because the plot has unfolded long enough, yet the main character under Xiao Yiheng's control hasn't manifested yet. After all, lacking certain crucial factors, characters easily lose their consistency. Little brother, don't act like this. Let's find our master. Don't worry, master can definitely cure your face. Just mentioning Cao Cao, he seemed to hear Cao Cao's voice. Following the sound, Shui Yutan saw Xiao Yiheng running after Li Luoshu, comforting him all the while. Judging from the mistaken object of affection, Shui Yutan knew the arrival day of the protagonist wouldn't be today. Master. Xiao Yiheng also saw him, his face lighting up with joy. He grabbed Li Luoshu and flashed in front of Shui Yutan, talking quickly, Master, please take a look at younger brother Luoshu. His face has suddenly turned red and swollen, with some places developing dark pimples. He's very scared and has been crying all along. Upon hearing this, Shui Yutan pushed aside Li Luoshu's hand that was covering his face and glanced once. Indeed, as Xiao Yiheng had described, more than half of Li Luoshu's face was already in bad condition, and his eyes were swollen from crying. It looked like a fully ripened and exploded pomegranate. It didn't seem like heatiness but rather poisoning. I'm not skilled in detoxification or treatment, go find Master Yu. But younger brother said, he said. Xiao Yiheng hesitated halfway through his sentence, as if holding back. What did he say? Shui Yutan prompted. Said. Before Xiao Yiheng could finish the word, Shui Yutan interrupted him. He pointed at Li Luoshu, don't you speak for him. He has a mouth, let him talk for himself. Li Luoshu then began to speak, I became like this after eating the Tian Shan lotus seed Master discarded. When Master threw away the medicine, it happened to land on me. Thinking it was a good thing, I couldn't resist the temptation and ate it, only to turn out this way. Could throwing away medicine accidentally land on someone else and even be picked up and eaten? Even drama novels wouldn't dare write something like that. Shui Yutan was just about to express his speechless disbelief when a sound of boom echoed, signaling that facial recognition had finally succeeded, opening the secret door. Since passing the main quest task took priority, Shui Yutan originally intended to pull the male lead inside first. But seeing how pitifully sobbing Li Luoshu was, fearing that he would bring Xiao Yiheng along, he bit his lip and directly dragged them both, along with Li Wei who had fainted by Pei Ji's hands, into the hidden room. The moment they went in, the main door closed automatically. Li Luoshu hadn't yet realized where they were when Li Wei, whom Pei Ji knocked unconscious earlier, groaned faintly and woke up beside him. With a few night pearls lighting up the chamber, even though it was completely enclosed on all four sides, it was as bright as daylight inside. Thus, the first thing Li Wei saw upon waking up was Li Luoshu's pomegranate face. He was shocked until Li Luoshu held his hand and called him brother, only then did he recognize who it was. Luoshu. Li Wei asked uncertainly, calling his name first, but as soon as he recognized the surrounding setting, his voice raised instantly, who gave you the audacity to intrude into Wuyan Peak's forbidden grounds? Chapter 59, If I'm not satisfied with your answer, I'll stab you first. What are you shouting about? Before Li Wei could finish his sentence, Xiao Yiheng had already countered. He pulled Li Luoshu away and squatted in front of Li Wei. Wanna see who has the loudest voice? Let me tell you, the main gate is already closed. Do you think I won't make you disappear if you keep shouting? Yes, while you're threatening him, ask where the antidote for Luoshu's facial injury is. Shui Yutan's eyes swept over the bottles and jars in the secret room, attempting to find the clues mentioned by the system. Without looking back, she added a sentence. Did you hear what the master said? Speak up, where is the antidote? Antidote? Halfway through Xiao Yiheng's speech, he suddenly realized, blinking twice. Master, what you mean is that junior brother Luoshu's face became like this because this guy poisoned him? Isn't that surprising? Real name poisoning is unheard of. The Tian Mountain Lotus seeds only passed through Wu Er and Li Wei's hands, it's either Wu Er or Li Wei. Wu Er has no grudge against him, so there's no reason for him to do this, whereas Li Wei seems like someone capable of such an act. Damn. Xiao Yiheng realized that the culprit was right before his eyes. Immediately, he grabbed his collar and lifted Li Wei off the ground. That pill was originally intended for our master. Could it be that you were trying to harm the master? Quickly hand over the antidote, or I won't show mercy. Li Luoshu also approached at this time, gripping Li Wei's hand, his eyes red. Big brother, my face hurts. Li Wei ignored Li Luoshu and instead glared fiercely at Xiao Yiheng. Who the heck are you to speak to me like this? When I get out, I will have the master cut off both of your heads. Not to mention, within Wuyan Peak, everyone respects him due to Wu Heyu's affection, even just based on power alone, as a late-stage foundational cultivation practitioner, is Xiao Yiheng really worth scolding him? Li Wei held his head high, despite being pulled by Xiao Yiheng by the collar, his gaze remained arrogant and determined. Originally, Snow hadn't seemed to care much about the cutting off heads comment until Li Wei mentioned it. It made Snow Yutan recall a dream about his demise in the peach orchard earlier, which strangely disturbed him. Xiao Yiheng was still inexperienced despite his youth, easily frightened when threatening others. Li Wei was already under their control, he couldn't call on heaven or earth for help. Why waste words on him when they should immediately force a confession? Snow Yutan's eyes moved away from the pills inside the secret chamber and prepared to approach, intending to take care of Li Wei first. However, just as her foot shifted, she sensed a gust of wind brush past her ear. In the next moment, Pei Ji's peachwood sword already pressed against Li Wei's neck. Pei Ji kept it short, hand over the antidote, live, refuse, die. The protagonist lives up to the title, sharp in both speech and action. But Li Wei wasn't easily scared. Confident that they wouldn't dare harm him in Wuyan Peak territory, he coldly snorted, about to retort. Suddenly, the tip of the sword against his skin extended forward half an inch. The tip pierced his skin, causing instant blood droplets to appear. Not only was Li Wei shocked, but even Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu were startled. After all, Li Wei was still the most favored disciple of Wuyan Peak. Verbal threats would suffice, harming him would create difficulties once they left the secret room. You. Li Wei's face turned green with anger. As he was about to curse, Pei Ji interrupted him. You'd better think carefully before speaking. Say something that doesn't satisfy me, and I'll stab you first, then dissolve you with the corpse powder here. TSK, harsh enough to match his status as an antagonist. Still. Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow slightly. How did Pei Ji discern the presence of corpse powder among so many unmarked bottles and jars? Intimidated this way, Li Wei's arrogance faded. His mouth opened and closed several times, and finally, he gave in. I'll lead you to fetch the antidote. Following the pattern of drama series for years, one should now stay cautious at this point. But Shui Yutan considered it and let it go. This hidden room is full of various strange elixirs, yet there's no clue regarding the haunted village mentioned by the system. It appears that to trigger subsequent plot developments, they still need NPCs. Among their group, the only person familiar with this hidden room is NPC Li Wei. Sure enough, the moment Li Wei got up, he grasped Li Luoshu's hand. The antidote is over there, big brother will fetch it for you. Saying that, he led Li Luoshu toward the steps on the right side of the table. Lowering his body, Li Wei reached for a jade-green bottle. Then, gently turning it. Pei Ji realized something was wrong, and his tall figure instantly shot over to try to stop Li Wei's action. But in that brief moment, the stone slab beneath Shui Yutan's feet suddenly cracked open. Master. Pei Ji abruptly turned his leap and reached out toward Shui Yutan. However, it was still too late, as he managed to grab only the hem of Shui Yutan's clothes before the latter fell through entirely. As the sound of tearing fabric grew louder, it was clear the grip wouldn't hold much longer. Panicking, Pei Ji quickly shouted at Xiao Yiheng beside him, "Aren't you going to help?" Xiao Yiheng snapped back to reality, and he and Pei Ji both extended their hands toward Shui Yutan. Get out of the way. Why are you blocking my chance to gain respect? Shui Yutan pulled at the corners of his lips, speechless for a moment. Judging from the drop height, just 3 stories high at most, and with his own cultivation technique supporting him, not only would he land safely but could even pull off a backward somersault afterward, perfectly unharmed. Instead, now, these two had almost yanked down his trousers. For a few seconds they all struggled like this, on the verge of pulling Shui Yutan up, until his impatience got the better of him. In one quick motion, he pulled them both down along with him. But if they all dropped together, why was he now alone when he landed? Shui Yutan called out the names of the other two experimentally, receiving no reply. So he snapped his fingers in the air, releasing spirit butterflies which burned brightly overhead, illuminating the pitch-black surroundings. What met his sight wasn't the secret room, instead, it looked like a village. It was already dusk, with a few sporadic lights lighting up the houses inside the village. Right at that moment, he stood on top of a grave at the entrance of the village, glaring eyes to eyes with a child who appeared startled by what must have seemed like some strange behavior from an adult stranger. Shui Yutan glanced down at his own outfit. Because his belt had been torn off during the struggle, his pants had fallen down to his ankles, leaving only his undergarments visible. His shirt fared no better, the cloth twisted and bunched up around his waist, exposing glimpses of his stomach. This is quite undignified, extremely so. Not only undignified but also disheveled. Shui Yutan cleared his throat quietly and bent over to pick up his pants, about to find a branch and strip the bark for use as a temporary belt. At that moment, the boy who had been staring at him opened his mouth. The boy blinked innocently, asking, "Are you here to poop?" Shui Yutan. Chapter 60, You can have whatever you want. What was his brother doing at the grave? Forget about dancing, it's completely unacceptable to defecate there. Would he, the esteemed third master of Kanjia Mountain, do such an indecent act? Shui Yutan changed his seal and clothes, jumping down from the grave. Just as he was about to approach the child and start a conversation, a few small stones flew out from nowhere, all heading toward the boy's forehead. Monster. Everyone, attack this monster. A group of children around 11 or 12 years old surrounded the boy catching field mice, hurling insults at him continuously. Your monstrous mother has no shame, thinking she could have a comfortable life by seducing Uncle Shen. Don't dream. My grandfather told us that your mother was just a slut who slept with anyone. Thank goodness she died early, otherwise, she would have been drowned in a pig cage in the village. That's right, his mother is shameless, and he himself is a curse. How long has Uncle Shen raised him before falling so ill he can't get out of bed? My mother said it's all because of this monster bringing misfortune. Beat him to death, let's see how he continues to harm others. The insulting voices went on and on, but the boy seemed accustomed to it, not paying any attention at all. He didn't care about the stones thrown at him, instead continuing to look up at Shui Yutan as he had before. You look so good. Are you a god from heaven? Shui Yutan didn't have time to answer when another stone came flying towards them. He quickly tried to block it for the boy, but the stone passed through his hand and still hit the boy on the head. Blood instantly flowed down. What's going on? Shui Yutan looked down at his own hand. Why couldn't he catch it? You've fallen into the underground mirror under Wuyan Peak now. You can only observe what's happening and cannot interfere, the system explained. Moreover, others cannot see you. Shui Yutan pointed at the boy, then why can he see me? And I can touch him. The system paused, he's the main character. What? Are you telling me that the person right here, barely a few years old and awkwardly catching field mice, is young Peiji? Shui Yutan was stunned, then quickly realized, the system mission is to uncover the secrets behind the plague in the desolate village. If we count the time, that should be a few months before the protagonist enters Kanjia Mountain. We could just jump directly to that time period to find the secret. Why did you send me here so early? The main character appears to be only 6 or 7 years old. At this rate, won't it take much longer than 24 hours until the time of the plague in the desolate village? By then, even dinner will have gone cold. Shui Yutan glanced at the countdown timer on his system page, 17 hours, 26 minutes, and 3 seconds. We need to hurry up, otherwise, there's no point finding secrets, we'll die here anyway. This is the underground mirror pulling you in, not me. This kind of artifact naturally isn't as sensitive as my advanced system. Just wait patiently, the system said. If you are a god, can you take me away? The system's voice overlapped with the boy's, making it harder for Shui Yutan to hear clearly due to the young Peiji's soft voice. What? He asked. Young Peiji hesitated, his lips trembling as he reached out to touch the pristine sleeve of Shui Yutan. But with his hands covered in toad slime, he was worried about dirtying Shui Yutan's white robes. So just before his fingers brushed the edge of the cloth, he withdrew his hand again. Peiji stood there and repeated his request, can you take me away? This time, Shui Yutan heard clearly. But he shook his head, no. He remembered the description of the underground mirror in the book. It was a magical artifact that only highly skilled cultivators could access under certain circumstances, allowing entry into a specific period in the past. His landing here might have been due to some influence of the system, and perhaps in the next moment, he would fall into another period according to the consciousness of the mirror. Any promise he made now would be empty words. Peiji's eyes dimmed slightly as he lowered his gaze, and the blood on his forehead flowed down as he hung his head, appearing lonely and pitiful. Shui Yutan finally softened his tone, crouching down and patting the boy's head, don't let the difficulties before you knock you down. Find a way to survive. Trust me, your future after growing up will be bright. Whatever you want, you can achieve. Really? Peiji looked up with renewed hope. Of course it's true. Not only will his martial prowess rank first, climbing to the peak of the cultivation world, but even the harem he gathers won't be easy to count. Just as Shui Yutan nodded and was about to say something more, he felt the surrounding scene shift. The timeline in the underground mirror had changed once again. It was still this village, but the scene had changed drastically. There were no longer warm lantern lights around, but only devastation everywhere. The tomb pile where he landed had also gained several more graves. The ground was covered with bodies of those who had died from the plague by the roadside. The only thing that remained unchanged was Peiji's situation. Just like in his childhood, people regarded him as an evil omen, believing that Peiji brought calamity. Why are you still fine when everyone in the village has perished? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you stealing a burnt pancake and poisoning my child, how could the whole village have turned into this? Yes, he is just a bastard, an unwanted calamity. Beat him to death. Spit. The current Peiji seemed to have already been beaten up, bruises and bloodstains were all over his body and legs. His unkempt appearance was pitiful, revealing no piece of intact skin beneath his tattered clothes. He was barely breathing, struggling more than moving, yet still surrounded by women infected with the disease. They cursed at him and spat saliva onto him. This is the site of the desolate village. Xiaoyihan, unable to find Shui Yutan after falling into the cellar and unable to check on Li Luoshu's condition above, was becoming increasingly anxious. He suddenly noticed a scene on the wall showing Shui Yutan in the desolate village. Peiji naturally saw it too. Standing there, Peiji gazed at himself lying on the ground awaiting death in the depicted scene. His gaze shifted from Shui Yutan to Xiaoyihan. Have you been to the desolate village? Of course I've been there. And I met you. Xiaoyihan always disliked Peiji, so now that Peiji initiated the conversation, he naturally wanted to irritate him. Don't think I don't know why you told everyone that you bit the master. Wanting to use the master for some advantages? Unfortunately, your scheme was wrong. No matter what you do, the master will never give you a second look. At these last words, Peiji's eyes flickered. Before he could react, Xiaoyihan continued. Do you know why everyone on Kanjia Mountain dislikes you? Do you know why the master dislikes you? 3 months ago, during the worst days of the plague in the desolate village, I accompanied the master there and saw you being nearly beaten to death. I was about to step forward to save you, but the master stopped me. He said that you harbored much malevolent energy, a calamity better off dead. Yet, against all odds, almost everyone in the desolate village is gone while you survived. Calamities remain calamities, you finished harming the villagers of the desolate village, now you come to harm Kanjia Mountain. Xiaoyihan did not raise his voice, but to Peiji, it was piercingly sharp and painful to hear. His entire body froze as he silently watched the image on the wall where a white figure walked towards him. Chapter 61, People who are lower than the dust do not deserve to live. Almost without continuing to look, Peiji already knew what Shui Yutan would do next. It was his experience. He remembered, 3 months ago, when he was about to die, he saw a white robe. He didn't have the strength to lift his head, so he didn't know who had come, but he still tried his best to grab the hem of that person's clothes. Can you take me away? He remembered asking, I can work, I can cook, I can do anything. Please save me, take me away. That person didn't respond. After a long silence, that person gave a cold laugh and drew their sword to cut off the bloody hem that he had been holding onto. Then, he heard that person say, people who are lower than the dust do not deserve to live. That voice was ethereal, lofty, like a dispassionate judge. That voice belonged to none other than Shui Yutan. Pei Zhi's eyes gleamed with a strange light, the depth of his pupils dark and terrifying, like a beast lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce on its chosen prey and tear it apart. Lower than the dust. Lofty and above. Then this lowly one will pull the deity from their pedestal and let them fall into ruin together. He wanted Shui Yutan to be trapped in the mire, never able to turn over. What is that look in your eyes? Xiao Yiheng noticed that Pei Zhi's gaze towards Shui Yutan in the picture grew increasingly strange. He couldn't help but move closer, blocking Pei Zhi's view. Haven't you given up yet? Are you trying to use tricks to make Master look at you properly? But you're not capable. At the first disciple gathering, you lost. According to the rules of Kanjia Mountain, for the next month, the Master will go into seclusion with the chosen disciple. By the time I come out, I'll already have reached the golden core cultivation level, and you will always be beneath me. The first disciple goes into seclusion with the Master. Of all the things said, Pei Zhi only heard this sentence. He furrowed his brow slightly, then if you die here, wouldn't they choose another first disciple? When Pei Zhi said this, his tone was light and casual, as if he wasn't talking about killing someone, but discussing tonight's dinner with the same calmness. Here, no cry to heaven or earth would bring response, indeed, it was a perfect place to kill and discard a body. Pei Zhi summoned 2 swords in his hands, lightly twisted his neck, and without further ado said, let's fight. If you win, you live, if you lose, you die. Defeated by me before. Xiao Yiheng, the kind to get riled easily, immediately accepted the challenge. Spitting on the ground, he lunged toward Pei Zhi to attack. In the heat of their battle, neither realized that in the scene of the underground realm, Shui Yutan walked up to Pei Zhi and picked him up from the ground. What are you doing? There was a note of exasperation in System A's tone. Didn't I tell you not to interfere in matters of the underground realm? Why are you moving again? I'm not interfering, I'm just moving him somewhere those people can't reach. Shui Yutan flew with Pei Zhi to the roof ridge, avoiding the punches of those women who were beating him mercilessly. He begged me to take him away like that. How could I not move a few steps and feel uneasy? The people around couldn't see Shui Yutan's figure, all they saw was the man lying on the ground, about to be beaten to death, suddenly fly up and land on the nearby roof ridge. For a few seconds, everyone stared at Pei Zhi dumbfounded, and then someone shouted, there's a ghost. Like startled birds, the others scattered and fled. Shui Yutan paid no attention to those people. He placed Pei Zhi on the roof ridge and used his own spiritual energy to soothe Pei Zhi's most severe wounds before preparing to leave. However, just as he stood up, his peripheral vision caught a black-red banner stuck on the roof ridge. The flag was red overall, its edges encircled by black and gold patterns, and right at its center was drawn a tall, narrow talisman. Isn't this exactly the summoning banner that he saw at Yuan Changcheng's residence earlier? No wonder Pei Zhi had shown unusual interest in that flag at the time. It turns out that this object actually relates to the epidemic in the desolate village. Shui Yutan felt that he had seized the crux of the main quest. As long as he followed this banner and investigated, how could he fail to find the mastermind? With that, Shui Yutan pulled out the banner, made a hand seal on it, and then closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. At the same moment the white night-blooming jasmine flower appeared on his forehead, every location within 10 miles where there was a summoning banner lit up with golden light in his consciousness. Countless banners were scattered across the desolate village, forming an enormous summoning talisman when viewed from above. And at the center of this talisman. I found you. Shui Yutan abruptly opened his eyes, and instantly his sword, Li Guang, leapt out, carrying him as he flew toward the center of the talisman. As he had imagined, the place where he landed had an altar set up. A man who looked honest and simple was squatting on the ground burning paper money, as if commemorating someone. Shui Yutan still held Li Guang, just turning it around, now vertically upright in his hand. He looked at the man and asked, old man, you are alone here commemorating, have you seen any abnormal places? The man didn't speak, so Shui Yutan stepped closer and continued asking. This time, the man raised his head, looking at him, pointing to his ears and mouth, indicating that he couldn't hear and was deaf. The moment his gesture ended, Shui Yutan flipped the sword over and with one slash, cut the man's throat. Pretending wasn't bad, you were quite like a deaf person. But, you forgot one thing. Shui Yutan created a beautiful flower-like pattern with the sword, then lightly tapped the sharp edge of the blade with his finger, and the blood on the sword fell off, leaving it pristine once more. Unfortunately, in the underground realm, except for the male lead, no ordinary people can see me. Your act as a deaf man was good, but you're nowhere near being a blind man. The man who had been slashed made 2 gurgling sounds, glaring before falling down dead. As he hit the ground, his body transformed into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing from the original spot. Black smoke again. Shui Yutan recalled the fog demon he dealt with earlier at Yuan's residence, identical flags, identical black smoke. He felt the two incidents were connected somehow or hiding something deeper. As the black smoke dispersed, the plague virus covering the desolate village also dissipated, restoring the entire village without the gloomy aura it had when he first arrived. Shui Yutan retractedly guang into his spiritual awareness, trying to find chapters or clues related to the black smoke from memories of previous lifetimes and books described plots. But there were none. He remembered clearly, whether it was the story of Emperor's business in the past life of Zhongma Peiji or the novel, My Senior Brother Suffers from Split Personality, none ever mentioned any b.oss turning into black smoke and drifting around. This stuff should be something unique to this lifetime. But he did not know who the manipulator behind it all was. Shui Yutan sensed something unusual. Furrowing his brows, he was about to ponder carefully when the system prompt popped up in his mind signaling a completed task. Chapter 62, Men Can Indeed Never Resist the White Flowers. Ding, congratulations, host completed the desolate village task and received 200 points and 1000 prestige. Current points, 530, prestige value, 3300, task progress, 11%. It was as he expected, completing the time-limited task would add 2% to the task progress. However, with so many points and prestige given for such a simple main storyline task. In this subterranean realm, there wasn't even a higher level b.ss winning seemed too easy, and Shui Yutan thought it was rather unbelievable. As the saying goes, if something is out of the ordinary, there must be a trick involved. Shui Yutan folded his hands together, lightly tapping the knuckles of the other hand with the fingertips of his right hand, just about to ask the system if there was some scheme waiting behind the scenes to trap him, when the scene of the desolate village changed, and in an instant he returned to the secret chamber of the 5 containment peak. This should be the spot where he had fallen earlier. In the pitch-black surroundings, sounds of fighting could be heard. Who's over there? Shui Yutan asked. Subsequently, several spirit butterflies flew out from between Shui Yutan's fingers, immediately illuminating the view within the secret chamber. Shui Yutan saw that Xiao Yiheng and Pei Ji were engaged in combat. To be precise, Xiao Yiheng was attacking Pei Ji. At this moment, Xiao Yiheng was like an enraged leopard, stepping on Pei Ji's arm with one foot, and with the other foot bent, pressing Pei Ji entirely down with his elbow. His eyes were bloodshot, the murderous intent obvious. When Shui Yutan looked at him, Xiao Yiheng was cutting Pei Ji's neck with his sword. And Pei Ji? Pei Ji's hands held no weapons, he lay on the ground like an injured little rabbit, his hands raised above his head, looking fearfully in their direction. His eyes reddened with distress, looking both pitiful and wronged. Damn! Someone was trying to kill the male protagonist while he was away. What difference was there between doing this secretly and sneaking behind him to cut his head off? Without any hesitation, Shui Yutan flicked his hand and sent Xiao Yiheng's sword flying away, then instantly transported himself in front of the two. Moss. Master. Only now did Xiao Yiheng regain some sanity and call out to Shui Yutan. Shui Yutan did not respond to his cry but instead pursed his lips. Yiheng, you should know well that what is most forbidden in Kanjia Mountain is the killing of fellow disciples. Xiao Yiheng paused, lowering his gaze towards Pei Ji, realizing that Shui Yutan was referring to him harming Pei Ji. He hurriedly got up from Pei Ji's body in confusion. Master, you've misunderstood. This guy, earlier, he provoked me first, he wanted to kill me. Is that so? Shui Yutan gazed at Pei Ji. Pei Ji didn't refute the accusation, instead, he lightly flitted his lashes and covered the flesh wound on his neck caused by the sword with his hand. It's not related to senior brother, it was because I accidentally ran into his sword. This statement sounded slightly questionable, but at this moment, Shui Yutan had lost all sense of rationality. Following Pei Ji's movements, the 2 bite marks previously hidden by bandages on his neck became exposed. The slender neck, the red scars, the frail figure that seemed like it would break with the slightest touch, all made Shui Yutan feel as though he'd been poisoned. Even though he hadn't witnessed anything directly, he could vividly imagine how Pei Ji had suffered silently without complaint. Damn it, men truly couldn't resist the charm of a white flower. Seeing Pei Ji's pitiful expression, Xiao Yiheng gritted his teeth in hatred. Just moments ago, before Shui Yutan arrived, it was Xiao Yiheng who was being beaten to the ground. If his cultivation techniques weren't roughly on par with Pei Ji's and Pei Ji hadn't had enough time to summon his Dark Night Fangs to assist, Xiao Yiheng would have already been killed and discarded. Clearly, the one who struck first was Pei Ji, yet this bastard, upon hearing Shui Yutan's voice, immediately put on an act of someone wronged, leaving Xiao Yiheng unable to defend himself. Master, Xiao Yiheng was practically grinding his back molars to dust as he pointed toward Pei Ji lying on the ground and said, Master, don't believe his side of the story, it's all lies. Look at my wounds, look. I was hit hard just now. That brat even said he'd kill me and take my position as the Master's foremost disciple. Master, trust me, I'm telling the truth. Shui Yutan followed Xiao Yiheng's indication and glanced at his body, but apart from his clothing, he saw no visible wounds. As for underneath his clothes, it wasn't convenient for him to inspect further. Thus, it appeared that Xiao Yiheng was deliberately stirring up trouble, so Shui Yutan glared at Xiao Yiheng. Once we return to the sect gate, report yourself for punishment. Master, Xiao Yiheng tried to say more, but Shui Yutan raised his hand to cut him off, as he heard the sound of the originally sealed boundary being opened from above. Sure enough, the next second, Wu Hiyu's wild and unrestrained figure appeared overhead, accompanied by Li Wei, who was there to warn them of intruders. Tisk, Wu Hiyu crossed his arms, looking at Shui Yutan with a mix of roguishness and helplessness in his eyes. Shui Tuanju, there's so much space in my 5 containment peak courtyard for you not to explore, but why did you have to come to the forbidden area? Could it be that Shui Tuanju is naturally inclined towards seeking thrills? Shui Yutan didn't bother exchanging pleasantries with him. As soon as he opened the barrier, he leapt up along with Pei Ji and Xiao Yiheng. The moment Xiao Yiheng arrived, he saw Li Luoshu trailing behind Li Wei. The swelling on Li Luoshu's face had subsided, indicating the poison was gone. Xiao Yiheng slightly sighed in relief, but then immediately grew anxious again as they'd been caught red-handed by the head of 5 containment peak for trespassing into the forbidden zone. He glanced sideways at Shui Yutan. But Shui Yutan calmly strode 2 steps toward Wu Hiyu and clicked his tongue. I thought any place where you need to hide while handing out pills would surely have some great treasures. Who knew, it only has a pile of junk. Stop talking already, I regret being tricked in here by you. With just one sentence, Shui Yutan shifted all the responsibility for their intrusion onto Wu Hiyu, taking the opportunity to belittle his forbidden area's collection. How could Li Wei tolerate this insult? Seeing Wu Hiyu remain silent, Li Wei quickly said, according to the rules of 5 containment peak, intruders into the forbidden area are to undergo the fire punishment. Master, you can't let outsiders ruin our rules. Fire punishment? Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even settled accounts with Li Wei for poisoning him earlier, and now Li Wei wanted him punished. All of them were antagonists, but why must this antagonist be so exceptional? What kind of broken place is this? We entered to treat Brother Luoshu's face because Wei said the medicine to cure the face was inside the secret chamber. Xiao Yiheng told half-truths, spilling out everything about Li Wei having poisoned them before. My master is still the 3rd chief of Kanjia Mountain. Your sect promised the Heaven Mountain lotus seeds but instead laced them with facial-ruining poison. Luckily, my master was clever enough. He didn't harm the master, but unfortunately, he hurt my junior brother. Upon hearing this, Wu Hiyu narrowed his eyes and cast a glance toward Li Wei. It's not like that, master, I. Slap. Before Li Wei could finish explaining himself, Wu Hiyu slapped him across the face again. Now both sides of his face matched perfectly. Shui Yutan finally realized that when Wu Hiyu was in a good mood, he doted on Li Wei, but when in a bad mood, he could give Li Wei a slap without hesitation, paying no attention to the occasion or to Li Wei's dignity. This wasn't treating Li Wei as a disciple, it was treating him as a slave. Although Li Wei seemed decent in appearance, how could he enjoy being subjected to such abuse? How could he still fall in love despite all this? Shui Yutan found it incomprehensible but was deeply shocked. Chapter 63, After such a long detour, all you want is to grope men. Master, Li Wei covered his face, and his eyes immediately turned red. The tearful look made him even more enchanting. As someone who came from the Red Building, he cried at the slightest touch, just like Li Luoshu, as if they were cut from the same mold. At this thought, Shui Yutan couldn't help but glance over at Li Luoshu, only to find Li Luoshu tightly twisting his sleeves in anxiety, with a gaze full of worry and admiration for Li Wei. He could understand the worry, but what was Li Wei being admired for after getting beaten? Could it be that when they first fell into the secret room, Li Wei had said something inspirational to Luoshu? The last time you spoke rudely to the leader of the Snow Sect, I already warned you. I thought you would have learned your lesson, but instead, you've become even worse. Before Shui Yutan could figure out the meaning behind Li Luoshu's eyes, Wu Hiyu spoke up. Wu Hiyu's voice was deep, carrying an authoritative hoarseness. He grabbed Li Wei's chin forcefully. Apologized to the leader of the Snow Sect. Calling her the leader of the Snow Sect repeatedly, was it not to ensure that Li Wei hated him even more? Li Wei didn't expect that not only did accusing others fail to punish Shui Yutan and company, but it also involved himself. Wu Hiyu's grip on his chin was so forceful that Li Wei felt his jaw might be dislocated. Only when the pain slightly subsided after Wu Hiyu let go did Li Wei murmur weakly, I'm sorry. Without a subject, it was Li Wei's last act of defiance. Shui Yutan didn't care about these things anyway, since that poison certainly wasn't administered to him. Since everyone is at fault, then let's call it even. If there's nothing else, I will take my few disciples and bid farewell. Yutanju is still waiting for me to return for dinner. Having said that, Shui Yutan intended to leave, pulling his disciples along. However, his steps had barely reached the entrance of the secret chamber when Wu Hiyu's dark shadow appeared ghost-like, blocking their way. What a fast speed. Just by showing off this bit, Shui Yutan had already realized that this person's cultivation surpassed his own. The mistakes Li Wei committed, he will naturally bear responsibility for them. But apples are apples, oranges are oranges. Since all of you intruded into the forbidden area of my 5 contemplations peak without permission, you must follow our rules. Otherwise, this matter may not end well. Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow. Is Master Wu planning to fight with me? Although Wu Hiyu's cultivation was slightly higher than his, with his 3 disciples around and Pei Ji as backup, a group battle wouldn't necessarily end badly for him. Despite saying so, Shui Yutan stealthily took away a black porcelain bottle beside him when Wu Hiyu wasn't paying attention. The bottle had no writing on it, but it bore a skull symbol. Based on his years of common sense, it contained highly toxic substances. If a fight erupted and he was losing, he would scatter its contents onto Wu Hiyu, aiming to poison one as many as possible. Hey, why would Leader Xue think of me this way? Am I the kind of person who likes violence and bloodshed? Huh, how elegant you looked while slapping Li Wei's face. Regardless of actions, judging by his appearance alone, this man looked like someone capable of knocking down an ox with a single punch, a brutal fighter. Standing firmly ahead of him now, he resembled a mountain, embodying anything but elegance. Indeed, the image suited a rugged countryman more than anything. However, before Xue Yutan could respond, Wu Hiyu continued unperturbed. The reason I set this place as forbidden is mainly because it holds rare precious poisons and herbs hard to find throughout the 9 continents. Should any be stolen, the loss would be great. Therefore, if Leader Xue wants to leave unscathed, you need to prove that you haven't taken anything. How do we prove that? Xue Yutan got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Of course, by patting you down. Wow, after such a long detour, all you want is to grope men. Indeed, the hobbies of dead gays are so predictable. Xue Yutan twitched the corner of his mouth, intending to refuse, but saw Wu Hiyu clap his hands, and several beautiful maidservants came forward. Go, thoroughly search Leader Xue. The lead maidservant had a delicate oval face, and a red mole resembling a teardrop at the tail of her eye. When she raised her gaze, the charm at the corners of her eyes revealed her striking beauty. If only this had been mentioned earlier, an interaction with beautiful women would not have met resistance from him. Following a quiet path of asceticism on Mount Kanjia, the ones he usually saw were all inexperienced young disciples. Opportunities for close contact with beautiful women were indeed rare. Xue Yutan cooperated unusually, allowing the maidservants to search him. As they searched on, however, he began to feel something was amiss. No, a body search is fine, but why did this woman's hand slide inside his robe along the collar? What's more, the maid knelt down so her head was right below his groin, and she started to breathe warm air while humming softly. It sounded highly inappropriate. Xue Yutan's face immediately darkened. He quickly pulled together his partially unbuttoned robes, intending to shove the woman away. However, Pei Ji had acted first, pulling the woman aside and stepping in front of him protectively. Are you done searching? Pei Ji's tone was clearly irritated as his gaze shifted from the woman on the ground to Wu Hiyu. His black eyes narrowed repeatedly. Wu Hiyu looked at the servant girl who immediately bowed her head and said, I have already searched thoroughly, nothing was found on Leader Xue. The other maids who were tasked with searching Xiao Yiheng and Pei Ji also reported the same results. Only then did Wu Hiyu let them go. After leaving the boundary of the 5 contemplations peak, Xue Yutan took out the vial of poison he had secretly taken. Such an obvious thing went undetected, which clearly showed that Wu Hiyu's previous action wasn't genuinely about a body search. Then what was it for? Out of caution, Xue Yutan returned to Mount Kanjia and immediately bathed and changed his clothes. This way, even if Wu Hiyu had made the maid apply something on him, it should have been washed off by now. While Xue Yutan was soaking in the bath, a familiar Guqin melody started playing outside the window. The reason this melody was familiar wasn't because it was particularly pleasant, but because it kept repeating do re mi fa sol la ti without forming a coherent tune for half a day. When the player hit ti for the 16th time, Xue Yutan, furious, rushed out in his towel. I thought you knew how to play. How can such a fine Guqin end up sounding like this under your hands? Xue Yutan stared at Yuli, clearly speechless. Upon hearing this, Yuli placed his palm on the strings, stopping the cacophony. There's a saying, when the tune has errors, Lord Zhou turns. Even if I played something sophisticated, I doubt you'd notice the mistakes anyway. What did he mean by calling him tone deaf? Just as Xue Yutan wanted to retort, Yuli flicked his wrist gracefully. His prominent knuckles lightly brushed against the strings of the Guqin, transforming the previously disjointed notes into a smooth and melodious ancient tune. A jumble of sounds, large pearls and small pearls falling onto a jade plate. This phrase immediately came to Xue Yutan's mind. Of course, this was all he could think of, it would seem too cultured if he could recall more. So, was this person deliberately playing wrong to lure him over, then showing off in front of him just so Xue Yutan would feel inadequate, ashamed, worthless, and give up? TSK, Yuli, your schemes are truly vicious. Fortunately, he realized the trick in time, otherwise, he might have fallen completely for Yuli's act. Chapter 64, You're overstepping your bounds. However, to be honest, as soon as the melody started, Xue Yutan felt her whole mind and body relax, and her sense of fatigue diminished slightly. Could Yuli have added some kind of calming and sleep-inducing technique into it? But upon further reflection, Xue Yutan thought it was impossible. When the piece ended, Yuli raised his eyes, how about it? Nice. Although she knew Yuli was being showy, when it came to beautiful things, Xue Yutan would never hesitate to give praise. But, I'm asking, did you hear any mistakes in the tune I just played? Xue Yutan, This conversation wasn't going anywhere. Xue Yutan touched the tip of her nose. Before she could say anything, a voice from not far away responded, the overtone is as light as the heavens, like ringing jade. Master Yu's performance had no errors. Indeed, when describing music, there's a noticeable difference in phrasing between people. Let him take a look, who's this cultured person coming over? Following the sound, Shui Yutan saw Peiji walking over from the shadows. Although he was clearly speaking to Yuli, his gaze had initially fallen on Shui Yutan. Only after getting closer did he shift his eyes toward Yuli and his qin. It was the Tian-Yin qin. Upon recognizing the qin, Peiji's eyes flickered briefly, then immediately turned back to Shui Yutan's face. Even though Peiji merely stared at her without saying anything, Shui Yutan could still detect an awkward atmosphere. I remember that this Tian-Yin qin was given by me to the master. Did master you borrow it? Peiji emphasized the word borrow, and naturally, Yuli understood the meaning. He hooked a smile, playing a few casual notes with his fingers, not borrowed. The night you returned from the snow domain, your master gave this qin to me. Tonight I was seized by a sudden urge to play, so I toyed with it a bit. Brother, do you really need to specify the timing so meticulously? Isn't this telling Peiji that something he gave him was turned around and given to someone else instantly? As expected, as soon as those words were spoken, Peiji's face darkened. Does the master dislike the Tian-Yin qin? Actually, he likes it. But I can't use it. If left with him, it'd only serve as decoration. If placed with Yuli, it'd at least get used. Besides, this qin originally belonged to Yuli in past lives. Shui Yutan pondered how to respond in a way that wouldn't leave another mark against her in Peiji's little book. After thinking for a few seconds, she only came up with one thing, but I prefer listening to the qin. After uttering those words, before Peiji could respond, Shui Yutan quickly shifted the topic. It's so late. If you're not in your room, why are you here? Peiji tightened his lips and didn't answer. Since returning to Kanjia Mountain, the more he thought about Wu Huiyu's frisking maneuver, the more he suspected there was an ulterior motive, so he came to check on Shui Yutan's condition. However, even before entering the yard, he heard the sound of the qin. He assumed it was Shui Yutan playing, but instead, it was Yuli. From hiding in the shadows, he saw Yuli sitting on a stone bench playing the qin while Shui Yutan stood quietly in front of him, watching him with loose hair. Both their figures exuded elegance, like a painting, beautiful enough to irritate him. And thus, he came forward to interrupt. Well, since the tune has been played, I should be off. Yuli picked up the qin and stood up from the stone bench. As he passed Peiji, he paused and asked, aren't you leaving? Peiji gazed at Yuli, showing no intention of departing. But since Peiji refused to move, Yuli stayed standing beside him, unmoving. After a moment of stalemate, Peiji could only bow slightly toward Shui Yutan and left together with Yuli. After exiting the warm pavilion, as Peiji walked along, Yuli suddenly stopped in front of him and turned to look at him. You're overstepping your bounds. Yuli's voice matched his personality, refined and ethereal, yet his tone was cool, unlike his demeanor earlier in front of Shui Yutan. Peiji furrowed his brow and realized that when he left earlier, he had hurried too fast, almost walking ahead of Yuli. According to the rules of Kanjia Mountain, unless permitted by the sect master or the grand master, one must always walk behind the sect master during joint travel. Peiji retracted his step, but deep down, he felt Yuli's words might also carry a double meaning. Walking a section behind Yuli, they parted ways once their paths diverged. Peiji's disciples' quarters were located at the northernmost point of the northern garden, and he would pass through a stand of birch trees on the way. As soon as he entered, he sensed someone nearby. That person had cast a spell to remain hidden in the darkness. Peiji stopped advancing. A few seconds later, he locked onto the target. Looking upward, he fixed his eyes on Lingyu perched in a tree branch, invisible through a cloaking spell. When does Senior intend to come down? Lingyu was somewhat irritated when she realized her spell had been immediately uncovered, so she jumped down from the tree and stomped her foot. It's not fair. I entered the sect before you, yet now my skills are not even as good as yours. Peiji politely replied, Sister Ling is already very powerful. Is that true? Lingyu moved closer to Peiji, leaning back with her hands behind her, blinking her big eyes, and assuming a posture of intimacy and coquettishness. Then tell me, Brother Pei, am I more powerful, or is that seductress you brought into the sect on that day? Mentioning Wu Qingqing without cause left Peiji rather unsure about Lingyu's line of thought. So he counter-asked, what is Sister Ling talking about? It's the woman in the veil who wore red clothing on that day. At the thought of that seductress's revealing figure, Lingyu's voice rose. She extended her hand, and there appeared in her palm the medicinal ointment Wu Qingqing had given Peiji for treating his whip wounds that day. I found this thing in your cabinet while tidying up your room just now. Just one sniff at it and you can tell it's from a demoness. Brother Pei, could it be that you're still secretly in contact with this seductress? This thing. Peiji looked at the medicine bottle with some unfamiliarity, recalling after a while that it was what Wu Qingqing had given him after he was punished with 15 lashes by Shui Yutan. He had tossed it into the cabinet and never used it. It was an inconsequential matter, and since so much time had passed, he naturally forgot about it. But in that cabinet, there were other things too. You've been tidying up my room? Peiji didn't even want to maintain polite expressions on his face. Who gave you permission to enter my room without asking? I did it out of kindness, worried that you might feel lonely on Kanjia Mountain, with no one to take care of you or clean your house, so I came over. Thank you for your concern, Sister Ling, but I'm used to doing rough work. I can clean my own room. Therefore, please don't do such things in the future. You won't appreciate my kindness. Ling Yu appeared to have suffered an enormous grievance, her autumn water-like eyes brimming with moisture, glaring at Pei Ji with both embarrassment and anger, and directly lunging toward him, hooking her arms around his neck. You really intend to drive me crazy. The whole of Kanjia Mountain, only I am kind to you. Yet you try so hard to distance yourself from me. Could it be, because you like someone else? Could it be that seductress? Pei Ji didn't expect Ling Yu to suddenly jump on him, and his body wobbled for a moment, staggering half a step backward before barely regaining his balance. Once steady, he immediately reached out to try to pry Ling Yu's hands off. But Ling Yu was determined to stay close, gripping tightly so that he couldn't shake her off right away. When Shui Yutan appeared in the grove, she just happened to see exactly this scene. Chapter 65, Does What the Master Said Underwater Still Count? It's not that he has a voyeuristic habit and wants to spy on young couples in the woods, it's just that there is a natural lake beside this grove in the northern courtyard, perfect for soaking in cool water. The other small puddles are full of algae and parasites, too dirty for him. Don't ask why he felt the need to take a cold bath after having just finished a hot one. He simply felt something was wrong with his body. At first, while listening to Yuli's Guqin in the yard, his body had been perfectly normal. Her music even had a calming effect, making him sleepy. But despite climbing into bed, sleep eluded him. His body was then suddenly overcome by a rising heat, forcing him to get up again. How to describe this heat? It wasn't the bloodthirsty sensation caused by the Yuminggu charm but rather pure agitation. Not only was he agitated, Shui Yuten also felt as though his entire body was floating, like walking on clouds. His vision was hazy, and people appeared doubled. And worse yet, his, cough. Just inexplicably rose. He swore that ever since becoming a master after crossing over, he had maintained complete abstinence and never experienced such a situation. After much contemplation, Shui Yutan could only come up with one solution, physical cooling. However, when he eagerly arrived at the lakeside, he saw Ling Yu and Pei Ji entangled before he could enter the water. From Shui Yutan's angle, he couldn't see their faces, but this didn't stop him from imagining an elaborate scene in his mind. TSK, according to the timeline in the book, isn't Pei Ji 18 this year? Although he hasn't reached the age of majority, he is already considered an adult. Young men often exhibit some vigorous tendencies, which Shui Yutan could understand. Yet, even understanding, he couldn't help but marvel at the rapid development of these two, from winking covertly to meeting secretly at night. Boy, you're just as effective at attracting women now as you were when you were a stud horse. Shui Yutan looked away after glancing twice, then stepped into the water fully clothed. Not being very adept at swimming, he stood in the shallow part, submerging only the lower half of his body. April's weather was warming but still chilly. This natural lake was much colder than the pool he'd fallen into at the Wuyan Peak. Thinking about it, Shui Yutan figured that he might have some sort of animosity toward water. How many times had he submerged himself within such a short period? When he retired later, he must ensure not to build a house near any water bodies. Closing his eyes, Shui Yutan waited patiently for the cold water to alleviate the agitation in his body. But this artificial lake was too close to the small forest. Though unable to hear every word clearly due to his advanced martial arts techniques, Shui Yutan could still catch phrases like, I hate you, or, like who? What? Could it be that Pei Ji doesn't like Ling Yu anymore and likes someone else? Shui Yutan opened his eyes. He wasn't interested in anything else but wanted to know if the person Pei Ji liked bore the surname Xiao and the name Yiheng. In BL stories, it's mentioned that Pei Ji started to reciprocate after the protagonist took possession of Xiao Yiheng's soul. But now, without any signs of soul possession, Pei Ji seemed to have succumbed already. This didn't make sense, it wasn't reasonable. Though doubting that the person Pei Ji liked wouldn't actually be the non-soul-crossed Xiao Yiheng, Shui Yutan's curiosity was ablaze with gossiping fire. Rising out of the water, he sneaked closer to eavesdrop on Pei Ji's answer. Shui Yutan quietly moved behind a tree nearer to them, forgetting about the water dripping from his body, when he heard Ling Yu's voice trembling with tears saying, all right, I'll follow your wishes. I won't look through your things anymore. However, I came today because there is something I want to tell you. A confession. This opening line must definitely be leading to a declaration. Shui Yutan's heart beat with excitement, and his hands trembled in anticipation for Ling Yu's next words, completely forgetting his original reason for coming here. But, Master? Suddenly, a deep voice rang in his ear. Why is the master here? It was Pei Ji's voice. Looking up, Shui Yutan noticed Pei Ji had teleported beside him some time ago. His slim frame draped in light blue swayed slightly, his high ponytail flickering gently in the breeze. Young, elegant, but devoid of vitality. It seemed that from the day he met Pei Ji in this life, he showed little resemblance to a youth, cold and grim with a clear, stay-away aura radiating even from 3 zhang's distance. As if his presence at the Kanjia mountain wasn't to learn skills but solely to release anger through killing. Even during someone's confession, Pei Ji exhibited no emotion, echoing a friend's words, who dares to be friends with such an unpleasant individual. Shui Yutan gave an awkward smile, if I say I was just passing by, would you believe me? Pei Ji slightly raised his eyebrows, neither confirming nor denying, but instead asked, how much did the master hear? Not much, just a basketful. But what came out of Shui Yutan's mouth was, nothing at all. As long as I keep denying, there's nothing the protagonist can do to me. Sure enough, Pei Zhi didn't ask further and instead Ling Yu, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, found her confession thwarted by Shui Yutan. Her little face turned red with embarrassment. She stomped her foot coquettishly shouting, "Master, you're so mean. Ling Yu won't talk to the master anymore." And then she ran away, far, far away. Hold on, big sister, if you're running from this embarrassing scene, why drag me into it too? As Shui Yutan watched Ling Yu disappear into the distance and retracted his gaze, he felt Pei Zhi crouching down beside him. In the next moment, one warm hand grasped his foot. He was startled and instinctively tried to pull back, but before he could move much, Pei Zhi's other hand also reached out, holding his ankle firmly. What is going on? Looking down, Shui Yutan saw Pei Zhi crouched beside his feet, one hand holding his ankle, the other lifting his shoe that had fallen off earlier and trying to put it back on. Though it was night, the moon was still full after its phase, casting cold white light through the water. From up close, Shui Yutan could clearly see Pei Zhi's fluttering eyelashes under his bowed brows and the protruding veins in the hand gripping his ankle. It was such an ordinary act, yet Pei Zhi took at least 20 seconds to finally slip the shoe on properly. Cough. After Pei Zhi finished putting on the shoe and straightened up, Shui Yutan lightly coughed, nodding his chin toward the direction where Ling Yu had disappeared. She's run far already. Aren't you going after her? Go after what? She's having her own little tantrum. Pei Zhi's focus wasn't on Ling Yu. He stared at Shui Yutan's wet lower half and asked, did the master fall into the water again? Again. That word was quite remarkable. It was only then that Shui Yutan realized that every time he got into trouble with water, Pei Zhi seemed to be around as a witness. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to play a bit in the water. It sounded better to say play with water rather than admitting he was here to douse the heat. His clothes were damp, and under Pei Zhi's gaze, Shui Yutan felt the part he'd just suppressed starting to stir uncomfortably again. Hurriedly, he conjured a spell to dry his garments. Despite this, the lump beneath his robe was still quite visible. To avoid exposure, he shifted his body slightly, facing his back toward Pei Zhi. It's late now. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to rest. This was just a casual evasive remark. After saying it, Shui Yutan prepared to leave, but Pei Zhi immediately responded, there's something. So, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. Shui Yutan glanced sideways at Pei Zhi, only to find this person suddenly softening his expression, raising those eyes to stare at him. As their gazes locked, Pei Zhi's hand extended, brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair near his temple and softly, almost pitifully said, could the master stop giving away things I've given to you? Due to being thin, Pei Zhi's facial contours appeared sharp. When he narrowed his eyes, paired with his inherently somewhat effeminate features, he looked even more mischievous, but when his dark-like eyes looked up, presenting an aggrieved expression, his whole face seemed fragile and stubborn, like a truly adorable little white flower. Especially on this face, where villainy and innocence coexist, grew a pair of lips colored full and inviting. At this point, Shui Yutan was already feeling dry and unbearably hot. When Pei Zhi's fingertips brushed his face while fixing his hair, he could feel how warm they were. The warmth penetrated his skin, traveling through the capillaries, reigniting the irritation he had barely suppressed moments ago in the water. Clear mind mantra wouldn't help. Damn. Shui Yutan quickly moved away from Pei Zhi's touch. Since clear mind mantra didn't work, he started quietly chanting Marxist philosophy, which also proved ineffective. Just as Pei Zhi's lips moved again. Master, Pei Zhi called his title with a drawn-out tone. A simple sentence divided into two parts. Do the words you said underwater still count? Perhaps due to reciting the clear mind mantra too many times, Shui Yutan now felt his consciousness completely dominated by the physical heat. He tilted his head slightly, unable to recall exactly what he'd said underwater, instead fixating on Pei Zhi's moving lips. If the master doesn't speak, then the disciple will take it as your tacit consent. It seemed that Pei Zhi had said something more, but Shui Yutan could no longer hear it. He didn't even know what he had agreed to. The physical heat was provoked by the sight of Pei Zhi's moving lips, spreading throughout his body. In Shui Yutan's blurred vision now filled with Pei Zhi's features, his legs were growing weak. This wasn't the most frightening part, the worst was when Shui Yutan stared at Pei Zhi's lips and actually started pondering how it would feel to kiss them. Shit. What in heaven's name was wrong with him? Could it be Wu Hai that wench secretly slipped some sort of aphrodisiac down his throat during the servant search? What kind of drug was so potent that even after taking a bath and soaking in cold water, all he needed was to look at another man's lips to start getting aroused? He swore, he was definitely straight as an arrow. Master. Pei Zhi noticed something unusual about the person in front of him, so he paused mid-sentence, inching his face closer toward Shui Yutan's flushed cheeks. With their proximity increasing, Pei Zhi could clearly see the flush on Shui Yutan's face. Moreover, due to the angle of their positioning, as soon as Pei Zhi leaned in, Shui Yutan seemingly lost his balance, half of his body leaning onto Pei Zhi's arm. Recalling the earlier demonification incident involving Shui Yutan, Pei Zhi thought that his body was once again undergoing changes. Thus, he quickly grasped Shui Yutan's wrist and pulled him closer. Is your blood-sucking problem flaring up again, master? Is there any way I can assist you? Your assistance isn't necessary, you're just making it worse. Shui Yutan shook his head, attempting to push Pei Ji away. Back off a bit. But this time, with his whole body feeling limp, not only did he fail to push Pei Ji away, he accidentally touched the firmness of Pei Ji's chest. In his mind, fragments of seed videos he watched back in the 21st century flooded uncontrollably into his thoughts. The uncomfortable, burning sensation in his body grew stronger, and the trend below became increasingly evident. Shui Yutan inwardly cursed, realizing while he still had some semblance of reason left, and he spoke firmly again, "Let go of me." Only then did Pei Ji release Shui Yutan's wrist, stepping aside. "Moss. Shut up." At this point, regardless if it was hearing someone or merely perceiving their presence, he found himself almost unable to maintain self-control. Shui Yutan leaned on the tree trunk for quite a while before finally managing to suppress the sensation welling up within him using his inner force. Then, he walked toward the natural lake, intending to sit quietly there. When Pei Ji noticed this, he also wanted to follow along, but he had barely taken 2 steps before Shui Yutan said without looking back, "If you wish to be expelled from my school, then by all means follow me." Pei Ji halted his footsteps, no longer stepping forward. He remained where he stood, watching Shui Yutan slowly descend into the water and calmly sit cross-legged in it. Time seemed to have stopped until the moment Shui Yutan rose again and disappeared on the spot, yet Pei Ji still maintained his gaze on the water surface without shifting his eyes. Just now, when Shui Yutan pushed against him while in his arms, the force was soft and boneless, his expression shy and blushing like a young woman. He felt that this side of Shui Yutan was far more interesting than the usual aloof version of him. If one day there's an opportunity to disable Shui Yutan's abilities, or slip some muscle relaxants to him, wouldn't it yield similar effects? How could Shui Yutan possibly imagine Pei Ji's current thoughts? Once he suppressed the inferno of desire in the lake, he immediately used his powers to teleport back to his room. However, no matter who disturbed him, Shui Yutan drank several pots of water and helplessly sought relief with his own hands before the fiery sensations finally subsided. The first thing Shui Yutan wanted to do upon waking the next day was to pick up his sword and kill Wu Hai at Mount Wuyan. Although he lacked evidence, he could still be 100% sure that he'd been drugged by that despicable wretch. No wonder after the body search, that dead man detained him for over half an hour with tea. Wu Hai's original intention was likely to make him publicly lose control due to raging desire, but unfortunately, her plan failed. Due to the influence of the U-Soul worm within him, the effects of Wu Hai's drug only manifested later at night. That drug was indeed powerful, it couldn't even be suppressed by Qingxin mantra. Even though he practiced elegant Taoist methods that emphasize no desires and no demands, it took multiple releases before the arousal calmed down. He couldn't bear to imagine what might have happened if he lost control in front of Pei Ji in the woods, whether or not the male protagonist could cry because of it. "You're overthinking this, I don't think our male lead looks like the bottom type," Uncle Tong eventually interrupted. "Shut up, are you implying I am instead?" "Wait a second." Shui Yutan suddenly realized, "Did you perchance spend the entire night lurking around?" Chapter 66, Wu Haiyu, you dog. Everything he did was seen. Although the system was just an AI without a physical form, Shui Yutan still felt very uncomfortable. No, scenes inappropriate for children will be automatically detected and censored by the AI. So after you went back to your room last night, I was forcibly logged off and restarted only when you woke up today. When it came to this, the system specifically added to the previous sentence, also, don't misunderstand. What I meant earlier by, the male protagonist doesn't seem like that kind of person, was that the two of you might fight. The system paused, you understand what fighting means, right? It's literal, fighting. Shui Yutan. Thank you. This explanation is unnecessary, it sounds worse than not explaining at all. During the morning meeting, the three discussed the details of the closed session of the Grand Disciple Assembly. However, Shui Yutan was lost in thought, only thinking about how to carry Li Guang and rush to the Five Peak with an air of power and dominance to vent his anger. Yutan. Feng Mingjue looked at the glass cup in Shui Yutan's hand that was about to explode, stroked his beard, is my pre-rain Longjing tea really that undrinkable? Shui Yutan realized and let go of the cup, sorry, where were we just now? Yueli answered, we talked about taking the Five Peak by wisdom and tearing Wu Haiyu apart with our hands. Oh, they have the same goal as him. Shui Yutan didn't think about the cause and effect and suddenly jumped up, what are we waiting for? Let's go up there and fight. Yueli slowly waved the fan, bent his long fingers, hooked the armrest, and had a face full of the expression of knowing his thoughts, so this is what you really want. Shui Yutan then realized that this person was teasing him. He sat back down after jumping up and growled at Feng Mingjue, look at him, sect leader. Alright, look at Yutan's face, it seems like he didn't sleep well. Yueli, stop teasing him, said Feng Mingjue, playing the peacemaker, then looking worriedly at Shui Yutan, but Yutan, your complexion looks so haggard. What did Wu Haiyu do to you yesterday, making you so angry that you couldn't even sleep and wanted to kill someone? He didn't sleep well not because of anger, but it was indeed caused by Wu Haiyu. He wanted to tell them about it, but how should he put it? TSK, let him think about the wording again. While Shui Yutan was thinking, a disciple guarding the front hall of Feng Mingjue suddenly walked in and reported, Sect leader, Director Wu has brought several boxes of stuff and is standing at the mountain gate, saying he wants to see the three leaders. Good, speaking of Chow Chow, Chow Chow comes. The suppressed anger of Shui Yutan flared up again. Did he say why he wants to see Yutan? Feng Mingjue glanced at Shui Yutan's almost furious face and asked the disciple. To make friends. To make friends. The beard under Feng Mingjue's chin trembled again and again, then turned to Shui Yutan. What do you say? What a load of nonsense. Shui Yutan narrowed his eyes coldly. Kick him out. How shameless, talking about making friends. This man drugged him with aphrodisiacs yesterday and today he's coming here to make friends. It must be because he wanted to find out if he succeeded in sleeping with anyone last night. This homosexual weirdo preference. Spit spit spit. Suddenly, Shui Yutan no longer wanted to pick up his sword and kill Wu Heyu. He felt uneasy. One reason was that he estimated he couldn't beat him, and he didn't want to drag the two from Kanjia Mountain into it. The second reason was that he realized his anger played right into Wu Heyu's hands. If something else happened, others would assume there was some connection between them beyond their fleeting encounter. As the saying goes, close to vermilion turns red, close to ink turns black. Others might mistakenly think he was also homosexual too. He didn't want to deviate from being a straight man who had nothing wrong. The disciple took Shui Yutan's words and went out, but returned after a while, and with a face wanting to say something but stopping. Director Wu refuses to leave, and says. What does he say? Feng Mingjue was curious. Director Wu said that since the third leader refuses to make friends, then the third leader should return the gift taken from the secret chamber. Shui Yutan frowned tightly. What he took from the Five-Peak secret chamber seemed to be only one bottle. Wasn't the gift mentioned by Wu Heyu referring to that poison bottle with a skull painted on it? It didn't seem worth much money, yet this person actually came specially to reclaim it. Before Shui Yutan could speak, the disciple hesitated for a few seconds, his expression becoming colorful. Director Wu also said, the bottle contained the bone marrow blood of his son who died prematurely before being born, which he could not give away. My goodness. Shui Yutan jumped up again from his seat, his mouth nearly unhinged with shock. What depraved taste this man has, actually placing an infant corpse together with various bottles and jars, and even drawing a skull on it. Shui Yutan had placed it by his bedside last night upon returning, planning to either kill Wu Heyu in the morning or poison him with this thing if he failed. So, he had spent the night in the same room as a malformed infant corpse. Shui Yutan gritted his teeth, his suppressed anger flaring up again. Don't get mad, Yuli naturally didn't believe that story. He was sitting quietly in his chair, fanning himself leisurely when, hearing the words, he stopped mid-fan and stood up, walking over to Shui Yutan and opening his palm toward him. Let me see it first. Huh? How did this person know he'd carried the poison with him? Did he have X-ray vision or something? The part of your waist is bulging, I've noticed it for a while. Yuli explained, seemingly having guessed Shui Yutan's thoughts. TSK, wasn't this person paying too much attention to him? Just waiting to catch him out on minor mistakes, huh? Shui Yutan pulled the medicine bottle from the pocket at his waist and handed it to Yuli. Yuli didn't open the cap but only brought the bottle close to his nose, sniffing through the lid, then immediately frowned. He's telling the truth, there's indeed the smell of decayed flesh inside. Shui Yutan. Speechless Mum must have opened the door for speechlessness, he was utterly speechless. Feng Mingjue's face darkened. Before Shui Yutan could react, Feng Mingjue already snatched the bottle and threw it at the disciple guarding the door. Give him the item, and shove him out. Then Feng Mingjue pulled out a small book from his sleeve and grabbed the pen from the desk mid-air as if preparing to draw something, but after flipping through several pages, he still couldn't find the right spot to start. Curious, Shui Yutan leaned closer and saw that the little book was densely filled with names. Some were circled in red ink, some marked with blue crosses, and others crossed out with black lines. Shui Yutan pointed to the red circle on the current page and asked, isn't this the name of the Qinfeng sect patriarch? Why did you circle it? Feng Mingjue continued flipping through the book without stopping. Red circles are my good friends I currently interact with closely, blue crosses are old friends who have passed away. And those struck through with black ink? They're people I've cut ties with. Feng Mingjue bumped into Shui Yutan's arm as he spoke. You've got good eyesight, Yutan. Help me find where that dog Wu Heyu is. Chapter 67, with Master Yu Wei here, they wouldn't dare to bully you. Interrupted by Wu Heyu's visit, when Shui Yutan finally finished discussing seclusion matters with them and was able to leave the main hall, it was already past noon. They had missed their mealtime. Yueli and Feng Mingjue had already practiced abstinence, so they didn't need food and naturally wouldn't remember to have a meal. Shui Yutan shouldn't have remembered this either. After all, although he loved eating, he was already someone who could practice. Missing a meal made no difference to him since he wouldn't really feel hunger anyway. But when he returned to his courtyard and saw the dishes laid out on the table, his stomach growled without fail. It wasn't because he was hungry, it was because he was tempted by the sight and smell of the food. The dishes on the table looked freshly cooked, steaming hot and fully flavored. There were meat dishes as well as vegetables, plus a soup, richer than what he used to secretly take from the kitchen at the back. Shui Yutan smelled the aroma and reluctantly moved his eyes away from the full table, looking at the person in front of him. Did you make all of these? Peiji nodded. Master didn't come to teach us new techniques today, so I felt bored and decided to try cooking. Just casually cook and end up with an entire feast. Seeing that Shui Yutan was just staring but not reaching for his chopsticks, Peiji hesitated and asked, does Master not like them? It wasn't about liking or disliking. He just felt astonished and a little alarmed. Though Pei Ji in this life did show a different personality from the previous one, based solely on their shallow master-disciple relationship, Shui Yuten didn't think Pei Ji would personally cook for him. Something unusual must have happened. Shui Yuten paused for a moment. Are you in trouble? Pei Ji's expression slightly changed, and he dryly replied, no. So are you asking me for something? Shui Yuten guessed again. Pei Ji didn't even want to make another expression, no. Then. Does master insist on finding a reason? Before Shui Yuten could express his third guess, Pei Ji interrupted him. Sitting while Pei Ji stood beside him, when Pei Ji glanced over, his eyes were lowered slightly with his double pupils slightly obscured, clearly somewhat irritated. However, this emotion only lasted 2 seconds before his eyelids lifted slightly, revealing an expression filled with 3 parts of, being wronged, and 4 parts tea ceremony charm. Isn't it fine if I simply want to do something for master without any reason? Fine, certainly fine. But he didn't want to eat it. Unconditional favoritism was dangerous. Besides, apart from the system tasks, he didn't want any other interaction with Pei Ji. Past experiences told him that Pei Ji couldn't gain favorability points, so staying further away was safer. Thus Shui Yuten stood up. I deeply appreciate your good intentions, but I've already been practicing abstinence. For me, food is optional. Time isn't early anymore, I still need to pack up for the seclusion preparation for my first disciple. Please remove the dishes. Is master starting seclusion today? Pei Ji dismissed the fabricated expression of grievance, sounding a bit surprised. Why did the chief elder and Uncle Yu let master start seclusion first? He had heard of the rules regarding the first disciple's seclusion of Kanjia Mountain. To prevent disruptions during seclusion, there must always be 2 of the 3 sect masters guarding the mountain. This meant that each month the first disciple's seclusion rotated among the 3 masters. Pei Ji assumed that they would select the order based on seniority and skills, yet unexpectedly, they decided to place Shui Yuten as the first. It's a long story, but anyway, it's happening today. Actually, explaining this wasn't a long story, but he didn't feel like telling Pei Ji. According to what Feng Mingjue and Yueli said, there were frequent sightings of demons around the vicinity of various sects recently, implying that things might not be peaceful. Added to this, there was the complication involving Wu Heyu, thus these 2 decided it would be better for him to temporarily leave Kanjia Mountain. After a month, once the demon issues were resolved and Wu Heyu's troubles calmed down, even if he was left alone to guard the mountain, he could relax and enjoy some leisure time. Since these 2 had already considered all aspects, all he needed to do was follow the arrangements. But master promised last night that he'd break precedent and teach me the exclusive techniques for the first disciple. If master enters seclusion now and won't return for a month, how can he teach me those techniques? Pei Ji's voice broke through Shui Yuten's thoughts. Shui Yuten snapped back into reality and took a moment to respond, raising an eyebrow. When exactly did I say last night? Before he could finish, he suddenly remembered. Last night, when he was dazed by that dog Wu Heyu's drugs, it seemed like he indeed heard Pei Ji ask if the words he spoke underwater still counted. And he seemed to have replied with a Now it was clear that what Pei Ji referred to was the matter of teaching him the exclusive techniques for the first disciple. But didn't Pei Ji reject that condition at the time and instead choose an eye for an eye, biting him back? Why was he bringing this up now? Shui Yuten wanted to use this to silence Pei Ji, but as soon as he glanced over, the youth turned his neck away, revealing 2 crusted blood holes on his neck for all to see. Fine, teaching a few moves was no big deal, he'd teach them then. After all, Xiao Yiheng's supposed advantage stemmed from his prior assistance in cheating. So, Shui Yuten cleared his throat with a dry cough. I'll teach you once I'm out of seclusion. By then, it might be too late. Pei Ji kept his hands in front of him, rubbing his fingertips together slightly before continuing. Big brother already surpasses me in everything, always bullying me. If I can't quickly enhance my skills within a short period of time, when big brother emerges from seclusion, who knows how much more he will torment me. He did say, when beating me in the secret chamber, that he would kill me when he returns from seclusion. This was the first time Pei Ji mentioned to him about being bullied by Xiao Yiheng. Even so, Pei Ji's tone remained calm, as though enduring bullying had become a habit, and he was simply stating facts, not trying to evoke sympathy. Shui Yuten remembered seeing Pei Ji's childhood and later experiences in the remote village through the underground realm, endless insults and beatings day after day, year after year. The male protagonist, following a reverse flow script, seemed to have been constantly bullied according to the plot setting. Because following the trope of a reverse narrative, the worse the initial suffering, the more satisfying the payback when becoming powerful. What kind of growth path had Pei Ji undergone? No one cared about his feelings or pitied his plight. Even he, knowing the predestined fate of the protagonist, despite clearly understanding Xiao Yiheng's targeting of him, chose to ignore it, only minding his own business and keeping away from disturbances. An indescribable emotion spread in his chest, prompting Shui Yuten to blurt out involuntarily, with master here, they wouldn't dare to bully you. Pei Ji clearly just talked about Xiao Yiheng, yet when Shui Yuten responded, he said, they. Them. Did this mean that Shui Yuten meant no one was allowed to bully him? The youth's eyes suddenly lit up, a hint of colorful light flickering deep within them. Chapter 68, The Desire to Nurture Shui Yutan. Pei Ji took a few steps toward Shui Yutan. So, master has agreed to teach me the technique now. How did he come to that conclusion from what he said? Are these two things even related? Shui Yutan shook his head and refused again. I cannot delay entering seclusion. Everything else will have to wait until I emerge from my seclusion. Ding. Before Shui Yutan could finish her last two words, the sudden sound of a system notification interrupted her. In the next second, the dedicated task message panel appeared. Congratulations host for triggering the main storyline mission, Deep Brotherly Affection. Please promote the relationship between the protagonist Xiao Yiheng and complete the hairbinding task. Reward for this mission is 100 points and 500 prestige. What? Brotherly affection? And deep at that? Was it necessary to hint at gay relationships so subtly now? But something wasn't right. Wasn't Xiao Yiheng yet to be possessed by the protagonist's soul? Why was the system already pushing him to set up a romance between them? 2484, are you alright? Is your brain still intact or not? You don't need to repeat that 3 times with an echo effect, I can hear you. The voice of Tong Gu cut in. Although this book is about a character-switching plot, due to the change in the cold pool incident storyline, there's a glitch in when the protagonist appears. Their system seems outdated and hasn't been able to successfully bring their soul over. But the story cannot collapse, so we just have to make do. Is this something we can simply make do with? Open your dog eyes and see, does Xiao Yiheng and Peiji currently look like they'll have any kind of chemistry? Shui Yutan gritted his teeth, thousands of grass mud horses stampeding through his mind. I think it'd be more practical if I just beat you up. Tong Gu didn't say anything more. What responded to Shui Yutan was once again the professional female voice announcing missions. Attention, this is a time-limited mission. Please complete it within the stipulated time. Failure to complete the mission within the time limit will result in double point deductions. Players, please take note of your time allocation. Current countdown for the task, 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. A half-month limited time mission. Even though he knew today he would go into seclusion for a month, they still issued him a time-limited mission valid only for 15 days. This mission might as well have written on its forehead, take Peiji along. Damn it. Curse. Damn. Supporting actor, the male protagonist supporting actor, fate couldn't let him avoid being overshadowed by the main lead. Shui Yutan closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, barely calming down from his explosive rage. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had already turned icy and calm once more. The place for our seclusion is in the northern hinterlands beyond the dry wood forest. If you want to come, then come. After finishing, Shui Yutan extended his hand, and a light yellow amber floated up in his palm. This is the key to break through the barrier surrounding the northern mountain range. Remember, if you want to learn the technique, you must wait until the sun sets before coming. If the people of Kanjia Mountain discover your absence, it would be very troublesome for me. Peiji accepted the amber. Understood, I will remember, disciple respectfully acknowledges. With his goal achieved, Peiji's mood greatly improved, and his expression softened. He looked at the dishes on the table. If Master has agreed to teach me the technique, may I offer this meal as repayment, hoping Master would honor us with his presence so that I won't feel uneasy inside. Uneasy my ass. Shui Yutan glanced at the dish. It's all cold. As soon as the refusal was about to slip out, Shui Yutan noticed Peiji step forward. Using his fingertips, Peiji pinched the edge of the dish, and in no time, the food began to steam hot once again. Holy crap, was this the normal strength one should have just after breaking through the foundation stage? Such a technique probably not even Xiao Yiheng could accomplish. Yet somehow Xiao Yiheng managed to utterly dominate others in combat without any resistance. Am I crazy or is Peiji? When someone went this far repeatedly refusing, it started to become impolite. Shui Yutan reached out, picked up the chopsticks, and casually selected a morsel to put in his mouth. You know what? It really is good. Kid, you've got talent. It's such a waste you're the main character. If you were a chef instead, how many picky eaters like him could you have delighted? Peiji stood quietly beside, watching as Shui Yutan cautiously tried a small bite, which soon turned into a full mouthful experience. Peiji suddenly recalled a white field mouse he caught when he was little. At first, he had caught it just for nourishment. However, upon holding it, seeing its soft white fur, its tiny red eyes, he found it too adorable to kill. Instead, he played with it for some time, keeping it locked away and nurturing it for quite a few days. It wasn't until later when the mouse bit him fiercely did he end its life. Shui Yutan's puffed up look at the moment reminded Peiji so much of that cute field mouse. He wanted to nurture it. To properly nurture it. After the meal, Shui Yutan packed up his things and bid farewell to Xiao Yiheng and the other two masters. Feng Mingju grabbed his hand and gave a dry sob without any tears. Yutan, seclusion will be tough. Take care of yourself. If you encounter any troubles along the way, remember to send us back a spirit butterfly for notification. Then, with Yuli's temporal severing / we can immediately support you. Right, Yuli? Yuli only stared at Shui Yutan without replying. So Feng Mingju bumped Yuli again. What? Are you not willing to give your temporal severing to help Yutan? Come on, say it, can we use the temporal severing when we see the spirit butterfly to transport ourselves there? Only then did Yuli let out a light cough and hum a soft affirmative from his nose. Shui Yutan was just touched by the perfect friendship between the three, almost squeezing out a few tears, when he suddenly heard Yuli speak again, but the temporal severing comes with a price. When you return, I will test your skills. If after a month's seclusion you achieve nothing, then the next severing will directly send you to the Yaoming River. Shui Yutan. Fair enough, this sounded exactly like Yuli. The seclusion place chosen by Shui Yutan wasn't too far from Kanjia Mountain, mainly for two reasons. First, he always suspected that Yuli and Feng Mingju were deliberately sending him away so they could face danger alone. Staying close meant he might still lend a helping hand if needed. Second, he had to teach Pei Ji techniques in the evening, and having too great a distance would make it inconvenient for Pei Ji to travel back and forth. After all, should Pei Ji decide against coming because it's too far, his main mission wouldn't be completed. However, being close has its advantages as well as disadvantages. For example, this location was dangerously close to the Withered wood forest, where the sounds of fierce beasts trapped inside wailed through the night. And also, this place was humid. Even though Shui Yutan had raised his bed several inches, he still felt the dampness sticking all over his body, making him uncomfortable. Master, there's something, well, I'm unsure if I should say it or not, Xiao Yiheng spoke up after Shui Yutan complained about the place for the 12th time. Say it. Master, we're here for seclusion, not tourism. We don't need to be so picky. Shui Yutan. Chapter 69, Pei Ji's figure has gotten even better. Xiao Yiheng's spiritual root may not be as strong as the male lead, Pei Ji, but at least he is a highly popular villain in the book. When practicing cultivation techniques, things naturally come easily to him. As for the overpowered Pei Ji, his practice results are average at best. Saying average is already flattering. In reality, it's absolutely abysmal. Raise your hand, no, that's not how you raise it. Shui Yudan demonstrated with a willow branch, but Pei Ji still couldn't get it right, he got 2 out of 3 moves wrong. Reluctantly, Shui Yudan had to step in personally and grabbed his hand. It should be raised this way, then focus your spiritual energy, and swing it outwards. Pei Ji must have realized himself that he was making too many mistakes, for when Shui Yudan held his hand, he behaved quietly and let him adjust it. After almost half an hour of teaching, this guy showed no significant improvement, so Shui Yudan sat down, sipped on the tea Pei Ji had brought, and said lazily, alright, just try to figure it out yourself. Be that as it may, the tea is pretty good, kept warm by a small stove, and every sip feels refreshing, just like the tea brewed in the pharmacy chamber of Yuli. The reason why he can sit here drinking tea is entirely because, while teaching Pei Ji, he casually mentioned, should we release a spirit butterfly to ask Yuli to bring some tea for us? The next day, when Pei Ji climbed the mountain, he had brought along the warm tea for him. Shui Yudan guessed that Pei Ji probably feared that Yuli, who pays attention to details, might discover his traces if she came up the mountain, so he preemptively offered the tea to shut his mouth. But whatever the reason, having food and drink is what truly matters. So Shui Yudan isn't worried about this. What concerns him is how the main mission will be completed. Looking back, more than half the time has passed, leaving less than 2 days left, and Shui Yudan still hasn't figured out how he can accomplish this impossible task. Let alone Xiao Yiheng and Pei Ji, these two people only appear during different times of the day, one during the day and one at night, and they simply never meet, even if they did encounter each other. Under what absurd scenario would Pei Ji voluntarily comb Xiao Yiheng's hair? He couldn't picture it, couldn't imagine it at all, thinking until his head hurt and his eyes ached. Oh, wait, his headache stems from this situation, but his eye pain doesn't. The reason for the latter lies purely in what he sees right before him now. Because he saw Pei Ji suddenly stop practicing and start undressing right in front of him. Yes, undressing, literally. Removing his outer shirt wasn't enough, Pei Ji also peeled off the sweaty inner clothing underneath, revealing his entire chest, as well as below, where there were increasingly prominent abs. Damn, he's tired of saying envy, because Pei Ji's physique keeps getting better, it's impossible to keep up. Compared to how he looked when he was taking medicinal baths, Pei Ji now has a stronger build. His abdominal muscles have clear, hard lines, and his skin no longer looks as pale and sickly as it did when he first started cultivating. Instead, it has taken on a healthy, sunny glow. Looking further down, apart from his well-defined abs, above the waistband of his pants on the sides, there are even 2 distinct human fish lines extending inward. Cough, realizing he'd scrutinized a bit too deeply, Shui Yudan quickly shifted his gaze back to Pei Ji's face. With such a perfect body and face, paired with his skyrocketing height, like some sort of crazy bean sprout, Pei Ji increasingly resembles the haughty, immortal overlord version of himself from past lifetimes. If Pei Ji stood beside Xiao Yiheng now, the difference in their builds would have diminished considerably, making it harder to tell who's dominant or submissive. Just as Shui Yudan was thinking about this, Pei Ji unexpectedly extended his hand holding the clothes toward him. Sitting still, Shui Yudan tilted his eyes upward toward Pei Ji, clearly questioning the action. There are bugs on both the trees and the ground nearby. I don't want my undershirt touching anything to attract insects, so I was hoping Master could help me hold it for a moment. Reasonable as this sounded, it was something he could have managed without his help. Shui Yudan didn't take the garment from Pei Ji, instead, he flicked his fingertip lightly, creating a thin thread made from his spiritual energy between 2 nearby trees. Hang it there, no insects. Pei Ji stared at the thread, his expression changing awkwardly, alternating between red and pale. After a few seconds, he asked, "Won't this drain Master's spiritual energy?" "No issue, I have plenty of spiritual energy." Only after hearing this did Pei Ji fall silent, turn his back to Xue Yudan, and hang up the clothes. As soon as he turned around, Xue Yudan noticed the whip scars across Pei Ji's back. Before he could fully consider it, his mouth moved faster than his brain and blurted out, "Didn't the Mist Demon's core possess the ability to regenerate and repair the skin? Why do the whip marks remain on your back?" Pei Ji was slightly stunned, his motion of hanging the clothes freezing midair. He turned around with a complicated gaze and asked, "So, Master insisted on taking me to Jiangnan last time just to snatch the Mist Demon's core to treat my scars?" "Yes, but not entirely. A large part of it wasn't for that. He simply wanted to complete the subplot missions and earn some prestige points in order to exchange for an avoidance elixir. As for giving Pei Ji the Mist Demon's core afterward and even worrying whether Pei Ji could absorb the power within it, so much so that he went to treat him personally while Pei Ji was asleep, all these were casual gestures. These actions only accounted for a tiny fraction of his intentions. Xue Yudan opened his mouth, about to explain something, when Pei Ji suddenly flashed over in a blink, startling him. Pei Ji's face was extremely close, so close that Xue Yudan could clearly see the fine hair on his face and the long, curled lashes casting shadows over the deep, mysterious eyes. Within those pupils, there was an intricate pattern resembling a flower. Xue Yudan's body twitched in shock, and his previously composed sitting posture involuntarily leaned backward. He was about to topple off the stool and fall flat on his face when Pei Ji reached out and supported his waist. The young man was still radiating the masculine aroma from practicing swordplay moments ago. In this position, Xue Yudan's face had pressed against Pei Ji's chest, his nose even brushing up against one of the little red marks on Pei Ji's exposed skin. His nostrils filled with the scent of a mature male. Xue Yudan's face flushed crimson instantly. He immediately gathered his spiritual energy and swished his sleeve, propelling Pei Ji several meters away. Pei Ji landed gracefully as if nothing had happened. Yet, when Xue Yudan glanced over, Pei Ji deliberately let himself fall to the ground with a coquettish glance toward Xue Yudan, lowering his voice to say, "I kindly tried to support Master, and Master didn't appreciate it. Not only did you not show gratitude, but you also pushed me away. Ow, my hand is all scraped." Faking, acting like he didn't have sharp eyes. Besides, as a cultivator, shouldn't he be used to such minor injuries? Tightening his lips, Xue Yudan waited until the flush faded from his cheeks before saying something more. But before he could, another voice chimed in from afar. "It's been a long time since we last met, but I see the brat has become quite delicate." Chapter 70, Pei Ji absolutely cannot die. This voice was cold, the obvious restrained aura came along with the dust and fallen leaves swirling as the person arrived. Xue Yudan looked over in the direction of the sound and saw Xiao Yiheng wielding a sword, teleporting from his secluded meditation spot. It was already past the second half of Su hour, 19 to 2100 hours. The sun had long set, and Xiao Yiheng usually had a habit of going to bed early. He would always sleep before 8 o'clock, so why did he appear here today? However, it was good that he came. Now that the two main characters of the current quest had met, all he needed was to find the right timing. With that, trivial tasks like combing hair would definitely succeed. Xue Yudan glanced at the new arrival. "Yiheng, how many times have I told you? When addressing fellow sect members, such disrespect shouldn't be tolerated." Back at the sect's gates, Xiao Yiheng used to call others this way until he was scolded a few times. From then on, whenever their master Xue Yudan was around, Xiao Yiheng tended to pay some respect, referring to Pei Ji as younger brother Pei. However, today, despite Xue Yudan's presence, Xiao Yiheng called Pei Ji a wretched bastard, loudly emphasizing each word. Just as Xue Yudan finished his words, Xiao Yiheng also appeared in front of him. Without responding, Xiao Yiheng merely cast a glance at him, then redirected his gaze firmly back onto Pei Ji. Leaning his head slightly to one side and smirking, he said, "Long time no see, younger brother Pei." The address changed, but truth be told, Xiao Yiheng's tone dragged out at the end, sharp and unnerving when calling Pei Ji by name. When Xue Yudan glanced down, sure enough, goosebumps had broken out on his arms because of how unsettling it sounded. There was something off about Xiao Yiheng's demeanor. Xiao Yiheng didn't look like his usual meticulous self, the model elder brother. His dark hair flowed freely, his expression light-hearted and flippant. The sword tied to his life force remained drawn since it appeared. Now, he casually leaned on it like a cane, planted in the ground, both hands resting atop it. His eyes never left Pei Ji for even a blink. Pei Ji frowned deeply, stood up from where he had been on the ground, and put his clothes back on. Ordinarily, Xiao Yiheng wouldn't give Pei Ji a second glance due to their animosity. Today, however, his stare hadn't wavered once, refusing to look away. Xue Yudan couldn't exactly figure out what was strange, but he felt something certainly wasn't right. "Yiheng," Xue Yudan cautiously called out. Xiao Yiheng immediately turned his gaze, though it revealed an unfathomable darkness and killing intent. "What is going on?" As Xue Yudan thought he might have misread the situation and attempted another closer inspection, Xiao Yiheng suddenly furrowed his eyebrows and spoke with gravity, "Master remains as partial to younger brother Pei as always. Even if..." He abruptly cut himself off mid-sentence and pivoted to another topic instead. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Once I kill this little wretch, Master will be safe. Phew, the information packed in those 2 sentences was immense, hard to comprehend. It felt like his brain needed to expand again. Before Xue Yutan could process the bizarre meaning behind these 2 sentences, Xiao Yiheng's foot sharply kicked the base of his bound sword, creating an elegant spin. Then, in an instant, he charged directly towards Pei Ji. It was a real attempt to kill. Xiao Yiheng's attacks were ferocious and ruthless. It seemed like if he couldn't hack Pei Ji to death that day, then he wasn't worthy of bearing the surname Xiao. WTF. Instead of completing the primary mission of fixing someone's hair, they were probably more suited to preparing incense sticks for the 7th night morning ritual after death. If Xiao Yiheng died, both he and Pei Ji would burn incense for him. If Pei Ji died, then Xiao Yiheng alone would burn incense for the pair. After hesitating for only 5 seconds over whom to assist, Xue Yutan summoned Li Guang and leapt in front of Pei Ji, deftly deflecting Xiao Yiheng's blade. Though Xiao Yiheng was one of his excellent disciples, Pei Ji absolutely must not die. This was his bottom line, the unshakable rule governing everything. Yiheng, are you crazy? Xue Yutan blocked Pei Ji, taking advantage of the momentary reprieve caused by shocking Xiao Yiheng with his sword qi to quickly form a seal, intending to lock down his crazed disciple. But the seal held Xiao Yiheng for merely a few seconds before being shaken off. You might not believe me when I say this, but he, a highly respected elder rank 3 of Kanjia Mountain at late Yuanying stage, a cultivation level far above most adepts, actually tried to bind a novice cultivator in foundation establishment phase. And failed to do so. Isn't it obvious? His cultivation isn't high enough. Not binding him is quite normal, Uncle Tong chimed in. Listen to that nonsense. What utter rubbish this guy spouted. If his cultivation wasn't higher than Xiao Yiheng's, then what kind of master was he? He might as well set up a pancake stall at the village entrance. You still haven't figured it out. Xiao Yiheng isn't Xiao Yiheng anymore. Wait, that's not entirely right. Uncle Tong paused and negated himself. To be more accurate, Xiao Yiheng is still Xiao Yiheng, just, the version from the Golden Hall period. What? Xue Yutan's eyes widened so much they could almost light a lantern. You mean to tell me that Xiao Yiheng, the one in the Emperor's career, who was humiliated to death by Pei Ji, had his tongue pulled out and his hand and foot tendon severed, eventually stuffed in a jar and kept in the water dungeon for 10 years before finally dying, is now standing right in front of me. He hadn't personally witnessed Xiao Yiheng's tragic history. After all, he didn't survive past the Qilin Lock storyline either lifetime. But it was different with Xiao Yiheng. As the villainous male second lead, Xiao Yiheng was undoubtedly the most powerful figure aside from the protagonist Pei Ji. Thus, he was meant to last till the end of the story. In the original ending mentioned in the novel, my elder brother has dissociative identity disorder. Xiao Yiheng ultimately knelt on the lowest step of the Golden Hall, watching Pei Ji surrounded by women. Rather than bowing even in death, he endured the excruciating loss of all his powers and ended up as a mutilated man. Yes, Uncle Tong continued, System 0038 confessed there was a mishap and hooked the wrong soul. I hope you'll bear with it. Xue Yutan. What the hell, is this something that can be resolved by simply bearing with it? This was their next chapter about to unfold. He had already amassed over 500 points and more than 3,000 prestige, and he hadn't redeemed anything yet. No one would make him restart this. Interrupted by the system's message, Xue Yutan watched helplessly as Xiao Yiheng leaped over his body and swung his sword down straight toward Pei Ji's head. One hit would certainly kill Pei Ji. There was no time for thought. Xue Yutan immediately dived and enveloped Pei Ji protectively in his arms. Instantly, Li Guang's protective energy formed a shield in front of Xue Yutan, blocking the brunt of Xiao Yiheng's power. Still, Xue Yutan was jolted by Xiao Yiheng's formidable internal energy, which disrupted his own qi flow and caused his organs to shake. Unable to suppress it, a mouthful of blood spewed out, staining the front of Pei Ji's blue disciple robe red. Master! Pei Ji cried out, his surrounding aura instantly shifting. Chapter 71, Are the big shots bombing Novice Village now? The disciple's blood-stained robe fluttered without wind, and Pei Ji's surrounding black malevolent aura began to spread and coil, his deep eyes turning completely red. Together with this, the dark red mark on his forehead appeared faintly. Wow, finally the buffs are activated. If you had these skills earlier, I wouldn't have been pierced by this sword. Hack hack hack. Xue Yutan reached out and tapped a few acupoints on his own body, using his sword to support himself as he rose from the ground. Just as he stabilized himself, he heard Xiao Yiheng's sinister laugh approaching. Haha, your teacher is injured, and the Azura force within you actually came out. Xiao Yiheng sounded like he had discovered something amusing, his eyes shining astonishingly bright. Little brother Pei, you're truly always beyond my expectations. What Azura force? I don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing the technique he used under his rampage being labeled as the unforgivably evil demon Lord Azura by Xiao Yiheng, Pei Ji immediately formed hand seals and summoned his sword. In an instant, dozens of pitch-black jade swords emitting ominous black energy flew towards Xiao Yiheng in unison. This was supposed to be a fatal strike, but Xiao Yiheng merely raised an eyebrow disdainfully, converting his sword into qi. Not only did he repel the sword and its chi directly, but also swiftly darted forward like a phantom spirit, appearing right before Pei Ji. Holy cow, so this is the strength at the peak of the soul transform realm. What is going on with that system over there? Even if it pulled someone's soul wrongly, how can it allow Xiao Yiheng to appear before Pei Ji with full combat stats? Isn't this just a big shot coming to the beginner's village to bully novices? Even with the buffs activated, Pei Ji couldn't possibly win against him. Shui Yutan clutched his Li light tightly, his brows slightly furrowed, constantly monitoring the condition of both men midair. He intended to charge in as soon as he detected Xiao Yiheng making a killing move. But boundless illusion, repair order of death. Pei Ji shouted out the ultimate attack instruction. In the next second, the level-fulfilled Xiao Yiheng was struck down by a jet-black colossal sword, landing before Shui Yutan, even creating a massive crater in the ground. What the heck? An ultimate move slaying everything? Dude, 2484, does this make any sense? That's a peak soul transformation realm cultivator we're talking about here. You may not like it, but please allow for its existence. The system repeated Xiao Ming's line, adding one more sentence, and the essence of existence is reasonableness. Shui Yutan M. You talk too much, but fine, you win. As Shui Yutan was about to check how badly Xiao Yiheng was beaten, a sudden warning sound went off in his mind. Warning, warning, the main character's life value has entered severe crisis. The plot is at risk of collapse. Please correct immediately. If the correction fails, the system will reset in 3 seconds. Are you kidding me? Xiao Yiheng is now at the soul transformation phase, and yet Pei Ji could take him down and even kill him with one ultimate attack. System, you're overreacting. At the same time, Pei Ji let his raised hand fall, preparing another ultimate attack directed at the pit. Repair order of death. Teacher. Both Xiao Yiheng's voice and Pei Ji's echoed together. Suddenly, the Xiao Yiheng who had previously been acting so supremely confident reverted to a bewildered rookie appearance. Teacher, why are you here? Damn it. Why didn't he revert earlier or later but choose precisely when the male lead uses the ultimate skill? 2484 you at #UN%*. Beep beep. Shui Yutan's curses were censored halfway through. Without hesitation, he pushed his ailing body, grabbing the 9-joint whip as Pei Ji's colossal sword descended toward Xiao Yiheng's head. Swiftly, he whipped Xiao Yiheng to safety and then leapt up, encircling Pei Ji's waist midair. Pei Ji's crimson eyes remained fixedly staring at Xiao Yiheng. Seeing his attack dodged, he was ready to try again when the person embracing him tightened their grip, shouting incessantly in his ear, "Stop, stop fast. He can't die. Pei Ji. Pei Ji. Aji. Aji." A crack appeared in Pei Ji's eyes, and a trace of clarity flashed in his scarlet gaze. Seizing the moment, Shui Yutan mustered all the spiritual power around his body, suppressing the chaotic malevolence emanating from Pei Ji. It's over, everything is finished, there is no threat anymore. Shui Yutan's voice was soft and shallow, as if devoid of strength, but it rang crystal clear in Pei Ji's ears. His eyes flickered twice as he regained consciousness. Teacher. I'm here. Shui Yutan did not release his hold on Pei Ji's waist, so upon Pei Ji dispelling the Azura force, both of them fell together. Lying on the ground, Xiao Yiheng only felt some pain in his body, but he had no memory of what had happened. Seeing Pei Ji and Shui Yutan now, he rushed over anxiously. Master, what's wrong? Was it a demon that came here? Why are you in Shijin? Pei junior brother covered in blood? You probably won't believe this, but all that blood is because you were struck by him. Shui Yutan rolled his eyes. As soon as Xiao Yiheng asked this question, Pei Ji was about to attack him again. Shui Yutan quickly coughed and grabbed Pei Ji's hand. This place is close to the Deadwood Forest. Your senior brother must have been possessed by an evil spirit, which made him act like that. Now that he's recovered, we mustn't fight anymore. Pei Ji pursed his lips before stopping. The alarm in his mind from the system didn't ring out again, so it seemed this tribulation had passed. Did that mean the system had already corrected the wrongly summoned soul, and Super Yiheng wouldn't appear again? Shui Yutan thought so and asked the system. However, before hearing the system's response, Xiao Yiheng spoke first. Master, why are you with Pei junior brother here in this forest in the middle of the night? Are you secretly teaching him martial arts? How should he explain that? If he said he was teaching Pei Ji martial arts, Xiao Yiheng's heart would be hurt. If he said he wasn't teaching Pei Ji martial arts, well, what else could two men do together at such a late hour other than practicing? Shui Yutan paused for a moment, preparing to speak, when Pei Ji cut in. So what were you doing here in the dead of night instead of sleeping? This left Xiao Yiheng speechless. I. Xiao Yiheng tried repeatedly but couldn't remember how he ended up here, so he stamped his foot and shut his mouth. As Shui Yutan looked at Xiao Yiheng and Pei Ji standing side by side, his thoughts returned once more to his precarious main mission. There were only 2 days left now. Shouldn't he take the opportunity rather than wait for another day? Tonight might just be the time to finish the matter of binding their hair together. After all, it would be an effortless task to complete. Considering how Xiao Yiheng had just blocked the sword chi for Pei Ji, surely Pei Ji wouldn't refuse his request at this critical juncture. Host brother, you're truly the most decisive host I've ever seen. The danger has barely passed, and you're already thinking of using the situation to complete the main quest. Just as Shui Yutan had these thoughts, Tongmei's voice resounded in his mind. Continuing her statement, she added. Chapter 72, As long as I keep guarding my master. All of you think, with a host like you, surely you can clear all tasks and become the first person to survive in this world. What a load of flattery. I thank you, I really thank your entire family. And being the first one. More like the first one to die several times and have their corpse dragged out for flogging. Shui Yutan twitched her lips, originally wanting to curse, to yell at Tong Mei just like she cursed at her brother, but she immediately noticed something odd. What do you mean, the first person to survive in this world? Are there countless other players apart from me trying to clear this book? And none of them have succeeded. So, this isn't a Danmei story crossover, it's an endless flow. Naturally, Shui Yutan's question received no answer. After shouting a few times without receiving any reply, Shui Yutan knew that Tong Mei had run away again. Once it came to questions that Tong Mei couldn't explain, she would choose to disappear. And as the host, the system had absolutely no power over her. Damn. He was already tired of saying this word. Without getting a response, Shui Yutan had no choice but to focus once more on the task of bringing Pei Ji and Xiao Yiheng together. Due to Diao Zhatian's appearance, Xiao Yiheng's current long hair was scattered untidily, unlike usual when his hair was tied up with a hairpin, so Shui Yutan directly spoke up, Pei Ji, your elder brother's hair is messy, go help him fix it. Not going. Unsurprisingly, Pei Ji refused straightforwardly. Xiao Yiheng touched his own hair and only then realized he came out like this looking scruffy and disheveled. Immediately wanting to tie his own hair into a bun, just as his hand reached his hair. Stop right there. Let Pei Ji do it. Startled, Xiao Yiheng trembled, scattering the hair he had just picked up. Looking between Shui Yutan and Pei Ji, he didn't know what to do. No need, master, I've got hands, let me. Cough, cough, cough. Before finishing his sentence, Shui Yutan started coughing into her palm, the coughing growing worse, seemingly about to cough up her lungs. Seeing Shui Yutan's state, Pei Ji clenched his teeth tightly, helping her pat down while staying silent. After a long while, he suddenly picked up a broken tree branch off the ground and messily raked Xiao Yiheng's head twice. Just as he was about to reach out to tie the hair, Pei Ji suddenly furrowed his brows, standing up abruptly and gazing towards the direction of the tree forks. What's the situation? The task was only a 0.001 mm away from completion, why did it stop? Could it be because Xiao Yiheng's hair smelled bad? Upon thinking of this, Shui Yutan glanced at Xiao Yiheng. Xiao Yiheng thought this was Shui Yutan deliberately trying not to be with Pei Ji and specifically pointing him out, so hurriedly reminded, Master, it's late, there's heavy dew in this forest. You're injured now. Shouldn't I just support you back to rest? The main line hasn't passed yet, how could they return? These injuries will likely recover after a night's worth of rest. Without this layer of obligation, would Pei Ji still listen to him? Shui Yutan sighed, looking towards Pei Ji, intending to urge him while the iron is hot, to make Pei Ji redo the action of tying Xiao Yiheng's hair. But just as she opened her mouth, Pei Ji turned around suddenly, calmly stating, a demon is attempting to break through the mountain gate. Following the direction where Pei Ji looked, Shui Yutan, however, could only see the treetop swaying in the wind far away in the distance under the darkness of the night and several sparse stars in the sky due to his injury which made his magical force hard to utilize. There was nothing else. Even where he couldn't see, how did Pei Ji manage to see? Can you even see this? Xiao Yiheng's expression was exactly the same as Shui Yutan's now, Kanjia Mountain is a few mountains away from here. Even flying by sword would take about a stick of incense's burning time. At such a distance, aren't you boasting? How could you possibly see this? Pei Ji didn't respond to Xiao Yiheng's words until Shui Yutan also looked over, then Pei Ji finally spoke. Kanjia said, it's in Kanjia Mountain. After saying this, fearing Shui Yutan might not understand, he added another sentence, after Kanjia and I sealed our contract, we can directly harmonize our spirits, transmitting its perceptions to me. TSK TSK TSK, another day of envying others. Not having Yu Li's Kunshang doesn't matter much, but why did he, as the third sect leader of Kanjia Mountain, Pei Ji's master, and the number one face of the sect, not even have a decent pet? Now that he knows the function of a mount, he needs the protagonist's popularization to understand it. Upon hearing it was news about Dark Knight Kanjia, Xiao Yiheng immediately ran to Pei Ji's side, following his gaze toward the direction of Kanjia Mountain while asking, are you telling the truth? Are there many people attempting to intrude? Many. Xiao Yiheng was anxious right away. He placed his hands together, rubbing them repeatedly, then looked at Shui Yutan, Master, according to Kanjia Mountain's rules, disciples in seclusion are not allowed to leave the mountain casually. However, Luo Shu is still on the mountain, and his skills aren't high. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid the seniors might not take care of him. Therefore, I wish Master could make an exception and let me return for a look. Thinking about Li Luo Shu all the time, there's no way Shui Yutan would believe that there's nothing going on between these two. Seeing that the second lead already has someone in mind, having been assigned 2,484 times to matchmake between Xiao Yiheng and Pei Ji felt like trying to eat dog food with a fork, pointless. Leaning her back against the tree trunk, Shui Yutan was just about to speak when the blood she had coughed up from being struck by that sword earlier still stuck in her throat, feeling rather sticky. This attempt at speaking resulted in not only failing to say anything but also triggering a violent bout of coughing. Instantly, a cup of tea was extended in front of her by Pei Ji. Shui Yutan reached out and took it. The warmer that had been used to heat the tea earlier was knocked over by Xiao Yiheng and couldn't be used anymore, yet this cup of tea Pei Ji handed her was still hot. Shui Yutan glanced at Pei Ji's fingers. This kid didn't learn his senior disciple's skill set properly, but he sure was good at heating dishes and keeping wine warm. Once she recovered, Shui Yutan agreed to Xiao Yiheng's request, ending with a glance at Pei Ji, "You should return as well." Pei Ji showed no intention of moving, instead crouching down again, leaning against the same big tree next to Shui Yutan. "He's the chief disciple, he should guard Kanjia Mountain. But I'm different, I'll guard the master." SSSSSS. Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow. These words sounded so strange. At his level, the minor injuries on his body would heal after a few hours of meditation. He wasn't old, nor weak, neither sick, nor disabled. Why guard him? What's wrong with you, male lead? Return. Shui Yutan frowned, giving him no kind expression. "Do not forget what you've promised me. I said it clearly, don't let anyone on Kanjia Mountain discover that you're not within the gate." Chapter 73, Xiao Yiheng was possessed again. "But master, I have Li Guang." Pei Ji's eyes flickered, remembering the role of Li Guang. He then calmed down and stood up. Xiao Yiheng thought that Pei Ji was going to leave with him, so he summoned his innate sword, ready to ride it. However, just as he stepped on it, Pei Ji pulled him down. "You!" Xiao Yiheng glared, a look of annoyance on his face, but before he could scold, Pei Ji interrupted him. "You stay here. You injured the master, so you must stay and watch over him." Then Pei Ji added, "If you dare follow me, I will beat Li Luoshu while you're gone." After finishing, without waiting for Xiao Yiheng's reaction, Pei Ji left riding his sword. Xiao Yiheng stood at the spot, hesitating between rushing to Kanjia Mountain or staying by Shui Yaotan's side to take care of him, ultimately deciding on Shui Yaotan. Shui Yaotan was meditating to adjust his breath, and Xiao Yiheng squatted beside the big tree, observing the surrounding movements. At first, everything was harmonious. But Shui Yaotan sensed someone move from the tree and lightly jumped down, walking to stand in front of him. Xiao Yiheng quietly stood still, and even without opening his eyes, Shui Yaotan could feel the gaze looking down on him. What's going on? Wasn't this kid supposed to protect him and notice any approaching evil spirits? Why wasn't he observing the surroundings but instead fixating on him? Shui Yaotan felt slightly confused, furrowing his brow slightly. The next moment, Xiao Yiheng, who had been standing upright, suddenly leaned forward, reaching out his hand to touch the lotus flower mark that appeared on his forehead because of meditation. Shui Yaotan instantly opened his eyes. In his line of sight, Xiao Yiheng's lips were curled up, his slightly lowered eyelids revealed an eye tail filled with a disdainful chill. This state, this expression. Could it be, once again, the soul of Emperor Xiao Yiheng has possessed Xiao Yiheng's body? Speaking of which, it's necessary to explain why this novel is named, Big Brother Has Split Personality. In the original story, the protagonist became Xiao Yiheng under the guidance of System 0038 and clung tightly to the male lead. But the soul inside Xiao Yiheng's body wasn't only the protagonist. There was also another one, the true self of Xiao Yiheng, who had extraordinary combat power, was extremely popular, spent 10 years locked in a water prison, harbored deep resentment, and solely focused on seeking revenge against the male lead. Thus, in the novel, Big Brother Has Split Personality, Xiao Yiheng often switches between being kind to the male lead one moment and wanting to kill him the next. Strangely, this did not become an obstacle between the two martial siblings. Instead, in the end, the real Xiao Yiheng sacrificed himself to save the protagonist, voluntarily leaving this body, allowing the couple to be together. Sounds far-fetched, right? It gets better. Right now, the split personality version of Xiao Yiheng stands right in front of him. And, his powers haven't fully recovered, so there's no way he can fight. Why doesn't the master say anything? Xiao Yiheng spoke, his tone cold. You guess why I don't talk? Is it because I'm naturally not fond of talking? Of course not. It's because I can't figure out the nature of this original soul and I'm afraid to open my mouth rashly. To think about it, they are almost like brothers suffering the same plight. In The Emperor's Career, the male lead first chopped him down and tortured Xiao Yiheng. But compared to the real Xiao Yiheng, he is much luckier. He died on the spot and upon reincarnation, immediately took revenge. On the other hand, Xiao Yiheng, from the very beginning of Kanjia Mountain, has always been the main villain who clashes with the male lead. His ending turned out much worse than his own. No wonder a sunny boy like him turned into this dreaded appearance. If Shui Yaotan hadn't time-traveled twice and learned that Pei Ji's fate is bound with his own, upon seeing such a fellow suffer, he would undoubtedly offer a cigarette stick, and in seconds, both would turn into Avengers Alliance, wiping out Pei Ji, that despicable rogue. Unfortunately, he shares his life with Pei Ji. And he knows well that the person who killed him is not the young man who calls him master in this lifetime. Shui Yaotan knows full well that the one in front of him is the true Emperor Xiao Yiheng. Yet he cannot reveal the truth, lest he alert and stir unnecessary troubles. Thus, he waved his palm towards Xiaoyiheng, standing up instantly with Li Guang drawn in his hands. Where do you come from, fiend, to dare possess my disciple's body? Take this. With that, he made a showy thrust of the sword. As expected, it was effortlessly dodged by Xiaoyiheng. Not only that, but Xiaoyiheng also instinctively grabbed his hand as he moved. Master, you are injured, so please don't get angry. I won't harm you. I just want to use you to lure someone who makes me want to twist his neck whenever I mention him. Hiss. I guess the person you're talking about has the surname Pei, named Ji, and is my disciple. Does everything have to rhyme just because you say a sentence? The system's comment, though late, still arrived. Shui Yaotan took advantage of catching someone and immediately began to berate like a machine gun. 2484 UN $% hashtag added $$ hashtag. Bip bip bip. When all the curses turned into bip bip bip, Shui Yaotan closed his mouth and got straight to the point. Didn't you say you hooked the wrong soul? Why haven't you sent him back given the opportunity? It's not my problem, it's 0038's problem. You know, systems with early serial numbers need long-term repairs, so. Hold on. Shui Yaotan stopped the lengthy speech of the system. I don't want excuses. I only want to know when this Xiaoyiheng at the peak of the immortal phase will leave my disciple's body. The system thought for a moment, possibly maybe probably Mav, today. As the system was speaking, it suddenly changed its tone in a rather strange way, but you might not see it happen today. This statement left Shui Yaotan utterly baffled. Just as he was about to ask why, the next second, Xiaoyiheng swung a hand knife towards him, causing him to instantly lose consciousness. When Shui Yaotan woke up again, he was in the bamboo house where he usually meditated. Because the bed had too much dampness, Shui Yaotan never liked sleeping there, thus often dozing off on the sandalwood rocking chair by the window. While swaying, he could enjoy the scenery of the forest from time to time, which cultivated one's temperament. But right now, that spot was occupied by Xiaoyiheng. Xiaoyiheng was currently facing away from Shui Yaotan, with hair as dark as ink cascading down his back. He was supporting his head with one hand while resting the other casually on his hip bone, lightly tapping his fingertips absent-mindedly. Without even seeing his face, Shui Yaotan knew that this person in the room was the true Xiaoyiheng. Dog system, you said you'd take care of this today. But look, it's already dawn, obviously the second day, and the real Xiaoyiheng is still here. At the same moment, the countdown panel in front of Shui Yaotan's eyes updated synchronously. Chapter 74, Sending you to see your great-grandmother. Mission countdown, 0 hours 33 minutes 33 seconds. What the hell? Clearly, before I lost consciousness, there were over 24 hours left on the countdown. How is it that after just one night, there's so little time left? Shui Yaotan was startled and sat up in bed instantly. Hearing the commotion, Xiaoyiheng by the window turned his gaze. Initially surprised for a moment, he soon regained his composure and smiled faintly. Master has awoken. Saying this, he got off the bed and walked towards Shui Yaotan. Master slept for 2 whole days and nights, worrying me to death. Though Xiaoyiheng said he was worried, no trace of anxiety could be detected in his tone, rather, it sounded as if he had anticipated this all along. Just from his expression, Shui Yaotan could guess with his toes that this man must have pulled some strange stunt again, making him sleep this long. Fortunately, at least he woke up before the countdown ended. Otherwise, once the countdown finished, he would likely have croaked in his dreams. The bastard almost screwed up something big for him. Shui Yaotan narrowed his eyes, anger welling up inside, wanting to curse out loud. But then he remembered Xiaoyiheng's tragic fate in the novel and managed to suppress it. Everyone is having a tough time, why should Detoxification number 1 torment Ren's Heiferment Old 10 number 2? Alright. There are still 3 hours left. He needs to hurry. If he gets out of bed now, captures Xiaoyiheng, ties him up and drags him to Pei Ji, ordering Pei Ji to tie Xiaoyiheng's hair into a bun, everything will definitely be in time. Although this action sounds a bit crazy, lacking any cause or effect, but as long as they're alive right now, who cares about logic? With that decided, Shui Yaotan pushed aside the quilt to get out of bed. He intended to wait until he reached Xiaoyiheng, then take out Li Guang and ambush him, using the element of surprise to subdue him and drag him away. After sleeping for such a long time, his injuries were already healed, his skills restored. He had confidence in his abilities to match evenly against the master. Assisted by this strength, if the sneak attack succeeded, the chance of winning would surely reach an astonishing 99.99%. Shui Yaotan had even calculated the success rate down to several decimal places, but as soon as his toes touched the ground, even before he could summon Li Guang to launch the surprise attack, his ankle suddenly went weak. It felt like stepping on cotton, his body unable to maintain control and tipping forward violently, falling face first onto the floor, resulting in a literal doggy dive. His front teeth collided painfully with the deliberately raised solid wood step that was used for removing dampness. The pain distorted his expressions as he dug his fingers into the ground. Shit. That hurts too much. It feels like the entire upper jaw might be cracked. Shui Yaotan held his mouth, enduring the pain for several seconds. Trying to get up but failing, he eventually couldn't help but explode in fury. You little son of a bitch. What kind of forbidden spell did you put on me? Undo it quickly. Or when I shake it off myself, I'll send you to see your great-grandmother immediately. Due to Xue Yutan dying early in the previous life, Xiao Yiheng retained the first impression of Xue Yutan, a chilly, aloof person filled with grace and elegance. This sudden burst of vulgar language, referring to himself as, repeatedly, clearly shocked Xiao Yiheng. By the time he recovered, Xue Yutan had climbed up holding the bedpost and grabbed Xiao Yiheng's collar. I'm talking to you, did you hear? Whatever the hell it is, remove it now. Caught off guard by the drastic difference, Xiao Yiheng explained along with Xue Yutan's rant, it's not some malevolent spell. It will automatically disappear within half a day. Thinking for a moment, he added, since Master's limbs feel powerless now, it's best not to move recklessly. Injuring yourself anywhere wouldn't be worth it. Once he finished speaking, Xiao Yiheng extended his hand and loosened the grip Xue Yutan had on his collar. Without a support point, Xue Yutan's body immediately softened and slumped back half lying on the bed. Reason. What? Xiao Yiheng wasn't quite sure what was asked due to its abruptness. The reason you sealed my martial art techniques. Xue Yutan pondered several hypotheses but failed to make sense of them. This person was seeking revenge on Pei Ji. Blame lies plainly on one party, and any reasonable individual would use Xiao Yiheng's identity to infiltrate the mountain, lie in wait in Pei Ji's disciple room for an opportunity to assassinate Pei Ji, the perfect choice. So how come this man opted for an unconventional approach, targeting him, the wise, elegant, and incorruptible master? How could it be? Was it that Xiao Yiheng worried about being intercepted by Feng Mingjue and others if the commotion grew too large at Kanjia Mountain, so he changed his strategy, confining Xue Yutan, this revered master of Pei Ji, expecting Pei Ji to come running on his own? As I said, I only wanted to use the master to lure someone. Xue Yutan's conjecture was confirmed. No, seriously, with his current brain, if he didn't need it, he could donate it to someone else. After all, keeping it around was just for show. If he thought carefully, he should have been able to guess that his relationship with Pei Ji was average, and Pei Ji had no reason to care whether he lived or died. You. Xue Yutan was just about to open his mouth to analyze these complications to free himself. But as soon as he started, he felt a coat being draped over his shoulders. The weather in April was still somewhat cold despite the warming temperatures. Seeing Xue Yutan lightly clad, Xiao Yiheng took the outer robe hanging by the bed and draped it over Xue Yutan's shoulders. He even kindly helped him tie the ribbon at the neck, considering Xue Yutan might not have enough strength in his fingers. Just as Xiao Yiheng tied the ribbon and was about to step back, a gust of cold air passed by his ear. He dodged slightly, seeing a wooden peachwood sword graze past his hair and slice into the wall behind him, leaving a deep mark. Xiao Yiheng smirked. As he had guessed, the person he was waiting for had arrived. In the next second, Pei Ji appeared. Pei Ji didn't look at Xiao Yiheng, but instead fixed his gaze on Xue Yutan half lying on the bed, and muttered, Master wasn't in the forest last night. It was a declarative sentence. Mainly stating that he had been at the agreed martial arts training spot last night. But why state it now? Xue Yutan raised an eyebrow, not understanding the meaning behind this declaration. So Pei Ji continued, I waited there all night. It seemed off, so I came. Thus, it doesn't count as breaking our agreement. Wasn't the male protagonist's brain different from ordinary people under these circumstances? Otherwise, why did he focus on the previous statement about, I can teach you skills, but you are not allowed near my residence and cannot come up the mountain during the day? Any normal person's line of thinking at this moment would consider, this Xiao Yiheng's eyes hold malice, is he going to kill me? If I can't fight back, should I run? Now that Xue Yutan's skills were sealed, he couldn't help, and Pei Ji arriving alone was nothing short of suicide. Chapter 75, exactly which level of insanity? Knowing it's off but you still come. Xue Yutan lamented with regret, haven't you gone back yet? Pei Ji didn't move, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Xiao Yiheng, seemingly noticing this person's abnormality only now. He tilted his head slightly, and with a turn of his palm, the peachwood sword that had been embedded in the wall returned to his hand. Is this guy possessed by evil spirits again? Pei Ji's tone was casual, not paying much attention to the present Xiao Yiheng before him. Instead, he asked Xue Yutan curiously, Master, what does this mean? It means he will rush over to kill you in a moment, and since you can't use your power-ups so frequently without the power of Azura, you'll be killed within 3 moves. To put it simply, our lifelines are stopping today. Xue Yutan began silently mourning for Pei Ji in her heart, but on her face, she only pressed her lips together, saying nothing. This means that it's better to err on the side of caution and never let a dangerous man go. Thus, last night when I wanted to kill him, Master, you shouldn't have stopped me. Xue Yutan. Can you say such things directly in front of the person? Instinctively, Xue Yutan glanced at Xiao Yiheng, and as expected, she saw his eyelids lower for a second, with murderous intent almost bursting forth from his eyes. Impressive, young man, you know exactly how to provoke someone into killing with just one sentence. Can't save you, completely unable to drag along. Sighing, Xue Yutan decided to lay back, watching quietly as an infuriated Xiao Yiheng lifted his sword, charging toward where Pei Ji stood. She was already calculating in her mind at which move Pei Ji would be defeated. Host brother has already given up. Not willing to fight back. The system appeared. Shui Yuten's eyes lit up instantly. So, there is some treasure that could break the restriction on my body. No. The system answered crisply, and also painfully. Shui Yuten deflated once more, then just shut up. Let's watch quietly. At this point, looking at the countdown always blocking her vision, Shui Yuten suddenly thought of something. By the way, could I discuss something with you? What? If I restart my life, can you take me on a tour of your headquarters before my reincarnation? I'm very curious. Is host brother curious about the structure of our system station? No, I'm just curious. What level of insanity is needed for someone to invent such an annoying system as 2484? Tong Mei. A sense of being offended was felt. But Tong Mei was silent for half a second, then immediately brightened up again, returning to her usual cheerful voice. Host brother should not lose hope. Here we detect that there will be a turn of events in 2 seconds. Please don't give up. What kind of turning point? Pei Ji has already been beaten out of the house by Xiao Yihen, even breaking one arm, and clearly can't hold on much longer. And since he cannot summon spirit butterflies to call for reinforcements, what turn of events could there possibly be? Unless some powerful figure magically appears. He believes in the appearance of a powerful figure less than he believes that System 0038, designed for protagonists, successfully retrieved the soul at this crucial moment. As Shui Yuten thought this, the 2 seconds were already up. He saw that at the exact moment Xiao Yiheng's sword, filled with all its malice and power, was about to hit Pei Ji on top of the head, a light blue ice sword flew over and barely intercepted it. Then, a transparent glass dome fell from the sky, encircling Xiao Yiheng inside. This skill seems familiar somehow. Isn't this Mo Li's empty sadness and Feng Mingjue's cloud calm? Could it be that the powerful figure arriving at this critical moment is none other than them two? Sure enough, the next second, both Mo Li and Feng Mingjue appeared within Shui Yuten's sight. Oh my, the unfolding of this plot is somewhat unexpected. Being restricted by a forbidden technique, she couldn't summon any spirit butterflies, so obviously, these two weren't summoned by her. So who called them? But who called doesn't matter anyway. With the arrival of these two, the situation reversed in an instant, subduing Xiao Yiheng in just a few moves. Feng Mingjue used the fairy binding rope to tie Xiao Yiheng and pulled him beside Shui Yutan. Undo what you've done. Xiao Yiheng didn't answer, remaining silent as he lowered his head. Just as Feng Mingjue became impatient waiting, planning to kick Xiao Yiheng and interrogate him by force, Xiao Yiheng suddenly raised his gaze blankly. Master, Aunt, Grandmaster. How are you all here? Good grief, timing his return to perfection, huh? After a fruitless questioning, Feng Mingjue and Mo Li exchanged a look. Yutan, this forbidden art may not be easily undone. Given the frequent anomalies at the Kanjia mountain lately, neither of you should stay here too long. This time, we'll take Xiao Yiheng back first. Once you restore your powers, consider leaving the mountain. Is there trouble at Kanjia mountain? Shui Yutan asked. It's not a big deal. Last night, a demon race intruded upon the mountain, but we've already driven them back. Yuli said, taking out a medicine bottle from his chest and pouring out 2 pills. The ban on your body seems to dissolve automatically every half day. Before it's fully undone, take these 2 pills to avoid physical weakness. Shui Yutan grabbed the pills and swallowed them in one gulp. Indeed, she still had no spiritual power, but at least her movements weren't as feeble anymore. Shui Yutan straightened up, watching Feng Mingjue and Yuli prepare to leave with Xiao Yiheng. She hurriedly grabbed Pei Ji's arm next to her. The arm she held just happened to be the one that Pei Ji had broken earlier. Even a slight movement caused sharp pain as bones and muscles pulled against each other, making him furrow his brows. As he was about to warn Shui Yutan, she suddenly blurted out, your master elder may be possessed by evil spirits, but as my primary disciple, it wouldn't be proper for him to return like this looking disheveled. Your skills with hair are exceptional, hurry up and go fix your master elder's hair. This was the second time Shui Yutan had told Pei Ji to fix Xiao Yiheng's hair. The first could be considered an impromptu request, but with a second instance so explicit, it seemed abnormal, as if fixing Xiao Yiheng's hair were the key trigger point for some instruction. Pei Ji pursed his lips and asked, he tried to kill me just now. Even so, master would still have me fix his hair. The one who wanted to kill you just now wasn't him. This statement didn't quite feel right either. Xiao Yiheng was still Xiao Yiheng, it's just that this Xiao Yiheng wasn't the same as before. Seeing the countdown with less than 3 minutes remaining, Shui Yutan didn't have time to think of any more persuasive words to get Pei Ji to do this seemingly absurd act, so she bit her lip, leaned close to Pei Ji's ear, and whispered softly, if you go, I'll give you the position of the eldest disciple when we get back. Pei Ji showed no reaction. Clearly, this olive branch wasn't tempting enough for him. I'll grant you one wish if you go. Only then did Pei Ji's eyes flicker, responding cautiously, really? Truly, truer than pure gold. Shui Yutan nodded vehemently but quickly added, as long as this matter doesn't violate societal morality and ethics, and it's something I can achieve within reasonable limits, I will comply with your wish. Chapter 76, Nothing in the world is difficult, as long as you're willing to give up. Good. Pei Ji finally moved, found a dry branch on the ground, and in just a few moves with one hand, tied Xiao Yiheng's hair into a bun. It was this one-handed movement that made Shui Yutan suddenly remember that Pei Ji had injured his right hand during the fight. And he, not knowing better, had been pulling this hand back and forth, yet Peiji hadn't even let out a single groan. As Peiji's dry branch inserted into Xiao Yiheng's hair, the countdown in Shui Yuten's sight disappeared. Immediately after, the system prompt sound that he had waited for so long finally rang. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the brotherly affection task, obtaining 100 points and 500 prestige. Current score, 630, prestige value, 3800, task progress, 13%. That's it. Shui Yuten waited for a few seconds but didn't hear any reminder about random package drops. According to precedent, such time tasks should always reward some items or whatnots. The last time they didn't give anything, fine, but why nothing again this time? 2484, are you really getting more and more stingy? Just as Shui Yuten finished his complaints, Yuli and Feng Mingjue took their people and left using a stealth technique. Shui Yuten stared at the direction where they disappeared for a few seconds, then turned around and went back inside the room, lying on a soft couch to take a rest while looking out the window. He silently waited for the restriction on his body to be lifted. After only half a month of seclusion, the first disciple has now disappeared, so it seems there's no way for this seclusion to continue. Once he recovers his martial arts abilities, he'll descend the mountain on his own. However, since they were all leaving using the same stealth method, Yuli and Feng Mingjue could have easily brought him along when they also took Xiao Yiheng. Why did they leave him here to recover before descending the mountain by flying sword? Could it be that Yuli was worried that the disturbances on Kanjia Mountain haven't ended yet, and he would be utterly useless, likely being killed first if he returned to the sect? Shui Yuten was lost in thought when he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him from behind, blocking the reflection of the window frame in front of him. Shui Yuten abruptly turned his head and saw that Peiji, whose tall figure had returned after departing, standing in front of the couch. Weren't you supposed to leave with Uncle Yu and the others? Why are you still here? Shui Yuten couldn't understand. He had clearly seen no one in front of him just moments ago. I just left to wash my hands. Wash hands? Shui Yuten frowned. Why wash your hands for nothing? Could it be that he thought it dirty for him to use a dry branch to comb Xiao Yiheng's hair earlier? What a fuss. Just as Shui Yuten was marveling at when Peiji had developed this habit of cleanliness, the next moment completely overturned his three views. Because the same person who just showed signs of germophobia after combing Xiao Yiheng's hair suddenly crouched down in front of him and grabbed his foot. Startled, Shui Yuten instinctively tried to pull his feet under the bed covers, hiding them within the folds of his robe. But even though he had taken some medicine given by Yuli, which restored a bit of his strength, compared to Peiji, who was already as strong as an ox, the power gap was quite significant. Moreover, the more he struggled, the tighter Peiji's grip became, almost making his foot bones ache painfully. What are you doing? Let go. Shui Yuten shouted angrily, but without the boost of magic energy, his voice seemed rather weak. This place called for heaven, but heaven didn't respond, calling for earth, but earth gave no answer. Would Peiji possibly hold a grudge against him for helping Xiao Yiheng fix his hair earlier and wanted to settle things right here? Though this thought seemed absurd, tying a hair bun wouldn't be enough to deserve death. But Shui Yuten hadn't forgotten that Peiji was a madman. In previous lifetimes, this lunatic would laughingly call him master one second and coldly call him dog Tan while stabbing him the next. Fortunately, the person in front seemed not intent on taking his life. Peiji pulled Shui Yuten's foot back with force, moving himself closer to sit at the end of the couch. Then, placing Shui Yuten's foot on his lap, he tried to slip shoes and socks onto his foot. However, due to the fracture in his right hand affecting his dexterity, after many attempts, he still couldn't do it with just one hand. So Peiji narrowed his pupils, grabbed the arm that was broken, and forcefully snapped it back into position, realigning the dislocated joint. The whole process made two distinct clicking sounds, yet Peiji's expression remained unchanged, as if he couldn't feel any pain. Shit, if you can do that, why didn't you heal yourself when washing your hands earlier? Why show off in front of me? Shui Yuten understood. This clearly wasn't about healing his bone but a display of power and intimidation. Shui Yuten immediately stopped struggling and allowed Peiji to fumble with him. Looking closely at close range, Peiji discovered that Shui Yuten's feet were very beautiful, white and tender, each nail pinkish and translucent, like the pink peony flowers he had once seen. Just as Peiji had finished putting on one shoe, Shui Yuten spoke from above him. Were Yuli and the others called by you? Peiji didn't hide it and truthfully replied, after realizing something was off, I went to call Uncle Yu. After all, if we wanted to descend the mountain during the day in broad daylight, his approval would still be needed. It seemed he had underestimated the cunning of the protagonist. No wonder this person came with a confident look, not giving any respect to the master of Kylin Palace. Turns out he brought reinforcements. If that's so, why do you remain here and not return to Kanjia Mountain? Isn't it because Uncle Yu said Kanjia Mountain isn't peaceful at the moment? Only master here is safe. Like a floating weed, naturally I'll stay wherever is safest. Peiji responded calmly. Safe. At present, he didn't have even a trace of martial arts techniques left. Between him and Peiji, one was old and weak, the other sick and disabled. Any demon could easily capture them in one move. What kind of safety is that? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he opened his mouth to say something more when suddenly he felt an air current moving. Someone was arriving by flying sword. Shui Yutan looked in the direction of the aura and saw Ling Feng, dressed in blue disciple robes, stepping down from his sword. He then put away his sword, crossed his hands behind his back, and entered the room. Upon seeing the current actions between Shui Yutan and Pei Ji, Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to look away or keep staring casually. From his angle, he could clearly see Shui Yutan turning his head to look at him, while Pei Ji, at the exact same moment, reached out and picked up a strand of Shui Yutan's hair hanging over his shoulder. When Ling Feng looked, Pei Ji brought it close to his nose and sniffed lightly. This action definitely didn't look like something a normal master and disciple should do. Ling Feng covered his mouth and coughed lightly before lowering his eyes and respectfully bowing low. Uncle Shui. Shui Yutan replied, naturally noticing something odd about Ling Feng's expression. Turning his head to look at Pei Ji, he saw that Pei Ji was just sitting quietly and didn't seem to show anything peculiar. Why are you here now? Did something happen to your master? Shui Yutan asked. No, my master is fine. He thought so too. It was impossible for his master to have just died after leaving. Then has something happened at Kanjia Mountain? Shui Yutan guessed again. Kanjia Mountain is also fine. Ling Feng, fearing that if Shui Yutan kept guessing, the next question would be whether their sect leader had passed away, quickly cut off Shui Yutan's inquiries. Everything is good at the sect gate. But right now, both my master and sect leader are busy suppressing Xiao Brother's half-soul within his body, preventing him from causing harm again, so they can't leave. But my master was worried about you being alone here and facing danger, so he sent me here. After a lengthy explanation, Ling Feng glanced at Pei Ji and changed the topic. But I think my master guessed wrong. With Uncle Shui having a divine demeanor, wherever he goes, he will never be alone. TSK. What this kid said made Shui Yutan feel more and more that there was something off, though he couldn't figure it out immediately. Was he insulting him? Shui Yutan hadn't yet understood whether this divine demeanor was an insult or praise when Ling Feng had already bowed to him once more. The sword in his hand, which he hadn't put away, was still in front of him. Stepping on it, he left. This boy's temper was indeed hard to read, much like Yuli, they were both quite enigmatic. However, Shui Yutan had already caught the important point in what Ling Feng had said. Currently, Yuli and Feng Mingjue were busy suppressing Xiao Yiheng's extra half-soul within Kanjia Mountain, unable to leave. Did this mean that Kanjia Mountain's defense was currently weak? Absolutely not. As one of the three great powers, he couldn't just stay here like this. He must go down the mountain to check on Kanjia Mountain. Only knowing Kanjia Mountain was safe would allow him peace of mind. But now, he had no idea when the restriction on his martial arts abilities would dissipate. Xiao Yiheng had mentioned half a day, but how many hours exactly did that count to? In the end, Shui Yutan set out. Without using a flying sword, without teleportation, purely walking. Don't ask why he chose to walk. Was it because he was bored and wanted to exercise? The real reason he walked was that his disciple Pei Ji simply refused to obey his command to carry him back to Kanjia Mountain on his flying sword, bluntly telling him, I don't know how. What a laughable excuse. If Pei Ji didn't know how to ride a flying sword, how did he manage to show up every evening after sunset in the forest for practicing martial arts, crossing several mountain peaks on foot? In fact, Shui Yutan wasn't insane enough to insist on walking just to prove a point. He simply didn't want to stay in the same room with Pei Ji. As Pei Ji grew older, his face became more and more similar to the Pei Ji of 2 lifetimes ago who had turned into a stud horse. Shui Yutan didn't like this face. No matter how handsome it was, he still didn't like it. When Shui Yutan climbed over a hill and stood at the peak, he looked down towards the direction of Kanjia Mountain. Kanjia Mountain was shrouded in mist all year round. No matter from which hilltop you looked, all you could see was a dense foggy white expanse. Precisely because of this, many ordinary people regarded Kanjia Mountain as a mountain of immortals, believing that those who dwelled within were immortal beings who never aged. Immortal and never aging. He had already died twice. Thinking about this, Shui Yutan rubbed his sore ankle and tried to circulate his energy. Sure enough, just like the previous 99 times, the restriction still hadn't been lifted. Well then, continue climbing. Shui Yutan sighed, took his gaze off Kanjia Mountain, and decided to move on. But there was a swamp ahead, and with his current skills of walking, there was no way he could jump over it. Moreover, he didn't want to get his clothes dirty by wading through muddy water. Thus, Shui Yutan simply lay flat where he was. Wherever he encountered difficulties, he would just lie down right there. As long as I lie down quickly enough, difficulties can't overcome me. Shui Yutan sat next to the swamp, staying still. He lounged comfortably and even fished out some sunflower seeds he'd taken from the kitchen before seclusion. Blue sky, white clouds, mountains, water, and sunflower seeds, nice, nice, it felt like a holiday now. Shui Yutan chewed some seeds and spat them casually by his foot. Anyway, in ancient times there was no plastic, all materials came from animals or plants and decomposed easily, so he needn't worry about environmental pollution. Just as Shui Yutan spat out the third to last seed, a pair of black boots appeared beside the pile of shells. Almost without needing to look up, Shui Yutan knew that Pei Zhi had followed him. Since the time at Wuyan Peak, Shui Yutan had noticed that Pei Zhi had become somewhat clingy. Previously, on Kanjia Mountain, whether it was meeting once a week for lessons or not seeing each other for half a month while Yuan Chongqing was under investigation, the relationship between him and Pei Zhi was fine either way, no big deal if they met or not. But after he bit Pei Zhi at Wuyan Peak, during both the eldest disciple's closed training session and the solo hiking trip now, Pei Zhi was always around him. So, could it be that the yumming charm had some side effect that Yuli didn't know about and therefore hadn't told him? For example, symptoms such as these in Pei Zhi. Why has my master stopped moving forward? Pei Zhi's tone was light and joyful, showing his good mood. I couldn't proceed further. Shui Yutan replied while finishing the last 2 seeds. Pei Zhi looked at the small marsh in front, somewhat puzzled. Didn't my master say he was willing to walk back to Kanjia Mountain even if it meant going on foot? Why should such a little swamp make you stop? Exactly as you said, you found out, I'm the type of person who gives up too easily. After all, there are no difficult things in the world, as long as you're willing to give up. If it wasn't because he knew of this cursed reincarnation destiny, that even if he gave up, he'd return to the start and loop endlessly, he wouldn't have seriously completed all sorts of tasks 2,484 times. Lying low and idling until death was actually his hobby. But the moment Shui Yutan's words were finished, Pei Zhi's smile disappeared. As if he had associated with something else, his expression turned suddenly dark. He knelt down, pulled Shui Yutan up, and without a word hoisted him onto his shoulder, lightly leaped with his toe tip, and carried Shui Yutan over the marsh. And as soon as they crossed, Pei Zhi put Shui Yutan down. Now that the obstacle is gone, please continue, master. Not you, protagonist. What's gotten into your brain? I was lying peacefully, not obstructing you in any way. Why did you lift me and carry me over? Could it be that in the protagonist's character, besides being insane, obsessive, and biased, there was also an allergy to the word, give up? Did he associate, from those words, with the big boss demon lord meditating king of hell who abandoned him and his mother since birth? There's no need to be so sensitive, protagonist. Shui Yutan touched his nose, hesitating on how to say something that might improve Pei Zhi's current thoughts, but before he could open his mouth, someone had already lost patience and threw him back onto their back again, and started walking step by step toward Kanjia Mountain. The teenager's back was somewhat slender, that stiff spine pressed painfully against Shui Yutan, so he crawled up a little higher to find a more comfortable position to lie down. Since his cultivation technique wouldn't return in a short time anyway, and since avoiding Pei Zhi was futile, he decided to go with the flow. Therefore, he didn't feel the slightest guilt letting Pei Zhi carry him all the way back. After all, with Pei Zhi's abilities, he could easily teleport directly to Kanjia Mountain in the blink of an eye, yet he preferred walking. Then let's walk more and tire him out completely. Chapter 77, the male lead has the final say. By the time the two arrived at Kanjia Mountain, it was already dark. Shui Yutan stretched his limbs a bit. As soon as he sensed the removal of the restrictions, he immediately jumped off Pei Zhi's back. But before they entered the mountain, Shui Yutan felt something amiss. The chess piece boundary markers had been tampered with. This indicated that outsiders had intruded into the mountain. Didn't Yuli say earlier that the intruders had already been driven away by him and Feng Mingjue? So why did trouble happen again today? There was no time to think much further. The moment Shui Yutan saw the change in the chess pieces, he had already formed a hand seal and teleported outside the main hall. As he had imagined, Kanjia Mountain was in chaos, littered with traces of battles everywhere. Even the plants meticulously cared for by Yuli were trampled beyond recognition. And the disciples who should have been guarding outside the main hall were nowhere to be found. Shui Yutan suddenly remembered the day he died in his previous life. At that time, Pei Zhi, urged by Wu Qingqing, relied on the enhancement of the Qilin Lock divine artifact, holding Kanjia Mountain hostage, and took him away right in front of Yuli and Feng Mingjue. Afterward, he endured the memory of being chopped into pieces and nailed to die in front of Lan Yin's house. Shui Yutan remembered clearly that the Kanjia Mountain which Pei Zhi invaded in his previous life was just as desolate as today. The memories of 2 lives began to overlap, leaving Shui Yutan dazed, standing still in a trance. Until a disciple he didn't recognize rushed over, plop, kneeling down in front of him, shouting, Uncle Shui, you're finally back. All the brothers have been captured by the fiendish woman. You must save them. Upon hearing the sound, Shui Yutan snapped out of his daze. However, just as he returned to reality, he caught a glance from Pei Zhi. The 2 faces overlapped in his mind, and Shui Yutan instinctively stepped back twice. Master, are you alright? Pei Zhi's voice came to his ear. Shui Yutan knew he was behind him, but he didn't bother to look at Pei Zhi straight. Instead, after gathering his emotions, he reached out and pulled the kneeling disciple up. Who is this fiendish woman you speak of? The underworld fiendish woman, Wu Qingqing. Truly an unsurprising name. It seemed that the plot involving Wu Qingqing had unfolded while he was in seclusion. He remembered that in the novel, there was a part where Wu Qingqing and Pei Zhi watched clouds together in the underworld. This segment probably stemmed from exactly this event here. In the original story, Wu Qingqing's father had suffered severe injuries due to searching for Azura blood, leaving him barely alive. Therefore, Wu Qingqing had come to Kanjia Mountain to steal the spirit-restoring pill. Unsuccessful, she then kidnapped Xiao Yiheng and several other timid junior disciples, demanding Pei Zhi to bring the pill himself to redeem them. Xiao Yiheng, a reincarnated soul, lacked knowledge in profound magical arts, thus possessing negligible combat abilities. Hence, his capture was quite logical. Thus, Pei Zhi stood tall as a beacon of justice, carrying the pill himself to the underworld to exchange for their return. It was because of this rescue mission that the main character developed some affection towards Pei Zhi. So, did the current plot development mean it had reached the Underworld Clouds episode? Sure enough, the next second, the NPC reciting line said again, that fiendish woman also claimed that Pei Jr. brother must personally send the spirit-restoring pill to the demon world, or she wouldn't release them. Indeed, the unfolding matched perfectly with the original plot. In the book, due to concerns about Xiao Yiheng's cold poison from the frigid pool potentially triggered by the cold air of the underworld, Wu Qingqing only had to mention the exchange for Pei Zhi to step forward voluntarily. Xue Yutan looked towards Pei Zhi, waiting for him to declare his willingness to go. But no. As for the people, let her release them if she wants, it's not my concern. That's not what the male lead is supposed to say, WTF. Could it be because Xiao Yiheng was currently under guard by Yu Li and Feng Mingjue and not among the abducted disciples, so Pei Zhi wasn't moved? Then, in this lifetime, whose plight would move Pei Zhi? After pondering briefly, Xue Yutan reminded him, Ling Yu was also captured. In the past life, Ling Yu, as the wife cherished like a white moon in Pei Zhi's heart, certainly held great significance. And in this lifetime, they had spent private moments together in the small forest, indicating a close relationship. Why does the master always link me with elder sister Ling? Pei Zhi sounded somewhat annoyed but patiently explained, in my eyes, she is no different from other fellow disciples. Oh, really? Then why do the two secretly meet in the small woods at night? Xue Yutan clearly didn't believe him. While he struggled internally over whether to play along with the plot or forcefully knock Pei Zhi unconscious and drag him to the underworld instead, he heard Pei Zhi say another sentence. Tell her this, if she releases the captives now, Kanjia Mountain will still give her a chance to live, but if she insists on not letting them go, tomorrow we will jointly eradicate the netherworld with all sections. This speech was delivered with fervor and great valor, almost as if these were the lines that should have come out of his own master's mouth. And then, who was he supposed to relay this message to? Weren't they all on the same side? Xue Yutan blinked a few times, still confused, when he noticed the young disciple who had just reported suddenly spinning twice in place. Then smoke billowed under his feet, and the figure disappeared instantly from sight. Goodness! Was it because his skills had just recovered that he couldn't perceive such a move? Or how could he miss a mere transformation technique like that? This isn't an ordinary transformation. This is a forbidden technique of the demon race, called Wangsheng. The transformed individual looks, sounds, and behaves exactly as they did in life. You can consider it a clone made right before death. Tonggu rarely bothered to explain certain terms in such detail. Wangsheng. Such a beautiful name indeed. However, Xue Yutan glared at Pei Zhi again, if I can't detect it, why can he? Even though Xue Yutan knew that Pei Zhi would repeatedly break boundaries in the future to reach his peak, at their current capabilities, Pei Zhi being only at the foundational stage was miles away from his present realm. There was no reason for him to see through something that Xue Yutan missed. During the last time when the demon race invaded, Pei Zhi attributed it to sensing the dark night Kanjia. Thus, it was understandable that Xue Yutan failed to perceive it then, but now, with the person standing right there, why did Pei Zhi see through it first? The male lead has the ultimate authority to explain all irrational actions. Tonggu replied. What did that mean? Each word seemed familiar, yet together they left him completely puzzled. What was meant by having the final say over all unreasonable actions? Did it mean that whatever Pei Zhi himself considered logical would cause changes in both the main plot and subplots? If that was the case, he was genuinely interested. Xue Yutan's pupils contracted slightly as a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. If, according to Pei Zhi's mindset, his survival was plausible, then didn't that imply he might not even need to collect those tedious avoidance pills to live until reaching the Golden Hall? Tonggu didn't respond but played a song for him instead. It's all in my head, you always say that, but you never, really feel bad for me. Shit. He didn't have to overthink things, playing a song mocking him was simply too much. One shouldn't be deprived of imagination, right? Don't bother thinking about it, it leads nowhere. Haven't you tried in previous lives? Tong Ji's tone floated lightly. Truly heart-piercing. Indeed, back in the previous life, he worked so hard trying to gain Pei Zhi's favor and ended up being sliced into pieces. In this life, given his habit of constantly avoiding Pei Zhi, expecting Pei Zhi to actively let him survive truly sounded like a pipe dream. Sigh. There's no point in following the male lead route anymore. Forget it. Thinking too much just gives headaches. Let's get back to Wu Qingqing's situation. Under normal circumstances, after failing to acquire the soul restoration pill and receiving threats, a self-disciplined antagonist should be enraged enough to slaughter a few people for venting, sending back some chopped-off limbs as confirmation of their villainous determination. But Wu Qingqing was an exception. After being intimidated by Pei Zhi that evening, she sent back the group of captured disciples without harm. Just messing around? Shui Yutan's gaze shifted from Ling Yu, who had been puffing her cheeks angrily, recounting her ordeal in the underworld while sobbing on his chest, to Ling Feng on the other side. If he hadn't forgotten, Ling Feng had shown up at his closed-door cultivation site earlier. How could he have been whisked away so fast by Wu Qingqing? Sure, Ling Feng wasn't the strongest fighter, but wasn't he known for his expertise in poison and drugs? Yet he seemingly did nothing to counter the threat. Shui Yutan patted Ling Yu's shoulder absently, offering a couple of absent-minded consolations. Then Pei Ji approached, pulling Ling Yu away further. Still saying there was nothing going on between them. Shui Yutan smirked, observing the two with interest, then turned toward Ling Feng. How were you also taken hostage? Ling Feng clenched his fists tightly, filled with frustration. That vixen cheated. Not only did she steal the prize reward given to me by the master for being the top apprentice, but she. After several repetitions, Ling Feng stopped short, leaving the rest unspoken. Nevertheless, Shui Yutan needed no explanation to connect the dots. Shui Yutan's eyes inadvertently fell on the obvious red marks beside Ling Feng's neck, twisted with anger. They looked like hickey marks. Sigh. Could they possibly be what he thought they were? Realizing Shui Yutan's gaze, Ling Feng quickly tightened his robe. I will first go confess to master. Uncle, please excuse me. After saying that, he fled in a flash. Running so fast, wasn't this kid just revealing more than necessary, confirming there was indeed something fishy? What is the master looking at? Someone asked beside him. Strawberry marks, Shui Yutan blurted out without thinking, only to realize something was off the moment he finished speaking. He abruptly turned his head and saw Pei Ji had come back instead of chatting privately with Ling Yu as he was supposed to. Pei Ji looked interested. Strawberry marks. Pei Ji appeared somewhat perplexed, his deep pupils seemingly veiled in mist. He tilted his head and asked, what is it? How come I didn't notice before how studious the male lead could be? Shui Yutan touched the jade finger ring on his fingers, placed one hand behind his back, coughed slightly. Nothing, an insignificant topic. After finishing, he hurriedly attended to the disciples and stopped talking to Pei Ji. By the time Shui Yutan had comforted all the abducted disciples, Yuli and Feng Mingjue dragged Xiao Yiheng out from a hidden room. Yuli came over first and checked Shui Yutan's pulse. Only after confirming all the restrictions on his body were gone did he let go. Big brother, how did you end up like this? Li Luoshu's voice was high-pitched and penetrating. The moment these words were spoken, quite a few gazes shifted toward Xiao Yiheng. Following the looks, Shui Yutan almost burst out laughing at the sight. Because he saw that every inch of Xiao Yiheng's face and body not covered by clothing was densely covered with talisman drawings. And on his waist hung a bell that jingled whenever he moved, making him look like the idiot son of some landlord freshly dug out of the ground. This get-up, splav what? Master, seeing everyone staring at him, Xiao Yiheng's complexion clearly showed embarrassment. He called out to Shui Yutan as he approached, scratching his head. Master, I've heard everything. Are you all right now? It sounded like he was asking about whether he himself had lifted the restriction on Xiao Yiheng. Shui Yutan didn't answer but merely spun his finger, snatching a yellow talisman paper that had been glued to Xiao Yiheng's back. The pattern was messy, with circles and crosses all over, obviously Feng Mingjue's doing. So you've drawn all over my disciple, but what exactly is this nonsense? Seeing Shui Yutan use magic, Xiao Yiheng realized the restriction on his body was gone. He chuckled awkwardly and began explaining for Feng Mingjue. I requested it myself. The talismans on my body, and the yellow papers on my back, are treasures to ward off evil spirits. With them around, I won't become weird again. Clearly, those talismans were just scribble practice sheets, yet Feng Mingjue wasn't ashamed to use them to deceive younger generation like this. Shui Yutan gazed at Feng Mingjue for clarification. The two then openly sent private telepathic messages, entering another realm together. A mountain need not be high, as long as there is immortality, its glory shines. Water need not be deep, as long as there is a dragon, it manifests spirit. Privately I think. Speak plainly. Shui Yutan interrupted Feng Mingjue's eloquent speech. Actually, apart from the bell on his waist, none of the other stuff is very useful, but sincerity makes it efficacious. Feng Mingjue's expression grew serious at this point. By the way, do you know the origin of that half-soul? We sensed immense resentment while suppressing it, which cost us quite some time. Of course, Shui Yutan knew. It was his co-sufferer in the previous life who endured the same misfortune. Though this thought crossed his mind, when he spoke, he played dumb. I don't know. What kind of origin? Not knowing is fine. Anyway, he won't appear again in the future. But to ensure safety, Xiao Yiheng should frequently watch the bell around his waist and not remove it carelessly. Shui Yutan nodded. Just as he was about to cancel the telepathic connection, he sensed another energy enter the space. Yuli joined their group chat. Yuli didn't even glance at Feng Mingjue but directly stared at Shui Yutan and began ranting. Hurry up and come out once you're done chit-chatting. Your foolish apprentice has already called you 800 times. If you don't respond soon, he'll think you've left. Shui Yutan snapped back to reality, indeed hearing Xiao Yiheng call him again, Master. Why aren't you responding? So, the stupid apprentice Yuli mentioned referred to Xiao Yiheng. He really is quite simple-minded. But compared to himself, his simplicity seemed adorable. What response? Shui Yutan asked. Chapter 78. I'm thinking about you right now. Senior Master, you just told me that my first disciple failed in seclusion, so he needs to go down the mountain for 2 months of training. What the heck was Yuli up to? He hadn't heard before that failing seclusion required punishment of going down the mountain for training. Shui Yutan looked at Yuli, intending to ask him why he suddenly let Xiao Yiheng go down the mountain. Then he heard the system notification sound. Congratulations, host has triggered the main quest, 2-year seclusion. Please promote the development of the plot to complete the task of confining Pei Ji for 2 years. This task will reward 1,000 points and a prestige value of 10,000. Shui Yutan didn't pay attention to the content but noticed the rewards provided by the system first. What's the concept of 10,000 prestige points? He worked hard for several months, only accumulating 3,800 prestige points. And now, one task directly tripled his progress. Who is playing around? It must be a bug. This is not a time-limited task, but it is difficult to complete, so the reward is also rich. The system sensed Shui Yutan's surprise and explained, so please don't worry, there is no bug. After being reminded by the system, Shui Yutan finally turned his attention from the final 10,000 prestige points back to the text in front. 2-year seclusion. A very important plot point in the original book. Not long after this plot point, what awaited him was Pei Ji tearing him apart with 1,000 cuts. He had foreseen that this day would come, but Shui Yutan did not expect it to happen so soon. Moreover, the instigator of this task was actually Yuli. Just moments ago, they were still in Wu Qingqing's netherworld cloud colors. How could they jump to the 2-year seclusion in the next second? There were still many plots in the netherworld that got skipped. The strange expression on Shui Yutan's face instantly vanished, his dual pupils slightly closed, hiding the almost uncontrollable emotions in his eyes. Shui Yutan said nothing, while Xiao Yiheng hesitated and spoke again, so I thought about it, and I want to bring everyone along. What does Master think? This everyone was quite ambiguous. In the novel, My Elder Brother Has Schizophrenia, this training was specifically arranged to create opportunities for passion between Pei Ji and Xiao Yiheng. The protagonist group set off, and when they returned, it was already a month later. At that time, as Xiao Yiheng was near death, he personally accused Pei Ji of being the poisoner. Female Shui Yutan confined Pei Ji in a small place for 2 whole years. Afterward, Pei Ji changed drastically in personality. Shui Yutan knew that everyone, in Xiao Yiheng's words, included the entire main character team. Pei Ji, Ling Yu, Ling Feng, and the NPC Li Luoshu whom he brought into the group in this lifetime. There wasn't his spot. As the male supporting teacher, he shouldn't be part of this trial group either. Shui Yutan couldn't describe his current mood. There was a feeling of helplessness knowing the direction things were headed but being unable to change them, only watching as the plot slowly advanced toward its predetermined direction. Shui Yutan remained silent all along, and Xiao Yiheng grew a bit nervous due to the prolonged silence. As he fiddled with the talisman Wind Mingjue painted on the back of his hand, he was just hesitating whether to speak up again when he heard Shui Yutan finally say something. Shui Yutan just lightly and faintly asked, "Does this everyone refer to?" Of course Luo Shu and little sister. Upon reaching this point, seeing Shui Yutan glance towards Pei Ji, Xiao Yiheng hurriedly added, "And younger brother Pei." Just as expected without exception. Any normal person could see Shui Yutan's abnormality at the moment, his pale body was trembling slightly, as if he was cold or afraid. Yuli immediately teleported over to support Shui Yutan. "What's wrong? Do you not want them to go down the mountain?" "Not really, he just doesn't want to go offline himself, nor restart." But this was something he couldn't tell Yuli, so he forced a smile, letting the laughter return to his face. "Yes, half master half mother. After all, I've been watching them grow up. It's their first time going down the mountain alone, so I'm kind of reluctant to let them go." Hearing this, Pei Ji quickly responded, "I didn't say I wanted to go. You have to go. If you don't go, how can we advance the main quest? If you don't go, how can you be this scapegoat?" Shui Yutan's voice was somewhat heavy, his tone somewhat urgent. "All the juniors are going, so of course you have to go too. My apprentices under Shui Yutan cannot be isolated." Pei Ji pursed his lips, neither agreeing to go nor opening his mouth to refuse. Since the 3 mainsters of Kanjia Mountain all agreed, the matter of Xiao Yiheng's group going down the mountain was thus settled. Shui Yutan, citing concerns about potential illnesses or insufficient care on the journey, had Yuli also include Ling Feng in the protagonist group so that he could go down the mountain with them for training. "But my first apprentice hasn't completed seclusion yet. They'll be gone who knows how long, and if time is wasted. Rest assured, there won't be any delays." Yuli's sentence wasn't even finished when it was interrupted by Shui Yutan's firm tone. "They will definitely return before the master's first disciple finishes his seclusion." Because in the novel, this journey only took a month, and now Xiao Yiheng's seclusion only lasted half a month, plus the 1-month seclusion of Wind Mingjue's first disciple, leaving 1.5 months until it would be Ling Feng's turn. There was more than enough time. "Why are you so sure? Could it be that you've opened the divine eye?" Yuli teased casually. "Oh, you've noticed," Shui Yutan responded semi-jokingly along with Yuli's words, "not only have I opened the divine eye, but I've also activated X-ray vision." For instance, I know right now that you're wearing light green undergarments underneath your robe. Yuli snapped his fan shut with a "pa" sound, glaring at him disapprovingly. You're boring. And then got up to leave. Without anyone left to jest with, Shui Yutan turned around and intended to remind Xiao Yiheng of the bell hanging from his waist that Wen Mingjue mentioned earlier, but when he looked over, Xiao Yiheng was chatting enthusiastically with Li Luoshu and Ling Feng. More accurately, Xiao Yiheng was enthusiastically conversing with Li Luoshu, while Ling Feng was dragged into the conversation against his will. On the other side, Ling Yu was pulling Pei Ji into an intermittent dialogue. Yes, that's right, Ling Yu was responsible for the intervals, while Pei Ji remained unresponsive, with Ling Yu chattering away for minutes without eliciting even a peep from Pei Ji. With such a state, Shui Yutan estimated that the protagonist group wouldn't pay attention to what he had to say either. Thus, he turned to return to his own quarters. However, just as he left the protagonist's line of sight and turned the corner, he felt someone following him. Shui Yutan stopped walking, and the next second, Pei Ji appeared from around the corner of the corridor. Had this person been keeping tabs on his movements all along? Otherwise, why was it that just seconds ago Pei Ji was still talking with Ling Yu, but the moment Shui Yutan moved, Pei Ji followed? Shui Yutan glanced at the newcomer, raising his eyebrows slightly. Do you have something you need me for? Pei Ji shot him a glance. No. No, and yet you're still following me. Coming. The last two words barely made it past his throat before Pei Ji had already walked past him and moved forward alone. Humph, so it seems he'd misjudged. Pei Ji really was just passing by. Perhaps because Pei Ji had been shadowing him everywhere recently, upon seeing Pei Ji approaching this time, he mistakenly assumed Pei Ji was coming to see him. It was rather self-indulgent of him. Shui Yutan touched his nose, trying to ease his embarrassment before continuing forward. The members of the main character group planned to set out down the mountain the next day, so they were busy packing their things. No one came to disturb Shui Yutan in his courtyard. He lay back in a deckchair under the crooked neck tree in the yard, calculating the plot development in his mind. As long as nothing went wrong with the protagonist group during their training expedition, completing the main task of confinement wouldn't be too difficult. As the earliest villain to be eliminated in the book, his role as mentor mainly served to push the early stages of the plot forward and further embellish the tragic childhood of the male lead. Therefore, the driving force behind this period of confinement was mainly the sufferings of the main character himself. All he had to do was lock Pei Ji away when Xiao Yiheng accused him of attempted murder without verifying the facts, and ensure that he stayed confined for 2 full years. This wasn't the first time he'd done this, he had plenty of experience. The question now was, what should he do after the confinement is complete? If the male lead is locked up, will there still be opportunities to earn prestige points? Does our host brother only think about prestige points? The system suddenly interjected. Then what else should I care about? Shui Yutan found her comment somewhat confusing. Don't you have even the slightest bit of concern for anything besides prestige points? The system seemed exasperated, attempting to draw Shui Yutan's attention to Pei Ji through words. Have you not thought about how your relationship with the male lead might deteriorate after this main task? Could it get any worse than the previous lives? At most, he'd face another death scene, but if he could use a life-saving pill before dying, he would come back stronger. So we must hurry and gather enough points to exchange for that life-saving pill. Shui Yutan reflected on this, slapping his thigh. Once this large sum comes in, I'll be rich. Will it be enough to trade for that advanced option in your system interface, the life-saving pill? Not enough, but almost. Tong Mei answered honestly. Then she added, but host brothers over 10,000 mentor points are already sufficient to unlock the details of the raid avoidance pill. At this time, you can thoroughly understand its purpose and the specific points required for exchange. That wasn't bad. Though it still wasn't enough, it was far better than knowing nothing now. After roughly calculating the points needed to exchange for the raid avoidance pill from Tong Mei's words, Shui Yutan felt a little more relaxed. Anyway, there were still 2 years of leeway after imprisoning the male lead, and he would definitely make good arrangements within that period. Seeing Shui Yutan lying leisurely in the lounge chair with his eyes closed, resting, Tong Mei couldn't help but speak her mind. Doesn't host brother worry about the male lead running off with someone else? After all, he is now appreciating clouds together with Wu Qingqing. What did she mean by that? What does it mean to run off with someone? Was she afraid that the male lead would fall for Wu Qingqing, deviating from the storyline, thus ignoring Xiao Yiheng as his destined partner? Not Xiao Yiheng, I'm talking about you. The Yaoi spirit inside Tong Mei was blazing fiercely, so she decided to express her thoughts directly. Host brother, haven't you noticed? Didi. Before finishing her sentence, after a series of beeps, Tong Mei's voice disappeared suddenly. What the heck? Her message got cut off halfway. While Shui Yutan was startled, he heard disciples passing by outside the warm pavilion. Have you heard? 7-color auroras appeared near the north garden. I've heard. So, which Dao friend here is enduring heavenly tribulations? Not enduring heavenly tribulations, it's Chongming bird feather. It's said that if you immerse yourself in the Chongming bird feathers, your innermost thoughts will transform into various colors of rainbows. Purple represents happiness, pink represents ease, yellow represents, oh well, anyway, the more vivid the colors, the happier the person feels. So, many cultivators use it as a treasure to test their loved one's feelings. Wow, how magical. That's right. You go check out first. I'll look for my junior sister. Since this treasure appears in the North Garden, I must find her to have a proper conversation and subtly probe. As the voices gradually faded away, Shui Yutan sat up on the lounge chair. He remembered that when the novel mentioned the underworld clouds plot, there was a brief mention of 7 colored clouds, saying that people could judge another's heart through the color of the clouds. Hence, Wu Qingqing invited Pei Zhi to view the underworld clouds and use them to test his feelings after Pei Zhi gave her father revival pills to save him. But in this version of the story, didn't Pei Zhi not give revival pills to Wu Qingqing? Why did the 7 colored clouds still appear? Shui Yutan headed towards the location of the 7 colored clouds, confused. By the time he arrived, there were already many onlookers gathered around. Shui Yutan didn't dare interrupt those disciples casually, so he quietly stood behind a cluster of trees, peering through the shadows at Pei Zhi and Wu Qingqing standing amidst the clouds. Wu Qingqing had changed her appearance, disguising herself as an ordinary disciple of Kanjia Mountain, making it impossible for others to detect anything unusual. He heard Wu Qingqing explain to Pei Zhi, "This is a sacred artifact of our underworld. As long as you immerse yourself in it, your cloud transforms into whatever you think of. Just like this." As Wu Qingqing spoke, the multicolored cloud behind her automatically shifted into the image of a tall youth with sleek hair tied back into a ponytail. 2 strands of bangs hung freely over his forehead. This youth could only be Pei Zhi. "Hey, buddy. Isn't that different from what you described about the cloud's abilities? Weren't they supposed to change colors? How come in Wu Qingqing's case, it just turned into a picture painted by clouds instead? Wow, what a move." Wu Qingqing truly understood what directness meant. "Do you see it? Right now, all I'm thinking about is you." Such a cold reception for such a bold confession. The male lead was indeed the male lead. In the book, every pretty female supporting character fell in love with him. They loved him when he liked women, they also loved him when he liked men. TSK. Just as Shui Yutan was staring at Pei Zhi, anticipating his reaction to this direct declaration, Ling Yu suddenly appeared behind him and rushed furiously towards Wu Qingqing. "You shameless woman. Whose disciple are you? Acting so boldly under the broad daylight. How can you behave so shamelessly? How dare you?" Interrupted by her movements, Pei Zhi's previously expressionless face turned toward her. His gaze swept past Ling Yu and landed on him. It might have been Shui Yutan's imagination, but in the instant that Pei Zhi's gaze glanced over, he saw the pale clouds behind Pei Zhi suddenly burst into vivid brilliance. Chapter 79, Whatever I like, Master, you will like it too. What did that disciple say earlier? Oh, right. He said, the more brilliant the color of the clouds, the happier a person is. So why did Pei Zhi suddenly become happy? Shui Yutan furrowed her brows, glanced behind her, and indeed saw Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu walking over from not far away. It's still the main CP who makes us excited. Otherwise, how can they seem to fight and kill each other on the surface but secretly see someone coming and secretly start being glad? TSK, Pei Zhi, you're such a quietly flirtatious one. While pondering this, Ling Yu and Wu Qingqing had already started arguing. Later, their argument escalated into a physical fight. And the culprit responsible for all this, the male lead with countless admirers, remained silent, allowing the 2 beauties to fight over him. Master, if you want to watch, why don't you get closer instead of lurking here? Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu approached Shui Yutan and asked upon seeing her. What's lurking? He was clearly avoiding any conflict and trying his best to give private space to those who wanted to confess their feelings to Pei Zhi. Otherwise, just looking at Wu Qingqing's simple disguise trick, if he got closer, exposing it would disrupt the male lead's romance. Not exposing it would damage his wisdom, making others think later that his discernment wasn't sharp enough to see through Wu Qingqing's disguise, letting a member of the demon race walk in brazenly. Shui Yutan ignored Xiao Yiheng's question and instead scanned between him and Li Luoshu several times. You two are certainly inseparable. She remembered, didn't she, that Li Luoshu used to prefer sticking close to her as a master, but after their parting at the Red Mansion, these two were now bound together by a red silk ribbon, going everywhere together. Hee hee, Xiao Yiheng scratched his head and chuckled affectionately. I just love hanging out with my junior brother, Luoshu. Shui Yutan couldn't bear to look. If the main character ends up locked down with an NPC, what will happen to the male lead? All the effort spent on making the clouds behind Pei Zhi shine earlier would be wasted. Brother Pei. Ling Yu, while fighting, still found time to call Pei Zhi's name as though she had discovered a new continent, her tone filled with surprise. Your cloud shines. Wu Qingqing also noticed this phenomenon, lightly biting her ruby lips and looking toward the direction Pei Zhi was gazing at. But over there, apart from Shui Yutan who looked feminine, all the others were unmistakably men. Why did Pei Zhi's cloud shine when he was staring at a group of men? And not even reacting after she talked to him endlessly. Wait. Shui Yutan. Shui Yutan arrived as well. Wu Qingqing scrutinized Shui Yutan carefully and saw that he was watching her with great interest. She knew that Shui Yutan had guessed her identity. If she stayed any longer, Shui Yutan would surely catch her. Thus, Wu Qingqing deftly dodged Ling Yu's whip, disappeared in a flash, taking the Chongming bird feathers with her. Humph, coward, ran away when unable to fight. Ling Yu retracted her whip and coiled it around her waist again. Little sister, was the person you were fighting just now a disciple under the sect leader? Xiao Yiheng narrowed his eyes. I feel like I've never seen her before. I guess so, I haven't seen her either. Ling Yu looked in the direction where Wu Qingqing had departed, growing angrier the more she thought about it. She waved her fists in the air. Just don't let me catch you again, otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Li Luoshu gazed at the fuming Ling Yu, then slightly shifted his gaze to Pei Ji. Clouds cast from Chongming bird feathers change colors according to one's inner feelings. Junior brother Pei, just now. His words trailed off, speaking halfway and hiding the rest, leaving room for imagination. Sure enough, Ling Yu and Xiao Yiheng, who had just shifted their attention due to Wu Qingqing's departure, instantly refocused on Pei Ji. How could you believe such deceptive talk? Pei Ji stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Though he was responding to Li Luoshu, his eyes were not on him but rather on Shui Yutan, a dead object. How can it read a living person's mind? Why does the male lead look over during speech? The way he looks now seems like he's hinting at something. How does this relate to him? The next day, when they were leaving, Shui Yutan gave them instructions like an old father. For example, she reminded Xiao Yiheng to pay attention to the bell, reminded Li Luoshu to eat properly, reminded Ling Yu not to always play around. When it came to Pei Ji, she ran out of things to warn and paused, managing only to mutter dryly, as long as you're alive, it's fine. Pei Ji. Instead, Pei Ji took the initiative to speak. Does the master have any preference for little trinkets? If I come across them on the road, I can bring them back for the master. Trinkets. Shui Yutan actually thought about it seriously for a moment. Big plate chicken, scallion oil mixed noodles, sugar oil rice cakes, snail rice noodle soup. There were quite a few little snacks she enjoyed. Unfortunately, they probably couldn't make these here. Thus, Shui Yutan waved her hand and repeated the previous line, I don't need anything. As long as you're alive, that's fine. Pei Ji's eyes flickered, and his long lashes cast a shadow over them. It was unclear whether he was moved or had something else on his mind. Just as Shui Yutan thought he wouldn't say anything more, Pei Ji suddenly lifted his gaze, the corners of his lips tilting upward ever so slightly. Since there's nothing that the master likes, then let's go with what I like. Whatever I like, master, you will like it too. Chapter 80, The River God's Bride. This last statement sounded rather profound, and Shui Yutan slightly furrowed her brows. Just as she was about to think it through, the main group had already waved goodbye to her. All of a sudden, the noisy disciples were gone, leaving the vast northern courtyard with just her alone, making it seem exceptionally desolate. Feng Mingjue had entered seclusion with his top disciple, and in the entire Kanjia mountain, the only person who could chat with her for a while was Yuli. But this person, his words were too cutting, and she couldn't argue well against Yuli, so she didn't like playing with him. Out of sheer boredom, Shui Yutan would occasionally invite 3 or 5 friends from the Qinfeng sect to play mahjong together, and after finishing mahjong, she'd return to play chess with Yuli. What's the point of always winning? Shui Yutan poked at the white jade chessboard in front of her, her cheeks puffing up like a toad. Playing chess should involve back and forth moves with both wins and losses. It's fun that way. If you always win against me, it makes me look really dumb. It's not just seeming that way, you are inherently somewhat dumb. Yuli reached out, and with his index finger, he deflected Shui Yutan's attempt to sneakily undo her previous move. He then completed the sentence, moreover, I've already let you start with 28 pieces. What more do you want? After saying this, Yuli placed the black piece down, completely surrounding the struggling white pieces, causing them to lose in disarray. Shui Yutan. Well, how to put it, she can't beat Yuli at chess either, so she doesn't like playing with him. Shui Yutan angrily threw the pieces in her hand into the box, crossed her arms, and sprawled out on the mat. No more, no more. If I keep playing with you, I'll be a dog. Yuli lightly chuckled and silently packed away the chessboard, then followed Shui Yutan in lying down to gaze at the sky. We won't play chess anymore in the future. Let me find some other fun things for us. No matter how hard Shui Yutan thought, she couldn't have guessed that what Yuli meant by finding some other fun would turn out to be secretly peeping at Xiao Yiheng's team. What is wrong with you, Yuli? As the respected second headmaster of Kanjia Mountain, how can you do such sneaky things while the sect leader isn't around? As Shui Yutan hid behind the tree invisibly observing Xiao Yiheng and others' movements, she quickly blamed Yuli without turning her head. The space-time slash creates a portal based on your thoughts. Yuli glanced at Shui Yutan, then shifted his gaze to Pei Ji who was leaning against a pillar quietly listening to Xiao Yiheng and the others talk, without saying anything, stopping the gentle fanning of his fan. That you'd end up appearing here was surprising to me too. Shui Yutan didn't notice what Yuli said afterward, all her attention being on Xiao Yiheng and the group over there. She heard Ling Yu say, what's so difficult about this? The river god wants 2 brides, so we just create 2 substitutes to marry instead of the village girls. That should solve it, right? You make it sound easy, but among our group, you're the only woman. Where are we supposed to find another bride? There he is. Ling Yu pointed her finger toward Li Luoshu who was writing something at the table. I think Li Shidi has a delicate appearance. How about this time, it's just Ling Yu and me pretending to be brides? While Ling Yu's explanation lacked clarity, Shui Yutan still managed to deduce the direction of the plot from her words. In the novel, the chapter where Xiao Yiheng's group disguises themselves as brides was clearly titled The River God's Bride. It was an obviously old-fashioned, predictable storyline. About a village suffering from flooding disasters where to placate the wrath of the river god, someone proposed to dress eligible teenage girls as brides, place them on rafts, and send them downstream to offer them to the river god. When Xiao Yiheng and his group arrived, the village's unmarried young women had almost all been sent away, leaving only the mayor's newly adult daughter. Previously, many girls had gone into the water and never returned. Knowing it was a death sentence, the mayor, yet wanting to preserve his good name, still planned to marry off his daughter. However, the mayor's wife disagreed. It was then that the protagonist and their companions arrived, and the mayor's wife begged them to save her daughter's life, thus creating the scenario of disguising themselves as brides. However, in the original plot, there was no character called Li Luoshu. To enhance the affection between the main female lead and the male protagonist, Xiao Yiheng was the one who disguised himself as a bride. Thinking of this, Shui Yutan subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yiheng. The muscles he developed somewhere along the way made him look very strong and robust, making it seem unsuitable for him to dress up as a bride. Shui Yutan retracted her gaze and looked towards Yuli. Let's go. Are you sure you've seen enough? Yuli raised an eyebrow in surprise. Throughout this, it seemed Shui Yutan hadn't even once glanced at Pei Ji. Yeah, that's enough. Once she knew where the plot was headed, that was enough. Xiao Yiheng came down the mountain to enjoy himself, not to monitor the story's progression. As long as it wasn't related to the main quest, he didn't care about any other subplots. So Shui Yutan extended an invitation to Yuli. I heard there's a place here with good wine. Want to check it out? Shui Yutan was still talking with Yuli and hadn't left yet. Leaning against the wall nearby, Pei Ji, whose gaze had been lowered, suddenly lifted his head. Even though Shui Yutan was invisible, Pei Ji seemed to sense her presence, his dark pupils fixed unwaveringly on her direction. Chapter 81, The Bride Candidate, Must Change Again. Shui Yutan was turning her face, asking Yuli for a response. Naturally, she didn't see Pei Ji's strange action. Yuli, however, did notice. His eyelids slightly flickered, and he felt somewhat surprised. Then his tall figure subtly shifted to block Pei Ji's view. After that, he curved his lips into a smile and replied to Shui Yutan with a simple, all right. Pei Ji watched the two leave until Ling Yu tugged at his sleeve, which made him finally take back his gaze. We've already decided on the arrangements. We'll split into two groups. Junior brother Li and senior brother will be one group, with senior brother disguised as Aunt Chun's brother protecting junior brother Li. As for me, I'll be paired with you, we'll pretend to be the village chief's daughter and her brother. What do you think about this arrangement? Pei Ji pressed his lips together briefly and replied indifferently, whatever. Given this cold attitude, anyone else would have been annoyed enough not to bother. However, for some reason, whenever Ling Yu talked to Pei Ji, she found joy in it, regardless of how uninterested he seemed. So, despite only getting a nonchalant answer after speaking for so long, Ling Yu enthusiastically clapped her hands and declared, then it's settled. We'll set out according to plan when noon comes today. The village was bustling with activity, and soon it was time for the wedding procession. Li Luoshu had already put on the bridal clothes and covered herself with a red veil, leaving only a pair of pale, slender fingers exposed, which were nervously twisting each other. Don't be nervous. This is just pretending, there won't be any danger. Once the river god demon shows up, I'll immediately jump out and slay him first, Xiao Yiheng offered reassurance. Thank you, master brother. Li Luoshu's voice came muffled under the veil, sounding somewhat low. After thanking, it seemed like he remembered something and added, Master brother, have you ever considered why our master agreed to let all of us go down the mountain this time? Xiao Yiheng furrowed his brow, confused. Isn't it just that he wants all of us to stick together, so we can help each other along the way? Is it not? Of course not, Li Luoshu clarified firmly. As the top disciple, you committed a mistake during your seclusion. And the one who pointed out your error was none other than Pei Ji, that little scum. Now, our master has agreed for both you and Pei Ji to undergo training together, definitely harboring some intentions to choose between you two to cultivate the more outstanding disciple. Therefore, even if you don't want to argue with Pei Ji about anything, you must still watch out for him in one way or another. Watch out for him. Xiao Yiheng seemed puzzled. How to? Li Luoshu stopped answering, but his lips curved slightly underneath the veil. On this side, Li Luoshu covered by the red veil had already boarded the flower car, while Ling Yu on the other side, also pretending to be a bride, showed no sign of moving. Pei Ji pulled Ling Feng, who just came out from Ling Yu's room, and asked, the time has come, what's wrong with your sister? I'm not sure what dirty thing she ate at noon. Now she has an upset stomach. In just a short moment, she's gone to the restroom 4 times. I reckon, the bride candidate needs to be changed. Ling Feng paused, perplexed, but the flower car has already stopped in front of the door. At this crucial moment, who could possibly replace her? Just as he finished saying that, he noticed Pei Ji shifting his gaze onto his own face. Me. Ling Feng angrily swung his sleeve, I'm a man standing 7 feet tall, letting me dress as a woman. Don't even think about it. I'd die before doing such a thing. You're imagining things. Your appearance is such that even if you were covered by a veil, anyone could tell from 10 meters away that you're a man. Pei Zhi's expression remained cold. He glanced at Ling Yu's room. It's inconvenient for me to go in, so you go inside and bring out the wedding dress and veil. What for? Ling Feng questioned, confused. To find a bride. Find a bride? Ling Feng was more surprised. Pei Zhi, don't forget our goal is to help the village head's daughter escape from this sacrificial wedding and eliminate the river god. If you now try to look for another girl from the village to be the bride, isn't that? Wait. I haven't finished my sentence yet, why are you running? Chapter 82, Only Feels Master Suitable. Ling Feng's words were not yet finished when Pei Zhi, upon receiving the bridal dress, disappeared like a gust of wind from the rooftop. Ling Feng, what are you shouting about? Hey, where is Master Pei? Ling Yue came out of the restroom, holding her stomach. Ling Feng pinched his nose in distaste, I regret this. I should have joined Xiao Yiheng's group. Why bother with you all? None of you are normal. Meanwhile, Pei Zhi put the wedding gown into Dingshu and quickly headed for the nearest winery. He heard Shui Yutan say he was going to drink with Yuli when he left. He had already checked before entering this village, there indeed was a winery by the village entrance known for its pure brew. Upon reaching his destination, Pei Zhi looked around and saw Shui Yutan through the window of the private room upstairs. He immediately flashed over. In the room, Shui Yutan was alone, but there were 2 wine cups in front of him. Clearly, Yuli had been here and had just left momentarily. Pei Zhi squatted down in front of Shui Yutan, who sat leaning on one hand, looking downward pensively. He called out obediently, Master. Shui Yutan seemed somewhat drunk, with pink spots starting from his neck and spreading upward. These patches gathered at the corners of his eyes, giving the impression that someone had applied blush to his eyelids, making him look incredibly beautiful. Pei Zhi couldn't help but purse his lips and swallow lightly. Hearing the voice, Shui Yutan lazily lifted his gaze. Thinking it was Yuli bringing more wine, he was about to call Yuli's name but instead met a pair of black mysterious eyes. Shocked, his pupils instantly constricted, sobering up considerably. Pei Zhi. Shui Yutan called him by both surname and given name. Shouldn't you be, in the village? Realizing he was about to reveal he was spying, he quickly changed his question. What are you doing here? The river god plan has encountered some problems. The disciple came to ask Master for help. No, ugly rejection, get out. Before Pei Zhi even explained what help he needed, Shui Yutan rejected him 3 times in succession. This refusal came faster than Pei Zhi had anticipated. Pei Zhi raised an eyebrow and continued, disregarding Shui Yutan's refusal, senior sister Ling has upset her stomach. We need someone to take her place here. After much thought, I feel only Master is suitable. If his memory served correctly, didn't he just hear that Ling Yue's role was female? What did Pei Zhi mean by this? Mocking him for not being manly enough? Shui Yutan's face turned dark, going down the mountain for cultivation mainly aims at refining your characters. Solve your difficulties on your own. Finding me won't help you. Ring, congratulations, host triggered the side quest, Bride of the River God. Please proceed to the riverside to assist the protagonist in subduing the river god and rescuing trapped girls. This task rewards 50 points and 400 prestige. 2484, really, taking advantage of every gap. He refused, and now this happens. After hearing the notification for triggering the side quest, Shui Yutan swallowed back the rest of what he was saying. Truthfully, he was debating whether it was worth bending for such paltry 400 prestige points. Yes, paltry. He was getting cocky. With the main quest's 10,000 prestige points almost within reach, these 400 points for the side quest were merely negligible pennies. He could easily refuse. Besides, dressing as a woman wasn't something he was good at, and it would tarnish his great image as the head of the third altar. But previously, Master promised me that if I helped Master Wei braid his hair, Master would grant me one wish. As long as it doesn't violate common ethics, anything would be granted. And now, I want Master's help with this. As Pei Zhi spoke, he summoned the wedding dress from the Dingshu and held it out, waiting for Shui Yutan's consent. Caught between a rock and a hard place, this was truly forcing him onto a situation with no way out. He simply couldn't reject it. Shui Yutan's expression kept changing, filled with internal struggle. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly accepted the wedding dress with a disdainful yet helpless look in his eyes. Who knew the protagonist actually agreed to grant him one favor? Dressing as a woman, so be it. Once the veil is drawn, who will know who is who? As long as neither of them speaks, who would suspect? After accepting the wedding gown, Shui Yutan snapped his fingers, and the clothes immediately enveloped his body. Very soon, he noticed something amiss. The dress fit him perfectly in length, width, and even the 3 circumferences, as if it were not sized for Ling Yu's petite figure at all. What was going on? A bug? As Shui Yutan held up the sleeve to examine it closely from left and right to verify his suspicions, he heard footsteps approaching outside the private room. It must be Yuli coming. Before Shui Yutan could say anything, he felt a tightening around his waist. In the next moment, he was embraced into a firm chest. The next second, the bright red veil descended, and Peiji carried him off through the open window. Upon landing, Yuli had just opened the door. He was carrying the hard-to-come-by vintage liquor he had wheedled out of the innkeeper, about to show it off to Shui Yutan when he noticed that the person in the room was gone. Underneath the lingering wine aroma in the air was a faint but familiar presence. Yuli recognized it. It was Peiji's aura. When Peiji and Shui Yutan finally reached the village head's house, the sedan bearers waiting outside had already started grumbling. Lingfeng stood at the entrance, enduring scrutiny and questioning from the village head's family while also putting up with the pointers of these sedan bearers. It was utterly exhausting. He was smiling apologetically while telling them that the bride was getting ready and would be done momentarily, all the while silently praying for Peiji's quick arrival. Just as he was growing anxious, he saw Peiji land in the courtyard, holding someone draped in a red bridal gown. Quickly running over, Lingfeng said, "You actually found her? Though, which family's bride is this? Let me take a look." Lingfeng reached out to lift the veil from Shui Yutan's face. Shui Yutan assumed Peiji would stop him. But to his surprise, by the time Lingfeng's fingers had already clasped the red silk, Peiji still stood there without any reaction, almost as though he wanted others to discover Shui Yutan's identity. In response, Shui Yutan quickly stepped back, dodging Lingfeng's hand himself. Only then did Peiji speak, "Aren't we keeping everyone waiting? What are you delaying for?" "Oh, yes, hurry, get the bride onto the flower sedan," Lingfeng said as he moved to Shui Yutan's other side, intending to help Peiji support the bride as they helped her cross the threshold and board the flower sedan. However, before his hands even touched the bride's gown, Peiji used magic from afar to repel him. "I can manage on my own." Why, weren't they supposed to be a team? What was wrong with offering a helping hand? Who exactly was this bride that had Peiji being so protective? Lingfeng became increasingly curious. Chapter 83, Is he someone you can just touch? Peiji supported Shui Yutan as they crossed the threshold, and when boarding the flower carriage, he quietly reminded her, "Be careful, it's a bit high." TSK. So he really treated him like an ordinary person. Does Peiji not know that even covered with a bridal veil, his cultivation allows him to see clearly everything around? He could have walked quickly without being supported. To prove he had this ability, Shui Yutan let go of Peiji's hand, about to step onto the carriage as if walking on flat ground. However, Peiji's hand came again, supporting him slightly while whispering, "Master, your current identity is the village chief's daughter, an ordinary person who has just come of age. Move a little smaller so you don't expose us." Alright, for these mere 400 points, he will endure it. Li Luoshu's flower carriage had been waiting on the road for some time already but still didn't see Peiji's side coming over. Feeling stifled under the veil covering his face, Li Luoshu raised his hand and lifted the corner of the veil, looking at Xiao Yiwen beside him. "Master brother." Li Luoshu called out, and Xiao Yiwen immediately moved closer. "I think we should stop waiting. It seems unlikely Peiji will find the bride and arrive anytime soon. Why don't we start off first and head down to the river to offer the sacrifice to the river god? Otherwise, if we delay too much, the river god will get angry." Li Luoshu's words were reasonable and were promptly approved by the villagers. It was usually at a fixed time to offer sacrifices to the river god, and now that time was almost upon them. If they waited any longer and neither of the flower carriages arrived, the wrath of the river god would be upon them, a burden they couldn't bear. The old man leading the group then shouted loudly, "Let's not wait anymore, move on." With that, the entire procession started moving. They quickly arrived at the place of sacrifice. The old leader danced on the platform while babbling incomprehensible chants, after which people took Li Luoshu's flower carriage from its cart frame and placed it on a bamboo raft that had been prepared in advance. Ropes tied the ends of the bamboo raft, one end connected to the shore, and the other to every bamboo piece on the raft. Once Li Luoshu's flower carriage was placed, the bamboo raft sank slightly, immersing itself in water. The rising river water soaked his seat and legs. Sticky and cold. Li Luoshu shivered, reaching out to pinch Xiao Yiwen's trouser hem. Xiao Yiwen thought he was afraid of what was coming next and tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, when the bamboo raft drifts to the center of the water, according to custom, I'll cut the ropes to let you fall into the water, but rest assured, I will always protect you." Li Luoshu nodded under the veil. As the bamboo raft reached the middle of the water, Peiji's procession finally arrived late. "Why are you so slow? Hurry up, get onto the bamboo raft and catch up with the front team." While saying this, the old man intended to help move Shui Yutan's flower carriage onto the bamboo raft. However, before any action began, Shui Yutan stepped down from the flower carriage himself and stood directly on the bamboo raft. This. The old man was momentarily confused by the sudden action. Fortunately, Ling Feng spoke up to smooth things over, "As long as the person gets aboard, whether standing or sitting, does it matter?" He was right. The old man said no more and directly ordered someone to cut the rope connecting the bamboo raft to the shore. Both rafts drifted toward the center of the river. As the second bamboo raft approached the first one, Li Luoshu lifted his veil to look at the supposed bride, finding the silhouette under the veil increasingly familiar. This figure, this aura, was very similar to someone. Someone who, under normal circumstances, would never appear here, someone lofty and divine-like. On Shui Yutan's bamboo raft, two figures stood shoulder to shoulder. Peiji looked at the red figure beside him, eyes flickering. Master, actually, you look pretty good in red too. With the veil on, how could you tell if it's attractive or not? The wedding gown tightened around the waist, making him feel restless. Therefore, Shui Yutan remained silent. Master, when the bamboo raft reaches the center of the river and the ropes loosen, we will fall into the water. Master, prepare mentally. Before meeting the river god, do not reveal your magic under any circumstances. I know. Shui Yutan lacked patience. A mere small river god, was it necessary to be so complicated? With his cultivation and strength, not only could he easily take the river god's celestial cap, but even destroying his entire den would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Crack. As soon as Shui Yutan's thoughts concluded, the sound of an axe cutting through rope echoed, followed by the bamboo scattering open. Before he knew it, he fell into the water. The red veil had long been swept away by the current, revealing Shui Yutan in his red robes, his pitch-black hair floating around him in the water. It should have been a stunningly beautiful picture of a person swimming. But at this moment, Shui Yutan was flailing like a frog, using all four limbs to paddle through the water and struggling desperately to swim upward. His actions couldn't contrast more with his usual image, one in the sky, one under the earth. But Shui Yutan had no time for such concerns. To lure out the river god, he could not conjure up the protective shield he'd used on the Wuyun Peak earlier. Thus, he completely lacked oxygen underwater. All he could do was try to swim to the surface as quickly as possible to get air. With every passing moment, the air in his lungs grew thinner and thinner. He struggled for what felt like an eternity, yet the water above only seemed to grow farther away from him. What a waste of effort, he was just treading water, going nowhere. As Shui Yutan found it increasingly unbearable and decided that exposure would be fine at this point, whether by calling upon an oxygen shield or directly using magic to burst out of the water, suddenly, a hand latched onto his waist and yanked him sharply closer. The moment this person approached, the suffocating feeling of drowning disappeared, as if he'd entered some underwater palace. You must belong to which family, girl? You are much prettier than any maiden we've received in tribute these past years. Looking closely at those lustful narrow eyes, the blackened pseudo-dragon horns on his forehead, and the gills on his cheeks enabling free breathing underwater. This guy, surely, wasn't he supposed to be Hebo, the monster described in legends who uses his water-manipulating powers to threaten villagers into sacrificing young maidens? Just as Shui Yutan had guessed the being's identity, a wave of sword chi came surging forth, driving the river god back while also replacing whoever had originally held him around the waist. No, he knew well, dressed in this wedding gown, his waist was indeed slim enough for a single hand to encircle. But did everyone need to grope him? Shui Yutan glared sideways at the newcomer in annoyance before Peiji, embracing him, coldly opened his mouth. Is he someone you can just touch? When Peiji spoke these words, his voice was grave, filled with murderous intent. SSS. Hey. If anyone got angry, shouldn't it be him, the one being touched? Also, he's the third headmaster of Kanjia Mountain, at the late Yuan stage of cultivation, practically a demigod. Neither they nor even Peiji deserved to touch his waist. Chapter 84, would you like to experience it? Shui Yutan rolled her eyes in her mind and flicked her finger hidden in her sleeve. The hand of Peiji that was hugging her waist was immediately shaken off. Then, Shui Yutan turned over her palm, ready to summon Li Guang to directly split the River Lord, rescue those maidens mentioned in the secondary storyline, earn 400 points, and gracefully leave to continue drinking with Yu Li. However, before she could cast a spell, Li Luoshu's voice came from behind, Demon, you can't escape. We're all Dao cultivators, you won't win against us. Surrender quickly. In the next second, Li Luoshu, dressed in wedding clothes, appeared instantly beside Xiaoyiheng. The timing of their entrance was impeccable. Had they been 1 second later, the River Lord would have already been killed. Afraid of being recognized, Shui Yutan hastily sealed an incantation, changing her face randomly and reining in the spell she had just prepared to use. When Li Luoshu glanced over, all he saw was a common-looking face that was easy to forget on this new bride, who exuded a perfect elegant figure. The stark contrast between her back and front view made Li Luoshu feel that the person before him should not look so ordinary. Li Luoshu kept staring at Shui Yutan until he heard the sound of Xiaoyiheng's sword leaving its scabbard, only then did he shift his gaze from Shui Yutan, turning instead to the River Lord with Xiaoyiheng. Man. The River Lord looked at Li Luoshu, a trace of disdain appearing in his eyes. The villagers are becoming more disrespectful, using men to make up numbers. At this point, he shifted his gaze to Shui Yutan, and his attitude softened slightly, but since there is still such a beautiful great beauty like you here, I will not be picky. Beauty, will you walk over yourself? Or should I come over and carry you? Even after Li Luoshu revealed their identities, the River Lord remained arrogant, clearly not taking the main group of protagonists seriously. It seemed his strength far surpassed these few people. Shui Yutan squinted her eyes, standing silently without speaking. On the contrary, it was Li Luoshu who, following the River Lord's words, glanced back curiously, great beauty. Uncertainly, Li Luoshu glanced at Shui Yutan again, and she still appeared as plain as he had previously seen. What's going on? He couldn't figure out why the River Lord, someone who has seen countless beauties, would look upon this ordinary, silent bride differently. However, before he could ponder further, Peiji coldly remarked, annoying, while holding a peachwood sword and slashing over. Seeing this, Xiaoying summoned his innate sword and began battling the River Lord as well. Although the River Lord's power was far beyond foundation building cultivation, with Peiji present, Shui Yutan wasn't worried about them losing to this little villain. Nonetheless, this place was the River Lord's home court. Underwater, he could control water and summon fish, making things somewhat difficult. After standing there watching for several minutes, seeing no clear victory yet, Shui Yutan started to get bored. After all, if it were her, a single strike would end the game. Tired of waiting, she moved, found a stone to sit on. Not satisfied with the comfort, she even took the trouble to move a half-man-tall stone behind her by hand, using it as a backrest. Just as she was lying down comfortably, the ever-idle Li Luoshu walked over to chat. Miss, your face looks familiar. Haven't we met somewhere? Shui Yutan casually glanced at Li Luoshu and said nothing. After using the spell, everyone who sees her will only see this ordinary face, but anyone who had seen her before the spell would have seen her true self. So among the current group, only the River Lord and Peiji would be seeing the real Shui Yutan. But the spell only works on appearances, her voice remains unchanged. Too lazy to bother changing her voice tone as well, she chose to stay silent. Unbeknownst to her silence, Li Luoshu carried on talking non-stop. That demon earlier called you Great Beauty. Just curious, miss, which family in the village do you belong to? Calling her miss repeatedly got on Shui Yutan's nerves. She massaged her forehead, clearly showing impatience. Brother, don't you see your sect mates fighting so fiercely over there? As a disciple of Kanjia Mountain, you not helping is one thing, but coming over to me, an outsider, to chat unnecessarily. As Shui Yutan was contemplating how to shoo Li Luoshu away, the River Lord, who had originally been fighting Peiji and Xiaoying, suddenly teleported over and flashed away with her. Shui Yutan only felt the world darken momentarily, and in the next second, she was brought into a room filled with all sorts of erotic items. Since it was deep underwater, the sunlight couldn't penetrate inside. The lighting solely relied on natural glowing pearls and various corals in the water. Despite such dim surroundings, Shui Yutan instantly noticed the wall full of props. It wasn't that he wanted to look, it's just that the items were too conspicuous. What kinds of whips and chairs? In short, there was nothing in this room that one could imagine wouldn't exist here. Shui Yutan was shocked by all the props in the room. For several seconds, she gazed around bewilderedly before realizing someone had pinned her against the wall. Only then did Shui Yutan manage to tear her eyes away and focus on the River Lord in front of her. Beautiful lady seems familiar with these things, the River Lord said excitedly. Would you like to experience it? Oh dear. Why do you choose this dangerous path when a righteous road is available? Young man, you're pretty good at picking your targets. Shui Yutan smiled sweetly, sure. 10 minutes later, the River Lord had already been tightly bound like a dumpling on an octopus chair, his face covered in bruises from having received many slaps. Other parts of him were injured as well, looking rather pitiful. As soon as he saw Peiji burst into the room, unsure who was friend or foe, he immediately cried for help. And Shui Yutan? She sat elegantly by a table, calmly drinking tea. Peiji glanced briefly at the injuries on the River Lord's body before turning his gaze toward Shui Yutan. Were these done by master? Shui Yutan slightly lifted an eyelid, propping her cheek with one hand as she falsely accused first, he attacked me first. It was the River Lord who initially suggested the experience out of curiosity, so everything that followed was directed at him. Thus, theoretically speaking, it was the River Lord who made the first move, it wasn't wrong. Peiji lightly chuckled with a hint of helplessness. What I mean is, our master shouldn't dirty her own hands. Matters involving undressing should be left to me in the future. Shui Yutan's eyelids fluttered twice. Why did those words sound strange? Was there ever so much undressing involved? While Shui Yutan was deep in thought, she noticed Peiji's gaze shift from the River Lord to glance at the props hanging on the wall. The male lead, you mustn't look. Shui Yutan instantly appeared in front of Peiji, blocking his view with her crimson bridal gown. Don't waste time. Those maiden's original essences are inside his spiritual pearl. Hurry up and subdue him to save them. Only then did Peiji stop staring, summoning his sword to strike at the River Lord. Chapter 85, I can't let you have your way. You can't kill me. If you do, those girls will be doomed too. At the very moment Baiji's sword was about to land, he both screamed loudly. Shui Yutan immediately lifted her hand to stop Baiji's sword, causing the peachwood sword to halt just a hair's breadth above He-Bo's head, only cutting off some of his strands of hair. He-Bo shrank his neck in fear and quickly finished what he had to say. Every 3 months, the village sends me 2 newly adult maidens. I've lived here for 20 years, and the primordial essence absorbed by my internal pearl from the girls is countless already. Without my guidance, even if you find the locations, it would be impossible to restore their essences within a short time. Once you delay the hour, they will also die. Shui Yutan didn't reply but started calculating silently. 2 every 3 months, for 3-month periods in a year, that's 8 girls contributed annually. In 20 years, that's 160 in total. 160 young girls, all at an age as fresh as blossoms, before they could fully bloom, were confined and tormented by this man in a place without sunlight. This despicable man truly deserved death. Seeing Shui Yuten's expression change, Hebo quickly justified himself. I did not force them. The villagers willingly offered the maidens. We both wanted what we got, they made sure I enjoyed myself, while I ensured their prosperity with good harvests year after year. They would sacrifice a few girls in exchange for decades of eating well, it's a worthwhile trade-off. When he spoke about this, Hebo gritted his teeth, showing some resentment. I never expected that after all these peaceful years, these country people have begun to trip me up and hire exorcists to eliminate me. No, the novel mentioned that the villagers only thought the protagonists were random passers-by who could conveniently take the place of their daughters in marriage ceremonies. From beginning to end, these villagers had never planned to abandon Hebo's blessings. For them, as Hebo said, sacrificing a few girls could ensure they ate well for decades, a very reasonable deal. Shui Yutan lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest of the chair. She no longer wanted to listen to the pact between Hebo and the villagers, asking directly, according to you, how are you willing to let go of the girls? The side quest clearly stated that they must rescue trapped maidens. If they failed, it would equate to failing a secondary mission. And the punishment for failure. That suffocating sensation was something Shui Yutan did not want to experience again. Therefore, whether or not Hebo was lying, he had to go through with it once. Let me go. As long as you leave me alive, I'll leave this village and promise never to harm anyone again. Alright, Shui Yutan agreed quite readily. Since finding the whereabouts of those girls wouldn't require much effort, she'd agree first, then cut off Hebo's life source afterward so he could no longer harm anyone. This way, she wouldn't be considered breaking her word. She merely agreed to spare his life, not ensuring he left whole and unscathed. But. No, you cannot. Li Luoshu arrived right when Shui Yutan answered with a quick, good. Li Luoshu's tone was sharp, overshadowing Shui Yutan's, yes. He harmed so many girls. Do they not have parents or family members? Where exactly are you getting these brides from? On what basis can you decide to let such a thoroughly evil person leave? Li Luoshu threw down the gauntlet with righteous indignation written all over his face. He glanced at Shui Yutan and drew his own sword toward Hebo, he's lying. The essences of the girls are in his inner pearl. Kill him, destroy the pearl, and the essences will return automatically to the girls' bodies, allowing them to awaken instantly. As he said this, he turned his gaze to Bai Ji. This lady doesn't understand, Bai Shixiang, don't you, despite your esteemed title as a cultivation prodigy of Kanjia Mountain, know this common sense. Bai Ji ignored him and continued along Shui Yutan's earlier line of questioning, turning to Hebo, where are the previous girls? Loosen my bindings first. Hebo noticed that the group had split into two factions. Bound as he was now, anyone could strike him down with one swift move, which made him highly uneasy. Free me, and I'll lead you to find them. Bai Ji looked at Shui Yutan and saw her nod, prompting him to raise his sword to cut Hebo's ropes. However, before he managed to sever the ropes, Xiao Yihe flicked the tip of his blade aside. Luo Shu is right. This man cannot be released. All his words were excuses. Killing him outright is the ultimate solution. Xiao Yihe paused twice on his, and, before finishing his sentence, I need credit urgently since my seclusion for training my apprentice has failed. This task of subduing Hebo, I'm afraid I cannot let it go to you. As these two were about to fight again, Shui Yutan furrowed her brows and personally went over to untie Hebo's ropes. She had just grabbed the back of his neck to lead him when Li Luoshu suddenly shouted from behind, Big brother, it's enough. Why are you using such heavy force against younger brother Pei? Oh heavens, younger brother Pei is bleeding. At this exclamation, Shui Yutan immediately became distracted and looked at Pei Ji. Before she could figure out where Pei Ji was injured, she felt a cold wind brush past her side. Li Luoshu took advantage of her distraction, plunging a sword straight into Hebo's chest. By the time Shui Yutan realized what happened, Hebo had already coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his entire body dissolving along with the wall behind him. A pale blue inner pearl then emerged. Li Luoshu hastily grabbed the pearl and crushed it without hesitation. But, contrary to expectations, the girl's primordial essences didn't float back to their owners after the pearl shattered. Instead, more than 100 primordial essences wavered chaotically in the spot where the pearl broke and then all vanished entirely. Primordial essence is the vital energy of mortals. If the essence cannot return to its rightful owner, then those individuals would have little chance of survival. Such an outcome suggested only two possibilities. 1. The tribute maidens had long been dead, or 2, as Hebo claimed. Since the system issued the quest to save the maidens, it indicated that there were still living people within this underwater palace. But now, those survivors had also died. All because of Li Luoshu's rash actions, they were dead. How could this be? Li Luoshu hadn't anticipated that the primordial essences would perish like Hebo had said, unable to find their respective owners within such a short time. He stared blankly at the sky, muttering to himself. Shui Yutan was furious enough to slap someone. She glared at Li Luoshu, stepping towards him. Before she could scold him, the prompt for system punishment rang inside her head as expected. Secondary mission failed. Due to the premature release of primordial essences by the host, all surviving maidens perished. Out of humanitarianism, the host will undergo 200 seconds of icy asphyxiation punishment as mourning for the NPCs in this scenario. Remaining punishment time, 194 seconds. Chapter 86, he can only save himself. 200 seconds. Wait a minute. Wasn't it 180 seconds? He clearly remembered that the punishment after failing to rescue Su Zin last time was 180. Why did it increase by 20 seconds this time? Shui Yutan was about to summon 2484 to ask the situation when the countdown page that appeared in the ice pool of the snow domain earlier showed up in his vision. In the next moment, Shui Yutan felt as if he had been placed into a huge icy pool, unable to breathe no matter how he opened his mouth. His whole body was cold, turning his pale cheeks into a dark purple due to suffocation, and his eyes started to fill with blood. Shui Yutan stood still, enduring for quite some time before eventually succumbing to the sensation. He stepped back twice and leaned against the armrest of a chair beside him, shaking slightly. The movement and sound were not significant, but Peiji still noticed. He quickly withdrew his sword's force, striking Xiao Yihe at the same time while rushing over to Shui Yutan and supporting him instead of the chair. What's wrong? Due to the presence of two others, Peiji didn't call Shui Yutan master as usual, instead going straight to the point. Did the cold poison flare up? Ever since seeing Shui Yutan suddenly develop frost on both cheeks during their time in the Deadwood Forest, every time Shui Yutan became frigid all over, Peiji subconsciously assumed it was a recurrence of the side effects from when Shui Yutan expelled the poison for him. Still struggling through the suffocating time, Shui Yutan couldn't speak. His whole body was convulsing, and the more unbearable the sensation became, the stronger his grip on Peiji's arm tightened without conscious thought. Peiji stopped questioning, letting his other hand, which wasn't being gripped, rest against Shui Yutan's back to transfer spiritual energy for relief. Before surviving 180 seconds, underwater, following the death of the River Lord, the palace constructed through magical means began to collapse. They couldn't waste any time, so Peiji held Shui Yutan closely and followed Xiao Yihe and others ashore. As soon as they reached the shore, Peiji saw Yuli calmly swinging his fan near the riverside. Ling Feng stood behind Yuli, looking slightly upward, and though it was unclear what they were talking about, once they saw Shui Yutan, Yuli immediately looked over. Closing the fan in his hand, he gestured towards the rear. Ling Feng paused speaking and also directed his gaze towards Shui Yutan. Peiji slightly narrowed his eyes. As soon as he helped Shui Yutan stand steadily on land, Yuli had already rushed forward and grabbed Shui Yutan's wrist. Yuli pressed 4 fingers to Shui Yutan's pulse, his expression suddenly changing. Upon witnessing this, Peiji immediately asked, "Uncle Yu, is his cold poison having an episode?" "No." "Well then." Before he could finish, the hand that was holding Shui Yutan was jolted away by Yuli's spell. Peiji retreated 2 steps due to the spell's shock, and when he looked again, Yuli had already disappeared along with Shui Yutan. Xiao Yihe, confused, turned to Ling Feng as he watched Yuli vanish. "When did your master have any interaction with an ordinary woman?" "If you're asking me, who should I ask?" Ling Feng shrugged, adding afterward, "Also, based on height and chest flatness, obviously this bride is male." "Male?" Xiao Yihe was even more astonished. "You mean Master Yu has dealings with men from the mundane world? If you're so curious, why not ask Brother Pei?" Li Luoshu shifted the topic to Peiji. "I think Brother Pei listens to that person very well, meaning he must recognize them." "That's true." Ling Feng looked at Peiji. "Where exactly did you find this person?" Peiji didn't respond but directly left the scene. "Boring, talking to a tight-lipped guy is truly dull." Ling Feng clicked his tongue, redirecting his focus back to Xiao Yihe and Li Luoshu with curiosity. "I didn't hear anything outside. Tell me, what happened in the water? Did you subdue the River Lord?" On the other side, the system's punishment in Shui Yutan's mind had concluded. Regaining consciousness, he met Yuli's probing gaze. "You're strange," Yuli commented. "You look like you're in great pain, as if someone squeezed your throat so you can't breathe. But when I checked your pulse, it was normal. With such a normal pulse, why do you change expressions without giving any explanation?" Judging by Peiji's expression at the time, he must have thought you were having another outbreak of the cold poison. "Is there anything else inside you, apart from the Yuming goo, the hellish parasite?" After Yuli asked this question, Shui Yutan's demeanor subtly changed. Impressive, Yuli guessed correctly right away. Shui Yutan admired Yuli's perceptiveness in his heart, but on his face, he merely smiled lightly and casually brought up another topic, trying to gloss over the matter. He absent-mindedly twirled the wine glass in front of him. "This wine is so astringent and undrinkable. I won't come here again. The wine at that old farmer's house in Pew a couple of years ago was much better. Perhaps when we have time, we could go there together again." Before he finished speaking, his restless hand was stopped by Yuli. Yuli pressed down on the wine glass that Shui Yutan had been flipping around with a clinking sound. Leaning closer with his tall figure, Yuli said, "If you have any difficulties, tell me, His voice paused abruptly and rephrased, "Both the sect leader and I can help you." Unable to help. No one can help. Having lived 3 lifetimes, Shui Yutan already knew well, the upgraded system 2484 might be temperamental and useless, punishing him after mission failures, but it was also the key for him to break this lifetime's premature death destiny and stop reincarnating. His life could only depend on himself, fighting against the system, self-rescue was the only way. No fictional character could help him. So there's no point in saying anything. Yuli could clearly see a wave of emotions clouding Shui Yuten's eyes, yet they quickly restored calm within an instant. Then, he heard Shui Yuten reply in a light-hearted tone, "What difficulties could I possibly have? With my abilities, how many people in this world can harm me?" For some reason, Yuli found himself at a loss for words. Staring at the wine glass under his hand, Yuli felt as though the wine glass was like Shui Yuten. Its exterior was splendid, but what pattern lay inside its rim was only known to the glass itself. His other hand concealed in his sleeve clenched into a fist briefly, then loosened again. He dryly remarked, "It's getting late. Let's return to Kanjia Mountain." Thinking that Shui Yuten would say he wanted to stay here longer, he unexpectedly nodded obediently and replied in a compliant manner, "All right." Night fell. After a cicada's chirp, Peiji climbed out of the inn and stood under a large tree outside the city gate. Subsequently, laughter echoed from the branches above. "Last time I went all the way to Kanjia Mountain to confess my feelings, you didn't even give me a proper glance. How come today, just hearing my cicada call, you rushed over? Peiji, could you be missing me?" As her words faded, the jingle of bells attached to Gon Wuqianqing's ankles chimed. Peiji remained standing straight, casting a brief look toward Wuqianqing before cutting straight to the chase. "What is the cure you mentioned last time for the cold poison?" Chapter 87, the plot development hasn't changed at all. Cold poison. Wuqianqing paused for a moment. "Wasn't your previous cold poison already expelled by your master and uncle working together? How come it flares up now?" "It's not me." "Then who got afflicted with cold poison?" Wuqianqing became even more curious. "For you to come and ask me for medicine on your own initiative, this person must have a special relationship with you." Peiji remained silent. "Hey, so you admit it. You usually don't associate with anyone. Let me guess, who are you asking for? Could it be? You talk too much." Before Wuqianqing could finish her sentence, Peiji turned around and left. "Hey, why do you act like this? Can't I make jokes?" Wuqianqing jumped around on the tree but saw no sign of Peiji turning back, and quickly said, "It's the peerless grass from the Yama River." Yama River. Upon hearing this place name, Peiji hesitated in his steps for a moment. This was where Shui Yuten had sent him last time to gather the netherwort, but he failed to obtain it and instead received 20 whipping lashes as punishment from Shui Yuten. "Don't say I didn't warn you, the Yama River is a ghostly place filled with rampant demonic chi. The peerless grass grows on sheer cliffs and is guarded by a three-headed candle dragon. For a young man like you in the foundation building stage, stealing the herb from under the dragon's nose will probably mean going there alive and returning dead. Besides, cold poison just causes discomfort, it doesn't kill people, so it's not worth taking such risks." Peiji neither said he would go, nor that he wouldn't. He simply raised his hand above his head, waving backward slightly, "Thank you." Afterward, he disappeared from the spot. Since being pulled down the mountain by Peiji last time to pretend as a bride and receiving no points at all but instead experiencing a 200-second suffocation punishment, Shui Yuten had been much more obedient since then. During the remaining half-month, he hadn't gone anywhere, just staying in his small courtyard, throwing fish food into the artificial pond. After half a month, the person himself hadn't changed much, but the fish in the pool had gained 3 gene in weight. "I say." After entering Shui Yuten's yard for the 4th time and seeing him reclining in a lounge chair and throwing parabola-shaped fish food into the pool, Yuli finally couldn't help but speak up, "If you fatten these fish so much, watch out that the cook in the backyard uses them to make dishes. If he makes it, let him finish and send me a portion, I can pretend I didn't see it." Shui Yuten threw another beautiful parabola of fish food, the pellets hitting the water and causing ripples. "Why aren't you playing with your herbs in the pharmacy today? What brings you here to take a stroll?" Shui Yuten looked at Yuli as the sunlight shone behind Yuli's standing figure, blinding him slightly. He raised his hand to cover half his eyes and glanced again, just as Yuli had approached closely enough to block the sunlight aimed directly at his eyes. Ling phoned past a message saying something happened along the way and they're rushing back. "I thought you'd be interested, so I came to notify you." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Shui Yuten immediately sat up from the lounge chair. "Your meaning is?" "Oh, sorry, my apprentices are returning to Kanjia Mountain today. A big event, a big event." The 2-year seclusion storyline from the novel was coming. Finally, his 10,000 prestige points were moving. In the novel, during their training journey after Hebo's new bride incident, the protagonists went through many other events. However, the reason several people returned earlier was because the main character had an old ailment flare up, causing fever and vomiting blood due to a previous cold spring fall. In a panic, Peiji immediately brought him back to ask Yuli for treatment. It was also during this journey that the protagonist noticed the involvement of a time-traveling girl. As a loyal fan of the male second lead, she wanted to make Peiji die before he turned 18. In order to keep Peiji alive past age 18, the protagonist made the system poison him, thus framing and blaming Peiji for his carelessness, which resulted in Peiji being imprisoned for 2 years. But now, the protagonist wasn't involved in this timeline, yet things seemed to progress as per the original storyline in the book. Shui Yuten was very curious about how this part of the story would play out. While pondering, Ling Feng stumbled inside breathlessly. Upon seeing Yuli, he clutched his sleeve and panted, "Master, I've finally found you. Please save elder brother Xiao quickly. His condition isn't good at all." Just the next second, Li Luoshu and Pei Ji supported a barely breathing Xiao Yihe into the yard. Yuli hurried forward. While checking Xiao Yihe's pulse, he simultaneously sealed a few major pressure points around his body. "There's coldness infiltrating his body, and we must treat him immediately. There's no time to move him elsewhere. Ling Feng, go to the kitchen and bring a few buckets of hot water over quickly. Let's temporarily place him in your Uncle Shue's courtyard." Yuli said this while rushing Xiao Yihe into the house. Right before crossing the threshold, he turned back and called out again, "What are you still standing there for? You have experience with removing cold poison, so hurry up and protect me." What did he mean by having experience? Wasn't Yuli going to take a bath with Xiao Yihe as well? Fortunately, things were about to change this time. This time, Xiao Yihe's cold poison had become much more severe. A double-person bath would no longer be able to solve the problem. Yuli hadn't even managed to give him a few needles yet when Xiao Yihe spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the bed. Shui Yutan stared at the disarray in his bedroom, grinding his teeth. Alright, for the sake of the storyline development, even if it was dirty and messy, he could endure it. As the plot driver, Shui Yutan realized that he couldn't help much at the moment. So, he seized the opportunity to glance at the main characters and asked, "What happened? Iha has always been strong, so how did he end up like this?" The question had just left his lips when Li Luoshu fell to his knees with tears streaming down his face. "It's all my fault. I inadvertently fell for a demon's trick, and Master Brother blocked a blow for me and got injured. But I never expected that one blow from the old man would be so powerful. After Master Brother was hit, he became like this. If it wasn't for Ling Feng keeping him alive along the way using medical techniques, we might not have made it back here in time." Li Luoshu rambled on about many things, but he didn't dare utter the final word, death. To Li Luoshu, Xiao Yihe was his sole support outside of Shui Yutan. Normally, leaning on Xiao Yihe's name and strength, Li Luoshu bullied everyone around in Kanjia Mountain without fear. He dared not think what life would be like if Xiao Yihe were gone. He knew it would be unbearable. With these thoughts, he cried louder. "Enough. Master Brother hasn't died yet, so why are you mourning?" Ling Feng became angry upon hearing Li Luoshu sobbing. "Stop looking so dejected. Master Brother will be fine." This shout stopped Li Luoshu's sobs, which now turned into soft whimpering. Shui Yutan noticed that unlike Li Luoshu, Pei Ji stood nearby with a calm expression, his face showing no joy or anger, except for a slight paleness. In the novel, Xiao Yihe had absorbed the strike meant for Pei Ji, delivered by a highly skilled elder from the previous generation, leading to the aggravation of the cold poison. In this lifetime, however, the person who was shielded had changed from Pei Ji to Li Luoshu. Since the protected individual had changed, it truly wasn't Pei Ji's turn to feel any emotional fluctuation. Chapter 88, If the Master wants to save him, then let's save him. Shui Yutan was gazing at Pei Ji when suddenly a sound caught their attention. Yuli emerged from the inner chamber. He shifted his gaze and asked the second line of dialogue from the book, "Is there still hope for saving him?" Doubtful, Yuli responded with a grave expression. "That blow pierced through his heart and lungs, and the cold energy has reached the 5 organs and 6 viscera. Plus, time was wasted on the road, it's hard to save him." Shui Yutan waited for more but unexpectedly heard Yuli's words come to an abrupt halt. "Hard to save? Is that all? Hey, as another plot driver, shouldn't you be revealing a key item right now, Yuli?" Seeing Yuli at a loss, Shui Yutan reminded him, "Didn't you claim to be able to bring people back from the dead? With good medicine as an aid, is there anyone you can't save?" At the word, good medicine, Yuli immediately continued, "It's indeed possible to save him, but we need the peerless herb from the Yuming River as an ingredient. Otherwise, any treatment would be futile." After Yuli spoke, Shui Yutan noticed that Pei Ji's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that, just as written in the novel, Pei Ji truly had the peerless herb right now. In the novel, unable to bear Xiao Yiheng's constant coughing, Pei Ji had ventured into the Yuming River alone and retrieved the peerless herb for Xiao Yiheng. But before he could give it to Xiao Yiheng, he received an urgent task to go down the mountain for practice and training, delaying things until now when Xiao Yiheng was near death. Only then did Pei Ji have the chance to take out the herb to save his beloved one. But currently, seeing Pei Ji's indifferent expression, it seemed he didn't plan to use the herb for Xiao Yiheng. What's going on? Wasn't the herb intended for Xiao Yiheng? Then, who was it for? Wait a moment. Taking a step back, Shui Yutan found a clue. Xiao Yiheng's case of frost poison happened recently, so entering the Yuming River must have taken place before Xiao Yiheng was poisoned. Clearly, Pei Ji wasn't specifically going for Xiao Yiheng's sake when he searched for the herb. Other than Xiao Yiheng, who else had frost poison? Perhaps it was Pei Ji himself, who hadn't fully recovered from injuries and had collected the herb for himself. Sigh. The story was unfolding exactly as planned, yet it also seemed different somehow. Peerless herb. Ling Feng exclaimed in surprise. That herb grows on the cliffs of the Yuming River, guarded by 3-headed candle dragons. It's impossible to obtain within a short period of time. If we don't have that herb, does that mean the elder brother won't be saved? Before Ling Feng finished speaking, Li Luoshu, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and wiped away tears. I'll go and collect it. Even if I risk my life, I'll bring back the peerless herb for my senior brother. Oh no, you better not go. Even the main character, who invaded the mountain like a legend, came back bleeding excessively and unstable on his feet. As for you, being an underpowered NPC, you'd vanish without a trace if you went. Shui Yutan pressed Li Luoshu's shoulder through the air. You mustn't go. The dragon is beyond your capability. After saying this, Shui Yutan glanced at Pei Ji and considered what strategy he should use to make Pei Ji voluntarily hand over the peerless herb. Although it might seem immoral to ask Pei Ji to give up the precious herbs he collected after so much hardship, with a human life at stake, he couldn't watch Xiao Yiheng die. Moreover, if Pei Ji didn't give the herb, his main mission couldn't progress further. If Pei Ji's body still carries frost poison, Shui Yutan could always help expel it later. However, demanding it outright would appear too deliberate, so he had to come up with a plan. Having completed his mental preparation, Shui Yutan drew his sword, Li Hui, holding it horizontally beneath his feet. Guard well over Yiheng while I personally go and retrieve the peerless herb. Here, he turned his sharp eyes directly onto Pei Ji. Pei Ji, follow me. Pei Ji had entered the Yumeng River alone and was now weak from fatigue. Forcing him to venture again would certainly be met with resistance. By that point, he'd likely bring out the peerless herb. Sure enough, after hearing those words, Pei Ji frowned lightly, focusing instead on the earlier part of Shui Yutan's statement, Master is going to collect the herbs alone. Was the protagonist hard of hearing? Not alone, but both of us together. Shui Yutan explained, with an extra pair of hands, and with your cultivation level, if you were to accompany your master, we'd definitely secure the herb. Master wishes to save him. A declarative sentence. Shui Yutan's attempted persuasion was interrupted by Pei Ji. Pei Ji's tone didn't rise, it wasn't a question, it was a simple statement. He stared at Shui Yutan and saw him nod slightly before affirming, naturally. If Master wishes to save him, then let's do it. Once again, it was just a few simple words. Without any complicated maneuvers, Pei Ji pulled the peerless herb carefully out of his bosom. He had wrapped it meticulously with cloth torn from his inner garment layer upon layer, cautious not to damage the branches of the peerless herb, thereby reducing its efficacy. Shui Yutan suddenly felt a bit cruel. Pei Ji had risked his life to snatch this from the dragon's mouth, Pei Ji had carefully wrapped it, refusing to consume it halfway. And yet, Shui Yutan had so easily forced it out of him. Unparalleled herb. When Pei Ji unfolded the cloth strip in his hand, Yuli only needed a glance to identify it as the unparalleled herb. Before Yuli could marvel at how Pei Ji just happened to have the unparalleled herb, Li Luoshu had already lunged at Pei Ji, grabbing onto his trouser leg. Thank you, junior brother Pei, for collecting the unparalleled herb for elder brother. We will be grateful to you forever. As he said this, he extended his hand toward Pei Ji, attempting to take the herb from him. But Pei Ji didn't let him. Instead, Pei Ji held the herb out to Shui Yutan and corrected Li Luoshu coldly, I didn't collect it for him, so there's no need to thank me. Li Luoshu, having his face rejected, appeared embarrassed. However, seeing that the unparalleled herb had already been taken inside by Shui Yutan for Xiao Yiheng, he managed a dry laugh and didn't say anything more. The wait dragged on. It had only been the time of 1 cup of tea since Shui Yutan and Yuli took the unparalleled herb inside, but to those waiting anxiously outside, it felt like an eternity. Unlike the others' worries, Pei Ji stood by the artificial pond in the courtyard, gazing at the fish swimming inside. These fish seemed fatter than when he had last seen them. Having been fed regularly, they now weren't afraid when someone approached, instead clustering closer. For some unknown reason, Pei Ji suddenly imagined Shui Yutan standing in the same spot, feeding the fish. That pair of beautiful hands, pinching fish food, how graceful must they look while doing so. Finding this thought amusing, Pei Ji couldn't help but chuckle softly. The laughter stirred his abdomen, and his body, injured by the 3-headed candle dragon after rushing into the human river, began aching from his chest all the way down to the rest of his body, making it difficult even to breathe. Pei Ji stopped laughing, pressed his hand against his chest, still catching his breath, when suddenly, from Xiao Yiheng's room, came an alarmed exclamation, how could this happen? Why has the blood turned black? It's poison, the unparalleled herb was laced with poison. Poison. Pei Ji's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately turned around. But before he fully twisted his head, a blade pressed against his neck. It was Li Luoshu. Far from the subservient manner displayed earlier when he bowed down to thank Pei Ji, Li Luoshu now showed obvious malice in his eyes. The redness around his eye sockets hadn't dissipated, instead, it had intensified. No wonder you gave up such a precious herb so easily, you'd already poisoned it. Li Luoshu gritted his teeth, a despicable person is always plotting harm. I foolishly thought you were kind-hearted, I spit on you. Being unjustly scolded without cause, Pei Ji's pale complexion darkened considerably. He lightly pursed his lips, barely opened his double pupils, and with 2 fingers gripped Li Luoshu's sword. With slight effort, the sword trembled due to Pei Ji's internal force, causing Li Luoshu to lose grip, and the sword clattered to the ground. Intent on picking up his sword again to charge at Pei Ji, Li Luoshu was interrupted by Shui Yutan's commanding voice behind him, "Enough. Everyone get in here." Only then did Li Luoshu pick up his sword, wipe away tears, and enter the inner chamber. Ling Yu walked over to Pei Ji and said gently, "Junior brother Pei." Li Luoshu only spoke rashly because he was too anxious. "Don't worry, let's go inside together." Saying this, she reached out to pull Pei Ji's arm, but Pei Ji avoided her touch and took a step ahead into the inner chamber. Xiao Yiheng lying in bed looked in terrible condition. His face and body were covered with dark brown blood, and he looked as though he would pass away at any moment. Despite this, the moment Pei Ji entered, Xiao Yiheng struggled to sit up half-reclined in Shui Yutan's arms, raising his hand, pointing directly and accurately at Pei Ji who stood beside Li Luoshu. "Pei Ji, you." Before finishing his sentence, Xiao Yiheng vomited a mouthful of black blood. Li Luoshu stumbled forward and collapsed beside Xiao Yiheng. "Elder brother, don't scare me. Please be fine. How could this happen?" Ling Feng glanced worriedly at Xiao Yiheng and then toward Yuli. "Master, Brother Zhao's condition wasn't this severe earlier. There was poison mixed into the unparalleled herb. The composition of the poison is complex, and it's difficult for me to determine everything within a short period," Yuli said here, his eyelids drooping slightly as he glanced at Pei Ji and asked, "Did you lace the poison?" Pei Ji's lips parted slightly. "No. Don't waste words on him." Shui Yutan's voice overlapped with Pei Ji's denial, drowning out his weak protest completely. Shui Yutan, supporting Xiao Yiheng, glanced over coldly. He was the one who poisoned it. The unparalleled herb only passed through his hands. Aside from him, who else would have tampered with it? Sorry, main character. I know you're being framed, but the antagonist has to play this role. If he had any bit of rationality left, how could this plot continue? Yuli didn't anticipate Shui Yutan saying such a thing and gave him an odd look before quickly checking Pei Ji's expression. However, Pei Ji's previously indifferent face finally changed. His originally profound eyes darkened further, raising his tone slightly at the end. "Master, do you not believe me?" Shui Yutan ignored him, retracted his gaze, and looked back toward Xiao Yiheng, softening his tone. "Yiheng, now we have both witnesses and evidence against Pei Ji, he cannot escape responsibility. Tell Master, what punishment do you want me to mete out to him? It's all because of Pei Ji that senior brother ended up like this. Now Pei Ji, this little scum, should also eat the unparalleled herb so that he can be poisoned too. I will feel calm then." Even before Xiao Yiheng spoke, Li Luoshu already chimed in from the side. Shui Yutan's eyelashes flickered twice, seeming outwardly emotionless, yet internally screaming in frustration. "Didn't you just say earlier that Xiao Yiheng became this way because he took a blow for you? And now, with someone else as the scapegoat, everything gets blamed on Pei Ji regardless. Moreover, compared to 2 years of house arrest, you're actually more brutal. You just poison him and get it over with." Shui Yutan pondered for a moment and continued gazing at Xiao Yiheng. "Does Yiheng agree with this as well?" Xiao Yiheng opened his mouth but only exhaled a few breaths, unable to make any sound. Before he could try again, Shui Yutan meaningfully nodded his head. I'll follow your wishes and have him locked up." "What did he even say?" Xiao Yiheng blinked blankly, trying to say something more, but another wave of poison rushed through him, causing black blood to spray out as soon as he opened his mouth. Yuli hurriedly stepped forward to seal his acupoints while simultaneously administering acupuncture needles, pushing Shui Yutan away from the bed. Ling Feng and Yuli were busy inside while Shui Yutan stood by helplessly. Eventually, he simply stepped out. When exiting, he didn't forget to grab a chair along the way. Inside, things were bustling with activity, while the atmosphere in the outer room dropped to freezing point. Shui Yutan placed the chair across the doorway, casually sat down with legs spread apart, leaning his upper body backward and resting one hand on the armrest in an air of superiority. Lowering his eyes, he looked toward Pei Ji who stood below the steps and said in a deep voice, "Kneel." Pei Ji did not kneel. This act of kneeling would mean tacitly admitting to poisoning the herb. He hadn't done it, so he shouldn't kneel, nor did he wish to. "The unparalleled herb really was harvested by me from Yuming River, but I did not poison it," Pei Ji explained clearly, word by word. Nor was there any need. Xiao Yiheng's life was never within his considerations. He had no reason to expend effort for this. But the herb had truly only passed through his hands. Why it contained poison was unknown to him, leaving this unexplainable part. More importantly, Shui Yutan clearly didn't intend to listen to any of his explanations. His eyes remained cold, just as they were during their first meeting when selecting disciples, detached and distant. "Kneel." Shui Yutan repeated it a second time. Seeing that Pei Ji still showed no reaction, Shui Yutan waved his hand forcefully, unleashing a strong pressure. For a brief moment, Pei Ji held on but ultimately succumbed and fell to his knees next to Shui Yutan's feet. "Junior brother Pei." Ling Yu anxiously called out and, without waiting for any coercion from Shui Yutan, spontaneously knelt beside Pei Ji. "Master, there must be some misunderstanding here. Please investigate clearly, don't wrongfully accuse junior brother Pei." "Wrongfully accused?" Shui Yutan lifted his upper eyelid. "The unparalleled herb only passed through his hands. If you think he is wrongly accused, then are you suggesting that the poison came from me or your uncle Yu?" This. Ling Yu was momentarily speechless. Although she believed Peiji wouldn't do such a thing, the poison couldn't have appeared out of nowhere either. Being questioned this way by Shui Yutan, Ling Yu found herself at a loss for words. Seeing that the person speaking up for Peiji had gone silent, Shui Yutan redirected his attention back to Peiji. A while ago, Yi Heng refused to let you die, considering your shared affiliation. But given the severity of the matter, some punishment is inevitable. In my opinion, after a good beating, tossing him into the Demon Lock Tower to serve a 2-year sentence will suffice. 2 years. Ling Yu widened her eyes. The Demon Lock Tower is completely isolated from the outside world, visible only through a small window where food is delivered. Master, locking up junior brother Pei there, isn't that crueler than death itself? Let me explain why he is to be locked up for 2 years. First, it's due to the plot set up in the original book. Second, Peiji is only 18, still very young, so this punishment isn't about age restrictions. By the time he gets out, he'll be an adult and won't need to be so restrained anymore. Regarding how a madman is cultivated, the more miserable ones present, the crazier they will become later on. Chapter 89, a title in exchange for a chance. Everyone must accept punishment when they do something wrong, said Shui Yutan with an authoritative tone that brooked no argument. The venerable teacher can beat Brother Pei, scold Brother Pei, or even whip him again as last time with the 9-section whip. But why does it have to involve locking him up? And for such a long time? As Ling Yu went on speaking, she became more and more agitated. Afraid that her words might not move Shui Yutan, Ling Yu even invoked Feng Mingjue. Moreover, the current abbot is not at Kanjia Mountain. For matters this serious, shouldn't we wait until the abbot returns to make a decision? That's enough. My decision is final, Shui Yutan interrupted Ling Yu's pleading, whoever speaks on his behalf next will also be punished. But Ling Yu still wanted to say something. Li Luoshu pulled her back and said, Sister, don't speak anymore. No matter how much you talk, Master will not change his mind. If you're locked up too, wouldn't that cause more trouble? Only then did Ling Yu close her mouth and look toward Peiji. Her eyes reddened slightly. However, as she looked over, she noticed that Peiji knelt on the ground, his gaze uplifted, continuously looking towards Shui Yutan. I haven't put any poison. Peiji repeated these words he had said countless times before, Master, give me 3 days. I'll prove my innocence within this time. What was the male protagonist thinking? If he proved his innocence, would the main quest still be completed? Would he still survive? Of course, the poison was placed by the system, a fictional, that Peiji couldn't possibly trace back to. Therefore, Shui Yutan didn't waste any more words. She raised her finger slightly, and the suppressed kneeling body of Peiji straightened up instantly. Then, he was held down by the neck with a cane wielded by one of the waiting disciples. Teacher instructed the punishment, Brother Pei, sorry about this. The leading disciple bowed slightly towards Peiji and was about to start beating him. However, just as the stick was about to land, Peiji reached out and gripped it. Young Master Shui, are you defying me? Shui Yutan squinted her eyes. Give me 3 days. If I cannot uncover the reason by then, I am willing to accept my punishment willingly. Peiji's grip on the wooden stick tightened, his white-knuckled fingertips straining. All he asked for wasn't much, he didn't ask Shui Yutan to believe him, only asking for a chance to prove his innocence. Finally, Shui Yutan nodded. A fleeting flicker of hope lit up in Peiji's dimmed eyes, as if some sparks were about to ignite into a roaring flame. But so what? Starting from today, you will no longer be my disciple. One title exchanged for a chance. How about that? Just like last time when 20 whippings were involved, Shui Yutan let him choose again between keeping the name of master-disciple relationship and receiving the punishment. It was entirely without innovation, yet it never failed. The light of struggle flickered twice in Peiji's eyes. After a brief stalemate of seconds, his strength abruptly weakened in the hand gripping the wood stick. The stick fell heavily onto his shoulder. And so, Peiji was locked up after all. During Xiao Yiheng's recovery period these past few days, he spent his days drinking medicine while listening to Li Luoshu vividly describe Peiji's miserable condition during the poisoning incident. In my opinion, Peiji has the bone of servility, locking him up for merely 2 years is a lenient punishment, why not just poison him instead? Upon saying this, Li Luoshu seemed to recall something suddenly and asked, Senior brother, was it really you who suggested to our master not to kill Peiji but to lock him up? Xiao Yiheng slightly frowned, seemingly trying hard to remember the circumstances, perhaps. Brother, is there still leftover toxins affecting you? Do you feel dizzy? Li Luoshu put down the bowl of medicine, I'll go call Uncle Yu over to check on you. No need, I'm fine. Are you sure? Li Luoshu paused for a moment, then why doesn't senior brother join me in cursing Peiji that little scoundrel? Normally, whatever I scold, you follow right along. Xiao Yiheng hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly slapped his thigh, you're right, that good-for-nothing Peiji deserves to be locked up, deserves it. Though Xiao Yiheng complied with Li Luoshu's intent and called Peiji a good-for-nothing, Li Luoshu always felt there was something amiss. After finishing the medicine, Li Luoshu put down the bowl and fetched hot water to help Xiao Yiheng cleanse himself. He placed the basin at the edge of the bed and dipped the towel in water, wiping Xiao Yiheng's face and neck. Yet, just as the cloth touched Xiao Yiheng's skin, he retreated slightly. Brotherly, you don't need to attend to me this way. I'm a bit sleepy, could you step outside for now? Li Luoshu's feeling of unease grew stronger. He glanced briefly at the bells hanging on Xiao Yiheng's waist, and seeing they were still there, felt marginally reassured. He left as requested. On the other side, in the principal hall. What did you say? Pei Zhi was locked in the demon-locking pagoda by Yutan's personal order. Feng Mingjue's voice echoed throughout the hall, so loud that Shui Yutan, who was dozing in his chair, woke up with a start. Just as he came to, Feng Mingjue teleported over and patted his shoulder with deep concern. I know you favor Xiao Yiheng the most. You even cheated before for fear he might not become the top disciple. Seeing him nearly die of poisoning now, it's understandable if your anxiety made you make some wrong decisions. But this has been going on for quite a while now. Xiao Yiheng is fine too. If you've thought about it clearly, you can release him. Feng Mingjue always appreciated Pei Zhi's abilities and naturally couldn't bear seeing Pei Zhi wasting his prime years under house arrest. However, since he had always indulged Shui Yutan's decisions without opposing them directly, all he could do now was hint around the edges, unable to release Pei Zhi outright. But, evidently, Shui Yutan was as stubborn as an oak tree and would never heed his words. For all his persuading until his lips were chapped, he only received a dismissive response from Shui Yutan, I heard you. This infuriated Feng Mingjue so much that his white beard trembled repeatedly. Then Yuli interjected, I heard from the disciples delivering food that Pei Zhi's wounds inside have yet to heal after being imprisoned. Shui Yutan finally straightened up seriously, opening his false sleeping eyes and looking toward Yuli, didn't we give him medication when we sent him in? It's been 7 days already, why hasn't it healed? I don't know. Actually, Yuli did know. Pei Zhi's injuries from punishment weren't severe, and they hadn't healed quickly only because Pei Zhi himself tampered with them. Yuli couldn't think of any other reason. Pei Zhi probably wanted to lure Shui Yutan to visit. The reason Yuli didn't disclose this knowledge was that he understood Shui Yutan's nature. Once revealed, he wouldn't go to see Pei Zhi personally anymore. That night, Shui Yutan tossed and turned sleeplessly. Worrying won't solve anything, so why not just go take a look? Admitting that you care for the male lead isn't embarrassing, Tong Mei finally spoke up after Yutan had tossed several times. No, Shui Yutan tightened the blanket. He endured 20 lashes from the 9-section whip without issue. How could mere sticks threaten his life now? What if? Tong Mei earnestly counseled, if the protagonist really dies, then all 10,000 prestige points you earned will be wasted. It might have been better for Tong Mei not to mention prestige points. Once she mentioned them, Shui Yutan suddenly remembered what the system had said earlier. I seem to recall you mentioning that reaching 10,000 points in mastery points would unlock the detailed information for the avoidance pill. Why is the page still gray these last 2 days when I check it? Our system is professional and legitimate, dear. There is no such thing as deception, Tong Mei began addressing him affectionately again. But today, even if she called him father, there was no way he would be swayed. Shui Yutan continued questioning, then why? Before he finished his question, Tong Mei hastily answered, because the reward points for our host haven't been credited yet, dear. Hasn't been credited? Both the 1,000 points and 10,000 prestige points aren't showing either. Shui Yutan raised his voice and leaped off the bed abruptly, I've completed the main task 7 days ago, and you're telling me they haven't arrived? At that moment, Shui Yutan remembered there was indeed no announcement sound from the system after completing the main task. That's right, dear. Since this main mission involved a long time span, we adopted a final settlement system. In fact, it's also adjusted to prevent the host from altering imprisonment times after receiving the points. Please forgive me, brother dear. Who exactly are you guarding against? All the basic trust between people has been ruined due to behavior like yours, 2484. It must be one of your siblings' tricks. Ho, ho, ho. Responding to Shui Yutan was a series of awkward laughter from Tong Mei, indirectly verifying Shui Yutan's suspicion. After being so riled up by the system, Shui Yutan could no longer sleep. So, he put on his coat, planning to take a quiet stroll. Unknowingly, he ended up right at the entrance of the demon-locking pagoda. TSK, since I'm already here, I might as well take a peek. Shui Yutan concealed his form and looked into the room. But except for the small hole at the very bottom where meals were passed daily and the ventilation iron grating almost 2 meters high at the very top, there was nothing else visible. Even though Shui Yutan wasn't far from 180 centimeters, maybe 179, he was still short of reaching the skylight. Let alone Pei Zhi, who wasn't even as tall as him. Being confined here meant that he didn't even have the chance to look out at the scenery outside, right? Looking upward, all he could see was the sky. If it was a cloudy day, at least one could pass the time counting clouds. If it was an overcast day, then the entire window would just be a gray haze. Shui Yutan didn't dare to use magic and reveal his presence for fear of being noticed by Pei Zhi, so he had no choice but to carry 2 stones from the nearby rockery with his bare hands to stand on. Only then could he reach the air vent and peek inside. Inside the room, Pei Zhi lay asleep on the bed, having kicked the blanket onto the floor in his sleep, now curled up tightly due to the cold. He was lightly dressed, wearing only a thin white inner garment. His restless sleep movements had caused the garment to open, exposing the red, swollen, and inflamed skin on his back. These disciples were truly something. Being fellow brothers under the same master, wasn't it enough to beat him casually? Why did they have to strike so seriously? Shui Yuten felt like some sort of perverted uncle now, peeking through the window to stare at the young man indoors. It was unbecoming, absolutely unbecoming. Shui Yuten released his grip on the iron bars, about to step down from the stones, when suddenly, the quiet Peiji let out a cough. The cough soon grew more severe. Shui Yuten's eyes turned back toward Peiji's face. The youth's face was pale but flushed unnaturally, obviously showing signs of fever. After hesitating for a few seconds in place, Shui Yuten sighed and teleported into the room. First, Shui Yuten picked up the quilt Peiji had kicked off from the floor and intended to cover him with it. However, upon glancing at the wounds on Peiji's back, he adjusted the quilt only up to his waist and covered the upper part with his own hand instead. Although he lacked Yuli's prowess for saving lives and curing injuries, treating minor wounds with a spell was still easy for him. With his palm sliding down along Peiji's spine, covering his entire back, all the long-lasting, inflamed wounds that hadn't healed began to smooth out. Shui Yuten was quite satisfied with his work. Compared to the main character's handsome face, Shui Yuten preferred his slim but muscular build more. Such a fine body shouldn't be marred with scars all over. Just as Shui Yuten's hand slid past Peiji's spine and touched his lower back, Peiji beneath him suddenly opened his eyes. Startled by the action, Shui Yuten became panic-stricken, as if caught red-handed, bouncing off the bed immediately. But only after standing up did he remember that he had made himself invisible. Peiji couldn't see him at all. Still, Shui Yuten didn't dare to be careless and remained motionless where he stood. Even so, Shui Yuten noticed that Peiji glanced toward his direction. Just one glance, light and brief. So fleeting that Shui Yuten almost thought he was seeing things and imagining everything. Only when Peiji closed his eyes again and grabbed the quilt to drift back to sleep did Shui Yuten finally move, vanishing from the room. What Shui Yuten didn't know was that, as soon as he left, the person on the bed reopened his eyes. Peiji touched the area on his lower back, which still bore the last mark that Shui Yuten had not smoothed out. This mark currently tingled slightly, warm yet itchy, just like the feeling when Shui Yuten's palm had caressed his spine. This slight discomfort meant nothing to him, but he had left it untreated. On the one hand, it was meant as a lesson, on the other hand, he wanted to see if Shui Yuten would show up. Now that Shui Yuten had come and poked around secretly, it irritated Peiji even more. Irritated enough that he wanted to rush out immediately and repay the favor by imprisoning Shui Yuten in a dark room, forcing him to beg for mercy. Master, at this moment, Yi Changya crawled through the small meal delivery hole, running onto the bed and rubbing against Peiji's arm. The killing intent in Peiji's eyes diminished slightly. Peiji sat up, reached out to pat Yi Chanya's head, and instantly all the events witnessed by Yi Changya that day entered his mind. After forming a pact, Yi Changya could merge spirits with him. Therefore, despite being confined here without leaving, as long as he wanted, he could still learn about anything happening outside and meet anyone there. So, naturally, he had also heard what Shui Yuten had said in the main hall to Feng Mingjue and a few others. Even Feng Mingjue considered it unfair, yet Shui Yuten locked him away based solely on Xiao Yiheng's words, denying him any chance to prove his innocence. He had thought wrongly that Shui Yuten was somewhat different from the rest. How different? Merely just another hypocrite among them. Peiji let out a cold laugh, black malice spreading around his body. Frightened, Yi Changya growled once and hopped off the bed, dashing back through the hole and escaping quickly. Chapter 90, All Matters in the World, None Greater Than Life and Death. Because of its secrecy, the matter of Shui Yuten treating Peiji's injuries in the middle of the night didn't leak out a bit. By the time the disciple came to report to Yuli the next day while delivering food, they casually mentioned, young Master Pei looks much better in complexion, his wounds should have healed on their own. Also, all the food sent in today was eaten. So Master, you don't need to worry. Yuli casually glanced at Shui Yuten and nodded, since he's fine, there's no need to report anything regarding the Demon Lock Tower from now on. Yes. The disciple replied, bowing and retreating. After the person left, Yuli shifted slightly closer to Shui Yuten. Just when Shui Yuten thought that he had guessed about last night's visit to the Demon Lock Tower and was coming to hold him accountable, Yuli instead pursed his lips and said, how are you preparing for the retreat I mentioned before to test your cultivation? This transition was rather sudden. So sudden that it caught them completely off guard. The retreat was interrupted, wasn't it? So. Yuli raised an eyebrow. No improvement. Shui Yuten told the truth. It's not that he didn't want to boast, but simply put, there was nothing to boast about, it wouldn't fool anyone. In these past few days, he could clearly feel his skills regressing during cultivation. He neither suffered spiritual energy imbalance nor rushed in his cultivation, yet despite the usual cultivation methods, his skills were still declining instead of improving. At first, Shui Yuten thought it was due to the loss of cultivation from suppressing Peiji's two clashing spirit veins in the snow realm. But even so, if he cultivated for a longer period, some of his abilities should have recovered. They shouldn't be getting more and more weak as they currently were. If it wasn't due to cultivation issues, then the only thing Shui Yutan could think of was the setting, this concept blending technology with intense challenges. Yes, setting, which includes world building, characters, and plot settings. Let's not talk about the world building for now, as after all, he is not a part of this fictional world anyway, so we can set aside those discussions. Here, the blend of technology and challenge mainly refers to the setting of Shui Yutan's mission. As the vicious male supporting character in the early parts of the book, always targeting the protagonist, becoming a towering mountain that the protagonist cannot surpass, the closer he gets to the death phase, the weaker his character's power setting will become. So, it's not that his spells aren't advanced, but that it is how the plot has been set. Otherwise, with his late-stage Yuaning cultivation level, it would have been impossible for him to be easily killed by the main character, who wasn't yet a fiendish warrior, in the previous incarnation of the Qilin Lock dungeon. After failing to rely on Pei Ji in the previous incarnation, Shui Yutan did consider taking auxiliary drugs during the decisive battle to boost his strength in the short term and evade Pei Ji's hunting. However, after ingesting those pills, it was like eating Riemannia 6 pills, they were utterly useless. Not only that, but he also suffered diarrhea for 2 days because of them. Now that his skills have regressed, it indicates that the Qilin Lock storyline is approaching. Just as he thought about this, Shui Yutan saw a flash of sword light before his eyes. He dodged sideways, and in the next second, Yuli attacked with the empty sorrow sword. Come on, let me see your strength. Yuli spends his whole day surrounded by herbs, and during his leisure time, all one can see is him fanning himself to appear elegant. If not for his current form holding a longsword, Shui Yutan would have forgotten that Yuli was also a top-ranked expert among the immortal sects. Unfortunately, no matter how good a high-level expert, they couldn't match Pei Ji, who had game-changing abilities. At least not in the previous incarnations. Shui Yutan pondered all this momentarily, and when Yuli's next strike came, he was forced to draw the Li light sword to meet the attack. As the two swords clashed, the sky changed momentarily. Pei Ji, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing out at the changing sky, was about to recall Dark Knight Fangtooth to gather information, when he heard the sound of disciples passing outside the tower. Oh, hurry up, Senior Shui and Senior, you are fighting. Let's go take a look. Fighting? Does Qingyang know why? What else could it be? It must be about Senior Shui's foremost disciple, Xiao Yihang. The disciple named Qingyang lowered his voice. The other day I went to visit our elder brother, the one poisoned by Pei Ji. Although he seems better, his personality has changed a lot. He doesn't like talking or going out anymore. I invited him to the evening banquet, but he declined. I think it's probably because Senior Yu failed to cure Xiao Yihang, angering Senior Shui. After all, you know Senior Shui's disposition. Their voices gradually faded into the distance, becoming unclear. Pei Ji tightened his gaze for a moment, pondered for a brief spell, then made a seal with his right hand and cast a spell towards his brow center. Instantly, the Dark Knight Fangtooth originally heading toward the main hall turned around and headed toward Xiao Yihang's sleeping quarters. On the other side, just as Shui Yutan and Yuli finished their third move, they were intercepted by Feng Mingjue descending from the sky. Feng Mingjue blew on his beard and said, "You two are both master's disciples, yet you fight here in Kanjia Mountain. If younger disciples saw this, wouldn't it be embarrassing to spread around?" Shui Yutan withdrew the Li light back into his consciousness, then rushed 3 steps closer to Feng Mingjue, tapping lightly on his shoulder with a closed fist. "Look at how the master makes this sound so bad. This isn't fighting, we're sparring." Same thing, Feng Mingjue shrugged, avoiding Shui Yutan's small gesture and turned his gaze to Yuli, now serious. It's one thing for him to be reckless, but Yuli, why are you joining in the nonsense? Yeah, Shui Yutan quickly interjected. Yuli ignored Feng Mingjue's words, his amber eyes bypassing him to directly lock onto Shui Yutan. After half a month of seclusion, not only has your cultivation not improved, it's regressed. Why is your inner breath so weak? What? Just 3 moves and he caught on already? Is he really that perceptive? Startled, Shui Yutan hesitated for a moment before speaking, during which Feng Mingjue glanced worriedly toward him. Yuli's words aren't wrong. You truly. He stopped without finishing the sentence fully. Shui Yutan pursed his lips. It's not as terrible as he says, it's just. I've slightly regressed. Not even slightly can be allowed, a situation like this has never been seen before in our sect. Before Shui Yutan could finish her explanation, Feng Mingjue interrupted immediately. He placed both hands in front of himself, striking his fists together twice while brainstorming solutions. Yuli, do you still have any pills left? Something to replenish qi, liver tonics, or kidney supplements? Pass some along to Yutan. Shui Yutan. I appreciate it, but it's truly unnecessary. Recalling the last time when those pills made him suffer from diarrhea, Shui Yutan hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. The medicinal pills from Yulitan are invaluable, worth a fortune each. They'd be wasted on me, no need, absolutely unnecessary. It indeed isn't necessary, Yuli cut him off before he could finish his pleasantries. Yuli looked at Shui Yutan as he wielded Kong Cho, conjuring a crack mid-air. All drugs are toxic to some degree. The best course for you would be secluded practice. This realm I've discovered while wandering, called Seeking Immortality Realm, will significantly benefit you. Seeking Immortality Realm? Isn't Yuli always holed up in the medicine hall concocting herbs? How did he stumble upon such a miraculous place? Shui Yutan peered into the fissure. Inside was a white expanse of mist obscuring everything. And you and Master will protect my practice. In this realm, I can recover the lost cultivation over these past few days, Yuli reassured him gently. Though his voice remained soft, there was an uncommon gravity in his tone, almost unyielding. Shui Yutan hesitated, unsure. Master, have you heard of this place? Of course, Feng Mingjue answered instantly and firmly. So even this old man had heard of it. Could this place be some new realm encountered only by cultivators who reached the divine transformation stage? Shui Yutan believed the existence of the place, but doubt still lingered within him. But, Kanjia Mountain. Now that Master has returned, Kanjia Mountain doesn't require you to guard it. But you're also planning to enter seclusion, right? Ling Feng is intelligent enough. Even if you don't go into seclusion, he'll still learn the first disciple's secret manuals in the medicine hall. Every objection Shui Yutan raised was swiftly refuted by Yuli. He tried to open his mouth again, but found he had little ground to make excuses. Since the main character was currently captured and following 2484's usual antics, it was unlikely the system would throw him another separate mission until the protagonist reappears. Given this, perhaps it was better to take Yuli's advice and enter this mystical realm for cultivation. If his techniques improve, maybe during the life or death moments in Qilin Lock, he could rely on strength alone to fight his way through. With this thought, Shui Yutan stepped one foot into the rift, glancing back at Yuli and Feng Mingjue. Oh yes, I remember. My apprentice Xiao Yiheng, his injuries have just healed, can you help? Before he could finish his sentence, someone among them kicked his buttocks. Losing balance, he stumbled forward, falling completely into the rift. As soon as he entered, the crack created by Kong Cho disappeared instantly. Feng Mingjue retracted his gaze from where Shui Yutan had disappeared and glanced back, only to find Yuli still gazing at that direction. Scratching his beard, he couldn't help but ask, what exactly is this seeking immortality realm? Yuli didn't answer, simply flicking his sleeve, withdrawing Kong Cho into his consciousness. I have something else to do, so I won't chat. Farewell. Tisk, behind him, Feng Mingjue muttered sarcastically, all the things you just said to Yutan weren't idle chatter, but talking a couple of sentences with me, the old man, is considered idling. Yuli, you're too partial, I'm getting angry. Yuli ignored him, after all, Feng Mingjue wouldn't really get angry. He took 2 more steps forward. The wind made his snow-white hall master's robes ripple loudly. Amidst this sound, he clearly heard Feng Mingjue speak again. In fact, that place, it's your spiritual awareness realm, isn't it? Yuli halted his steps. That place was not something you found by chance. I've lived longer than you and have never heard of any seeking immortality realm in this world that enhances one's cultivation. As Feng Mingjue said these words, he stood still in his place, yet every word transmitted privately through telepathy. I did read in ancient texts that after reaching the spiritual transformation stage, one can extend their spiritual awareness to create a realm for their celestial companion. It indeed prolongs life and aids in cultivation in the short term, but this method has immense toll on the owner of the spiritual awareness. You and Yutan are merely of the same sect, not celestial companions, there's no need for you to do these sorts of things. Besides, with us around, even if Yutan had no cultivation skills, no one would dare harm him in our hands. Yuli slightly closed his eyes, sensing Shui Yutan standing up in his spiritual awareness, looking around at the surroundings. Only after Shui Yutan had finished wandering around and started meditating earnestly did Yuli respond to Feng Mingjue, hasn't the sect leader said, nothing should be left to others. We may protect him for now, but can we protect him forever? Only strength will let him survive long. Back at the tavern, he could distinctly feel something was pressing on Shui Yutan's mind. Though he didn't know what it was about, all matters under the heavens boil down to life and death eventually. As long as Shui Yutan's Taoist powers remain unbroken, all matters will go smoothly. But Feng Mingjue opened his mouth again, then held back. This hesitant demeanor piqued Yuli's curiosity. Yuli turned his gaze and followed up, but what? But this name, Seeking Immortality Realm, is way too common. Yuli. Shui Yutan sat in meditation in the Seeking Immortality Realm for several days and had just one feeling, this place was indeed a treasure for cultivation. No matter which technique he practiced, it was always more effective with half the effort. There was just one drawback, it lacked sunrises and sunsets, so he couldn't tell how long he'd been in seclusion. Seeing that his power had not only recovered but seemed to rise to another level, Shui Yutan slightly pulled himself together, deciding to wander around before continuing cultivation. But this Seeking Immortality Realm was just an endless expanse of white, with no structures at all. He walked for a long time in the fog until finally, he found a water source. It was a dead lake, the water in it calm without ripples, like a mirror. By the lake, there grew a willow tree budding with new leaves. Shui Yutan calculated the date. At this point, it should just be April or May, the perfect season for willows to sprout new branches. He bent over and stirred the previously undisturbed water in front of him with his hand. Instantly, the willow branches beside the lake moved without wind. It was indeed a peculiar tree. Shui Yutan glanced at it, not paying much attention. Instead, while playing with the water, he smelled the stench of sweat from his body. Ever since entering the seeking immortality realm, he had been meditating continuously, not knowing how many days had passed. His clothes were soaked with sweat during meditation, dried by the wind, repeating this cycle for days. They were certainly sour already. Shui Yutan snapped his fingers, and his snow-white robe automatically changed into a fresh one. Still, perhaps influenced by his obsessive-compulsive cleanliness, even in clean clothes, Shui Yutan still felt the sour smell remained. Apparently, he needed a bath. Looking at the lake water in front of him, Shui Yutan immediately began taking off his clothes. He removed his outer robe, wrapped his pants around his waist covering key areas, then stepped into the water. Just as he was about to soak in the lake water and lean back against the lakeside for a nap, he noticed the nearby willow tree moving again, its leaves rustling. Startled, Shui Yutan froze as suddenly Yu Li's voice emerged in the air. Shui, Yu, Tan. What are you doing? It was the first time Yu Li pronounced each syllable of his name instead of calling him Hall Master Shui, Third Hall Master, or simply Yu. I'm cultivating. Shui Yutan lied without missing a beat. As he replied to Yu Li, he scooped up some water and poured it onto his shoulder. Chapter 91, Master, Long Time No See. Shui Yutan continued to water the plants while teasing. I know my name sounds nice, but you don't have to shout it so loudly. I'm not like the headmaster, whose old bones can't hear or see properly. Despite his perfect answer, Yu Li still shouted loudly at him, get dressed and get out of the water now. Just because he said so, no way. Fueled by a rebellious streak, Shui Yutan lingered in the water. But soon, he caught on. Wait a minute, how do you know I'm in the water? Shui Yutan widened his eyes, immediately covering his chest. Then realizing something was off, he moved his hands lower to cover himself. You were peeping. Oh my goodness. Before he could finish his sentence, the scenery around him changed. Both he and his clothes were kicked out of the Sun Fairyland. It's not like it was easy to find such a treasure place for cultivation, and he hadn't practiced enough yet. Why did he suddenly come out? What? Taking a bath violates the celestial laws. Shui Yutan had just scrambled up from the ground with his clothes in his arms when he met a pair of dog eyes. This wasn't an insult, it was literally a dog's eyes, more specifically the blood-red eyes of the Dark Knight Kanjia. The Harbin puppy before him, no, the Dark Knight Kanjia at the moment, was standing right beside him, level with his body which had fallen to the ground. The red eyes first looked at his face, then moved down, glancing at his wet body. The towel wrapped around his waist was already soaked. He hadn't expected being thrown out and ended up rolling twice on the ground before stopping. Now, his body was covered in water and mud alike. This posture was utterly undignified. Shui Yutan coughed lightly and quickly dressed himself. When he stood again, he realized that he was now in the warm pavilion of the Kanjia mountain, in his own courtyard. Everything was as it had been during his seclusion, the lounge chair still rested under the tree, and the fish in the pond were still alive. Hold on, the fish. Shui Yutan noticed something odd and sidestepped past the Dark Knight Kanjia, walking quickly to the artificial pond in his courtyard. He stared at the goldfish there, now several times fatter than when he'd left, muttering, what are these fish eating to grow so big? In a few days, they've grown from little koi to fathead fish. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Knight Kanjia arrived with fish food in its mouth. Dropping it, half a bowl of fish food fell into the pond. Afterwards, the Dark Knight Kanjia squatted beside his feet, showing no intention of leaving. This was eerie. Extremely eerie. Could it be that an ancient divine beast had come to his yard to feed the fish? Shui Yutan squatted down, straightened his gaze towards the Dark Knight Kanjia's eyes, smoothing the fur that resembled a Harbin terrier. Thinking about Pei Ji who was currently still in the devil-locking pagoda, he casually asked, yeah, is your master alright? He felt, perhaps mistakenly, that the expression in the Dark Knight Kanjia's eyes had changed momentarily. Before he could decipher what this look meant, he heard a voice call behind him, Master. This voice was low and hoarse, with a deep intonation, like waves rising from the bottom of a dark abyss crashing against the shore wall, each sound causing suffocation. This voice. It was Pei Ji's voice. Yet it didn't quite seem like Pei Ji's voice. This voice lacked any trace of youthfulness and instead overlapped with the man from his previous life who had executed him, almost indistinguishable from one another. Shui Yutan felt some difficulty breathing. He bit his lip, wanting to turn around to confirm but feeling apprehensive. After such a long time apart, Master doesn't even want to take a glance at your disciple. Pei Ji spoke again. Shui Yutan remained rigidly standing in place, unable to move. In reality, he didn't dare to move. Pei Ji of this life had been locked away in the devil-locking pagoda for not long enough to use the phrase, after such a long time. This greeting couldn't help but remind him of Xiao Yiheng who was possessed previously. Could it be that the person behind him? Brother Pei, I wondered why you disappeared so suddenly. Turns out you've come to our master's yard. After you just came out of the devil-locking pagoda, you're probably not used to the bright light. I made you a hat, here, wear it. Ling Yu's words stopped abruptly upon seeing Shui Yutan standing beside the pond. Her worry turned into delight instantly, and she skipped a step toward Shui Yutan, jumping to hug his waist sweetly calling out, Master. Her reunion demeanor seemed like it had been much longer than a few days apart. Only then did Shui Yutan turn around and look at the girl in front of him. Ling Yu had grown taller and her features had matured. Her small, delicate face was adorned with big, twinkling eyes that were quite enchanting. Shui Yutan pinched Ling Yu's cheeks gently. After merely a few days apart, how is it that I find you even prettier, my disciple? As he spoke, his peripheral vision couldn't help but glance at Pei Ji standing nearby. He saw that Pei Ji stood next to the lounge chair where Shui Yutan often sat, removing the straw hat Ling Yu had placed on his head. Beneath the brim of the hat, revealed was a familiar yet strange face belonging to an adult Pei Ji. Shui Yutan's pupils contracted slightly, as both shock and confusion flashed in his eyes. Just then, he heard Ling Yu murmur softly into his chest, not a matter of a few days. Master, you've been closed in meditation for 2 years. Today happens to be the day when elder brother Pei comes out from the devil-locking pagoda. Ah, time seemed infinite in the Sun Fairyland. So, he'd actually been in seclusion for so long. Wait a moment. How long did Ling Yu say? 2 whole years. WTF. He'd spent 2 years in the Sun Fairyland. It was as if responding to his astonishment, the system's voice, silent for a long while, synchronized with his shock and chimed in. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the 2-year confinement task. You have gained 1,000 points and 10,000 prestige. Current score, 1630, prestige value, 13800, task progress, 33%. The system had finally credited the end-of-term bonus. Shui Yutan's gaze eventually shifted away from Ling Yu, fixating on Pei Ji without blinking. In front of him stood a person with an upright figure, free of all remaining youthfulness in his facial features. Feeling Shui Yutan's stare, Pei Ji turned his eyes towards him. In that moment of eye contact, Pei Ji's pitch-black deep eyes looked as if they transcended time. So, the Pei Ji before him wasn't possessed. This was the male lead who was genuinely locked in the devil-locking pagoda for 2 years in this life, just recently released. Wait. Shui Yutan felt like he might be missing something crucial. His eyebrows furrowed in concentration. When he finally remembered, his expression suddenly changed. Stunned by the span of 2 years, he almost overlooked key information in the system announcement. The progress bar in that announcement showed 33%. Even after such a long seclusion, Shui Yutan hadn't forgotten the last completed mainline task, getting Pei Ji to tie Xiao Yiheng's hair. The task progress shown after its completion was only at 13%, but now it jumped directly to 33%. A single main task added 20% progress directly. His instincts told Shui Yutan that this progress change was definitely not trivial. It must foretell something important. Chapter 92, I am also a part of your play. Before he could think further, Pei Ji had already teleported right in front of him. Master. He called out again, the last word imitating Ling Yu's tone and dragging it out. When Ling Yu called him master, it sounded sweet and obedient, but when Pei Ji said it, Shui Yutan only felt the clenched teeth hatred, his body involuntarily shivering twice. He admitted that the aura of the womanizer Pei Ji from the previous life was too overwhelming, causing him psychological trauma. Just looking at the now mature main character made him tremble inside. It seemed he still needed time to adapt to the fact that the male lead had grown up. He steadied his mind and tried to make his gaze towards Pei Ji as gentle as possible. It's good you've come out. I imagine after being alone for so long, you must have gained some insight into your previous mistakes. As they say, recognizing one's fault and correcting it is the greatest. I do have some insights. Shui Yutan's motivational words were cut off by Pei Ji's interruption. His eyes narrowed lazily. If Master has some leisure time, this disciple would be very willing to tell you all these realizations. Every word sounded normal, but together, coming from Pei Ji's mouth, Shui Yutan still inexplicably sensed trouble. Especially that all, with an exaggerated emphasis, clearly not something pleasant. No thanks, he wasn't particularly interested in hearing it either. As they stood closer, Shui Yutan clearly felt the change in aura around the person in front of him. If the previous Pei Ji was a wolf cub, then this Pei Ji 2 years later was like a lion. The kind that could kill someone anytime. Who knows if this aura had anything to do with height. After all, to Shui Yutan, it had only been a few days since the boy in front grew into a man, even shooting up so high he was obviously taller by a head. So, when talking to him now, Pei Ji's slightly lowered eyelids and occasional glance made his air of disdain all the more prominent, pressing down on Shui Yutan's aura until it seemed shorter than his own height. Annoyed, very annoyed, quite annoyed indeed. Shui Yutan instinctively moved closer to Ling Yu, who was shorter than him, regaining some confidence in his height. But just as he took a step, Ling Yu teased him saying, Master just came back, how would he have time to listen to your revelations, Brother Pei? Speaking, she walked over and naturally draped her arm around Pei Ji. Master just finished a seclusion session, we shouldn't disturb his rest. Aren't you planning to go watch the arena trial? Let's go now. Us. She used the word we multiple times. TSK, these two were pretty intimate. Pei Ji, fresh out of solitary confinement, was already this close to Ling Yu, which likely meant she didn't lack enthusiasm for visiting him at the demon-locking tower during his imprisonment. Misfortune reveals true feelings. If Xiao Yiheng couldn't pair with Pei Ji, then Ling Yu would certainly make a decent wife candidate. Shui Yutan wore an expression full of interest, originally intending to turn around to give them some private space. But the next second, Pei Zhi asked, "Isn't Master going to attend today's arena trial?" "Why not? Battles breaking out at the drop of a hat were common at Kanjia Mountain. What reason did he, a nominal sect leader, have to go?" "No. Apparently, this trial is for selecting participants in the upcoming 3-day skills contest. Elder brother is there too, doesn't Master want to take a look?" Shui Yutan hadn't fully refused when Pei Zhi's next sentence interrupted him. After finishing, Pei Zhi's hand that was draped by Ling Yu suddenly reached over toward his head. While Shui Yutan was confused, Pei Zhi had caught a frantic moth above his head and crushed it lightly. The lively moth immediately turned into a puff of ash, dissipating into the air. In this brief motion, Pei Zhi's hand smoothly slipped away from Ling Yu's touch. But Shui Yutan didn't notice this small move. Hearing Pei Zhi mention the skills contest, his initially relaxed gaze suddenly flickered, his face becoming serious. "I should check that out." There was no other reason. He remembered that, in the original plotline, Xiao Yiheng and Pei Zhi met Snow Lady B.SS in the skills contest, together subduing the giant snake of the 10 realms, and cleverly battling the Snow Lady. The next scene after their successful challenge was his execution. Unlike the previous life when he was flayed alive, in the novel, my senior brother is mentally divided. Although he died in the same Qilin Lock segment as the earlier villain, the death process was different. Since it wasn't important, the book didn't go into detail. It just skimmed over the incident where Xiao Yiheng accidentally killed Snow Yutan for the treasure, and Pei Zhi took the blame out of love, shouldering the accusation of murdering his master, and accepting punishment from all sects. To put it simply, he, as this venerable teacher, whether alive or dead, was but a part of the play between the male lead and the female lead. With the martial arts contest approaching, naturally he would have to go and check it out. However, his hurried actions toward the training grounds were perceived differently in Pei Zhi's eyes. He had initially not intended to go, yet at the mention of Xiao Yiheng's name, Snow Yutan rushed faster than anyone else. Xiao Yiheng, Xiao Yiheng, Xiao Yiheng, Snow Yutan seemed to only see Xiao Yiheng. Was that person really so desirable? By the time the three arrived at the training ground, the competition on stage had already progressed halfway. After another pair of disciples were knocked down by Ling Feng, Feng Mingju's gaze shifted from the arena platform to Yuli, who was leaning on his head. "You've been frowning like this since the beginning, leaning on your head, looking completely absent-minded." Feng Mingju tapped the armrest of his seat, then spoke up, "What is it? Could it be that Yutan absorbed too much of your cultivation within your consciousness, resulting in unstable spirit veins?" "No." Yuli shook his head, "It's just a bit of lost cultivation, I don't even care." "So what is it?" Feng Mingju looked at Yuli's face, "You certainly look off. Your cheeks are red, your ears are red. Are you sure you're okay?" At Feng Mingju's reminder, the scene he'd seen earlier within his consciousness reappeared before Yuli's eyes. The hand that had been propping up his head paused, awkwardly lowering as he rubbed his ears. "No, it's just that today's sun is too intense, it's making me hot." "Too intense sun?" Feng Mingju looked up to the sky. Although it was a sunny day, it was rather cloudy and misty, with the sun hidden behind the clouds, almost invisible. Where was the heat? He actually felt a chill. Could it be because he was getting older and couldn't keep up with the younger generation's constitution? As Feng Mingju was wondering about this, he sensed the air around them stirring. In the next moment, Snow Yutan, who should have been meditating, appeared at the training ground along with Pei Zhi and Ling Yu. "Yutan." Turning his puzzled gaze to Yuli, Feng Mingju noticed the flush on his earlobes returning despite his attempt to hide it. Chapter 93, thought the protagonist had transmigrated over. It was quite strange. Feng Mingju ignored the oddities of Yuli, waving to Shui Yutan with a loving smile while patting his chair. "Yutan, come here and sit here." Unexpectedly, since Shui Yutan had broken out of seclusion today, only 2 seats were arranged for the main position in this training ground duel. Now, Feng Mingju's meaning was to share a chair with him. Though Feng Mingju's large seat as the master could indeed fit 2 people. 2 men sitting together on the headmaster's chair might invite gossip, leading some to suspect he harbored thoughts of seizing the position. Thus, Shui Yutan sat closer on a disciple's seat nearby. "Thank you, headmaster, but I'll just sit here. It's close and provides a better view." Then he glanced at Xiao Yiheng seated next to the disciples' seats, casually asking, "When did you start playing with fans? I didn't know you had such a preference before." Xiao Yiheng paused for a moment as his hand held the fan, then in the next second, he put the fan back into his spiritual consciousness, replacing it with a cup of tea which he offered to Shui Yutan. "It's hot, so I brought along a few items. Master must be thirsty after such a long period of seclusion. Please, have some tea." The Xiao Yiheng before them still had the same robust build under his light blue disciple robes, every bit as aggressive as before. But his face grew increasingly elegant and handsome, not surprisingly described in books as more beautiful than Ling Yu, Pei Zhi's wife. No wonder Pei Zhi got swayed by this cute look. But ignoring Xiao Yiheng's appearance, after 2 years without seeing each other, this person seemed to have become much more mature and low-key. Had it not been for the string of bells given by Yuli that Xiao Yiheng always carried with him, Shui Yutan would have thought the protagonist's soul had transmigrated over. But upon thinking about it, it couldn't possibly be true. If the protagonist had transmigrated over, their first action should have been to latch onto Pei Zhi's leg. Pei Zhi had previously been confined in the Demon Lock Pagoda, exactly providing an excellent opportunity to gain favor. There's no way someone would remain indifferent like they do now. After a quick mental reflection, Shui Yutan took the tea Xiao Yiheng offered, drinking it while glancing at the tournament stage. It's been so long since we last saw each other. Ling Feng's techniques have improved greatly. Have you dueled against him yet? Are you stronger or is he? Xiao Yiheng hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. Master has been secluded for a long time, hence you may not know. Last time, the poison, Ling Yu spoke until realizing it wasn't appropriate, glancing sideways at Pei Zhi who was looking towards Xiao Yiheng and Shui Yutan direction. Seeing no fluctuations in his emotions, she continued, that poison damaged elder brother's internal organs, costing him quite a lot of his technique strength. To date, he hasn't fully recovered. Oh, so there was this incident too. Shui Yutan looked at Xiao Yiheng and then at the two individuals on the master's seat. So you mean, among the disciples selected for the martial arts competition, there isn't him? Impossible. The martial arts competition was the turning point for Pei Zhi's and Xiao Yiheng's love story. It was precisely here where Pei Zhi decided to guard the protagonist for life. If Xiao Yiheng doesn't participate now, what does he even protect? Hey, master, you forgot again. Ling Yu stomped her foot with exasperation in her voice. Elder brother is the top disciple. The top disciple. They don't need trials, and are already selected as participants for the martial arts competition. Ah, that makes sense. But... Curiosity getting the better of Shui Yutan, he pointed to Ling Feng on the stage. Then why is Ling Feng participating if he is also Uncle Yu's top disciple? That's because... This time, it was Ling Yu's turn to hesitate. Was explaining something so difficult? Why had the expressions on these few faces kept changing, sometimes looking at him and sometimes toward Yuli? That's because Ling brother didn't attend the secluded cultivation session for top disciples. According to the rules, he can't officially count as Uncle Yu's top disciple. Xiao Yiheng filled in the blanks. What a guy, all this back and forth, ultimately pinning the main responsibility back on him. Before entering seclusion, Yuli had mentioned, Ling Feng is naturally talented. Even without seclusion, he could still learn the top disciples' secret manuals in the medicine chamber. Back then, he thought it was just Yuli speaking offhand, never imagining that spending 2 years in the fairy realm of seeking could result in Ling Feng missing this important joint secluded cultivation session entirely. Looking toward Yuli seated at the master's position, a peculiar feeling arose in his heart. He'd need to find an opportunity to have a drink with Yuli, to express some gratitude. As Li Luoshu was carrying his sword and ran over from somewhere, he saw Shui Yutan and his eyes reddened first. Just as he was about to throw himself toward Shui Yutan, Xiao Yiheng, who was closest to him, grabbed his wrist inconspicuously and pulled him away, saying, let's talk about things. Everyone's watching, don't cry here. Xiao Yiheng's tone wasn't as indulgent as before, but Li Luoshu didn't seem surprised, perhaps because he'd grown accustomed to it over the past 2 years. Li Luoshu managed to stop himself from crying and instead lightly pulled at Shui Yutan's sleeve, saying, Master, you've finally appeared. I thought you, with your endless years and immortality, would shut yourself away for the entirety of my life. If merely closing oneself away could outlast Pei Zhi, Li Luoshu would be quite interested in doing so. The issue was that even if he were willing to seclude himself for such a long time, 2484 wouldn't approve. Even if he hadn't been kicked out by Yuli today, tomorrow 2484 would surely find some pretext to call him out for a mission. After being together for so long, he did have some understanding of the ridiculous system in his mind. Shui Yutan patted Li Luoshu on the shoulder, chatted casually with him for a few moments, then turned to see on the arena stage Ling Feng defeating the group of disciples challenging him. His gaze swept through the remaining disciples. Anyone else wanting to challenge me, come on up quickly. According to the rules of this arena competition, only the top 5 will have the qualification to attend the skill competition. If no one dares to challenge Ling Feng now, he would naturally be the first place winner of this trial. But clearly, matters wouldn't be this simple. Sure enough, just as Ling Feng had finished speaking, Li Luoshu glanced toward Ling Yu and asked, won't Sister Ling Yu participate? Brother Ling Feng is her younger brother. If she steps onto the stage, how can he bear to lay a hand on her? This statement held true. Ling Feng tended to follow Ling Yu's words. However, this could inevitably provide an opportunity for some people to take advantage of the situation. Given that Ling Feng had already defeated many disciples, he effectively paved the way for Ling Yu. Now, with the familial concession, should someone later defeat Ling Yu and claim the top position, it might seem like they're reaping others' efforts. Shui Yutan looked at Li Luoshu and could clearly see the unmasked calculation in his eyes. It appeared that indeed, this was what Li Luoshu intended. Li Luoshu likely knew his martial arts techniques were inferior to Ling Feng's, yet still had about a 50-50 chance against Ling Yu, which was why he suggested this idea at this moment. Chapter 94, Probably Jealous. In fact, Shui Yutan wanted to say that he absolutely didn't need to think like this. This tournament was originally the protagonist Team S. Given his relationship with Xiao Yiheng, wherever Xiao Yiheng went, he would take him along. Even if Xiao Yiheng didn't bring him, now that he had already emerged from seclusion, as a master, it would also be fine for him to take him out to see the world. So, no matter how you calculate it, he would still be one of these 5 members. Shui Yutan hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something to Li Luoshu, but Pei Zhi had already grabbed the peachwood sword and jumped onto the stage at the end of Ling Feng's sentence. Among the disciples cultivating in Sanya Mountain, even those with the most foolish aptitude should have cultivated their innate swords within 2 years. But when Pei Zhi was locked up by him, he had not been on the mountain for even half a year. Since then, he had always been in seclusion, so naturally, no one would teach Pei Zhi inside the beast-locking tower. So, as soon as Pei Zhi picked up a sword, he was mocked. Isn't this the monster under Master Shui who was locked up for 2 years for harming his peers? He even dared to challenge elder brother Ling Feng without having cultivated an innate sword. This is just asking for death. That's right, crazy about seeking fame. There will be a good show now, elder brother Ling Feng will surely make him crawl around looking for his teeth within 3 moves. Yes, beat him hard. Xiao's senior brother, such a genius disciple, was harmed into a sickly state by this little brat, I can't stand it. Elder brother Ling Feng, beat him hard, very. That person was still shouting, when they met with a cold glance from Shui Yutan, immediately falling silent. Ling Feng ignored those who were cursing and took a look at Pei Zhi, his gaze lowering, glancing toward Ling Yu below the stage, who was extremely nervous with her hands clasped together. With a twist of his wrist, he turned the blade upward and gripped it vertically. You've been locked up for 2 years, your Daoist techniques have stagnated, you're not my match, I won't fight you. After all, my sister likes you, if I hurt you, she will be angry. Pei Zhi pulled at the corner of his mouth, long eyelashes covering down during a fleeting look, casting a shadow of depression near the tail of his eyes. Sometimes having confidence is a good thing, but too much is bad. Also. Before Pei Zhi finished speaking, his peachwood sword had already gathered force and launched the first attack. Strong sword chi overflowed from the peachwood sword, almost forcing both him and the sword off the stage. Ling Feng couldn't afford to be careless, quickly turning back his wrist and using the sword to defend. As the long sword collided with Pei Zhi's peachwood sword, it emitted a shrill cry, causing him to stagger several steps backward. And at this point, Pei Zhi finally completed what he hadn't finished saying earlier, I don't care about your sister at all. Winning against you doesn't interest me either. The reason I stood up here is because this place is high, and the person can see clearly. That person. Who? This question flashed in Ling Feng's mind for 2 seconds. He glanced toward the seat where the disciples sat, still not figuring out besides Ling Yu, who else Pei Zhi would care about. The left hand which previously remained unmoved also placed itself on the peachwood sword. Then, pushing gently with both hands, a powerful sword chi threw him off the stage entirely. Ling Feng fell to the ground, holding his chest while coughing twice. After pressing several points on his body that hurt due to the shockwave, he stared unbelievably at Pei Zhi, weren't you locked up in the beast-locking tower the whole time? No one taught you skills, how could your technique still advance? Moreover, advancing so fast that he was already unmatched among their current generation of disciples. But this last part, Ling Feng did not voice it aloud. Pei Zhi didn't answer his question, instead bowing to Ling Feng, elder brother exhausted his strength from the previous round and intentionally let me win during the match, allowing me the opportunity. Thank you, elder brother, for conceding. These polished formalities sounded beautiful and appropriate, giving himself face while also leaving face for Ling Feng. Listening to them, there was something worldly and slick akin to something Snow Yuten might say, robbing Ling Feng of any opportunity to unleash his frustration. After completing his acknowledgement, Pei Zhi's first reaction was to observe Shui Yutan's response. However, the latter seemed completely unfazed by this result. With a casual glance to confirm the victor, he turned away, engaging in occasional small talk with Xiao Yiheng about trivial matters. Xiao Yiheng, always Xiao Yiheng. Pei Zhi shook his head slightly, the shadow framed by his eyelashes following suit, transforming into a chilling intent to kill. He really has disliked Xiao Yiheng for a long time. He truly wishes to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Just as Shui Yutan casually glanced over, he coincidentally saw Pei Zhi standing still, staring intently at Xiao Yiheng with unblinking dark eyes, seriously focused. Blinking twice, Shui Yutan felt this was unusual. It was written in the book that Xiao Yiheng had once, under the pretense of boasting, learned martial techniques from Shui Yutan every day, then ran to Pei Zhi's window to practice swordsmanship. Over those 2 years, whatever sword techniques Xiao Yiheng learned, Pei Zhi also knew. More accurately, Pei Zhi not only mastered them but surpassed his teacher. So, could it be that during these 2 years of seclusion, Xiao Yiheng secretly taught Pei Zhi some sword techniques as written in the book? But upon further reflection, that seemed impossible. Even as a master who had secluded himself, no one taught Xiao Yiheng any techniques either. How on earth could he have practiced without guidance? Moreover, Shui Yutan had checked the small window where Pei Zhi was confined, it was nearly 1.9 meters high, and Xiao Yiheng's height probably wouldn't reach the frame of the window. Thinking about this, Shui Yutan glanced at Xiao Yiheng and then glanced at Pei Zhi. Seemed like they didn't both need to be so tall, even with just one being about 1.9 meters tall, he'd still be able to see Xiao Yiheng. Take Pei Zhi for example, with his current height, he should have been able to directly crawl over to the ventilation hole and observe Xiao Yiheng outside. So were there really something going on between them? The more Shui Yutan thought about it, the more it seemed possible. In fact, he hadn't even noticed when the tournament finished. He only remembered that after Pei Zhi challenged Ling Feng and proved himself, he voluntarily stepped off the stage and positioned himself right between him and Xiao Yiheng, blocking Shui Yutan's line of sight toward Xiao Yiheng. Probably out of jealousy, not wanting Xiao Yiheng to chat with this master for too long. Well, anyway, Xiao Yiheng always spoke in cryptic half-truths and riddles, confusing Shui Yutan thoroughly. After their conversation, not only did Shui Yutan fail to extract any useful information, but Xiao Yiheng almost got personal details from him, like how Shui Yutan had left his seclusion because he was bathing in Xuanxian realm and got kicked out by Yu Li. Without Pei Zhi's presence holding the fort, Ling Yu and Li Luoshu naturally defeated the few useless disciples led by Feng Mingju, successfully securing spots on the martial arts competition list. After Feng Mingju and Yu Li announced the names, they stepped down from the main seat. Yu Li approached Shui Yutan before Feng Mingju, took hold of his wrist, and pressed 4 fingers against it to check his pulse as usual. Yu Li remained silent, and the crowd around him stayed quiet, fearing they might disturb Yu Li's examination and cause errors in the results. Chapter 95, Why does Master always keep me at arm's length? Except for Feng Mingjue. Feng Mingjue stroked his beard. Isn't your understanding of Yutan's situation the most thorough? Why do you need to feel her pulse? Shui Yutan had stayed in Yu Li's consciousness for 2 years. During this time, all that Shui Yutan did in his consciousness should have been perceivable by Yu Li. Therefore, in Feng Mingjue's eyes, Yu Li's current action of feeling the pulse was as absurd as pulling down one's pants to fart. As expected, Yu Li gave him a huge white eye, and withdrew his hand from Shui Yutan's wrist. Has our master secluded himself so long in meditation that there are any serious problems? Li Luoshu asked first. No problem. He can eat, sleep, run, and jump, he's quite healthy. Not only has all his lost cultivation returned, but even the faint presence of the Yuming worm within him showed no signs of unrest. This realm of consciousness was cultivated according to ancient records to suppress Shui Yutan's poison worms. With the Yuming worm showing no disturbance now, it is all as expected. But these later points do not need to be explained so clearly to the younger generation. That's good, Li Luoshu patted his chest, then we won't have to worry about whether Master will feel unwell after a long journey when descending the mountain with us in 3 days. Long journey? Feng Mingjue picked out the key point in Li Luoshu's words, shifting his gaze toward Shui Yutan. You're not planning to ride swords but rather take a carriage. Yeah, Master said that Brother Pei still doesn't know how to ride a sword. We need to take care of him. Li Luoshu quickly followed up. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhi cast a dark glance over. Before anything could be stirred, Shui Yutan promptly added, primarily because Yiheng fell seriously ill. His skills in riding a sword have grown rusty. I'm worried something might happen to them on the road, so taking a carriage would be safer. The tournament set up by Senior Wiyazi isn't far from Kanjia Mountain. If we leave early, we'll definitely get there within 3 days. Feng Mingjue nodded. Since you've already considered it, then let it be your way. There are affairs in the sect to handle, and I, together with Yu Li, shall fly via sword later. After making travel arrangements, Feng Mingjue especially brought out several fine horses that were raised long ago in the sect gates for Shui Yutan's use. With the horses in hand, the 3 of them gathered together again, drinking wine all afternoon, chatting about the events that happened on Kanjia Mountain during Shui Yutan's absence. When dusk fell, Shui Yutan, slightly drunk, rose and returned to his warm pavilion. The room was pitch black. As soon as Shui Yutan opened the door, he sensed someone's presence inside. During the drinking session, Yu Li mentioned that people were dispatched daily to clean the warm pavilion while he was in seclusion. So Shui Yutan instinctively thought it was one of those cleaning disciples inside. Thus, leaning against the doorframe, his long fingertips lightly tapped the wood of the door. There's no need to clean here anymore, go ahead and leave. As he spoke, he moved to wave his hand to ignite the candlelight indoors. But before he could act, the shadow lurking in the darkness suddenly appeared in front of him, grasping his wrist, raising the spell, pinning him against the doorframe. This person's palm was scorching hot, with long, wide fingers. In just 3 fingers, they completely enveloped his entire wrist, using formidable strength. Pushed by him like this, Shui Yutan's lower back collided painfully with the protrusion of the doorknob behind, causing him to groan. Coupled with the drunkenness, this groan sounded coquettish, akin to moaning under certain conditions. Instantly, Shui Yutan felt that the hand gripping his wrist hesitated for half a second, then the force on his wrist abruptly intensified. Good grief, now both his waist and hand hurt. Who? Shui Yutan exclaimed angrily, lifting his other free hand to summon spirit butterflies to light up the room and see who was there. But as soon as this hand came up, it too was pinned against the door. This person used just one hand to sufficiently hold both of his wrists tightly enough that he couldn't move. Shui Yutan furrowed his brows, disliking this passive situation. Just as he was about to use magic to shake off this person suddenly leaned close, resting their chin on his shoulder, softly calling out, Master. The voice was deep, like ripples in a deep pool. It's Pei Zhi. At the sound of this voice, Shui Yutan's hair stood on end, and much of his drunken haze dissipated. Who can tell him why the male lead would appear in his room in the middle of the night, looking even more intoxicated than he himself? So, while the masters were having a small drink together, the main characters were also setting up a drinking table party in the back courtyard. Even if that were the case, it wasn't necessary for anyone to come here after getting drunk instead of sleeping and scare others. Upon realizing who was restraining him, Shui Yutan did not relax in the slightest but instead tensed his entire body even further. His wrist strained under Pei Ji's grip as he tried to wiggle free, taking advantage of the brief moment when Pei Ji's hand loosened due to a ticklish sensation. Managing to light the lamp within the room, Shui Yutan finally freed himself from Pei Ji's hold. Fearing that Pei Ji might seize him again, Shui Yutan warily retreated deeper into the room, putting several meters of safe distance between them. The flickering candlelight revealed the red flush creeping up Pei Ji's neck and ears, confirming his drunken state. With Shui Yutan having escaped his grasp, Pei Ji squinted slightly, casting an irritated glance toward Shui Yutan. The discontent in his eyes was unmistakable. "Why does Master always keep me at arm's length?" Pei Ji muttered, his words slurred together in a soft tone. But the next instant, his expression darkened sharply, his voice turning fierce and menacing. "Didn't Master say you wanted to listen to my insights over the past 2 years? How am I supposed to share them with you if you stay so far away? What nonsense. I never said that." When had Shui Yutan ever agreed to listen to Pei Ji's so-called insights on his imprisonment? Even thinking about it with common sense, could anyone truly believe a youth, confined against his will for 2 whole years, would have anything enlightening to offer? If Pei Ji were to begin recounting his experience mid-drunk, growing agitated and lashing out, would it be better for Shui Yutan to preemptively incapacitate him in self-defense, or let the boy take him down before restarting? Neither option was acceptable, not after accruing over 10,000 reputation points already. No way was he letting this story reset anytime soon. Hence, Shui Yutan felt it urgent to immediately sober Pei Ji up. With a quick hand gesture, he formed a sobriety talisman and fired it directly toward Pei Ji's forehead. However. Blocked. 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 How could this be? Wasn't Pei Ji drunk? Yet, his reaction was swift enough to deflect the talisman with a simple wave of his hand. Still stunned by Pei Ji's reflexes, Shui Yutan barely had time to react when Pei Ji's figure blurred forward, closing the gap between them in an instant. Standing rooted in place, Shui Yutan didn't need to look up to feel the heavy breaths of Pei Ji gathering above his head. He stifled his own breathing, estimating the alarming proximity between them. Without mentioning other parts, just their chests. The distance was hardly enough for even a single punch. Shui Yutan couldn't fathom why a mere conversation required such closeness. Chapter 96, Tied to the Bed, Watching You Beg for Mercy. You. Shui Yutan tried to speak but didn't know what to say. After being confined, Pei Ji emerged with a heightened presence. With his striking resemblance to the legendary Pei Ji, both factors added double buffs, making it hard for Shui Yutan not to feel intimidated. Eventually, Pei Ji spoke first. "Would the master like to hear about the disciples' enlightenment?" Pei Ji's voice carried the scent of alcohol as it dispersed above his head. Shui Yutan rolled his eyes. So this wasn't over, was it? He really didn't want to hear it at all. "Since the master isn't speaking, let me talk about my enlightenment after the night when you healed my wounds." "Wait a moment, excuse me. So, that day he went to see Pei Ji at the demon locking tower, did this guy actually wake up and truly see him?" It has to be admitted that his feigned sleep was quite convincing. At least during his long seclusion, he never doubted. "That day, I just thought in my heart, someday I will imprison the master too, tie you to the bed, and watch you beg for mercy." Ah. This is definitely something the madman Pei Ji could do. But, something feels off. There are many places to beg, why is it tied to the bed? It's hard not to think dirty thoughts with this kind of setup. Who the hell would interrogate someone on the bed? Is it to make sure the other person stays awake while answering questions? But after that day, I lost your trace. Pei Ji's tone suddenly changed, the ferocity and hostility in his tone disappeared, turning into resentment. He sounded like a spirited deer in the forest that got lost, full of panic and restlessness in his voice. "Sanya also helped me search for a long time, but couldn't find you." Pei Ji's hand raised from his side, intending to touch Shui Yutan's cheek but stopped just before reaching his skin. Instead, he fiddled with his temple hair, twirled it around his fingers twice, then said resentfully, "Master, truly the worst person in the world." Though it was a scolding remark, Pei Ji said it in such a soft and pitiful tone that it sounded less like an insult and more like coquetry. "No, the main character, you're still young and have a small perspective. He can only be considered the second worst. The one you reduced to a human swine is the absolute worst. Speaking of human swine, main character, you're not much better yourself. Even though we're bad, you're also ruthless, didn't leave even those who bullied you with a complete corpse." While Shui Yutan was inwardly critiquing, Pei Ji's fingertips had been playing with the hair by his temples for a while. Not knowing what he was thinking, he suddenly pulled his fingers towards himself. Pei Ji's fingertips were tangled in his hair, and Shui Yutan's eyelids began to hurt, so he hurriedly leaned in his direction to reduce the pain. Just during this gap, Pei Ji completed the sentence he hadn't finished earlier. "Master is so bad that I want to dislike you, yet I fear that you will truly abandon me." Shui Yutan was always someone who preferred gentle persuasion over force. Upon hearing Pei Ji speak this way, the defensive posture he had maintained since seeing Pei Ji finally softened. He instinctively reached out to pat Pei Xi's head like he used to, but then seemed to remember their height difference. Despite reaching him, his movements turned oddly awkward. As Shui Yutan was about to pull his hand back, Pei Xi suddenly straddled his legs and half-squatted, lowering his head to beneath Shui Yutan's level for easier petting. Shui Yutan found it even more awkward. He withdrew his hand, cleared his throat lightly twice, and stood there with folded hands, trying to maintain the dignity of a master. You're drunk. If there is no more important business to discuss, then step aside. Pei Xi hesitated for a moment, straightened his legs after 2 seconds, and then stretched his spine upright. The master really refuses to be moved by either harsh or gentle words. After saying all these things, I almost moved myself, yet you remain so cold-hearted. Pei Xi's face showed a smile, but the laughter was sharp and lacked warmth. If this is the case, then we have plenty more to play with. What does he mean? This man goes from dark to sunny mood so quickly, it's impossible to figure him out. Following Pei Xi's gaze toward his eyebrows and eyes, Shui Yutan realized that, after finishing his words, not a trace of intoxication remained in Pei Xi's eyes. As if all the antics he performed before were merely for teasing. Unbelievable. What is wrong with you, main character? Leaving as quietly as when he came, Pei Xi walked away without making a sound. Shui Yutan had been staring at Pei Xi's eyes, the candle flickered slightly due to the breeze, and the light dimmed. When the brightness returned, Pei Xi's aura had already vanished from his perception range. The next day, Feng Mingjue instructed his disciples to prepare the horse ropes and form 2 carriages, which were parked at the entrance of Kanjia Mountain. Be careful with everything while you're out. Feng Mingjue reminded Shui Yutan like a father advising his son. His nagging expression was just like an overly concerned mother. Yuli found it somewhat unbearable and reminded him, they are just departing 2 days earlier. At most by the day after tomorrow, we will all see them again. The sect leader doesn't need to worry so much. How about this, am I annoying you because I'm saying more to Yutan? Not exactly, Yuli honestly replied. He waved his fan twice and glanced at Shui Yutan, don't indulge in play on your way. Make sure to arrive at Lingyun Peak before the combat competition begins. I know. Shui Yutan stepped up into the carriage. These two were both too chatty. Shui Yutan had a clear plan for the 2 carriages. Naturally, one would be for him alone, and the other would be for everyone else. But, as Shui Yutan stared at the 2 uninvited guests, his brows furrowed repeatedly. He put Pei Xi in solitary confinement, so he understood why Pei Xi disliked seeing him comfortable and decided to squeeze into the same carriage with him. But why did Xiaoyihe also come? Had he done something wrong in a previous life that doomed him to always be part of the PLAV loop between these 2 main characters? Pei Xi entered and sat beside Shui Yutan. Xiaoyihe came in a step behind, noticing there was no place left near Shui Yutan's primary seat, so he moved over slightly, sitting closer to the right side of Shui Yutan. Shui Yutan was in the middle, and if either of these 2 made even a slight move, he'd find himself under attack from both sides, a headache-inducing situation. SSS. Shui Yutan took a deep breath and looked at Xiaoyihe. Won't you ride with Luo Shu? That's strange. Xiaoyihe previously seemed inseparable from Li Luoshu. Why now was he leaving Li Luoshu behind and sticking closely to him instead, following every move of Pei Xi despite their rivalry? Could it be that his guess was correct? Did the protagonists switch personalities and start falling for each other according to the script? Shui Yutan thought more and believed this possibility was highly likely. Being a very aware supporting character, Shui Yutan realized this was the moment he should leave and give these 2 a chance to be alone. So without waiting for Xiaoyihe to reply, Shui Yutan raised an eyebrow and stood up. Just as he started moving to switch carriages, Pei Xi and Xiaoyihe followed immediately together. Chapter 97, What Good Fortune for My Lady. No, I mean, buddy, so it turns out your target isn't each other, but me. Where I go, you go. Why? I can't figure it out. Without him as their master, these 2 can't perform properly, right? Shui Yutan's tightly furrowed brow could crush several mosquitoes. He silently patted it, hinting to himself to frown less. Frowning makes one age faster. But the next second, the carriage suddenly jolted and began to move. Unprepared, Shui Yutan's standing body fell back with the inertia, landing not on the main seat, but on Pei Xi's lap. Wait a minute, this person had somehow moved there earlier. With his nearly 2-meter-long legs, he probably found bending them uncomfortable, so one leg rested properly on the ground, while the other was leaned against the soft cushion of the main seat. This fall with the inertia landed him squarely on the leg Pei Xi had resting on the couch. Before Shui Yutan could get up, the leg under him trembled slightly, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and the knee bent upwards forming an incline. Without control, Shui Yutan's butt slid toward Pei Xi's chest. Shui Yutan was about to have an awkward moment. He pushed against Pei Xi's chest, stopping his sliding body. Get down. Shui Yutan glared at Pei Xi's leg, scolding in a firm tone. Only then did Pei Xi lazily take his leg off the cushion. Shui Yutan sat back in the main seat, straightened his clothes to maintain proper decorum, and only then looked behind the curtain, asking, who is driving? Outside, Li Luoshu's eager voice immediately responded, Master, don't worry. My father taught me how to ride horses and drive carriages when I was young. I can do it. I am just sharing a carriage with junior brother Li. At the same time, Xiao Yiheng answered the question from 800 years ago. Doesn't this guy have an incredibly long response curve? Shui Yutan couldn't help but glance towards Xiao Yiheng through the curtain. Only to see him pull out a fan from the tripod ruins again, holding it lightly and fanning himself. Xiao Yiheng's fingers were delicate, his skin fair with a healthy tinge of wheat color. Now, fanning a white folding fan that matched his clothing, he exuded an image of ethereal elegance and refined demeanor. 2 years ago, Xiao Yiheng didn't seem to like white much, nor fanning himself. These characteristics were all what Yu Li favored. Oh, no, there was someone else who liked it too. Shui Yutan remembered that in the novel, My Senior Brother Has Dissociative Identity Disorder, the description of the main character seemed exactly like Xiao Yiheng now. Could it be that during the 2 years of his meditation, the protagonist has really traveled through? But the person before him carried every trait of an ancient person, showing none of the unique quirks exclusive to the 21st century. How could such a person be a modern one? Despite the doubts swirling in his mind, this thought made Shui Yutan's gaze on Xiao Yiheng more profound. He stared, hesitating whether to use some jokes to test the person before him. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Yiheng look away from him and glance at Pei Ji beside him. Junior brother Pei, your complexion looks terrible. Is there something wrong with you? Hearing this, Shui Yutan shifted his eyes from Xiao Yiheng to Pei Ji beside him. Pei Ji at the moment was leaning half of his body on the carriage wall, arms crossed, glaring with disdainful eyes at both of them, looking sullen, always seeming ready to strike at any moment. Shui Yutan was startled, realizing he had stared at Xiao Yiheng for too long. Given the possessiveness Pei Ji displayed toward Xiao Yiheng in the novel, if he continued conversing with Xiao Yiheng, he might not even survive until the appearance of the Qilin Lock, he would be cut down beforehand. So testing aside, stabilizing Pei Ji and staying alive took precedence. Thus, Shui Yutan retracted his gaze and sat cross-legged on the spot, closing his eyes in deep meditation, focusing solely on not seeing anything. What he didn't know was, as soon as he closed his eyes, Pei Ji straightened his posture, fixedly staring at Xiao Yiheng, slightly tilting his head, unconsciously stroking his neck, making a throat-cutting motion. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up into a chilling smile, the warning clear. The carriage moved quickly, reaching Lingyun Peak half a day earlier than Shui Yutan had originally anticipated. Many disciples and elders from various sects hadn't arrived yet. Shui Yutan wasn't idle either. After checking in, he sneaked down the mountain to the marketplace. In his previous life, during the martial arts competition, he remembered a chestnut vendor in the market had a great taste. He intended to bring back more to hoard. However, before the tournament ended, he was killed. Sometimes, people say goodbye without warning, it's rather sudden. Following his memory, Shui Yutan didn't take much time to find the shop. The female boss was as enthusiastic as in his previous life. Oh, young miss, come and take a look. My chestnuts are so tasty. Also just as blind as before. Shui Yutan opened his mouth but didn't get a chance to correct the old woman's slip-up because a few copper coins flew over, landing steadily in her hand. 2 bags, please. This voice. There was no need to turn around for Shui Yutan to know it was Pei Ji. But Shui Yutan still turned back to check if Xiao Yiheng had also followed Pei Ji. Yet, only Pei Ji was there alone. Oh, okay. Coming right up. The female boss gathered 2 bags promptly upon receiving the money. But when she handed them over, Pei Ji didn't accept them directly, instead, he pointed at Shui Yutan, they're all his. The lady immediately showed an understanding smile and shoved the chestnuts into Shui Yutan's arms. Young miss, your husband is truly handsome, both good-looking and considerate. Miss, you have great fortune. Ho ho, would you like to exchange this fortune with me? Moreover, what nonsense about being wife or husband, since when has this woman gone blind? Though Shui Yutan doesn't necessarily give off a domineering vibe at first glance, even if he did play the game of romance between males, he would never be on the submissive side. Let alone that the young beauties from Qingfeng sect would surely be the first ones not to agree to him being submissive. Auntie, you misunderstood, Senior Moon has already arrived. Shui Yutan's attempt at clarification was cut short by Pei Ji's interjection. How long does master intend to delay us? Shui Yutan. Having failed to make any clarifications, Shui Yutan trudged unhappily toward Lingyun Peak while the elderly woman continued calling after him enthusiastically. Miss, do visit often, bring your husband along. Shui Yutan. Sometimes, life is such that going out alone can leave one feeling quite helpless. Shui Yutan stared at the 2 bags of chestnuts in his arms, wanting to throw them away but feeling reluctant to do so, thinking of eating them himself, yet being choked by the inappropriate titles the boss used every time he tried to swallow. Thus, upon arriving at Lingyun Peak and seeing Senior Yu Li for the very first second, Shui Yutan shoved the chestnuts into his arms. Eat while they're hot, they won't taste as good once cold. Chapter 98, The Mighty One will obtain the Master's 100 years of cultivation. Yu Li casually caught Zuyutan's chestnuts, but didn't eat them as promised. Instead, he weighed it in his hand and raised an eyebrow. We've both transcended food. I haven't eaten these kinds of things for many years. If you don't want it, give it back to me, I'll give it to Lingyue. Zuyutan tried to take it back, but Yu Li dodged away. Once given, there's no reason to take it back, said Ule as he slipped his finger into the bag, picked out a shelled chestnut, and put it in his mouth. Does it taste good? Asked Suyuten. It was the first time in many years that Ule ate something. He was very excited. Pretty good, although the taste was average. He hadn't eaten grains for many years. Any food tasted like chewing wax, truly beyond good or bad. But Suyuten went all the way to Lingyun Peak just to buy chestnuts. It must be excellent for him. Giving him this great thing, naturally he couldn't ruin his enthusiasm. After eating one, just as Ule was about to take another one, Peiji glanced over. Peiji looked at Suyuten first, then at the chestnuts, and said nothing, only tightening his lips. Ule noticed and extended his hand with the chestnuts toward Peiji. Do you want some? No, replied Peiji curtly, looking away as if pouting. Ule didn't think much of it. Seeing that the supervisor of this martial skills competition, Uyazi, had arrived, he flicked his palm slightly, and the chestnuts were stored in the dingshu. Suyuten watched the old man riding a crane ascending to the 9th heaven tower, filled with curiosity and longing. Uyazi was one of the top figures in the immortal sections. Though his status did not match the demon lord of the devil realm in the eyes of demons, in terms of speaking power, he could say one, and no one would dare to say two. If not for immortals usually preferring seclusion at certain realms, beginning their journeys across the skies, Uyazi might have even been the emperor of the immortal Tao. Never mind, it probably wouldn't be his turn anyway. After all, in the last life's imperial industry, the final outcome was the stud Peiji ascending the throne in the Golden Hall, unifying the three realms. Uyazi stood at the highest point, overlooking everyone below. Then he opened his palm, revealing a 9-story pagoda. Here we go, the martial skills trial ground has arrived. The disciples here are all selected elites from various sections. We hope each of you can demonstrate your skills in this martial skills competition and bring glory to your respective sections. After finishing, Uyazi lowered the 9-story pagoda in his hand. Instantly, a massive pagoda appeared along the previously endless coastline before Lingyun Peak, seemingly larger than Beijing's Bird's Nest Stadium. This is the legendary transformation of Qi into matter. Creating clouds with a wave of his hand and rain with another. Wow, no wonder Uyazi was called a monster of the previous generation of cultivators. This is power. But why, when others preferred seclusion, did he return to preside over such a tedious martial skills competition? Wasn't he bored? Like Suyuten's expression, upon seeing this scene, everyone on Lingyun Peak, whether disciples or venerable masters, erupted in heated discussion about Uyazi's history. Suyuten also unintentionally heard some snippets. It is said that the destruction of the Azura race earlier involved great contributions from Uyazi Elder. However, it's unclear why after subduing the Azura Emperor, he immediately announced retirement. 20 years have passed since then, and he's now come out of retirement. Not retired. Why is he suddenly returning, and hosting this martial skills competition so openly? Could there be hidden motives behind this conference? The last time the Azura Emperor was subdued, it wasn't just Uyazi. Feng Mingjue, the head of Kanjia Mountain Sect, also participated. If you want to know more, why not ask him? This. Brother Lu, you're close to Headmaster Feng, can you go ask? Me? Do you know I'm already blacklisted? Blacklisted? What blacklist? I don't understand what you mean. It means being on Headmaster Feng's blacklist. I've heard he keeps a manual for friends. Anyone he dislikes gets added to it, severing relations thereafter. And apparently, even the Master Wu from Wuyun Peak has made it onto the blacklist. Oh. Really? Can you tell me more, Brother Lu? Thereafter, the topic strayed completely off course. But through these fragmented dialogues, Suyuten still found a clue. That many years ago during the Azura War, Feng Mingjue and Uyazi were comrades in arms. He doesn't know if this elder's hatred for demon races has any relation to that war. As he was lost in thought, Uyazi's voice, as resonant as a large bell, rang out again, drowning out all the discussions. This martial skills competition is divided into 3 levels. Each 3 layers form 1 level. If the disciples inside the tower can climb to the 9th and topmost layer of the 9-story pagoda and pluck the Tsanghai Pearl from its peak, they will be declared the champion of this martial skills competition. Uyazi paused here, his gaze sweeping through the crowd. Only when his eyes rested on Feng Mingjue did he pause for a second before swiftly pulling back and continuing with the rest of his words. The champion will receive 100 years of my cultivation. Lingyun Peak once again erupted in noise, the clamor even louder than the previous discussion when Uyazi had first appeared. Damn it, can only disciples participate in this martial skills competition? But I really want those 100 years of power. What should I do? Brother Lu, don't even think about it. With your half-baked techniques, even if you got Uyazi's cultivation, you still couldn't beat Feng Mingjue. And not even Yuli either, hahaha. But maybe you could beat that beauty from the sect of Kanya Mountain. And if you win her heart, wouldn't that be freedom incarnate? Go away, nonsense. That Suyuten is actually a man. Ah, rumors have found their way to himself. Suyuten glanced sideways at the source of the noise. Judging by their attire, these chatty fellows seemed to belong to some minor sect next to the 5 Peak. What was their name again? TSK, so obscure he almost forgot them. What are you yapping about? Wu Heyu's voice came over. His tall and robust figure blocked the view those individuals had of Zuyutan. Is Jianlu's sect out of people? To send useless trash like you? Jianlu's sect? Could it be Li Jianlu? Thanks to Wu Heyu's reminder, Zuyutan recalled the sect of these individuals. Since the Jianlu sect barely featured in books, and last time around, it was only during Pei Zhi's invasion of Kanya Mountain when their patriarch, Li Jianlu, was the first person to surrender to Pei Zhi. It made perfect sense why Zuyutan had forgotten. What truly startled Zuyutan was Wu Heyu. He hadn't had particularly pleasant interactions with this man in the past. Why was he defending him now? While pondering this, Wu Heyu turned his head. Chapter 99, a host suitable for suicide, homicide, and even generational killing. Lord Xue, it's been a long time. Wu Heyu naturally walked over, approaching Xue Yutan. Wu Er and Li Wei, who were behind him, also followed closely. After I was driven out by the Wind Master last time, I paid several more visits but was repeatedly rejected. It seems that meeting you is truly difficult. Wu Heyu's tone carried sorrow and helplessness, as if not seeing Xue Yutan had caused him immense grievance. However, this somber atmosphere did not last long. His tone suddenly rose. It's rare to find an opportunity like the dual skills tournament where everyone gathers. Indeed, Kanjia Mountain has decided not to keep you hidden away this time. What did he mean? Was Wu Heyu coming to Lingyun Peak not to participate in the dual skills tournament, but rather specifically to accidentally meet him? Are you crazy? Ever since Wu Heyu had slipped him aphrodisiacs, then accidentally stolen the vial containing his son's blood during their encounter, Xue Yutan no longer held any favor for this person. Thus, even though Wu Heyu spoke at length, Xue Yutan did not respond with a single word. He simply gazed at Wu Yazi's 9-story pagoda and nudged Yuli beside him. Senior, what exactly do you mean by century-long cultivation? If I were to obtain it, could I directly reach the convergence stage? His cultivation had been stagnant at the Yuaning stage for too long. Even after a 2-year seclusion in the immortal realm that Yuli had found, all he managed was to restore the cultivation lost from his previous body, with some additional gains, but still within the Yuaning realm. A century's worth of cultivation from Wu Yazi would definitely allow him to break through into the Huashan stage. Who knows, it might even allow him to leapfrog 2 stages and reach the ultimate stage beyond Huashan, the Tao Harmony. However, as they say, dreams are often bigger than reality. Xue Yutan's fanciful musings hadn't even fully spread before Yuli brought him back to reality with a single sentence. You won't be able to enter the Tao Harmony stage. Even with a century of cultivation, you'll remain at the Yuaning stage. Yuli's tone was unusually serious, each word spoken carefully in secret transmission. The cultivation accumulated by your senior is insufficient to cover your 2 instances of inner energy leakage. Damn, how cutting. Was he supposed to be a deflating balloon? After his seclusion, the speed at which his cultivation dissipated had slowed down significantly, right? After being criticized by Yuli, the time for the dual skills tournament arrived. According to the rules, once the time comes, disciples holding the purple talismans will be sucked into the 9-story pagoda to begin their trial. The masters, however, will watch from designated locations set up on Lingyun Peak, drinking tea while enjoying the embarrassing situations faced by their own disciples. It's somewhat like modern outdoor movies where a group of people gather together to watch how those inside the 9-story pagoda proceed with the challenge. Xue Yutan was completely unconcerned about his own disciples inside the pagoda getting into trouble. In fact, he had already foreseen some incidents, like encountering the large snake from the 10 Directions realm, which wasn't supposed to appear at this level, or the Snow Maiden from the Snow Domain. Oh, the Snow Maiden had already been wiped out without a trace by the male lead's cultivation killing command during the previous Snow Domain subplot, so there was no Snow Maiden this time. Still, despite knowing all this, Xue Yutan watched with great interest. You know what? You really don't say. Pairing 2 official characters always makes them stand out. Grown-up Pei Zhi and Xiao Yihe stood together among the disciples of various sects like cranes among chickens. It was such a pleasure to watch. Why didn't I notice their brotherly feelings while reading the novel before? That's because all your attention was on Xue Yutan. Tong Ji's voice appeared in his mind. Long-awaited pull of the boss voice. Ever since Pei Zhi had been confined, 2484 had gone silent, completely inactive. During seclusion, whether it was due to the extraordinary level of the immortal realm shielding signals, or perhaps without the main character's involvement, 2484 decided to slack off. No matter how much Xue Yutan called out to the system, 2484 never responded. Now, after just commenting on the official pairings, this guy replied immediately. The reason why you were chosen as a host for me to possess Xue Yutan is related to your obsession with this character. The system page shows that you complained with 1,800 reviews due to Xue Yutan's death. Not too modest, actually, only 5 of these 1,800 were personally reviewed by me, and the remaining 1,795 were automatically generated codes extended from those 5. Xue Yutan never imagined that the things he did in his past life before his sudden death would be revealed by the system at this moment. Listening to it now, he felt as if the events belonged to a world far removed from this one. No, it wasn't just a distant world, it felt generations removed. There aren't that many, guess, and cassette tapes don't work like that either. Tong Ji's voice softened a bit. I believe you can pass the level. Then, you won't have to live a life of reincarnation anymore. Goodness, Xue Yutan counted how many times Tong Ge mentioned GE, even one more than Xue himself had said. It seems you guys don't do well in math on a station either, Xue Yutan's sarcastic comment finally arrived. Unexpectedly, Tong Ge didn't argue with this statement. Why was the atmosphere suddenly turning a little warm? There is warmth indeed. As they say, don't remember the exact phrase, but something along the lines of, grass sows its seeds, wind shakes its leaves. We need not speak to each other, and it is already quite wonderful. I guess that's the kind of feeling I'm talking about. Tong Ge started speaking with a touch of literary teenage romantic flair. You feel like a deer. The Qilin Lock storyline hasn't been passed yet, and there's still death waiting. What kind of wonderful is this? There is no such thing as quiet good years, 2484. I've borne the brunt for you long enough. It's time you told me the detailed usage and redemption method for the avoiding calamity pill, right? Don't dodge around with me. I remember what Sister Tong said, just by completing the 2-year confinement main task worth 10,000 reputation points, the details page of the avoiding calamity pill will light up. Tong Ge fell silent for a long while, seemingly waging an inner battle with himself. When Pajui and Xiao Yihe had broken through the first level and reached the 4th floor on the projection, Tong Ge finally relented. Alright then. In the next second, the 9-story pagoda video before Xue Yutan's eyes disappeared, replaced instead by the familiar mentor package page. Xue Yutan patiently scrolled down from the top of the page until he finally reached the avoiding calamity pill. Unlike the previous gray page, now that the reputation value met the criteria, the avoiding calamity pill was indeed lit up. Xue Yutan rubbed his hands together, wiping away the sweat beads formed from excitement, then clicked on the option. Immediately, the system interface in front of him shifted, displaying the actual image of the avoiding calamity pill and its usage details. Xue Yutan read through the manual. This pill has the ability to resurrect or even reanimate a corpse. Suitable for hosts who died prematurely, unexpectedly, from old age, suicide, homicide, and even generational killing. Hiss, what is generational killing? Xue Yutan was startled by the term generational killing appearing in the applicable range. Knowing that the system could hear his thoughts, he paused for a few seconds, intending to give 2484 some time to explain further, but Tong Ge remained silent. Alright, must not be important. Xue Yutan continued reading. The usage method is simply taking it with water, can also be swallowed dry without water. Needs to be taken within 2 hours before death, so please ensure the timing of consumption is appropriate. 2 hours before death. What nonsense, if he could precisely predict when he would die, wouldn't he have avoided it altogether? Why would he need an avoiding calamity pill? Furrowing his brows, Xue Yutan's face turned grim. The entire page of instructions was full of useless talk. Xue Yutan flipped the page over. Note, this product works similarly to a fake death drug, but the side effects are much more severe. In other words, the borrowed body might not necessarily be human, so please consider carefully when using it. Regretting your choice once reborn as a pig or dog will be futile. What the hell is this supposed to be, horses and bulls? Xue Yutan felt swindled. He expected the avoiding calamity pill, which was supposed to allow him to remain unchanged spiritually and re-emerge under a new identity in this world. But according to this avoiding calamity pill manual, it's different from what was written in the book. Moreover, the damn thing has side effects. The person who comes back to life may not even be human. Let's take 10,000 steps back. If he worked hard to exchange for this pill, managed perfectly to calculate exactly when Pei Ji would kill him, and swallowed it, to everyone else it would look like he'd been killed by Pei Ji, but in reality, he would become a pig in some mountainous area soon to be slaughtered for New Year's. If this was the ending, he might as well be stabbed dead by Pei Ji. Understanding the details of the avoiding calamity pill thoroughly, Xue Yutan ed, very ed, extremely edition. He was so ed that all he wanted at this moment was to retreat somewhere quietly and avoid watching these outdoor movies. Xue Yutan tried to retreat from the current spectator screen, ready to leave the observing seat to release some feelings elsewhere. But just as he stood up from his seat, someone in the audience loudly exclaimed, "Snake, big snake." The cultivation and realm of this snake are extraordinary. How could it appear inside the 9-story pagoda? That's not any ordinary snake. That's the guardian beast from the 10 Directions realm. So lacking in knowledge. As someone who has already read the novel, and having gone through 3 martial arts tournament sessions as an audience member, Xue Yutan expressed that the appearance of the great snake from the 10 Directions realm was nothing out of the ordinary. It barely sparked his interest enough for a glance. But alas, this person's shouting was just too loud, jolting Yuli beside him awake. Yuli had either been dozing off or deep in thought with eyes closed. Now awakened, Yuli joined the others in gazing at the projection. When Yuli caught sight of the great snake of the 10 Directions realm, his expression changed, and he grabbed Xue Yutan's sleeve which was about to leave. What are you going to do? Confusion still lingered in Yuli's brows. Clearly he hadn't figured out what was happening yet, but his grip on Xue Yutan's sleeve was firm. Xue Yutan struggled twice but failed to break free. Yuli stood up and positioned himself by Xue Yutan's side. Are you planning to go rescue people at the 9-story pagoda? Huh? No, Xue Yutan wasn't going there to save anyone. It was the protagonist type who didn't need his help after all. But apparently, Yuli didn't see it that way. I know you're concerned about the safety of your disciples. With such a ferocious beast like the 10 Directions realm creature showing up now, they're bound to get into trouble given their skills. However, since Elder Wiyazi is in charge of this martial arts tournament, everything will surely proceed without chaos. So you and I should wait and see first, no need to act hastily. Not that, Shui Yutan tried to pry Yu Li's fingers off, attempting to clarify his reason for leaving. I'm just stepping out to take a piss, not rushing into the pagoda. Yu Li knitted his eyebrows slightly, seemingly somewhat exasperated by Shui Yutan's crude terminology of taking a piss. Yet, since Shui Yutan had used P-breaks to escape many times before, Yu Li didn't believe him this time either and continued tightly gripping Shui Yutan's sleeve. In the process of pulling, Yu Li's fingers slid upward along the sleeve and clutched onto Shui Yutan's wrist, pulling him closer. Shit. He truly felt humiliated as the third master, unable to break free from the strength of Pei Ji, the protagonist, and even less so from someone frail looking like Yu Li. The originally dead feeling Shui Yutan had due to the avoidance pill incident worsened now. He could only reluctantly follow Yu Li and together they looked toward the group including Pei Ji shown in the projection. Inside the 9-story tower. Pei Ji was the first to recognize the big snake as the one that had previously been slain by Shui Yutan in the dead tree forest. Subconsciously glancing at Xiao Yihe after spotting the 10 Directions snake, Pei Ji wanted to see his reaction. That man's eyes were cold and distant, with a flicker of excitement, as if seeing the snake for the very first time. Had he forgotten? Or never remembered at all? Big brother, this snake is of extremely high rank. The few of us seem no match for it. Li Luoshu cowered behind Xiao Yihe, trembling while watching the giant python swallowing several disciples whole. Originally, he had believed that following Xiao Yihe meant even if they couldn't seize that Songhai pearl, they could still pass more rounds and avoid losing disgracefully. However, ever since Xiao Yihe almost died after being poisoned by Pei Ji and woke up, he had become unskilled in using his martial techniques. Despite practicing for 2 years without Shui Yutan's guidance, he hadn't improved much. Hence, let alone passing rounds, they'd struggle to withstand even 3 rounds against the giant python. Seeing fewer disciples left on this floor, Li Luoshu proposed to retreat first. Why don't we cast the spell to exit the pagoda instead? We shouldn't risk our lives for merely 100 years of cultivation. Merely. Ling Feng sounded as if hearing a funny joke. Right after Li Luoshu finished speaking, Ling Feng gave a cold laugh. Wiyazi is someone whose art can rival the Azure Emperor. His 100 years is equivalent to thousands of yours alone training. And you call that merely? Li Luoshu fell silent. He looked at Xiao Yihe and squeezed a bit more forcefully on Xiao Yihe's shoulder, asking, Big brother, what should we do? With master absent, you hold the highest status among us. Whether we advance or retreat, speak a word, and we'll follow your decision. Xiao Yihe himself was struggling hard enough already. Where did he have the energy to make any decisions? His lips parted slightly, yet before any sound could be made, the great python of the 10 Directions realm had noticed them, and its tail swept directly towards Xiao Yihe at the front. Quickly, Xiao Yihe summoned his sword, thrusting it towards the snake's tail while simultaneously forming hand seals in front of his chest to conjure up a sword array to block the attack. However, within 40 seconds, the tail of the great snake of the 10 Directions realm grew impatient and moved back and forth. In a moment, Xiao Yihe's constructed sword formation was shattered entirely. Chapter 100, The Protagonist Recipient's Book Traveling Experience Delayed by 2 years. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yihe coughed twice, his body shaken by the backlash force after the sword formation was broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down in front of several people. In this sorry state, he did seem to take on that faint air of weakness associated with being the protagonist recipient. The viewers in front of the projection, Yu Li and Shui Yutan, were all shocked. Yu Li was shocked because he didn't expect Xiao Yihe, as the chief disciple, to be so weak, while Shui Yutan was shocked entirely because Pei Ji showed such indifference. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 lifetime for 2 souls? Wasn't it supposed to be, touch me but don't touch my wife? Wasn't it supposed to be, dare to hurt him, destroy your entire sect? All these bombastic dragon pride quotes came directly from Pei Ji's mouth, and their targets were always the protagonist recipient Xiao Yihe. If the protagonist recipient really had traveled through the book, then at this moment, these two must be the protagonists in The Senior Brother's Schizophrenia. According to the plot development, when Xiao Yihe gets into trouble, Pei Ji should definitely lose his temper. But why, with Xiao Yihe already spitting blood, is Pei Ji just standing there laughing? Wait, laughing? Shui Yutan suspected he had opened the scene incorrectly. So he blinked and stared again at Pei Ji in the projection. But now, Pei Ji was still standing there, without any intention of supporting Xiao Yihe. His face was filled with schadenfreude, happiness almost overflowing from the screen, as if he was just waiting for Xiao Yihe to kick the bucket. What was going on? 2484, isn't the character's image breaking? What are you going to do about it? In his mind, Uncle Tong did not respond to his feedback. Big brother. Inside the 9-story tower, as soon as Xiao Yihe fell down, Li Luoshu and Ling Yu rushed over and dragged him back to prevent further harm from the giant python. Ling Yu was fine, showing only her concern for her fellow disciples. Even though she looked heartbroken, she didn't make any additional moves. On the other hand, when Li Luoshu saw Xiao Yihe spitting blood, his eyes immediately reddened. When the person was pulled back towards him, the tears he held back began dripping onto the ground. While crying, he hugged Xiao Yiheng and grabbed the talisman to exit the 9 floors tower. Big brother, we're not intruding anymore. Let's retreat. Don't. The backlash had shaken Xiao Yiheng so much that his chest hurt. Hearing Li Luoshu's words made his chest ache even more, and now his stomach started hurting too. He struggled to stop Li Luoshu from taking them out, but before his hand could reach the talisman in Li Luoshu's hand, a purple light flashed and both Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu appeared in front of Xue Yutan and Yu Li. Li Luoshu still maintained his hug around Xiao Yiheng. Upon seeing Xue Yutan, he immediately broke down with joy, looking up at Xue Yutan. Teacher, Aunt Moon, Big Brother is injured. Please take a look at Big Brother. Xue Yutan stood motionlessly. He glanced at Pei Ji inside the projection and then back at Xiao Yiheng in front of him, blurting out, how come you came out so quickly? It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. In the original plot, Xiao Yiheng and Pei Ji had experienced life and death moments together and subdued the sudden intrusion of this massive python. This event allowed them to forgive past grievances and embark on their love story filled with that sweet sour scent. Now, with the guardian beast of 10 directions appearing, along with Pei Ji, how could Xiao Yiheng have returned? WTF. Is this some kind of game? Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yiheng's coughing brought Xue Yutan back to reality. Only now did he realize that the sentence he had just blurted out was somewhat inappropriate. He quickly changed his wording to correct it. Yiheng, don't overthink it. My meaning is that it's a good thing to withdraw promptly. But you should trust your companions, perhaps relying on your cooperation with them, this level may well have been passed. The subtext was that, depending on Pei Ji, there was no barrier they couldn't pass. Xue Yutan wasn't sure if Xiao Yiheng understood his subtext. After saying this, all he saw was Xiao Yiheng's deep eyes flickering slightly, revealing an air of helplessness in his gaze. But instead of blaming fate, Xiao Yiheng rose with Li Luoshu's support. Teacher speaks truly. Yet since we've already exited early, let's not ponder what ifs. This indeed sounded profound, certainly something beyond what Xiao Yiheng originally could have said. With hardly any need for testing, Xue Yutan could confirm that the soul in front of him had already been replaced by a programmer from the 21st century. The protagonist recipient's book travel experience seemed to have been delayed by over 2 months. And upon arrival, the male lead, Pei Ji, had been under house arrest for 2 years. So, although Xiao Yiheng appeared late by a few months, actually, he arrived 2 whole years later. As the saying goes, a tiny error can lead to great deviation. Now that the plot has taken a turn, Xue Yutan had no intention of revealing his identity until he could distinguish friend from foe. After Yu Li helped Xiao Yiheng regulate his inner energy, Xue Yutan shifted his gaze from Xiao Yiheng back to Pei Ji inside the 9-story tower. With the 10-directional giant python intensifying its attacks, more and more disciples were popping their withdrawal talismans, turning from participants into spectators. But Pei Ji was still inside. Pei Ji worked in coordination with Ling Feng and Ling Yu, though they couldn't vanquish the 10 directions beast, the snake also couldn't devour them. No one knew how long the stalemate had lasted when a deep bell toll suddenly echoed from the top of the 9-story tower. Dong! 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 It rang 12 times in succession. What does this bell ringing mean? Ling Yu's face and body were bruised, her hand gripping the sword trembling as if she had nothing left to give. It's the time limit bell. Cough, cough. Ling Feng wasn't much better. After a light cough, a tickling sensation traveled up his throat, followed by another violent bout of coughing. Ling Yu helped soothe Ling Feng's breath, waiting for him to spit out the phlegm before continuing. Each level has a time limit. 12 rings indicate we have about 1 cup of tea worth of time remaining. So, if the time runs out and we haven't been swallowed by the giant python, it still counts as a failure? Yes. Ling Feng finished answering Ling Yu, glancing briefly at Pei Ji. Unlike the sorry state of himself and Ling Yu, Pei Ji bore not a scratch on him. It was evident that the 10-direction python posed no insurmountable threat to him. However, due to needing to occasionally protect them, the deadlock had prolonged. If Ling Feng and Ling Yu chose to pop their exit talismans now, without any hindrance, would Pei Ji be able to pass through alone? As if sensing Ling Feng's stare, Pei Ji paused mid-casting of a spell meant to block the python's attack and glanced towards Ling Feng and Ling Yu. Do you have something to say? Pei Ji asked. His voice was clear and steady, without a hint of panting as though the situation was completely under his control. His demeanor exuded confidence and poise. Chapter 101, Sect Leader Xue, what will you give me in thanks? I can't proceed, I want to withdraw, so I've come to inform you. Ling Feng and Ling Yu exchanged glances and simultaneously crushed the talismans in their hands. As they vanished from the spot, their final words, you continue, also dissipated into the air. With Ling Feng and Ling Yu's exit, there was only Pei Ji left inside the 9-story pagoda. The previously noisy Jiang River sect disciples started chattering again. All the people have been driven back by the 10 Directions Realm Guardian Beast, leaving only 1 disciple from the Kanjia Mountain. Is it even worth attempting this 3rd trial? Just declare that young man as the winner. That's right. The reason for bringing in a beast that doesn't match the cultivation level of the participants, it's clear that senior uncle Wu Yazi didn't intend to honor his promise and deliberately released the beast. After all, he's reached this level of cultivation over 100 years. Would he be willing to part with it? Exactly. If we were to proceed, second gate has already been this difficult, what will the third be like? The noise grew louder. The gentleman surnamed Lu who had been called earlier ran over and shouted at Shui Yutan, "We are trying to benefit Kanjia Mountain here, why don't you respond?" Now the only surviving trial participant is someone from your Kanjia Mountain. If Senior Wu Yazi would announce an end to the trial at this moment, wouldn't your disciple succeed in claiming victory and gain 100 years worth of cultivation effortlessly? Upon saying this, Lu Zhouyue rubbed his palms together, lowering his voice slightly. "If I incite the crowd and manage to ensure the safety of your disciple, what will you give me in thanks, sect leader Shui?" Shui Yutan truly wanted to slap him directly. What sleazy behavior. Rubbing his hands and feet together while talking, does he really think he looks handsome doing that? Shui Yutan restrained the impulse to slap him hard, pursed his lips briefly, then said calmly, "We must attempt the third trial." Wu Yazi had clearly stated at the start, to claim victory, one must obtain the Canghai Pearl at the top of the 9th floor of the pagoda. Right now, Pei Ji has only reached the 6th floor, still far from the 9th. Even if the trial stopped now, without reaching the designated floor or obtaining the Canghai Pearl, victory could not be declared. Thus, Wu Yazi cannot transfer his cultivation to Pei Ji. Therefore, Shui Yutan felt no inclination whatsoever to join in what Lu Zhouyue described as the incitement congress, because it would make no difference anyway. At the moment, he was focused on selecting the BSS for the third trial. In the original storyline, the BSS for the third trial was Snow Maiden, whose martial power was higher than the 10 Directions Realm Guardian Beast from the second trial. But since Snow Maiden and Su Zayan were already dead, Shui Yutan couldn't yet figure out who would replace them as the BSS for the third trial. Just as he was pondering, Wu Yazi peeked out from the clouds pavilion, announcing, "Third trial begins." When did the second trial pass? How did it happen? Shui Yutan quickly looked at the projection screen but didn't see the process of Pei Ji cutting down the 10 Directions Realm Guardian Beast. By the time he glanced over, the huge python was lying on the ground gasping its last breaths, while Pei Ji held a pitch-black birth soul sword dripping with blood. Next to Pei Ji stood an ancient divine beast that had reverted to its true form, an imposing night dark cyan tooth towering several meters high. Although only Pei Ji's silhouette was visible in the picture, not his face, his dark blue disciple robes were dyed crimson with blood, and the tall ponytail on his head waved freely despite no wind. He appeared at first glance like a crimson flower blooming in the abyss, stunningly beautiful. Night dark cyan tooth. That kid has night dark cyan tooth. The spectators began bustling around. It seems it's more than just night dark cyan tooth. Look, there's something unusual about the sword in that kid's hand too. Blood lands on the blade's tip and immediately evaporates away, leaving it instantly spotless. That sword is certainly not an ordinary one. But isn't that the kid's soulbound sword? If you say his sword isn't ordinary, then how could the person wielding it be just an ordinary person? Arguments went on non-stop. Some curious elder members of the sects edged closer toward Shui Yutan, intending to inquire about Pei Ji's origins. However, Shui Yutan paid them no mind, completely drawn into the image on the screen. From Yu Li's angle, it was possible to notice a faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips. This smile carried not only the relief akin to, "Our son has finally grown up," but also a vague emotion that was difficult to describe. An emotion Yu Li didn't fully understand but had seen before, on Ling Yu. Sometimes, Ling Yu would look at Pei Ji with the same kind of expression. Is it admiration? Would Shui Yutan admire a disciple weaker than himself? Impossible. Yu Li chuckled self-mockingly. Just then, as the announcer's voice of Wu Yazi faded, the scene before Pei Ji abruptly transformed. White. A vast expanse of white, nothing but snow stretching as far as the eye could see. There were no more pagoda buildings around him, instead, an endless stretch of snowy wilderness lay before him. It didn't feel like he was still inside the 9-story tower, rather, it felt as if he had been drawn into another dimension. Pei Ji immediately thought of Mei Ji, who had died in the snowscape with Su Zayan. Could anyone other than Mei Ji conjure up such a realistic snowscape illusion? Pei Ji frowned deeply, not daring to be careless. "You've finally come. I did help you by killing that foul snake earlier." A familiar voice came from within the snowscape. The next second, swirling snowflakes gathered and formed into the figure of a peasant girl with one side of her hair braided in a plait. This appearance of Mei Ji was exactly the same as when she had disguised herself in the bamboo hut. "You didn't die." Seeing an old acquaintance, Pei Ji's gaze sharpened further. He didn't lower his sword or Anya Kanjia, standing there waiting for Mei Ji to explain. Indeed, hearing Pei Ji's words, Mei Ji laughed maniacally, then covered her mouth with her hand as if realizing it wasn't ladylike enough. "I'm definitely not dead. How could I die before I've killed you and your beautiful master?" Mei Ji's tone was fierce, as if she longed to rush over and shred Pei Ji to pieces immediately, yet she managed to restrain herself. "Where is your master?" Mei Ji asked. "It's none of your concern." Pei Ji flicked his wrist, and the Xian iron black sword in his hand was embedded into the snow, serving perfectly as a cane. Leaning both hands on the sword, his eyes glinting unusually dark, Peiji looked at Meiji. His tone was casual and natural, but his words were chilling. In any case, you won't be alive much longer, you'll die again soon. You. This comment enraged Meiji so much she nearly lost control and went mad. The hair color of the farm girl form she created began shifting erratically between black and white, showing that she was nearing the brink of collapse. Just when things seemed about to explode, Peiji added casually. Oh yes, by the way, may I ask which persona of yours I should thank for sending me to hell before we part ways? But never mind if you don't want to answer, it's just something my master might find interesting after I return later. Chapter 102, You miss me, you want me, do you? Excessive. Meiji roared, the peasant woman disguise on her face instantly tearing apart to reveal the Shueyu-ten figure and the half-transparent body in the snowstorm he'd encountered at the beginning. You and your master killed my husband together. Today, even if I die, I must drag the two of you along with me into death. As Meiji spoke, countless flying snowflakes transformed into razors collectively shooting towards Peiji. But Peiji was no longer the little disciple who 2 years ago could only hide behind Shueyu-ten, unable to defend himself. In an instant as Meiji attacked, Peiji's longsword flipped, unsheathing from the snow simultaneously while emitting a powerful sword chi assaulting Meiji's essence. It should have been a decisive strike, but when the sword tip touched Meiji, the person's figure before him changed. Aji, accompanied by the voice he had longed for in his mind, Shueyu-ten's figure suddenly appeared where the sword chi landed. The Shueyu-ten in front of him was just like the one who had held his wrist on a tree in the deadwood forest, tenderly calling out his name. He wore pure white single-layer clothing, barefoot stepping on the snow, with his nose and lips frozen red. He saw Shueyu-ten extending his hand, speaking softly, Aji, will you protect master? Aji. This title had shown up countless times in his dreams. Peiji tightly pressed his lips, his back teeth sharply biting down. Knowing fully well that the Shueyu-ten calling him Aji was fake, he still instinctively shifted his hand just a second before the blade would have slashed across the neck, and instead only severed a strand of hair. However, the unharmed Shueyu-ten looked aggrieved, eyes brimming with reproachful allure. Why does Aji attack me? Could it be because I locked you away without explanation for 2 years? Don't you know I had my reasons? What reasons? Peiji almost answered the moment Shueyu-ten finished speaking. All these years at Kanjia Mountain, though Shueyu-ten often beat and punished him, he also transferred cultivation energy to suppress Peiji's demonic transformation, allowed Peiji to hold his hand when he pretended to be the bride, protected Peiji with his life when Xiao Yiheng attempted to kill him. The good side, as well as the bad, were all him. Peiji didn't want to admit it, but had no choice but to concede. In his heart, if Shueyu-ten explained to him his hardships, those difficult 2 years would be easily forgiven. But what hardship? The person in front merely repeated his question, their snow-white body leaning against him, raising a face, if you don't think about any hardship yourself, how am I supposed to say it out loud? The next second, Shueyu-ten's face turned into Meiji's form. Before he could react, she thrust her icicle directly toward his heart. Yet as soon as the tip of the icicle pierced through Peiji's disciple robes, touching the blood of the flesh, Meiji's entire hand was seized by Peiji. Next, her fingers were violently twisted apart. Without using magic, purely with brute strength, Peiji forcibly separated Meiji's whole palm bones and flesh until they tore apart, bone and tendon exposed together. I knew it, you wouldn't submit in front of me without reason. Peiji's voice was icy cold, his gaze not yet free from the enchantment, pupils faintly pink, yet the corner of his eyes were vivid red. Almost willing to crush the person in front of him with his bare hands, where are the hardships? Shueyu-ten, you're always like this. Even if you're momentarily nice to me, it's all aimed to harm me. The same happened in the previous life, and this life too. Meiji's pain caused veins to bulge on her forehead. There was no time to consider the meaning of Peiji's words. Her figure vanished instantly from Peiji's arms and reappeared nearby, already healed from the injuries. What's going on? As long as there was someone important in her target's heart, anyone ensnared by her charm would immediately imagine her as that individual. But why did Peiji imagine her as Shueyu-ten and then react so cruelly? As Meiji disappeared, Peiji's spell of enchantment faded. In an instant, the emotion suppressed within him, wanting to kill, dissipated. His composure returned, becoming once again his usual calm self. Previously, Dark Knight Kanjia told him that one would only succumb to the enchantments after looking straight into Meiji's pupils for 5 breaths. But now, Peiji imagined her as Shueyu-ten simply by gazing at the snowflakes. Meiji's charm abilities had improved, now able to transform dancing snowflakes into charms. After some thought, Peiji drew his sword toward his own clothes and cut a strip of cloth. He covered his eyes with it. All appearances are perceived by the eyes and arise from the heart. As long as he closed his eyes, using his ears to listen and his heart to see, he could break through Meiji's illusion. But Aji, the moment he closed his eyes, the calling of Shueyu-ten seemed to come from everywhere. Aji, why do you cover your eyes and dare not look at your master? Is it because you don't want to hear my hardships, or is it because you have other thoughts about me? Did you just say in the previous life? Was it then that I was your partner? In his ears, Shueyu-ten's voice reappeared once again. However, this time, the words had nothing to do with what he thought inside. Shui Yutan's words were more bold, even touching on aspects he had never imagined. Shui Yutan's voice drew closer, soft and warm breath brushing against his neck. At the same moment, he could feel Shui Yutan's delicate hand slipping under his robes, moving downward past his chest until it touched his abdomen. Pei Zhi's breathing paused momentarily, the thoughts in his mind resisting the enchantment becoming disordered a little. Zhi, there's no one else now. Tell me truthfully, what feelings have you developed for me? Shui Yutan's hand continued moving lower, passing over his protruding abs, gradually approaching an untouchable place. Do you miss me? Do you want me? At this moment, Shui Yutan's tone and actions were full of temptation. Pei Zhi, with his eyes covered, became more sensitive with other senses. His mind conjured up the scorching palm of Shui Yutan smoothing the scars on his back. His entire body started to heat up. All those shameful dreams he had before seemed awakened by the movements of the person in front of him. Swallowing, Pei Zhi's Adam's apple moved up and down twice, completely succumbing to the charm. In Lingyan Peak, the moment Shui Yutan saw Mei Ji appear in the projection, something felt off. Although they didn't find Mei Ji's corpse in the snow realm previously, given Mei Ji's feelings for Su Zhan, if she was still alive, it would be impossible for her to abandon Su Zhan's remains and leave alone. Therefore, the day of the funeral ceremony organized by Feng Mingjue, half of it was due to Feng Mingjue wanting the prodigy Su Zhan to rest in peace, while the other half was because he wanted to revisit the snow realm to confirm Mei Ji's death. Chapter 103, I hope he's only an apprentice. It wasn't until after the body of Su Zhan was dug up that he finally sighed in relief, assuming that the demon queen had truly been chopped into nothing by Pei Zhi's Azura slash. But unexpectedly, during the martial arts tournament, as a boss character higher in rank than the 10 Directions Realm Guardian Beast, the Snow Maiden appeared. She had either been resurrected by some special entity, like a system or a girl, or she hadn't died that day at all. But regardless, it was enough for Shui Yutan to confirm one thing: changes in the storyline seemed to only alter minor parts. But overall direction, where and when certain scenes and plots occurred, remained consistent. The same principle should also apply to his Qilin Lock storyline. Shui Yutan feared that so-called clearing levels might be impossible. A predetermined fate seemed unavoidable. But right now, Pei Zhi's situation appeared more severe than just fate. Because since he covered his eyes and held his sword, he'd stood motionless for several minutes without any response. The projection could only display images, it couldn't sync sounds. Thus, Shui Yutan could only see Pei Zhi's mouth moving as he talked to himself but couldn't hear what he said. The gatekeeper for the 3rd level, is she the lover of Su Zhan you encountered previously in the snow domain? Yuli asked suddenly. Shui Yutan nodded slightly, his gaze not leaving the image. I thought I killed her last time. Didn't expect her to still be alive. Is that so? Yuli's eyes shifted as he suddenly spoke again with unexpected words. Did you really kill her? What do you mean by that? Shui Yutan's gaze finally shifted from Pei Zhi. Back then in the snow domain, after Pei Zhi used his overpowered slash on the demon queen, they couldn't find her body. Therefore, Yuli and the others would have no way to discover the inconsistency between the injuries on Mei Ji and the spell used. Yet clearly, Yuli suspected something from this statement. Although he had hinted at this earlier, Shui Yutan waited for Yuli's next question. However, Yuli didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he glanced toward Pei Zhi and calmly said, he's your apprentice. I hope he remains just your apprentice. This phrase contained multiple meanings. The more Shui Yutan mulled over it, the more he sensed there was something hidden beneath Yuli's words. He detested too much beating around the bush. Shui Yutan raised his chin slightly, intending to meet Yuli's eyes and ask him to speak more plainly. Before he opened his mouth though, someone shouted nearby, what's going on? Why is this guy attempting suicide out of the blue? Someone quickly added, that's right, hey. He's the last surviving contestant of this year's tournament. Even if he can't pass the 3rd trial, based solely on his achievements from the 2nd level, it'll be enough to brag about in half the immortal sections. Don't suddenly decide to kill yourself now. Suicide? What nonsense. Though Shui Yutan found it absurd, his gaze instinctively turned toward Pei Zhi within the projected image upon hearing these words. He saw the figure originally standing firm in the snow holding his sword shift slightly. The hand that usually wielded the sword abruptly rose, positioning the blade against his own neck. Oh dear, main character, swords and knives are blind things and mustn't be placed against one's own neck. If his hand shakes, not only will he end his own life, but don't let him drag along me, this random passerby, with him. What exactly did he experience under the charm of the demon queen that led the main character to attempt suicide within such a short time? Panic welled up in Shui Yutan's eyes beyond mere shock. He wanted to press his whole face against the screen, screaming advice through empty space. But since there was no channel of communication between the audience and the trial site, even if he tried shouting, Pei Zhi wouldn't hear. Shui Yutan paced back and forth, watching as the sword in Pei Zhi's hand moved another fraction higher. Finally, he exploded with anger. My disciple is dying. Is there anyone who can tell me how I can bring him back or if I can enter? There was dead silence in the audience for a few seconds before Lu Zhouyu spoke up, there's no way. The 9-tiered pagoda exists independently from the world. People inside can only exit by shattering their purple talisman. Unless they cannot break it themselves, there's no way in or out unless Senior Wiyazi intervenes. So you mean, only Wiyazi can solve this? Lu Zhouyu nodded and added, however, the Elder is currently at the Plucking Stars Tower, a place that ordinary spells can't reach. Then let him come down. Shui Yutan patted his thigh, and his ethereal body twirled 2 steps before suddenly pouncing on the crane that Wiyazi had let roam free beside Lingyun Peak's lake. He grabbed it by its neck. With a wave of his hand on the spot, a barbecue rack was set up. Then he shouted at the old man on the rooftop. Predecessor, you've abstained from food for many years. I don't know your taste preferences. Could you tell me if you like spicy or cumin? When I roast the crane meat later, I can selectively add seasonings based on your preference. If you don't tell me, I'll just do it with soy sauce seasoning. Before he could finish speaking, Wiyazi appeared in front of him. As soon as he came, Shui Yuten felt the heavy and piercing clarity around Wiyazi, an aura cultivated from long exposure to the clouds. His presence alone radiated the bearing of a true celestial sage without needing words. Who is roasting my crane? After saying this, Wiyazi immediately caught sight of the crane's neck in Shui Yutan's hand, and his gaze swept coldly over him. How dare you? Shui Yuten quickly loosened the crane's neck, pointed at the screen showing Pei Ji, and respectfully bowed twice to Wiyazi, predecessor, please forgive me. I only wish to save my disciple. Wiyazi casually glanced at where Shui Yutan pointed, he's under a spell of enchantment. Go, cough. He stopped here as if sensing something, looking somewhat awkward towards Shui Yutan as his face shifted expression. He cleared his throat and continued, go, cough. It might not be good. Shui Yutan didn't understand what this meant. What does that mean? Can not good possibly surpass giving the main character an honorable burial? Shui Yutan didn't dwell too much, bending deeply again toward Wiyazi until his head nearly reached his kneecap. This concerns a life and death situation. Please help, predecessor. As soon as these words left his mouth, Wiyazi flicked his sleeve, and within the vision of the 9-story pagoda, Shui Yutan's figure appeared beside Pei Ji. At the very instant before Pei Ji's hand was controlled to slit his own neck, Shui Yutan extended his hand and intercepted the sword. Who? Pei Ji's eyes were closed as he asked a question, yet he still identified the distinct smell unique to Shui Yutan hanging in the air, master. Weren't you supposed to be in bed? Pei Ji couldn't bring himself to utter those last few words but immediately tore off the cloth covering his eyes and glanced backward. In that place, where Shui Yutan should have been curled up shivering, stood instead this Shui Yutan right before him now, his robes billowing, his brow serious and severe. Chapter 104, Your Apprentice's Thoughts for You. Shui Yutan ignored Pei Ji's words, watching as his hand gripping the sword blade dripped blood, yet Pei Ji hadn't lowered the motion of attempting suicide. Shui Yutan's expression grew more serious as he shouted rebukingly, Pei Ji, do you want to die? Haven't you already let go of your sword? But the person before him didn't respond at all and instead focused on an unexpected matter. Why doesn't Master call me Ji anymore? What nonsense! Was this person truly Pei Ji and not possessed by some foul thing? Otherwise, why would he be concerned about his title in such a critical moment? Shui Yutan took a breath, originally planning to remind Pei Ji again to put down the sword. But before these second words could escape his lips, Pei Ji loosened the grip on the sword, withdrawing his consciousness while suddenly seizing Shui Yutan's neck tightly, yelling, You're not my master. Meiji, where have you taken my true master? Pei Ji had tremendous strength in his large hands, grasping Shui Yutan's neck, with one hand, he lifted the latter clean off the ground. Shui Yutan held on to the wrist that was choking him, trying to cast a spell to shake him off. However, within the 9-story tower, without the disciple's Violet Passage talisman, he found he couldn't use any magic at all. How absurd. No wonder Wiyazi said it wouldn't be good for him to enter, it turned out to be bad like this. Pei Ji mistook him for the incarnation of Meiji, murmuring to himself as he continued to choke him, Do you think you understand me? No, you don't understand anything at all. What do you mean, taking him, you flatter yourself too much. Not understanding the full context, Shui Yutan could not interpret Pei Ji's meaning. But judging from Pei Ji's state, it was likely that Meiji transformed into his likeness during the time he was under her charm earlier. Who knew what Meiji did to Pei Ji? She drove the perfect main character to this. Meiji. Pei Ji called out ominously, then suddenly used the gesture of strangling him to yank him closer, so close their noses were nearly touching. Though Pei Ji had no awareness, it didn't mean Shui Yutan didn't either. Shui Yutan still remembered how everyone outside the scene had gathered in the stands to watch this drama unfold. It was so embarrassing. Calling my name. You've got it wrong, I'm Shui Yutan. Shui Yutan shouted desperately, struggling instinctively in Pei Ji's grasp, trying to tilt his head back as far as possible to distance himself. However, inside the 9-story tower, he was weak like an ant without his powers. No matter how much he writhed, trying to get away, one simple tug from Pei Ji brought him right back to the face-to-face position. Good grief. Pei Ji wasn't listening to a word he said, immersing himself entirely in the delusion that Shui Yutan was Meiji. Can't you probe my heart already? Didn't you see I daydream every day about stepping on Shui Yutan, trampling him and chopping him up to feed to the dogs? Ah, that was indeed something that wasn't detected. Even though Shui Yutan knew Pei Ji wished for him to die immediately, feeding him to the dog seemed unnecessarily harsh, didn't it? Really, there was no need, protagonist. Seeing Pei Ji completely submerged in his own consciousness, with varying pressure around his neck, Shui Yutan thought it over and softly called out using the term Pei Ji had initially addressed him with, Ji. As expected, Pei Ji's grip on his neck loosened momentarily. Using the brief pause, Shui Yutan quickly wrenched free from Pei Ji's grasp, freeing himself. Once freed, Shui Yutan immediately explained urgently, I don't know what Meiji told you just now, but I am not Meiji. Moreover, I've gone through a lot of trouble to get here, not to hear about how you plan to kill me. The trial's deadline is approaching. If you want to win, focus, and don't let yourself be beguiled into committing suicide again. After this rapid speech, Shui Yutan summarized, I remember telling you, I want you alive. This tone Shui Yutan used was certainly far from kind. This slightly irate cool voice contrasted sharply with the bold, alluring tone he had used earlier. Realizing his mistake, Pei Ji made a seal with his fingers against his forehead, the pink hue in his eyes fading simultaneously as he swiftly pulled Shui Yutan toward himself, holding him protectively within his embrace. At the same time, Meiji's icicle blade pierced deep into the snow exactly where Shui Yutan had been standing moments ago. TSK, villain, you lack integrity, can't handle defeat, and resort to sneak attacks. Shui Yutan glanced at the snow-falling female charmer Meiji, his lips moving lightly, Lady Su, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Unexpectedly called by this title, Meiji swallowed the scolding words she prepared upon seeing him and dryly stated, so you really came. Even though Meiji only responded with one sentence, through her reaction when he called her Lady Su, Shui Yutan had already guessed which personality was currently in control of Meiji's body. The person who could hold Su Xin close to heart and lock him up crazily for decades just to become his wife could only be the main personality. Since you've come, neither of you two should leave. Meiji stared at Shui Yutan, excitement lacing her voice. It's so good, so good. Xin will have both of you company, even underground, he won't be lonely. Was it Wuyazi who saved you? Shui Yutan asked. That day, Meiji had been torn apart into pieces, if Wuyazi hadn't intervened, it could only have been the system. Do you think I would tell you that? Meiji sneered, turning her palm, gripping the icicle weapon she had planted into the snow again firmly in her hand. She glanced at Shui Yutan, then at Pei Ji behind him. The head of the snow sect is indeed kind to his disciples, willing to risk being stripped of all magical abilities to enter the tower to rescue someone. But perhaps you don't know your disciples' feelings toward you. Know it? How could he not? Pei Ji wanting to kill him wasn't something that had started recently, he had just shouted moments ago about slicing him into pieces and feeding him to dogs. Shui Yutan reflected on this and didn't find anything strange in Meiji's words. However, beside him, Pei Ji hearing those words caused his previously calm figure to suddenly waver, and the black mystic sword that had just disappeared back into his consciousness reappeared tightly held in his hands. Not only that, but Pei Ji's pupils darkened further, resembling dried blood deeply, his voice icy cold. Speak one more word, and I'll kill you right away. Ha! Threatened by Pei Ji, Meiji did not get angry but laughed instead, a trace of madness in her expression. On what grounds? Why, after all these years, did Shui Yutan still protect Pei Ji just like 2 years ago? And yet, Su Xin received no favor from Master during his lifetime, and even after death, no one knows where his remains were buried beneath the ice and snow. On what grounds? Why did these two, who caused Xin's tragic death, still walk around unbothered, living guilt-free lives? She wanted to personally expose Pei Ji's true intentions, making it impossible for him and Shui Yutan to coexist in this world. Pei Ji, do you think if Snow Sect leader knew what you did just now in the illusion, would he regret coming here to save you? I'm sure he would, because who can tell, underneath your morally upright appearance, you harbor such filthy and despicable thoughts. You actually thought about looking for death. Meiji's words were cut short as Pei Ji interrupted. A wave of murderous intent surged within him as he directly lunged forward with his sword. As the two began their combat, the snowflakes that had stopped falling moments ago instantly filled the sky once again. Given Pei Ji's power, when his wrathful aura intensifies, enabling certain abilities might allow him to eliminate many opponents instantly. But knowing someone was watching his actions within the 9-story tower, he tried to suppress his ferocious energy, avoiding showing extraordinary strength in front of others. Without this force, relying solely on the abilities learned and perceived through his confinement via Dark Knight Fanya over the past 2 years, Pei Ji couldn't avoid Meiji's illusions conjured through the endless snowfall. Before him, Meiji alternated between being herself and transforming into Shui Yutan, making him unable to distinguish reality from fantasy, causing his movements to grow restricted. This way, they would eventually meet their end. Naturally, Shui Yutan noticed this as well. He looked at the endlessly falling snowflakes overhead and caught one with his hand. To his surprise, upon landing on his hand, the snowflake transformed into a sharp edge, cutting open a small wound on his palm. Seeing the blood oozing out, Shui Yutan immediately recalled records from the Kanjia mountain scriptures about dream creation using blood. The best way to defeat magic is with stronger magic. If he could also lure people into dreams, trapping Meiji inside a dream to perish there, the 9th level challenge could be resolved. So, holding the bloody snow blade in his hand, Shui Yutan slashed several more cuts into his own palm, using his blood as ink to draw a dream creation array on the snowy ground. However, drawing on snow was not like doing it on land. The snow was too absorbent, making it feel like more than half of Shui Yutan's blood was almost drained before the runes finally formed. With snowstorms everywhere, the array could easily be covered up, meaning he needed to quickly lead Meiji into the trap. Thus, Shui Yutan shouted towards Peiji, Peiji. No response. Peiji. Shui Yutan raised his voice louder. Still no response. The fight continued without interruption. Ji. Peiji hesitated slightly in his movement, casting a glance in his direction. When Shui Yutan saw the formation under his feet, his pupils trembled twice and his eyes immediately glanced at the wounds in both of Shui Yutan's palms. Aji, lure her over in 3 moves. Hurry. Shui Yutan shouted loudly, regardless of whether Meiji could hear him with all the noise around them. After all, he knew that with the main character's strength, if given a way to break the deadlock, he would certainly complete the task brilliantly. Sure enough, less than 30 seconds after Shui Yutan's shout, Meiji was struck hard by Peiji in the stomach. Under the powerful sword chi, she was sent flying directly toward him. The moment Meiji's toes touched the formation, Shui Yutan suddenly grabbed Peiji's neck, pressing his forehead tightly against Peiji's. Peiji's eyes showed shock and some other unreadable emotions. Shui Yutan didn't care much about them, instead rushing to explain during the brief pause, I have no magic power left, unable to activate the formation. The imprint on my forehead can transmit your mind momentarily, follow my actions and seal the formation. Peiji's eyelashes flickered twice as he perceived how Shui Yutan had laid down the sword array. Immediately, he made a gesture and slapped the ground forcefully. Instantly, the blood within the formation that Shui Yutan drew lit up. Meiji, trapped inside, paced back and forth for a few steps, then suddenly seemed to see something. Her expression shifted from panic to joy. Zine, your legs are actually healed. What did you say? You want to take me home? Shui Yutan gazed at the shimmering formation that continuously absorbed Meiji's essence, and his heart's lament finally turned into a sigh escaping from his lips. Sorry, Meiji. Since we 3 cannot coexist, the one who has to die is you. Even while creating this formation, Shui Yutan also crafted a dream world for Meiji and Su Zine, one where there was no massacre by Piao Miao sect, no secondary personality, and no bias between humans and demons. Only a love story between Meiji and Su Zine. It might serve as their final comfort. Seeing Su Zine standing before her, Meiji broke into tears of joy. In the formation, she slowly disappeared with his illusionary presence from Shui Yutan's view. In an instant, the snow domain reverted to the 9th floor of the tower. Peiji leapt onto the high platform, easily plucking the Tsang High Pearl from the top of the tower. The next second, the illusion created by Wuyazi collapsed completely, and Shui Yutan and Peiji reappeared in the audience area. No longer suppressed by the spells cast by Wuyazi, the moment they exited the tower, Shui Yutan's magic power fully returned. He used his restored powers to heal the wounds in his hands. Raising his head, he saw Feng Mingjue striding over in apparent anger. You dared to enter the 9-story tower while I was merely enjoying a cup of tea with an old friend. Even worse, you dared to enter it after being sealed of all magic. Shui Yutan, are you suicidal or do you not care about this old man? When I heard the news, I nearly fell over. Shui Yutan pulled at Feng Mingjue's sleeve. Hey look, nothing happened to me, right? Chief, you're overreacting and making a fool out of yourself. Who made a fool out of themselves? Who? Feng Mingjue snorted once, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. No one dared to respond. Come on, who was Feng Mingjue anyway? That was the person who, along with Wuyazi, subdued the Azura King. Who dared provoke him? Seeing no response, Feng Mingjue proudly twitched his beard and opened his mouth to scold Shui Yutan again when Wuyazi squeezed through beside him, walking to stand in front of Peiji, and extended his hand. Peiji handed over the Tsang High Pearl matter-of-factly. Then Wuyazi declared, young man, you've taken the championship. Besides the 100 years of cultivation, I will bestow another reward upon you. And then he simply gave back the Tsang High Pearl he'd just received from Peiji. Hey, if you were going to give it back anyway, why even take it in the first place? Oh, just to add formality to the presentation ceremony? TSK, the ways of the older generation of cultivators really are outdated. Just as the pearl giving was done and people expected to receive cultivation years, Shui Yutan stood with his arms crossed, watching everything when NPC Lu Zishu started talking. The last checkpoint was broken by Shui Tanju, so why should all the credit go to his disciple? I don't agree. I'm speaking out for justice for Shui Tanju. Wait, big guy, are you okay? This main actor is still here. It's not time yet for him to cry injustice on his behalf, is it? Moreover, since Peiji was Shui Yutan's disciple, receiving these 100 years of cultivation should make no difference to Lu Zishu. Anyway, however it's divided, none would benefit Jianglai sect. Chapter 105, Yutan, do you like men? I just happened to pass by, didn't do anything. This cultivation level is not something I can afford. Shui Yutan was afraid that Lu Zhouyue would make some more trouble, so he quickly stated his position and kept quiet. Normally, after this kind of statement, if Feng Mingjue then understands the implication and makes a couple of sounds, others would certainly stop talking about it. But Xue Yutan did not expect the biggest obstacle to be the male lead himself. No one else said anything, but the male lead became stubborn. He rejected Wuyazi's action of transmitting spiritual power. What he said is correct. This trial was indeed passed by my master. The reward should also go to my master. This shouldn't be right. The male lead's character should be about hard practice and being very concerned with cultivating. His ambition should be surpassing the master and becoming a strong cultivator in the immortal world. If so, why does he give away such easily obtained cultivation? Could it be that he's worried about gossip? But is the main character someone who fears others talking? Clearly not. As for him, of course, he isn't either. Therefore, before Peiji refused strongly multiple times and Wuyazi felt humiliated and prepared to change his mind directly, Xue Yutan accepted it. A free advantage is better than none. Although Yuli mentioned before, having 100 years of Wuyazi's cultivation would still not allow him to reach the divine spirit stage, he would remain at the spirit embryo stage. But Xue Yutan felt Yuli was tricking him. He has been at the spirit embryo stage since crossing over 3 lives ago, never moving forward. He doesn't believe his talent is insufficient, he simply died too early, lacking certain opportunities. And now, this opportunity has come. If he obtains these 100 years of cultivation and battles Peiji, what are the odds of his success? 0 points. Just as Xue Yutan thought about this, Unity Brother's voice echoed in his mind. How could it be 0 points? Xue Yutan was speechless. Even if the male lead is highly gifted and variously assisted, he is originally at the spirit embryo cultivation level and now gained another 100 years of Wuyazi's power. If they were to duel, even if it wouldn't be 70-30, with him at 70 and Peiji at 30, at least it should be 50-50, how could it be 0 points? You are the male supporting role. Unity Brother added another sentence. So what if I'm the male supporting role? Even separated for 3 days, you should look anew upon me. 2484, I'm telling you, don't look down on people like dogs. The system didn't respond again. Originally thinking Peiji agreed, and thus the 100-year transfer ceremony would officially begin, but reality turned out to be much more troublesome. Wuyazi first waved his hand, summoning people to bring back the 4 treasures of the study, then deemed it insufficient. With a lift of his gaze, Feng Mingjue conjured up a table for him. With some calligraphy tools in place, Wuyazi began writing poetry, creating a transfer agreement. This official-style behavior was truly hard for him to bear. Xue Yutan squatted nearby, pulling grass out of boredom while occasionally glancing toward Wuyazi, observing where his drafting of the transfer agreement was at. You know what? Don't even say it, but hey, this transfer document was both smelly and long-winded. Wuyazi, with poor eyesight, had to get close to confirm every 3 characters he wrote. In the end, when he finished, half of the sects that came to participate had already returned home. Only Kanjia Mountain, Wuyun Peak, and Jianglu's sect remained stalwart. Kanjia Mountain held on because they had to stay with him. Jianglu's sect held on because they were afraid Xue Yutan would play tricks, ultimately still secretly passing their techniques to Peiji. As for Wuyun Peak holding on, it was purely out of love for spectacle watching. Specifically, their sect leader loves watching the show, especially his shows. During this time, before Wuyazi finished writing, Wu Heyu approached and squatted beside them, separated for 3 days, one should look anew. Sect leader Xue is already on par with my skills. After accepting the previous cultivation from Elder Wuyazi, may I humbly request a chance to spar with sect leader Xue to refine each other's skills. Skills on par. This person's skills were obviously above him. Moreover, why should he spar with Wu Heyu? Losing or winning would gain him nothing. Win, and others would say, Elder Wuyazi's technique is truly powerful. Lose, and others would say, even with such a powerful technique from Elder Wuyazi, it couldn't save the titular sect leader of Kanjia Mountain. In any case, the skill was a good one, but his reputation didn't improve at all. Thus, Xue Yutan immediately replied with a triple refusal, ugly rejection. No appointment. Climb. Tisk, sect leader Xue seems to have a strong prejudice against me. Wu Heyu squatted there without leaving, but he didn't mess with the grass like Xue Yutan did. Sects should be exchanging visits often. But sect leader Xue's cold treatment makes it seem like I've wronged you. You haven't bullied him, but you've humiliated him. By using that harmful seductive drug, you almost made him lose his face completely on that night. Xue Yutan didn't want to exchange a single word with him, dryly rolling his eyes, he turned his back to Wu Heyu. Just after turning around, he suddenly realized that this person was bisexual and the action was similar to picking up a soap bar, which could lead to high-risk misunderstandings. Realizing this, Xue Yutan quickly stood up with a whoosh, moving closer to Wuyazi. Before he managed to see where Wuyazi had written up to, an anxious voice of a disciple guarding outside Lingyun Peak interrupted, Trouble. Trouble. An emergency. The sect master is in trouble. The sect master of Lingyun Peak, Ling Bin, immediately stepped out from behind Wuyazi. You're too anxious. Haven't you noticed the elders are still here? Don't lose your poise before them. Yes, the disciple was reprimanded, then respectfully bowed to all the elders present before continuing what he initially wanted to say. I just received news. It said that a sect has been completely wiped out by demons. The whole sect? Ling Bin emphasized this point, instantly changing his expression. In the immortal world, wiping out a sect was a major event. He urgently asked, is there any confirmation yet? Which sect? Seems. It's Uncle Lan Zhang's sect, the Kylin Palace. Kylin Palace. Kylin Palace. Both Ling Bin's voice and Shui Yutan's surprised tone echoed together. Pei Ji hadn't expected that when hearing about the sect's destruction, Shui Yutan showed no reaction, but hearing the name, Kylin Palace, made him jump up. So he also followed suit and looked over. Shui Yutan, who resembled a bewitched monkey, immediately leaped in front of the reporting disciple upon hearing, Kylin Palace, is this true? Kylin Palace was destroyed. What about the sect master? And sect master Lan Zhang and his daughter Lan Yinin? Are they all gone? The disciple hesitated a moment. Although not knowing why Shui Yutan was so emotional, he answered truthfully, not sure. Since it's related to my uncle, I rushed over to report as soon as I got the news. I haven't had time to thoroughly investigate the details. Yuli observed the changes in Shui Yutan's emotions and asked, judging from your reaction, do you know someone from Kylin Palace? No, Shui Yutan shook his head. I'm just curious, asking casually. Actually, it wasn't random. The reason Shui Yutan was so agitated, aside from being concerned about the entire sect being wiped out being a serious issue, more importantly, was because Kylin Palace was the starting place for the Qilin Lock mission. Now, with the annihilation of the Kylin Palace, it meant that the Qilin Lock mission he had been dreading for so long had finally arrived. In the original plot, on one very random afternoon, the Kylin Palace was massacred, leaving only the sect master Lan Zhang and his young daughter Lan Yinin alive, who happened to be out at the time. The massacre occurred not due to pursuing enemies or disputes between sects, but simply because Kylin Palace possessed an ultimate treasure, the Qilin Lock. According to the novel's setting, the Qilin Lock was a divine artifact allowing anyone possessing it to drastically increase their cultivation power and even destroy heaven and earth. Naturally, such an item would be highly sought after by cultivators. Due to various sects in the immortal world living harmoniously without oppression, and considering Lan Zhang never mentioned this artifact in front of everyone, eventually, the Qilin Lock was thought to be a mere legend. Only after the Kylin Palace was exterminated did stories about the Qilin Lock's capabilities grow increasingly legendary. In the past life, player Pei rapidly ascended during the martial arts competition, attracting the allegiance of the Jiang Lu sect and the Kylin Palace. Despite that, he didn't obtain the Kylin Palace's ultimate treasure, the Kylin Lock. However, he wasn't very interested in this item anyway. Because, at the time of the Kylin Lock plotline, player Pei already subdued Ling Yu, Wu Qingcheng, and Lan Yinin, who became his second wife, first wife, and third wife respectively. One wife represented one sect, placing both the immortal world and demon realm under Pei's control. Regardless of whether or not he possessed the divine artifact, he remained invincible. Setting aside the grievances between him and Pei Ji, Shui Yutan admitted that, in terms of leadership skills and ruthlessness, he was far inferior to Pei Ji of the last two lives. He once envied and hated Pei Ji deeply in his midnight musings. At that time, what he thought most about was, why didn't he get to wear the body of Pei Ji? That way, with such a face which exuded an evil charm combined with a transcendent aura, what kind of girl couldn't he seduce? Moreover, he wouldn't need to worry about dying young. Shui Yutan had wandered too far in his thoughts and hadn't noticed Feng Mingjue calling him several times. It wasn't until Feng Mingjue ran up to him, waving his hand in front of Shui Yutan's eyes, that he snapped back to reality. What's wrong? I should be asking you what's wrong. Wuyazi has already left, and yet you're still dazed here. Are you waiting for them to invite you for dinner? Following Feng Mingjue's words, Shui Yutan turned his head and indeed, where was the old man who was just diligently writing at the table? But his transfer note wasn't finished yet, damn it. Shui Yutan pointed at the incomplete transfer note on the table, helplessly pursing his lips before asking, where did Senior Wuyazi go? Where else could he go? He went to the Kylin Palace with Ling Bin. Here, Feng Mingjue's tone became heavy as he sighed, how could another massacre happen? I remember, the last time a whole sect was wiped out was 20-some years ago with the Piamiao sect. Back then, the Daoist realm lost its talented disciple Su Zhan. I hope this time, we don't lose anything more. Congratulations, you've found out the truth. This time in the mass extermination, you've lost me. As Shui Yutan stared at Feng Mingjue, he felt uneasy inside. In the previous life, when Pei Ji killed him, Feng Mingjue was caught in a dilemma. On one side was the Kanjia mountain he had guarded for many years along with hundreds of disciples within its gates, on the other side was a longtime colleague whom treated him well in every matter. In such a situation, if it were himself, he would also choose to sacrifice one person for the survival of a group. Why are your eyes red? By accident, Feng Mingjue glanced at Shui Yutan's face and quickly diverted his gaze. But just in that brief moment, his peripheral vision caught the faint reddening of Shui Yutan's eye corners. Thinking he was saddened by the news of the Kylin Palace's annihilation and recalling the earlier case of Su Zhan and Piamiao sect, compassion overflowed in Feng Mingjue's heart. So, he teased while trying to comfort him, did the wind blow sand into your eyes? Do you want me to help blow it out? No, no, Shui Yutan seemingly unintentionally sniffed his nose. Since everyone's gone, why are we still lingering here? Let's follow them to the Kylin Palace. Naturally, there's no need for you to say that. Because of Pei Ji and Xiao Yiheng's special situations, I have already instructed Yuli to prepare the carriage. Later, the three of us will fly there first on our swords to check the situation, and the disciples can follow after. At this point, Feng Mingjue glanced at Pei Ji standing beside Shui Yutan, not knowing what he was thinking about, frowned slightly, lowering his voice. Yutan, there's a word I don't know if I should or shouldn't say. Here we go again. The last time after he told him not to practice yang replenishment through Yin anymore. Now it was happening again. Shui Yutan pulled at the corner of his mouth. Say it. What I mean is, the master should also maintain some distance from the disciples. Although I know you are upright and aboveboard, after the 5 connotations peak incident, occasionally, I keep hearing some hearsay nonsense. These gossips made a group of elder ladies from Qingfeng sect always come and ask me. What do they ask you? Curious about Feng Mingjue's constipated look and hesitance to speak, Shui Yutan wondered what he might actually say. They asked me, Yutan, whether you like men or not. Shui Yutan. Sure enough, where there are women, there is gossip. After carefully pondering over the events mentioned by Feng Mingjue, at the 5 connotations peak, the only unusual thing was biting each other with Pei Ji, which seemed normal otherwise. So why did the Qingfeng sect members ask Feng Mingjue such a question? That's called coming out of the closet, not being out of line. Tong Mei kindly reminded and explained. Whenever gay relationships were mentioned, Tong Mei could smell it from a mile away. Shui Yutan hastily cut her off. Shut up. Why do you always show up everywhere? Tong Mei didn't listen to his order to stop talking and got even more enthusiastic. You haven't answered Feng Mingjue's question yet. Answer it quickly. For all of us here, 1234, 5. Plus me, 5 people, it's very important. 5 people? Which 5? Isn't it only Feng Mingjue asking? Shui Yutan raised his eyes following what Tong Mei said and saw Pei Ji and Xiao Yiheng standing not far away, looking in his direction. And Yuli, having arranged the carriage, was also walking toward him around the corner. 1234. Subconsciously counting, Shui Yutan swore under his breath. Damn, it was exactly the same result as what Tong Mei counted. Chapter 106, Pei Ji's third wife. But he knew his place and didn't assume that these few people looking at him meant they wanted to out him as gay. So he casually shook his head, ignoring the gazes of these people, and directly responded to Feng Mingjue's words. Then, when the young ladies from Qingfeng sect ask you again, tell them I like women. I've always liked women, so they still have a chance. That's good. Feng Mingjue had an expression of relief as he looked at Yuli who was walking over. Then I won't worry about Yuli being kicked out when she goes to Qingfeng sect next time for funds for the Mountain Gate conference. Isn't that right, Yuli? Yuli approached while swaying her fan, smiling faintly, silent. After taking Feng Mingjue's suggestion, this time when going to Qilin Palace, Shui Yutan didn't go with the disciples but instead flew on a sword with Yuli and Feng Mingjue directly to their destination. Many sects had arrived upon hearing the news. By the time they 3 got there, Lan Zhang's residence was already surrounded layer upon layer. But Shui Yutan, in this dense crowd of people, relied on his own strength to see Lan Zhang and Lan Yin huddled in a corner. The two looked unscathed, without any visible external injuries. Lan Zhang aside from the sorrow hidden on his face appeared energetic and strong in spirit. As for Lan Yin, Shui Yutan's eyes only circled Lan Zhang's face once before focusing on Lan Yin's face. As one of the youngest among the first 10 wives brought into the palace, the book described Lan Yin as a cute little girl, sweet and carefree, which made Pei Ji feel most relaxed, giving him a sense of family when with her. But Shui Yutan, who experienced the plot of the previous lives, knew that this girl just 18 years old possessed neither the innocence nor the harmlessness she outwardly displayed. He had once witnessed Lan Yin torturing a cat, tying up a completely white, long-haired cat with heterochromatic eyes raised by Lingyu, pinning it down on a chair, cutting open its stomach, stuffing numerous pebbles inside before sewing it back up, then masking the wound with simple magic. Then acting as if nothing happened, she held the cat and went to take credit with Pei Ji, saying she loved cats and wanted permission to keep Lingyu's cat long-term because hers was white and fat. Thinking about the scene from the previous life, Shui Yutan stared at Lan Yin's face for a moment longer and was noticed by Lan Yin. Lan Yin's eyes darted around twice before finding the source, a man in white clothes sitting on a large tree beside the eaves, and she glanced at Shui Yutan indifferently, showing no desire or need. However, this state didn't last for even a few seconds. When Lan Yin turned her gaze slightly and saw someone suddenly jumping onto the tree, leaning against the tree trunk beside Shui Yutan, her eyes instantly changed. That indifferent gaze transformed into something lively and ethereal, as if enchanted and infused with new life. What's going on? This mood swing is way too obvious. Shui Yutan blinked and turned curiously. He would see who this mysterious handsome stranger was who managed to grab the attention of Pei Ji's third wife. In his line of sight was Pei Ji's face, whose features Shui Yutan could recall even with closed eyes. Well, now it makes sense. Lan Yin's sudden change seemed perfectly reasonable now. Chapter 107, Yutan, don't stop me. Male lead, oh male lead, your face really is likable to girls. As Shui Yutan was about to ask Pei Ji if Xiao Yiheng and the others had arrived yet, Lan Yinchen, who had been still all this time, suddenly grabbed a stone and threw it at his head. Shui Yutan hadn't noticed the movement from behind, but before the stone could hit the back of his head, it was caught by Pei Ji, who reached out and intercepted it. Pei Ji had not been standing particularly close to him, they were each on different tree branches, minding their own business. However, after catching the stone, Pei Ji leapt over, now standing on the same branch with Shui Yutan. Due to the sudden increase in weight, there was a crack, and the branch they stood on broke off from its base. In free fall, Shui Yutan attempted to use leverage to flip and land steadily, but Pei Ji was faster, having already flipped down the tree and reached out to catch him. In a princess carry position, they landed in front of everyone from Kanjia Mountain. What nonsense! He had just told Feng Mingjue that he liked women, and now everyone saw him nestled in Pei Ji's arms. Fortunately, Feng Mingjue didn't overthink it. As soon as Shui Yutan jumped out of Pei Ji's arms, Feng Mingjue approached and asked, "What happened? Why did you fall like that?" Shui Yutan smoothed out his clothes, nodding towards the room. "Lan Yinchen threw a stone at me." Lan Yinchen. Though he had heard the name for the second time from Shui Yutan, it still felt very unfamiliar to Feng Mingjue. After thinking for a moment, he remembered she was the daughter of Lan Zhang. He then asked, "Have you met her before?" After contemplating for a bit, Shui Yutan realized that in this lifetime, Pei Ji hadn't taken a wife, so things were different compared to last time. Before the event involving the Qilin Lock, he had never seen his third wife. Thus, Shui Yutan truthfully replied, "No, I haven't. If she hasn't met you before and she just threw stones at you, well, I will have a serious talk with her." Immediately, Feng Mingjue got angry, ignoring the fact that she was now an orphan whose entire family had been exterminated. Rolling up his sleeves, he was about to charge into the main hall of the Kylin Palace. Shui Yutan hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "She didn't even hit me," Pei Ji caught the stone. "It's probably just childish behavior, there's no need for such trouble." When he saw Feng Mingjue was hard to hold back, Shui Yutan turned toward Yuli. "Yutan too, what are you still standing around for? Aren't you going to help stop him?" Yuli, standing in the cool shade where the sun couldn't reach, fanned himself lazily. "If you let go, he won't rush." Ah. Following his advice, Shui Yutan released Feng Mingjue's sleeve, only to see Feng Mingjue continue pacing on the spot. As he paced, he shouted, "Yutan, don't stop me, let me in." Shui Yutan. Was this guy teasing him? Sensing something amiss, Feng Mingjue stopped pacing and laughed awkwardly twice. Just then, the crowd automatically parted, revealing Wai Zai leading Lan Yinchen out, followed by Lan Zhang from behind. When the person in charge appeared, representatives of various sects who had been waiting outside began speaking first. "Now that the senior has come out, could you please inform us why Qilin Palace was wiped out this time?" "Yes, we've heard those fiends not only killed people but also turned Qilin Palace upside down, seemingly looking for something." Their sentences were practically shouting out loud. "Please tell me if the Qilin Lock is still in Qilin Palace." Chapter 108, the system assigned a task to the main character. It seemed that these people had come under the guise of caring for survivors, but their true purpose was to inquire about the Qilin Lock. Originally, the Qilin Lock only existed in legends, no one possessed it, and no one paid attention to it. That was fine, as everyone lived peacefully without conflict. However, now that someone has started seizing the Qilin Lock, it means anyone can obtain it. Once something like this starts, there will be a continuous stream of people willing to give it a try. The mourning period over the next few days was bound not to be peaceful. His fate was tied up in this plot now, so the only thing he could do was to be careful again and again, avoiding participation in any matters if possible. This would be the best strategy. But unfortunately, the system did not give him the chance to live an idle life. As the sound of ding marked the beginning of a system task announcement, Shui Yutan felt an ominous sensation. Sure enough, the next second, the robotic female voice of the system reverberated in his mind, and simultaneously, the main quest panel was updated in his field of vision. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered the main quest, the Qilin Lock. Please steal the treasure Qilin Lock from the Palace of Qilin to ensure the normal unfolding of subsequent plots. Completing this task will reward you with 900 points and 200 prestige points." "What are you talking about? Some kind of lock from Qilin? What should I steal?" Shui Yutan was shocked to the point of hearing incorrectly. He stood still, watching the subtitles on the mission panel before his eyes, while the robotic female voice repeated itself in his ears. Note, this is a time-limited task. Failure to complete within the specified time will result in task failure, after which double the score will be deducted. Players, please manage your time wisely. Countdown begins, 3 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Failure deducts double the score. If he wasn't mistaken, after earning 1,000 points from imprisoning Pei Ji for 2 years, his total was merely 1630 points. And this task's double penalty required 1,800 points, he didn't even have enough to cover it. 2484, did you intentionally set the reward at 900 points, knowing this would ruin me? The system did not respond. However, whether it replied or not was irrelevant. Even if he had sufficient points to lose, this was a main quest. A failed main quest would lead directly to him disappearing from this world. How insidious. In this section regarding the Qilin Lock, the storyline differed slightly from what he experienced in his past lives. In one of his previous lifetimes, Peiji led an attack on Kanjia Mountain and captured him directly. In the novel's plot, however, Peiji's rise to power and eventual invasion into the sect were depicted much later. According to the book, the person originally supposed to steal the Qilin Lock should have been Xiao Yiheng. As a master, he himself was poisoned to death while trying to protect the Qilin Lock. But now, with the task issued by 2484, the thief who was to steal the Qilin Lock had turned out to be him. Realizing this, Shui Yutan instinctively looked in the direction of Xiao Yiheng. Xiao Yiheng stood not far from Yuli. Li Luoshu was offering him water attentively, but Xiao Yiheng waved her off with a hand gesture. Placing his finger to his lips, he signaled her to remain quiet, and immediately, Li Luoshu stopped chattering. Then Xiao Yiheng froze for half a minute. After blinking twice, he suddenly locked his gaze onto Shui Yutan, with a complex and peculiar expression in his eyes. What's going on? Shui Yutan could guess that the main character, the protagonist, also had a system inside his head since 2484 had mentioned before that the opponent's system was named 0038. So at this moment, 0038 must have assigned a task to the protagonist too. But no matter how Shui Yutan analyzed Xiao Yiheng's expression, it didn't seem like his task was the same, stealing the Qilin Lock. But what else could the protagonist do besides stealing the treasure in this part of the story? Chapter 109, Does Shui Tanju have objections? Just as he was about to think it through, Wiyazi spoke up. The Kylin Palace has suddenly encountered an upheaval, and the Qilin Lock has vanished. Given the current situation, we should quickly conduct rituals to send off the souls of the deceased, allowing those who have passed away to rest in peace. I believe that all of you, since you are here, carry the spirit of mutual assistance from our sects, so please set aside your doubts for now and prepare the array for sending off the spirits. Other matters can be discussed after the entombment. After saying this, he called out his closest companion, Lingyun Peak, to begin arranging the ritual. There are taboos in the immortal sect. Whenever disciples die unnaturally, they must undergo a ceremony, or else their souls cannot achieve rebirth. However, the immortal sect's method of sending off spirits is complicated, not only requiring an array but also consuming much mystical power. Once it begins, it cannot be interrupted. Moreover, with numerous fallen souls at the Qilin Palace, there's no way they could complete the ceremonies in a short time. Thus, to avoid mishaps, Wiyazi suggested participation from each sect's deputy leader. In the case of Kanjia Mountain, these individuals would naturally be Shui Yutan and Yuli. Shui Yutan, however, had never believed in this sort of thing. If performing a rite truly worked, wouldn't hell then be empty, with demons in heaven? Moreover, the countdown in his mind was still ticking. He simply didn't have time to waste here. Seeing the troubled look on Shui Yutan's face, Wiyazi pursed his lips. Does Leader Shui have objections? Well, objections did exist. However, as the saying goes, one who eats another's food feels bound by gratitude. Wiyazi hadn't yet received the cultivation of 100 years, so wasn't it rather impolite to defy him right now? As Shui Yutan hesitated without thinking of proper words to push this duty away, Wu Hechu, who had been silent all along, interjected. The people are dead, what good does all this showy nonsense of sending off serve? If this stuff really worked, wouldn't the path to reincarnation be jam-packed? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried well, interspersed with several crude words, which stood out quite prominently amidst the otherwise quiet environment settled for conducting the rite. Shui Yutan was astonished by his audacity and couldn't help glancing at Wu Hechu. This glance seemed to spark an idea, and Wu Hechu immediately moved over, reaching out to grab Shui Yutan's wrist. I have something with Leader Shui, so I won't participate in this sending off. You guys. He hadn't finished speaking when a paper fan, charged with mystical power, flew toward his fingers. To dodge the fan, Wu Hechu had to let go of Shui Yutan's wrist and step back half a pace. The next moment, as the paper fan returned to Yuli's hand, his tall frame appeared beside Shui Yutan. The matters of Kanjia Mountain do not require Chairman Wu's concern. Yuli paused, his gaze turning towards Wiyazi. This simple sending-off ritual can be done by me alone. Arranging two persons suggests suspicion of my capability. This sentence, said with a joking tone, took control of the situation, leaving Wiyazi no choice but to agree. Then the matter of Kanjia Mountain shall be left to Master Yu. With that, he left to make arrangements with the leaders of other sects. Once the people were chosen, Wiyazi initiated the formation first. As Yuli entered the formation, he glanced at Shui Yutan, thought for a moment, and gave a reminder. The ritual is tedious, and I fear I may not be able to take care of you. Should anything happen, remember to send a spiritual butterfly to the chairman. Without waiting for Shui Yutan's response, Yuli turned around to meditate, temporarily closing his 5 senses. Before the entombment ceremony, it was necessary to perform the rites and bury the bodies. According to Wiyazi's plan, the deputy leaders would collectively perform the ritual while the remaining disciples from other sects would start collecting the corpses. It was unclear how many bodies in front of them had been torn apart by some strange beast. Out of 10, 9 of them were just pieced together fragments, their deaths horrifying beyond description. Chapter 110, Are you in a hurry? In his role as Shui Yaotan, naturally there was no need for him to move the bodies, but even watching made him feel a little queasy. He shifted his gaze and began to ponder Wiyazi's words. Wiyazi had not denied the existence of the Qilin Lock earlier, he only said, other matters can be discussed after the body is prepared, which meant that the Qilin Lock existed and must still be inside the Kylin Palace at this moment. But where could it be? He remembered that in the novel, the protagonist was transported by the system to the woodshed of the Kylin Palace, and when they woke up, they already had a box containing the Qilin Lock in their hands. As for where the box came from, the text didn't elaborate because it wasn't important. If so, why not check out the woodshed first? Thinking of this, Shui Yaotan turned around and was about to head to the back courtyard when he was suddenly called out. Master! Xiao Yiheng shouted at him and tossed the two corpses on his shoulder into a pit with fluid motions, fast and efficient. What a guy! The protagonist from the 21st century wasn't a programmer, it seemed more like he'd worked at a crematorium. His corpse-carrying movements were so precise and smooth. After finishing handling the bodies, Xiao Yiheng went to clean his hands by the pool and then approached Shui Yaotan. Master! Xiao Yiheng called out again. His tone was gentle, distinctly exuding the air of an intellectual, a far cry from the big voice of the original Xiao Yiheng. Such a stark difference, yet over the 2+ years he'd been on Kanjia Mountain, not a single person noticed. Should one say the protagonist did well, or that the others were all blind? Seeing that Shui Yaotan didn't respond, Xiao Yiheng thought he hadn't heard and took 2 steps closer. But Shui Yaotan, remembering that he'd just carried a body, stepped back twice as soon as Xiao Yiheng came closer. Just stay there and speak. Xiao Yiheng complied and stopped walking. I just want to say that there's a lot going on at the Kylin Palace today, and we likely won't be able to return to Kanjia Mountain. However, there's a technique from my original disciples' training I haven't been able to fully grasp despite studying it myself, and I've wanted Master's insight for a long time. Now I'm unsure when I'll get another chance. This was true. The protagonist should have arrived unexpectedly when Xiao Yiheng was nearly dying from poisoning, and when he visited Xiao Yiheng, the latter was unconscious, then once he went into seclusion, Xiao Yiheng woke up. 2 years later, upon his return from seclusion, he rushed straight to participate in the martial arts competition without any time to teach Xiao Yiheng any techniques. Still, Xiao Yiheng bringing this up now inevitably led Shui Yaotan to connect it to the system's tasks. If it were a task, as a fellow victim controlled by the system, he would be willing to lend a hand. In the novel, Xiao Yiheng, following the system's guidance, gradually convinced Pei Zhi to change sides step by step. So, was it the system thinking now was the right time to work on bending the male lead? Shui Yaotan glanced at the sky. Indeed, with the sun setting in the west and night falling quietly, it was the perfect time for intimacy. So Shui Yaotan asked, "Are you in a hurry?" Not expecting Shui Yaotan to ask this, Xiao Yiheng's half-smiling expression faltered slightly. Not really. In that case, before Xiao Yiheng could finish, Shui Yaotan agreed, "Come to the rear mountain of the Kylin Palace after the sun has fully set and your master will teach you." Since Xiao Yiheng had high talent, enlightening him shouldn't take much time. In any case, Xiao Yiheng merely sought an excuse to interact with Pei Zhi. At the end of his response, Shui Yaotan considerately added, "Do you want me to bring Pei Zhi along?" Chapter 111, What are you looking for? What do you mean by that, master? Xiao Yiheng chewed over the words, a flicker of confusion spreading to his eye corners. Could it be that even you, master, are worried about younger brother Pei failing to grasp the essence of the martial art? But with him taking down Ling Feng in just 3 moves earlier and securing the top spot today, how could he possibly? There are indeed a few moves he hasn't fully grasped. Xiao Yiheng's sentence wasn't yet finished when Pei Zhi walked over with his shovel slung on his shoulder. He didn't look at Xiao Yiheng or ask for permission, instead, his eyes were fixed on Shui Yaotan. What time tonight? The casualness was as though Pei Zhi himself had initiated the conversation. Looks like this guy missed some parts from eavesdropping. Shui Yaotan rolled her eyes inwardly but patiently repeated herself anyway, after sunset. After sunset? Pei Zhi glanced at the horizon where the sun had already half disappeared, so that would be roughly half a teacup moment away. Pretty soon. Master. Xiao Yiheng hadn't expected a private invitation to become a trio outing, trying to resist once more. The sound of the shovel hitting the ground with a clang startled him. Time is pressing, elder brother should hurry up. Otherwise, we'll miss the appointed hour. With those words, he grabbed Xiao Yiheng's wrist, pinning his pulse point, dragging him along forcibly. Xiao Yiheng pursed his lips and clenched his back teeth slightly, but there was nothing else he could do as he allowed himself to be dragged away by Pei Zhi. It looked to Shui Yaotan like one side was forcing the other to comply unwillingly, but oddly, the scene carried a different implication altogether. And what an implication, practically brimming with romance. No wonder the protagonist, being a protagonist, had effortlessly changed the combustible dynamics between Xiao Yiheng and Pei Zhi, now able to walk hand in hand. Looks like bending Pei Zhi to his ways would be just around the corner. Only question was whether this short-lived minor character would ever get a chance to see it. Sigh. Thinking about her own fate, Shui Yaotan sighed deeply, drawing her gaze away from the two. Without any interruptions, Shui Yaotan followed her plan, first searching the firewood storage room as anticipated, finding absolutely nothing. The critical plot item involving the Qilin Lock, she ought to have realized, wouldn't be so easily attainable. She slapped the dust off her palms after searching, feeling unclean, and just intended to retrieve water from her alchemical vessel to wash her hands when an adolescent voice suddenly cut in behind her. "What are you looking for?" The sudden intrusion jolted Shui Yuten, who had already been uneasy about her stealthy search. Turning towards the sound, she saw Lan Yin lying atop the roof beam of the firewood shed, drowsy-eyed and unfazed. "Were you here the entire time?" Shui Yuten couldn't help but feel incredulous. If Lan Yin had truly been there all along, given her cultivation level, she should have detected her presence when entering the shed, so why hadn't she noticed her? "That's right, I sleep here." Lan Yin leapt down from the beam nimbly, countering, "I answered your question, now it's your turn. What exactly are you looking for?" "Looking for something." Coming into the firewood shed, what could anyone find but you? Shui Yuten lied effortlessly, face unwavering. "A fiend has raided the Qilin Palace recently. There's still a chance they haven't gone far. Naturally, I'm worried about you falling victim to them, so I've come specially to check on you." Even as she spoke, Shui Yuten knew her explanation was riddled with holes, but Lan Yin believed it without hesitation. Not only did she believe it, but she also pouted a little, responding nonchalantly, "Who said the Qilin Palace was wiped out by a fiend? Wasn't that the widely accepted fact? Or maybe, it wasn't." Chapter 112, Is Mrs. Peiji your wife? Shui Yuten furrowed his brow, not yet understanding why Lan Yin had said that, when the young girl stepped past him and walked towards the woodshed door first. After walking a few meters and not seeing Shui Yuten follow, Lan Yin turned around. "Didn't you say you were looking for me? Why aren't you coming?" Shui Yuten caught up, just as he was walking side by side with Lan Yin. She shrugged her nose again. "I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat." Her words were divided into 2 paragraphs, each one having the attitude of a young lady giving orders to a servant. Shui Yuten. After sunset, he still needed to go to the mountain top to teach Xiao Yiheng some techniques. How could he find time to get food for Lan Yin? So Shui Yuten crossed his arms. "I am a guest of the Kylin Palace. You'd better be kinder to me. Are you asking me to be polite, or do you want me to tell my father about what I saw in the woodshed?" Lan Yin's tone was even ruder than his. "Oh, so you're threatening me?" Shui Yuten's temper flared up. "Go ahead and report me. Anyway, I haven't done anything wrong." Anyway, all he did was walk around in the woodshed, pulled out a few dry logs, and then put them back. He didn't break any laws, so even if Lan Zhang knew, it wouldn't matter much. But then, are you not afraid of my father, or don't you want the Qilin Lock anymore? As if able to read his mind, Lan Yin immediately added another sentence. "My God, how does she know I'm looking for the Qilin Lock?" Shui Yuten frowned and looked at Lan Yin, who proudly raised her chin and repeated her previous words. "I'm hungry. Go get me some food." "Alright, I'll go right away." Shui Yuten's attitude made a 360-degree turn. A real man can bend and stretch. Shui Yuten took a few steps forward. Worried that Lan Yin might run while he searched for things, he grabbed her arm and directly threw her onto his back, then teleported instantly to the kitchen of the Kylin Palace. But only Lan Zhang and Lan Yin remained alive in the Kylin Palace. In such a large kitchen, there wasn't even a person to cook. Shui Yuten lifted the lid of the pot and looked inside, lamenting in his heart. At this moment, if Peiji were here, she would certainly be able to cook some delicious dishes. But if it were him, being used to having everything handed to him, he couldn't distinguish the 5 grains and was lazy to do manual work. Cooking was indeed something he didn't know how to do. "Is Mrs. Peiji your wife?" Lan Yin suddenly blurted out from his back. Holy crap. Shui Yuten was certain that he hadn't mentioned Peiji's name out loud, he had merely thought about her mentally a moment ago. Besides, at that time, Peiji wasn't yet famous, and her reputation hadn't reached Lan Yin's ears. Yet, Lan Yin accurately called out Peiji's name and even referred to her as his wife. Well, could it be possible that this little girl actually hears his inner thoughts? Shui Yuten tentatively opened his mouth. "Can you hear other people's thoughts?" "No," Lan Yin answered quickly and decisively, her eyes staring at the empty lunchbox, swallowing her saliva. "Then I can't hear others, but I can only hear yours." Before Shui Yuten finished his sentence, Lan Yin responded, glaring at him fiercely. "So when I first met you, I heard you cursing me on the tree." Shui Yuten. Now he understood why Lan Yin had thrown stones at him out of the blue while he was on the tree earlier. But there was still one question. If you can hear my inner voice, why would you think Peiji is my wife? Chapter 113, Are you really afraid that your wife will kill you? Isn't it? Lan Yin was puzzled. Isn't he a good cook in your heart? At home, except for the chef, usually only my mother cooks for my father. My mother's food also tastes good. So, according to Lan Yin's logic, good cooking plus cooking for him equals his wife. Wow, what kind of ridiculous logic is this? Shui Yuten was speechless and choked at the same time, but inside, she couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Not finding any food in the kitchen, Shui Yuten searched through several pockets, finally pulling out a few candies from the innermost pocket at her waist, temporarily shutting up Lan Yin. "Now, can you tell me where the Kylin Lock is?" At this moment, the sun had already set completely, leaving only some glowing lights in the sky as illumination. Lan Yinin's face became gloomy and mottled under these lights. She stared at Shui Yutan until she finished eating the last candy in her hand, then slowly opened her mouth. She didn't answer Shui Yutan's question, instead asking, "Are you really afraid that your wife will kill you?" Abrupt yet perceptive. Shui Yutan paused for half a second, quickly realizing that while waiting for Lan Yinin's reply, due to worry and anxiety, she inadvertently thought about how she died tragically in the previous life because of the Qilin Lock. In just that instant, Lan Yinin caught onto this. Shui Yutan frowned, quickly stepping back 2 paces to put more distance between herself and Lan Yinin. However, since the other party didn't need physical contact to probe her thoughts, this move only ended up being superfluous, not only futile but further confirming Lan Yinin's suspicions. As if discovering something amusing, Lan Yinin's previously somber expression grew even more strange. She reached out and twirled the 2 small braids dangling by her sides, propping her left foot up to cross her legs. "I've seen many people who wanted the Qilin Lock. But you are the first person I've ever encountered whose purpose isn't acquiring power but rather preserving one's life." Every word Lan Yinin said made sense individually, but together they somehow confused Shui Yutan. Judging by her age, Lan Yinin had only just turned 18, which made her 2 years younger than Pei Ji. More than 20 years ago, when the Snow sect wiped out the Piaomiao sect, she wasn't even born yet. Since then, there hadn't been any significant disturbances in the sects, and the Qilin Lock had never surfaced either. Yet, why did Lan Yinin say she'd seen so many people wanting the Qilin Lock? But this wasn't Shui Yutan's primary concern, her main focus was. "So what? Have you decided to give me the location of the Qilin Lock because I'm special?" "Yes," Lan Yinin answered straightforwardly, "after the entombment ceremony in 3 days, I'll give it to you." 3 days later. Shui Yutan glanced at the countdown in her mind, 3 days 16 hours 27 minutes 54 seconds. The timing was pretty accurate. This notion of Lan Yinin being able to hear her inner voice was strange enough already. Could it be possible that she could also know about the system within her body? Thinking of this, Shui Yutan asked, "Why 3 days later?" Lan Yinin tilted her head, "Isn't it that you think once you get the Qilin Lock, bad things will happen to you? So, allowing you to live a few more days isn't better?" He regretted asking this unnecessary question. Not gaining any useful information from Lan Yinin, after agreeing on the time and place to exchange the Qilin Lock in 3 days, Shui Yutan used magic to teleport back to the rear mountain of the Kylin Palace. After all, spending any more time with this woman would drive her crazy. Chapter 114, Pei Ji likes red. Shui Yutan had already made up his mind. If he could survive this calamity and get free, he would certainly keep far away from Pei Ji and Pei Ji's wives. Absolutely, he wouldn't interact with the main character group anymore. As he was thinking, Shui Yutan heard rustling sounds around him. Following the sound, he saw a furry white thing darting out of the forest and rolling by his feet. Shui Yutan was startled. With the dim night vision, after burning the spirit butterfly to light up the surroundings, he realized it was the dark night finally transformed into a puppy. If the mount is here, the master must be nearby as well. Sure enough, in the next moment, a pair of long-boned fingers parted the lush pine branches in front, and Pei Ji's dark red figure appeared before his eyes. It was the first time he had seen Pei Ji wearing dark red. He usually wore light blue disciple robes, like others, with his long hair tied up high, looking efficient and youthful. But the Pei Ji before him now seemed to have just taken a bath, his half-dry long hair casually draped over his back, and his loose-fitting dark red outfit wasn't even properly secured at the cuffs, making him look languid and mischievous. Indeed, no matter how many lives a person goes through, their characteristics do not change. For instance, Yuli loves playing with fans, and Pei Ji likes red. Especially this kind of dark red that resembles coagulated blood. In the previous life, Pei Ji had said that dark clothes won't show blood stains when they're soaked, which makes for good camouflage. And killing. While Shui Yutan's thoughts were wandering, Pei Ji had already reached him and was struggling with the wrist tie. To make practicing martial arts more convenient, there are black ties bound on the wrists to fix the wide sleeves, but this time Pei Ji tried a few times without succeeding, getting increasingly frustrated until a pale hand stretched out to pinch the tie, and then smoothly tied his wrist. After tying the tie, Shui Yutan scanned around, besides Pei Ji, not finding a second person. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Where's Yiheng?" Pei Ji's gaze remained fixed on his wrist, not even raising his eyelids. "I don't know. Maybe he thought it was too late and went to sleep." Sleep. The sun had just set, and it was a perfect time to deepen the bond with the main character while completing tasks. Xiao Yiheng had something to accomplish, so how could he fall asleep? Naturally, Shui Yutan didn't believe a single bit. He summoned Li Guang to hover by his feet. "You wait here, I'll call Yiheng." He invited Pei Ji because he intended to assist Xiao Yiheng. Considering Pei Ji's demonstrated abilities at the 9-tiered pagoda, Pei Ji really did not need any further guidance from anyone. But what was originally an ordinary gesture seemed to hit some nerve in Pei Ji. His expression suddenly turned sour, and he leaned closer, close enough for toe-to-toe and face-to-face. This sudden inappropriate social distance caused Shui Yutan's breathing to momentarily halt, his body moving backward instinctively before his consciousness caught up. It was precisely this small movement where his heel brushed against Pei Ji's other foot that was placed behind him unknown to him, causing his body to abruptly stagger. To prevent falling, Shui Yutan quickly grabbed onto the lapel of Pei Zhi's shirt. However, who would have known that Pei Zhi, who looked sturdy, unexpectedly collapsed easily under the pull. This resulted in not only failing to stabilize himself but also pulling Pei Zhi down, landing him directly on top. Hiss, his back collided sharply with pointed stones on the ground, eliciting a groan from Shui Yutan. At the same moment the light from the spirit butterfly disappeared completely, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Simultaneously, the spot where his back hit the ground was being supported by someone's palm, and Pei Zhi's hoarse voice, mixed with the warm breath escaping his lips, resonated into his ear from the lobe. Chapter 115, I let Master have his way. Since Big Brother doesn't want to come, what's wrong with Master teaching me alone? After all, there are still some places where I haven't fully comprehended. For some unknown reason, perhaps because of the proximity, Pei Zhi's voice was filled with enticement. The warmth of his breath made the lobe of his ear burn. Snow Yutan unconsciously blurted out, which place don't you understand? Pei Zhi didn't speak, instead the fingers that were holding his lower back moved 2 inches up, pressing against the back of his neck. Lips pressed against his ear and slowly descended, stopping at the position of his carotid artery. Subsequently, the sensation of teeth grinding against the skin came through. Snow Yutan's skin was sensitive, and with just one movement, countless tiny bumps spread from his neck, extending to his jawline and collarbone, leaving behind a delicate pink hue. Snow Yutan was startled by Pei Zhi's movements for half a second. By the time he reacted and wanted to evade, the back of his neck was firmly held by Pei Zhi's hand, making him unable to move. For example, when does Master's Yumiingu need to drink blood? Or should it be the same as before, I bite Master once, and then as a reward, I let Master have his way with me? Yumiingu. Only now did Snow Yutan remember today was the 15th day of the lunar month, which was when the Yumiingu would act up. But why did he not feel even a hint of bloodlust? To be precise, ever since the 2 years in seclusion, the aftereffects of the Yumiingu inside him had never acted up. Suddenly appearing, only to suddenly get better. Was Snow Yutan's body the bug being fixed, or was it because of the elevation in his realm, so the poison of the Yumiingu was suppressed? Before he could figure this out, Snow Yutan felt Pei Zhi's original light touch that quickly left, come back again. This time, it changed from merely rubbing into biting. The first bite was exploratory, his teeth grazed his skin but didn't exert any force, thus causing no pain, only an itch, like less of a bite and more of a kiss. The second time around, his front teeth started gnawing delicately. The sensation reminded Snow Yutan of a kitten scratching at his heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Instinctively, his hand stretched out to push Pei Zhi away. However, what met his touch was Pei Zhi's smooth skin. The loose clothing Pei Zhi originally wore opened halfway during their struggle, revealing much of his chest. As soon as his hand extended forward, it coincidentally slipped beneath Pei Zhi's garment and directly touched the hard, scorching pectoral muscles of his chest. Shit! Snow Yutan's fingers immediately recoiled, intending to withdraw his palm. However, the hand supporting his lower waist suddenly increased its strength, lifting upward slightly, causing the palm that had just retreated by half a millimeter to reattach itself. Not only that, the momentum caused his fingers to grip. Immediately, he felt the skin beneath his palm become even hotter. Pei Zhi! Get off me! Snow Yutan's vocal tone was low, tinged with slight anger, clearly indicating irritation. But due to his restricted position, his shout lacked any deterrent power. Although the person on top had indeed removed their lips from his skin, their body maintained the same position without moving. Not only that, Snow Yutan acutely noticed that at the location of contact between the other person's lower body and his own, something hot prodded him. Could it be in heat? Snow Yutan's pupils widened. Wait, Xiao Yiheng hasn't even begun his arguments yet, how can the main character already get aroused just from touching another man? Startled for several seconds, Snow Yutan remembered that he could use his magical powers. Why was he wrestling physically with the main character here? Lik Shuang! Snow Yutan shouted, instantly summoning his flying sword from the heavens. Before the powerful blade could cleave towards Pei Zhi, the person on top already leaped up, flashing aside. Chapter 116, after all, the two of you are unclear about each other. There are many pine trees at the back mountain of Qilin Palace. Under the dense forest, without the lighting from spiritual butterflies, Shui Yutan could not see the expression on Pei Zhi's face right now. All she could hear was a faint sound of satisfaction from not far away. Pei Zhi wiped his lips with his hand, and between his fingertips, there seemed to linger the unique fragrance that belonged to Shui Yutan. Earlier, he just wanted to imitate the action of nibbling he had read in a book to tease Shui Yutan, but when his lips touched her skin, his body began to lose control and desire more, resulting in him losing his composure. It was all because Shui Yutan was too beautiful, too tempting. Her pink-tinged appearance was even more enchanting than the image in the Snow Maiden's seductive spell in the 9-story tower. She was so enchanting that he couldn't wait to press her beneath him, lock her up, and enjoy her exclusively every day. I deliberately caused trouble to send Xiao Yiheng away, allowing Master to do as he pleases. Why did Master push me away? After the contented laugh, Pei Zhi's voice turned into one filled with grievance, as if the person who successfully teased him just now wasn't him. Shui Yutan, annoyed, retracted her sword into her consciousness and glared at Pei Zhi. My Yuming poison has been cured, I no longer need your blood. Cured? The tone of quickly turned into coldness. In the next second, Pei Ji's dark red figure reappeared in front of her, only an inch away. Who cured it? How was it cured? Did Master also bite them? Them. This them word was used ingeniously. Knowing that what was inside her body was called the Yuming poison meant that Pei Ji had specially investigated it. He should have also heard about Shui Yuten's honorable deed of using yang to supplement yin before. But she didn't understand, even though this matter of hers was absurd, why did the male lead seem to overreact like this? Matters like these don't seem to need telling you. Shui Yuten's voice was cold, and her tone was equally distant, refusing people at 1,000 miles away. Since Yiheng can't come today, and you aren't really unable to understand thoroughly, we will end here for today. Let's go back. After saying this, Shui Yutan didn't care about Pei Ji's reaction. She directly waved her hand to dissolve the barrier and disappeared, leaving the back mountain. The treatment of various factions leaders by Kylin Palace was still quite good, each having corresponding houses to live alone. But since Shui Yutan left during the room allocation, the only remaining house under her name was a dilapidated house at the northeast corner. Shui Yutan was just worried that if she didn't wander around Qilin Palace for the whole night without sleeping, she wouldn't be able to rest. At that moment, Feng Mingjue came over and handed her the key to her room. I have an appointment tonight to play chess with Wuyazi. If I get sleepy, I'll sleep at his place. This house is left to you then. Feng Mingjue said this, and upon seeing Shui Yutan's hesitant look, he immediately stopped her. Hey, no need to be moved, and don't thank me. It's nothing much, just a helping hand. It's not that. I want to ask. Shui Yutan hesitated for a moment and still opened her mouth. What exactly is your relationship with Elder Wuyazi? These two seemed like they never contacted each other for half a lifetime, but once they connected, they slept in the same bed. What exactly is their relationship? Are they close or distant? Relationship? Feng Mingjue rarely seriously thought about it, but the answer he gave out was even worse than not answering. Maybe it's a comrade-in-arms relationship. I sealed the Azura King together with him. To put it more aptly, it's the same relationship as you have with Yu Li. Oh, the relationship he has with Yu Li. Isn't his relationship with Yu Li merely a colleague relationship? Just as Shui Yutan thought about this, Feng Mingjue added another sentence. Oh, it's not the same as the relationship you have with Yu Li. After all, the two of you are unclear about each other, while the two of us are very innocent. Not, what does unclear about each other mean? Come on, Comrade Feng Mingjue, please elaborate and explain clearly. Chapter 117 Boys Help Boys. Before Shui Yutan could ask clearly, Feng Mingju had already disappeared in a flash. Cultivators are really different from ordinary people. Even at an advanced age, their legs still work so well. Shui Yutan found the key and opened the house assigned by Feng Mingju. His palm swept over the candlestick, and the bright yellow candlelight instantly illuminated the entire room. Truly deserving of treatment second only to Wu Yazi, Feng Mingju's room was not only spacious but also luxurious. There were quite a few ceramics, corals, and glasses on the cabinet, and there were even 2 beds. One main bed was wide enough for 2 people to sleep on, with semi-transparent curtains hanging around it. The secondary bed was slightly smaller but not far from the main bed. Lying on it, one could see both the main bed and the scenery outside the window at the same time. After these years at Kanjia Mountain, he became very picky about clothing, food, and shelter. Now, this room really suited his taste. Shui Yutan could already imagine himself enjoying the moonlight on the secondary bed near the window after taking a shower, then rolling around on the large bed when he got tired. But who could tell him why he saw Xiao Yiheng's fake smile through the window just as he sat on the secondary bed after washing? It was truly a fake smile. How should it be described? Like a sudden change in facial expression upon seeing him, switching into a deadpan expression. This sensitive and delicate protagonist seemed determined not to offend anyone and to gain everyone's goodwill. He had been in seclusion for 2 years, so Xiao Yiheng wasn't familiar with him, wanting to get to know him better. That was understandable. What Shui Yutan couldn't understand was why Xiao Yiheng was holding a quilt. What was this? Did someone inform him that there were 2 beds here, so he came to share one? Sure enough, as soon as this thought entered Shui Yutan's mind, he saw Xiao Yiheng at the bedside lifting the quilt in his hand and asking, the disciples' room is full. Can I squeeze in here with master? Of course not. Shui Yutan didn't think before planning to refuse, but just as he started to speak, Tuan Ji's voice sounded in his head. His mission is to spend half an hour alone with you. There's still 1 hour left until his mission deadline. Shit. He guessed the protagonist had a mission, but didn't expect it would involve him. This explained why Xiao Yiheng suddenly invited him to guide his skills privately. But something was off. Normally, shouldn't the protagonist's mission be bound together with the male lead? Why was it now related to him, the male supporting character? Are you sure? Shui Yutan asked the system, his tone filled with suspicion. I know you're the upgraded version, better than the other side, but no matter how superior, you shouldn't have permission to know about the other side's mission panel, right? There isn't. Tuan Ji's voice revealed arrogance. But 0038 begged me for help. Wait a minute, he needed to sort out his thoughts. So the other system saw its host had no hope of completing the task and thus informed 2484, and now 2484 has passed the information to him. You damn cheater, this doesn't count as cheating, does it? Hey, how can cheating by scholars be considered cheating? It's called B versus help B versus. Tuan Go said as if it were perfectly natural. TSK, why did this sound so familiar to him? Master? After waiting a long time without response, Xiao Yiheng stood still and called out to Shui Yutan again. Come in. Out of sympathy for someone else who has suffered greatly, he decided to help this time. Great. Xiao Yiheng's eyes sparkled brilliantly, just like fireworks exploding in the night sky. The book once described how beautiful Xiao Yiheng's eyes were, especially when emotionally moved. Hence, every time the male protagonist did something special, he kissed his eyes. When the male protagonist hadn't come across yet, while looking at Xiao Yiheng's eyes, he didn't feel they were particularly pretty. But now, even a fleeting glance made them seem astonishingly attractive. But compared to Pei Zhi's enchanting eyes, they still lacked something. Chapter 118, What has captivated your heart? Xiao Yiheng walked in with a quilt, glanced at the furnishings in the room, and then went to the side bed without hesitation to lay down the quilt. After finishing, he turned around and looked at Shui Yutan. Shui Yutan was sitting by the table, rubbing her hair that wasn't fully dried after her bath. She didn't raise her eyes or speak. So, Xiao Yiheng stayed silent as well. Shui Yutan remembered that the programmer character in the novel wasn't gay from the beginning, rather, they were straight men tougher than rebar. Thus, two heterosexual men, because of some bizarre tasks, sharing a room alone was somewhat awkward. No one knew how long the silence had lasted, but when the tension became unbearable to the point where their feet started digging into the floor, Shui Yutan finally lifted her gaze and spoke first. What did Pei Zhi do to you? What? This question came so abruptly that it took Xiao Yiheng several seconds to comprehend it. You didn't go to the back mountain because Pei Zhi set obstacles for you, right? I'm just asking, how did he create those obstacles? Oh, Xiao Yiheng responded, as if recalling something, his face reddened momentarily but was quickly concealed again. It's nothing, he just cast an illusion spell on me. So, I was wandering around aimlessly in one place. By the time I broke free from the illusion and rushed to the back mountain, Master had already left. Ah, so it was like this. But it was just an ordinary illusion, and if he fell for it, why did Xiao Yiheng's face turn red? Perhaps, the illusion created by Pei Zhi contained inappropriate content. Shui Yutan curiously narrowed her eyes, stopping the act of rubbing her hair and propping up her head with one hand. The raven black hair spilled across her elbow with her movement. The contrast between her snow-white skin and the black hair highlighted her smooth complexion, giving her as pure as snow. This action captivated Xiao Yiheng's attention before he snapped out of it. He averted his gaze immediately, kicked off his shoes, and dived into the blanket. It's late, I'm a bit tired, Master should get some rest early. With that, he turned his back to her, pretending to be asleep. His reaction intrigued Shui Yutan even more. She lowered the hand that had been propping up her head and was about to walk over to ask thoroughly. However, before she could rise, she felt the surrounding air swirling. The next moment, a large hand pressed on her shoulder that was trying to rise. Why doesn't Master come and ask me directly? After all, it was my illusion. Behind her was Pei Zhi's deep and lazy voice. But Shui Yutan paid no attention to what Pei Zhi said, instead, she was focused on how he could instantly teleport beside her. Even if the magic of the Kanjia mountain had reached her current level of cultivation, although she could vanish into thin air at will, such teleportation would only transmit the location but not the person. Moreover, her skills were far superior to Pei Zhi's, so there was no way she could be used as a transmission medium. Therefore, the art Pei Zhi used now was definitely not the one she had taught him. It resembled more the binding arts from the demon realm. However, wasn't it required for the sorcerer's substance to be planted on her body to perform such an art? Yet, she had just taken a bath, there couldn't possibly be anything belonging to Pei Zhi on her. Furrowing her brows, she uncertainly lowered her gaze and scanned herself again to ensure she wasn't wearing any strange object. After confirming everything was normal, she tilted her head to look at Pei Zhi and asked. How did you get here? Chapter 119, This body has a new soul. Shui Yutan's question hadn't received an answer yet when she saw Xiao Yiheng, who had been pretending to sleep with his body turned aside, turn over upon hearing the commotion. In the brief glance at Pei Zhi, he first showed a flicker of annoyance before quickly looking up at the countdown screen in his line of sight. Fortunately, by the time Pei Zhi entered the room, half an hour had already passed since his alone time with Shui Yutan. Seeing this expression on Xiao Yiheng's face, Shui Yutan knew that his system task had passed without major incident. She then redirected her gaze toward Pei Zhi once more, waiting for his response. Pei Zhi said nothing but instead gave a meaningful look at the red mark on Shui Yutan's neck where he had bitten her on the back mountain. The mark had faded quite a bit, one wouldn't even notice it as a bite unless they looked closely. It now resembled a mosquito bite. Whether Shui Yutan hadn't noticed it or simply didn't care, this time she didn't use magic to erase it. Pei Zhi was quite satisfied and decided to patiently answer Shui Yutan's question, saliva. What thing? This reply was something Shui Yutan absolutely did not expect, and he almost instantly countered, unclear if Pei Zhi's words were meant as an answer or a reminder about drooling. Shui Yutan slightly arched an eyebrow. The next moment, Peiji bent his legs slightly, gently lowering his body to rest his chin suspended above Shui Yutan's shoulder. Master, though young in age, has your hearing already deteriorated so much? I said, it was transmitted through saliva. At this point, Peiji deliberately glanced at Xiaoyiheng and went into greater detail explaining the first half of his statement. If Master doesn't remember how you got my saliva, I can also help you recall it step by step. It was on the back mountain when I leaned over you, and I. Peiji never finished his sentence as Shui Yutan waved his hand, silencing him from speaking further. Such a spell would only hold Peiji, someone of his strength, for a few seconds, but Peiji wasn't in a rush to release it. Instead, he took the opportunity to press his lips together and slanted his alluring peach-flower eyes to look askance at Shui Yutan. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words, creating an even more intimate atmosphere than if he had been speaking. Shui Yutan found himself entirely speechless and chose not to elaborate any further, withdrawing his swordly light from its scabbard and chasing both Peiji and Xiaoyiheng out of the room with a single slash. Peiji had foreseen this turn of events, and as soon as he stepped outside the door, the laughter in his eyes disappeared, turning instead to a cold glare when he locked eyes with Xiaoyiheng. It seems my warning wasn't enough, does it? I've already told you, it's best to keep your distance from Master. And am I required to heed your warning? Xiaoyiheng smirked mockingly, don't you see? Master detests you and wants to be far away from you. The more you chase after him, the more he despises you. Hiss, a vein throbbed on Peiji's forehead, emitting a sound of displeasure from between his lips. Without any unnecessary words, he immediately sprang forward, grabbing Xiaoyiheng by the throat. A powerful malevolent energy surged from Peiji into every part of Xiaoyiheng's body, triggering the coldness he'd managed to suppress for years to rise again. After coughing twice, his body was lifted off the ground and pinned against a pillar. Xiaoyiheng, you'd better know your place and stop pushing me to kill you. Don't think I don't see it, 2 years ago, the person in this body changed. Hearing this sudden revelation, Xiaoyiheng's attempts to pry Peiji's fingers off came to an abrupt halt. His pupils contracted sharply, shock appearing in his eyes as he glanced at Peiji. Next, he heard Peiji continue. Chapter 120, Threat to the Host's Life Detected. If it were the old fool, he'd jump at any chance to spend all day with Li Luoshu. How could he resist Li Luoshu's seduction in an illusion? Xiaoyiheng struggled hard to choke out a few words. So, you used the illusion to detain me just to verify this? Of course not. 2 years ago, after you woke up from poisoning, I already knew this for sure. No need for such redundant steps. Peiji's tone was casual, as if he didn't even consider the person before him worthy of attention. For these 2 years, you've been obedient, so I left you alone. But now, it seems you overestimate yourself and dare to lay your hands on my things. After finishing his sentence, Peiji's grip suddenly tightened. Xiaoyiheng's face turned deep purple due to lack of oxygen, his eyes bloodshot, veins protruding from his forehead, looking like he might be strangled to death any moment. Peiji's cultivation was far more formidable than what he had shown on the 9th floor of the tower. Xiaoyiheng felt his lungs already struggling for oxygen, and his heart rate slowing down. Beep. Beep, host life threatened detected. Self-rescue mode will initiate in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The last countdown ended with 1, and Xiaoyiheng felt the charm hanging steadily at his waist fall. Immediately after, his body was overtaken by a powerful force that easily broke free from Peiji's grasp. With a deep and harsh command, he shouted, Tsangming. Instantly, his long-unused birth sword Tsangming appeared in his hand. Reversing roles, it swung straight toward Peiji's head. Peiji sidestepped swiftly, appearing 2 meters away. The look of surprise in his eyes faded quickly into intrigue, as though recognizing that the person standing before him was no longer the same. Indeed, Xiaoyiheng looked grim, filled with uncontrollable irritation and grudge. His grip on the hilt of Tsangming lightly tapped the dragon-shaped pattern on the sword, and his gaze bore pure hostility towards Peiji. You little bastard. Before he could finish the sentence, Xiaoyiheng's body was once again taken over by the soul that traveled through time. As Xiaoyiheng gazed at Peiji, who stood some distance away, the tension and fear he experienced during his near-death moments hadn't entirely subsided yet. It seemed the reborn soul only took over his body for survival when his life was in danger and didn't try to fight for control of the body. Realizing he had escaped Peiji's restraint, Xiaoyiheng wasted no time picking up the fallen bell and ran without hesitation. If he couldn't defeat Peiji, couldn't he still outrun him? Peiji watched Xiaoyiheng vanish into the distance with less curiosity, now showing a thoughtful expression. But his thoughts lingered briefly on Xiaoyiheng's change, then returned focus to the room he had left earlier. Shui Yutan hadn't gone to sleep yet. From afar, Peiji could see the light was still on in Shui Yutan's room. Peiji didn't leave but stayed where he was until the light in Shui Yutan's room went out. Only then did he re-enter using his binding technique, appearing quietly within Shui Yutan's room. It was dim inside, but Peiji could still see Shui Yutan's peaceful breathing profile beneath the semi-transparent bed canopy. His long black hair was scattered across his neck, and his face exuded calmness and tranquility. Peiji climbed onto the bed and reached out to push aside Shui Yutan's raven black strands, noticing the previous bite mark had disappeared without a trace. Apparently, Shui Yutan truly believed his explanation about being transported here via the saliva after biting his neck, so he hastily wiped it off. TSK, what should he say? Too cute, and somewhat irritating. Pei Zhi gently touched Shui Yutan's face. Shui Yutan seemed to feel the touch, and his long lashes flickered slightly. Chapter 121, even a turtle lying down isn't as flat as the two of them. But Pei Zhi knew Shui Yutan wasn't awake. Shui Yutan's breathing remained steady, he had just been disturbed and turned over. His face that originally faced Pei Zhi directly had now turned away, leaving only his back visible. In this position, Pei Zhi couldn't see Shui Yutan's face. Instead, all his attention was captured by the slender waist in front of him, one that could seemingly be embraced with just one hand. Ordinarily, Shui Yutan's loose, snow-white robe concealed his slim frame due to the same colored wide sash. Although Shui Yutan was clearly thin, it never gave an impression of fragility. But when wearing just inner clothing or darker garments, the fineness of his waist became strikingly obvious, it seemed as if any slight force might snap it entirely. Pei Zhi's Adam's apple moved several times up and down, finally unable to resist any longer. He carefully extended his hand and gently placed it on Shui Yutan's waist. Then dared not move an inch more. Not until he felt Shui Yutan sleeping soundly, showing absolutely no sign of waking up, did Pei Zhi relax slightly. Leaning to the side beside Shui Yutan, the hand resting on Shui Yutan's waist tightened lightly, drawing him into his embrace. Their bodies pressed tightly together. The closer proximity made the unique fragrance that belonged solely to Shui Yutan flow directly from his nose to every part of Pei Zhi's being. Pei Zhi greedily inhaled it several times, his hand that cushioned Shui Yutan's neck now caressing his cheek, then following the curve of his cheekbones upward, outlining the delicate features of Shui Yutan's eyebrows and eyes. Master, Pei Zhi murmured softly, his tone carrying a whining charm. But the next second, as soon as the main words were uttered, the playful tone quickly transformed into clenched teeth. It doesn't matter how much you detest me, having crossed my path, your life will forever lose the chance to escape from me. Shui Yutan gave no response. Unaware of what he dreamt about, suddenly his claws waved a couple of times in the air, and when they fell again, they landed squarely on top of Pei Zhi's hand. Pei Zhi didn't hesitate and seized his fingers, tightly interlocking their hands. When Shui Yutan woke up again, the sky still hadn't fully lit up. Propping himself up with his head, he sat up in bed, massaging his sore arm. It seemed staying in one position for too long had numbed half of his body lying on its side, which was quite strange. As he continued rubbing, Shui Yutan's feet touched the other side of the bed that he hadn't slept on, but found that there was still residual warmth on the bedding. TSK, no wonder he felt restless last night, dreaming multiple dreams where Pei Zhi chased him with a sword wanting to kill him, scaring him into fleeing wildly around. Thus, mirroring reality within the dream, he must have tossed and turned last night, heating up the places where no one else slept. Still, it was odd. If he rolled both ways, why did only one shoulder feel stiff? However, Shui Yutan didn't dwell on this contradictory issue for too long. Now that he was at Qilin Palace, each minute and second ticked by in his mind like a countdown. Rather than worry about that, he should focus on finding the Qilin Lock. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lan Yining's words, rather, relying on others is always less effective than relying on oneself. He wanted to try and test whether, with his own abilities, he could uncover any traces of the Qilin Lock hidden within Qilin Palace, completing the task smoothly. Lan Yining could read his thoughts, plus, despite her gluttonous nature, she possessed considerable depth. Unless absolutely necessary, Shui Yutan also didn't want to interact with her much. But he came up empty-handed. Even after searching for 2 days and a half straight, Shui Yutan had still not even caught a glimpse of the Qilin Lock. No matter what method he tried, tracking Lan Zhang or sneaking into Lan Yining's private chambers during the night, these two people simply ate and slept all day long. They didn't enter any secret rooms or look for treasures at all. Even a turtle lying down isn't as calm as these two. It truly was bizarre. Chapter 122, Shall I Take the Fall for You? However, over these 2 days, Feng Mingjue has been sticking with Wuyazi all the time and hasn't asked him for the usage rights to this big house. As for Pei Zhi and Xiao Yiheng, they seem to be well behaved too. Every day, they joined other sect members in tidying up the bodies for funerals, without causing him any trouble. Therefore, apart from the irritation caused by the inability to find the Qilin Lock that upset Shui Yutan, everything else was proceeding smoothly. Oh, right. There was one snag. It might be due to the bed in Feng Mingjue's room being too large or some other reason, but every time he woke up in the morning, he could feel a soreness in his shoulders. So, before sleeping tonight, he specifically switched to the smaller bed, lying outstretched rather than on his side. After changing his sleeping position, he almost didn't believe that he wouldn't sleep soundly and toss and turn. But, as soon as Shui Yutan lay down and hadn't fallen asleep yet, a youthful female voice came from the window, Director Shui, are you asleep? Shui Yutan kept his eyes closed and didn't move. Looks like Director Shui is asleep. I originally thought to give you the Qilin Lock earlier. Since it's so, then. I'm not asleep, I'm not the least bit tired, how could I have fallen asleep? As soon as he heard those words, Shui Yutan immediately turned over, swiftly put on his clothes, and appeared before Lan Yinjin. He looked around, but realized that she had come empty-handed, so he asked, "Where's the Qilin Lock you spoke of?" "A thing as valuable as that, I certainly wouldn't carry it around with me. Follow me." After saying that, she started walking ahead. Shui Yuten's intuition told him there was definitely something fishy about Lan Yinjin's actions, but unfortunately, his eagerness for the Qilin Lock forced him to follow her. When they reached Lan Zhang's courtyard, Shui Yuten smelled a whiff of blood, as if wafting from under the tree in the yard. And the closer they approached, the stronger the smell of blood became. The next second, an image appeared before Shui Yuten, Lan Zhang, hit on the head with a rock, brain splattered. His pupils slightly contracted, and his steps forward stopped. "Why aren't you moving anymore?" Lan Yinjin turned her head to ask, but answered herself in the next moment, "You're wondering who killed him. And your first thought would naturally be me." Shui Yuten neither confirmed nor denied, "Isn't he your father?" "Why did you kill him?" "Because I wanted to leave the estate to play, but he stopped me." Lan Yinjin's answer sounded like a joke. Who in their right mind would kill someone for such a shallow reason? But her next sentence made clear that she wasn't joking at all. "It was a momentary impulse, so now I somewhat regret it." What she regretted wasn't anything else, but, since all the great sects are here, killing him now will indeed make it hard to escape. "So, I can only ask for your help." This person's way of thinking. Shui Yuten lost for words. "Do you plan to use the Qilin Lock to let me take the fall for you?" "Yup." Lan Yinjin placed the lantern she had been carrying aside, stepped over Lan Zhang's body, sat on the nearby stone bench swinging her legs. "If you help me this once, I'll give you the Qilin Lock right away." "How about it?" "Not interested at all. Intra-clan killings are strictly forbidden by the immortal sects. Though he isn't particularly familiar with this Lan Zhang, he hasn't done anything wrong either. If he were to claim responsibility for this, when the truth comes out, he'd be unable to shirk blame. However, if he doesn't comply with Lan Yinjin, when the deadline arrives and he still can't find the Qilin Lock, he'd die anyway. Still, things may not necessarily head towards the worst outcome. If he helps deal with the body properly, perhaps he can pull off a deception. Naturally, Lan Yinjin could tell what Shui Yuten was thinking and asked, "So, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 123, Is this something only you saw? Of course it's about burying a body. Having said that, Shui Yuten paused for a moment and changed the subject sharply. "However, how can I be sure that you really have the Qilin Lock in your possession? Don't trick me, otherwise I will have suffered silently." As soon as those words were spoken, Lan Yinin pulled out a metal box from her cauldron. The box was engraved with geese, and its four corners were embedded with imperial green jade. This exactly matched the description from the original work of the box used to contain the Qilin Lock. The Qilin Lock was truly in Lan Yinin's possession. Shui Yuten's eyes flickered, and in an instant she had already taken 2 steps closer to Lan Yinin, ready to openly seize the Qilin Lock. After all, since his act of acquiring the Qilin Lock was hardly righteous, instead of being constrained by others, he might as well directly snatch the Qilin Lock from Lan Yinin's hands, then call upon others afterward to expose the crazed woman's deeds. "But from your expression, it's clear that you're familiar with this box and know it's for containing the Qilin Lock. But don't think too much of it, I'm not as stupid as you think. This box is empty." As Lan Yinin spoke, she opened the box right before Shui Yuten, revealing indeed nothing inside. "I brought it out just to prove that I have the Qilin Lock. But the Qilin Lock has been placed somewhere only I can find, not here. So Shui sect leader, stop scheming and start digging the hole honestly. You've got some guts." Shui Yuten, wielding the shovel, charged in immediately and started digging on site. Just as the pit was half dug, he felt a surge of air around him. In the next second, when he glanced down, another pair of feet appeared in the pit besides his own. Black shoes above, the end of a dark red robe was embroidered with golden variant chrysanthemums. Besides Pei Ji, Shui Yuten couldn't think of anyone else who could instantly teleport beside him. But wasn't the medium for transmission via saliva that he wiped off already? How could he still transfer over? This state contradicted Shui Yuten's understanding. Before he even had a chance to ask, Pei Ji leapt out of the pit and caught sight of Lan Zhang's corpse with a horrifying appearance. Pei Ji narrowed his eyes, moving his gaze away from Lan Zhang and returning it back to Shui Yuten. "Did you kill him?" He had no grudge against Lan Zhang, so why would he go out of his way to murder him? Shui Yuten pursed his lips but didn't respond yet when Lan Yinin sitting nearby suddenly sprang up from the stone bench and rushed into Pei Ji's arms. "Younger brother-in-law, please save me. That bad man wants the Qilin Lock, but my father wouldn't give it, so he killed him. Now, he's coming after me too. Wah wah wah, I'm an orphan girl, I'm so scared." It seemed like only at this moment did Pei Ji notice Lan Yinin's presence. He gripped her arm firmly and pushed her away, shifting his attention back to Shui Yuten. "Is what she says true?" Faced with Lan Yinin shaking the empty box in front of him, Shui Yuten took a deep breath and responded, "Humph. See, younger brother-in-law, he admitted it." Lan Yinin wiped away the tears that weren't actually there under her eyeballs and immersed herself further into her role. "My poor father died like this. Younger brother-in-law, you will take vengeance for Sister Yinin and invite seniors such as Wu Chai Zi to punish this bad man, right?" Pei Ji remained silent, his face ominous and frighteningly gloomy. It was unclear whether this was due to discovering his master killing someone, causing greater hatred toward him, or for some other reason. TSK, one must say it, this plot development is truly ingenious. In order to keep the male lead in a righteous role while avenging himself on this antagonist, it accidentally painted him as a murderer, while making the protagonist the heaven-appointed person to reveal the villain's crimes in public. So next, was it time for the main storyline where the male lead punishes wrongdoers on behalf of heaven and the antagonist faces rejection? Shui Yutan had already thought through the storylines where he would lay more groundwork for the male lead, but realized that Peiji showed no intention of exposing anything, merely listening quietly to Lan Yinin's speech before suddenly leaning close and softly speaking to her. Is this something only you saw? Chapter 124, he was truly annoyed. Lan Yinjin hesitated for a moment, instinctively nodding her head. That means, as long as you're dead, no one will have seen my master kill anyone. As Peiji finished speaking, he instantly grabbed Lan Yinjin's throat, his fingers tightening. WTF. This character development is all wrong. As the light of righteousness, shouldn't the male lead be punishing evildoers at this moment? Why has he turned into someone who kills to cover up crimes? Alright, that's not the main point. The key is, he now has less than 15 minutes left on the countdown, and with Lan Yinjin gone, who's going to tell him the location of the Qilin Lock? Peiji, stop. Don't kill her. Shui Yutan quickly threw away the shovel and climbed out of the pit. But it was too late. With the sound of a crisp crack indicating a broken tibia, Lan Yinjin's pupils widened. Her grip on Peiji's fingers loosened, and blood mixed with saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Some dripped onto the ground, some fell onto Peiji's hand that had strangled her. She barely struggled even twice before she became silent. The speed of her death left Shui Yutan stunned in place. Naturally, he didn't notice that the drop of blood falling from Lan Yinjin landed on the back of Peiji's hand, instantly being absorbed and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Shui Yutan's focus was solely on the pause of the countdown after Lan Yinjin's death. He failed to steal the Kylin Lock, but the countdown stopped. Shui Yutan was almost completely certain that his timed main quest this time was a failure. In this life, even if he wasn't chopped into pieces by Peiji, he still didn't make it past the Kylin Lock or escape this life and death trial. Moreover, according to the system's rules during rebirth, if the main quest fails, he would be wiped out directly. Even the next life would no longer exist. For a time, the long-accumulated prestige points and scores all became a joke. He thought that in this life, he could change the predetermined ending of his fate concerning the Kylin Lock. But little did he know that the set ending was ultimately unavoidable. Ha ha ha. Shui Yutan couldn't help but laugh out loud, his bloodshot eyes full of unwillingness and disgust. He stared at Peiji, accusingly asking, why did you kill her? Who told you to kill her? Ah. Peiji couldn't understand why Shui Yutan was so emotional, even causing the tiger-like spots where he gripped his shirt collar to turn white from exertion. His brows furrowed and relaxed. She witnessed you killing someone and planned to spread it around. If we didn't kill her, you'd be in trouble. So, I should thank you then. Do you even know that only she knows the location of the Kylin Lock? It was just a little bit more, and I could have gotten the Kylin Lock. But here you are, showing up to ruin my plans. Peiji tightly closed his lips. Is the Kylin Lock really that important to my master? Of course, more important than your life. The helplessness of reincarnating 3 times yet failing each time with the Kylin Lock plot made Shui Yutan lose his sanity, beginning to lash out aimlessly. I don't know what disgusting thing you've put on me that lets you teleport to me whenever and wherever. But don't think that you can interfere with my actions because of this. In my eyes, you're just an annoying ghost I've always wanted to get rid of, but can never shake off. His words were interwoven with emotions ignited by frustration, but they roughly aligned with his inner thoughts. He neither particularly disliked Peiji nor felt any joy about him. It had nothing to do with his tragic death in the previous lifetime when he was killed by Peiji. He'd already taken revenge in the last life. They balanced out. Saying he disliked Peiji was purely due to this life, where every moment he was restricted in his struggle to survive, resulting now in nothing but wasted effort, making him genuinely fed up, even implicating Peiji whose fate was bound to his. Nauseating, hateful, Peiji plucked out the jarring adjectives from his words, biting them once on his lips. Master really knows how to wound someone's heart. However, if I knew that killing someone could force such heartfelt words from Master, I should have killed earlier, and more often. Not to mention, does he have a problem? After being cursed like that, how can he still manage to smile? Master usually ignores me most of the time. Today, it's rare that he's engaging with me and talking so much. But reminiscing can wait. Let me dispose of these 2 corpses first before continuing. How should one describe the protagonist's line of thought? Is this what they call a psychopath? Shui Yutan shut his mouth, releasing his grip on Peiji's shirt. As soon as he did, Peiji nimbly pulled out a pale blue bottle from his chest pocket and approached Lan Yinjin's corpse, preparing to pour the body-dissolving water over it when a fan suddenly flew over, knocking the bottle out of Peiji's hand. The next second, Yu Li and the rest of the companions who entered the grand ritual for spiritual release all appeared in front of Shui Yutan. Before going to sleep that night, Shui Yutan had checked Yu Li's formation. The time-consuming process of the ritual clearly required an entire night, so why did Yu Li and the others come out early? Before he could finish being amazed at Yu Li's speed breaking the array, the fan which knocked the medicine bottle from Pei Zhi's hand returned to him through the air. At the same time, Yu Li's tall figure leaped instantly to Xue Yuden's side. He pulled him closer, putting more distance between him and Pei Zhi. Are you alright? Yu Li asked, extending his hand to habitually feel Xue Yuden's pulse. After discovering that besides a slight surge of anger, there were no other abnormalities, Yu Li turned his gaze toward Pei Zhi. Wicked disciple, what have you done? Did you make your master this angry? Upon saying this, Yu Li saw Lan Zhang and Lan Yingjin's dead bodies. This is. You actually killed fellow members of the immortal sect. Yu Li's eyebrows furrowed into the character, Chuan, instinctively glancing at Xue Yuden's face. Seeing his eyes bloodshot and mind-wandering, Yu Li assumed he was stimulated by Pei Zhi. He immediately hardened his expression. Pei Zhi shamelessly murdered the headmaster of the Kylin Palace and her daughter, then tried to destroy the body and cover up his crime. Capture him now. As Pei Zhi watched the people on Lingyun Peak, who just a moment ago praised him, turn around and draw their swords against him without any change in his expression, he calmly glanced at Xue Yutan. It doesn't matter what you say about whether I've killed or not. What matters is what my master says. Meaning that as long as Xue Yutan spoke up, he would accept everything to help Xue Yutan escape. But if Xue Yutan spoke up for him, they both had the chance to get away with it. He hoped Xue Yutan would be the latter but instead received the former. Xue Yutan pointed a finger like young bamboo at him. It was him who killed them. All of it was him. He deserves death. Kill him. Back during the chief disciple assembly, when Xue Yutan gave him the revival pill, he said, I want you alive. More recently, in the 9-story pagoda, when Xue Yutan pulled him out of Meiji's charm, he said, I need you alive. But now, Xue Yutan said, he should die. Kill him. It was as if at this moment, Pei Zhi's life or death meant nothing to Xue Yutan anymore, not even worth wasting a thought over. The light in Pei Zhi's eyes flickered, shifting from calm to eerie. But Xue Yutan's thoughts weren't focused on Pei Zhi. He naturally had no time to care about Pei Zhi's emotional changes. He failed his main mission this round, death was looming, and might as well drag someone down with him before dying. Perhaps if he and the protagonist died together, there'd be a chance for a reversal, allowing him to start again. He was reluctant, wanting another chance to try. Thinking about this, Xue Yutan repeated once more, kill him. As he watched everyone rush toward Pei Zhi after he made his accusation, Xue Yutan stood quietly by Yu Li, waiting for the hero to meet the same fate as him. But. Ding, the familiar prelude of a successful task notification sounded at this moment. Chapter 125, Master, would you be willing to go with me? Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the Qilin Lock mission and successfully finding the Qilin Lock. Earned 900 points and 200 prestige. Current points 2530, prestige value 14,000, task progress 66%. The task progress jumped from 33% to 66%. Previously, completing one task added 1%, but now it directly started adding by the square of 3. Buddy, would the next main task really become 99%? Let's not talk about this strange change for now. What Su Tan couldn't figure out was why the system showed that he had completed the main mission even though he hadn't seen a trace of the Qilin Lock. Could it be that the box holding the Qilin Lock in Lan Yinyan's hand was actually fake, and the real Qilin Lock was something else entirely? There was no time to think through more, as Pei Zhi let out a muffled groan, successfully drawing Su Tan's attention. Before he knew it, several sects had already attacked Pei Zhi. Pei Zhi's hands formed seals as if wanting to instantly teleport next to him to avoid the attack, but for some unknown reason, his spiritual veins were blocked, and the spell failed. Instead, he was pierced through the shoulder blade with a sword. Cough cough cough. Blood trickled from Pei Zhi's lips, and he held his wound with one hand, his tall frame retreating half a step. His heavy pupils slightly closed as he looked past the crowd, gazing in his direction. For some reason, Su Yutan detected a hint in Pei Zhi's eyes. Like a puppy. Su Yutan had a sudden thought. Today was different from before. If at the previous moment he wanted Pei Zhi dead because of the failed mission, wanting to drag him into destruction for a negative positive chance for survival, now that the announcement of the successful mission had rung, it meant Pei Zhi's life was still bound to his own. He couldn't die, and neither could Pei Zhi. Thinking about this, Su Yutan drew Yang Guang from its sheath. Before Yu Li could react, his snow-white figure had already charged forward, forcing everyone back 2 meters with a single slash, then standing firmly in front of Pei Zhi, shielding him behind. A second ago, he was yelling about how he wished Pei Zhi would die immediately, yet now, he came to save him like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Playing around. Xue sect leader, what exactly do you mean? The group did not disperse but instead glanced at Yu Li, seeing the same solemn expression on his face, an unexpected look. They shifted their gaze back to Xue Yutan and asked. Ah, you all know I am timid. Earlier, I suddenly saw 2 corpses and accidentally misspoke due to shock, leading to your misunderstanding, which I hope you can understand. Now that I've realized my mistake, I want to clarify. Xue Yutan began making things up on the spot, lying without batting an eyelid. What I said earlier wasn't aimed at Pei Zhi, but rather imitating what Lan Yin said. When we passed by, we coincidentally found her still clinging to her last breath, saying, it was all him who killed them, he deserves death, kill him, after which she passed away. As for who the murderer is, we haven't seen. Clearly, the group wasn't buying Shui Yutan's explanation. After exchanging glances for a few seconds, just as they were about to ask more questions, Pei Ji, who was being protected by Shui Yutan, suddenly collapsed onto Shui Yutan's back. One hand, whether intentionally or unintentionally, rested on Shui Yutan's waist, while the other reached up to Shui Yutan's face, teasingly playing with his curled lashes before speaking. Since they were far away, and Pei Ji's voice was light, none of them could hear clearly what he said. But Shui Yutan heard every word. He heard Pei Ji ask, Master's appearance just now startled me. I thought you truly intended to kill me. Now you're lying for me, does it mean that the words you spoke earlier, disliking me, were also a slip of the tongue? Shui Yutan pursed his lips, not answering his question but instead asked seriously, didn't you say you've greatly succeeded in cultivating your art? Why are you unable to use even the most basic spells, getting stabbed like this? If the world cannot accommodate me, Master, would you be willing to leave with me? What kind of nonsense was this? He asked about one thing, but Pei Ji answered something else. Shui Yutan figured it out, their conversation was entirely out of sync, so he chose to keep silent. So according to sect leader Shui's statement, the killer of Lan Zhang and Lan Yin Yin is someone else. You two merely happened to pass by and coincidentally got dirt from the pit. The master of Jianglu sect, Li Jianglu spoke up. Shui Yutan casually glanced down at his boots. To say nothing of it, White was prone to showing dirt. He stepped in it just a bit when digging the pit, and the yellow mud stuck to it was already noticed by these people. You're implying that the Qilin Lock in the empty box Lan Yin Yin held was also coincidentally taken by us. Before Li Jianglu mentioned the Qilin Lock, everyone hadn't reacted. However, when he brought up the Qilin Lock and associated it with Shui Yutan and Pei Ji, it caught everyone's attention. The only two remaining individuals who might have known about the Qilin Lock in the entire Kylin Palace had died this night. And at the scene, except for an empty box and two bodies, there was nothing else, making it hard not to link them to the Qilin Lock. Shui Yutan quickly cut in, what Qilin Lock? Never heard of it. There aren't so many coincidences, right? Sect leader Li, don't accuse us falsely due to your narrow-mindedness and poor eyesight. Li Jianglu scoffed and bowed into the air with respect, I've already sent people to invite Elder Wuyazi and sect leader Feng. Whether it's a false accusation or not is for these two venerable figures to decide. But before that, I would like to ask Master Yu, surely you didn't expect to encounter Shui Yutan and the disciple from Kanjia Mountain while trying hard to break through the second stage of the divine soul cultivation, shortening the method of deliverance by several hours. Li Jianglu emphasized the words, murder, heavily, which caused Yuli to furrow his brows and an unpleasant look flashed across his eyes, what nonsense are you barking? Huh. Li Jianglu obviously hadn't expected the usually polite Yuli to counter him with such sharp words. He stared blankly for a few seconds before realizing Yuli was calling him a dog. You. Li Jianglu pointed his finger at Yuli, ready to vent his anger when he saw Yuli had already withdrawn his gaze, shifting his eyes toward Shui Yutan instead. I believe him. He said, believe him, not believe them. In the deliverance formation, Yuli had felt a strange twitching sensation in his right eyelid, sensing something significant was about to happen. So, to speed up exiting the formation, he consumed some of his cultivation, forcing himself to break through the boundary prematurely, bringing everyone out earlier. But even then, it was still too late. As the leader of a prestigious sect, one must remain impeccable. If things spiraled out of control, he wouldn't mind using someone as insignificant as Pei Ji as leverage to maintain Shui Yutan's pure image. 3 years ago during the Yumeng poison incident, he had handled everything flawlessly. Now, he could do it again. At this thought, Yuli's amber pupils contracted slightly, lowering his eyelids halfway before extending his hand toward Shui Yutan, come over. Chapter 126, no need to investigate. Execute him right here. Who's coming? Him. Shui Yutan blinked. Not you, brother, surely you're fine, aren't you? At this critical moment, if he leaves, Pei Ji would definitely get beaten up. How could he leave? Shui Yutan pretended not to hear, continuing to shield Pei Ji with his actions, unmoving. With Shui Yutan blocking the way, and under the overt favoritism of Yuli, no one dared to step forward. They just surrounded the two of them, waiting for Wuyazi and others to arrive. Hey, hurry up. Don't you have that goose or whatever? Just ride it, and everything will be fine. Why so slow? I'll tell you, if a single hair on our Yuten's head is out of place, it's all because you're too sluggish. Watch out, or I'll splash water on you. I've told you how many times. That's a crane, a celestial crane, not a goose. How can you compare my divine crane to a vulgar dish like goose? A divine crane, huh? One day, I'll stew you. You. Amidst their bickering voices, Wuyazi and Feng Mingjue arrived late. I heard that Yutan was in trouble. Yutan? Where is Yutan? Yuli, where's Yutan? Feng Mingjue looked around but didn't see Shui Yutan, and just as he tapped Yuli's shoulder to ask, he suddenly noticed the person who had been searched for being surrounded by a group of people under a tree, holding a sword, and leaning against a man dressed in dark red clothes. He immediately jumped up and shouted, "Are you guys crazy? To dare surround the third hall master of Kanjia Mountain? What fools! Don't you know that even when punishing a dog, you still look at its owner? Do you have any idea who I am?" The corner of Shui Yuten's mouth twitched. Though moved by these words, he still felt the need to stress, he wasn't a dog, thank you very much. Feng sect leader, we haven't harmed Hall Master Shui, we just surrounded him. Li Jianglu hurried over, bowing deeply, even if there has been an offense, it's unavoidable. After all, the patriarch of Qilin Palace and his only daughter have died just now. And when we arrived, Hall Master Shui and his disciple were both at the scene. Disciple? Feng Mingjue repeated this title, and only then did he notice that the figure behind Shui Yutan was Pei Ji. The boy wasn't wearing the disciple's uniform, and this ambiguous gesture made it hard for him to recognize at first. Just because they were at the scene, you assume they're murderers. What a joke. The relationship between our Kanjia Mountain and Qilin Palace has always been harmonious, there's absolutely no reason to kill the patriarch and a girl who knows no sorcery. But what about the Qilin Lock? Li Jianglu spoke again, and recounted how Shui Yutan earlier accused Pei Ji of being the murderer but later retracted the statement. Feng Mingjue fell silent. After pondering for a while, he still repeated himself, in any case, Kanjia Mountain would never do such evil deeds. You, take Pei Ji over here, I'll guarantee your safety. Wow, truly worthy of his sect leader extraordinaire, loved it. Shui Yutan sheathed his sword, reaching back to shake Pei Ji who was leaning against his back. Let's go. We should leave first. But upon touching Pei Ji's skin through his clothing, Shui Yutan realized that his body temperature was frighteningly high. Veins on his wrist were swollen and protruding. Sensing something was off, he quickly turned Pei Ji's face, and indeed, found that beads of sweat had already spread across his cheeks. Moreover, black malevolent energy began swirling around him, and even the Azura mark that had been well restrained on his forehead started becoming faintly visible. Oh no! Now caught deep within this situation, escaping wouldn't be easy under normal circumstances. If Pei Ji's Azura lineage were discovered at this crucial moment, things would go terribly wrong, not only for him but also leaving Pei Ji without even a shred of hope for survival. Not considering other factors for now, merely based on the intense hatred Wuzi and Feng Mingjue harbored towards demon clans and Azura bloodlines, it would be enough for Pei Ji to die on the spot. Shui Yutan, panic-stricken, tried shielding Pei Ji's face with his own body while gripping tightly onto his wrist. A full current of spirit power surged into Pei Ji's body, but Pei Ji's inner force currently was akin to an endless ocean. No matter how much spiritual energy he fed into him, it was but a drop in the bucket, far from being able to suppress the malevolent energy rampaging within his body. On the contrary, it led to an alarming depletion of his own energy reserves, leaving him unable to withdraw. Shui Yutan trembled all over twice, forming seals with his fingers to seal some vital points in order to prevent further excessive reverse absorption from Pei Ji. But just as his hand left Pei Ji's wrist, Pei Ji's large palm reached out and firmly grabbed hold of his hand once more. Pei Ji's complexion worsened significantly, though his expression conveyed signs of struggling, his body did not relent in drawing the spiritual energy from Shui Yutan. Damn it, the little bit of spirit energy he had gained through training in the immortal realm, it had all been sucked in by this kid. All those years of cultivation seemed to be wasted. Yu Li had been fixating on Shui Yutan. When noticing that something was amiss, the fanning movement in his hand halted, and with an agile leap forward, he kicked Pei Ji away to pull Shui Yutan over. Without Shui Yutan's body blocking anymore, Pei Ji's Azura mark on his forehead was fully exposed to everyone present. Pei Ji, clad in a dark red robe with raven hair cascading down like ink, lay unconscious. A thick black malevolent energy swirled around him, making him look eerily like a ghostly fiend from hell. King of the Azuras. Wuyazi exclaimed in shock, as if seeing again the figure of King Yama who had once stirred up turmoil in the world so many years ago. Yet the person before them seemed younger and more gifted than even King Yama himself. Living this long, it was still the first time he saw someone possess simultaneously both a celestial vein and a demonic dual-natured spirit vein. Should this person tread the path of cultivation for righteousness, all would be fine, but should he follow the path of devilry, then upon achieving success, no one in the world would have the power to restrain him. Azura mark. There's Azura blood in him. He's one of the demon races. No one knew exactly who shouted these words, but it sparked immediate chaos as everyone instantly unsheathed their swords and glared at Pei Ji furiously. Pei Ji opened his eyes out of bewilderment and found himself facing this exact scene. Everyone stared at him with hostility, as if every misfortune they'd ever encountered in life stemmed solely from him. Meanwhile, Shui Yutan, cradled under Yu Li's arm, frowned deeply while gazing at him. The darkness surrounding them made it impossible for Pei Ji to read Shui Yutan's emotions, whether he felt hatred or concern towards him remained unclear. But regardless of hatred or concern, Shui Yutan seemed distant now, too far from reach, so far that Pei Ji could hardly grasp even his gaze. Supporting himself weakly with one hand against the ground, Pei Ji forced himself up. Just as he took half a step toward Shui Yutan, Feng Mingjue stepped directly in front of him, blocking his way. Abominable disciple, you are indeed of Azura lineage. It was my blindness that let you stay hidden for so long without me noticing. Feng Mingjue's beard trembled 3 times, revealing his overwhelming anger. What shame. I foolishly planned to vouch for your innocence, saying that you didn't commit murder. Haha, forget investigation. Execute you right here. Azura. Peiji glanced at his hand, only now realizing that the malevolent energy emanating from his entire body had begun leaking uncontrollably. Despite his efforts to subdue it, it was simply impossible. Just moments earlier, he had sensed a flow of spiritual essence aiding in its dispersion, had that been nothing more than an illusion. Chapter 127, Peiji must die after I do. Even though Xue Yutan knew that Feng Mingjue would definitely change his attitude because of Peiji's Azura mark, she didn't expect that Feng Mingjue's disgust towards demons would reach the extent of wanting to kill on sight. This even applied to someone who was once a proud disciple of his esteemed sect. Seeing Feng Mingjue already willing to let Peiji be killed, those who had been surrounding and attacking him rushed forward immediately. Peiji was still trying to suppress the ferocious qi, but not quite successfully. The nearest person's long sword slashed over. He had to stop and dodge the attack. He only defended without counterattacking, yet after the span of a cup of tea time, no one among these people could get close to him. Ling Yu and others also came rushing when they heard the commotion. Without knowing the full story, Ling Yu instinctively wanted to rush up and help Peiji when seeing him being beaten up by a group of people, but was held back by Feng Mingjue who grabbed her wrist. Do not go there. All demons should be exterminated. Today, no one is allowed to help him. Master. In the past, Feng Mingjue always doted on them younger ones, especially the female disciples, rarely saying anything harsh. But this time, his tone was serious, his stance firm, making Ling Yu feel some unfamiliarity. Seeing she couldn't convince Feng Mingjue, Ling Yu turned her gaze to Xue Yutan. Grandmaster, please persuade Master. There must be some misunderstanding here. Pei brother is just Pei brother. How could he be a demon? Perhaps he fell victim to a demonic spell turning into such state. Grandmaster, save him. Before Xue Yutan could respond, Wu Yaozi suddenly appeared, seized the opportunity, and struck down Peiji with a single palm. Even with all his advantages, against a powerhouse at Wu Yaozi's level, Peiji stood no chance. Peiji coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, not yet able to rise before several cold blades pressed against his neck. Boy, you alone dared to break through my 9-story pagoda, and I indeed appreciated your ability somewhat. However, it's fate that you were born wrong, so don't blame me. After saying this, Wu Yaozi gathered strength in his palm, ready to strike again. Xue Yutan quickly called out, Senior. Feng Mingjue assumed that Xue Yutan intended to plead for Peiji, thus disapproving eyes cast toward her. Yutan, this is non-negotiable. If you are going to plead for him, then better keep silent. No, I am not pleading for him. What I want to say is that according to the rules of the immortal sect, the guilty should be punished one by one, following the order. How can we prioritize handling the matter of Peiji as a demon while bypassing the death of the Qilin Palace master? Feng Mingjue furrowed his brow, but isn't Lan Zhang's death also related to him? What's the difference? Xue Yutan looked at Peiji, who lay prostrate on the ground. Wu Yaozi's palm had left his internal organs in disarray, his consciousness beginning to blur. It seemed that he could barely hear the scattered words about the guilty, punishment, and Lan Zhang. Apparently, Xue Yutan's intervention wasn't for sympathy. She merely wanted to find more charges to pin on Peiji, preferably linking Lan Zhang's death to him, ensuring that she herself could stay clear from involvement. Peiji felt like laughing, but upon stretching his lips, a mixture of blood and clots choked out of his throat, his vision blackened. Before any laugh could emerge, he lost consciousness. Having lost consciousness too early, Peiji did not hear what Xue Yutan said next. What if I told you that the one responsible for Lan Zhang's incident is actually me? A flicker of hesitation passed through Xue Yutan's eyes. Neither of them had been killed by her, so there was no need for her to take responsibility. Yet at this crucial moment, apart from admitting guilt herself, she couldn't think of any other way to protect Peiji. According to the sect's rules, the guilty must be punished, and precedents determined the order. Only if she took responsibility for Lan Zhang's death would she be stripped of her title, and publicly immersed in the waters of the Styx River, where acid-like water would consume her. For minor offenses, it scorched the skin completely. For severe cases, it swallowed victims whole, leaving neither body nor soul capable of rebirth. For an immortal sect which valued reincarnation, this was considered the ultimate punishment. However, Xue Yutan didn't care much about the cycle of life. Life was her own decision. And although it might seem she sought self-inflicted torture, it was really because she wanted to take Peiji to the banks of the Styx River with her. In countless stories, cliffs are synonymous with treasure drops. Just like in the novel, My Elder Brother is Schizophrenic, while the Styx River might act as sulfuric acid to NPCs, it served as a purifying liquid for the main protagonist. In the previous lives, Peiji rose to prominence so quickly because he had accidentally fallen into the Styx River, unleashing his full potential. Upon his rebirth, he became the strongest. The novel also mentioned that after Xiao Yiheng fished Peiji out from the Styx River, Peiji spent 3 years recuperating, and his cultivation surpassed both Wuzi and Feng Mingjue. Thus, as long as they could persuade Feng Mingjue and Wuzi to change the punishment site to the banks of the Styx River, he was confident that he could ensure Peiji's survival. What are you rambling about? Yuli, closest to Xueyu, was the first to speak. He reached out and grabbed Xueyu's wrist, pulling her forcefully toward him. I know you're trying to help Peiji escape by saying whatever comes to your mind, but don't you see? Peiji's offense isn't as simple as him killing people, it's his identity. As long as he has Azura blood in him, according to the rules of the immortal sex, it doesn't matter if he has killed anyone today or not, he must die. But why? Shueyu looked at Yuli, her eyes shimmering with countless stars. Why must someone who hasn't committed a crime be sentenced to death? Is it because the sects believe that those with Azura blood will inevitably overturn the three realms? But can we trust that the sects are always right? Yuli was stumped, his brow furrowing and then relaxing. So, are you willing to take the gamble? Are you willing to wager the lives of everyone in the sects against Peiji's momentary mercy? Wuzi wouldn't take the gamble, Feng Mingjue wouldn't, Yuli wouldn't. And he couldn't risk it either. He had witnessed the cruelty of Peiji after his rebirth in their previous lifetimes. The first thing Peiji did after mastering his cultivation arts was using the entire mountain sect of Kanjia as sacrifices, leading to a public massacre for Peiji's escape. What happened afterward? He died too early to know. But he knew this. In Shounen AI novels, Peiji was moved by Xiaoyiheng and, despite possessing unparalleled power, chose not to do any evil deeds, bringing peace to the three realms. But he wasn't the main character with all the benefits. Peiji's affection wasn't directed toward him. And Xiaoyiheng didn't seem to have succeeded in converting Peiji either. He couldn't guarantee that Peiji would remain good once his Azura blood was fully awakened. Yet even so, he still wanted Peiji to live. It had nothing to do with shared destiny. He simply, purely wished for this life's Peiji to live well. To truly live well. Therefore, Shueyu raised her gaze and stared directly into Yuli's eyes. I'm not taking a gamble, I haven't gambled. I am merely stating facts. According to the rules, Peiji may die, but only after me. Chapter 128, The Grave I Prepared for You. Who would fight over something like death? Li Jianglu couldn't comprehend it. According to his reasoning, even if this matter was indeed caused by Shueyu Tan, with Pei Jishou's identity now exposed, they would both die anyway. Blaming it on him would be sufficient, why sacrifice one more person unnecessarily? Thus, in Li Jiangliu's eyes, Shueyutan's current behavior was utterly incomprehensible. Feng Mingjue felt the same way. He saw Wuyazi shift his gaze due to Shueyutan's words. Quickly interrupting, Feng Mingjue said, he's lying, don't listen to him. Killing Peiji will naturally give a satisfactory answer to Kylin Palace. But what if he's telling the truth? There's no way he's telling the truth, interrupted Wuyazi, cutting Feng Mingjue off mid-sentence. His beard quivered as his fingers clenched into fists inside his sleeves. Shueyu Tan must have lost his mind, how dare he think of sacrificing his life for a disciple of the demon race. Feng Mingjue would never allow such a thing to happen. But... Wuyazi tried to speak again but was cut off once more by Feng Mingjue. If you won't take action, then fine. Move aside, and let me handle it. Feng Zongman. Pushing past Wuyazi, Feng Mingjue was about to execute Peiji on the spot when Ling Bin, the headmaster of Lingyun Peak, interjected, Feng Zongman, this matter is related to the revenge against my elder brother's entire family. Don't just casually find a scapegoat to cover it up. You're right. Clearly, you want to kill Peiji immediately to protect the third Hall Master. But if Blue's sect leader truly was killed by the third Hall Master and you choose to shield him, how can Kanjia Mountain maintain its credibility among the sects of the Immortal Gate? Exactly. According to the rules of the Immortal Gate, sect leader Shui should be taken to the banks of the mysterious river where the crowd could witness his flesh being corroded by the river water. Kanjia Mountain cannot offer protection. Anyway, as it didn't involve their own interests, others were naturally happy to see Kanjia Mountain suffer a setback, so they joined in clamoring for Shueyutan's punishment. Feng Mingjue shot them all an angry glare, silencing them slightly. But before the commotion had fully settled, he noticed Shueyutan bowing respectfully to Wuyazi. Where there's sin, there must be punishment. I willingly accept my punishment. Please take me to the mysterious river. This man was really going to drive him mad with anger. Throughout the process, Shueyutan never pleaded for mercy for Peiji, he only narrated facts, making it impossible for Wuyazi to reject his request under pressure from various sections. With no other choice, Wuyazi decided to take Shueyutan to the mysterious river. Yet, fearing that leaving Peiji at Qilin Palace might lead to further complications, he simply took Peiji along as well, heading toward the cliff of the mysterious river. It was roughly in line with what Shueyutan had envisioned. Though Shueyutan confessed voluntarily, nobody dared bind him without Wuyazi's command because of the complicated relationship between him and Feng Mingjue. As soon as they reached the cliffside, Shueyutan glanced down at the mysterious river. The river surged violently, its fierce waves crashing against the shore and eroding hard rocks into pillars filled with holes of various sizes. One could only imagine what kind of damage this corrosive substance could cause on human skin. Peiji, having been rudely thrown onto the ground, awoke from his unconscious state due to the impact. His crimson eyes immediately spotted Shueyutan's silhouette standing at the edge of the cliff. Beneath a lanky figure, the white ceremonial robes of the sect leader swayed lightly with the breeze near the cliff, like a night-blooming yulan quietly unfurling then folding away in solitude. Teacher. Peiji couldn't help but call out, causing Shueyutan to turn around. Aji. Looking at Pei Ji, Shui Yutan used his favorite term of endearment. Just as he was about to say more, perhaps lay groundwork for some poignant story of how much suffering he endured for Pei Ji's sake to win the latter's compassion after rebirth, the system task notification rang in his mind. Just hearing that sound made him shiver involuntarily in fear. Immediately, a voice boomed in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host has triggered the secondary mission, Mysterious River Soul. To split with the protagonist completely, you must personally push Pei Ji off the cliff of the mysterious river, aiding in his swift rebirth. This mission will reward you with 2,000 points and increase your prestige by 5,000. A side mission? A crucial task at such a significant moment turned out to be just a side mission. Side missions could be declined, but the rewards offered were simply too substantial. Shui Yutan was torn. You've clearly calculated that I'd buckle under the temptation of these high points and prestige, haven't you? Anyway, your goal was to get Pei Ji into the Styx River so that he could survive from people like Wuyazi. Whether we part ways in animosity or warmth makes no difference to you, right? The boss's voice carried a sense of pride, as if he had done Shui Yutan a great favor, so this task is just free bonus points. I even applied for these many points for you. Just be happy with it. Happy, my grandpa. Would you be happy about this joke? Clearly knowing that Pei Ji would return, by tripping him up at this moment and making him remember it forever, does he think there will be any good outcomes awaiting him when Pei Ji returns in 3 years? What are you afraid of? Don't you have the thunderstorm evasion pill? But doesn't that pill have a bug? What if he turns into a pig after eating it? Would I let that happen? The boss's tone rarely sounded reassuring. This resolved some concerns for Shui Yutan. So Shui Yutan immediately asked, with this additional 5,000 prestige points, am I now enough to exchange for the thunderstorm evasion pill? Not enough. Not enough, what a load of crap. Disgusting rejection, this side quest, I wouldn't do it even if they paid me. But you only need 30 more, the boss added. Only 30. It was tempting. After all, this last little bit could easily be filled up by joining any random daily dungeon. But if he missed out on these 5,000 prestige points this time, even though this encounter with Pei Ji turned out politely handled, given Pei Ji's nature of seeking revenge for every slight, after all the torment he previously endured from Shui Yutan, when Pei Ji returns, he probably won't remember Shui Yutan's kindness. Pei Ji would still try to stab him again. Rather than leaving things halfway, why not complete this side quest while Pei Ji's away for the next 3 years? Taking the thunderstorm evasion pill, fleeing far away from the main storyline, getting as far away as possible from the protagonist group, regardless of whether Pei Ji ends up with the main heroine or his second wife in the end, none of it would have anything to do with him anymore. Having pondered thus, Shui Yutan shifted his voice from the one intended to soften Pei Ji towards something warmer, turning it instead into venomous curses. You're awake then? Fine, take a look at the grave I prepared for you. Do you like it? The more Shui Yutan spoke, the more he felt that he had a natural talent for being the antagonist. Looking at his current demeanor, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. To make sure you don't die in Kylin Palace, I went through a lot of trouble, claiming that I killed someone just to bring you here. This is... Pei Ji's gaze turned serious, the Styx River. Yes, Shui Yutan stepped closer, his divine awareness materializing into physical form. A person like you should not be allowed reincarnation even in death. Chapter 129, it's over, utterly over. Anyway, you can't die, so naturally, you can't enter the cycle of rebirth. After saying this, Shui Yutan flicked her sword in a burst of brilliance. The sword energy had already lifted Pei Ji from the ground and dragged him to the edge of the cliff. Shui Yutan, what are you doing? Wuyazi realized Shui Yutan's intention and spoke solemnly, Pei Ji is bound to die in my hands, there's no need for your unnecessary intervention. A person like him doesn't deserve to enter my river of underworld. After speaking, Wuyazi was about to rush over and kill Pei Ji on the spot. Just before Wuyazi's palm strike reached Pei Ji, Shui Yutan suddenly waved her hand, unleashing a powerful surge of sword chi that directly knocked Pei Ji off the cliff into the river of underworld. As Pei Ji fell, all he saw was the white robe at the cliff edge fluttering wildly in the wind, and that soft sentence. Finally, I've gotten rid of you. Then, the corrosive liquid seeped into his skin and flesh, causing his entire body to burn. All around him grew silent. Shui Yutan parried Wuyazi's palm strike with her sword, but the force pushed her back 2 steps, leaving her teetering dangerously at the edge of the cliff. Luckily, Yuli quickly came to her aid, stabilizing her just in time. You were eager to admit that you killed someone just to knock Pei Ji into the river of underworld. Yuli's eyes glimmered with confusion. Pei Ji is seriously wounded now, going down into the river of underworld will surely mean he cannot return alive. But if all this wasn't done to save him, then why? Yuli thought that Shui Yutan was trying to buy some time, using her own life to give Pei Ji a fighting chance. Was he wrong? Hack, hack. Shui Yutan coughed a few times. The spiritual essence Yuli infused into his back suppressed the rising blood within his chest. After recovering for a while, she spoke, he's my disciple. If he must die, it can only be by my hands. Now that Pei Ji had escaped according to the plan, based on his protagonist Halo, he would surely hibernate in the river of underworld for 3 years as written in novels, emerging again when no one could match his prowess under heaven. Ding, congratulations, host has completed the River of Underworld soul task, rewarded with 2,000 points and 5,000 reputation. Current points, 4530, reputation, 21,000, task progress, 99%. Sure enough, as expected, the task progress jumped forward by 33%, reaching directly 99%, a mere 1% shy of completion. Alright, number 2484, care to explain why you're holding up my leveling process? I told you from our first meeting, your task is to survive through the Golden Hall plotline. However, whether you'll even survive the Qilin Lock event is uncertain, so there's no way you've cleared this stage. Hold on. Shui Yutan caught something strange in Tong's words. The moment Pei Ji was cast into the River of Underworld, the Qilin Lock plotline has passed. As long as I clarify Lan Zhang's death, I should have at least 3 years of peace. So how come you say I might not survive? This isn't right. Something's wrong with the water of the River of Underworld. Shui Yutan's conversation with the system hadn't concluded when sudden turmoil erupted at the banks of the River of Underworld. Her eyes turned sharp as she glanced toward the cliff bottom where the commotion originated. Unlike its previous turbulent waves, the current state of the River of Underworld was eerily still, resembling a stagnant pond. In the center of this pond, bubbles surged up continuously from beneath. The River of Underworld is behaving abnormally. Your abilities have been drained, and you're injured, so step back. Yuli guarded Shui Yutan behind him. His fingers flicked, turning his folded fan into the Kongshang sword held firmly in his grasp. With a serious expression, Yuli clearly felt the increasing malevolence emanating from the depths of the river, keeping himself vigilant and prepared. In the next second, the calm waters broke apart as a dark figure leaped out, landing onto the riverbank swiftly. With just a snap of their fingers, an overpowering force struck before Yuli could act, causing pain in his tiger-mouth grip and sending the sword, Kongshang, clattering to the ground with a loud noise. Following this, the figure immediately grabbed Shui Yutan by the throat from behind. This position forced Shui Yutan to look upward, able only to see ominous clouds floating in the sky and unable to make out the face of the one who choked her. But not seeing didn't mean not hearing. Master. Familiar and deeply chilling tones reached her ears. Damn it, whether in the previous incarnations or the novel, the plot always stated that Pei Ji required 3 years of cultivation after falling into the River of Underworld before ascending as a supreme master, right? But here we are, not even 10 minutes since I sent him down, and now he's climbing back up killing people. 2484, what the hell kind of ridiculous plot did you set up? Look at this, is it reasonable? Is it reasonable? Is it reasonable? The system avoided the topic due to its excessive profanity, but Feng Mingjue intervened instead. His palm wind swept over, about to deliver a strike directly to Pei Ji's chest. However, Pei Ji casually flicked off some dust from his clothing, then swiftly moved and placed Shui Yutan in front of him as a shield. The target of the attack changed, and Feng Mingjue hurriedly withdrew his palm force. Under the backlash of power, he retreated several steps before he could stabilize his inner energy. Good kid. Shui Yutan's heart almost leapt into her throat. If Feng Mingjue hadn't withdrawn that blow just now, wouldn't she have been caught in Pei Ji's trap? Master, don't worry, as if reading Shui Yutan's thoughts, Pei Ji spoke teasingly, yet without any trace of a smile on his face. Even if he hadn't retracted the attack, it would have harmed you not a bit. Because, I would intervene. Intervene how? Kill her or kill Feng Mingjue? Shui Yutan didn't understand. You. Wu Yizi clearly hadn't expected Pei Ji to leap up so soon after falling into the River of Underworld, and more surprisingly, his powers seemed to have significantly increased since then. Shock filled Wu Yizi's mind, and his brows furrowed deeply. You have the Qilin Lock inside your body? What nonsense is this? What lock? Since the moment Lan Yin deceived him by saying the Qilin Lock was in her possession, he'd been together with Pei Ji. There wasn't any time when Pei Ji had absorbed any powerful artifact. How could Wu Yizi claim the Qilin Lock was within Pei Ji? Could it be blood? Lan Yin's blood. The box that supposedly held the Qilin Lock was just a decoy. The real Qilin Lock was actually Lan Yin herself. And when Pei Ji killed Lan Yin, her blood touched him and activated the Qilin Lock. This was why the system notified him that the retrieval of the Qilin Lock was successful. Now, jumping past 3 years, Pei Ji was taking revenge immediately, surely due to the influence of the Qilin Lock. Damn it. His evasion pill needed 30 more points to exchange for. At such a critical moment, Pei Ji's return certainly explained why the system had muttered something like, whether he could even survive the Qilin Lock was uncertain. The grip around Shui Yutan's neck remained unchanged as she dangled helplessly, her feet off the ground. Lowering her gaze, she looked at Pei Ji. Before her stood a man with dark hair and crimson eyes. The dark red azure mark on his forehead complemented the color of his attire. Gone were any traces of pity or, what remained was sheer cruelty and hatred. It's over, utterly over. He feared history was repeating itself. Once again, he'd die helplessly in Pei Ji's hands, unable to fight back. Chapter 130, Master, can you hug me? There's a Qilin Lock on his body, and he still says that he didn't kill Lan Zhang. Wu Yazi's voice sounded agitated, and the way he looked at Shui Yutan clearly blamed him for bringing this upon himself. Good thing the water of the River of Oblivion can't take you. Then let me deal with you. With that, Wu Yazi's ethereal figure darted forward, engaging in battle with Pei Ji. He didn't care whether Shui Yutan lived or died, each of his moves was delivered with all his might. Pei Ji fought one-handedly against him. After a few exchanges, the palm that had been pressing on Shui Yutan's throat shifted slightly, turning into a waist grab instead. That's right, grabbing. He wasn't holding, just letting his hand rest near Shui Yutan's waist. No matter how Wu Yazi attacked, Pei Ji's hand remained firmly around Shui Yutan's waist. Every time Wu Yazi made a move, Pei Ji would lightly pinch Shui Yutan's waist through his clothing. Not too hard, so it didn't hurt. In fact, it tickled him a bit. Shui Yutan moved uncomfortably, and suddenly Pei Ji's pinching got firmer. Coldly, he said, enough. Then, Wu Yazi at the divine transformation realm was actually pushed back several meters by a single backhand from Pei Ji. What the heck, isn't he supposed to be the #1 cultivator? How could he not even beat Pei Ji? Was the Qilin Lock, which has only ever existed in legends and has now appeared after 3 reincarnations, really that powerful? Shui Yutan was still stunned from seeing Wu Yazi get defeated, when Wu Yazi exchanged glances with the other sections. They instantly formed an array, intent on capturing Pei Ji alive. Yuli saw an opportunity and slashed with Kong Chang, teleporting over to try to drag Shui Yutan away from Pei Ji. But just as he touched Shui Yutan's hand before pulling, Pei Ji's hand around Shui Yutan's waist suddenly clenched, pulling him into his arms. At the same time, Pei Ji cast a binding spell, disappearing from the shore of the River of Oblivion. Yuli grabbed at air, looking at the spot where they disappeared with a furrowed brow, silent for a long while. Instead, Li Jianglu, who had been hiding behind the crowd, spoke up. Pei Ji absorbed the power of the Qilin Lock. Not only does the River of Oblivion fail to harm him, it actually helps him merge with the Qilin Lock. Director Yu, aren't you always close to Director Shui? It seems to me that Director Shui voluntarily took the blame to be punished by the River of Oblivion. Was it intentionally done for Pei Ji, that fiend? That can't be right, Ling Bin interjected. Didn't Director Shui hesitate when he pushed his disciple down into the River of Oblivion? I don't think Director Shui acted deliberately. Instead, I'm worried about his current situation. Now that Pei Ji possesses the Qilin Lock, even senior Wu Yazi couldn't defeat him. With Director Shui publicly breaking ties with Pei Ji, if Pei Ji sought revenge, Director Shui's frail body may not withstand it. This was exactly what Yuli was worried about. Now that Pei Ji's Azura bloodline was fully restored and he had nowhere to go, he would certainly return to the demon realm to take control of the Azura Hall. That place, filled with demonic energy, would be stifling and suppress the spiritual veins of any cultivator. Yuli was uneasy about Shui Yutan staying there. Thinking of this, Yuli was about to use another sword slash to open a path to the demon realm, but before he could act, his wrist was caught by Feng Mingju. What are you going to do? Save him. Yuli didn't hide his intention. He didn't say a name, but those who understood knew. Pei Ji now has the blessing of the Qilin Lock and has attained supreme powers. Going alone would be like smashing an egg against a rock. I'll be careful. Saving Yutan is not something you should handle alone. Go back first, and we'll gather more sects led by Wu Yazi. Wait, where did he go? Feng Mingju's sentence was interrupted as Yuli had already vanished without a trace. Yuli was always composed, entrusted by Chang'e Mountain with big and small affairs. For all these years, nothing had gone wrong under his care. Yet now, once Shui Yutan encountered trouble, he lost his cool. Sigh. Hiss. In the forest, Shui Yutan was thrown onto the ground at a different location than Feng Mingju, but at the exact same moment, both let out a groan. His elbow grazed the rough gravel as he fell, skinning it. Before Shui Yutan could stand up, Pei Ji immediately pressed over him. Taking advantage of his position, Pei Ji fell on top of him, half of his body pressing closely to Shui Yutan's neck. Pei Ji's hands locked around him, making it hard for Shui Yutan to breathe properly. He tried to rise a little, but the instant he moved, Pei Ji pinned his legs with his knees. The grip around his waist tightened even further. Move again, and I'll kill you. Pei Ji's voice was fierce. As someone who had just witnessed him single-handedly challenging Wu Yazi without breaking a sweat, Shui Yutan immediately complied and stayed still, even shallowing his breath. Yet the next second, Pei Ji's harsh voice softened, turning into a murmured whisper near his ear. Master, I'm in so much pain. Can you hug me? In pain? No wonder this person dropped halfway while trying to teleport away with him. So it was because the Qilin Lock was fusing with his Azura spiritual veins, and he couldn't bear the pain, which was why he acted like this. Shui Yutan didn't move, but Pei Ji shuddered all over, loosening his grip slightly as he curled up from the pain. Although Shui Yutan couldn't fully grasp the temperament of Pei Ji after returning from the bottom of the River of Oblivion, his intuition told him that Pei Ji fought with that group of people and then took only him away, and it wasn't a good sign. This reminded him of Pei Ji from the previous reincarnation, who also took only him away for Wu Qingqing to admire the blood plum blossoms on his body. Now, Shui Yutan didn't know what awaited him. Rather than feeling uneasy, he might as well take advantage of Pei Ji's distraction at this moment, employing one of the 36 stratagems, run for your life. With a tight lip, Shui Yutan stood up from beneath Pei Ji. He looked at Pei Ji, who supported his forehead with one hand, his prominent knuckles showing clear veins, obviously enduring severe pain without emitting a sound. From his angle now, he could see Pei Ji closing his eyes, beads of cold sweat on his forehead and temples as he struggled against the power of the Qilin Lock, unable to escape its control momentarily. If not now, when? Though time seemed to delay, Shui Yutan sprang into action, hastily getting up from the ground and starting to form seals to teleport away. But just after running a couple of steps, Pei Ji's ghost-like figure appeared by his side again in an instant. Damn, he'd forgotten, Pei Ji had placed something on him. He could use binding techniques to instantly appear by his side, wherever in the world Pei Ji wanted, rendering any attempt to hide futile. Master. Pei Ji's tone addressing him was colder than before when it emerged on the cliffside. You really want to leave me, don't you? The sweat beads on Pei Ji's face hadn't dissipated yet, and the veins on his temples were still throbbing, indicating that the pain had not subsided. Yet he chased after Shui Yutan in the blink of an eye. It appeared this man would stop at nothing to torment him. Huh, Shui Yutan gave a dry laugh twice, let me, no, explain. Before he finished his sentence, Pei Ji slashed out with a palm strike. Chapter 131, Flirting. When Shui Yutan woke up again, it was already evening. Or maybe not necessarily the evening, everything around him was dim, with faint light barely visible seeping through gaps in the doors. The light wasn't distinct enough for Shui Yutan to tell whether it was moonlight or daylight. Nevertheless, under this streak of light, he discovered a candlestick inside the room. The candlestick was near the door, quite far from his current position. Shui Yutan waved his hand, intending to use magic to light the candle so he could see the surroundings clearly. But the wick on the candlestick flickered twice, lingering between lighting and not, then abruptly went out again. What's going on? Though he had lost quite a bit of spiritual energy to Pei Ji earlier at the Qilin Palace, his skills certainly hadn't deteriorated to the point where he couldn't even ignite a fire from a distance. Moreover, during this wave of his hand, Shui Yutan noticed that there seemed to be something tied around his neck. Any slight movement would result in jingling sounds. His vision was murky, unable to see clearly, but he could judge by the sound and the sensation against his fingers. It was a chain. What is this? After being knocked unconscious by Pei Ji, did he bring him somewhere and lock him up with a chain? TSK, this is more playful than just killing him outright like the previous life. Lord should now realize, having restored the Azura bloodline, you are truly the sole master of our demon realm. Now that the Azura Hall has been opened, as long as you give the command, we can lead an army to destroy the three realms. At that time, you will become the Lord of. Bang! That person's words were interrupted by a loud noise from the door opening. The next second, the environment surrounding Shui Yutan suddenly became bright. The sudden brightness made Shui Yutan very uncomfortable. He raised his hand to shield his brows and eyes. The chains tied around his neck rang softly with the movement, immediately drawing the attention of the people at the doorway. Isn't this Elder Shui from the Cyan Fong Mountain? So yesterday Lord didn't bring back a woman, but rather. Bang! Similarly, before they could finish their sentence, a slamming door drowned the rest of their words outside. As the stone door fell, silence enveloped the room. Pei Ji lightly swept his palm, and all the candlesticks placed at the four corners of the room were lit. The golden light illuminated the entire space and also revealed Shui Yutan's present appearance. Here, it was a bedroom. The chain around his neck connected one end to him and the other end secured to the bedpost. And his current location was perfectly centered on the bed. However, the hard wooden planks had initially escaped his notice in the darkness. Master is awake. Pei Ji's deep red robes looked far more exquisite compared to the plain clothes of the same color he wore before. His cuffs and collar bore the totem of the Supreme Azura tribe. His jet black hair was neatly bound upwards, topped with a golden crown, appearing like a ruler, indeed looking majestic and luxurious. Despite the door being only a few meters away from the bed, Pei Ji still instantly teleported to the bedside, sitting close beside him. Is Master satisfied with the gift your disciple gave you? Gift? Do you dare call chaining me up like a dog a gift? Shui Yutan felt a pang of anger in his chest and kicked out with his foot to express his discontent. But before the toe touched Pei Ji's body, it was firmly caught by his large palm, which then suddenly pulled with force. Ugh! This strength sent Shui Yutan's entire body flying toward Pei Ji, but the chain clearly wasn't long enough. In this pull, the chain choked his neck, and the coarse, heavy link cut into his carotid artery, almost making it impossible for him to breathe. Fortunately, the next moment, Pei Ji changed his pulling motion to pushing forward slightly towards the chain direction, saving Shui Yutan from being strangled to death. Once able to breathe again, Shui Yutan roared, Pei Ji, do you know what you're doing right now? Yes, Shui Yutan's words were quickly responded to. Pei Ji didn't let go of the grip on Shui Yutan's foot, instead running his fingertips along his skin in an upward-downward caress, completing the rest of the sentence, we're flirting. Flirt your grandfather. Was that really what he asked? Shui Yutan hastily tried to retract his foot, wanting to yank it from Pei Ji's grasp, but this man clutched it tightly. A few forceful pulls caused Pei Ji to stagger, using a single hand to steady himself against the bedpost. The candlelight flickered twice, and within the blurred field of view, Pei Ji's tall figure enveloped him, forming a suffocating shadow over his head. The atmosphere was strange. Shui Yutan wished to escape, but deeply understood that in this state, he couldn't possibly break free. Get off me. Shui Yutan turned his face away. You're too close. He could clearly feel the warm breath from Pei Ji's nose. The atmosphere was becoming far too flirtatious, and Shui Yutan felt a little anxious. Being reborn for 3 lifetimes, this was his first time surviving beyond the Qilin Lock plot. He had no experience, nor did he know what would happen next. Being enclosed in this isolated chamber made him somewhat uneasy. Originally, he assumed that Pei Ji abducted him with the intention to kill him. If that was the case, it would be simple: kick his legs, die, and start over. But upon waking up, he'd still be a hero as ever. However, this madman evidently didn't want to let him off easily. Could it be that he intended to keep him like this, living like a dog solely for his amusement? Sure enough, the next moment, Pei Ji followed through with his words and moved his body away. Then, grabbing his long hair forcefully, he pressed his head down. The pain of having one's scalp pulled wouldn't be easy to endure. Clenching his teeth, Shui Yutan heard Pei Ji speak. I originally wanted to treat my master properly, but you keep making me angry. Pei Ji's voice carried a sense of grudge and hostility, as if reminiscing on unpleasant past experiences. Black malevolent energy emanated from his body through his garments, immediately enveloping both of them. The 20 whip strikes at Kanjia Mountain, the 2-year imprisonment at Suya Tower, and the sword stab at the River of Hell. Here it comes. The list of his offenses recorded in Pei Ji's little notebook is now being counted out one by one. In the life before last, the promiscuous Pei Ji enumerated these offenses, after which he began to take action. At that time, Pei Ji had even more grievances recorded than the current Pei Ji, ranging from large-scale impediments set against his protagonist role due to some reasons, all the way down to the exact number of ants he squashed on a particular day and place. Even the specific words they had exchanged on certain days, if those words had made him uncomfortable, Pei Ji could vividly recount every single word without any mistake. It was as though, without these overwhelming evidences of wrongdoing, he wouldn't be able to convince himself to act. Now, in this lifetime, here came Pei Ji. Shui Yutan was clear in his heart, ready to hear Pei Ji enumerate his misdeeds, but unexpectedly, Pei Ji abruptly cut off his words here and turned the subject. Chapter 132, Beg me, and I'll make you feel less miserable. These past few days, I've been thinking about how to get back everything that was taken from my master, piece by piece. When Pei Ji said this last sentence, his eyes gleamed with a strange light, as if he were contemplating how best to chop him into pieces to satisfy his hatred. As a result, the force in his hands intensified, making his scalp go numb. If you're going to talk, at least don't pull my hair, it's such an unpleasant habit. The chains around his neck were heavy. If he didn't support them with his fingers, the iron links, thicker than any dog collar, would rub against his skin, quickly wearing away a layer of flesh. But now, the pain in his scalp was more significant than the condition around his neck. So Shui Yutan had to move his hand that was previously adjusting the chain around his neck to try prying open Pei Ji's fingers. Needless to say, he didn't manage to budge them. With the little magic power he has left, he couldn't even light a candle, let alone fight Pei Ji. If Pei Ji wanted to, he could kill him 18 times within a second, each death different from the last. Not only did he fail to pry Pei Ji's grip loose, but the moment his cold fingertips touched Pei Ji's hand, they were grabbed and forcefully twisted behind his back. The next second, a bowl filled with something black was retrieved from Ding Su by Pei Ji, who then brought it close to his mouth. A strong smell of blood filled his nostrils. It was pungent and metallic, not like animal blood, it seemed more like human blood. Right now, I've thought of a pretty good way. Pei Ji's words came somewhat abruptly. It took Shui Yutan 2 seconds to realize this was a continuation of the earlier statement, about retrieving everything one by one. Still unclear about the connection between the human blood in front of him and what Pei Ji had said, Pei Ji's hand gripping the bowl forcefully pried open his teeth, roughly pouring the liquid down his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Several gulps went down wrong, causing blood to trickle down from the corners of Shui Yutan's mouth, splashing everywhere on the bed and his body. The blood was still warm, swallowing it felt like slurping iron, and Shui Yutan became nauseated. He retched a few times but couldn't bring anything up, so he glared fiercely at Pei Ji. Madman, whose blood did you make me drink? Madman. Pei Ji tilted his head, clearly dissatisfied with this appellation. He reached out and gently wiped away the excess blood from the corner of Shui Yutan's mouth with his thumb. I prefer it when master calls me a Ji. Spit. Shui Yutan spat in response and cursed, disgusting thing, go away. You wretched traitor. During these years on Kanjia Mountain, having been spoiled by Feng Mingjue and Yu Li, he always got what he wanted. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Even though rationality told him to endure, his body simply couldn't. However, as the saying goes, small losses may cause great chaos. After cursing, he immediately regretted it. Because he saw that after he spoke, Pei Ji's expression visibly darkened, the azura mark between his eyebrows also turning redder. Following that, the wrist pinning both his hands flipped carelessly, pushing Shui Yutan from his half-sitting position onto the bed. His hands were separated and firmly nailed to either side of his head by Pei Ji's grip. This male-dominant position rendered Shui Yutan utterly immobile, leaving him no choice but to watch helplessly as Pei Ji leaned down, whispering ominously into his ear, "Insulting and betraying your master is a term I rather enjoy. Insulting the master, I like it even more. Especially doing it in bed." Yes, indeed, this skirmish was happening on the bed. Only due to his insufficient capability, he had lost the upper hand and was being thoroughly overpowered. "Master has always been curious about what I planted on your body that allows instantaneous teleportation, hasn't he? That was what's in that bowl just now." Hearing this, Shui Yutan immediately turned his face to directly confront Pei Ji. "So just now, that was your blood? You put a blood curse on me." "It's not a curse, curses sound so vulgar. It's merely a small medium." Pei Ji's tone grew increasingly hoarse, his final syllable dragging a harsh and ruthless feeling, although drinking too much of this medium might easily cause internal perforations. Upon finishing his sentence, Shui Yutan instantly felt thousands of worms crawling in his abdomen, ramming into his bloodstream. The pain made him want to curl up and clutch his stomach. However, since his hands were restrained, he couldn't even perform this simple action. Instead, he stretched his neck, grabbing onto Pei Ji's fingers pressing down on him, moaning in agony. "Beg me." Pei Ji's voice rang out again. Confused by the pain, Shui Yutan momentarily didn't understand the meaning of those words. "Beg me, and I'll make you less miserable." So, this stuff can be freely controlled by its original owner? As the pain escalated to cramping in his stomach, Shui Yutan clenched his teeth, refusing to give in. As the third sect master of Kanjia Mountain, he practiced righteousness. Perhaps he lacked other things, but he certainly possessed a good deal of pride. He could survive the choking 200 seconds in the dog system. This blood goblin thing was nothing to him. Despite his efforts at self-reassurance, Shui Yutan's confidence shattered just the next second. He was wrong. He should take back his previous comment about this trivial thing. This wasn't trivial at all, it damn hurt like hell. Shui Yutan didn't know if he was tortured for tens of minutes before fainting from pain. All he remembered was that right before blacking out, he had managed to slap Pei Ji across the face. It might have been an illusion. Given Pei Ji's strength, Shui Yutan's hand probably never got close enough without Pei Ji evading it. Pei Ji gazed down at the man beneath him, who was drenched in sweat after wrestling with his blood and now unconscious. His gaze focused on the lock bone region. During their struggle, the chains had worn through Shui Yutan's fair skin, leaving behind bloody red marks around his collarbone. The mixture of blood and sweat formed a few stunning droplets resembling flowers blooming in snowy fields. Pei Ji bent over and licked up those blood droplets into his mouth. Afterward, he undressed and held Shui Yutan as he did earlier in the Kylin Palace, then they fell asleep together. The following morning, while Pei Ji was grooming himself, he noticed Wu Qingqing rushing into the room, colliding with a servant carrying a wash basin at the doorway. Sorry, little princess, it was not intentional." The servant immediately knelt down and whispered apologies. Wu Qingqing gave her a cold glance. "If your eyes aren't useful, cut them off, keeping them would only make you useless anyway." No sooner had she finished speaking than she whipped out the whip in her hand and lashed it onto the servant. The servant begged for mercy but dared not shout too loudly. Pei Ji cast a quick glance at Shui Yutan lying in bed. Awakened by the commotion, the man wrinkled his beautiful brow slightly. Pei Ji instantly spoke up, "Get out. If you disturb us again, I'll kill you all." At this, Wu Qingqing retracted her whip. The servant promptly picked up the fallen basin and scurried out of the chamber. However, Wu Qingqing didn't leave as instructed. Instead, she took 2 steps towards Pei Ji, attempting to peek inside the bed canopy and see who lay within. Before she could identify, Pei Ji shot her a death glare. Chapter 133, Yuli sneaked in. "Father said you brought back a beauty from the immortal school, and to keep her safe from others, you've locked her up carefully. I was curious to take a look, but how about it? You won't even let me see." Pei Ji didn't say anything, he was busy adjusting his cuffs. The gold thread embroidered robe he wore had wide cuffs and wasn't battle attire that needed to be tightened at the wrists, yet Pei Ji's mind went back to the night when Shui Yutan's pale fingers wove through the black sash, tying it around his wrists. "There is a bloody smell in this room." Realizing her previous words weren't being listened to, Wu Qingqing found another topic herself. "It's the smell of Azura blood. Have you given the Azura blood to the beauty?" Pei Ji finally replied lightly. As the noise subsided and the disturbances ended, Shui Yutan's furrowed brows relaxed, and she fell asleep peacefully again. TSK, seems like father was right. You really put the beauty on your heart tip. Otherwise, why did you rush back after only discussing the meeting once you knew that the Azura blood could detoxify the demon realm's miasma and relieve the spiritual vein suppression of immortals? The person on the bed received such favor from Pei Ji, and Wu Qingqing wasn't feeling well emotionally. Her tone was full of jealousy. "Among all 3 realms, which woman looks better than me? You simply treat grass as treasure and don't even give me a glance. You talk too much." Pei Ji disliked anyone being noisy. From the moment Wu Qingqing mentioned Shui Yutan's name, he became slightly impatient, and hearing her talk about the use of Azura blood, his eyes were filled with increasing dissatisfaction. "If there's nothing, then get out." "Who said I have nothing?" Wu Qingqing, with her hands on her waist, twisted her figure twice as she pinched her waist. "I came early in the morning specifically to tell you something." My people failed to handle it well, letting some flies sneak in. The poison fog of the demon realm took effect on all passing creatures. Without permission, not even a fly could possibly enter. So what Wu Qingqing referred to by flies must be something else. Are your people so useless? Pei Zhi's voice was calm, indiscernible of emotion, but very oppressive. It can't all be blamed on them, since her father had already handed over all authority of the demon realm to Pei Zhi. Wu Qingqing worried Pei Zhi might be unhappy and kill all those people, so she quickly found excuses for them. The immortal sex people are too cunning. They used the stratagem of luring the tiger away from the mountain, causing temporary neglect, allowing someone to exploit the gap. Don't worry, just one slipped in. The rest, who acted as bait, have been captured by me and are now confined in the water dungeon. Would you like to go take a look? Pei Zhi didn't say he wanted to go check, instead asked, who sneaked in? Don't know, haven't found him yet. But based on Baru's description, this person has extremely high martial arts, wearing white robes, and carrying a fan. It sounds like Yuli, the second altar master of Kanjia Mountain, to me. Yuli. Pei Zhi chewed this name on his lips for a moment, his eyes unconsciously flicking towards the person on the bed again. He had already pulled down the bed canopy. The white translucent gauze obscured Shui Yuten's figure, leaving only her delicate wrist exposed. On her snowy skin, between the wrist bones, there remained faint red bruises. It was his masterpiece from yesterday when he forcibly held Shui Yuten's hand. Not much force was used, yet it hadn't faded overnight. Pei Zhi stared at this hand without speaking for a long time. Wu Qingqing couldn't quite grasp Pei Zhi's current thoughts, licking her lips, uncertain whether she should say something more for the group when Pei Zhi suddenly spoke. Let's go, take a look at the water dungeon. Pei Zhi had thought about using the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain to help Yuli. It was indeed someone from Kanjia Mountain, but he hadn't anticipated so many familiar faces. Ling Feng was fine since he was Yuli's disciple, and helping him was luonormal, but how come Xiao Yihe and Li Luoshu were also among this group? Evil woman, release us immediately. Or when Elder Wuyazi recovers and breaks in, you will taste a good result. Li Luoshu shouted first, snarling upon seeing Wu Qingqing. These shoulder blades have already pierced me, and still so defiant. Wu Qingqing's seductive body moved 2 steps closer, walking as if dancing, quite enchanting. She initially didn't react much to Li Luoshu's words and planned to approach him to increase the punishment, but upon moving closer, her eyes turned, and she recognized Ling Feng next to him. It's you. Wu Qingqing was somewhat excited. I left hastily last time and forgot to thank you for the life-restoring pill you gave. She wouldn't have mentioned it, but once she mentioned the life-restoring pill, Ling Feng seemed to recall something. His face flushed red instantly, stammering and opening his mouth. What giving? That was clearly your forceful taking. It doesn't matter, the process isn't important anyway, as long as you ended up saving my father. Thanks. Will Princess only offer words of thanks? Wu Qingqing's words were cut off by Xiao Yihe. The punishment in the water dungeon was no easy feat to endure. Just like Li Luoshu, he was pierced through the shoulder blades by spikes in the water dungeon and left dangling above the water, unable to move. Despite this torment, his demeanor remained calm, projecting an inexplicable steadiness from within. Wu Qingqing turned her gaze towards him. What do you mean by that? Ling Feng saved your life. If there is a debt of gratitude, it should be repaid. You should let him go. Would initiating a topic solely benefit Ling Feng? Wu Qingqing hadn't anticipated this move by Xiao Yihe, expecting that Xiao Yihe might demand she release all 3 of them. Releasing all 3 would provide Wu Qingqing with an excuse to refuse, but letting Ling Feng go alone, she couldn't find any valid reason to deny such a request. Thus, she cast a glance at Pei Zhi behind the stone wall, but since he didn't nod, Wu Qingqing dared not act recklessly. It seems Princess cannot make the final decision. Xiao Yihe once again saw through her, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. In that case, why not have the one who can decide come out for us to see? As soon as these words fell, Pei Zhi emerged from behind the wall. What have you done to Master? Unlike his composed and steady demeanor in front of Wu Qingqing, Xiao Yihe appeared to lose his composure upon seeing Pei Zhi, flailing his hands desperately in an attempt to grab Pei Zhi's shoulders. However, the chains held him firmly in place, causing him pain every time he moved. Master brother. Li Luoshu was startled by this reaction, furrowing his brow as he stared at Xiao Yihe, whose eyes betrayed both sorrow and surprise. The Xiao Yihe from before had been somewhat foolish and dim-witted, yet his focus had always been on himself. Even when he cared about Shui Yutan, he hadn't reacted so intensely as now. When exactly did the change begin? Li Luoshu couldn't remember. Perhaps it started during the last visit to Qilin Palace when Xiao Yihe refused his invitation to stay together, instead heading over to ask Shui Yutan for lodging. Or perhaps even earlier, right after he woke up from the poison, something in him changed completely. Chapter 134, The seclusion of the bedroom has been opened. Can't you take care of yourself now, and yet you still have time to worry about others? Pei Zhi didn't respond to Xiao Yiheng's words. His thick eyelashes fluttered slightly, his fingertips spread slightly, and in a moment Xiao Yiheng was pulled before him, his neck gripped. It seems the warning I gave you earlier at the Qilin Palace wasn't enough, so you dared to seek death right before my eyes. With Pei Zhi's pull, the reverse thorns that had pierced through Xiao Yiheng's scapula sunk deeper into his flesh, and blood instantly burst forth, flowing down from the wound, soaking into his clothes, and finally dripping down from the hem of his robes, splashing onto the ground. Big brother master. Li Luoshu's voice trembled as he moved his body slightly, and his bones were stretched painfully. Afraid to move further, all he could do was glare at Pei Zhi angrily, roaring, "Quickly release Big Brother Master, if there is anything, then come at me. You needn't be anxious, it's your turn next." Pei Zhi cast a glance at Li Luoshu with indifference, casually waved his hand, and a powerful malevolent force sent Li Luoshu crashing off the chains, landing in the sewage beneath his feet. The water was dirty, this cell had no doubt seen countless deaths, and while struggling in the water, Li Luoshu clearly saw numerous maggots wriggling on the surface. He heard that these insects loved burrowing into human wounds. Panicked, his already steady body stumbled again, falling back into the water and inhaling a large gulp of filthy water, unable to climb out for quite some time. Watching Pei Zhi really about to harm Xiao Yiheng, Ling Feng hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "We all are of the same sect, we just mistakenly entered because of our concern for Uncle Snow's safety. Considering that we harbor no ill intent, I hope Brother Pei can exercise restraint." Exercise restraint? After integrating the Qilin Lock, Pei Zhi's temperament had become much more irritable. Now, hearing Ling Feng's words, he let out two cold laughs, and the redness in his pupils grew increasingly apparent. "When we were in the Kanjia mountain, did they ever show any mercy towards me? Didn't you also witness how they mistreated me?" Ling Feng was momentarily speechless. Previously in Kanjia mountain, Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu had conspired against Pei Zhi together with other brothers-in-arms behind Snow Yutan's knowledge, something Ling Feng was aware of, having seen once or twice. But he wasn't one of Snow Yutan's disciples, rarely appearing in the northern yard. Even if he interfered once, it wouldn't stop the behavior a second time. Besides, Xiao Yiheng was older, and by seniority, Ling Feng should address him as Big Brother Master. Though he wanted to interfere, he couldn't, hence even when he saw such actions, it was easier to look the other way than get involved. Seeing Ling Feng lost for words, the expression on Pei Zhi's face became even more scornful. "Since you could pretend not to see before, why are you suddenly thinking of sticking up for them today?" Ling Feng took a deep breath. "They only bullied, but now, you're aiming to kill. That's different." Ling Feng said too much. Pei Zhi closed his eyes briefly, rotated his neck twice, and impatience was evident on his face. Without speaking further, he abruptly tightened his grip around Xiao Yiheng's neck. This was the second time Xiao Yiheng's neck was squeezed by the same person. He felt humiliated. Xiao Yiheng could sense that, in Pei Zhi's eyes, his life held no greater value than the lives of cats or dogs on the street. If Pei Zhi were displeased, he could ruthlessly kill him instantly, just like outside Snow Yutan's door at the Qilin Palace last time. It was unclear whether the soul inside his body would appear this time. "It's bad. It's bad." When Xiao Yiheng started to feel a lack of oxygen, his breathing nearly cut off, suddenly the shout of a maidservant came from outside the water prison. Her voice was anxious, with a gasp. "Your Highness, the seclusion of the bedroom has been opened." Pei Zhi immediately released his hold. "Ugh, cough, cough, cough." Xiao Yiheng drew a quick breath, and the suffocating sensation in his lungs finally subsided, making him feel alive again. However, with the shoulder blades torn by iron hooks, when Pei Zhi let go, Xiao Yiheng's body swung backward, and the sharp iron hook jostled in his flesh, causing a violent stir within his skin. After enduring the wave of pain with closed eyes, when Xiao Yiheng looked toward Pei Zhi again, he found that Pei Zhi's dark red figure had vanished in the water prison. The person who could make Pei Zhi withdraw instantly. Xiao Yiheng didn't have to think hard to guess that the sleeping quarters, which Pei Zhi had set up barriers around but which had now been breached, must be where Shui Yutan was confined. The main task had been issued, concerning life and death. No matter what, within 7 days, he must see Shui Yutan. When Pei Zhi teleported instantly to the bedroom, a crowd of people was already kneeling at the broken barrier outside the door. At the front of the crowd stood Dance Qian Cheng's father, the demon emperor Dance Patian. He gave Pei Zhi a bow, saying, "Esteemed lord, this." Bang bang. Before he could finish his sentence, the door to the bedroom was opened and shut by Pei Zhi, producing two sharp bang bang sounds. Dance Patian was blocked outside the door, nearly getting his nose pinched off by Pei Zhi's swift action. He stepped back twice, raising an eyebrow slightly, looking somewhat awkward as he folded his hands and rubbed them together at his waist. "Has esteemed lord always been so hasty?" "Aha." The elder from yesterday, who had received 2 consecutive rejections while talking, nodded immediately in agreement. That is exactly opposite to Qian Cheng, yet strangely fitting. Qian Cheng is just too slow. She has been pursuing a disciple of some sect for years without any progress, which truly causes much anxiety. Balu knelt on the ground with other guards, not daring to look up. But he couldn't help arranging things in his mind. Apparently, the demon emperor didn't know that the person little princess had chased for years but failed to catch was none other than esteemed lord. After closing the door, Pei Zhi immediately teleported to the bedside. He stretched out a hand and yanked the silk curtain that fell before him, pulling it aside abruptly. Shui Yutan lying on the bed was startled awake by the noise. Her delicate eyes snapped open, reflecting strands of bewilderment, as if she were still immersed in her dream and hadn't remembered where she was currently. Fortunately, Shui Yutan was still here. Pei Zhi's heart relaxed, the intense murderous aura surrounding him dissipating somewhat. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, hooked his arm around Shui Yutan's waist, lifted her from the bed, and held her tightly in his arms. Teacher. Pei Zhi called softly, his chin resting on Shui Yutan's shoulder, his arms tightening around her waist. What's going on? Shui Yutan froze there, unable to react quickly enough to push him away, letting herself be embraced. Not until this person tightened their grip on her body did Shui Yutan feel uncomfortable, and moved her head. The tinkling sound of the chain around her neck immediately resounded sharply in her ears. Only then did the foggy thoughts of Shui Yutan, muddled upon waking, become crystal clear. She immediately recalled her current predicament, her pupils contracting instantly. Chapter 135, just when he got dressed, he was undressed again. Yesterday, he threatened him with blood, forcing him to surrender and beg for mercy. Why did his attitude change completely today? Was he realizing that being tough wasn't working, so he planned to start being gentle, making him lower his guard and finally crying and kneeling down, begging for forgiveness saying he was wrong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shui Yutan pushed Pei Zhi with his hands, seeing that he couldn't break free. Thus, he gathered magical power in his palm and swung it at the other person. It was just a habitual action, but now his spiritual veins were bound, so he couldn't use much magic. However, when he hit Pei Zhi, this person groaned and let go of him. Was Pei Zhi pretending, or had his magical skills recovered slightly? Shui Yutan stared at his own palm, just wanting to try using magic again to see if his skills had recovered. At that moment, Pei Zhi's figure sitting by the bed suddenly moved. The eyes that were originally looking at him coldly glanced backward, and a butterfly that was resting somewhere in the dark on the wall instantly turned into ashes in his line of sight. That thing disappeared too quickly for Shui Yutan to even see the outline of the butterfly. But from a brief glance, he thought that the butterfly looked very much like the spirit butterfly used among the 3 altar masters for communicating messages. But upon deeper consideration, it seemed impossible. According to Feng Mingjue's personality, before having 100% certainty, he wouldn't risk coming to the demon realm to rescue him. Since Pei Zhi had only just arrived in the demon realm 2 days ago, even if Feng Mingjue and others wanted to save him, they couldn't have done so fast. And outside the demon realm, there were always layers of barriers set up. If not inside the territory of the demon realm, the spirit butterfly simply couldn't enter. Since the master has awakened, do you need me to attend to your grooming? Shui Yutan hadn't been dwelling on the matter of the spirit butterfly too long when he heard Pei Zhi ask. Pei Zhi, now having the strength of Qilin Lock, was already above 10,000 people. Following the usual nature of past lives, it was already an honor that Pei Zhi didn't call him Tan Dog. The respectful title of Master, Pei Zhi had only called him that once, right before killing him in the end. However, this life's Pei Zhi seemed very fond of this title, calling it out so smoothly. Before Shui Yutan could respond, Pei Zhi had already picked up Shui Yutan's hair, conjured a comb to tie his hair up. After combing his hair, he personally attended to helping him dress. Just when he got dressed, he was undressed again. Yes, literally, undressed. Pei Zhi had just put his overcoat on and was straightening the collar when, for some unknown reason, the fingers holding his collar suddenly rubbed against the fabric of the clothes, as if suppressing something, but unable to resist. He suddenly reached out and pulled off the clothes he had just put on. Shui Yutan originally didn't move, just quietly watching him pretending, wanting to see how long Pei Zhi could maintain this mild-mannered appearance. So he didn't stop his actions. But the second after Pei Zhi undressed him, his face approached. Shui Yutan was startled, sensing something was off and wanting to run. But before he could make a move, someone had already hooked his neck and pulled him forward. In an instant, Pei Zhi's face pressed against his. Nose touching nose, forehead leaning on forehead, their mutual breaths swirling around their nostrils. To be precise, mainly Pei Zhi's breath. There was a layer of sweat on Pei Zhi's temples, his breathing heavy, the sounds of inhaling and exhaling quickened, in the quiet environment, sounding like panting. Shui Yutan bit his molars lightly, wanting to say something, but remembering that he hadn't brushed his teeth after waking up and his mouth probably smelled, at such close range, it would likely offend the other person. So, he held back. But when he didn't speak, Pei Zhi seemed to receive some sort of signal. With the panting sound intensifying, the hand that wasn't hooked around his neck gently raised, cradling his face. No, without mentioning the fact that his sudden approach was unexplained, buddy, now this gesture is getting kind of intimate. Although, The Brother is Schizophrenic is indeed a Danmei novel, and the male lead ultimately turns out to be gay, but in real-life circumstances, isn't it true that Xiao Yiheng hasn't made his move yet, and Pei Zhi is already self-regarding as peerless? Therefore, he is straight, and Pei Zhi should also be straight. 2 straight men getting this close, what the heck are they doing? Shui Yutan lifted his hand and slapped away the approaching hand, and with the other hand pushed the person away. I've got my own hands, I'll dress myself. Pei Zhi paused for a moment, releasing the hand that had been hooked around his neck, but the act of getting closer didn't change. He still sat beside him closely. If the enemy doesn't move, can't I? Shui Yutan grabbed his clothes and scooted his butt back, moving farther from Pei Zhi, then turned his body to dress. After fastening his belt and preparing to put on his shoes, Shui Yutan realized the chain around his neck wasn't long enough for him to get off the bed. What does that mean? He reasonably suspected that Pei Zhi had initially intended to break both of his legs, leaving him lying on the bed like a disabled person just for Pei Zhi to mock him. Because there was no need for movement or getting out of bed, this short dog chain was made accordingly. What is the master thinking about by looking at this chain? Pei Zhi asked knowingly, staring at Shui Yutan's annoyed face. Oh, then the next second as if guessing correctly and self-answering himself, is the master dissatisfied with how this iron lock chain looks? Then tomorrow, I will replace it with a golden one for the master, alright? You damn. May your ancestors rot. Shui Yutan couldn't stand it anymore. Stop talking, if you're a real man, then loosen the chain, lift my spell restriction, and fight me in a fair fight. Shui Yutan pulled the chain around his neck, his lips curling into an arc indicating that he'd go down fighting. If I win, I leave on my own, if I lose, you let me go. Pei Zhi. Whether winning or losing, wouldn't the result still be the same? Does the master really want to leave me? Pei Zhi crossed his arms over his chest, half smiling. This line sounded familiar. It was just like when he was fleeing fruitlessly in the woods before being caught up with by Pei Zhi, and he had also said the exact same sentence back then. Later he had been shackled with a dog chain. So this line must not be said. Shui Yutan thought for a moment and replied evasively, I can't see the clouds here. He didn't say whether he wanted to leave Pei Zhi, only mentioned that he couldn't see the clouds. In the courtyard of Kanjia Mountain which belonged to him, perched beside the mountain stream, besides a crooked-necked tree in the yard, all one needed to do was look up and admire the blue sky and white clouds. Through 3 lifetimes of restarts and countless trials, what drove him in this life wasn't more than living long enough to finally attain freedom and cease repeating an endless cycle. But now, he indeed lived beyond the Qilin Lock plot but remained confined in this tiny place. Considering Pei Zhi's hatred towards him, once caged, it might last until death. Rather than endure such confinement, it was better to fight. This statement might confuse others, but could Pei Zhi, who had been imprisoned in the demon-suppressing tower for 2 years, possibly fail to understand? Through the window of the demon-suppressing tower, he gazed outside at clouds drifting by day after day for 2 whole years. As time passed and he grew taller, gradually aligning with the height of the window, he was finally able to catch glimpses through the glass of lower tree shadows and cedar trees. Yet he never once saw the person he so longed to see. Shui Yutan's words were asking for freedom from him. Ha! Chapter 136, the woman Pei Zhi brought back to warm his bed. Never. Shui Yutan could only stay by his side. She was only fit to fall into the mire with him. Whoever tried to take her away, he would kill. Pei Zhi's face darkened, and the faintly mocking expression in his eyes disappeared, replaced by an endless desire for possession. With a wave of his hand, the snow-white sect leader's robe that Shui Yutan had just put on instantly changed into another one. A red one, the fabric and style of which looked like it went with the one Pei Zhi was wearing. Shui Yutan stared at the same golden embroidery on the dress, and before she could look up, Pei Zhi sneered softly, freedom. A prisoner doesn't deserve freedom. Without waiting for Shui Yutan to react, he swept past her and walked out the door. Something seemed to have happened in the palace. Shui Yutan noticed that when Pei Zhi went out, the demon emperor and the elders were still waiting outside the door. When they saw Pei Zhi come out, someone spoke up, we haven't found the person who destroyed the boundary yet. Has anything been lost from your room, sir? Those people wanted to say more, but were interrupted by Pei Zhi's slightly raised hand. Pei Zhi glanced in their direction, and with a flick of his wrist, he closed the door to the room. As the door fell shut, the entire room plunged back into darkness once again. Now not only could no one be seen, but no living thing could be detected either. Shui Yutan tentatively gathered energy with her palms stretched out. The feeling of her spirit channels being blocked had eased somewhat. It seemed that pushing Pei Zhi away earlier wasn't a mirage, indeed, her cultivation methods had slowly recovered a bit. Shui Yutan grabbed the chain around her neck, intending to combine it with magic and try breaking it off with her bare hands. After a few attempts, the chain remained completely immobile. Frustrated, Shui Yutan muttered, Liang Guang. But even her life-bound sword wouldn't obey her command and did not appear. Damn it! What a piece of junk! Wasn't it supposed to unsheath automatically and protect its master when someone approached with murderous intent? Yesterday, when Pei Zhi pulled her hair and humiliated her, this stupid sword didn't even cut him to pieces. All show and no substance, utterly useless. Isn't that right? 2484. Caught by surprise, Tonga's voice clearly paused for a moment before responding, the sword is not under my jurisdiction. What I mean is the prestige value, Shui Yutan counted on her fingers, isn't it true that you only need 30 more points to exchange for the lightning escape pill? Hurry up and arrange a simpler side quest for me. As soon as I've earned enough points, I'll commit suicide. Tasks cannot be arranged, they can only be triggered. The host currently does not meet the conditions to trigger any tasks. Shit. Was it because he was now confined here, isolated from the world, so tasks couldn't be assigned to him? That said, if he stayed locked up here forever, then he would never earn those 30 points worth of prestige. No, the system quickly responded, as if wanting to explain something, but before it could speak, the door was opened again, and two maids entered. Your servant is here to serve master a meal. Interrupted by them, when Xue Yutan tried to call the system again, Tonga had already vanished. Xue Yutan glared coldly at the two maids who had come in and said coldly, I've already stopped eating solid food. The three of them ignored his words and proceeded to unfold the lunch boxes in their hands one by one, placing them in front of him. Xue Yutan gave them a brief glance, finding that all the dishes were things he normally liked to eat, yet he had absolutely no appetite. Anyone could see that Xue Yutan was in a very bad mood at the moment, yet the leading maid kept jabbering away, Master ordered us to watch you finish these meals before we leave. Please don't make it difficult for us. If she hadn't mentioned Pei Ji, it would have been fine. But as soon as she mentioned Pei Ji, Xue Yutan's arm flew up, sweeping all the food onto the ground. You. That woman was furious and slapped Xue Yutan across the face, you actually consider yourself superior because we call you master. This woman's slap carried magical force. Even if Xue Yutan had wanted to dodge, she couldn't due to the chains binding her, and her left cheek received the full brunt of the blow, swelling visibly in seconds. Auntie. Another maid saw Xue Yutan get hit and turn pale, shocked and exclaimed. Fear not. She's just a woman. How many seductive women are there in the demon realm? The woman addressed as Auntie must have some standing, because after slapping Xue Yutan, she showed no panic, crossing her arms as she ranted endlessly. Back in the days when I served Lord Azura, every time a woman he had finished playing with became useless, I was responsible for handling them. Now His Majesty has just returned, and there are so many important matters awaiting his attention. A mere woman like you, even if beaten, it doesn't matter to him. Some despicable bitches just can't understand their own place, it's time to teach them discipline. Hearing this, these people must think he's the woman Pei Ji brought back to warm his bed. Absolutely ridiculous. This was a great humiliation. More than being slapped, it was something Xue Yutan couldn't bear to accept. But Auntie, there will be bruises. Can't we just use magic to erase them when we leave? As the two continued their conversation, neither noticed how Xue Yutan's body had been pushed aside. Beneath his sleeve, his hands were clenched into fists, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You're asking for death. What? The maid didn't hear clearly due to the softness of Xue Yutan's voice, so she stepped closer to him. Worthless wretch, what did you say? I said, I want you dead. Before the words had even finished ringing out, Xue Yutan violently raised his hand, pulling the chain that bound him, wrapping it around the maid's neck, and tightening it sharply. Given his current limited magical power and lack of other weapons in his surroundings besides the chain, he decided to make do with what he had at hand. Xue Yutan poured all the spiritual energy he could muster into the chain, determined to strangle this old witch on the spot. The other maid saw her highly skilled and unable to break free from the person restraining her and hurried over to help. Despite putting all her strength into the effort, she couldn't pull the chain apart. Auntie. Auntie. Watching as the person was about to be strangled to death by Xue Yutan, the maid stomped her foot and stepped back from the struggle, heading toward the door to call for help. However, just as the door opened and before she could shout for help, a snow-white figure suddenly swept past her, entered the room through the gap, and froze her in place. Upon seeing the situation inside, Yuli was shocked. There sat Xue Yutan in red robes, propped up halfway on the bed, while next to him lay the maid who had already been throttled to death. His expression was fierce, unlike the usual pristine appearance one would expect. Yuli furrowed his brows and instantly teleported over, tossing the dead maid off the bed. At the sound of movement, Xue Yutan lifted his gaze, Yuli. Just as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood violently spewed out. The woman should possess skills beyond the gold core level. In order to kill her, Xue Yutan used every magical technique at his disposal, suffering heavy backlash as a result and now in immense pain. Yuli quickly extended his hand to pass some vital energy. Once he saw Xue Yutan feel slightly better, only then did he notice the red and swollen face and the chain wrapped around the neck. His amber-colored irises instantly turned cold. Did she hit you? Coughing, Xue Yutan remained silent. But Yuli didn't need an answer. Seeing the woman on the floor still alive, he immediately swung his hand and delivered a lethal strike across her throat. Chapter 137, TSK, Master is really being disobedient. Killing the woman wasn't enough, Yuli's fan in his hand didn't return immediately. Instead, he turned back and slit the throat of the maidservant at the door as well. Master you. Xue Yutan was momentarily at a loss for words. After all these years in Kanjia Mountain, he had only seen Yuli saving people. He never knew that when Yuli killed, he could be so decisive and merciless. Yuli didn't say much. After retrieving the fan, he shook it slightly, causing all the blood on its surface to fall off, cleaning it neatly before folding it and inserting it into his waistband. He raised his hand to gather magical power into his palm, gripping the chain end connected to Xue Yutan's neck, and then pinched it forcefully. In the next second, his expression changed. Pei Ji has placed a restriction here. Otherwise, if it were really so easy to open, would he have been tethered by this cursed dog chain for so long? Xue Yutan sighed, so even you can't unlock it? Not necessarily. Yuli pressed his lips tightly. This restraint wasn't hard to break, but the ubiquitous poison miasma of the demon world would suppress the spirit meridians of cultivators. Here, he couldn't use all of his strength. Though unable to sever the chain, he had other ways. But Shui Yutan would have to endure some pain. With this in mind, Yuli took out a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to Shui Yutan. Eat it. What is it? Although Shui Yutan asked with curiosity what this thing was, his hands didn't hesitate, immediately unwrapping the oiled paper and feeding it into his mouth. The moment he felt sweetness, his eyes widened. It's sugar. Yuli responded, holding golden needles between his fingers, swiftly pressing them all into Shui Yutan's head. The chain can't be cut, so I can only use acupuncture to make your body shrink, allowing you to drill out through the hole. It'll hurt a bit, but having eaten the candy, try to bear it. What was this? Shrinkage? Yet, given the chain was as thick as his neck, how small did he have to shrink to successfully escape through it? How unreliable did it sound? As the golden needles descended, Shui Yutan's head began to throb with pain. The sensation of attack transmitted to his brain via the peripheral nervous system caused chaos there. His consciousness was entirely uncontrollable. At this point, Shui Yutan could clearly feel bile secreted from his stomach, soon filling his entire throat and mouth with bitterness. Despite holding the candy, the slight sweetness could not possibly counteract the overwhelming bitterness. Not only that, his whole body felt like it was being gnawed by ants, every vein and meridian trembling. Yuli, what the hell, are you doing, saving me or killing me? Shui Yutan's voice trembled as he couldn't complete a sentence. Bear with it a little longer. Yuli reached out to support Shui Yutan's shoulder, pouring an endless stream of spiritual energy into his limbs and veins. This lessened some of the pain, but not entirely. Just as Shui Yutan thought he would perish in Yuli's hands, Yuli actually managed to pull him out from the chain. After removing the golden needles, Shui Yutan's shrunken body recovered. But Shui at this moment lacked any strength and could only let Yuli hold him as they quickly left the room. The moment they exited, the corpses inside the house were discovered, followed by a few screams, instantly increasing the number of guards patrolling around several times over. Held by Yuli, hiding at the corner, Shui Yutan heard the soldiers' conversation. Have you found anyone yet? If not, send more people to look. All the personnel from the main hall have already arrived. Should we also bring over the guards from the water dungeon? No, there are several individuals imprisoned in the water dungeon from Kanjia Mountain. The Lord is very concerned about them, those guards cannot be moved. But that escaped woman, the Lord values her highly, shouldn't she be considered more important? Their discussion continued, but Shui Yutan was suffering intense pain, his mind confused. He stopped listening, asking Yuli while clutching onto key points. Apart from you, who else from Kanjia Mountain has come? Not important. Once you're free, I will naturally save them. Not important. Yuli's tone was cold and detached, akin to that of a scoundrel. Ah, quite an unexpected remark. Shui Yutan rubbed his temples, intending to say something further when he suddenly felt a pang in his stomach. The torment endured last night reoccurred intensely. Azura blood. Peiji activated the Azura blood. He already knew I had fled. At this moment, the turmoil caused by the Azura blood was stronger than last night. Not only was his blood colliding within him, but his organs were now being chewed upon by insects. Sure enough, in the next instant, Peiji appeared at the entrance of the sleeping chamber, surrounded by dark malevolent energy. Shui Yutan instinctively shrank his body, gritting his teeth hard to keep himself from making any sound that might lead Peiji to find him. Yuli naturally noticed Peiji as well. His beautiful brows knitted together, and his gaze grew increasingly severe. Before breaking into the sleeping chamber, he knew Peiji was discussing matters with the old demon emperor and other elders in the Great Hall. He assumed these old schemers could delay Peiji for a while longer. However, it was unexpected that just after Shui Yutan left the house, Peiji arrived. The speed was indeed faster than Yuli anticipated. This would complicate things. Peiji stood by the door, listening to the servant stammering for an explanation. It's my negligence, sir, please don't worry. I've mobilized all available manpower, we will surely. He never finished his sentence, for a hand raised the guard's neck up from afar. Didn't I clearly tell you no one should enter this room without permission? The guard looked at the two bodies inside the room. It was Princess Xiao who said you had prepared food for the person inside, so I. Before the sentence ended, his neck was already twisted and his voice silenced abruptly. At this moment, Peiji seemed like a savage beast with bloodlust in his eyes, his entire figure radiating ominous killing intent. He took a deep breath, feeling the position of the Azura blood coursing within the target's body. Immediately afterward, something caught his attention, his bloodthirsty gaze brightening slightly as he glanced toward the spot where Shui Yutan hid. Master. Whenever Peiji elongated his tone to call him, Shui Yutan's body couldn't help but tremble 3 times, just like today. He curled his body up, covering his eyes with his hands in denial like fear. Yet even if he covered his eyes, his ears could still clearly hear Peiji continue speaking. Tisk, Master is really being disobedient. Give you a choice, do you want to walk out yourself or shall I come and drag you out? Finished. 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 Panicked thoughts filled Shui Yutan's mind as realization hit him. Peiji found him. He always knew that this person's binding technique could allow instant teleportation at any time, enabling Pei Zhi to swiftly seize him back, regardless of where he fled. Yet foolishly, he still entertained a glimmer of hope that Yuli could actually save him. "Let me down." Shui Yutan lowered his hands covering his eyes and spoke somewhat despairingly. "Pei Zhi has already tracked us down. I'm not getting away. If Lord Yu has any remaining energy, please go rescue those individuals locked in the water dungeon and return home." Yuli didn't respond, instead staring at the figure gripping a long sword charging towards Pei Zhi, startled exclaiming, "When did Xiao Yiheng break through to the third stage of transcendence?" Chapter 138, the main theme is about learning without a master. What? Xiao Yiheng reaching the Huashan stage? And even breaking through to the third realm? As the third-ranked master of Kanjia Mountain, his cultivation up until now was still at the late Yuaning stage. He hadn't even touched the threshold of the Huashan stage yet. However, Yuli had just told him that the same person who days ago had been driven out of the combat arena by a mere 10 directions realm python, had now advanced to the Huashan stage and surpassed even Yuli's second stage in the Huashan realm. Shui Yutan curiously glanced over in the direction Yuli was looking, and sure enough, she saw Xiao Yiheng wielding his innate sword, locked in combat with Pei Zhi. Their speeds were incredible, and with Shui Yutan's suppressed abilities, she could barely make out their movements. All she could clearly see was their swords colliding, sparks flying, after which both retreated 2 steps before steadying themselves. Only then did Shui Yutan finally get a clear look at Xiao Yiheng's current state. The man looked as though he had just crawled out of some filthy ditch, his light blue disciple robes dripping with dirty water. There was a bloody mess on the area around his chest and shoulders, clearly showing significant injuries, but he seemed entirely unconcerned. Xiao Yiheng's eyes remained fixed on Pei Zhi, even as he temporarily disengaged from the struggle, he never once looked away from Pei Zhi's face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, spitting the blood that surged up from within onto the ground. "Brat, it's only been a few days and your skills have already grown." Brat. At the moment Xiao Yiheng made this remark, Shui Yutan almost immediately concluded that Xiao Yiheng's body had indeed switched with Renji Lao 10 number 2. But the bell. Shui Yutan instinctively looked down at Xiao Yiheng's waist, but there was nothing hanging there. Instead, a faint shadow of the bell peeked out from beneath his torn collar. Well, when did the main protagonist start wearing the bell around his neck? Since the bell was so closely attached, how could it possibly be taken off? And yet, why was Xiao Yiheng's body still possessed by its original owner? TSK, apparently Yuli and Feng Mingju's products weren't exactly flawless. Some of Xiao Yiheng's techniques I've never even seen, were they all taught by you? The astonishment in Yuli's eyes didn't dissipate, instead, it grew stronger. Ha! Shui Yutan chuckled awkwardly without answering. Yet, silence spoke volumes here. He was still alive, and already his 2 disciples had far exceeded him, their master, in strength. This wasn't something the student surpassing the teacher could adequately explain, it was outright anti-human, defying logic. It was because his 2 disciples were precisely the attacker and receiver in the story, blessed with the main character aura. His existence as a master might as well not exist altogether. Sigh, the theme really was about learning without a master. Yuli didn't dwell on this issue for long. Having someone else helping hold back Pei Zhi was more than what he desired. Yuli tightened his grip on Shui Yutan's hand, closed his eyes slightly, and instantly teleported to the demon realm gate via memory. As soon as the azura blood near them disappeared, Pei Zhi's pupils contracted slightly. Ignoring Xiao Yiheng, he raised his sword and pursued Yuli. But just as he turned his steps, Xiao Yiheng aggressively swung his sword to attack again. "You're asking for death." Pei Zhi shed his previous casual demeanor. With no audience around, Pei Zhi decided against playing games anymore, activating his ultimate technique. In one move, just one move. Xiao Yiheng's body was immediately blown aside, the powerful force causing him to be embedded into the wall, stuck so tightly he couldn't be pried off. Cough, cough. Xiao Yiheng coughed twice, momentarily shaken by the shockwave. He supported his forehead for several seconds, and when his fingers dropped, his expression had transformed into that of another person entirely. Big brother. Li Luoshu had been hiding behind, only daring to emerge now that Pei Zhi had left. He helped Xiao Yiheng off the wall. "I've already seen Uncle Yu carrying Master towards the exit. Let's go quickly while Wu Qingcheng is still unconscious." Earlier, after Pei Zhi had departed from the underwater dungeon, Wu Qingcheng had targeted Li Luoshu and Xiao Yiheng. Just when Li Luoshu thought the 2 of them were about to meet their end, Xiao Yiheng's strength suddenly surged, incapacitating Wu Qingcheng with a single blow, allowing the 2 of them to escape. They had initially thought their first priority would be finding an exit to return, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yiheng directly charged toward Pei Zhi with his sword, frightening Li Luoshu senseless. Thankfully, everything turned out fine in the end. Xiao Yiheng pressed the bridge of his nose, suppressing the surge of blood bubbling in his stomach. He casually asked, "And Ling Feng?" Li Luoshu immediately chimed in, "Senior brother Ling Feng and Wu Qingcheng are old acquaintances. Last time, Wu Qingcheng captured disciples from Kanjia Mountain to exchange for the return soul pill to save the demon emperor, and that pill was obtained from senior brother Ling Feng. Since he has a favor over her, she even refrained from torturing him when they were in the water dungeon. Do you still think senior brother Ling Feng will be mistreated? Let's go first." Only then did Xiao Yiheng follow along toward the demon realm gate. On the other side, Yuli had yet to unravel the barrier's formation of the demon realm when Shui Yutan's hand in his embrace clenched onto his clothes tightly. Her cheeks pressed against his neck as she let out a soft moan of pain. What's wrong? Yuli's composure was shaken, the hand gestures forming the incantation slowed momentarily, causing the crack in the barrier that he had just opened to close again due to someone rushing back. Yuli glanced at Pei Ji who followed them, not paying much attention to it, instead setting down the person in his arms. He checked Shui Yutan's pulse and inserted several golden needles into her. With the surging azure blood calmed slightly, Shui Yutan managed to gather enough strength to lift her sweat-soaked eyes towards Pei Ji, who was walking towards her. Without my permission, do you really think you can go anywhere? Even after fighting with Xiao Yiheng at the third stage of Huashen, there wasn't the slightest hint of disorder about Pei Ji. His steps were as steady as an old dog. Each step he took increased Shui Yutan's heart palpitations. This appearance left no doubt in Shui Yutan's mind, even at the third stage of Huashen, in Pei Ji's eyes, it was still nothing impressive. How terrifyingly powerful could his cultivation level be? Shit, truly the main character is the main character, this power-up is just too absurdly ridiculous. As Pei Ji approached, Shui Yutan bit her lips, swallowing the saliva, and subconsciously gripped the sleeve of Yuli beside her. Pei Ji's eyes flickered slightly, his double pupils slightly concealed. Whether it was a misperception or not, Shui Yutan felt that the expression on Pei Ji's face turned darker instantly, his gaze locking straight onto her curled fingers as if he were about to crush them in the next second. Startled, Shui Yutan quickly loosened her grip and withdrew her hands into her sleeves. But once she did, she realized how utterly wretched and timid her current state appeared. Come over here. A bit of softness entered Pei Ji's tone, but his patience was exhausted. I don't want to repeat myself. Shui Yutan stood rooted to the spot without moving. Before she acted, Yuli straightened his body first and stepped forward to shield her behind him. Chapter 139, Kill Yuli before, torture Shui Yutan to death. At this moment, Yuli's move was no different from a declaration of war. Pei Ji's slightly softened demeanor became serious again. Yuli, before you block my way, you should weigh your own strength. Pei Ji directly called Yuli by name, ignoring the etiquette and hierarchy of Kanjia Mountain. Or it could be said that after coming out of the river Styx, except for still calling Shui Yutan master, he called everyone by their first names. After all, he didn't need to care about others' feelings. Even if he called them by name and they were unhappy, they could only hold back since they couldn't beat him and had no way to deal with him. Yuli quickly adapted to Pei Ji calling him by his first name. He knew there was no chance of winning by force, but Pei Ji wasn't without flaws either. Since you still call Yutan master, that means you still consider yourself a disciple of Kanjia Mountain. If you're a person of Kanjia Mountain, then you should return with me and your master to Kanjia Mountain. As long as Pei Ji agreed to return to Kanjia Mountain, even if he continued to bother Shui Yutan, at least under his watchful eye, there would be some consideration, and he wouldn't act recklessly. But a normal person hearing this would think about whether to return or not, but when it came to Pei Ji, the focus completely deviated. Yutan. Pei Ji picked out what he thought were the two hardest to hear words from Yuli's sentence and raised an eyebrow. When did sect leader you become so close to my master? While saying this, Pei Ji's tone carried annoyance. The Blackran longsword, hidden in his grip, shimmered with cold light as if hinting that Yuli should be cautious with his words, otherwise, he would immediately take action. Yuli's dense eyelashes flickered once. Instead of retreating, he moved closer, pointing a finger towards Shui Yutan and gripping his wrist tightly. We've always been very close. Ha. Ha. Shui Yutan couldn't make sense of this anymore. It's not like I'm saying this, big bro, we're trying to escape death. How did we start discussing the quality of our relationship now? So what, good relations mean we die together, bad relations mean another delay. Even if Pei Ji hates me to death, hasn't it gone too far to hate me just because of my connection with him? Being able to survive the Qilin Lock plot isn't already proof enough that Pei Ji of this lifetime isn't the bloodthirsty person he used to be. Just as the final tone particle in Shui Yutan's mind hadn't landed, it stretched endlessly due to Pei Ji's sudden attack on Yuli with his sword. He retracted his earlier statement. Pei Ji of this lifetime was also a pure madman. Mad enough to kill, regardless of having any grudges or not, as long as anyone had any association or relation to him. This Yuli, why can't he choose his words carefully? Mentioning bad relationships won't cost him a piece of meat, but deliberately provoking this mad dog was asking for trouble. As Pei Ji rushed over, Yuli let go of Shui Yutan's wrist and summoned Kong Shang, stay far away. Be careful not to get hurt. There's no time to retreat. The Demon Realm's army is here. Shui Yutan watched the many guards rushing and the familiar and unfamiliar faces of the elders of the Demon Realm. His unmoving body stood still on the spot. Yuli, Pei Ji wants to kill me. You are the one who should retreat far, be careful not to get hurt. Yuli frowned, not yet understanding the deeper meaning in his words. Just as Shui Yutan suddenly lunged toward him, in the instant Pei Ji's sword chi swept over, he pushed Yuli aside. They avoided Pei Ji's strike and also prevented a confrontation between the two. Even though he resisted with all his strength, Shui Yutan's leg was still grazed by the sword chi. The tail end of his identical dark red robes was cut flat by the sword chi, and a shallow cut appeared on his pale ankle. Only now did Pei Zhi notice, despite running so far, Shui Yutan hadn't even worn shoes, barefoot on the ground. Pink nail caps and those attractive feet were thus exposed to everyone's gaze. Pei Zhi, the person you want to kill is me. Don't involve the innocent. Shui Yutan, who hadn't noticed Pei Zhi's eyes fixed on his feet, quickly stood up and said, "Let the people of Kanjia Mountain go. I will not run. I'll go back with you." Upon hearing this, Pei Zhi's gaze finally shifted upward, glancing at Shui Yutan's face. "You've given in for him." Each word of this sentence seemed to be forced out through gritted teeth. "You aren't afraid of the torment of Azura blood, yet you fear I'll kill him." Although both sentences should have been questions, Pei Zhi used a definitive tone, already condemning Shui Yutan's behavior as protecting Yuli. The feeling of his possessions being spied upon surged into his brain. Pei Zhi clenched his teeth, unable to discern if he was currently feeling jealousy or anger. All he knew was that the second thing he wanted to do now was to kill Yuli. The first thing was to torture Shui Yutan to death before killing Yuli. This person needed to understand who Shui Yutan truly belonged to. Pei Zhi was always a man of action. The moment he formed the thought, his ghostly figure had already darted towards Shui Yutan in an instant. Yuli wanted to intervene, but couldn't last more than 3 rounds. With a flick of his wrist, Pei Zhi sent the Kong Shang flying from Yuli's hand. Then, the hilt of Pei Zhi's black-rimmed sword pressed against the carotid artery at Yuli's neck. Pei Zhi curled his lips slightly, the mockery evident in his eyes. He raised his sword, the sinister energy swirling around it, yet the blade didn't advance another inch. Instead, right before Yuli's eyes and under his nose, Pei Zhi grabbed Shui Yutan by the nape of his neck, pulling him into his embrace and kissing him forcefully. Shui Yutan's eyes widened as he was completely unprepared for how things went from one moment to another, turning into this surreal scenario. The strength of the other party was fierce, and Shui Yutan had no time to guard himself because he was focused on Yuli being restrained at the neck, his mouth already ajar. Their teeth collided so hard that Shui Yutan felt his front teeth nearly shattered by Pei Zhi. Given how much pain he was in, Shui Yutan figured Pei Zhi shouldn't be faring any better. But the man clearly endured pain better than him, gritting through the pain silently as he continued to press their lips together, even daring to glance provocatively at Yuli over Shui Yutan's shoulder. What the hell? This was absurd. Wasn't Pei Zhi supposed to kill him? Aren't you supposed to chop me into pieces and feed me to the dogs? Why kiss him instead? Well, this wasn't even really a kiss, at best, it could only be considered a press of lips. From when they were at Kanjia Mountain, Shui Yutan already knew the power behind Pei Zhi's grip. Now, with just one hand on his nape, Pei Zhi immobilized his entire head, tightening every time Shui Yutan struggled, pressing their lips closer. And his teeth hurt all the more. "Master! Master!" Amidst the crowd, someone shouted. In the corner of Shui Yutan's vision, he saw Xiao Yiheng regaining his composed demeanor again, supported by Li Luoshu, coincidentally arriving at the entrance. Wow, timing perfect. As soon as the male lead entered, he witnessed his counterpart making out with the rival. How exhilarating. It was so intense that Shui Yutan couldn't figure out which link had gone wrong. Realizing his head couldn't break free and his punches and kicks were futile, Shui Yutan hesitated for half a second before swiftly raising his foot and aiming a kick toward Pei Zhi's groin. He admitted it, resorting to stealth attacks might seem somewhat sneaky, but a great achiever didn't dwell on trivial details. Chapter 140, He Won't Like You. Unsurprisingly, the sneak attack failed. His foot hadn't even touched Pei Zhi when this man grabbed his ankle and pulled him into his arms, bringing them closer together. But in the end, the kiss was released. Spit. Spit. Shui Yutan turned his face to one side and spat furiously several times. His tongue pressed against his sore front teeth. Just as he was about to turn his head back to scold someone, he heard Yuli's voice open up. "What are you trying to prove?" Yuli asked, looking at Pei Zhi. His voice was soft and calm, with an air of nonchalance as if mountains could collapse around him, yet he remained at ease. It was as though the person currently held by a sword, who could lose their head in a moment's lack of caution, wasn't himself. He successfully drew the attention of both him and Pei Zhi. Pei Zhi's hand holding onto Shui Yutan's thigh paused slightly. His gaze moved from Shui Yutan to glance at Yuli. "You suddenly obtained the power of the Qilin Lock, found out your identity, but didn't rush to resurrect the Azura King. Instead, you abducted your master to the demon realm and imprisoned him like a prisoner close to yourself. Now, before everyone's eyes, you have done such absurd things. What exactly are you trying to prove?" Yuli expanded on his earlier question, continuing without waiting for Pei Zhi's reaction, then guessed aloud. "You don't actually think that these crude tricks will make your master look favorably upon you, causing him to develop feelings toward you as you imagine in your heart, do you?" What Pei Zhi had in mind? What kind of feelings? Did Pei Zhi keep him just to humiliate him before killing him? Shui Yutan blinked a few times, not fully understanding Yuli's meaning, but saw the expression of being exposed on Pei Zhi's face, his eyes turning fierce. The sword advanced slightly. "The affairs between me and him aren't your business. If you say one more word, I will really kill you." Humph. In response to Pei Zhi, Yuli let out a scornful laugh. He touched the bloodline drawn across his neck due to the approach of Pei Zhi's blade. Then, He won't like you. You're using the wrong method. The final note of those words fell silent. After speaking, Yu Li's gaze turned to Shui Yutan. Having spent so much time together through long ages, if Shui Yutan liked men, it wouldn't be Pei Ji. Shui Yutan has a captivating face, every smile enchanting all around. Yet, he acts unconstrained by trivialities and is rather slow when it comes to matters of love. Pei Ji's actions would only make him feel humiliated and unhappy. Shui Yutan was utterly confused. Although he truly disliked Pei Ji, why were they talking about this now? Could it be? Yu Li thought that when Pei Ji suddenly came over and kissed him earlier, it was because Pei Ji liked him. That was far too ridiculous. There was no lust in the guy's eyes when he kissed him just now, it was purely to disgust him, right? You're asking for death. Pei Ji's expression darkened. The baleful energy on his sword did not fade, his originally fading pupil color instantaneously turning crimson red, his eyes carrying the intent to kill. I wanted to spare your life out of respect for my master, but you're courting death. At the sound of those words, Pei Ji moved his palm slightly, and the long sword in his hand swept toward Yu Li's throat accordingly. Fortunately, Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu stepped out and raised their swords to divert Pei Ji's attention. Thus, this blow missed Yu Li's main artery, landing instead on his shoulder, cutting out a deep wound down to the bone. At the same time, Pei Ji appeared as if invaded by something. The veins on his forehead bulged prominently, his facial expressions odd. Pei Ji's entire body was trembling, emitting overwhelming malevolent energy. The original strong hold around Shui Yutan's thighs tightened brutally, bruising his pale skin purple. Shui Yutan couldn't help but groan slightly. This made Pei Ji realize, finally loosening his grip on him. Without restriction, Shui Yutan immediately leapt towards Yu Li. Pei Ji reached out to catch him, but his head throbbed painfully and he missed entirely. In the next second, Shui Yutan rushed to Yu Li, grabbing his wrist. Are you alright? I won't die. Yu Li had already sealed several major acupoints near the wound, stopping the bleeding, and summoned Kong Shang back into his hands. Yu Li stared intently at Pei Ji, noticing the abnormal color in Pei Ji's face at this moment. He seems to have been counteracted by the Qilin Lock. Could it be because of his previous words leading to emotional fluctuations, hence making Pei Ji react thusly? Yu Li's eyes narrowed, his amber-colored pupils contracting before relaxing again. Quick, provoke him. The power of the Qilin Lock hasn't been fully absorbed by Pei Ji yet. If we provoke him now, it might disturb his mind. With all of our combined strength, we can seal him. Was that even possible? Even if the protagonist had some glitch at this moment, could they, a ragtag group of weakened individuals, truly seal such a formidable opponent? But evidently, the elders from the demon realm were too far away to have noticed the abnormality yet. There was no time for hesitation. So Shui Yutan looked at Yu Li with doubt. How do we provoke him? And who does it? You. Yu Li's tone was cold. Just continue on what I said earlier. Tell him you don't like him, you hate him. Say anything hurtful. Hiss, that plan sounded so unreliable to him. What if cursing didn't make Pei Ji stutter and instead made him stronger? After all, last time at Kanjia Mountain, Pei Ji got more furious after being cursed. Shui Yutan hesitated and did not act rashly. However, just because he chose not to move didn't mean others wouldn't. Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu exchanged glances and rushed towards Pei Ji first, seemingly trying to ambush him while he was distracted. Even though Pei Ji was suffering from the counteraction of the Qilin Lock, which slowed his movement slightly, Xiao Yiheng and Li Luoshu were still no match for him. In an instant, they were both thrown down. As Yu Li also charged forward with Kong Shang in hand, Shui Yutan finally spoke up. Director Yu is right. I don't like you, I hate you. Just seeing you makes me feel sick. Sure enough, these words caused Pei Ji's movements to slow down further. His other hand, not holding the sword, violently clutched his head. It was working. If they really followed Yu Li's advice and managed to seal Pei Ji's overpowered abilities today, would that mean he wouldn't have to worry about losing to Pei Ji and being killed anymore? In that case, Pei Ji wouldn't be able to become the infamous Azura king that the immortal sex accused him of being. Perhaps he would then peacefully remain in the demon realm, marry Wu Qingchen, and have a few chubby children. It wasn't impossible. With this thought, Shui Yutan became even more motivated. The sword strike at the river of forgetfulness wasn't strong enough. If I'd known you'd come back, I should have stabbed you to death first, then pushed you in. The end.